Chapter 1: The World of Martial Arts. Cruel Reality. Parallel World. Blue Star. Wuhan Base City. Number 1 High School. Testing Hall. Bang! Li Fei threw a punch. The detection instrument shows that the combat power is 300. Combat power, 300, unqualified. The head teacher of Class 1 couldn't help but sigh. There was a look of regret in his eyes. A top student in the grade who was ranked first in liberal arts. It only has a combat power of 300. This is really too low. The head teacher said, Li Fei, I kindly advise you to give up the martial arts college entrance exam and sign up for the liberal arts college entrance exam instead. There's still time to switch now. Teacher, thank you for your reminder, but I still want to work harder. Li Fei clenched his fists and said unwillingly. Why can't you listen? The teacher is thinking about your future. You're not cut out to be a warrior. You're a liberal arts genius. Why are you so obsessed with becoming a warrior? If you can get into a good liberal arts university in the future, you can still live a good life. Martial arts not only depends on talent, but also consumes a lot of resources and money. You simply can't afford it, and you're not cut out for it. It's better to switch to that path sooner rather than later. This is the cruel reality, you have to learn to face it. There's less than a month left until the Warrior College entrance examination. Do you think you can increase your combat power from 300 to 500 in this month? Those in the class who are good at this have already surpassed 500 in combat power. Think about it carefully. After saying that, he turned around and left first. Li Fei clenched his fists, feeling very unwilling, but he also understood that what the head teacher said was very realistic and correct. Am I really limited to the liberal arts route? This is a world where martial arts and strength are respected. No matter how good you are at arts, if your fighting ability is low, you will be doomed in the face of the future monster disaster. A slightly stronger warrior can crush me to death. Hey, I'm a time traveler after all. Am I going to be mediocre in this world of warriors and never be able to turn things around? Li Fei was particularly unwilling. He turned around and walked back to the classroom. My mood along the way was particularly complicated. Yes, he is not a native of this world, but a time traveler from China in his previous life. He is different from others. He did not travel through time due to accidental death, but traveled through time after dying of old age. Or it could be said that it was an alternative kind of reincarnation. The world he came to was a parallel world invaded by monsters from outer space. 100 years ago, alien monsters invaded the blue planet, bringing disaster to mankind and causing genetic mutations. The survivors acquired martial arts genes and began to follow the path of warriors to fight against these alien monsters. Finally, after going through untold hardships and countless deaths and injuries to their ancestors, they drove out the alien monsters and gained a relatively safer place to live for mankind. The Human Federation was gradually formed, and federal base cities were built in these places to protect mankind to this day. His parents in this world died in a wave of monsters. He was an orphan since childhood and lived in an orphanage in the base city. He survived until now with the help of federal subsidies. He turned 18 this year and the subsidy officially ended. Having lived 2 lives, his understanding is far superior to others. That's why I was able to get first place in liberal arts. But his own talent for cultivation is very low. Maybe this is the price. Well, I was originally a centenarian who died. Now I can live on for a lifetime. What's there to be dissatisfied about? The worst that can happen is I'll die again. It's not like I haven't died before. A sense of old loneliness flashed across Li Fei's eyes, which was totally unlike what an 18-year-old boy in this world should have. This is the essence of the soul. Having lived for 100 years in his previous life, he has seen through many things. If the world were still at peace, he would naturally live an ordinary life. But there are warriors in this world, and even he wants to give it a try. But the reality is cruel. However, it's actually not that bad. A combat power of 300 would be a very powerful existence in the previous life. At least I have this power. If you put yourself in his shoes, it can actually be considered that he picked it up. Li Fei. Just then, a beautiful girl with black hair walked in front of him. This person is none other than the school belle of number 1 middle school, Shun Mengyao. She is also Li Fei's girlfriend. Because of Li Fei's talent and his top score in liberal arts, the girl fell in love with him. Li Fei also wanted to experience the feeling of being in love, so he agreed. However, this is a world where martial arts are respected after all. As Li Fei's combat power test gradually fell to the bottom, Shen Mengyao's attitude towards him was no longer as good as before. In fact, Li Fei, who has lived 2 lives, naturally understands these details. He also knew that if he continued like this, the bloody plots from his previous life would definitely happen to him. Now that Shen Mengyao has arrived, he has a very bad feeling. You talk, I'm listening. Li Fei took a deep breath and said, I'm here to tell you that our relationship is over. Shen Mengyao looked at Li Fei with a complicated look and said slowly, after all, this world respects martial arts. Without strength, you won't be able to protect me in the future. Besides, my combat power test has also come out, reaching 800. That's right, Li Fei, Li Fei, face the reality. What's the point of being first in liberal arts? This is a world where martial arts are respected. A combat power of 300 will always be the bottom of this world. Oh no, at least it should be better than ordinary people. There are also those whose combat power is lower than yours. But Mengyao and I are both pursuing the existence at the top of the martial arts world. From now on, we are not people from the same world. If you continue to pester Mengyao, you will only be looked down upon by more people. It is also crucial to recognize your own position. At this moment, a red-haired boy walked over, stretched out his hand and gently hugged the shoulders of Shen Mengyao, the school beauty. The relationship between the two seemed quite ambiguous. The corners of the boy's mouth curled up, revealing a look of victory. Zhao Tao. Li Fei narrowed his eyes and watched the scene calmly. The guy in front of him was in the same class as him. He was the son of the Zhao group. He was a playboy, rich and powerful. However, in the past 3 years, the other party has been overwhelmed by Li Fei's halo of being the best in liberal arts, and is angry that Li Fei was able to get the school belle Shen Mengyao as his girlfriend. After all, he also liked Shen Mengyao and had pursued her, but unfortunately she rejected him for the loser Li Fei. The reason why I agreed now is because Li Fei's martial arts talent is really too useless. Moreover, just 3 days ago, Zhao Tao awakened a special talent, and the quality was a level. The whole school knows. From then on, he became the center of attention. There are 2 types of warriors in this world. One is an ordinary warrior. One is an extraordinary warrior who has awakened a special physique. The latter can definitely crush the former. Moreover, the Federation has many policies and protections for extraordinary warriors who have awakened special physiques. Ha, Li Fei, I am now an extraordinary warrior who has awakened the A-level Flame Lord talent. The combat power of my punch can easily reach 900. You are a rookie with no special talents and a combat power of only 300. You are not worthy of Mengyao at all. From now on, I will personally protect Mengyao. In the future, we are destined to be out of your reach. Zhao Tao said sarcastically without mercy. That's enough. Li Fei's current situation is like this. Zhao Tao's awakened A-level talent is destined to have a promising future. We're done here from now on. You can take care of yourself. Zhao Tao, let's go. Shen Mengyao seemed to not know how to face Li Fei. After saying this, she left directly, perhaps out of inner guilt. Bye. Looking at the taciturn Li Fei, Zhao Tao raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a happy smile of a winner, and walked away from Li Fei with his arm around Shen Mengyao. It's really frustrating. But what can I do? After a moment, Li Fei loosened his clenched fists and sighed heavily. After all, the soul is over 100 years old and mature, and will not go crazy because of these things. But I feel really unhappy inside. He wanted to change and prove himself, but unfortunately he was powerless. Perhaps, choosing liberal arts is my future. Just when Li Fei chose to accept his fate. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Bite. Chapter 2 The strongest martial arts system activated. Obtain God-level talent, Chaos Body. Bite. It is detected that you have finally broken up and are single. The strongest martial arts system is activated. The road to martial arts is destined to be lonely. All you can do is constantly break through your own limits. You have a newbie gift pack, do you want to open it? Along with the sound, there was a picture in front of my eyes. Is this an auditory hallucination? System, you're finally here. Li Fei stood there in a daze. System, yes, I'm here. You are not alone. I am the only one who can accompany you to the end on the road of martial arts. If I had known that I had to break up to activate it, I would have broken up long ago. Why am I still waiting now? That's not very kind of you. Li Fei complained. The system didn't answer, pretending to be dead. Open it. Li Fei said silently in his heart. Ding. The newbie gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level talent, Chaos Body. Taking into account the host's environment, the system automatically blocks powerful anomalies. The next second, a ray of light appeared, changing Li Fei's body and soul from the inside out. This process seems to take a long time, but in fact it only takes a moment. Chaos Body. The source of all paths. Supreme physique. Born to be close to all things. Chaos assimilation. Evolution of all things. The speed of cultivation is incredible. Can devour other physiques to strengthen itself. However, it grows slowly, requires massive resources, and is prone to being envied by God. What a powerful force. After the fusion was completed, a chaotic golden light flashed in Li Fei's eyes. With his fists clenched, he now controls supreme power. System, open the character interface. This is built into every system. If not, it's a garbage system. The next second, an interface that only he could see appeared. Host, Li Fei. Level, Early Warrior. God level talent, Chaos Body. Innate magical power, Chaos Tribulation Light. Vortex of Return to Ruin. Nativity Domain, Chaos Domain. Basic Combat Power, 1000. The talent levels in this world are divided from low to high as follows. C. B. A. S. SS. SSS. And the God level is the level above everything else. Warriors are divided into the following levels from low to high. Quasi-Warrior. Warrior. Martial Master. Military General. Martial Commander. Martial King. Martial Emperor. Martial Patriarch. Martial Honored One. Martial Saint. Martial Emperor. Martial God. There are 11 realms in total. Each realm has 4 small stages: early, middle, late and peak. The correspondence between basic combat power and warriors is Quasi-Warriors under 1000. Warrior 1000. Martial Artist 10,000. Military Generals 100,000. Wu Shui 1 million. King Wu 10 million. Emperor Wu 100 million. Wu Zong 1 billion. Wu Zun 10 billion. Martial Saint 100 billion. Emperor Wu 1 Omen. God of War 10 trillions. These are all what Li Fei saw on the official website. The basic combat effectiveness written out is only the minimum standard. Li Fei still has a long way to go. This is still the case even with the presence of a chaotic body. There are so many resources needed for growth. System, what is your role? Li Fei asked in his heart. System, every time you break through a level, you can obtain a God-level talent. No more? Li Fei asked. That's all. Work hard and strive for a breakthrough, said the system. The warrior level in your world is very high. The system reminded, among all the heavens and myriad worlds, it is also considered a high-level martial artist. If I want to acquire a large amount of resources and grow rapidly, I can't hide them. It seems that this martial arts exam is the time for me to rise. Li Fei clenched his fists, turned his head to look at the backs of Zhao Tao and Shen Mengyao, who had already left for a long distance, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shen Mengyao, I guarantee you'll soon regret your decision today, but I don't blame you. After all, you're right. Strength is everything in this world. You and I are indeed from different worlds. My path is destined to be a lonely one. He did not retaliate immediately, but planned to give the other party a big surprise later. At the same time, in the principal's office, the head teacher was called here. Principal, are you looking for me? He had more or less guessed the other party's purpose for calling him over. What's up with Li Fei in your class? He only has a combat power of 300, so low, and he's still staying in the martial arts class instead of switching to the liberal arts class? Hasn't he any self-awareness? Didn't you warn him? If he does this, it will drag down our school's performance. It will be ugly, and people outside will laugh at us. The square-faced principal looked at the latest data report in his hand and said with a gloomy expression. Principal, I have just advised him. He said he wants to try harder. The head teacher said slowly. What a bullshit. 300 combat power. The minimum qualification for the annual 18-year-old martial arts college entrance examination is 500 combat power. It's less than a month away from the martial arts exam. Could it be possible that he could increase his combat power from 300 to 500 within this month? This will increase combat power by a full 200. As a teacher, you don't know how difficult this is, right? His cultivation aptitude is too poor. He's simply not cut out for martial arts. Immediately transfer him to the liberal arts class and take the liberal arts college entrance exam. Don't drag down my school's grades. I can't afford to lose face like this. He doesn't want to give up, right? He still wants to try harder, right? Then cancel his monthly training resource allocation. It's a waste to give it to him anyway. Give it directly to Zhao Tao. He's the only genius in our school this year to awaken the A-level talent flame lord. As long as he doesn't die, he will definitely reach the realm of martial god in the future. The principal stood up with an angry look on his face, threw the information in his hand in front of the head teacher and cursed. Oh, I understand. Principal, don't be angry. You might get yourself sick and end up not seeing the day when Zhao Tao becomes a martial god. The head teacher said, holding the report form in his hand. You. Get out, the principal gritted his teeth. The head teacher left immediately. Class 1, Grade 3. Have you heard? Campus beauty Shen Mengyao has just broken up with Li Fei. The other person has a new boyfriend, Zhao Tao. So he's the son of the Zhao group, no wonder. This is a genius who has awakened the talent of an A-level flame lord. A special talent. This is incredibly rare and precious. Even if it's only a level, as long as I don't fall in the future, I will be guaranteed to reach the martial god realm. These two are a match made in heaven. What's the point of being first in liberal arts? This is a martial arts world where strength is respected. But if he obediently transfers to the liberal arts class, he can also attend a good liberal arts university. After graduation, working for us warriors wouldn't be bad either, ha ha ha. That's right. I'm definitely the last one in martial arts, not even worthy of carrying our shoes. My basic combat power is already 450. As long as I work hard this month, I will definitely be able to break 500 in the martial arts exam. This last place student is dragging down the average martial arts score of our entire school. As soon as Li Fei stepped into the classroom, he heard all kinds of sarcasm and verbal attacks towards him from the classmates. People are reality. Li Fei frowned and snorted in his heart, wait, soon all of you will stop laughing, and it will be my turn to laugh. He didn't act like a madman, but walked straight to his seat and sat down. In the eyes of this man with a 100-year-old soul, these people are all teenagers. Words can't cause much trouble. Next, it's time to distribute resources once a month. Anyone who has not registered to switch to the liberal arts exam will be eligible. Quiet. At this moment, the head teacher walked in from outside with a voice. Chapter 3 I can't stand it any longer, I don't need to stand it any longer. After the head teacher came in, everyone quieted down. It's time to distribute martial arts training resources. I will definitely be able to break through 500 points of combat power this time. Some people were muttering to each other. Zhao Tao and Shen Mengyao also walked in from outside. Everyone looked at them with envy. At the same time, he looked in Li Fei's direction with contempt. It was because of his lack of martial arts talent that he lost his beautiful school girlfriend to someone else. They all wanted to see Li Fei get angry. However, it disappointed them all. Li Fei looked calm, as if he didn't know Zhao Tao and Shen Mengyao. Zhao Tao glanced at Li Fei, curled his lips with a hint of disdain, and sat back in his seat. Shen Mengyao passed by Li Fei without opening her eyes to look. She didn't want Zhao Tao to misunderstand. The strange atmosphere in the class also caught the attention of the head teacher at the podium. He also knew that school beauty Shen Mengyao and Li Fei were in love. But it's a pity that one has 800 basic combat power and the other has 300 basic combat power. There will be no results at all. The future lies in Shen Mengyao and Zhao Tao being together. These two people have the highest basic combat power in the class. Shen Mengyao has not awakened any special talents, but she has reached a basic combat power of 800 just by her own ability. Her martial arts aptitude is definitely not low. Alright, now let's start distributing this month's martial arts training resources. The head teacher looked at the bag on the table with a complicated look and said, "The cultivation resources in the bags are not the same, and the school will distribute them based on each person's test results. There are naturally many excellent people. Naturally, there are fewer students with poor grades." Soon, the head teacher read out the names and students went up one after another to receive theirs. Li Fei, who was sitting in his seat, never waited for his name to be called. There were 50 people in the class, 49 of them had already received it, but he was the only one who didn't. "Teacher, is there something missing? Where is mine?" Li Fei stood up and asked. "TSK. They're all just trash with 300 combat power anyway, it would be a waste to use them. It seems the school doesn't plan to give him any this month. They've given up on him." Some people couldn't help but sneer smugly. Shen Mengyao and Zhao Tao were also watching the show, looking at Li Fei and the head teacher. The homeroom teacher took a deep breath and said, "Li Fei, your martial arts test strength is too low. The school has just decided to cancel your martial arts training resources starting this month and transfer them to Zhao Tao. So your training resources for this month are already in Zhao Tao's bag." "No wonder, I was wondering why my bag is a lot heavier than last month. This school is really great. They know I have an A-level talent and more training resources, so they specially gave me the last place in the class. I really love this school. Some of you should quickly transfer to the liberal arts class and honestly take the liberal arts college entrance exam. Martial arts are not suitable for you. As a human being, you must have self-awareness." Zhao Tao tossed the bag of cultivation resources into his hand, his words filled with undisguised sarcasm and pride. His eyes were fixed directly on Li Fei. First, he broke up with his school beauty girlfriend and followed Zhao Tao, who had a level talent. Later, the martial arts training resources were cancelled, but they were still given to Zhao Tao, who had a level talent. Both of Li Fei's things were ruthlessly snatched away by Zhao Tao. At this moment, Li Fei became the laughingstock of the whole class. Snap. Even though Li Fei has lived 2 lives and doesn't want to argue with a teenage kid, he is really angry at this moment. He plans to show off. "It seems that I can't hide until the martial arts exam. The chaos body requires a huge amount of resources. They have already bullied me. I can't stand it anymore." Li Fei thought in his heart, and a sharp golden light flashed in his eyes. "Hey, Li Fei, come to my office. The rest of you are free to disband and practice." As the class teacher, he didn't want to see this scene and said with a sigh, "I plan to leave the classroom directly." But at this moment, a sudden voice made him stop and look at the person who spoke with an incredible look. "Zhao Tao, I want to challenge you to a duel. Don't you dare answer it. You lose. All the martial arts training resources in your hands, as well as all the martial arts training resources in the future, belong to me." Li Fei raised his head and looked directly at Zhao Tao and said coldly, "What? Li Fei actually wants to challenge Zhao Tao in a one-on-one duel. Did I hear correctly? Am I hallucinating? A rookie with no special talents and a base combat power of 300 is fighting against a powerful warrior with a level Flame Lord talents and a base combat power of 900? Isn't this just asking for trouble?" It seems that Li Fei has been maddened and has a problem with his brain. "TSK tisk, there's going to be some fun." The sound of raging waves rang out in the classroom. No one thinks Li Fei is brave, they just think he is an idiot. This is definitely an act of seeking death. Zhao Tao, who has awakened the A-level talent of the Flame Lord, is recognized as the strongest 18-year-old in the school. Shen Mengyao was stunned at first, then she realized what was happening and frowned. "You're asking for trouble." She thought that her breakup with Li Fei must have been too much of a blow to her, and now that her resources had been cancelled, she had a problem with her brain. "Ha ha ha ha. Everyone heard it, he was the one who took the initiative to challenge me. I didn't force him. What if you lose?" Zhao Tao was also stunned, then laughed wildly and said in a sinister voice, "In everyone's opinion, Li Fei is just ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. If I lose, I will die in front of you." Li Fei ignored the ridicule of these jumping clowns and said indifferently, "The ridicule of these people actually did not cause any harm to him. In your previous life, you lived for 100 years. What kind of desolate, dark, evil, and terrible things have you not encountered? I've encountered things even more vicious than these." He lived to be 100 years old and died of natural causes, which is enough to show that he had a good mentality and was able to endure. These little brats are not even qualified to tickle him. However, the school cancelled his martial arts training resources and gave his breakup with the school beauty to the same person. This made him realize that he could not endure it anymore and he had to show some ability, otherwise everyone would think he was a soft persimmon. Okay. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish, Zhao Tao said coldly with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The hand holding the bag tightened. Teacher, you act as the notary. Take this bag. If he wins, give it to him. If he dies, don't blame me. After all, in battle, fists and feet have no eyes. And he also said he can die. Zhao Tao threw the bag in his hand to the head teacher and smiled sinisterly. These resources were nothing in his eyes. After all, his family was wealthy and powerful. As long as the resources were not too high-end, he could have as many as he wanted. Li Fei, what are you doing? The head teacher frowned and scolded. Teacher, I have made up my mind. No need to dissuade me. If anything goes wrong, I will take the responsibility myself. It has nothing to do with you or the school. I'm putting my words here, and everyone present can serve as a witness. Li Fei said calmly. That's right. We can all be witnesses. It was Li Fei who sought death. Yes. It was Li Fei who asked Zhao Tao to beat him to death. The whole class said that they were not afraid of making trouble. You. The head teacher frowned and snorted coldly. If you want to fight, go to the designated arena in the school. If you start fighting here, you will all be punished. He didn't want to see things develop to this point. He could only take things one step at a time. When the time came, he would be able to rescue Li Fei at any time and let him go to the liberal arts class. Chapter 4 One punch sends Zhao Tao flying. Talent revealed. Shocking the entire audience. In an instant, the news that Li Fei was going to challenge Zhao Tao spread throughout number 1 middle school. This was also done intentionally by the group of people in class 1. They just wanted to let everyone see Li Fei making a fool of himself and give him another blow. In the past, I was the number 1 in liberal arts, and everyone else was suppressed. Now that I finally have the chance, I must step on it hard. However, the scene they wanted to see was destined to never happen. Because Li Fei is different now. School arena. Many people have gathered. There are students in the first, second, and third year of high school. One is the first in liberal arts for 3 years. One is the only genius in the entire school who has awakened the talent of a level Fire Lord. These two people are well known to everyone. Open. Open. Li Fei versus Zhao Tao. Zhao Tao 1-1. Li Fei is 1-10. Come and place your bets. Just then, someone opened the betting next to the ring. I'd bet on Zhao Tao to win. 1,000 federal coins. I'd bet on Zhao Tao to win. 10,000 federal coins. I'm betting on Zhao Tao to win. 5,000 federal coins. The scene was lively, and many people took out money to bet on Zhao Tao to win. Many people knew the inside story that Li Fei only had a basic combat power of 300. I don't think we can win at all. At this moment, Li Fei walked out of the crowd and became the focus of attention. It's Li Fei, the top student in the liberal arts department. How courageous of Zhao Tao to challenge someone with a combat power of 900 with only 300 combat power. In this day and age, being first in the liberal arts is no longer useful. Everyone started to mock. Here is 10,000 yuan, I bet on myself to win. A stack of money appeared in Li Fei's hand. These were all saved by doing odd jobs in his spare time. Since the business is open here, he won't be polite. Don't miss out on free money. If you pay out 10 times 10,000 yuan, you will get 100,000 yuan if you win, plus the principal, it will be 100,000 yuan. It's so cool to make money so quickly. After saying that, he put the money on the table. Ha, so you're here to give me money. Everyone laughed. You actually came to give me money, what a good relationship. The student who opened the market saw Li Fei's action and he smiled in his heart. To be honest, with so many people betting on Zhao Tao to win, he must be under some financial pressure. Every bit of money we can earn now is valuable. Okay, Li Fei, I'll write it down for you. The student who opened the market nodded. Then he handed an invoice to Li Fei and said, keep this invoice safe. If you win, bring it over to exchange for money. Yeah. Li Fei took the invoice and turned to the stage. Many people sneered at Li Fei's action. In the crowd, the school beauty Shen Mengyao frowned even more. I feel that Li Fei is particularly embarrassed. Luckily, I broke up with him. It was so embarrassing. He was clearly in a losing situation, but he had to do this. Was he deliberately trying to get my attention? That's so childish. Shen Mengyao shook her head in disappointment. She didn't even know why she had fallen for Li Fei before. I'm going to lose anyway, and I'm going to give away 10,000 yuan for nothing. Can't I just use it to get myself hospital treatment? What a waste of time. Do you still think it's possible to defeat me? I don't even need any talent to deal with you. One punch will kill you. Seeing Li Fei going up to the ring, Zhao Tao, who had been waiting here for a long time, sneered. You talk too much nonsense. Let's get started. Li Fei stood on the ring, looking at Zhao Tao indifferently. He also wanted to see the power of his chaotic body. Zhao Tao, this is a competition, don't let anyone get killed, the head teacher reminded. Don't worry, teacher. For your sake, I'll leave him a breath. Li Fei, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you attack first. I'll stand still. Zhao Tao stood with his hands behind his back, his nose turned upwards, and spoke proudly. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Li Fei didn't waste any time and started straight away. The place where he was originally standing sank directly. What a fast speed! This kind of strength and speed can be produced with only 300 combat power? Below the stage, the head teacher's pupils shrank and he looked shocked. Could it be that Li Fei is hiding? Zhao Tao, who originally didn't take it seriously, also changed his expression. The impact in front of him gave him a huge sense of oppression. There's something wrong with this kid. He's so fast. Zhao Tao was shocked, and his body instinctively sensed the danger, so he raised his hand and punched out. In the blink of an eye, Li Fei had already shot in front of him, clenched his right hand into a fist, mobilized the strength in his body, gathered in his fist, and struck out fiercely. This does not mobilize the innate power of the chaotic body, but simply uses the physical power of the chaotic body. Bang! The two fists collided, there was an explosion, and the air was ignited. Next second, Li Fei, who was looked down upon by everyone, stood firmly in Zhao Tao's position. Zhao Tao, who was favored by everyone, flew backwards like an arrow and had to use all his strength to steady himself. What? What the hell? The whole audience fell silent at first, and then there was a sound of shock. How so? Isn't he only 300 combat power? How could he possibly knock Zhao Tao away with just one punch? Even I can't do that. In the crowd, Shen Mengyao was shocked, her eyes widened, her mouth open in disbelief. Zhao Tao was sent flying with one punch. Could he really be hiding? He clearly has such strong abilities, why is he hiding them and making us think he's useless? If he hadn't been hiding it, the principal wouldn't have taken away his training resources, and this wouldn't have happened. The head teacher was also shocked, and then became confused. On the ring, Zhao Tao steadied his body and looked at his trembling right hand, feeling a tearing pain. His bones were actually broken. If he hadn't mobilized his strength at the last moment to increase defense on his right hand, his entire hand would probably have been broken. He felt incredible. Impossible. You are just a useless piece of shit with a combat power of 300. How could you make me so embarrassed? Zhao Tao couldn't believe it. He couldn't accept the fact that Li Fei was stronger than him, and a level talent awakener. That's the truth. Use all your strength, otherwise, you will die in the next blow. Li Fei looked at his fist with a look of satisfaction and said indifferently. This time he was just testing the basic power of the chaos body. Next time, it won't be like that. Alright. Li Fei will let you see the power of a level talent. Flame Lord. Out. A murderous look flashed in Zhao Tao's eyes. He can't lose today. Otherwise you will become the laughingstock of the whole audience. A raging fire burst out of his body. The shadow of a fire lord appeared and merged into Zhao Tao. The whole place was hot, the ground was torn apart, and blazing flames emerged. It was as if the entire arena was engulfed in a world of flames. Flame-burning sky palm. Suppress. Zhao Tao struck out with a palm. This is the Flame Lord's innate skill. Once used, his basic combat power was increased. Easily exceeded 1,000. Come on. Li Fei's eyes flashed with golden light and he was full of fighting spirit. Today, he will completely get rid of the labels of being the last one and a waste. Let us take Zhao Tao, the strongest person in the school, as a stepping stone. His whole body was shining with golden light, and a golden shadow similar to his appeared on his body. It's the Chaos Body. At this moment, Li Fei's basic combat power soared directly. Then he clenched his fist and punched hard. This is talent. The head teacher's pupils shrank and he turned pale with shock. Li Fei actually awakened his talent. Then it turned into great joy. Chapter 5 Killed with one punch. Shen Mengyao regrets it. Bang! Crack, crack, crack. A fist and a palm collided. Burst out with powerful force. However, the next second, Zhao Tao's flame-burning sky palm was instantly shattered. The entire arm was twisted by the overbearing force, and the bones and tendons inside were shattered. Ah! Screams were heard. Zhao Tao's face was filled with pain and his body flew backwards, hitting the wall behind the ring hard. He fell to the ground and spat out blood. His drowsy eyes stared at the blurry figure, full of disbelief. Impossible. I have an A-level talent, how could I lose to a loser with a combat power of 300? Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and passed out. Holy crap! Zhao Tao actually lost. What? Zhao Tao, who has a level talent, lost. The whole audience erupted in an uproar. This. How is it possible? Below the stage, school beauty Shen Mengyao widened her eyes, opened her red lips, and stood there in shock. The strongest fighter in the entire arena was actually defeated by a useless guy who once had a combat power of 300. Could it be that Li Fei has been deliberately hiding his cultivation? Why are you doing this? If you hadn't hidden your cultivation, I wouldn't have asked for a breakup. Are you kidding me? School beauty Shen Mengyao clenched her fists, feeling humiliated. She felt like she had become the biggest clown. The head teacher checked Zhao Tao's injuries and couldn't help but gasp. The entire arm was comminuted. Even with today's advanced medical conditions, it would take several weeks to fully recover. What a cruel method. However, not killing Zhao Tao was already Li Fei's biggest reservation. For Li Fei, it was just a few taunts, harmless and not enough to kill him. This comminuted fracture was just a lesson. The head teacher said, I declare that Li Fei wins this competition. Everyone disperse. After he finished speaking, he rushed to the infirmary with Zhao Tao. No matter what, Zhao Tao is also an A-level talent awakener in their school. He is very rare and must not die. This is the power of the Chaos Body. Just a tiny bit of chaos power is enough to make it so overbearing. If it were to be fully activated, I'm afraid Zhao Tao wouldn't even have his ashes left today. Li Fei looked at his fist and was secretly amazed. Now it's time to collect the money. When he thought that he not only taught Zhao Tao a lesson but also earned 100,000 yuan, his mood immediately improved. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he arrived at the opening place. Halfway through, everyone showed fear and made way for him. Give me the money. Li Fei put the bill on the table and said lightly. Okay. The student who opened the market swallowed his saliva and handed 110,000 federal coins to Li Fei with some trembling. Li Fei was very satisfied. He put the 110,000 yuan into the system warehouse and left. Only after he left did the sound of the waves begin. It's over, my money. Zhao Tao actually lost. My money is gone. That's all my wealth. Shen Mengyao looked at Li Fei's back with a complicated expression and quickly left the place. Li Fei. Wait a moment. When they arrived at an empty corridor, Shen Mengyao called out to Li Fei. Li Fei stopped walking. He had already noticed that the other party was catching up with him. How? Want to stand up for your boyfriend? You think someone with an A-level talent was defeated by me with one punch, and you, someone without an awakened talent, can be my opponent? If it weren't for the fact that we've been classmates for 3 years and that this is school, he would be dead today. Li Fei turned and looked at Shen Mengyao, his eyes flashed with a cold light, and said indifferently. You've changed. You weren't like this before. I feel like you're a stranger to me. Shen Mengyao looked at Li Fei with complicated eyes. For some reason, she felt a sense of strangeness. It seemed as if she didn't recognize the current Li Fei at all. It's not that I've changed, I just figured out a lot of things. Li Fei put his hands in his pockets and said indifferently. Was the golden shadow you just created a natural ability? Have you awakened a special talent? Shen Mengyao was silent, then took a deep breath and asked. Well, right after you broke up with me, I suddenly woke up. So, was it surprising or surprising? Now it seems that my special talent is more powerful than your boyfriend Zhao Tao's A-level Flame Lord. In a way, I have to thank you. If you hadn't broken up with me, I wouldn't have been able to awaken such a powerful special talent. And I wouldn't have been able to kill Zhao Tao in one punch. Li Fei's voice was full of sarcasm. He raised his right hand and clenched it. A golden light appeared and turned into a burning flame. Chaos is invisible, and it was all golden light before. But it encompasses everything. He had just comprehended Zhao Tao's power of fire, and even learned the opponent's flame-burning sky palm. This is also thanks to the Chaos Body's inherent ability to deduce everything. This ability is really powerful. You can learn it at a glance. So now Chaos has its first shape, which is Golden Flame. Li Fei called it Chaos Fire. If the flame-burning sky palm is performed using the flames formed by the power of chaos, the power will definitely be explosive. Shen Mengyao could feel that this flame was more terrifying than Zhao Tao's. Li Fei, I know you still have me in your heart. I was impulsive before, and I apologize to you. I was also forced to break up with you and become his girlfriend because of Zhao Tao's threats. This is not my true love. My heart has always been with you. Let's get back together. We'll be together forever and never separate. Okay? Shen Mengyao lowered her posture, showing a look of a little girl admitting her mistake, and spoke tactfully. Forced? Get back together? Hearing this, Li Fei smiled. The laughter was mocking. He clenched his fist and the chaos fire in his hand dissipated. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? I can fool you with just a few words? Then he looked at Shen Mengyao coldly. Do you think it's possible? Shen Mengyao. You're on your own. Li Fei snorted coldly and turned away. Li Fei. Are you really so heartless? 3 years of relationship can't stand the test like this. I am wrong, but you are not wrong. I just want to become stronger. What's wrong with me? If you had shown your powerful talent before, how could I have left you? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Shen Mengyao stomped her feet in anger, tears falling, and shouted in despair. Shen Mengyao, what you said is correct. You and I are destined not to be from the same world. From now on, you can only look at me with admiration. When I reach the pinnacle in the future, you will only have endless regret and sorrow in your heart. This is my punishment for betraying me first. I will trample down all of you who look down on me. Li Fei's voice was indifferent, but it revealed confidence and determination. He left, leaving behind only a domineering back. From this moment on, a young and powerful warrior will rise rapidly and powerfully, shocking the whole world. Chapter 6 The principal was dumbfounded. Li Fei, have you awakened your talent? After the head teacher settled Zhao Tao, he found Li Fei and asked him questions. Yes. Li Fei nodded. Why have you been hiding all this time? The head teacher asked puzzledly with a look of joy on his face. I didn't hide it. My talent just awakened today. Li Fei said lightly. Then you are really lucky. You should test your combat capability again. As long as you achieve excellent results, I will personally talk to the principal. Not only will your monthly martial arts training resources be restored, but you will also get more, said the head teacher. Okay. Li Fei nodded. He also wanted to see what his current basic combat power was. Return to the testing hall. Li Fei punched the instrument. Bang! Followed by a loud bang. The instrument displays a 4-digit number. 1000. 1000. Your talent actually allows you to directly increase your basic combat power by 700. Even though the head teacher was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the numbers he saw. He gasped and exclaimed. Could your awakened talent be related to great strength? Asked the head teacher. Li Fei nodded. Not bad. Zhao Tao's A-level Flame Lord has only been upgraded to 900. Before, his combat power had reached 600, which means he only increased his basic combat power by 300. And you've increased by a full 700. Could it be that you've awakened an S-level talent? Or even SS level? The head teacher was surprised. The quality of special talents is actually determined by them, and there is no completely accurate standard for identification so far. I think so. He's very strong anyway. Li Fei nodded. Then why don't you try to activate your innate power and see how much impact you can generate with one punch? The head teacher asked curiously. Li Fei was also curious. Okay. The next second, he activated the power of his chaotic body and pushed it to its current limit. A chaotic shadow appeared on his body, making him look like a chaotic god of war, illuminating the entire testing hall. The head teacher gasped, his eyes filled with envy. Such talent is incredible, even a late-stage warrior like me is shocked. Take a deep breath, concentrate all your strength on your right hand, and strike again. Bang! This time the explosion was obviously more violent than before. The air in the entire hall seemed to tremble. The next second, the value on the instrument was displayed. 10,000. 10,000. Holy crap! It's actually 10,000. Do you have to be so outrageous? The head teacher widened his eyes and screamed. Fear appeared in his eyes. This is the basic combat power that has reached the martial artist level. A rookie whose basic combat power is just 300. The awakened talent on the same day first gained a basic combat power of 1,000. Then comes the basic combat power of 10,000. Damn, this is so scary. This is just the power of innate talent. If you add martial arts learning later, it will be even higher. How's it going, teacher? Li Fei's mouth corners raised. In this world where martial arts are respected, there are some things that do not need to be hidden. If you want more high-quality resources, you must fight for them with your own strength. Only by letting others know that you are strong and excellent enough can you gain respect. Good. 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 I will report this to the principal right now, and your martial arts training resources will definitely be doubled. This martial arts exam is going to be exciting. After the head teacher came to his senses, he looked at Li Fei carefully and found this guy more and more pleasing to the eye. These are the martial arts training resources that Zhao Tao lost to you. I will report this and ask him to give you the resources until graduation. Then he handed the bag to Li Fei and went to see the principal with the report form he had just printed. As for Zhao Tao's family, they won't cause me any trouble, right? Li Fei asked casually. The homeroom teacher said, don't worry, the school will suppress this matter. They won't dare to do anything to you while you're in school, nor will they do anything to you while you're in the base city. But once you leave the base city, it's hard to say what will happen. That's enough. Li Fei said, then I'll go practice first. Well, go ahead. I'll go find the principal. The head teacher left in a hurry. Li Fei found a training room and walked in. Open the bag. There are 10 yellow pills inside. It is the most commonly used Peiyuan pill for martial arts practice in this world. It is made by an alchemist. These schools are under federal coordination, and the number and level of scholarships will be distributed based on the school's federal ranking. Alchemist is also a very important and respected secondary profession in this world. In addition, there are 2 other secondary professions, equipment refiner and formation master, which are also very powerful. The normal monthly allowance for a person is 3 pills, but Zhao Tao is better, so he gets an extra 1, so there are 10 pills in total. However, you cannot take too many pills, otherwise you will become highly dependent on them, and the accumulation of pill poison in your body will not be good for your future cultivation. Anyway, elixirs are a double-edged sword. It depends on how you use it. I am a chaos body. Erysipelas is also a kind of energy to me and is harmless. Li Fei disagreed with this. He reached out and grabbed a handful, and put exactly 10 of them in his mouth. A normal person can only eat 1 at a time, because the medicine is very strong. But Li Fei is a chaotic body and is not taken into consideration. The pill melts in your mouth. Sit cross-legged and practice with your 5 hearts facing the sky. With the help of the chaotic body, it can quickly sense the free energy between heaven and earth, absorb it into the body and refine it together with the elixir. Alas, our ranking has dropped again. If there isn't another student with excellent grades in this year's martial arts exam who can help our school's ranking move up, the martial arts training resources allocated to our school next year will be even less. In the principal's office, the principal looked at the federal ranking results on the computer and suddenly felt extremely tired. If this vicious cycle continues, their school's ranking will only get lower and lower until it reaches the bottom and there's no way they can go any higher. As the principal, he was extremely worried about this matter. When I heard the head teacher of Class 1 talking about Li Fei, I couldn't help but get angry. This guy Li Fei is just ignorant and can't see the situation clearly. As the principal, he focuses on the overall situation rather than individuals. If Li Fei had good grades, he would not have allowed the top student in liberal arts to transfer to the liberal arts class. But fortunately, at least we have Zhao Tao, an A-level talent, this year. There's no need to be too sad. As long as he gets a good score on the martial arts exam in a month, our school's ranking will rise and we'll get more and better martial arts training resources. When he thought of Zhao Tao, this was his last hope. After all, among the hundreds of people in the whole school, he is the only one who has awakened A-level talent. But just then the phone rang. He answered. "What's the matter?" "Tell me," the principal said indifferently. The next second, his expression changed and his eyes widened. He stood up directly from his office chair. "What?" Li Fei, with a basic combat power of 300, defeated Zhao Tao, who had the A-level talent of Flame Lord, with one punch. A golden shadow appeared during the battle. It seems Li Fei has also awakened his talent, and it is very likely that he has surpassed Zhao Tao's A level. If it's above a rank, then it's S rank, right? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Really? Don't lie to me. The principal's eyes widened and he was completely stunned. Boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The head teacher of Class 1 walked in from outside. "Principal, good news. Our school has produced an unparalleled monster. He's definitely a dark horse, even darker than Zhao Tao. Our school's ranking is expected to improve this year." Chapter 7 The Principal's Attitude. Basic combat power soars by 1000. My talent just awakened today. Using my physical strength, I can hit 1000, which is equivalent to the basic combat power of an early warrior. Using my talent power, I can hit 10,000. When the principal saw the contents of the report in his hand, his eyes widened in disbelief. With someone like him, his talent definitely surpasses A level and reaches S level. Or even SS level. I never expected that the least promising student would bring me the biggest surprise and become the school's strongest dark horse this year. Try to suppress his news as much as possible and don't let anyone outside know about it. I'm going to give them a big surprise during the martial arts exam in a month. The principal was very happy. With Li Fei here, the school's ranking is expected to improve this year. "Principal, what about his martial arts training resources?" The homeroom teacher asked. Before the competition, they made a bet. Zhao Tao lost, and from now on, all the training resources in the school will be given to Li Fei. This is the most important thing. No matter how talented one is, without sufficient resources for cultivation, one's growth will be very slow. Is this really true? However, Zhao Tao's family is wealthy and has no shortage of school resources. Giving his share to Li Fei is indeed a good choice. In addition to this, I will give him 10 Peiyuan pills every day, and I will open the best training room in the school to Li Fei all day long. I will let him strive to improve as much as possible within this month, and he won't need to attend theoretical classes. The principal spoke. "Okay, principal." The head teacher looked very happy. "What about Zhao Tao?" he asked tentatively. "I will step in to suppress the matter. After he finishes the martial arts exam and goes to a better university, the Zhao family won't be able to cause him any trouble," the principal said slowly. "As for Zhao Tao, he's also an A-level talent after all. I'll use the best medicine to treat him and personally mediate between the two of them. At least, they shouldn't cause any trouble during the time between school and the martial arts exam. After the exam, everyone will go their separate ways, and I won't be involved anymore." Although the Zhao group is very strong in the base city. But it was not enough in his eyes. He was not only a martial arts master, but also a government employee. To a certain extent, just one word from him would mean that the Zhao group would have a hard time in the future and might even be at risk of bankruptcy. Of course, this is under the premise that the Zhao group does not give him face. "Okay, then I'll trouble you, principal." The head teacher nodded. "Okay, you can go down." The principal chased him away. The head teacher laughed. "Let's take a gamble and give that martial arts book to Li Fei. I hope he won't let me down." The principal muttered to himself, then stood up and left the office. In order to allow Li Fei to maximize the school's ranking, he was determined to give it his all. This investment will definitely not disappoint him. At the same time, as time goes by, in the training room, Li Fei's strength reached its highest point at this moment. However, he did not break through to the middle stage of warrior. The growth rate of the chaotic body is inherently slow, which is mainly reflected in the fact that it requires more energy from heaven and earth to be absorbed during cultivation. The gap is at least 10 times that of other warriors. Fortunately, the speed of cultivation is fast enough. At this rate, within a month, as long as there are enough resources for cultivation, it may not be impossible to reach the realm of martial artist. There are countless strong people in the Federation. In the martial arts examination in a month, there may be an 18-year-old martial artist, or even a military general. Li Fei's innate conditions are far inferior to those with better conditions, so he needs more time and effort. When he woke up from his training and left the training room, it was already dusk outside. He came to the testing instrument and threw a simple punch. Bang! 2,000. 2,000. Li Fei was also a little surprised. In this short period of time, the basic combat power has increased by 1,000. Is this the terrifying cultivation speed of the chaos body? It's so powerful. But this is also thanks to the 10 Peiyuan pills, otherwise it would not have been possible to increase by 1,000 in such a short time. According to the division of basic combat power and realm. 1,000 to 3,000, the early stage of warrior. 4,000 to 6,000, mid-stage warrior. 7,000 to 9,000, late-stage warrior. 9,900 to 9,999, the peak of warriors. Li Fei is still 2,000 away from the middle stage of warrior. It is very difficult for ordinary people to break through. But for him who has a chaotic body, it is nothing. It's just a matter of a few days. If you give me another 20 or 30 Peiyuan pills, I will be able to enter the middle stage of warrior tomorrow. However, even if I am a genius, the school can't give so much at once. It's a huge expense. I have to rely on myself for everything. I'll see if I can find a tutor to make some money, or I can just fight in the underground blackboxing to earn money to buy pills. Li Fei was more open-minded. Seeing that it was getting late, he planned to go home first. Snap! But at this moment, a voice came from behind. It was the document that fell on the ground. The person who came was none other than the head teacher of Class 1. He left after seeing Li Fei still practicing. Now when I looked over, I saw Li Fei boxing. When it showed 2,000, I was stunned. 2,000? You didn't use your innate power, did you? The head teacher took a deep breath and asked. No, this is my pure physical strength, basic combat power. Li Fei said calmly. There will only be more things like this in the future, and the most important thing is to keep a normal mind. You've increased your basic combat power by 1,000 in such a short time. Your talent is incredible. Did you eat all those Peiyuan pills? The head teacher took a deep breath and asked. Yes. Li Fei nodded. Well, you didn't disappoint me. The principal said. The head teacher told Li Fei the result. Li Fei nodded after hearing this. Is there such a thing? Tell the principal that as long as there are enough cultivation resources, I may be able to break through to the martial master realm within a month. By then, I will definitely make the school's ranking soar to an unprecedented height that it does not belong to. As long as he is willing to invest heavily in me, I will definitely give him unexpected returns. How much he invests will determine how much he will get in return. Invest quickly before I grow up. Otherwise it will be too late. Li Fei said calmly. Now he has the advantage and he can definitely make conditions. This is the truth of this world. As long as you are strong enough and talented enough, you are not afraid to ask for conditions. Okay, I'll tell the principal what you mean. The pills will arrive tomorrow. You go back first. Be careful on the road. The head teacher said. Yeah. Li Fei nodded and left the school. Li Fei, just wait for me. I will remember this grudge. If I don't avenge this, I won't be called Zhao Tao. How can you awaken a talent that is even more powerful than mine? I don't accept it. In the infirmary, Zhao Tao, who had already woken up, looked at his right arm and a plaster cast in bandage with a look of resentment. Clench your left hand. If such a serious injury cannot be cured, it will definitely affect his college entrance examination in a month. The hatred for Li Fei became even greater. Chapter 8 The Boy Who Brings Wealth. God-level talent, Alchemy God. Having earned 100,000 yuan, Li Fei now has 110,000 yuan in his pocket. He planned to indulge in luxury. I went into a fast food restaurant and ordered the same thing, spending a total of 100 yuan. Ever since he obtained the Chaos body, he felt extremely hungry, and every cell in his body was filled with hunger. After eating and drinking, he came to the Warrior Mall. At night, many people have gotten off work, and the Warrior Mall is bustling with people coming and going. $110,000, I wonder how many cultivation resources I can buy. Li Fei was a little excited. The 100 yuan I spent on the meal was change and was not included in the total. This was his first time coming to this place, mainly because he had no money. Come to a smart counter and click on the interface to check. All kinds of things came out. Pills. Martial arts. Arms. Equipment. I took a look and the prices were ridiculously high. The 110,000 yuan in my hands seems so insignificant here. Pills are divided into grades 1 to 10. The Peiyuan Dan we eat in school is of the first grade. The price here is 10,000 yuan per piece. A second grade elixir costs 100,000 federal coins. A third grade elixir costs 1 million federal coins. A fourth grade elixir costs 10 million federal coins. A fifth grade elixir costs 100 million federal coins. By analogy, the higher the grade, the more expensive the price. After seeing the price later, Li Fei felt that the 110,000 federal coins in his hand were not worth much. In this world, the most direct way to improve strength is to use elixirs. So expensive. 110,000 can only buy 11 first-grade Peiyuan pills. Forget it, never mind, buy it. If I can become an alchemist in the future, I will become rich. Li Fei thought silently in his heart. Finally, the payment was completed and 11 first-grade Peiyuan pills were purchased. Peiyuan Dan is not only of the first grade, but also of the second grade. However, the effects of the two are not much different, so it is more cost-effective to buy a few more first-grade ones. Without any money, we were back to the time before liberation. But he has no regrets and no heartache. Money should be spent wisely. What's more, he had won the 100,000 federal coins, so he didn't feel bad at all. Holding the pill, he quickly returned home. He lives in a slum, which is a free residence arranged by the federal government for all orphans. He does not need to pay for water and electricity before the age of 18. If he wants to continue living there after the age of 18, he will have to pay 300 yuan in rent per month and pay for water and electricity himself. Even so, this is the most cost-effective place for Li Fei. The slums are dark. The facilities here are simple. At this moment, a crisis came. Out of instinct, Li Fei dodged sideways. In the darkness, a short-haired man stabbed towards me with a dagger. From the opponent's powerful strength, it can be roughly inferred that this person's cultivation is around the middle stage of warrior. Seeing Li Fei dodge, the short-haired man continued to swing the knife in his hand towards Li Fei's throat. Li Fei frowned, snorted coldly, and kicked the man in the stomach, sending him flying. Who are you? Someone from the Zhao family? You attack me in Base City. Aren't you afraid that the Federation will cause trouble for you? Li Fei asked with a frown. Not bad, you were able to repel me. Hey, kid, if you know what's good for you, just hand over those 11 first-grade Peiyuan pills in your hand, and I'll let you die more quickly. As for the Federation, it's so dark here, there's no surveillance, and it's in such a remote slum. Who would know it was me who attacked you? The people above won't care so much. The short-haired man said coldly, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. They're not from the Zhao family. They came for the 11 Peiyuan pills I have. It seems I was targeted in the Warrior Mall. Hearing this, Li Fei finally understood and thought to himself. This world is indeed dangerous everywhere. Federal law is just a constraint. People who are afraid will not take action, but there is generally no shortage of people in this world who operate outside the law. And the person in front of me is one of them. Kill me? You're just a mid-stage warrior, which is not enough. Li Fei's face was calm and he sneered. Court death. The short-haired man looked fierce and attacked again. Phantom serial stabs. He displayed his martial arts skills. The attack is like a phantom, super fast. Many shadows of knives appeared in the air. Each one looks like the real thing. But each one looks fake. False and true, true and false. Hard to tell. It has the effect of confusing the enemy. However, in front of Li Fei's chaotic body, all illusions were seen through. I'm going to try out my new moves on you. Don't blame me if you get killed. A strong murderous intent flashed in Li Fei's eyes, and chaotic golden light appeared. The shadow of the chaotic body emerged. Chaos burning sky palm. The chaotic power in the body turned into flames and struck out with a palm. The combat power exceeds 10,000. This is the martial art he learned, which is a modified version of Zhao Tao's flame-burning sky palm. Using the fire of chaos to activate it, it is naturally the chaos-burning sky palm, and this name is more impressive. The short-haired man's pupils shrank. Bang! The next second, all the dagger attacks were broken, and the giant palm slapped his body, turning him into ashes. During this process, not even a scream was heard. Those bits of ashes floated in the wind. I've learned another move. Not bad. You knew I was lacking in martial arts skills, so you came to give them to me. You're such a kind person. Li Fei slowly opened his eyes, and golden light flashed. He had already understood the phantom chain stabs that the short-haired man had just performed. The power and speed he unleashes will be even more terrifying. He was not afraid of being found by the federal government as long as he destroyed the body. Even if he really found it, he would have a reason. Suddenly, he saw a ring on the ground. This is storage ring. Li Fei's face lit up with joy as he took it up to check. Wow, it really is a first-level storage ring. There are 10 cubic meters of space inside. It is a space storage equipment created by a weapon refiner. Storage rings are much more expensive than elixirs. A first-level storage ring costs 100,000 federal coins. Inside the ring, there were 300,000 federal coins, a dagger, some clothes, and some pills. There are 10 first-grade Peiyuan pills and 5 second-grade Peiyuan pills. In addition, there is a tattered sheepskin map. Holy crap! I'm rich now. This guy is truly a money-giving boy. He knows I'm short of money and resources. Now I really am a kind person. Li Fei looked happy. The man's arrival is not a robbery, it is clearly a gift of wealth. Got home and took a shower. Sitting on the bed. He took all the first-grade and second-grade pills, assumed the 5 heart to the sky posture, and began to practice. The chaotic body devoured madly and domineeringly, refining the medicinal power of all the elixirs. Time flies and it is already the next morning. Li Fei's aura has reached a whole new level. His whole body is filled with endless powerful strength. At this moment, the voice of the strongest martial arts system sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the mid-level warrior stage and gaining a new god-level talent, Alchemy God. Alchemy God, you have mastered all knowledge, techniques, and experience related to elixirs. No matter what kind of elixir, as long as you have the ingredients, you can 100% refine it perfectly. Chapter 9 The principal takes out his best investment. Shen level martial arts, slashing sky sword technique. A lot of knowledge about elixirs appeared in Li Fei's mind. My mind is immersed in it. After mastering it, he completely became the god of alchemy. The first thing he did was to analyze the prescriptions for the first grade and second grade Peiyuan Dan that he had taken, and conduct reverse reasoning based on the efficacy, smell, color, etc. The answer came quickly. A spiritual ginseng that is more than 10 years old. It replenishes qi and strengthens the body, and has mild medicinal properties. A drop of blood from a low-level monster. Increase blood and energy. 2 pieces of Polygonatum sibiricum that is more than 10 years old. Nourishes qi and blood, and assists the medicinal properties of Lingshan. These 3 are the main medicines. 10-year Poria cocos, 3 grams. Harmonize medicinal properties and remove impurities. 10 years of licorice, 1 penny. Neutralize the poison and increase the success rate of pill making. These 2 are auxiliary medicines. A cup of rootless water. Stimulate the fusion of medicinal properties. This is the medicine. The above is the recipe and dosage of the first-grade Peiyuan pill. As for the second-grade Peiyuan pill, it is based on the original medicine, with the age of the medicine increased to 20 years, and contains 2 drops of monster blood. Alchemists really do make huge profits. These ingredients only cost around 1,000 yuan on the market, but after being refined into pills, they can actually sell for 10,000, or even 100,000. TSK. I'd been taken advantage of. When Li Fei learned about the ingredients of Peiyuan Dan, his face suddenly turned dark. The 11 first-grade Peiyuan pills that I bought for 110,000 only cost about 10,000. It's dark. It's so dark. No wonder alchemists are so lucrative in all those novels. It would be a shame if we didn't make such huge profits. At this moment, Li Fei finally felt a little heartbroken. The main reason is that the profits are too huge. If he used 110,000 to buy raw materials, he could refine a large amount and eat until he vomited. Fortunately, from now on, I can buy the raw materials and refine them myself, which can save a lot of money. That guy sent us 300,000 federal coins last night, which is just enough to buy a large amount of medicinal herbs. Li Fei has in mind a better elixir than the Peiyuan pill in this world. It is also called Peiyuan Dan, but it contains more and better medicinal ingredients and has stronger medicinal properties. The Peiyuan pill in this world actually has many shortcomings. As long as he can find the medicinal herbs to refine them, his cultivation level will definitely be able to break through to the martial arts master level in a short period of time. Go back to school and talk to the principal to see if the pill reward can be exchanged for cash for me. It would be more cost-effective for me to buy the materials and refine them myself. Li Fei's eyes moved and he thought to himself. The next second, the character interface is summoned for viewing. Host, Li Fei. Level, Mid-Stage Warrior. God level talent, Chaos Body. Alchemy God. Innate Divine Power, Light of Primal Chaos. Vortex of Returning to the Ruins. All laws return to the pill. Pill Tribulation steals the heavens. Nativity Domain, Chaos Domain. Alchemy God Domain. Basic Combat Power, 4000. Martial Arts, Chaos Burning Heaven Poem. Phantom Serial Stabs. The God-level talent of Danshan not only gave him knowledge, experience, and technology. There are also 2 magical powers and a domain. He has a lot of cards up his sleeve now. Even when facing a martial artist, he can be killed easily. After getting out of bed, washing up, and having breakfast, I headed to school. At the same time, Zhao Group. Son, what are you going to do? If you want to kill Li Fei, you can only wait until he leaves the base city. He can defeat you. And the appearance of the golden shadow means he has definitely awakened a talent stronger than yours. Your class teacher must have reported this to the principal. If he gets into trouble in the base city, they will definitely suspect us. If they really find out, our Zhao group will be finished. Most importantly, the principal personally called us last night to warn us. From his tone, I can tell he values Li Fei very much. His talent is definitely superior to yours. And the bottle of potion I gave you last night was also sent by him. Otherwise, the injury on your right arm would not have healed overnight. He plans to personally mediate the conflict between you and Li Fei. His goal is to help you get a good ranking in the martial arts exam in a month. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses looked at the boy and said, "This person is Zhao Tao's father." The young man in front of him was Zhao Tao. After hearing this, Zhao Tao squeezed his healed right hand, anger flashing in his eyes. He snorted coldly, "I've made up my mind. I won't go back to school until the martial arts exam comes. I want my family to give me training resources. In a month's exam, I will personally pay back the injuries and humiliation 100-fold. You have ambition, you are truly worthy of being a descendant of the Zhao family. Well, don't worry, the family will definitely provide you with the best training resources, so that you can break through to the martial master level within a month." My father nodded. Inside a middle school. "Li Fei, you're here just in time. The principal wants to see you. Come with me to the office." The head teacher appeared in the corridor and saw Li Fei, who had just returned to school, and spoke enthusiastically. In fact, in the martial arts class, you don't need to come to class regularly, you can practice on your own. There is still 1 month left before the martial arts exam, and everyone is making their final sprint, concentrating on hard training to improve their basic combat capabilities as much as possible. Okay. Li Fei nodded. Soon we arrived at the principal's office. "You go in, I'm leaving first." The head teacher left after saying this. When I entered the office, the principal had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Li Fei come in, the principal smiled warmly. "Student Li Fei, right? Please take a seat." "Principal, I wonder why you called me here." Li Fei sat down and asked. "You're young and promising." The principal looked at Li Fei. Li Fei had a strong and powerful aura, which made him shine with brilliance at the sight of him. "It's just luck. I was lucky." Li Fei was a little modest. "Luck is also a kind of strength. I came here this time to give this to you." I hope you can master this sword technique within this month. The principal waved his hand and a book appeared on the table. There are 4 big words written on the front of the book. Air cutting sword technique. Air cutting sword technique? What a domineering name. Li Fei fell in love with it at first sight. This is a Xian-level martial arts manual, and it's my most valuable asset. I'm using it to invest in you this time. I don't ask for too much, I just hope you can improve the school's ranking and showcase your strengths so that more powerful martial arts universities can recruit you. The principal spoke. Xian-level martial arts. Li Fei was stunned. I didn't expect the principal to be so generous. The levels of martial arts in this world are divided from low to high into Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, Sheng, Di, and Shen. Principal, don't worry. Since you have chosen to invest such a precious martial art in me, I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely raise the school's ranking. Li Fei smiled. He picked it up and flipped through it quickly. The sky-cutting sword technique is famous for its swift spiritual power. The sword's momentum is like a violent storm. When it is practiced to perfection, it can cut through space and tear apart the void. There are 4 types in total. The first move, sky-breaking slash. The second move, sky-splitting spin. The third move, 1,000 blades breaking the clouds. The fourth move, the ultimate secret, cutting through the air and destroying everything. The more Li Fei watched, the more he liked it. It's simply my dream skill. Chapter 10 Phantom slashing the sky greatly. With the understanding brought by the chaotic body, Li Fei memorized all the contents of the Zhankong sword technique after just one glance. At the same time, quickly practice and deduce in your mind. As a flash of inspiration flashed through my mind. He seemed to have understood the mystery. I already have an idea. Just go back and practice a few more times and you should be able to get started. You can't take this book with you, but you can come and read it anytime during this month. With your memory, which is top-notch in the liberal arts, it should be easy for you to remember its contents, said the principal. After all, this is not cabbage. Although the martial arts are of the Xian level, the stronger the person, the more powerful the power will be. If it were put on the market, it would start at 10 million federal coins. It's even out of stock. After all, those who can appear in the warrior mall cannot be the strongest. The truly powerful martial arts are kept to themselves and not passed on to others. This is the air-cutting sword technique. As long as the level of the warrior performing the action is high enough, he can definitely perform it with the power of earth level, heaven level, or even above heaven level. I've written it down. Li Fei put down the book. Oh? So fast. As expected of a top student in the liberal arts department, your memory is even better than I thought. The principal's eyes lit up and he was a little surprised. Then he put the books away. Principal, I now have this sword technique, but I don't have a knife that suits me. Look here? Li Fei smiled awkwardly. Upon hearing this, the principal smiled meaningfully and said, "Don't worry, I have already prepared it for you." The sky-cutting sword technique was his most powerful Shen-level martial art, and he had already taken it out. Naturally, he had also thought of a matching sword for practice. What do you think of this knife? The principal waved his hand and a silver sword appeared, which looked very handsome. Li Fei grasped the hilt of the knife, waved it twice casually, and said with a smile, "It works very well." Thank you, Principal. By the way, Principal, I'd like to discuss something with you. Can you exchange the ammunition you give me in the future for federal currency? I want to buy the cultivation resources myself. With a thought, he put the long sword into the storage ring. You also have a storage ring? The principal was surprised. Last night, I went to the Warrior Mall to buy some medicinal pills. On my way home, I was robbed by a mid-level warrior. I killed him and got the spoils. Li Fei did not hide it and said it lightly. Well done. Are you sure it wasn't arranged by the Zhao family? The principal narrowed his eyes slightly. It shouldn't be. That guy is determined to get my pills. Li Fei shook his head. Did you destroy the body? Asked the principal. Yeah. Li Fei nodded. How does it feel to kill someone for the first time? The principal asked, nodding with satisfaction. No ripples at all. Li Fei said lightly. You make me like you more and more. I promise to exchange the pills for federal currency. You can buy any resources you need yourself. This card contains 5 million federal coins. Take it. Some of it is my personal sponsorship for you. A golden bank card appeared in the principal's hand. 5 million. Li Fei was stunned. I didn't expect to be given so much. I am very optimistic about you. This is my investment in you. The principal said with a smile. As long as you can grow and improve the school's ranking, if this money is not enough, you can always come to me and I will continue to sponsor you personally. If you rise to prominence in the future, it will be enough for you to look after me and my descendants. He also took this opportunity to express his stance. Okay, I, Li Fei, will remember this favor. Li Fei took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he took the bank card and put it into the storage ring. Hearing this, the principal laughed heartily. Ha, good, good, good. I've opened up access to the best training room in the school for you. You can use it 24 hours a day before the martial arts exam. Go practice, said the principal. Okay, goodbye. Li Fei bowed and left. In the training room, Li Fei drew out his long sword and began to practice the air-cutting sword technique. He wielded the long sword with great vigor. Even though he had never touched a long sword and knew nothing about sword techniques, he was able to master it quickly under the evolution of the chaotic body. As time goes by, as a golden blade energy slashed out from the long sword, it also meant that he had completely mastered the air-cutting sword technique. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in meditation, countless figures practiced the air-cutting sword technique in his sea of spirituality. During the process, he combined the advantage of the fast phantom serial stabs with the sword technique, making the speed of the air-cutting sword technique reach a whole new level. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The phantom of the sword light is like a violent storm. Combining the two, he successfully created a brand new martial art. Phantom cuts through the air. The sword leaves no shadow, the wind passes by without a trace. Phantom Sky Slash first style, Phantom Sky Slash. Li Fei opened his eyes, golden light burst out, and he jumped up with a long sword in his hand, slashing at the training dummy in front of him in the air. As fast as a phantom, difficult to catch. A blade of energy appeared, and the next second it split into one after another like a phantom clone, real and fake, fake and real. One after another, the sword energy easily split the training dummy with protective energy into two halves. Bang 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 bang. The original sky-breaking slash could only produce a blade of sword energy, but after combining it with the phantom chain stab, it could produce one blade that would split into many blades. If you continue to slash, the blade would continue to split, just like the phantom had no end, which was very terrifying. Good, next is the second move. Phantom Sky Slash second style, Phantom Sky Spin. Swinging the sword horizontally, the sword energy spreads out in an arc shape, and the attack range is very wide. The next second, identical sword auras split into strands and headed towards the training dummy. The sword energy has the ability to spin and cause secondary damage. With so many of them turning back at the same time, the enemy must be desperate. Phantom Slashing Sky third style, Phantom Breaking Clouds. Li Fei unleashed the power of chaos, instantly slashing out tens of thousands of sword shadows, like a torrential rain, covering the densely packed training dummies in front of him. Boom! Fortunately, this top-notch training room is very large and completely soundproof. Otherwise, it will definitely shock the rest of the people outside. This move consumes a lot of energy. After 3 moves, even with the help of the chaos body, Li Fei felt the martial energy in his body quickly dissipating. His face turned pale. But in the next second, the chaotic body began to move rapidly, absorbing the energy between heaven and earth to replenish itself. After reaching the climax, Li Fei opened his eyes again and golden light burst out. The fourth style of Phantom Slashing the Sky, the final secret Phantom Slashing the Sky, Absolute Annihilation. Li Fei's sword energy surged, all the energy gathered in the long sword, and he chopped it forward fiercely. Boom! The wall in front was split open. The sword energy cut through the space and tore out a piece of void. Smoke rises. It also means that Li Fei has mastered the martial art of phantom slashing the air. Otherwise it would be impossible to cut it out. Ha ha ha. He was breathing heavily, cold sweat pouring out of his body, squatting on one knee with his long sword standing on the ground. Now his cultivation level is only at the middle stage of warrior, which is too low. This move just now directly drained all the martial energy in his body. Oh no, I don't know if I should pay compensation. Looking at the wall of the training room that was chopped down by himself, Li Fei's mouth twitched involuntarily. Chapter 11 Hard work is worthless in the face of talent. Under the school training building, students from the first, second and third year of high school all come here to receive daily training. Senior high school students are making their final sprint. Some families who have the conditions will naturally stay at home, while some families who don't have the conditions can only come to the school for sharing. It was now approaching evening and students were leaving the training building one after another. Suddenly, a sound of explosion came from the top of the building, scaring everyone. What the hell? What's going on? Why is there an explosion in the training building? Aren't training rooms all top-notch and perfectly soundproofed? Is there a monster attacking? Everyone's expression changed drastically. The sound came from the room on the top floor. At this moment, the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 3, analyzed the location of the sound from its source. The one on the top floor? Isn't that the top-level training room? Everyone was shocked. Yes, the one training inside now is Li Fei. When the head teacher thought of this, his face changed. Could it be that there was something wrong with Li Fei's training? Go notify the principal, I'll go up and take a look. After saying that, he hurriedly rushed up from the emergency stair exit. What? The training room on the top floor exploded? In the office, the principal was also shocked when he heard the student's words. That's Li Fei. Oh no. Did something go wrong during training? He rushed to the training building as fast as he could. At the same time, in the top floor training room, as the smoke dissipated, Li Fei's figure emerged from inside. There was a long, wide knife scratch on the wall. The ground was covered with broken steel and stone. I heard footsteps. It was the head teacher who had caught up. This. Li Fei, what on earth is going on? The head teacher gasped when he saw the large and long knife marks on the wall of the training room. You should know that every training room in the school is made of special steel and stone and is extremely sturdy. As the top-level training room, it is made of the highest-grade special steel and stone, and can completely withstand the full force of a general. Now it's split apart. This also shows that this power has surpassed the level of military generals. The culprit behind all this is currently only one person, and that is Li Fei in the training room. Even with the power of innate talent, I can only exert 10,000 combat power. How can I possibly break it? Is his talent more than just this? The head teacher was so nervous. Get out of the way. Just then, a strong wind blew. The principal appeared in front of him. You go downstairs to maintain order and don't let anyone else come up. The principal took a deep breath and said after seeing the knife marks in front of him. He had a fantastic idea, that is, Li Fei had mastered the Zhankong sword technique. Only in this way can such terrifying power be unleashed. If this is true, it would be terrible. It hasn't even been 24 hours since Li Fei was reading the Zhankong sword technique. It just became a success. Are you kidding me? Yes. The head teacher nodded and left to maintain order. The principal came to the wall and felt the familiar smell left on the knife marks, which made his guess more certain. Have you mastered the sky-slashing sword technique? Without beating around the bush, he stared directly at Li Fei and asked. During this short period of time, the chaotic body also absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, allowing Li Fei to recover. He slowly stood up from the ground and nodded. It was just luck. Although there was no direct confirmation, there was no denial either. Anyone who is not a fool can see that this is an affirmative statement. Lucky, lucky. The principal's mouth twitched when he heard this. You are not even human. You just learned the sky-slashing sword technique this morning, and it's 6 in the afternoon now. How long has it been, and you've already mastered it? Then what's the point of all my years of training? The principal was furious. This was his most valuable martial art, and also the skill that made him famous in his life. In order to cultivate it to perfection, he put in countless sweat and efforts, and finally completed it. Now, the other party, without the support of corresponding resources, actually learned it in less than 24 hours. And it's a great success. I don't know. Li Fei shook his head. It took me 20 years of practice to achieve mastery. 20 years. Do you know how I've been through these past 20 years? The principal raised 2 fingers and shouted. Principal, don't get excited. Be careful not to hurt your liver. Li Fei said calmly. He also knew that this was indeed a huge blow to others. I'm so tired. It turns out that hard work is nothing compared to talent. The principal sighed and looked lonely. Our school's top-notch training room is made of super special steel and stone, capable of withstanding attacks from even the most basic warriors. Converted according to combat power, that's 100,000 combat power. In other words, the combat power you have displayed so far using the sky-cutting sword technique has exceeded 100,000. The principal's eyes were burning. This also means that Li Fei has the strength of an early-stage military general. In this martial arts exam, their school's ranking will soar. He has already seen the investment pay off. I can only use this move once in a short period of time, Li Fei said. I'm sure I'll pass the martial arts exam this time. That's enough. Your talent is absolutely unprecedented. The principal laughed. Li Fei's performance was far beyond his expectations. Should I pay for it? This wall should be very expensive, right? Li Fei asked. It's indeed very expensive. Repairing this wall will cost 1,000,000 federal coins. But don't worry, the school will pay for this. After the martial arts exam is over, I will report your case to the higher authorities, and they will reimburse the school once they learn about it. The principal smiled. But you can't use it during the repairs. You can only use the training room downstairs. Don't worry, the martial arts exam will definitely help the school take off. Li Fei also felt a little guilty. Okay, said the principal. After leaving school and having enough food and drink, Li Fei came to the warrior mall. According to the alchemy god's memory of the elixir recipe, he began to select the medicinal materials. And buy a lot at a time. 5,300,000 federal coins were spent in an instant. The medicinal materials purchased are all used to refine second-grade and third-grade elixirs. The price is naturally higher due to the large quantity and high age. But as long as it is refined, it will definitely be of great benefit to his improvement. After all, the consumption of chaotic body is relatively large. Taking the materials, I returned to the room in the slums. After washing up, take out the herbs and place them on the ground. All things return to the elixir. He used his divinely gifted alchemy god's innate magical power on this pile of materials. The next second, light bloomed on the medicinal herbs. Then the medicinal materials disappeared and transformed into second-grade and third-grade pills one after another. The medicine is very strong. Possessing the talent of the god of alchemy, refining pills is very convenient for him, and the alchemy furnace no longer has any meaning to him. He swallowed the pills one by one and began to practice with his 5 hearts facing the sky to refine the medicinal power. The energy in the body surges rapidly. At this rate, it won't be long before he enters the late stage of warrior. Chapter 12, 7 Days and 7 Nights. Peak of the Warrior Realm. Underground Arena. After swallowing so many perfect second-grade and third-grade pills, the medicinal power was tremendous. Even Li Fei took 7 days and 7 nights to completely digest it. The chaotic body absorbed the vast medicinal power, allowing his cultivation to break through from the middle stage of warrior to the late stage of warrior. Then move from the late stage of warrior to the peak of warrior. The breath is restrained. Slowly exhale a breath of foul air. Finally finished refining it. The chaos body really is a bottomless pit. It's so scary. I spent 5.3 million on medicinal herbs, and refined a bunch of second and third grade pills, but they only allowed me to advance 2 ranks. I haven't even reached the martial master realm yet. Li Fei once again realized the horror of the chaotic body. No wonder growth is so slow. He just eats too much. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the late warrior stage and obtaining the god-level talent, Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak warrior level and obtaining the god-level talent, Instant Healing. Strange memories flooded into my mind like a tide, reaching my muscles and entire body. The Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger is divided into 5 fingers, and each finger is extremely powerful. The first finger, Prison Heaven Finger. The second finger, Shatter Mountains and Rivers. The third finger, Destroy all living things. The fourth finger, Break the sky. Fifth finger, Cut off the reincarnation. As for instant healing, it is just as the name suggests, no matter what kind of damage you suffer, it can be healed in an instant. With a thought, the system interface was summoned. Host, Li Fei. Level, Peak Warrior Realm. God level talent, Chaos Body. Alchemy God. Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger. Instant Healing. Innate Divine Power, Light of Primal Chaos. Vortex of Returning to the Ruins. All laws return to the pill. Pill tribulation steals the heavens. Nativity domain, chaos domain. Alchemy god domain. Basic combat power, 9900. Martial arts, chaos burning heaven palm. Phantom slashing sky. I only need 100 more combat power to break through the 10,000 basic combat power, and then I will enter the martial artist realm. However, the last 100 will be difficult to improve. Li Fei clenched his fists, feeling the powerful strength he now possessed. He was eager to fight with a powerful opponent. Actual combat is needed to better test the results. Ding dong. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. When I took it and looked at it, it showed many missed calls. Oh no! I didn't expect it would take so long to absorb the information. I haven't been to school for 7 days and 7 nights. They thought I had an accident. Li Fei immediately answered the phone. Hello, principal? Li Fei, you're not dead, that's great. I called so many times, why didn't you answer? What happened in these 7 days and 7 nights? Sure enough, the principal's anxious voice came from the other side. There's no way, Li Fei was invested by him personally, he was the dark horse in the martial arts exam, and that was also his future. If something really happened, he would be very upset. Principal, I know you're anxious, but please don't be anxious. I used your money to buy cultivation supplies and have been in deep meditation for the past 7 days and nights, so I didn't notice you calling. Li Fei also felt a little embarrassed. The most important thing is that he thought the chaotic body could be absorbed in one night, so he felt there was no need to make a phone call. Who knew that 7 days and 7 nights would pass in a flash? This was also something that was beyond his expectations. I see. I'm glad you're okay. Are you free to come to school now? I have a spot for an underground arena fight. I'm wondering if you'd like it. If you win a match, you can get a minimum of 100,000 federal coins as a reward. The highest is 10 million federal coins. Upon hearing this, the principal breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Li Fei was okay. Okay, I want it. I'll be there after dinner. Li Fei's eyes lit up. It just so happens that his strength has been improved, and he needs to hone it through actual combat. I was thinking of finding someone to fight with, and now I'm here. He was so hungry that he ate everything edible in the house. After eating and drinking, we went straight to Wuhan No. 1 High School. It is now dark. Almost everyone in the school had left. The students live very close to their homes. After all, they are all in the same base city. They are all-day students and do not live in the dormitory. The school is very quiet at night. Li Fei went straight to the principal's office. The principal has been waiting here for a long time. Principal, I'm here. Li Fei just stepped into the office. The principal felt a strong sense of oppression. This was not something Li Fei released actively, but rather a natural aura. You've become stronger. How strong is it now? The principal looked shocked. I estimate that he should be at the peak of the warrior realm. Li Fei said. He reached the peak of the warrior realm from the middle stage in just 7 days and 7 nights. The principal's eyes widened. Even if you have 5 million resources, you may not be able to do it. Can your body withstand consuming so many resources? This is what he is most worried about. My talent is quite special. It took me 7 days and 7 nights to digest it. Li Fei said. The principal took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Alright, if you keep going at this rate, you might be able to reach the martial master realm before the exam. This is a ticket to the underground fight. It's going to be held tonight. I'll go with you. The next second, a ticket appeared in the principal's hand. Excitement flashed in Li Fei's eyes. Underground arena. It's very lively. The place was packed. The battle below has begun. Win a game and you will be rewarded with 1 million federal coins. This place is also permitted by the federal government. After all, if warriors are not fighting monsters in the city, they need a place to vent. The underground arena has become a very good target. The way to play here is this: humans and monsters fight against each other. You can go downstairs and choose which level of monster to fight. Killing a level 1 will earn you 100,000 federal coins, killing a level 2 will earn you 1 million federal coins, and killing a level 3 will earn you 10 million federal coins. Usually, there are only first and second level monsters here, but today is special. A third level monster has arrived. However, there are very few people in Wuhan Bay City who can kill a third-level monster alone. Given your strength, I recommend starting from the first level. Although you are very powerful, the bodies of demon beasts are inherently many times stronger than humans, and the power they can unleash is far greater than our own. In a VIP room, the principal took Li Fei to stand in front of the huge glass window, looking at the battle scene below, and said, "The levels of monsters are divided from low to high as follows: Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, Level 8, Level 9, Level 10, and Level 11. The level of realm corresponds to the level of human warriors. But the power of control is far beyond the same level. Okay, then please sign me up for one. I can't wait." Hearing this, Li Fei nodded and rubbed his hands ready to go. His fists have been thirsty for a long time. This is all money. The principal has completed registration. Soon, it was Li Fei's turn. "Hey, why is it a child who comes this time? Are you kidding me? A kid is coming here to die? The organizers, have you made a mistake?" After seeing Li Fei come on stage, people in the audience began to raise questions. Soon Li Fei will tell this group of people that you can't judge a book by its cover. Chapter 13 First Battle with a Monster. Dark Night Wolf. People always look at others differently. Hearing these people's doubts, Li Fei, who was standing in the ring, disagreed. Soon, he will slap these guys in the face with his actions. "Contestant, what level of monster do you choose to challenge?" The radio sounded. "Let's warm up at the first level first," Li Fei said lightly. "Killing a first-level beast will reward you with 100,000 federal coins. This money is so easy to make. But it's still not as profitable as his pills. He had eaten it all before, so he would save some to sell next time." The steel gate in front was opened. A giant wolf, 2 meters tall, with a black body, bloodshot eyes, exposed fangs, walked out. The black wolf exuded a terrible bloody smell all over his body. "This is a first-level night wolf. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a good show." In the audience, everyone cheered. "Night wolf. Is this the monster? It's even more brutal than I imagined." Even Li Fei couldn't help but look serious when facing a real monster for the first time. He was trembling all over. Not because of fear, but because of excitement. The long sword emerged from the storage ring and was held in his hand. Roar! The next second, the dark night wolf roared and pounced towards him quickly. When the distance is about the same. Phantom Sky Slash. First style Phantom Sky Slash. A golden light shot out from Li Fei's eyes. The phantom air cutting sword technique was unleashed. A blade of energy slashed straight forward. The night wolf showed disdain and tried to dodge sideways. But in the next second, the sword energy split into countless sword shadows. The pupils of the night wolf suddenly shrank. Immediately afterwards, he was submerged by countless knife shadows. Bang 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 bang. What kind of martial arts is this? So powerful. He can actually make a single blade of sword energy split into so many in an instant. There was a burst of shock at the scene. In the VIP room. Is this the first move of the sky-cutting sword technique, sky-severing slash? No, this can only produce one blade of sword energy, right? Why can the sword energy he slashed out generate so many phantoms? And each phantom possesses such destructive power. The principal was also shocked when he saw what Li Fei was doing. I don't know if it's an illusion. The air-cutting sword technique used by Li Fei seems to be different from his. Could this guy have figured out some other uses for it? Learn by analogy? If it were someone else, it would be difficult, but if he said it, maybe it would really be possible. Geniuses are indeed different. This time the bet was right. The principal thought about how Li Fei had mastered the Zhankong sword technique in less than 24 hours, and felt that this was very reasonable. Arena. The night wolf rushed out from the smoke. His body was shrouded in a layer of black magic. However, under the magic barrier, his body was covered with exposed wounds, blood was splattered, and he looked in a miserable state. Even so, he was not killed. This is enough to show that the vitality of real monsters is very tenacious. A first-level demon beast has such strong defense? It's definitely not comparable to those training dummies that can only take a beating. Li Fei was a little surprised. He thought he could kill the opponent instantly, but now it seems that he underestimated the strength of the monster. But this is more interesting. Li Fei grinned grimly. If he was killed instantly, he would find it very boring. Roar! The Dark Night Wolf roared, opened its mouth, and spit out a black energy wave towards Li Fei. Li Fei swung the long sword in his hand and chopped it again. Bang! There was a huge explosion at the scene and smoke filled the sky. The shadow wolf disappeared and merged into the smoke. Move quickly around Li Fei. Li Fei stood where he was, closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Suddenly, the shadow wolf appeared from behind, and grabbed with its giant palm as big as a palm fan. Chaos flames burned in Li Fei's eyes. The chaotic body appeared and slapped out with a fierce palm. Chaos burning sky palm. Bang! After one palm strike, the entire giant palm of the Dark Night Wolf was shattered. With a scream, his body flew backwards. Li Fei was like a phantom, and the next second he appeared in front of the Dark Night Wolf and chopped it down with a knife. Phew! With the Night Wolf's head being chopped off, it also meant that this victory belonged to him. We won! Awesome! There were exclamations at the scene. Do you want to continue the challenge? The broadcast sounded. Go on, release more. One is not enough for me to kill. Li Fei nodded. As the iron gate opened, one after another, monsters came out and surrounded Li Fei 360 degrees. Come on. Let me kill you happily. Li Fei raised the corner of his mouth and his figure disappeared on the spot. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger First Finger Prisoner Heaven Finger. A golden light flashed in Li Fei's eyes, and a shadow appeared behind him. He pointed a finger at one of the first-level tiger monsters. Bang! With one finger, the entire body of the tiger monster was crushed. This scene shocked the whole audience. The Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger is indeed powerful. Li Fei thought to himself. It is his god-level talent, and there is no consumption when using skills. This is the biggest bug. Next, Li Fei, holding a long sword, walked into the empty space as if there was no one around, and killed all the first-level monsters one by one. He also became famous because of this. What kind of martial arts was that palm and finger just now? I remember that there is no such type of martial arts in the Warrior Mall. Could it be that he is born with this ability? It's normal for a talent above a rank to have innate martial arts skills. Inside the VIP room, the principal saw this scene and thought to himself. This guy is crazy about killing. Seeing Li Fei's current condition, the principal felt helpless. Keep going. I'm going to kill to my heart's content tonight. Release the second-level monster. Li Fei was furious. This feels really good. The chaos body needs to be honed in actual combat to become the true supreme physique. Flowers in a greenhouse can never grow into towering trees. Even if it grows by coincidence, it is still garbage with a strong appearance but a weak core. Actor, don't you need to take a break? The voice on the broadcast became respectful. This world is so realistic. When you don't show strong strength, people's attitudes are very average, and they may even look down on you. But when you show strong enough strength, everything will change. When you are strong enough, you will find that there are only good people in the world, no bad people. Li Fei would not blame them, because this is the nature of the world. He used his talent of instant healing on himself and found that his consumed strength and energy were instantly restored to their peak. After discovering this plug-in, Li Fei was overjoyed. This also means that he will have endless physical strength and energy in the future. In that case, let's try the final secret. A golden light flashed in Li Fei's eyes. He said calmly, no need. Just send more second-level monsters and I'll kill them all. The figure is straight and domineering. At this moment, he is the protagonist of the scene. As you wish. Life and death are your own responsibility. The broadcast voice dropped. The next second, 3 iron doors opened. A second-level monster, the Dark Night Wolf, walked out from inside. This one is bigger. Taller. More ferocious. Stronger. Phantom slashing sky, the ultimate secret. Phantom, cut through the air and destroy everything. Li Fei took a stance, and the next second a terrifying sword energy emerged from his body. Suddenly he slashed forward with his sword. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space was disconnected and the void was torn apart. The 3 second-level Dark Night Wolves were instantly pierced through their bodies and cut in half, falling to the ground dead. Chapter 14 Powerful Third-Level Monster. Chaos Realm opens. What the hell? Seconds. 3 level 2 Dark Knight wolves were killed in one blow? Do you have to be so outrageous? Where on earth did this guy come from? He didn't seem this outrageous when he fought a first level monster, right? Are they really the same person? When the audience saw Li Fei kill 3 second level Dark Knight wolves with one sword, they were shocked. This is the ultimate secret of the sky-cutting sword technique. So strong. It was indeed the right decision to pass on the sky-slashing sword technique to him. Perhaps he can elevate this sword technique to a level that doesn't belong to it. In the VIP room, the principal was more excited than anyone else present. Continue. On the ring, Li Fei said lightly. He looked at the crowd who were exclaiming in surprise. He seemed to enjoy this scene as well. The body's energy is drained. Immediately cast the instant healing talent. Energy is restored instantly. His condition has also returned to its heyday. There are no second level monsters left, only one third level one left. Would you like to give it a try? A third level demon beast is equivalent to a human general. You need to think twice. A voice of awe came over the radio. Kill 3 second level monsters in one blow. Even if Wu Jiang came, it would be difficult to do so. Such strength deserves their respect. Military general. That is a powerful existence with a minimum basic combat power of 100,000. Challenge. Li Fei took a deep breath and became more and more excited. Soon, the iron gate in front was opened. A monster with a horse head and a human body, covered in bronze armor, appeared. This is a third-level demon beast, the bronze-armored demon horse. On the stage, someone exclaimed. The glass walls in front of the surrounding auditoriums are covered with a more durable surface. This is to prevent the attack of the bronze-armored demon horse from breaking through the barrier glass and endangering the audience. Inside the VIP room, the principal narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect it to be a third-tier bronze-armored demon horse. Even among military commanders, this guy is considered high-level. Li Fei, let me see your true strength. A long axe appeared in the hands of the bronze-armored demon horse. An unprecedented violent and murderous aura emanated from his body. The next second, he quickly slashed towards Li Fei. Li Fei chopped out with a long knife. Bang! As soon as they met, they were knocked back by the powerful force. Such a powerful, domineering force. My entire arm is shaking. If it weren't for my chaos body talent strengthening my physique, this blow might have shattered my internal organs and broken my arm. Li Fei felt his right hand go numb and was secretly shocked. The power exerted by the bronze-armored demon horse definitely exceeds 100,000 combat power. At this moment, a fierce aura came again, and the bronze-armored demon horse continued to launch a second attack on him. Just in time. The stronger the enemy, the better I like it. Li Fei's eyes flashed with excitement, and he used Phantom Slash to respond. Bang 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 bang. A fierce battle has officially begun. In a short period of time, there were dozens of rounds of fierce fighting. The atmosphere at the scene was also ignited and reached its highest point. Everyone cheered continuously. Bronze Armor Slash. The bronze-armored demon horse swung the axe in its hand, emitting rays of light, which fell towards Li Fei. Li Fei responded by using Phantom Sky Slash. Strands of sword energy were slashed out. Bang 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 bang. There was a huge explosion at the scene. A third-level demon beast is indeed worthy of being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with human warriors. It is indeed not that easy to kill. Li Fei let out a breath and thought secretly in his heart. From the battle just now, he also understood the power of the third-level monster. It is difficult to kill him with his current level and Phantom Sky Slash. After all, the opponent will also use the skills of monsters, and the power unleashed will exceed his own level. In the collision between the two, he was at a disadvantage. In that case, there's no need for a knife. Li Fei looked at the long sword in his hand, which was obviously dented and damaged, and smiled bitterly. The body of the third-level monster and the axe are really hard. He couldn't even bear the long sword the principal gave him. At this moment, the bronze-armored demon horse burst out from the smoke and chopped down with an axe. Li Fei's face changed and he blocked with the long sword in his hand. Bang! However, under the huge impact, the long sword could not bear the weight and broke into two pieces. Puff! Li Fei was also knocked out, spitting out blood in the air, and crashed into the wall. The whole place fell silent. Is he going to die? Did you lose? A third-level monster is still too much of a stretch. The full power unleashed by the bronze-armored demon horse is at least close to that of a mid-level general. Someone was whispering. No. Li Fei is my future, nothing can happen to him. In the VIP room, the principal, who had been smiling, was so frightened when he saw this scene. I planned to ask the organizer to stop immediately. But at this moment, he saw movement coming from the wall. Inside the arena, a cloud of smoke rose from the broken walls. Ahem, it hurts so much. This is what it feels like to be knocked away by hundreds of thousands of combat power. If it weren't for the chaos body, I would have died. My internal organs are about to break. Lying in the rubble, Li Fei looked very miserable, with blood constantly spitting out of his mouth. The golden light slowly bloomed on his body. It was the first time that he felt so directly how close he was to death. But this is more interesting. Li Fei raised the corners of his mouth and activated his god-level talent to heal instantly. The golden light on his body was replaced by green light. All injuries on the body were healed instantly. Li Fei is resurrected with full health. He is the cockroach that can't be killed. As long as he is not killed instantly, he can remain immortal in another sense. Li Fei slowly walked out. The smoke dissipated. When everyone saw Li Fei safe and sound, they were shocked again. With such serious injuries, he can still stand up. He is not dead. What kind of monster is this? He's actually fine. What kind of incredible talent did this kid awaken? In the VIP room, the originally nervous principal was stunned. The high-speed collision of the bronze-armored demon horse just now definitely had a force that reached the level of 500,000 combat power. Li Fei is only a peak warrior with a basic combat power of 9,900. How could he resist? This is definitely the result of talent. Even with S-level talent, I can't do this. Could it be that he has an SS-level talent? The principal gasped. Then I was delighted. What a pity, the long sword the principal gave me is broken. Li Fei looked at the broken long sword in his hand and the broken blades on the ground, feeling regretful. Then exchange your life for its life. Then Li Fei's eyes became cold and murderous. Ever since I awakened my talent, I haven't actively used its power. I'm honored to have you be the first one to do so. Li Fei grinned grimly. The bronze-armored demon horse didn't pay any attention to anything else and attacked Li Fei again. It was also shocked that its own power did not directly kill a human ant. It makes it feel extremely ashamed and angry. Just when it was about to reach half a meter in front of Li Fei. Suddenly, a golden light spread out from Li Fei. Chaos Realm. Open. The entire arena was instantly covered by a golden chaotic field. The body of the bronze-armored demon horse stopped. No matter how it struggles, it's useless. Chapter 15 10 million federal coins have arrived, the shadow cult is paying attention. Under the cover of the domain suppression, time and space stopped. The third-level bronze-armored demon horse was unable to move. In its eyes, Li Fei became a terrifying existence like the Lord of Chaos. A giant hand slowly descended and smashed it into pieces. Bang! The chaotic realm disappeared and everything on the scene returned to normal. The originally tall bronze-armored demon horse has turned into a pile of rubble on the ground. This scene once again shocked the entire audience. What was that golden light covering the arena just now? What the hell is that giant golden hand? The third-level bronze-armored demon horse was smashed to pieces just like that? Everyone gasped. So strong. Is this the true power of your talent? Li Fei. You've given me such a big surprise. In the VIP room, the principal also gasped and said, Congratulations to this contestant for successfully killing the third-level monster, the bronze-armored demon horse. The battle ended and the radio voice became shaky. Li Fei felt his body and found that he was indeed not exhausted. This made him very satisfied. The Chaos Realm is indeed powerful. Let's end the battle tonight. He turned and left the ring to collect his reward. Return to the VIP room. The principal came forward enthusiastically and said, Li Fei, you really gave me such a big surprise. I didn't expect you could even kill a third-level monster. You're so powerful. I was right about you. The principal laughed out loud. The golden light that just covered the entire arena, is it the true power of your talent? He asked. Li Fei nodded, yeah. He didn't say much. This is just one of them. Good. 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 The principal laughed heartily. This martial arts exam is becoming more and more promising. Where can I get the bonus? Li Fei asked. I have filled in your bank card number. The money should have arrived. Please check the text message on your mobile phone, said the principal. Okay. Li Fei hadn't paid attention to his cell phone. When he took it out, he saw that there was indeed a sum of 14 million yuan deposited into his account. It's so easy for warriors to make money. In less than one night you can earn more money than many people can earn in their entire lives. Even some warriors find it difficult to earn this much money in a short period of time. Come on, I'll take you out for a midnight snack. The principal was in a particularly good mood and planned to treat everyone to a nice meal. Li Fei naturally did not refuse. In a room deep inside the underground arena, the middle-aged man smoked a cigarette and watched the replay of Li Fei's battle, secretly shocked. This person was introduced by that guy. Could he be a student of Wuhan No. 1 Middle School? The golden light is definitely a natural ability. This kid's talent is definitely not simple, and I can't deal with him. It seems I have to report him to Lord Shadow. Just then, a figure pushed the door open and walked in. This person was wearing a black robe and exuded a cold aura. Lord Shadow. Why are you here? The middle-aged man wanted to scold the people below for not knowing the rules, but when he saw the person coming, he immediately backed down. He quickly put out the cigar in his hand, stood up and bent slightly, appearing very respectful. If there is nothing wrong, then I can't come, the black-robed man said coldly. No. No, no. I said the wrong thing. This is your home. You can come any time. The middle-aged man smiled flatteringly. The shadow cult needs to recruit new members. Have you found anyone with good talent here? The black-robed man said lightly. There really is one. I was just about to report it to you. You came just in time. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately told him about Li Fei. The scene in front of me played again from beginning to end. Is this a domain? The man in black robe was shocked when he saw the golden energy emanating from Li Fei. What is this field? The middle-aged man was stunned. Some powerful special talents have their own domain. Within this domain, they can be pseudo-invincible. This is why he was able to easily kill the third-level bronze-armored demon horse later. Very good. Very good. I want all the information about this person. He is a member of my shadow cult. A gleam flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. The shadow cult is positioned as an evil organization in this world. They have no morals and act according to their mood. They may even collude with monsters to fight against humans. Also known as a traitor to humanity and a traitor to humanity. This person is new tonight and there is no information yet. But I know that the person who brought him here was the principal of Wuhan No. 1 High School. Judging from his age, I suspect he is a student of Wuhan No. 1 High School. According to the information I've heard, there are only 2 people in Wuhan No. 1 High School who have awakened their talents. One is Zhao Tao, an A-level Flame Lord, and the other is Li Fei. His talent is unknown, but his previous basic combat power was 300. He later successfully killed Zhao Tao, whose basic combat power was 900. My intuition tells me that this person is most likely Li Fei. The middle-aged man said. After all, although the incident at Wuhan No. 1 High School was suppressed by people arranged by the principal, there were too many people watching the show at the time, and there would always be 1 or 2 fish that slipped through the net. Anyone with the means could get hold of them, and it was not a difficult thing. The black-robed man said, I understand. I will go and recruit him myself. The middle-aged man asked, what if he doesn't join? The black-robed man said disdainfully, then kill him. We must not allow such a genius to grow up, otherwise the current situation will be disrupted. Possessing a talent for the domain, he's definitely at S rank. Or even higher. Such talents must serve the shadow cult. The middle-aged man heard this and was somewhat worried, but he has a domain, within which he is pseudo-invincible. Isn't that difficult to deal with? His domain can't last forever, and its range is limited. If I attack outside of his domain, I will die. A genius without growth is not a genius. This mission is over, and you will be credited with this achievement. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Thank you, Lord Shadow, the middle-aged man was delighted. On the other hand, Li Fei had no idea that he had been targeted by the shadow cult. But even if I really knew, I wouldn't care too much. After all, he still has more powerful means to use. After eating and drinking, Li Fei said goodbye to the principal. Li Fei did not go back to his house directly, but came to the Warrior Mall. Welcome. As soon as you enter the hall, you will be warmly greeted by a familiar and beautiful waiter. The beauties here are all very beautiful. I wonder how Shen Mengyao is doing. Suddenly, Li Fei remembered this figure. Since that time, we have never seen each other again. He wasn't rekindling an old flame, but rather a little curious. After all, Li Fei is a customer who has spent more than 5 million yuan in the Warrior Mall. His identity certification is at the VIP level. Coming to a counter, he skillfully operated and began to buy the medicinal herbs he wanted. He wants to strive to break through to the martial arts master level before the martial arts exam comes. There is still a huge gap for those at this level to become martial artists, especially for the chaos body. So he planned to reveal some shocking news this time. So I started shopping and paying. By the way, I also bought a brand new sword as a weapon. After all, the one the principal gave me was broken. Chapter 16 The Shadow Cult Attacks, Chaos Tribulation Light appears. Wuhan Bureau Team. Li Fei bought 10 million worth of medicinal herbs and 3 million worth of swords. The total cost was 13 million. The VIP status in the Warrior Mall has been upgraded to the gold level. The following is the consumer membership table of Warrior Mall. Silver membership with a spending of 1 million. Gold membership with a spending of 10 million. Become a platinum member after spending over 100 million yuan. Become a diamond member after spending over 1 billion yuan. Become a honor member after spending over 10 billion. Become a supreme member with a spending of 100 billion renminbi. The privileges enjoyed by members of each level are also different. The Warrior Mall is a store directly operated by the Blue Star Federation, and it has the most complete range of items in the world. Of course, some things that are too precious will not appear here. But more than 95% of the things in the world can be bought here. Ever since the alien monsters invaded and the entire population entered the global high-level martial arts world, the area of the entire blue planet has become more than 10 times larger than before. There are also many ancient ruins and secret places containing natural treasures. The Federation got a lot of things from these places, including but not limited to skills, martial arts, natural treasures. After completing the payment, looking at the bank card with only 1 million cash left, Li Fei couldn't help but sigh. We're back to the pre-liberation era. As expected, things that are easy to obtain are often not cherished. Money is just a string of data to me. The only way to make myself stronger is to exchange it for resources. After tonight, I will no longer be short of money. As a god of alchemy, it is impossible for you to worry about money. Put all the things into the system warehouse and quickly rush back to the slums. As for changing houses, there is no rush. The real thing is to improve your own strength first. His figure was walking on the street. I was already searching for relevant elixirs in my mind. Suddenly, his intuition told her that danger was approaching. Shadow barrier, activate. Following a low voice. Then, beams of light were seen rising around, quickly surrounding and forming the shape of a barrier. Li Fei's face darkened. He knew that he was being watched. Is he from the Zhao family, or was he targeted in the Warrior Mall, or is he from the underground arena? Thoughts raced through his mind. After the barrier was formed, a black-robed figure appeared on the roof in front, looking at Li Fei quietly. Li Fei, I come here on behalf of the Shadow Cult and invite you to join. With your talent, you will receive focused training upon joining us, and you can compete for the position of Shadow Leader candidate in the future. Vast resources will be allocated towards you. The man in black robe didn't beat around the bush, but went straight to the point. I don't know what the Shadow Cult is like, but you're quite good at making promises. Li Fei said indifferently, you dare to take action in Base City? Aren't you afraid that the Federation will come and arrest you? If you don't obey the prohibition, you will be punished. The world is so big, how can the Federation control so many things? What's more, this shadow barrier of mine is not just for show. We are not in the original world now, but in the dark world. No one here can help you. The black-robed man spoke in a cold voice, his tone filled with disdain for the Federation. I'll give you one last chance, will you join or not? If I don't join, what can you do to me? Li Fei said disdainfully. Very good, then go to hell. The black-robed man's voice became stern and murderous. The next second, a series of black figures rushed out from the shadow barrier and killed Li Fei. The fire of chaos burned from him. All the black figures that approached were burned to ashes. It's not a living being. This should be a kind of ability? It felt a bit strange to kill the black figure, Li Fei speculated. On the rooftop, the black-robed figure showed a hint of amusement when seeing this scene. Interesting, truly worthy of an S-level talent. Even I feel a little threatened by this flame. Grip of darkness. The man in black robe raised his hand, and terrifying power emerged from his body. A huge black hand formed and pressed down towards Li Fei. Chaos burning sky palm. Li Fei's eyes narrowed. The giant black hand in front of him brought him a strong sense of danger. The chaotic body appears. A palm strike. Boom. The powerful force of chaos instantly annihilated the giant black hand. What? So easily? The man in black robe was shocked when he saw this. You truly are an S-class talent with a domain. It's a shame. I really don't want to kill you, but you just won't join us. Shadow Chain. With such a powerful ability, I don't believe you can keep using it. Once you use it up, that will be your death. The man in black robe smiled sinisterly and waved his hand. Black chains extended from the barrier and attacked Li Fei. Chaos Tribulation Light. Li Fei didn't want to delay any longer. He was also a little annoyed by the man in black robe. Directly displayed the innate magical power of the chaos body. The next second, golden calamity clouds appeared in the sky. A ray of light shot down, easily crushing the shadow barrier. Destroy all shadow chains. The shadow barrier was broken, which was completely beyond the black-robed man's expectations. What? What is this? The man in black robe looked terrified and could not remain calm. He never expected that Li Fei had such terrifying methods. Shadow Soul Devouring Palm. The black-robed man burst out with all his strength as a late-stage warrior and struck out with a palm. Bang! However, the moment his palm touched the chaotic calamity light, it was destroyed. The robbing light fell and submerged the figure of the man in black robe. No! The man in black robe wanted to run, but it was too late and he could only let out a shrill scream. Finally turned into ashes. Captain, the scent of the shadow cult's stinky rat is ahead. At the same time, a group of people appeared in Wuhan Base City. They were wearing federal uniforms and were from the Wuhan Bureau of Wuhan Base City. These people are specifically responsible for arresting members of evil organizations. The appearance of the shadow cult was discovered before. In front. Boom. One person was about to speak, but at this moment, a kilometer ahead, a huge golden calamity cloud appeared in the sky, emitting golden light that crushed the space. That's a barrier. A shadow barrier. What is this golden thing? I feel the breath of death from above. Everyone in the Wuhan team was shocked by the scene before them. Let's go and take a look. The captain shouted and rushed forward quickly. When they arrived at the scene, they did not see anyone from the shadow cult. As for Li Fei, he had disappeared long ago. The golden calamity clouds that had originally existed above his head had long since dissipated. Captain, there's nothing, a member said. Everyone, please split up and look for it. The captain said in a deep voice. He always felt that something was wrong. Those guys from the shadow cult must be plotting something shady again. The other side. Li Fei had already returned to the slums and had no idea what happened next. I've been targeted by the shadow cult now, but it's not a big deal. I'll kill anyone who comes my way. The most important thing now is to improve my strength. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of medicinal herbs appeared. Mobilize the power of the alchemy god and refine them all into pills. Most of them are of 2nd and 3rd grades. A small portion of the 4th grade. After refining it, he grabbed a handful and ate it, then began to absorb it. Chapter 17 instantly become a billionaire. This time, 7 days and 7 nights passed again. Originally, the chaos body had already become accustomed to the medicinal power of 2nd and 3rd grade elixirs. Normally it doesn't take this long. Unfortunately, this time a 4th grade elixir appeared. And there are more than one, so I need to get used to the medicinal power of the 4th grade pill. The medicinal power of one 4th grade pill is equivalent to the medicinal power of a bunch of 2nd and 3rd grade pills. But the medicinal materials are expensive, otherwise Li Fei would have simply discarded the pills below the 4th grade and used the 4th grade or above. Although most things can be purchased in the Warrior Mall. However, the amount of medicinal materials used to refine high-level elixirs is not only expensive, but also limited. After all, these will be monopolized by the people above and used to train their own teams. Therefore, if you want to find the medicinal materials to refine the 4th grade elixir, you need to find them yourself. In particular, the raw materials for the advanced pill recipes in Li Fei's mind are even harder to find, and they will definitely not appear in the Warrior Mall. Absorption completed. Slowly wake up. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Li Fei's strength is even stronger. I finally broke through to the martial master level. The chaos body has a really big appetite. With so many 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade elixirs, we can train a large number of martial artists. Even if we concentrate them all together to train a general, it won't be a big problem for him to become a martial commander. You only raised 1 rank with me? Li Fei sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. This is what a chaotic body is like. It eats a lot, grows slowly, and has a late-stage physique. But the early and mid-terms are not bad either. Moreover, ordinary people would not dare to take so many pills at once. First, the foundation will be unstable. Second, it will cause huge dependence. Third, it is very likely that the body will explode and die due to the inability to withstand the effects of the medicine. Fortunately, he is a chaotic body, so these side effects do not exist. The chaotic body said, "As long as you dare to eat, I dare to digest." At the same time, the system voice sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the early stage of martial artist and obtaining a new god-level talent, Ultimate Freedom. Ultra Instinct, without any thought, your body automatically senses danger and responds optimally and swiftly, achieving a state of no thought or desire. Greatly increases speed, evasion, and attack efficiency, allowing you to avoid invisible attacks. Disadvantages: extremely stamina-consuming and mentally taxing, and may lead to exhaustion after use. Warm tips: instant healing can offset the disadvantages. It's Ultra Instinct. This is the pinnacle of technical prowess from the Dragon Ball world. A look of surprise flashed in Li Fei's eyes, and the gold in his eyes was wrapped in a layer of silver white. He actively activated this ability. His black hair instantly turned silver white, and everything about him fell into extreme calm. The entire skin surface is wrapped in a layer of silver white airflow. He could sense the flow of energy inside and outside the room, around him, and between heaven and earth more clearly and delicately. It's like being there. This feeling is very mysterious. The next second, he took the initiative to cancel the state of ultimate freedom. Even so, Ultra Instinct will usually maintain its passive effect. It can still make the muscles react faster, but it is not as fast and comprehensive as when it is actively turned on. Immediately afterwards, he felt his physical and mental strength being rapidly drained. Li Fei immediately used instant healing to quickly recover the consumed physical and mental strength. It can really be offset. This move is indeed the biggest bug. Li Fei was delighted. With a thought, the character interface is brought up. Host: Li Fei. Level: early stage of martial artist realm. God level talents: Chaos Body, Alchemy God, Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger, Instant Healing, Ultimate Freedom, Innate Divine Power, Light of Primal Chaos, Vortex of Returning to the Ruins. All laws return to the pill. Pill Tribulation steals the heavens. Nativity Domain, Chaos Domain, Alchemy God Domain. Basic Combat Power, 10,000. Martial Arts, Chaos Burning Sky Palm, Chaos Phantom Slashing Sky, Chaos Soul Devouring Palm, Chaos Chain, Chaos Grip. When he fought with the man in black robe before, he understood all the martial arts displayed by the other party. During these 7 days and 7 nights, I was also conducting research by combining the power of chaos. Naturally, he would not refuse to get martial arts for free. He even combined the Phantom Sky slashing skill with the power of chaos to create an even more powerful martial art. 2nd and 3rd grade elixirs are of little use to me nowadays. If I continue to eat, I'll need more and larger quantities. It would be more cost-effective to directly refine a 4th grade elixir. However, the medicinal materials for 4th grade elixirs are very limited in the Warrior Mall. It seems I need to go to the base city. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. He looked at his phone. The military exam is in 1 week. He must definitely get first place in the martial arts exam. Wuhan number 1 middle school will soar to a terrifying height, and he will have fulfilled his promise to the principal. After washing up, I left home. After eating and drinking at a stall, he walked straight to the Warrior Mall. The Warrior Mall in the morning is not as lively as at night. He went straight to the automatic recycling device and clicked on pill recycling. Throw in a bunch of second grade and third grade pills. According to market price. The minimum price of a second grade pill is 1 million. The minimum price of a third grade pill is 10 million. With all this, Li Fei can earn more than hundreds of millions of wealth. Moreover, this machine will certify the quality of the pills. The higher the quality, the higher the price. Soon, 2 prompt screens appeared. Testing completed. Medicine name, Peiyuan pill. Quality, second grade. Quality, perfect. Purchase price, 9 million federal coins per piece. Quantity, 50 pieces. Medicine name, Peiyuan pill. Quality, grade 3. Quality, perfect. Purchase price, 90 million federal coins per piece. Quantity, 50 pieces. Total purchase price, 4.95 billion. After seeing the numbers in front of him, Li Fei was stunned. I couldn't help but gasp. 4,950 million. Become a super rich man overnight. Li Fei had not calculated it carefully before, so there was no accurate number. Now after seeing so much, I am completely stunned. This number is simply astronomical for him. Calm down, I'll make more money in the future. This is just the beginning. After Li Fei calmed down, he clicked to confirm the recycling. And enter your federal bank card number. In just 1 second, a message came from the phone. Bank card deposits amounted to 4.95 billion. The funds will be transferred to your account within seconds. He spent 1 billion to buy a set of S-Class Dominant battlesuit. He spent another billion to buy an S-Class Overlord sword. There are currently 2.95 billion left in the account. To be honest, warriors spend money like water, and this amount of money is not enough. With this top-notch equipment, I can go to the wilderness area with greater peace of mind. In the changing room, Li Fei put on the Overlord battlesuit, which was mainly silver-white in color. It felt like a nano armor and fit tightly, just like ordinary clothes. It did not look bulky, and the joints of the hands and feet also fit perfectly. This world's technology is so advanced. Li Fei couldn't help but sigh, and swung the S-level Overlord sword in his hand tightly. The feel, striking feeling, and cutting feeling are simply incomparable to any other knife. If you use it to perform Chaos Phantom slashing, the power will be as powerful as a big explosion. Collect all the weapons and quickly head to the gate of the base city. Outside is an extremely dangerous wilderness area. There are powerful monsters everywhere. Some come from outer space, while others are distorted from the blue planet. At the same time, it is also the battlefield that every warrior desires. This is also the battlefield that Li Fei longs for. Chapter 18, Wilderness Area. Netherworld Spirit Cat. Wuhan Branch. According to the information provided by our informant, the guy who came to our side this time is a guy called Shadow. We don't know who he is exactly, but this group of bad apples are all called Shadow outside. The director handed the information he received to the captain of the warrior team. We have already completed the investigation there and have not found any bodies of the Shadow cult members. However, judging from the surveillance footage, this person may be related to this incident. The captain took out a photo as he spoke. The photo shows a back view, captured by surveillance camera. He is a student? The director frowned. After our investigation over the past few days, we found out that he is a student at Wuhan number 1 high school named Li Fei. His deeds are somewhat bizarre. We also investigated the underground arena and found that he killed a 3rd-level monster. We suspect he has awakened a special talent no less than S-level. It's very likely that this person killed the guy from the Shadow cult. The captain expressed his analysis. Then what are you waiting for? If he really did it, the Shadow cult will definitely not let him go. Find him immediately and protect him. There is another one who is about to take the martial arts exam. He is not only the hope of Wuhan number 1 high school, but also the hope of our base city. The director's expression turned serious. He took this matter very seriously. We've looked for him, but he's gone. The guard at the entrance to the base city said he went out to the wilderness. The captain shook his head. What? He's a student who just recently awakened, and he went out to the wilderness area alone? Why did the guard let people go? Such nonsense. The director was angry. Don't worry, this is the basic combat power that the other party has tested over there. The captain smiled mysteriously and handed a piece of information to the director. The director took it and looked at it suspiciously. Shown above. 10,000. 10,000, the director exclaimed with wide eyes. Yes, he already possesses the basic combat power of an early-stage martial artist. That's why the guard let him out. The guard said he was eager to fight the monster. The captain's mouth curled up. The director was shocked. It's only been a short time, and he's already increased from a basic combat power of 300 to 10,000. This boy's awakened special talent is growing so fast. I suspect it's an SS level talent that has surpassed S level. Besides that, these are the materials he sold and purchased in the Warrior Mall. After saying that, the captain took out another document. Can you give it to me in one go? Do you have any left? Take them all out and stop keeping me in suspense. The chief rolled his eyes. No more, this is the last one, said the captain. That's fine. The director nodded with satisfaction and then began to read. He actually bought so many medicinal herbs? And then he sold so many second and third grade pills, all of them were of perfect quality. 9 million. 90 million, the total transaction amount was 4.9 billion. You also bought an S-Class Tyrant battlesuit and an S-Class Tyrant battle sword. Good fellow. Could it be that his talent is still related to being an alchemist? Or maybe he awakened more than one special talent. As he read on, the director became more and more excited. A real dragon appeared in their Wuhan base city. The shadow cult will definitely be keeping an eye on him. There's no signal in the wilderness area, it's in chaos, monsters are rampant, and it's extremely dangerous. Even for the shadow cult it won't be easy to find them. You must immediately take a team of warriors out to find him and protect him. The director gave the order decisively. Also, keep his test results confidential and do not leak them to anyone. Also, have the security guard keep it a secret. Yes. The captain nodded and did it immediately. On the other hand, after Shadow's death, the shadow cult received the news on the third day and began to arrange people to investigate. The target is also locked on Li Fei. Both teams are racing at the same time. At the same time, Li Fei, who had already left Wuhan Bay City, successfully arrived in the wilderness area. There are ruins here and the smell of gunpowder fills the air. Everywhere were the remains of monsters and humans, blood, and flesh. There wasn't a single living person in sight. Even Li Fei did not dare to be careless when walking in such a dangerous place. Mental strength has been raised to the extreme. This is one of the front lines of the monster war. It is indeed cruel. Looking at the appearance of this place, it was a very prosperous area in the past. It's a pity that it was destroyed. The city that humans spent so much effort to build was easily destroyed by a natural disaster. Humanity is indeed insignificant in the face of disaster, even if one possesses the strength of a warrior. Looking at the dilapidated high-rise buildings in front of him, Li Fei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Snap! Suddenly, there was a sound of stones being crushed in front. Li Fei stopped and immediately became alert, looking ahead. An S-Class Overlord sword appeared and was held in his right hand. This made him more excited than fighting in an underground ring. The monsters that were able to be caught in the underground arena had all been repaired in advance and were injured. However, the monsters outside the wilderness area were basically in their prime and were naturally more powerful than those in the underground arena. A wild cat covered in black walked out from the corner ahead. It is 2 meters tall and 2 meters long. The pair of upright pupils stared at Li Fei, the prey. In his mouth was the body of a male human. However, judging from the appearance, he had been dead for quite some time. Only the upper half of the body remained, and the lower half was missing. With fresh prey, the black cat was no longer interested in the corpse in its mouth. With a shake of his head, the half of the corpse in his mouth flew out, hit a rock and rolled to the ground. The Netherworld Spirit Cat. Li Fei used the knowledge about monsters he had learned from his memory to analyze the name of the black wild cat in front of him based on its shape and appearance. The Nether Spirit Cat is best at speed. The second is the claw attack that is sharp enough to easily cut through armored tanks. 1 meter long and 1 meter high is the first level. 2 meters long and 2 meters high, it is the second level. Judging from this guy's current body size of more than 2 meters, he should have the strength of the middle or even late second stage, equivalent to the middle and late stages of human martial artist realm. However, based on his innate physical advantages, the strength he unleashes is likely to reach the peak of the martial artist realm or even the strength of a military general. The first battle in the wilderness will start with you, the Netherworld Spirit Cat. Li Fei's eyes flashed with excitement and murderous intent. He licked his lips, and the next second his body shot out like a phantom, taking the lead in attacking and seizing the initiative. Go all out when you take action. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Netherworld Cat. It quickly approached Li Fei and brought down a claw. Bang! The fierce battle between the two sides begins. Li Fei swept out a series of sword auras. The Nether Spirit Cat used its own speed advantage to dodge quickly, and pass through the gap, came behind Li Fei, and dropped a claw. Li Fei, sensing danger, took the initiative to activate the ultimate freedom. His hair turned silver white and his whole body became extremely calm. His muscles reacted before his brain, controlling his body's tilt and successfully avoiding the grab. He then made a twisted posture that violated the laws of physics and swept out with the long sword in his hand. At this moment, Li Fei seemed as if his entire body was an independent brain center. Chapter 19 Blood Axe Team. With a slash of sword, the sword energy spreads everywhere. A 10-meter-long crack was cut into the ground. The building in front was cut in half with only half left. Dust is everywhere. The Nether Spirit Cat was not hit because the opponent was too fast and had narrowly dodged at the moment when the sword energy was about to touch it. Li Fei landed, a hint of surprise flashing in his calm eyes. What a fast speed. It's only at the second level now. If it reaches the third level, won't the speed be even more outrageous? The Nether Spirit Cat moved around at high speed, leaving a trail of afterimages. Immediately afterwards, one after another Netherworld Spirit Claw attacks suddenly came. Li Fei moved slightly and dodged all attacks with the smallest movements. Silver afterimages appeared one after another behind him. The Nether Spirit Cat was also shocked when he discovered this. After realizing that the man in front of him was not easy to deal with, he planned to turn around and run away. However, at this moment, Li Fei's figure appeared in front of it. Such a fast speed also shocked it. It continued to use afterimages to run away, but Li Fei was always one step ahead of it and blocked its path. At this moment, the Nether Spirit Cat was completely panicked. What kind of existence did it provoke? Meow. The Netherworld Cat bared its fangs and looked at Li Fei angrily. The next second, Li Fei's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind it. The S-Class Overlord blade in his hand slid across the Netherworld Spirit Cat with exceptional smoothness. A long silver white line appeared on its body, followed by blood spurting out. His entire body was cut in two and he fell to the ground, deader than dead. Ultimate freedom combined with Chaos Phantom Slash is very powerful. Turning slowly, Li Fei said calmly. After releasing the Ultra Instinct state, he could feel the rapid drain of his physical and mental strength. But he didn't take it seriously, and activated his instant healing talent, returning to his prime. The Nether Spirit Cat has many good things on it. Not only can they be sold for money, but they can also be used to refine instant shadow pills. This guy is of the second level, so the pill he refines is the second level instant shadow pill. After taking it, you can increase your speed dramatically in a short period of time, creating an instant shadow. This is a must-have elixir for escape. This does not exist in this world, but it is known from the memory of the elixir recipe given by the alchemy god. This world mainly relies on Peiyuan Dan. The types of elixirs are very simple and few. With a wave of his hand, the corpse of the Nether Spirit Cat entered the system warehouse. The price of the materials on his body is just a small amount for Li Fei and is dispensable. He would refine it into a second-grade elixir, and the price would increase several times. One Netherworld Spirit Cat can be used to refine many of them. Tap tap tap. Just then, footsteps were heard. A team of warriors appeared in front of him. There are 7 people in total. Hey! The Nether Spirit Cat clearly came here, why is it gone? Everyone looked at it, puzzled. But when he saw the long fresh marks on the ground and the fresh smell of gunpowder, he immediately realized that a great battle had just taken place here. Then everyone fixed their eyes on Li Fei in front of them. Captain, he's wearing an S-rank Tyrant battlesuit and an S-rank Tyrant battle blade. This guy's background is not simple. The deputy captain had sharp eyes and recognized Li Fei's equipment and weapons at the first moment. After all, that's 1 billion worth of weapons and equipment, which even they can't afford. Although the warrior team can make a lot of money hunting monsters, they are a small team and need to divide the money. If it is divided among 7 people, each person will not get much. Faced with equipment and weapons worth 1 billion, it would be more cost-effective to buy elixirs and other rare treasures to improve your own strength. This is also the direction chosen by most warriors. Having very expensive and advanced equipment and weapons can easily attract envy, and without the ability to protect yourself, it is easy to bring about fatal disasters. Outside the wilderness, there are no rules and laws. This is a real dark jungle law. The strong are respected and the weak are enemies. The federal government has no say in killing people here. Even if they are discovered, they will not be held accountable. Therefore, in the wilderness area, civil wars often break out over the grabbing of monsters and natural treasures, resulting in countless casualties. After hearing that there were 2S-level equipment worth billions, the other's eyes flashed with greed that was hard to conceal. But he was also a little apprehensive. After all, anyone who could afford 2 such expensive weapons must have a strong background. Moreover, he was so young, it was impossible for him to come out alone. The forces behind the scenes will definitely arrange people to follow behind and protect secretly. Hello, little brother. We are the Blood Axe team, and I am the captain. May I ask if you have seen a netherworld spirit cat? The man in the lead holding a red axe suddenly smiled and spoke. Want to get close to him? You are too late. I have already killed the nether spirit cat. Li Fei said lightly. He wouldn't trust anyone in the wilderness. The only person you can trust is yourself. What? Kill him. But where's the body? Everyone was stunned, stopped moving forward, and looked puzzled. That was a 2-meter long and 2-meter high corpse. How could it disappear out of thin air? By the way, this person is so rich, he must have a storage ring that can hold more things. The captain whispered, looking at the black ring on Li Fei's finger. That must be the storage ring. Although each of them also wore similar ones. But the size of the internal space is different. The lowest on the market is 1 cubic meter. Reached 1 million federal coins. The second is 10 cubic meters. 10 million federal coins. Then comes the 100 cubic meters. 100 million federal coins. A volume of 1,000 cubic meters would cost 1 billion federal coins. Furthermore, the capacity of 10,000, 100,000, and so on will only increase the price tenfold. The area that can accommodate the 2-meter corpse of the netherworld spirit cat is at least 10 cubic meters. The price is also 10 million. But the other party already has 2S-level equipment, so the ring definitely cannot be priced so low. It is likely to be worth 1 billion. That's a full 1,000 cubic meters. When they thought of this, greed flashed in everyone's eyes again. But before they figured out the forces behind Li Fei, they didn't dare to act rashly. They are all afraid that they will have the life to spend it. The body was collected naturally. Don't you understand this? Li Fei said calmly. As a 118-year-old who had lived 2 lives, he could easily catch the subtle movements in these people's eyes. Greedy. These people have set their sights on him. That's right. After all, he can afford 2 pieces of S-level equipment. The storage ring he has is at least 1,000 square meters. It's more than enough to hold a 2-meter-long nether spirit cat corpse. Captain Bloodaxe looked at Li Fei and said. At the same time, the team members have been asked to observe the surrounding terrain to see if there are any Tibetans. The wilderness is so dangerous, why did you come out alone? Where are your teammates? Captain Bloodaxe asked tentatively. If there's no one around, why not join us? We can look after each other. In the wilderness area, our common enemy is the monsters. Captain Bloodaxe asked in a deliberately concerned tone. In fact, it was just a test of Li Fei's background. Chapter 20 Fierce Battle with the Bloodaxe Team. How could Li Fei, a seasoned man, not see through these people's little tricks? But he was not afraid because he had enough strength. In different tone, no, I'm used to acting alone. After he finished speaking, Li Fei walked past the members of the Bloodaxe team. He didn't care about what these people thought at all, nor did he intend to give them any face. How about it? Captain Bloodaxe asked quietly. No, there is no one around. He is indeed alone. After the deputy captain and the other 5 people finished speaking, the greed in their eyes could no longer be concealed. In that case, let's do something big. This kid came here alone, relying on 2S level equipment, and he didn't even give us face. We must make him understand how dangerous it is to be alone in the wilderness. Captain Bloodaxe sneered and everyone understood with a glance. The next second, they ran over and surrounded Li Fei. Little brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The wilderness is very dangerous. How about we protect you? It's still too dangerous to act alone. Captain Bloodaxe twisted his neck and said coldly. Li Fei stopped, raised the corner of his mouth, and sneered, I think you are the ones in danger. What, you want to rob me? Are you interested in the 2S level equipment on me? As he spoke, he also deliberately showed off the S-Class Tyrant battlesuit he was wearing and the S-Class Tyrant sword in his hand. Everyone swallowed, their eyes fixed on the scene, the greed in their eyes gradually magnified. Little brother, I haven't touched the S-rank Tyrant blade yet. Can you lend it to me so I can play with it for a bit? I'll return it to you when the time comes. And we haven't worn your S-Class Tyrant battlesuit yet. Let us try it on too. Everyone smiled dangerously. This group of people finally couldn't hold back any longer and revealed their ugly faces. Li Fei was not afraid at all. Instead, he became excited and said playfully, okay, if you have the guts, kill me. Won't everything on me be yours? Humph. Shame on you or not? Come on, take him down. Captain Bloodaxe lost his patience and stopped pretending. He directly summoned his team members to attack Li Fei. Chaos Chains. Li Fei stood in place, with the corners of his mouth raised and his lips moving slowly. The next second, golden light shot out from the void. Penetrate their bodies and tie them up. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free. And the power in the body is being rapidly devoured. At this moment, they finally realized that they were afraid and had hit a wall. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Little brother, misunderstanding. We were just joking. Let us go, we'll leave immediately. The members of the Bloodaxe team were immediately scared and panicked. They are getting weaker and weaker. Come on, weren't you so arrogant just now? Why are you so cowardly now? Go on, keep showing off that arrogant energy in you. Li Fei joked. Little brother, we were really wrong. We are willing to pay compensation. Captain Bloodaxe said with a flushed face. Do you think I need your help? Besides, even if I kill you, the things on you will still be mine. Hearing this, Li Fei said disdainfully. Asshole. You're determined to kill them all, right? Do you really think you can restrain us with this broken chain? Break it for me. Captain Bloodaxe was furious and instantly mobilized all his strength. The chaos chains on his body were shattered. After all, it was just a move combined with the power of chaos, not a real chaos chain, so Li Fei was not surprised that it was shattered. Go to hell. The next moment, Captain Bloodaxe burst out with the aura of a peak martial artist, raised the blood axe in his hand, and chopped it down towards Li Fei's head. Li Fei arrived with the Overlord's sword in his hand raised. Bang! The two weapons collided, sending out sparks. Under the huge force, both sides were pushed back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the rest of the team members also broke free from the chaos chains. But they were not as strong as Captain Bloodaxe, and some of them were injured. Even so, he burst out with the strength of a mid to late stage martial artist and attacked Li Fei. Chaos Phantom slashes the sky. Li Fei looked excited and full of fighting spirit. Golden flames burned on his body, and the phantom quickly penetrated everyone's body. Puff! 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 Streams of blood spurted out from these people. Everyone screamed, their bodies split into two and fell to the ground like corpses. What? It only takes a split second to kill them. Captain Bloodaxe's expression changed and he became extremely angry. They are like brothers to me. If you kill them, I want you to die. Flame burning sky slash. He jumped high, a fierce flame burned on his body, the axe became bigger, covered with fierce flames, and chopped down at Li Fei fiercely. This attack has reached the level of a military general. Just in time. The final secret, Chaos, Phantom, slash the sky, absolute annihilation. The shadow of the chaotic body on Li Fei's body appeared. A fierce golden sword energy shot out from his eyes, and all his strength was gathered on the sword as he chopped it down fiercely. With the support of the S-Class Overlord sword, the power of this attack directly reached the level of a military general. What? The Bloodaxe man's pupils shrank. Bang! However, they met in the next second. Boom! Between the collision of the two moves, a huge explosion sounded. A small mushroom cloud even rose here. Li Fei and the man with the blood axe were both submerged in it and didn't know whether they were alive or dead. The next moment, two figures flew out from the smoke and smashed the buildings behind them. Buried in the rubble. The smoke dissipated. The area where the explosion just happened had actually sunken into a pit about 1 meter deep, with huge cracks all around it. You can imagine how terrifying this blow was. Ahem. Damn it, I didn't expect you to be able to unleash the power of a military commander. The blood axe man crawled out of the rubble in a panic. His armor was shattered, his axe was broken, his body was covered in wounds and blood, and his arms and legs were missing. He was not far from death. That brat has an S-rank tyrant suit, so his injuries should be less severe than mine. No, it has come to this. Either you die or I live. Only one person can survive today. The blood axe man gritted his teeth and rushed forward quickly despite the severe pain in his body. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, Li Fei also crawled out from the rubble. The areas not covered by the S-class tyrant suit were bleeding and injured. The areas protected by the tyrant armor were fine, but the powerful aftermath of the impact still made his internal organs feel very uncomfortable. There may not be external injuries, but there will be internal injuries. Looking at the man with blood axe rushing towards him, Li Fei was exceptionally calm. Instant healing activated. The corners of his mouth turned up in a playful manner. As a green light appeared on his body, his internal and external injuries recovered instantly. He has also returned to his heyday. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Li Fei raised his finger and pointed towards the void in front of him. The next second, a huge golden finger appeared behind him and instantly arrived in front of the blood axe man. This is the first finger. Prisoner of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 21, Hunting King. Danger in the Deep Wilderness. What? Faced with this terrifying golden finger, the blood axe man showed a look of horror and screamed in shock. The next second, the blood axe in his hand was completely crushed and turned into pieces that fell to the ground. The moment the man's fingers touched it, he was crushed to death by the huge pressure. Bang! Corpses, flesh, and debris were scattered on the ground. Li Fei said disdainfully, "You dare to take advantage of me without any cheats? You are overestimating yourself." After killing someone, he started to touch the corpse. He grabbed the storage rings one by one and began to check the contents. Food, bank cards, weapons, equipment, and pills are all available. But Li Fei didn't have much interest in it. Ever since he was able to quickly gain large sums of wealth through alchemy, these things were no longer valuable in his eyes. Hey, this tattered parchment scroll looks familiar. Suddenly, he found a tattered parchment scroll. He took it out and looked at it, then took out another one from his ring and put them together. It happens to be a complete map. The location shown above is deep within this wilderness area. Curiosity aroused, Li Fei quickly headed to the location after destroying the corpse with the chaos fire. An hour after he left, two figures came to the place where the battle had just taken place. A shocking battle just broke out here. But it looks like it's over now. The black-robed man on the right observed the situation in front of him and analyzed. The black-robed man on the left said, "Well, but what does this have to do with the man we're looking for? This is a breath I captured in the place where Shadow died. It is this breath that guided us here. That is to say, one of the people who fought here before is definitely the one we are looking for." A compass appeared in the hands of the black-robed man on the right. The direction indicated by the compass is where the person they are looking for is. Walk. Without further ado, he continued to move forward in pursuit of his goal. At the same time, a place in the wilderness area. A team of warriors led by the chief of the Wuan branch has also arrived and is looking for Li Fei. They drove large motorized off-road vehicles through the wilderness area. "Captain, the wilderness is so vast and dangerous. If we search blindly without any clues, how long will it take us to find the answer?" Inside the car, a blue-haired girl asked. The others nodded in agreement. "Yes, Captain, you know this better than us. We mobilized so many of us just to find a little kid," a man in the car said dissatisfiedly. "What do you know?" "This person is a senior student at Wuhan High School. He is suspected of awakening more than one special talent, and one of them is even at the SS level. This person is very important to our Wuhan base city. He even killed a rat from the shadow cult not long ago. The director is paying special attention to him, and nothing can happen to him. The shadow cult may have already set their sights on him and is searching for him. We must find Li Fei before they do, protect him, and bring him back to Wuhan Base City. I even killed a level 3 demon beast in the underground arena before. Even though that guy was injured and not in his prime, it was still outrageous enough. The captain said in a deep voice from the driver's seat of the motor vehicle. So awesome? That really needs to be protected. The military exam will be held next week. As long as the other party can get a good ranking, our base city will also be able to benefit from it and move up. Then the resources allocated by the Federation each year will be even greater and of higher quality. The people in the car were shocked after hearing this, and were looking forward to meeting this monster Li Fei. Then we can't just search blindly, right? The blue-haired girl said. This is a hair I found in Li Fei's house. Xian, use your talent to see if you can locate it. The captain naturally thought of this very critical issue, and a black hair appeared in his hand. It was the hair he found at Li Fei's home in the slums when he left Wuhan Base City. He handed the hair to the black-haired young man in the co-pilot seat. Well, I'll try. The black-haired young man nodded, took the hair, and used his special talent. His special talent is that of an A-level hunting king. You can rely on objects to directly trace the source. The next second, a long line appeared that only he could see. And a small red dot appeared in front of my eyes. This little red dot is Li Fei. This talent is really awesome. We found him, he is moving at high speed. No, what is he doing? The hunting king Xian frowned. What's wrong? The captain asked in confusion. According to the guidance of the breath, he is moving quickly towards the depths of this wilderness area, said the hunting king Xian. What? He ran off deep into the wilderness area. Isn't he a brainless lunatic? That's the territory of a third-level monster. The third-level monsters there are in their prime. They are simply not comparable to those defective ones in the underground arena. This guy is a lunatic. After hearing this, the people in the back seat of the car changed their expressions and said in horror. Could he not know this? Said the hunting king Xian. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. This is very likely. Oh no! There are so many level 3 monsters deep in the wilderness. Even we might not be able to escape unscathed. The captain looked solemn. There are 7 people in their team, all of them are at the level of military generals. But even so, there is no 100% certainty that one can escape unscathed from the territory deep in the wilderness that is filled with third-level monsters. Captain, do you still want to chase? The hunting king Xian asked. Chase him. See what he wants to do. The captain nodded. If he didn't chase after him, he would not be able to report to the director. Now that I'm here, I'll just have to go for it. We have to be more careful after we go in. The captain reminded. Not too pessimistic actually. Although there is no 100% retreat, there is still 90%. Their team is not weak, but warriors who have fought their way out of the battlefield. Don't be scared by these difficulties. Guys, hold on tight, we're going to start the speed limit breaking wild mode. The captain showed a crazy smile and pressed a button with his right hand, and the blocked mode of the mobile off-road vehicle was released. The next second, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The roar of the engine is resounding. Boom boom boom. The kilometers per hour soared directly to 500. The car flew directly into the wasteland and was shaking violently. Most people wouldn't dare to sit on it, nor would they dare to play like this. Fortunately, this car has been modified. The other side. Li Fei, who entered the depths of the wilderness, did not know that this was the territory of the third-level monster. In his eyes, it was not much different from other ruins. However, since they came in, the roars of the monsters have become more frequent and more ferocious than when they first came. The S-class overlord's sword in his hand was stained with blood. These are left behind by the monsters killed along the way. As for the corpses of the monsters, they were all thrown into the system warehouse to gather dust. Ahead is the location marked on the map. Li Fei whispered softly wherever his eyes went. Chapter 22 Chapter 22, Third Order Peak Black Armored Python. 100-year-old earth vein spiritual marrow pool. Ahead is an ancient village that has been abandoned for a long time. The ancient village was gloomy and deserted. The roar of the monster was heard. The houses in the village had already collapsed. Suddenly, Li Fei saw a giant python thicker than a bucket appear on the mountainside not far away, moving quickly towards the top of the mountain. The scales on the giant python's body were illuminated by the moonlight, emitting an obsidian silver light. The hill where the giant python is located is exactly the location marked in the parchment scroll. Could this giant python be the guardian beast of this place? Li Fei had an idea in his mind and quickly headed to the opposite hill. It would be best if we could sneak in quietly. This giant python has a powerful aura, and its length and width are more than 3 meters. It is at least a third-level monster. This is equivalent to the level of human generals. Li Fei sensed that the aura and pressure emitted by this beast were more terrifying and powerful than the third-level bronze-armored demon horse in the underground arena. If a fight really breaks out, the noise will be very loud and will definitely attract the attention of the surrounding monsters. His figure climbed the mountain quickly. However, when he was about to reach the top of the mountain, he felt his hair stand on end and the crisis of death was approaching. The sky suddenly turned dark. Looking up, he saw a huge black python coming down towards him. Li Fei chopped down with a knife. Bang! Sparks flying. The scales on this giant python are very hard. Even the S-level tyrant blade would find it difficult to break through the defense. Li Fei was secretly shocked. The huge recoil force caused his body to fall. At the moment when he was about to be hit by the snake, Li Fei activated the ultimate instinct, twisted his muscles, and dodged the attack in an extremely tricky manner that completely violated the law of conservation. He stepped on the python and jumped up, successfully reaching the top of the mountain. At the same time, he also saw clearly the true appearance of the black giant python in front of him. This is actually a peak-level third-order black python with black armor. This guy's defense is comparable to that of a human warrior. In the eyes of Li Fei Danshan, in addition to being a third-level monster, it is also the main material for refining the third-grade Xuanjia pill. After taking the third-grade Xuanjia pill, one can refine the scales of the Xuanjia black python to form armor covering the entire body, gaining a powerful defense that can withstand the full-force attack of the martial arts master. Human, leave this place, this is not the place for you. If you don't leave now, you'll stay here forever. A cold voice came into Li Fei's mind in the form of consciousness. Li Fei was stunned. He knew that this was the consciousness of the black python in front of him warning him. But since he has come today, he will never leave before finding the map information on the parchment. He quickly glanced around and soon found a cave leading to the bottom of the mountain. If nothing unexpected happens, that place is where the parchment scroll indicates. Li Fei did not answer, but moved quickly towards the cave like a phantom. The black python saw through Li Fei's behavior and was extremely angry. Human, you are looking for death. The scales turned into sharp blades and shot towards Li Fei like a storm. Li Fei swung the S-class Overlord sword in his hand, sweeping out a series of sword auras. Bang 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 bang. At the scene, moves collided and smoke rolled. However, the next second, the sharp blade of scale armor that had not yet been destroyed shot out from the smoke. In an instant, he was within an arm's length of Li Fei. He was not panicked. He was extremely calm in his relaxed state. The muscles responded quickly, and the body swung slightly to avoid all attacks from the group of scales and sharp blades. Bang bang bang. The sharp blade of the scales hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Li Fei's figure was also covered by smoke. The black python swung its tail to disperse the smoke, but Li Fei was no longer visible. If nothing unexpected happens, we have already entered the cave. The black python with black armor did not pursue, but took a deep look at the cave and turned away. Because its body is too big to fit in. Secondly, there is a powerful formation inside the cave. Human warriors who don't understand the formation will die if they enter. There was darkness beneath the cave. However, Li Fei's eyes flashed with chaotic golden light. The scene he saw was clearer than in the daytime. The details within the rock wall are also very eye-catching. Walk into the tunnel. Before I knew it, I had been walking for an hour. Li Fei frowned, feeling like he was in a loop. So he used a knife to carve a scratch on the wall as a mark, and then continued walking. An hour later, he arrived at the familiar place again. He looked at the wall and his pupils shrank. I found that the knife marks I had just left were still on the wall. In other words, he really kept spinning in circles for 2 hours. Ghost wall? No, there's some kind of energy interference here. Li Fei activated the Chaos Body Pupil technique to check. It would have been fine if I hadn't looked. Once I looked, I realized that I had been spinning around in a psychedelic formation for 2 hours. Oh my goodness, I was trapped in a psychedelic formation without even realizing it. At first, he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was a construction problem underneath the cave. Now it seems that is not the case. Since it is a formation, there must be a way to break it. Li Fei looked for the place where the energy gathered the power of the S-level overlord sword in his hand, and threw it directly over. Bang! The sword pierced into the point where energy converged. There were crackling and tearing sounds all around. Finally broken. The scene in front of me also changed. He was no longer in a rock tunnel, but in a wider tunnel. At the end, there is a golden pool. This is the Earth Marrow Pool. Li Fei was stunned, and knowledge about the world's natural treasures flashed through his mind. This is also the knowledge and the memory of the alchemy god. This thing is incredible. Only after 100 years of convergence of energy from heaven and earth can the Earth Marrow Pool be formed. The Earth Vein Spirit Pool in front of me is so big, it looks like it is hundreds of years old. It is definitely a treasure trove. It contains the essence of spiritual power, which can help warriors achieve breakthroughs after soaking in it. After checking that there were no monsters in the pool, he jumped in and soaked in it. This parchment scroll really gave me a huge surprise. As expected of a time traveler, opportunities arise wherever you go. Li Fei activated his chaotic body and frantically devoured the spiritual marrow liquid in the spiritual pool. The chaotic body seemed to have encountered sweet delicacy and absorbed it extremely quickly. The spiritual marrow liquid in the spirit pool is slowly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Li Fei felt a sense of rebirth taking place within his body. Of course, he himself is a chaotic body and has reached the level of supreme physique. There is no need for too much transformation. The spiritual marrow liquid flows into the body and gathers in the dantian. After the chaotic body absorbs and refines it, it quickly feeds back to itself. Li Fei only felt the sound of thunder all over his body. The internal organs are strengthened again. A powerful force emerges from his body. At this rate of strengthening, after absorbing this pool of spiritual essence liquid, he will be able to break through to the middle stage of the martial artist realm. If an ordinary person absorbs it, breaking through to the level of a military general will not be a problem. But unfortunately, he has a chaotic body and is born to eat more than humans. This is a bottomless pit. It's hard to feed. It is extremely difficult to break through a small level. To protect your Xiaowu files from piracy, choose Xiaowu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Chapter 23, Advancement to the Mid-Stage Martial Master. God-level talent, teleportation. Deep in the wilderness, there are quite a few third-level monsters here. Are you sure the person we're looking for really came in here? At the outer edge of the deep wilderness, two black-robed figures landed on a hillside, staring ahead. Even they dare not be careless and are extremely cautious when dealing with the depths. The breath is in there, there's no doubt about it. The black-robed man holding the compass said lightly. Then go in and take a look. Be careful. Try not to alert the enemy as much as possible. Although both of them are at the level of military generals, facing a third-level monster in its prime is not a big problem and there is no need to worry about anything. However, there is more than one third-level monster in its prime here. If they make a big noise, the other third-level monsters will definitely come to help, and at that time, they will be at a disadvantage. Just then, the roar of a motor vehicle was heard. Someone's coming. The two men in black robes' expressions changed slightly and they hid immediately. Soon, a large motorized off-road vehicle appeared. There was dust behind. That's the Wuhan branch's car. Why are they here at this time? The man in black robe hiding in the dark saw this and looked puzzled. The Shadow Cult and the Wuhan branch are sworn enemies. It's very likely that our goal is the same as mine, which is to find that person. The person who was able to come into the deep wilderness must be very powerful, and even the power behind him is not simple. The black-robed man holding the compass said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? The black-robed man next to him frowned. Don't be impatient, just take it one step at a time and call someone over when the time comes. There's no way they could have driven in there, with such a loud roar, unless they want to die. The black-robed man in Luopan sneered. At the same time, inside the car, the other party really came right. When the car was about to enter the depths of the wilderness, the captain in the driver's seat released his foot on the accelerator. There was a sudden break. Everyone in the car leaned forward. Everyone, get out of the car. We're deep in the wilderness ahead. The roar of the car is too loud. It will definitely attract an attack from a group of third-level monsters. That would be extremely dangerous. The captain spoke first. How long does it take to go in, and how far away from that guy should we be? Asked the blue-haired girl. About 10 kilometers. Hunting King Xian looked at the red dot in front of him and said slowly, he has been at the same spot for a long time. Could he have been killed? Said a young man. I don't know. The Hunting King Xian shook his head. His special talent could only help him find traces, but he couldn't tell whether they were dead or alive. Never mind for now, let's go find him first. The captain looked into the depths of the wilderness with a solemn expression. 10 kilometers. We'll be there soon at our speed. What I'm most worried about is that he's been taken by those bastards of the shadow cult. Having said that, he shut his mouth. No one wants to see it. The car was put into the storage ring. The 7 people formed a formation and ran towards the inside with all their might. What they said was also heard by 2 men in black robes hiding in the dark. Sure enough, I guessed right. They really came here for that guy. Their goal is the same as ours. Luo Pan, the black-robed man, said. In that case, let's send a signal quickly and ask the rest of the people to gather together. There will be a big battle soon, said the black-robed man next to him in a deep voice. Yeah. The black-robed man with Luo Pan nodded, and a few crows flew out of his hands and quickly disappeared. This time they came out in groups of 7, but they were all searched separately. As soon as we receive the signal from the crow, we will rush here to join us. They followed Wuwan's team carefully, waiting for the opportunity. At the same time, inside the cave, the originally full pool has now run dry. The golden spiritual liquid is gone. Li Fei's whole body was emitting golden chaotic light. The breath soars. Strength soars. Throw a punch. Boom. The stones in front turned to ashes in an instant. Li Fei's basic combat power has skyrocketed. His cultivation level was successfully raised to the middle stage of the martial artist realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the mid-level martial master realm and obtaining the god-level talent, teleport. Teleportation, small amounts of use can instantly move you to different locations. Large amounts of use can sense the breath and energy and instantly reach the location of the breath. The range is unlimited. The system prompt sound appeared in my mind. The next second, a stream of memories flooded into my mind and seeped into my muscles. It seems like an innate magical power that one is born with. Li Fei's eyes lit up. I didn't expect it would be the ability of teleportation. With a thought, his system interface appeared. Host, Li Fei. Level, mid-stage martial master. God-level talents, chaos body. Alchemy god. Great wilderness prisoner finger. Instant healing. Ultimate freedom. Teleport. Innate divine power, light of primal chaos. Vortex of returning to the ruins. All laws return to the pill. Pill tribulation steals the heavens. Nativity domain, chaos domain. Alchemy god domain. Basic combat power, 40,000. Martial arts, chaos burning sky palm. Chaos phantom slashing sky. Chaos soul devouring palm. Chaos chain. Chaos grip. There are still 5 days until the martial arts exam. Now that I have the ability to teleport, I don't need to return so quickly. I can just teleport back when the time is up. Continue searching in the wilderness area. Only through continuous combat can I quickly increase my level. With a restrained breath, Li Fei slowly stood up. But at this moment, he suddenly sensed something. He turned his head to look. In the middle of the spirit pool, there is a golden crystal. This is Spiritual Essence Crystal. The name of this golden crystal was learned from the memory of the alchemy god. After learning about its effect, his eyes lit up. This is good stuff. Although there is only one, the energy contained in it is enough to be compared with the entire spirit pool just now. However, it cannot be absorbed, but it can be used to refine magical weapons. This is definitely one of the top materials for refining weapons. This is a magic weapon, a good thing that can be absorbed by the blood and nurtured in the body to grow. It is definitely not comparable to the S-level Tyrant Blade. Although Li Fei doesn't know how to refine weapons now. But it may not happen in the future. If you get a god-level talent related to refining equipment, then this spiritual essence crystal will be very useful. Put it away first and make plans later. Li Fei put the spiritual essence crystal into the system warehouse and ate dirt. There is no road here. So I plan to return the same way. It's a good time to try out the teleportation talent I just acquired. Close your eyes and feel it carefully. Soon, he sensed the energy fluctuations of the black python above the cave. I sense you. Teleport. Li Fei's eyes lit up, and the next second his whole body disappeared into the cave. The black python with black armor is sleeping on the mountain. At this moment, a familiar energy fluctuation was sensed. The python slowly opened its eyes, and its pupils dilated. At some point, Li Fei appeared in front of it. It roared and swung its huge tail directly over. Chapter 24 Fierce Battle with the Black Armored Python. Shocking everyone. Right here. The Wuhan branch team arrived at the foot of the mountain behind the ancient village. Strange, his red dot disappeared. Hunting King Xian was shocked. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. Is he really dead? Asked the blue-haired girl. No, I can find it even if I'm dead. My special gift doesn't discriminate between life and death. But now. Hey, his red dot appeared again. Just as the Hunting King Xian was speaking, suddenly, the disappeared little red dot appeared again. The captain was about to ask. But just at this moment. Boom! Bang 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 bang! A loud explosion was heard in the valley. The foot of the mountain where they were also began to tremble. The next second, a huge black python was seen crawling out from inside, smashing big trees and rocks. That's a peak level 3rd order black armored python. This is the strongest monster in this wilderness area. Why is this guy here? Everyone in the team was shocked, and their scalps went numb after seeing the giant black python clearly. Look, there's a figure standing on the black python with black armor, the blue-haired girl exclaimed with sharp eyes. Oh shit. It's him. The Hunting King Xian looked at the figure that was exactly at the corresponding position of the red dot in front of him and exclaimed. He is Li Fei. He is still alive. Are you going to fight the black armored python alone? Everyone was shocked. Looking at him, he doesn't look like he's at a disadvantage. This is the most terrifying thing. You have to know that Li Fei is just a newcomer who has just entered the early stage of martial arts. The black armored python is a peak level 3rd order monster. That is equivalent to the peak of human military generals. His strength has definitely reached the level of a martial arts master. That is a terrifying existence with a basic combat power of 1 million. With just one movement of the black armored python, the aftermath alone can destroy many objects in the surrounding area. It's not fatal yet. Let's wait and see. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to see the true strength of this kid. Our mission is to prevent the surrounding 3rd level monsters from being attracted by the noise here. The captain said in a deep voice. Everyone also wanted to take a good look at Li Fei's true strength. This is a monster that seems to have awakened a special SS level talent. And there is more than one special talent. Although not all of them are SS level, they are outrageous enough. A 3rd order peak level black python with black armor. The two people who were following secretly also had their pupils shrink when they saw the fierce battle in front of them from a distance. The monster in front of them gave them a strong feeling of suffocation. Even if they join forces, they may not be able to win, and there is a high probability that they will die. After all, they are only mid to late stage generals. That brat is the person designated by the aura, and the one we in the Wuhan branch are looking for. The black-robed man holding the compass looked at Li Fei, who was fighting fiercely with the black python with black armor, and said in a deep voice. Is it him? Then why don't those guys from the Wuhan bureau go up? Are they scared too? The black-robed man next to him showed surprise. Maybe he wants to see his strength just like us. The black-robed man in Luo Pan whispered. They all tacitly agreed not to take action, but instead planned to see what cards Li Fei had, and wait for the other 5 teammates to come and support them. In the valley, facing the powerful attack of the black python with black armor, Li Fei calmly used teleportation to dodge and fight back. Ding ding ding. However, the attack of the S-class Tyrant Blade hit the scales of the black-armored python, and apart from producing a burst of sparks, it was unable to break through the defense and could not hurt the black-armored python. This guy is so hard. This thing is not even on the same level as the bronze-armored demon horse I fought. Li Fei was secretly shocked. In his eyes, the bronze-armored demon horse was more like a small minion at the bottom of the third level, while the one in front of him was the strongest boss among the third level. Whether it's pressure, attack, defense, speed, or IQ, they are all at the top level among the third order. The final secret, Chaos Phantom Absolute Annihilation. Terrifying power surged out of Li Fei's body, all concentrated on the tyrant sword. He fiercely slashed out a terrifying golden sword energy towards the giant python. Hiss! The black python with black armor exhaled a black light wave. Boom! When the two moves collided, an explosion sounded, raising a huge cloud of smoke. Come on, I'm just in time to give you a good beating. Faced with the strong aftermath, Li Fei used teleportation to disappear on the spot to avoid it. When it appeared again, it had already landed on the head of the black-armored python. A palm strike. The ferocious chaos fire burned, forming a giant palm that fell down. It is the chaos-burning sky palm. If the attack of the tyrant blade is physical damage, then the attack of the chaos-burning sky palm is magic damage. Your scales have high defense and are very hard. Physical damage cannot penetrate their defense, but you can't withstand all magical damage, right? Because it happened too fast and too suddenly. After the burning sky palm fell, it hit the head of the black-armored python. The black python with black armor let out a sharp roar, and its entire body flew backwards and crashed into the mountain. Holy crap! Is this guy really an early-stage martial artist? Why is he so powerful? Is this the damage a martial artist at an early stage can inflict? What kind of martial arts is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Could it be his innate magical power brought by his special talent? The people from the Wuhan branch who were watching the show from a distance were shocked and looked as if they had seen a ghost when they saw Li Fei use such terrifying martial arts to knock away the third-level peak black python. At least even if they have reached the level of military generals, they cannot defeat the black python with black armor alone. If they were really faced with an enemy alone, they would definitely turn around and run away immediately. The aura he exudes doesn't seem like that of an early-stage martial artist, but more like a mid-stage martial artist. The captain's face darkened as he spoke in a deep voice. What? Mid-level martial artist? How long has it been since you've advanced to a higher level? What exactly is his special talent? Why is his growth rate so terrifying and rapid? Everyone's pupils shrank and they looked terrified. At the same time, envy appeared in his eyes. To have such a special talent, they also wanted one. If Li Fei heard it, he would definitely curse and curse. Because only he understands how much good food he has eaten to reach this point. If someone else had taken advantage of his abundant resources, he would at least have military generals, or even military commanders, by now. And every time his chaotic body advances a small level, the amount of natural treasures he needs to absorb is countless. It's only the early stages now, and he can't even imagine the middle and late stages. With such terrifying combat power, Shadow was definitely killed by him. My guess is that Shadow was trying to recruit him, but the talks broke down, so he started fighting, and ended up getting killed. What kind of skill does this kid have? He can disappear and appear anywhere at will? This may be a manifestation of speed reaching its extreme. The two men in black robes who were watching secretly were communicating with each other in shock. They were also frightened by Li Fei's fighting ability. Chapter 25 Kill the black armored python with powerful attack. The black python with black armor crawled out from the rubble. A closer look revealed that the head that had been struck by the chaos-burning sky palm was actually fine, with its scales still gleaming. However, the scales on its head were not as smooth as before, and there were traces of burns from the flames. It's really hard. The bodies of demon beasts are simply incomparable to those of humans. Even if a human reaches the same level of cultivation, unless they are truly exceptional warriors, they will definitely not be a match for this beast. The corner of Li Fei's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. If he didn't have various powerful talents, most importantly the instant healing ability, he would definitely run away at the first moment. Human, how dare you hurt me? This snake will kill you. The black python with black armor was completely furious. Its scales were actually broken by a tiny human. Unforgivable crime. He opened his mouth with fangs and exhaled a black mist. The mist spread rapidly, and the mist itself was filled with horrible poison. This is one of its skills, black poisonous mist. Within the range of the poisonous fog, the hit rate of all enemies will be reduced by 30%. At the same time, negative conditions such as paralysis, poisoning, loss of direction, and inability to mobilize energy in the body may occur. This poison is very scary. If a warrior is weaker, he will not be able to withstand the erosion of the poison and will turn into blood. After being wrapped in the poisonous fog, Li Fei was not panicked. I was poisoned, and the instant healing function was activated, and I recovered immediately. Chaos body is activated. A golden shadow appeared above him. Begin to adapt to this poison. Finally, the chaotic body gave birth to the poison element. Li Fei gained immunity to poison. The toxicity of the poisonous fog in front of him was nothing to him. However, the black python did not know this. The next second, a huge body appeared in the poisonous fog. I don't know when, he had come behind Li Fei. It activated the skill Black Iron Strangulation. The huge python's body quickly wrapped around Li Fei, and its black iron-like scales produced high-frequency vibrations. Iron Spike Attack. Activate the skill again. The scales instantly changed from lying down to standing upright, and they were very sharp. It pierced into Li Fei's body and forcibly injected the poison into his body. Well. Under the huge force of strangulation and piercing, even Li Fei felt intense pain. The python's muscles were extremely powerful, twisting Li Fei's bones all over his body, making a crackling sound. This is a stranglehold with a basic combat power of 1 million. Ah! Li Fei screamed. All the bones in the body were shattered. The python's huge mouth bit towards Li Fei's head. If you get bitten, you will die even with the chaos body. After all, I haven't grown up yet. But at this moment, a green light emerged from Li Fei's body, and his injuries were healed instantly. Then the chaos realm emerged from his body. The golden light covered the surroundings and enveloped the black python with black armor. All time and space within the domain are stopped and reduced to nothingness. The body of the black python with black armor also stopped. Li Fei's body moved instantly and disappeared, and when he appeared again he was already in mid-air. I admit that you are strong, but that's all. I've finished warming up and had enough fun. Let's end this battle once and for all. A golden light flashed in Li Fei's eyes. A huge golden finger shadow appeared on his body. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. One finger, imprison the world. The golden finger instantly hit the black python with black armor. Boom! The black python's body fell to the ground, and dust filled the sky. After the dust settled, the disheveled black python with black armor was revealed. The hard scales on the body showed signs of cracking. What a strong defense! You're still not dead. In that case, try the second finger. I want to see how many fingers you can withstand. A look of surprise flashed in Li Fei's eyes. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Second finger, shattering mountains and rivers. This is the first time he uses his second finger. He admitted that the giant python's defense was indeed very strong. The power of this finger far exceeded that of the first finger. When the finger fell, the valleys in this area were crushed to pieces, and it really had the effect of shattering mountains and rivers. Boom! After the black python was attacked, it let out a scream of pain. The black scales on his body were completely shattered, exposing his flesh and blood. Blood splattered. However, not dead yet. The vitality is still very strong. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Third finger, destroy all life. A sharp golden light flashed in Li Fei's eyes, and he struck out the third finger again. This finger contains destructive power of desolation. When targeting a single target, it is extremely lethal and can even erode the enemy's vitality. It is most suitable for dealing with creatures with strong bodies and fragile souls. After one finger fell. Boom! The body of the black python was directly broken into two pieces. Broken bones, flesh, and scales flew out, covering the sky and the earth. A terrifying force eroded its vitality, and it eventually melted away bit by bit. The giant python's pupils widened, and its eyes gradually became dull. Finally, its body lay on the ground motionless and lifeless. If I could hold on until the third finger before dying, I'd be proud of that after I get down there. Li Fei gasped and lifted the effect of the chaos field. The next second, instant healing was performed. The whole person has returned to peak condition again. Resurrection with full blood. This talent is so useful. Holy crap! Such a powerful martial art. He actually killed a peak level 3rd order black armored python all by himself. Is this true? Seeing that Li Fei was in a bad situation, the people below were about to rush up to rescue him, but the next second they saw a scene in front of them that shocked their three perspectives. Li Fei's terrifying appearance made them swallow their saliva and widen their eyes. The two black-robed men in the dark also showed expressions of shock and fear. This brat is simply not a human. Fortunately, we didn't go out directly before, otherwise who knows who would have died. What should I do? Should I take action? They still have 7 people from the Wuhan branch. If a fight really breaks out, we may not gain the upper hand. The man in black robe without a compass became intimidated after seeing Li Fei's true strength. Even if the 5 teammates arrived soon, he still had no confidence. It would be fine if we were just dealing with Li Fei alone. It's a pity that we still have to deal with the other 7 people from the Wuhan branch. These people are all at the level of military generals. No more killing, retreat. Report this boy's situation immediately and let the higher-ups make the decision. The black-robed man in Luo Pan's hand trembled, and he was also frightened by Li Fei's terrifying strength. Immediately summoned several crows to issue the retreat order. Then the 2 of them quickly disappeared from the spot. Li Fei's plan needs to be considered carefully. Li Fei slowly landed in the collapsed valley. Looking at the dead and broken black python's body, he exhaled and said, "You are the most difficult monster I have ever killed since my debut. Your defense is so strong that I can refine it into a black armor pill." After thinking about it, Li Fei's eyes showed a fiery look. With a wave of his hand, the 2 halves of the body were put into the system warehouse. Just as he was about to leave, there was a sound from the bushes ahead. Make him alert immediately. Who? Come out. Li Fei's eyes were cold and his tone was indifferent. Don't be impulsive. We're on the same side. The captain's voice rang out, and his figure rushed out. The other 6 team members followed behind him. Chapter 26, 7 generals killed instantly. Everyone looked at Li Fei. Li Fei was also looking at them. These people all have the Wuhan branch logo on them. Are you from Wuhan base city? Li Fei asked indifferently. Yes, I'm Chen Feng, the chief of the Wuhan branch. I've been ordered to bring you back to base city safely. The captain introduced himself. Come for me? It seems like you all know everything about me? Li Fei was a little surprised. Yes, a monster like you is also the hope of our Wuhan base city. You are very important to us and cannot be lost. Chen Feng nodded. It seems that you are more powerful than we expected. He was able to kill a peak level 3rd order Xuanjia black python by himself with the strength of a mid-stage martial artist. You have to know that this beast's defense is said to be invincible among the 3rd level monsters. Even if a 4th level monster came, it might not be able to break it. Chen Feng's words were full of admiration. The same is true for the players behind him. I've been out for a long time. How did you find me? Li Fei raised his eyebrows. This made him very concerned. He looked up at the sky and thought to himself, could it be a satellite? There is indeed no signal in the wilderness area, but if officials mobilize satellites to check from space, it can still be seen. It's not a satellite. Let me introduce you. This is Wuhan's deputy captain, Xian. Like you, he has awakened a special talent. His special talent is the Hunting King, which allows him to locate and track anything. No matter life or death, once you are located, you can't leave. Chen Feng guessed Li Fei's thoughts, denied it actively, and introduced it. Chen Feng said apologetically, by the way, in order to find you and protect you, we entered your home without permission and found a hair. I hope you can forgive us. After all, you are too important to us. I see. It doesn't matter. Li Fei suddenly realized. It turns out that he is an awakened person with special talents. His eyes turned to Xian. Xian was also looking at him. Li Fei, come back with us. The martial arts exam will start in 5 days. Don't put yourself in danger. According to our intelligence, you have been targeted by the Shadow Cult. The Shadow Cult is a traitor to humanity and an evil organization. They are extremely dangerous. The shadow you killed before was just an insignificant character in the Shadow Cult. Chen Feng said in a deep voice. I have the means to ensure my own safety. Those rats of the Shadow Cult can't kill me. There are still 5 days left. I plan to continue looking for opportunities to improve my cultivation in the wilderness area. Li Fei disagreed. I can promise to return to the base city before the martial arts exam. If that's the case, we will all follow you and protect your safety. Chen Feng knew that he couldn't persuade her, so he stopped trying. No need for that. I like to act on my own. Li Fei shook his head. This is the director's personal order. Chen Feng said. Your chief is primarily responsible for my safety. How about this? You all attack together. As long as I defeat you, it will prove that I have enough strength to guarantee safety in the wilderness area. You can then return and report. Li Fei didn't care whether it was the director's order or not. I'm wondering why you're like this. We came here out of kindness to protect you, yet you're so ungrateful. The blue-haired girl stood up and said angrily. It seems like we really want to come here. If it weren't for the director's order, we wouldn't be willing to come. Being protected by all the generals is a benefit not everyone has. As she spoke, she crossed her arms over her chest. Also, you're being too arrogant. The 7 of us joining forces is no joke. Everyone felt looked down upon and was embarrassed. After all, who here is not a young person, who is not a genius? Who doesn't have a little bit of pride? Although Li Fei killed the 3rd-level peak black python alone. They couldn't do it alone, but now that 7 of them have joined forces, it's hard to say. I'm not arrogant because I have enough strength. Li Fei said lightly. You just fought against the black python and you're not in good shape. Do you want to take a rest? Chen Feng asked. No need, my recovery speed is beyond your imagination. I am now in my prime. Li Fei raised the corners of his mouth. Good. Let's go together. Chen Feng waved his hand and took the lead in attacking Li Fei. The others were also stunned when they saw this. Are you really going to do it? However, he hesitated for only a second before bursting out with all his strength to attack Li Fei from different directions. I like people like you who are straightforward. Li Fei smiled and fought against 7 generals with the S-level overlord sword in hand. Bang 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 bang. 7 generals showed their special abilities and displayed their martial arts skills. Li Fei was not in a hurry. He mobilized his ultimate freedom and dodged easily. All 7 generals' attacks missed. Li Fei opened the Chaos Realm, blocking the 7 people in space and time, making them unable to move. As the knife fell, 7 people flew backwards, hit the ground, and spit out blood. 7 generals were killed instantly. This strength is too terrifying. How is it? You can go back and report back with confidence based on my current strength, right? Li Fei wiped the blood off the knife and said calmly. Ahem. How can he be so strong? That was the key to defeating the black armored python just now. Could it be the domain? Field. Everyone wiped the blood. Although they were unwilling, they were indeed shocked by Li Fei's powerful strength. Why did your hair turn silver? What kind of talent is this? What talent have you awakened? The hunting king Xian asked with a complicated expression. My talent is chaos. You can go back now. Li Fei said lightly. Chaos. Everyone was stunned. No one has ever heard of this special talent. But just hearing the name sounds awesome. Just as they were stunned, Li Fei raised his hand, condensed a ball of green energy, and hit the 7 people. The injuries of the 7 people were healed instantly. The ability of instant healing can not only be used on yourself, can also be used on others. This is. My injury has healed. This. Everyone's pupils widened in shock. Don't ask so many questions, just go back. I appreciate your and the director's kindness, but I prefer to act alone. A chick that is constantly protected cannot grow into a peerless powerhouse. Don't follow me again, or I will be rude to you. After saying that, Li Fei used instant movement and disappeared from the spot. After hearing this, everyone showed complicated expressions. Disappearing from the spot in an instant, is this also a manifestation of reaching the extreme speed? They were shocked. Li Fei's methods today exceeded their expectations and refreshed their 3 perspectives. Why can a person's talent be so strong and possess so many strange abilities? It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. Chapter 27 Divine Craftsman. The beast tide erupts. Captain, what do we do now? Everyone looked at Captain Chen Feng. Chen Feng said, his strength can guarantee his safety in this wilderness area. And with his terrifying speed, even if he can't win, he can still escape. People like him are destined to be lone wolves. Their teammates will become a burden. There's no need to worry about acting alone. It's actually safer than following us. Even if those rats from the Shadow Cult really set their sights on Li Fei, they won't get any good results. Let's go back and report. After hearing Captain Chen Feng's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Then they left one after another. Little did they know that the black-clad men from the Shadow Cult were also frightened by Li Fei's terrifying fighting power and had run away long ago. Soon after they left, the other third-level monsters noticed the death of the black-armored python at the same time. They came to inquire. The valley collapsed, and the life force of the black-armored python truly disappeared. As they were also third-level monsters, they did not show any joy. Instead, his expression was unusually solemn. The black-armored python possessed the most powerful defensive power among the 3 levels. They couldn't gain any advantage even if they joined forces, and now they were killed. There is a human presence here. Lao He is likely to have been killed by a powerful human at the level of a martial commander. A mutant chimpanzee, almost 3 meters tall and nearly 4 meters tall, sniffed the air and said in a deep voice. Although it is difficult for Wu Shuai to break through his defense, it is not impossible. As long as a strong Wu Shuai comes, killing the black python with black armor will not be a problem. Humans, are you going to attack us? A black mutant eagle flew out from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Whether it is the mutant chimpanzee or this black eagle, they are both at the peak of the 3rd level. They are the same as the black-armored python, and are among the 3 kings with the highest cultivation level in the depths of this wilderness area. The black-armored python has the strongest defense. Speed and strength are second. Chimpanzees are the strongest. Defense and speed are second. The black eagle is the fastest. Strength and defense are second. The triangle relationship was originally very stable, but now the black-armored python is dead. Then when the land becomes vacant, they will definitely take it over. Its territory will be yours and mine each. As for the humans, gather your men and begin a beast massacre against the human warrior teams in the wilderness. No matter what, Old Black Python is also one of our monster beasts. We absolutely cannot let this account go. Black Eagle said in a deep voice. Okay. The chimpanzee nodded, a sharp look in his eyes. They and humans are absolute enemies. Either you die or I live. Among the monsters and humans, only one group can survive on the blue planet. That is of course them humans. On the other side, in a deserted high-rise building, Li Fei's figure suddenly appeared here. He took out the black python and some medicinal herbs he had just collected on the way from the system warehouse. Release the talent of the god of alchemy and start refining the elixir. A ball of light enveloped all the medicinal herbs. The next second, pills appeared one after another. There are exactly 100 of them. All of them are perfect 3rd-grade pills, and they are refined using the mysterious armored black python. The price of each one is definitely over 100 million. Li Fei took one and played with it in his hand. Xuanjia pills, currently only I can perfectly refine them, and the Xuanjia black python is already dead. These pills are rare and cannot be regenerated. As long as I manage them well, even if the price increases to 1 billion, it won't be a problem. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Li Fei's eyes. He ate one first and began to refine it to see the effect. The pill melts in your mouth. A magical feeling arises. The shadow of a black python with black armor appeared on his body. The medicinal power of this pill was affected by the power of chaos and began to mutate. The scales that seeped out of Li Fei's body were not black, but golden. Chaos colors. Golden scales covered his entire body, causing his defense to skyrocket. Transformed by the power of chaos, its defense is even stronger than that of the black python itself. Even resisting the continuous full-strength attacks from a martial arts master is no longer a problem. Let's call you Chaos Scale Armor. Golden light burst out of Li Fei's eyes. Of course, without the influence of the power of chaos, the rest of the people who ate it would only gain the black scales and defensive power of the black armored python. In the Chaos Scale Armor state, a powerful force also emerged from him. Not only the defense is improved, but also the attack power and speed. He felt very satisfied. Although the 3rd-grade elixir has improved his strength, the level has also been improved a lot. But it was not enough to help him break through to the late stage of martial artist. Li Fei grabbed 50 Xuanjia pills and threw them into his mouth like eating candy. Although you can no longer obtain scales, you can absorb the medicinal power. As long as the medicine is strong enough, there is still hope for a breakthrough. As time passed, after consuming 50 perfect third-grade peak pills, Li Fei still failed to break through to the late stage of the martial artist realm. But his intuition told him that it would be soon. There are still 49 Xuanjia pills left. The chaotic body is really a bottomless pit. Li Fei looked worried. Grab 40 of them and stuff them into your mouth. He figured this should be enough. As for the remaining 9, they can be sold for money in the base city. Gurgle. 40 pills melted in the mouth. Li Fei continued to refine and absorb the medicinal power with ease. As time goes by, the power of chaos in him is getting stronger and stronger. Finally completed the critical breakthrough. Buzz. Golden light shines out. Li Fei successfully broke through from the middle stage of the martial artist realm to the late stage of the martial artist realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the late stage of the martial master realm and obtaining the god-level talent, Divine Craftsman. Master Craftsman, as long as you have enough materials, you can create the most perfect artifact 100%. The next second, all the knowledge related to casting flooded into Li Fei's mind and muscle memory like a tide. It seems like he was born with this innate talent. He slowly opened his eyes and golden light burst out. Ha ha ha. Good. 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 It really allowed me to obtain a god-level talent related to weapon refiners. The weapon refiner is nothing compared to the master craftsman. Li Fei laughed. A thought came to mind. His character interface opens. Host, Li Fei. Level, late stage of martial artist realm. God-level talents, chaos body. Alchemy god. Great wilderness prisoner finger. Instant heal. Ultimate freedom. Teleport. Divine craftsman. Innate divine powers, light of primal chaos. Vortex of returning to the ruins. All laws return to the pill. Pill tribulation steals the heavens. Void divine platform. Power of the divine craftsman. Nativity domain, chaos domain. Alchemy god domain. Divine craftsman domain. Basic combat power, 70,000. Martial arts, chaos burning sky palm. Chaos phantom slashing sky. Chaos soul devouring palm. Chaos chains. Chaos grip. Chaos scale armor. Equipment, S-rank tyrant battle suit. S-rank tyrant battle sword. Keep exploring the unknown. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. He plans to leave here. Suddenly I realized that the earth was shaking. Looking down from the window, I found that a group of third-level monsters were rioting deep in the wilderness area. This is a beast tide. Li Fei's pupils shrank. If such a large-scale beast tide attacked Wuhan base city, it would definitely be a huge disaster. It's just right. I'll use you to warm up and collect some materials to combine with the spiritual essence crystals to create the first artifact. Li Fei's mouth corners raised, revealing excitement. Holding an S-class overlord blade, he rushed into the beast herd, his hair turning silver white, and entering the state of ultimate freedom, embarking on a killing spree. Chapter 28 The beast tide is coming, the director shows his power. The sudden appearance of the beast tide caused panic among the warriors in the wilderness area, and they fled. Some who did not have time to escape became food for the numerous beasts. The satellite will transmit the captured images to the Wuhan base city command center. Oh no! A beast riot has occurred in the wilderness area. At the first moment, the Wuhan military region coordinated with the Wuhan branch to arrange large troops and warrior teams to support the city wall. Contact Chen Feng and the others immediately and ask them what exactly happened. When the director of the Wuhan branch learned of this information, he immediately became anxious. Li Fei was still in the wilderness area, and a beast tide broke out at this time. Although there is no signal in the wilderness area, communication can be made via satellite phone. Chen Feng's team, which was retreating rapidly in the wilderness area, was also chased by a tide of beasts. Fortunately, they were all first and second level beasts. With so many of them, even if they were generals, they would die in battle due to exhaustion. When you encounter a beast tide, you must escape immediately and return to the first line of defense on the front line of the base city, where there will be a special large force and thermal weapons against monsters to defend against them. Why did a beast tide suddenly break out? The blue-haired girl in the car was puzzled. It might be related to the death of the black-armored python. After all, it is one of the 3 kings of this wilderness area. The monster is taking revenge on us and wants to drag us down with it, Chen Feng said with cold sweat pouring down his face. Li Fei is still deep in the wilderness. Doesn't that mean he is dead, said the hunting king Xian. It's already this time, why bother with him? This is what he did, said a team member. He's so fast. As long as he doesn't fight the beast tide head on, there shouldn't be any problem. Chen Feng shook his head. The off-road vehicle increased its speed to the maximum and soon rushed to the front of Wuhan Bay City. Here, many warrior teams have already run back from all directions. On the city wall, hot weapons have been fired. He fired wildly at the front, killing all the first and second level monsters that were following him. The reason why this wilderness area has not been recaptured is that the Federation deliberately left it for warriors to train. Otherwise, with the current strength of human warriors and the level of development of thermal weapons, if they wanted to, they could recapture this wilderness area in minutes. But after the recapture, the warriors in Wuhan Bay City lost a place to train, which was not conducive to their becoming stronger. As for becoming stronger by taking pills, this is unrealistic. All materials are limited. And the pills are expensive. It is not very useful for a high-level warrior to take low-level pills. Get out of Wuhan Bay City 100 miles away. Or you'll die. A broadcast voice sounded. Boom! Suddenly, thunder roared in the sky. All the people and monsters were stunned. The next second, a terrifying pressure emanated from inside. Inside the thundercloud, a figure in purple battle clothes was seen walking in the air, with thunder all around him. This aura is that of a peak-level martial arts master. A surprised voice sounded. Everyone calmed down. If a strong man in the Wuxuai realm appears, then they will all be safe. The attacking monster showed a look of fear. The next second, surging thunder struck down like a rainstorm, killing all the monsters within 100 miles of Wuhan Bay City. The attacking monsters turned around and ran away, and those monsters that had not yet entered the scene braked in time when they were 100 miles away from Wuhan Bay City and dared not move forward. That's the director. Chen Feng and others who had successfully entered the base city below were surprised to see the familiar figure in the sky. The director of the Wuhan branch is a person at the peak of the martial arts realm. He is also the strongest garrison commander in the entire Wuhan base city. This director is a retired veteran of the front lines, and his strength is unfathomable. He is also an extraordinary warrior who has awakened special talents related to thunder. 100 miles from Wuhan base city, this is a restricted area for monsters. Anyone who steps into this area will die. A loud voice sounded, and above the sky, thunder struck the ground 100 miles away, drawing a long line. This line is the dividing line between humans and monsters. As soon as you step in, you will be struck to death by the terrifying thunder in the sky. All the monsters looked at their dead companions on the ground with a look of fear. This is equivalent to a 4th-level peak monster, so they can't help but be afraid. Moreover, the element of thunder has extremely strong lethality and defense-breaking properties. It is one of the nemesis of these monsters. As a result, the monsters retreated in fear. Seeing this scene, everyone in Wuhan Base City breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, you're smart. Above the sky, the director snorted coldly, waved his hand, and the thunderclouds in the sky dispersed and slowly fell down. Soon they found Chen Feng and others to understand the situation. After learning that the cause of the beast tide outbreak was probably related to Li Fei's killing of the 3rd-level peak black python, even he was shocked. He's actually already in the middle stage of the martial master. And he even single-handedly killed a peak-level 3rd-level Xuanjia black python, known for its invincible defense at its level. He's so fast and so strong, he shouldn't be in any trouble. Let's wait and see. Now it's up to you. The director sighed. Although she is a top-ranked martial arts commander, years of fighting have left her with many incurable hidden diseases. If she goes deep into the wilderness to look for Li Fei, she will face being surrounded and attacked by 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-level monsters. By then, even he will die from exhaustion of energy. He cannot die, otherwise Wuhan Base City will be in danger. Even if the federal government comes to rescue, it will take time. By this time, Wuhan Base City may fall. This is not what he wants to see. And he has to consider the overall situation. By the way, what is his talent called? Have you asked the director. Chaos. Li Fei's talent is called chaos. Chen Feng said. Chaos. I see. A hint of shock flashed in the director's eyes. Anyone who can be associated with these two words is not simple. The beast tide has receded. Send someone out to bring back the corpses of those monsters. After saying that, the director left the place. Leave it to the military district and other warriors to handle. At the same time, in the wilderness area, a bloody man holding a long knife stained with blood fought his way in and out of the group of third-level beasts, doing everything he could, appearing invincible. This person is Li Fei. The blood on his body and the knife were not his, but from the monsters he killed. Happy. Cool. The chaotic body is running at full power, bursting out with powerful force. With the blessing of the chaotic body, Li Fei becomes stronger and stronger in battle. All the dead monsters were stored in the system warehouse. The third-level monsters were afraid of being killed and ran away. Where did this human warrior come from? He is so perverted. Just when Li Fei was about to continue chasing, suddenly, a terrifying force of extreme cold spread out from all directions. To the west is the middle of the wilderness area. It is the territory of the second-level monster. Such a cold force of extreme cold, what happened over there? Li Fei was a little surprised. Feeling the breath, strange, why does this breath seem familiar? He frowned, feeling like he had encountered this somewhere before. He used teleportation to go and check the situation. Chapter 29 Shen Mengyao awakens SS-level special talent, Extreme Ice Holy Body. In the middle of the wilderness area. At this moment, a horrifying scene is presented here. All around me was an extremely icy world, and the cold was overwhelming. Those monsters were frozen into ice sculptures. In the middle, not far ahead, human corpses were lying here, also turned into ice sculptures. Only a girl with ice blue hair was lying in the pit, unconscious. Looking closely at his appearance, if Li Fei were here, he would definitely recognize him. Isn't this person Shen Mengyao, the school belle of Wuhan No. 1 High School? My ex-girlfriend. At this moment, a terrifying and extremely cold air was spreading from her body, and the icy scene around her was related to this extremely cold air. The next second, Li Fei's figure appeared out of thin air. He was also surprised at the scene in front of him. It's all frozen. It's so cold. But compared to my chaos fire, it's still far behind. Chaos fire surged from Li Fei's body, completely dispelling the extreme cold air that was pouring into him. His eyes turned to the only girl still alive at the scene in the pit. Shen Mengyao? Why is she here? After seeing the appearance clearly, Li Fei was stunned and said in surprise. He has never contacted Shen Mengyao since the day they broke up. The other party did not show up at school either. But I didn't expect it to appear here. The bodies of those people around. And the broken equipment Shen Mengyao was wearing. Did this guy form a team to hunt in the wilderness? Li Fei said in surprise. According to the rules of the Federation, one cannot go out alone without reaching the warrior realm. Unless there is a strong team of warriors willing to take them with you. Shen Mengyao's family is not poor, so she should be accompanied by a team of warriors arranged by her family. But now it seems that the extreme cold air and the surrounding ice formation were all caused by Shen Mengyao. It's impossible for an ordinary warrior to emit such power. The extreme cold energy is the power of elements. Could it be that when she was on the verge of death, she awakened a special talent, and it is related to extreme cold, and the level is not low? Such a scene has already occurred after just awakening. Could it be an S-level talent? Or even SS level? What a lucky guy. That ice blue hair should also be related to the awakening talent. Li Fei couldn't help but marvel. No wonder I felt this aura was familiar before, but I just couldn't remember it. The feelings belong to Shen Mengyao. Li Fei has complicated feelings towards the other party. In addition to breaking up, I have also slapped the other party in the face. There is no deep hatred. Then he condensed a ball of green energy in his hand and shot it into Shen Mengyao's body. After the energy ball spread, it instantly healed Shen Mengyao's internal and external injuries. Shen Mengyao woke up in a daze. Seeing the scene in front of him, his eyes widened in disbelief. What happened? I didn't die. But they are all dead. Shen Mengyao looked at the familiar dead men and women around her, revealing a look of pain. Wow, third uncle, how did you die? If I had known, I wouldn't have come out. After being slapped in the face by Li Fei that day, she returned home and wanted to go to the wilderness area to become stronger quickly. Uncle San brought the team and her out for training, so that she could fully understand the cruelty and danger of the wilderness. They were planning to go back, but suddenly a beast tide occurred and they were forced to enter the central part of the wilderness area, where they were attacked by a second-level beast tide. Uncle San and others died in battle to save her. She was also seriously injured and fell into a coma. At this moment, she felt extremely guilty. To put it bluntly, she is just an 18-year-old girl. All of this has something to do with you. You really don't know anything about it? Just then, a somewhat familiar voice sounded. Shen Mengyao turned her head and saw the man's face clearly beneath the blood. Her pupils suddenly shrank. Are you Li Fei? Why are you here? Of course I came here to gain experience. You are a rookie who is not even a warrior. You just came here to gain experience. You are simply seeking death. Now it's your clever behavior that has killed them. You are such a troublemaker. Li Fei said indifferently. There's also a hint of irony. Hearing this, Shen Mengyao felt heartbroken and tears fell. However, the tears that had just fallen were affected by the cold air emanating from the body and turned into ice crystals. How could this happen? Shen Mengyao was shocked. Sense it carefully, you may have awakened a special talent. Li Fei said lightly. I have awakened a special talent. Shen Mengyao was shocked. After careful sensing, an ice blue shadow appeared from behind her. Mysterious Ice Holy Body, SS level talent. Shen Mengyao's pupils widened, and her eyes were filled with a cold ice blue light. I actually awakened a special talent. At the same time, her strength also skyrocketed. You are so lucky. Li Fei said. Ha, you are the only one who can awaken, but I can't? My talent is SS level, which is even stronger than your S level talent. Just wait, I will surpass you in the future. You said before that I could only look up to you in the future? In the future, you will be the one looking up to me. Shen Mengyao was surprised, no longer in pain, and spoke more confidently. What do you think? Do you regret it now? I can give you another chance to pursue me. Shen Mengyao slowly raised her forehead with a proud look. Idiot. Li Fei looked coldly. You. What did you say? Shen Mengyao was furious. Li Fei, let me show you the power of the Extreme Ice Saint body. Shen Mengyao used her Extreme Ice Holy power to attack Li Fei. Li Fei showed disdain and threw a punch. The terrifying chaos fire instantly evaporated the ultimate holy ice. Shen Mengyao flew backwards and rolled on the ground in pain. How could this happen? I have an SS level talent, why am I inferior to your S level talent? Why can your flame extinguish my ultimate holy ice? Shen Mengyao suffered a powerful blow and her self-confidence was shaken. When did I ever tell you in person that my talent is only S rank? What's more, my current level is already in the late stage of the martial artist realm. How can you, a martial artist who has just awakened in the middle stage, compare with me? Li Fei said disdainfully. What? Your talent isn't S rank? Is he SS rank like me? You're already in the late stage of the martial master realm. How is this possible? How did you do it? It's not even a month yet since you awakened your talent. After Shen Mengyao heard this, her three views collapsed and she found it difficult to accept this fact for a while. You talk too much. This is not something you should know. In short, if you want to catch up with me, surpass me, or step on me, you will never have a chance in this lifetime. Li Fei taunted. You. Just wait for me. I will definitely surpass you. I will trample you under my feet. And then I will make you my male servant. I will humiliate you. I will punish you. I want you to get down on your knees and sing conquer for me. Shen Mengyao said in a very corrupt way. Li Fei's eyes flashed with a playful look. I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Shen Mengyao calmed down and her face turned red. What I just said seemed a little too crazy. She didn't expect that she was so anxious that she even said these words. Humph, anyway, as long as I don't die, I will definitely be able to do it in the future. Shen Mengyao gritted her teeth. Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing that day come. But when that day comes, I will let you know what reality is. Li Fei felt inexplicably excited. I look forward to suppressing the opponent again and killing him in seconds when Shen Mengyao is at her most glorious and strongest. Let the other party fully understand that the gap between the two is a chasm between heaven and earth. He would not kill Shen Mengyao, he was not that petty. In the eyes of this 118-year-old who has lived 2 lives, Shen Mengyao, an 18-year-old girl, is just a little girl throwing a tantrum and cannot cause him any verbal attack at all. Chapter 30 God-level talent, Array God. I want to take their bodies back to the base city, but my ability is limited. Can you help me? Shen Mengyao said, looking at the bodies of the 7 people on the ground. For the sake of our classmates, I can help you this time. As Li Fei waved his hand, golden chains emerged from the void, binding all the corpses and taking them into the void. In fact, it returned to the system warehouse. The reason for doing this is to highlight one's own status in mystery. Seeing this, Shen Mengyao was shocked again. What kind of method is this? Is it one of your innate abilities? You can understand it that way. Li Fei did not answer directly. He reached out and placed his hand on Shen Mengyao's shoulder. What are you doing? Shen Mengyao shuddered all over. She thought Li Fei was planning something bad to her. Don't be nervous, I'll take you back. I'm not interested in you. Li Fei said mercilessly. After these words were spoken, Shen Mengyao felt that her charm had decreased. Just when he was about to get angry, the next second, the 2 bodies disappeared into the wilderness area. At this moment, in the wilderness-based city, there was a pair of parents anxiously looking for their child. Mengyao, where are you? The long-haired mother looked worried and anxious. Don't be afraid, she will be fine with my 3rd brother's team leading her. The short-haired father hugged the woman and comforted her. In fact, he himself was also very nervous. Although that was a team composed entirely of martial artists, the area they were in was a wilderness area, which was the source of the beast tide. With so many beasts attacking at once, a martial artist team could be destroyed instantly. But if you are lucky enough to find a place to hide, there is still a chance to survive. After all, they have extensive experience in wilderness areas. I told you not to let Mengyao enter the wilderness area so early, but you refused to listen. If anything happens to Mengyao, I will never forgive you. The woman cried, complaining about the man. The man could only hold her tightly, remain silent and say nothing. Dad, Mom. But at this moment, a voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them immediately turned their heads to look. They discovered that the person who came was none other than their longed-for daughter, Shen Mengyao. Mengyao. I'm so glad you're okay. It scared my mom to death. The 2 of them immediately rushed over and hugged him in their arms. Scenes like this are happening in other places as well. Everyone is looking for their families, hoping that nothing is wrong. Some are sad, some are happy. Li Fei watched this scene among the crowd. I feel mixed emotions. He has no relatives and has never experienced the feeling of family love. In fact, he was quite envious of Shen Mengyao, at least she had her own parents. Now that things have come to this, I still have to focus on becoming stronger. All emotions are a bondage to me. Only by completely abandoning them can I become stronger. My road is destined to be lonely. Li Fei clenched his fists, looked at the 7 dead bodies on the ground, then used instant teleportation to disappear on the spot. Mengyao, when did you come back? By the way, where are your uncles? On the other side, after the hug, the father asked. My 3rd uncle and the others died in the beast tide in order to protect me, but I brought their bodies back. Shen Mengyao's eyes flashed with self-blame. What? Are they all dead? Then how did you get back? The 2 men's voices became trembling. Shen Mengyao told the story. They were both surprised and delighted. I didn't expect such a talent to emerge from our base city. We have to thank him. I didn't expect you to awaken an SS-level talent. That's amazing. When the 3 arrived at the place where the body was, Li Fei was nowhere to be seen. Shen Mengyao had a complicated look on her face. Li Fei, just wait for me. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't look down on a poor girl. In the future, I will definitely surpass you and crush you. She clenched her fists and thought to herself. Li Fei ignored other things. He has returned to his home. Took a hot bath. The ground was covered in blood and the air was filled with the smell of blood. This blood all belongs to monsters. After washing, I put on clean clothes, sat on a stool, and looked at the sky outside, which was about to get dark. He took out a bottle of drink from the refrigerator and started drinking it. Thanks to this beast tide, I was able to collect so many materials. I'll refine some of them into elixirs to help improve my cultivation, and use the rest to forge artifacts. Li Fei's mind was immersed in the system warehouse. This system warehouse is infinite and has no end. There was a pile of dead monster corpses inside. There are first order, second order, and third order ones. He planned to refine it directly here, but he didn't know if it would work. So give it a try. Activate the alchemy god's talent. As the monster corpses and the medicinal herbs glowed, he knew that his bet was right. Then, from now on, you will be able to refine pills directly in the system warehouse without having to take them out to be conspicuous. The next second, pills appeared one after another. First grade elixir. Second grade elixir. Third grade elixir. A lot. There are so many of them, more than 10,000 of them. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Li Fei took a deep breath and swallowed 99% of the pill into his stomach. If Shin Mengyao, who possesses the SS-level gifted extreme ice saint body, absorbs such a huge amount of pills at once, she will explode and die. In this world, among humans, perhaps Li Fei is the only one who can refine and devour it all without exploding. Because it had absorbed it before, the chaotic body had completely adapted to the medicinal power of the first to third grade elixirs. Even if he absorbed so many pills at once and refined them at the same time, it would only take 3 days. At this moment, there are only 2 days left before the martial arts exam. The aura of Li Fei was extremely fierce and violent. Finally, he reached the critical point and broke through from the late stage of the martial artist realm to the peak of the martial artist realm. Although the strength is still increasing. However, he is still only one step away from the realm of military general and it is difficult to reach it. This made Li Fei frown and feel frightened. Even the medicinal power of so many pills could not directly help him break through to the early stage of military general. The energy required by the chaotic body is really scary. At the same time, the system voice rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of the martial master realm and obtaining the god-level talent, Formation God. Array God, you are familiar with all knowledge and abilities related to array formations. You can create powerful array formations with a wave of your hand. A lot of unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded into Li Fei's mind. All these memories are related to the formation. After absorbing the knowledge of the Formation God, his eyes opened, flashing with golden light. The formation is indeed full of mysteries. Now I have gathered 3 secondary professions: medicine, weapon refining, and formation. Even one of these 3 would be a powerful being on Blue Star. Now I have 3 of them. I don't need to rely on anyone else for anything, and I don't need to beg anyone for anything. I'm one step closer to becoming invincible. Li Fei raised the corners of his mouth and showed confidence in his eyes. Chapter 31 Refining the Divine Artifact, Han Yuan Blade. The next step is to refine the first divine weapon. Exhaling, Li Fei continued to look at the remaining monster corpses and the piece of top-notch refining material, the spirit marrow crystal. Void divine platform, descend. Li Fei shouted loudly and displayed the divine power of the master craftsman. The next second, a huge altar fell from the sky. This is also the altar needed for casting, which can create a divine artifact with 100% certainty. Even if it is not the material for a divine weapon, as long as it enters this altar, it can be refined into a divine weapon. He threw all the remaining monster corpses and spirit essence crystals in. Here you can choose the weapon's appearance: knife, sword, gun, spear, stick, club. Suddenly, Li Fei had a bold idea. Click them all. He planned to forge a magical weapon that could change into 1,000 shapes. Then comes elemental enchantment. Li Fei injected his own chaotic power and the power of the divine formation into it. And all the elemental power between heaven and earth is also imprinted into it. This is an element that comes with the altar. Since you are going to create your first artifact, let us make one that is as versatile as possible. He is very much looking forward to it. Once you're all set, click cast. The altar began to shake violently. A 60-second countdown appears above. Soon, a minute passed. Smoke is coming out of the altar. As the light soars into the sky, a magical weapon was born. This is a divine weapon with a long sword as its main form. The long sword was golden in color, emitting a chaotic light, and within the chaos flashed the power of various elements between heaven and earth. The artifact trembled, and the true name of chaos condensed into an inscription burning the sky in the void. Li Fei raised his hand and grasped it, and the artifact automatically recognized its master. All the uses of this artifact suddenly flooded into my mind. Item: Han Yuan Blade. Sequence: Number 1. Type: Weapon. Quality: Divine Product. Function: Change the weapon's form in a moment. Unleash the power of all the elements within it in a moment. Instant repair effect included. Features: Divine Defense Breaking, Divine Sharpness, Divine Tenacity, Divine Ever-Changing. The artifact's own killer move: Chaos Element God-Slaying Slash. Chaos Heavenly Killing Formation. Nice knife. Excitement flashed in Li Fei's eyes. His mind has been connected with the Han Yuan blade. Take it into the body with the thought and summon it out with the thought. With the thought, check the current panel information. Host: Li Fei. Level: Peak of the Martial Master Realm. God level talents: Chaos Body, Alchemy God, Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger, Instant Heal, Ultimate Freedom, Teleport, Divine Craftsman, Formation God, Innate Divine Powers, Light of Primal Chaos, Vortex of Returning to the Ruins. All laws return to the pill. Pill Tribulation steals the heavens. Void Divine Platform. Power of the Divine Craftsman. Divine Killing Formation. Formation formed by a single thought. Nativity Domain, Chaos Domain. Alchemy God Domain. Divine Craftsman Domain. Formation God Domain. Basic Combat Power, 99,999. Martial Arts, Chaos Burning Sky Palm. Chaos Phantom Slashing Sky. Chaos Soul Devouring Palm. Chaos Chains. Chaos Grip. Chaos Scale Armor. Equipment: S-Rank Tyrant Battle Suit. S-Rank Tyrant Battle Sword. Artifact: Han Yuan Blade. God's Killing Move: Chaos Element God Slaying Slash. Chaos Heavenly Killing Formation. Li Feiqiang is so scary now. Although with his strength, he is still unable to fully unleash the maximum power of the artifact's killing move, but killing Wu Shuai is no longer a difficult task. Even when facing Wu Wang, whose basic combat power exceeds 10 million, he can still fight. After finishing things here, Li Fei left the house and came to the Warrior Mall. I want to find your person in charge. I have a big business. Arriving at the front desk, Li Fei showed his identity as a Diamond member and said. The woman at the front desk became extremely respectful after seeing Li Fei's Diamond member status. Okay, Mr. Li, please wait a moment. She immediately called the person in charge of this branch temple. Soon, the person in charge came to meet in person. Judging from his aura, the person in front of him is also a strong man at the level of a military general. However, Li Fei felt that he could kill the opponent in an instant. Li Fei had a very strong aura, and even the general in charge felt a lot of pressure and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This kid is really not simple. The person in charge thought to himself. The two entered the office. The person in charge smiled and said, ever since that pill transaction, I've always wanted to meet you, but I never had the chance. Now the opportunity has come. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Tao, and I'm the federal head of the Warrior Mall in Wuhan Bay City. I'm much older than you, so if you don't mind, just call me Brother Xiao. Hearing this, Li Fei said, Hello, Brother Xiao, my name is Li Fei. Li Fei, I've heard about your deeds. I didn't expect you to have grown to this level in less than a month. It looks like this year's martial arts exam will be exciting. Excuse me, are you an alchemist? Xiao Tao spoke. In fact, he had already found out through his own channels that he was able to sit in this position. Li Fei's talent is called Chaos. Yes, I heard it from the director of the Wuhan branch. After all, he and his friends belong to the same federation and they still communicate with each other privately. In his opinion, chaos is invisible and it is very likely that various abilities can be acquired through learning. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Li Fei was able to rise so quickly. The most important thing is that the other party bought so many raw materials at once and sold so many perfect level pills. Direct profit of more than 4.9 billion in wealth. If it is as they guessed, then it makes sense. Yes, I am the alchemist. Li Fei nodded. As expected. Young and promising. Perfect level pills are rare even in the Federation. Xiao Tao was shocked after hearing this. These are your personal secrets, so I won't ask any more. So what is your main purpose in looking for me this time? Xiao Tao asked. Of course I'm here for the elixir. As Li Fei spoke, he waved his hand and took out pills one by one. There are first, second and third grades. There are quite a few of them. These are all newly refined pills that I made. They are not available on the market. You can also think of them as brand new pills that I personally developed. Their effects are. Li Fei introduced them one by one. Xiao Tao was stunned when he heard it. A genius. No. A peerless monster. I'll go check it out right now. If it's true, I'll definitely give you a price that's higher than the market price of the pill. Xiao Tao said. Okay. Li Fei nodded. Xiao Tao quickly conducted the test. The quality of the pills is perfect. He began to try different pills one by one. The effect immediately appeared on him. In the end, Xiao Tao bought all the pills for 10 billion. As for how to make back the money, it is very simple for them, and as long as the news gets out, a lot of rich people will come to buy it. As a businessman, it is absolutely impossible to make a loss. Li Fei was also very satisfied with the price. All of a sudden, he became a wealthy man with hundreds of billions of wealth. By the way, this is a letter of recommendation from the Alchemist Association. If you have time, you can go there and take the Alchemist certification exam. It will be of great benefit to you. Xiao Tao handed a letter in his hand to Li Fei. Okay, I'll go take a look after I finish my martial arts exam. Li Fei took it and then left the Warrior Mall. Chapter 32 Martial Arts Test. Early stage of Military General. God level talent, divine contract. Time flies and 2 days have passed. Today is the most important day for all 18-year-old warriors. Global Martial Arts Exam. This is also an annual event. Li Fei arrived at No. 1 Middle School early in the morning. Outside the campus, various luxury cars were parked, and young masters and young ladies got out of them. Among them, Shen Mengyao and Zhao Tao have also arrived. Compared to Zhao Tao a month ago, she now gives people a more oppressive feeling. This past month, with the massive resources provided by my family, my basic combat power has finally reached 4,000. I've reached the mid-level warrior realm. A level talent truly thrives at a rapid rate as long as you're willing to invest time and resources. Zhao Tao clenched his fists, showing excitement. Li Fei, just wait for me. When the martial arts exam begins, it's time for me to wash away the shame of that day with blood. He is full of confidence. The basic combat power plus one's own level talent in martial arts, the final burst of combat power can reach the late stage of the warrior realm. This is his strength. Mengyao, I haven't seen you for a month. You are even more beautiful. Don't worry, I will be able to crush Li Fei under my feet soon. We are the perfect match. Zhao Tao looked at Shen Mengyao in the crowd. Shen Mengyao now looked even colder, with a chill exuding from her body. Combined with her slim figure and beautiful face, she looks more like a cold and aloof ice goddess. Zhao Tao seems to have a little illusion. Shen Mengyao seems to have changed a lot now. Defeat him? After hearing this, Shen Mengyao looked at the confident Zhao Tao and suddenly felt a little sad. There are also some inexplicable ironies. Because she had seen Li Fei's strength. Zhao Tao, who is in the middle stage of the warrior realm, can't do it at all. They will be completely crushed. This would be the case even if she joined forces with the other party. Although it has only been 5 days since she awakened her SS level talent. But the growth rate of SS level talents exceeded her expectations. After 5 days of feeding with plenty of high-quality resources at home, she also successfully reached the middle stage of the warrior realm. There is indeed a world of difference between a warrior with talent and a warrior without talent. Mengyao, I missed you so much this month. Zhao Tao stretched out his hand and wanted to hug Shen Mengyao. But the next second, Shen Mengyao dodged it. What do you mean? Zhao Tao frowned, as if thinking of something. Are you angry that I haven't contacted you this past month? I've also been concentrating on training and improving my strength. I hope you can forgive me. I'll make it up to you. That's not the case, Zhao Tao. From now on, we are no longer boyfriend and girlfriend. I have also awakened a special talent, and it is SS level. Right now, I am not interested in relationships. I am only interested in improving my strength. So our relationship ends here. Shen Mengyao said lightly. The main reason is that since I learned that Li Fei is so powerful, she had a very complicated feeling towards Li Fei. She never chose to give up. I still have a sense of luck. He felt that Zhao Tao's A-level special talent was no longer worthy of her, an SS-level special talent awakener. On the contrary, it was Li Fei's mysterious and powerful special talent that attracted him even more. Only 1 month had passed since Li Fei awakened his talent, but he had already risen from a rookie with only 300 points of basic combat power to a late-stage martial artist. What's more, the other party's family is very poor and has no resources. If he had massive resources, he might have already reached the level of a martial arts commander. This is enough to show that Li Fei's special talent surpasses hers. She planned to officially sever ties with Zhao Tao and see if she could restore her previous relationship with Li Fei in the future. What? You've awakened an SS-level talent. Zhao Tao's pupils shrank after hearing this and he was deeply shocked. How so? Is talent awakening so common now? First it was Li Fei, then you, and you're still SS level. Zhao Tao felt like vomiting blood. Please stay away from me, I'm afraid Li Fei will misunderstand. Shen Mengyao said coldly. Have you two gotten back together? Zhao Tao clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred. You don't have to worry about this. This is a matter between us. Shen Mengyao said coldly. You. Very good. Very good. I'll remember it. You humiliated me like this. You treated me like a clown. I'll remember this. In the future, I will definitely make you regret it. Zhao Tao's face flushed red, he was extremely angry, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. With a cold snort, he turned around and left. Shen Mengyao is not the only woman in this world. What a bitch. I saw Li Fei break up with me weekly before. Now if you see someone who is better than you will get back together. Damn bastards. Zhao Tao had already cursed Li Fei and Shen Mengyao in his heart. Because it was very lively there. The conversation between Zhao Tao and Shen Mengyao did not cause much waves. Everyone be quiet. Just then, the principal's voice rang out from the stage. Everyone fell silent. Everyone looked at the principal. Today is the day of the Federation-wide martial arts examination. This year's exam for our school will be held in Secret Realm number 5 within the base city. Your mission is to fight the monsters inside. Whoever kills more monsters will get more points and a better result. Because this is an exam, there will be surveillance throughout the secret realm. You are not allowed to use any weapons or equipment above a level, and you can only use ordinary cold weapons. When the principal finished speaking, there wasn't much surprise at the scene. After all, it has been like this in previous years. Secret Realm number 5. Li Fei recalled in his mind among the crowd. I've read in books that this secret realm is one of the ancient ruins that appeared on Blue Star after the invasion of monsters from outside the domain. There are countless monsters in it that cannot be killed. They are very scattered. There are 3 floors in total. The first level is a first-level monster. The second level is the second-level monster. The third level is the third-level monster. As a result, the Federation designated this secret realm as a training ground for novice martial arts students. Generally speaking, very few people can enter the third level. Few people enter the second floor, but some do. Most of the students strolled around the first floor. Even so, this novice martial arts exam secret realm has a 30% mortality rate. These are nothing to Li Fei. Now his strength has reached the early stage of military general. Yes, after he obtained 10 billion federal coins, he purchased a large amount of resources for cultivation, and finally fed his chaotic body a little, allowing him to successfully break through from the peak of martial artist to the early stage of martial general this morning. Even though the resources he consumed to improve were dozens of times that of others, this growth rate was still terrifying enough. An 18-year-old general in his early stages. Perhaps only those who are truly powerful and have been continuously fed with high-level resources since childhood can appear. This is an existence whose basic combat power has reached the level of 100,000. If you have special talents and martial arts skills, the overall damage will be even higher. At the same time, at the moment of breaking through to the early stage of the military general realm, the system's voice also sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the early stage of military commander and obtaining the god-level talent, Divine Contract. Divine Contract, able to contract all living and non-living things. This talent is incredible. All of a sudden, Li Fei became a 100% contract master. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this martial arts exam to try out this ability. Chapter 33, Secret Realm Number 5. The martial arts exam begins. The Void Formation's powerful instant kill shocks everyone. Wuhan Base City. Secret Realm Number 5. At this moment, there are huge crowds of people here. Senior high school students from all 10 high schools in Wuhan Base City gathered here. Everyone from Wuhan Number 1 High School has also arrived at the scene in a special armored vehicle for the martial arts exam. The troops of the Wuhan military region have surrounded the entire secret realm and no accidents are allowed to happen. Everyone be quiet. On the high platform ahead, a man in military uniform said calmly. It was clearly just a normal tone of voice, but it was clearly heard by everyone. This adds energy to the sound. Everyone fell silent. This martial arts exam has a 30% mortality rate. Those who wish to withdraw may do so now. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. The man in military uniform reminded. However, no one left the scene. Danger? They already knew it. If you were afraid, you wouldn't have come here in an armored vehicle. Very good. This martial arts exam will last for 24 hours and will end at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. There are surveillance cameras in the secret realm constantly watching you. If anyone is caught killing another during the martial arts exam, their score will be invalidated and they will be sent to a military court for trial. When the man in military uniform said this, a terrifying murderous power was revealed. The people at the scene couldn't help but shudder. Of course, Li Fei was not affected. The chaotic body can eliminate all negative anomalies. Naturally, this also includes the power of others. At this moment, someone took a watch and distributed it to each candidate. Li Fei took it and studied it. Possessing the talent of a master craftsman, he could see the essence of this watch at a glance. In fact, it is just a monitor, and there is also a teleportation array engraved inside it. This formation should be activated when encountering danger, and the candidates in danger will be teleported out of the secret realm. From now on, until the end of the martial arts exam tomorrow, you must wear your watches. If anyone takes them off during the exam, your score will be invalidated. If you encounter life-threatening danger in the secret realm, simply tell your watch that you're giving up the assessment and you'll be teleported out. Your results will also be invalidated, and you'll be eliminated. The man in military uniform said. Everyone put on their watches immediately. It is also better to monitor every student. Avoid mutual fighting. Candidates can fight with each other and even get injured. But you must never kill people. This is the worst form of cannibalism and is strictly prohibited by the federal government. That is allowed in the wilderness area, but not in this secret place. Then the martial arts exam will officially begin. After entering the secret realm, all of you will be randomly teleported to different locations, and then it's all up to you. After saying this, the man in military uniform waved his hand. A blue energy gate appeared in front. This door is the portal to Secret Realm Number 5. All candidates, please enter in an orderly manner. At the same time, in the martial arts examination hall, all the principals, high school tutors, bureau chiefs, military district chiefs, and admissions officers from other universities in Wuhan Bay City were present. I'm really looking forward to seeing how many dark horses there will be this year. 10 high schools were assessed together, and each had 1 or 2 dark horses. It was really exciting. Everyone looked at the surveillance screens one after another in front of them with anticipation. The director of the Wuhan branch and the principal of Number 1 Middle School looked at each other and already had an idea in their minds. They are more optimistic about Li Fei. By the way, I heard that Zhao Tao, an A-level Flame Lord, was defeated by Li Fei, who has 300 points. Rumor has it that this Li Fei has awakened a special talent beyond a level. Let's see if we can lock the surveillance on him and see how he performs. At this moment, the principal of Wuhan Number 2 Middle School spoke. Their Number 2 Middle School also had a dark horse, and they wanted to see how ridiculous Number 1 Middle School was. Okay, then let's find Li Fei and lock him down. Director Wu Wen nodded. The principal of Number 1 Middle School was also looking forward to it. After so much time had passed, he also wanted to see how much Li Fei had grown. The other side. Secret Realm number 5. With a flash of light, Li Fei has appeared in the ruins. Is this the Secret Realm number 5? It doesn't feel like there's anything too special about it. Li Fei looked at the scene around him and thought secretly in his heart. Roar! As soon as the words fell, a roar of a monster came from the front. A monster with white fur, a wolf head and a human body appeared. In his hand, he held a blood-stained mace. Judging from the aura, the level has reached the peak of the first level. That is the peak of the human warrior realm. A murderous aura emanated from it. At the same time, white-haired werewolves appeared one after another around. Each of them held a blood-stained mace and looked ferocious. There is an early stage, a middle stage, and a late stage. However, there is only one peak level one who just walked out. Wolves are social creatures, even monsters are no exception. There are so many white-haired werewolves. Do you think I'll be scared just because there are so many of them? Li Fei raised the corner of his mouth and recognized the identity of the monster in front of him. He is a top student and has a comprehensive knowledge of monsters in high school. Anything that has appeared in this world is recorded. Naturally, this also includes the area within Secret Realm number 5. After all, this is one of the places where martial arts exams are held. The martial arts exam stipulates that weapons and equipment above level A cannot be used. So he did not wear the S-level Tyrant battle suit, nor did he use the S-level Tyrant battle sword. As for the artifact Hunyuan blade, it is even more impossible to use it. There is no need to use it to deal with these things. In this secret realm, no living creature can force him to use it. It's just right. I can use you to test out my new talent. Li Fei thought to himself. The next second, the god-level talent, the God of Formation, was activated. The void condenses into a killing array. Just tap your finger. Formation kill. Li Fei said lightly. Immediately afterwards, the formation instantly enveloped the attacking group of white-haired werewolves, and terrifying murderous aura shot out, easily killing all the white-haired werewolves. Even the most powerful one at the peak of the first level had its head and body separated in an instant, and its entire body was cut into 18 pieces. The corpses of monsters are all good things. With a wave of his hand, everything was stored in the system warehouse. At the same time, he rushed forward quickly. He planned to rush directly into the third floor. At the same time, in the examination hall. When the people here saw Li Fei killing so many white-haired werewolves in seconds, they were all shocked. That's a formation. He actually formed a void formation? Is this true? Even a master of formations would find it difficult to do this. Could it be that his awakened special talent is related to the formation? Li Fei's performance shocked everyone. Someone will be the first to express doubt, and then many people will follow suit. Their eyes all turned to the principal of Wuhan No. 1 Middle School, all wanting an explanation from him. I don't know either. Don't ask me. The principal of Wuhan No. 1 Middle School witnessed Li Fei killing a third-level monster with his own eyes, and he also learned that Li Fei killed a third-level peak black python in its prime, so he was not that surprised. What shocked him was that Li Fei could actually use formations. Judging from the picture, it has reached a very skilled level. Chapter 34. This is what happens when you act cool in front of me. Li Fei's figure has reached the second floor. This is the territory of the second-level monster. Along the way, he also encountered many first-level monsters, all of which were killed instantly by him. Now there are many monster corpses piled up in the system warehouse. In Li Fei's opinion, Secret Realm number 5 is larger than the wilderness area outside Wuhan Base City. Bang bang bang. Just then, the sound of fighting was heard not far away. Li Fei looked over. I saw a short-haired boy holding a long knife, fighting with a first-level black iron wild boar. Although this place is the territory of second-level monsters, first-level monsters also appear here. Soon, the short-haired boy used his martial arts and cut the black iron wild boar in half with one knife. Middle stage of warrior realm. Li Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, a little surprised. I didn't expect that in Wuhan Base City, there are people who have reached such a high level at the age of 18. It's obvious that the other person comes from a wealthy family and has had ample resources since childhood. Maybe he has awakened a special talent. The clothes the other person was wearing were the school uniform of Wuhan No. 2 Middle School. Li Fei discovered him, and he also discovered Li Fei. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Still want to steal my prey? When the short-haired boy Wang Ran saw Li Fei, he thought that Li Fei had set his eyes on his prey, and immediately showed a ferocious look and tried to drive him away. If there weren't surveillance here, given his temper, he might have attacked directly. Originally, Li Fei just wanted to take a look and leave, but now the other party was grinning at him, which made him very unhappy. He narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in them. "I advise you to watch your mouth, otherwise you will regret it," Li Fei said lightly. The sound was not loud, but after being spread by the combat power, the other party could hear it very clearly. "Oh, who do you think you are to give me advice? That's perfect, I'll use you as a tool." A fierce look flashed in Wang Ran's eyes. "Oh? Aren't you afraid of punishment?" Li Fei raised the corners of his mouth. "The rules of the competition say you can't kill people, but they don't say you can't injure people. As long as I keep you alive and don't kill you, then it doesn't violate the rules," Wang Ran said with a flash of contempt in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Li Fei with a long knife in his hand and chopped him down fiercely. The long knife cut through the air, creating a sharp sonic boom. However, Li Fei dodged it easily. Wang Ran's face changed slightly when his attack was dodged. The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and vomited stomach acid. The whole person bent into a shape and flew backwards, leaving a long mark on the ground. "Bang! You are so weak," Li Fei said lightly. Crash! The gravel scattered. Wang Ran stroked his abdomen with one hand and climbed up from the ground tremblingly. "Wow!" He opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with stomach acid. "How is it possible, so strong?" Wang Ran felt a little regretful. He seemed to have kicked a piece of alloy steel plate. The next second, Li Fei appeared in front of him. What a fast speed! Wang Ran was terrified. The next second, he was hit hard in the abdomen again and his body flew out. The long sword slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. Wang Ran lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to get up. Li Fei reappeared, stepped on his abdomen, and said indifferently, "I usually don't bother to argue with ants. If this was not an examination hall but a wilderness area, you would have been a corpse. From now on, before you know the enemy's strength, don't be so harsh with your words. I'm teaching you a lesson. I'm your life mentor. Thank me when you get out." Wang Ran's expression was distorted with pain. "Who are you?" "Wuhan No. 1 Middle School, Li Fei. If you want revenge, I welcome it any time." Li Fei's tone was flat. "What? You are Li Fei?" The fear in Wang Ran's eyes grew larger, and it was obvious that he had heard of the name Li Fei. Immediately afterwards, Li Fei disappeared from the spot. He lay on the ground and tried to struggle to get up. It turned out that his bones and internal organs were severely injured. "It's over, damn it, I won't accept this. Li Fei, I will remember you. I will definitely take revenge." Wang Ran clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. The next second, he was surrounded by white-haired werewolves. These guys came here following the scent of blood. Seeing this scene, Wang Ran realized that he was in a seriously injured state and could never be a match for this group of guys, so he said to his watch in desperation that he gave up. "I give up." Just as he finished speaking, the next second, a ray of light flashed from the watch, forming a formation on his body, and then disappeared. Seeing this, the group of white-haired werewolves had no choice but to leave. Inside the exam room, everyone watched the scene the entire time. "Damn it! You students have gone too far. You openly beat up our students. I want to protest." The principal of Wuhan No. 2 Middle School stood up, looked at the principal of Wuhan No. 1 Middle School and said angrily, "The protest is invalid. Everyone saw that it was your student who deliberately provoked and finally suffered the consequences. Moreover, Li Fei did not kill him, which was even more against the rules." The director of Wuhan branch said lightly, "If you're not as skilled as others, don't come out and embarrass yourself. When I first saw your school's students provoking our ace, I thought he was so awesome. I didn't expect him to be just like this. Li Fei is right. You need to teach him a lesson. It's better not to be so arrogant before you understand the enemy's strength." This time, he survived the martial arts exam, but next time, he won't get such a good reward. The principal of Wuhan No. 1 Middle School took this opportunity to mock the principal of Wuhan No. 2 Middle School. He knew Li Fei's methods. As long as Li Fei was willing, Wang Ran would definitely die a miserable death. Snort! The principal of Wuhan No. 2 Middle School snorted coldly and sat down again, but he also wrote down the account. Look, this girl is from number 1 middle school. I didn't expect she also awakened a special talent, and it's related to ice. Of course. I didn't expect you to be so secretive. 3 people with special talents awakened in one school. Just then, Director Wu Wen's voice came. Everyone looked over. The screen showed Shen Mengyao mobilizing the extreme ice holy body to freeze dozens of meters. Very spectacular. This talent is not simple, it may have reached the S level, said a sharp-eyed leader in surprise. Wow, 1A level and 2S level talents emerged from the same school? You're so lucky. Everyone felt jealous. The principal of number 1 middle school was also confused at this moment. He also didn't expect that Shen Mengyao had also awakened a special talent. And it's S rank. This is what they thought. If they knew that Shen Mengyao was an SS level talent, they would be even more agitated. Outside the secret realm number 5, Wang Ran, who was teleported out, has been carried away for treatment. After such a long time, he is not the only one who has come out. But his injuries were the most serious. Inside the secret realm, Shen Mengyao held a long sword and chopped off the heads of the ice sculptures one by one. Take away the materials from them. The holy ice body is indeed powerful. This is the SS level special talent. It's a pity that I'm still far behind him. Shen Mengyao couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Li Fei, how are you now? As if with a feeling, she cast her gaze not far away. Her eyes became sharp and determined. She must grow up and surpass Li Fei, step on Li Fei, and make him reconcile with her. She wants to prove that her talent and ability are no less than Li Fei's. So this time, she must take second place, fully expose her talent, and let the top 5 universities in the Federation notice her. As long as she can enter the top 5 universities in the Federation, she will be able to obtain more advanced and powerful massive resources, and her extreme ice holy body will be able to grow rapidly. By then, it will only be a matter of time before he surpasses Li Fei. The thought of this filled her with motivation. Speed up and kill the monsters rushing towards you. With this instant extreme ice, killing a first-level monster is so easy. Chapter 35 The third level of the secret realm, the 5 demon kings are born. Inside the secret realm, the second floor area. The ruins were piled with bloody corpses of monsters. With the help of the formation, the smell of blood became extremely strong and continued to spread outward. It attracts one second-level monster after another to come and feed. This group of second-level monsters had bloodshot eyes and charged forward like wolves and tigers. Li Fei, who was hiding in the building next to him, came out. These are all his works. The purpose of doing this is to quickly attract a large number of monsters to kill them. He didn't even need to do anything, because a complete and powerful killing formation had already been set up. When all the second-level monsters entered the range and were about to eat the flesh and blood, suddenly, dense mysterious runes rose from the ground and formed a large formation in an instant. A powerful pressure came down. Crush all the second-level monsters. Immediately afterwards, streaks of sword energy swept out, cutting all the second-level monsters into 18 pieces. Seeing this scene, Li Fei was very satisfied. He doesn't need to have any sympathy for monsters. After collecting the corpses of the monsters, he quickly headed towards the third floor area. Everyone in the examination room was shocked by Li Fei's action. Can we still play like this? Judging from the way he arranged the formation, he has already reached the highest level. That's a thought-formed formation. What special talent has he awakened? Many people waited in their minds and found that even if they took to the battlefield themselves, their fate would be similar to that of this group of second-level monsters. After all, many of the invigilators present were only at the martial master level. There are not many military generals, and there are only 2 military commanders, the director of the Wuhan branch and the head of the military region. When facing monsters of the same level, their human bodies are weak. Okay, it would be great if this person could join our military region. I will definitely focus on training him. The head of the Wuhan military region looked at Li Fei with fiery eyes, as if he were looking at a treasure. How can the resources of the Wuhan military region compare to directly attending the 5 most prestigious colleges in the Federation? As long as his grades are reported, the 5 top colleges will definitely be vying for him. Wuhan base city is too small to keep him, and he belongs on a bigger stage. We can't tie him down. Director Wuhan shook his head and said. He also wanted to keep Li Fei forever, but that was impossible. Of course I know, I'm just expressing my feelings. But this time, our Wuhan-based city has produced such a promising talent. We will definitely be able to get more and better resources allocated next year. The head of the Wuhan military region sighed. The top 5 colleges in the Federation. Hearing this name, the other people present showed admiration in their eyes. All the most advanced resources are gathered in these 5 universities. As long as you can graduate from this academy, as long as you don't die, you can at least become a martial emperor or a martial saint in the future, if not a martial god. As long as they get on, their status and position will skyrocket instantly, and they will be beyond their reach. Even warriors who have awakened a level special talents may not be able to reach these 5 places. The special talented warriors who are rare here are plentiful in the 5 major academies. There are S level, SS level, and even SSS level. Moreover, the 5 top academies are not located inside the Blue Star, but in the 5 directions of east, south, west, north and center of the universe outside the Blue Star. Each academy has its own independent small world. They are also the first front line to protect Blue Star and directly fight against foreign monsters. Now the monsters inside the Blue Star are nothing compared to the front line. They are all just small fry. Newbies. The 3rd level of the secret realm. As soon as Li Fei stepped into this place, he felt a pressure that he had never felt in the 1st and 2nd levels. A 3rd level demon beast is equivalent to a human general. If it were another base city, perhaps someone would be able to set foot here. However, no one in Wuhan base city has ever been able to enter the 3rd level. However, Li Fei has set a precedent for Wuhan base city. Suddenly, the sky became extremely hot. Looking up, he saw flaming meteor showers falling towards him from the sky. This was naturally not an astronomical wonder, but an attack from a 3rd level monster. Outsiders, leave this place. A cold voice sounded from high in the sky. Then I saw a huge flaming red bird 3 meters long and wide circling. These flaming meteor shower attacks were also unleashed by it. 3rd level flame red bird. Li Fei recognized it at a glance. Facing the flaming meteor shower attack, he simply raised his hand slightly, and the formation condensed around him. Block all attacks and absorb all the power. What? The flaming red bird showed a look of surprise. You, a human, actually know the art of formation. I can't keep you here any longer. I absolutely cannot let you grow up smoothly. Then, it revealed a low murderous intent. I'll give it back to you. Li Fei said softly, and in the blink of an eye, the absorbed flames condensed into a ray of flame that shot towards the flaming red bird. The flaming red bird was startled and immediately dodged sideways. Just when it breathed a sigh of relief, the light wave suddenly turned and hit it directly on the back. Bang! Ah! The flaming red bird screamed and fell to the ground. A huge cloud of smoke was raised. Li Fei moved forward instantly and chopped down with a knife. Stop! However, at this moment, a fierce attack came. Li Fei's expression changed, and he immediately turned the long sword in his hand into a blocking position. Bang! Under the huge force, his body flew backwards and smashed the ruins of the building. Li Fei's body was instantly covered with a layer of golden scales. It's the Chaos Scale armor. Despite such a huge impact, nothing happened at all. Ahead, the smoke dissipated. The flame red bird struggled to its feet, revealing a ferocious look. Damn human, how dare you hurt me? I will definitely eat you. Monkey, what are you doing here? I don't need your help. It looked towards the huge figure beside it and said unhappily. Next to it stood a giant with a monkey head and a human face, holding a long iron stick in his hand. Don't be so stubborn, red bird. This human is no ordinary person. He also possesses the strength of the 3rd level. If I hadn't shown up in time, you would have died. Our secret realm has become a trial area for novices. I didn't expect someone so young to have already reached level 3 strength. Humans are becoming more and more terrifying these days. The giant monkey with a human face spoke in a cold voice. What? This human actually has the strength of the 3rd level. The flame red bird was shocked. We're here to help you. At this moment, 3 more monsters appeared in other directions. They are the 3rd level Wolf King, the 3rd level Tiger King, and the 3rd level Lion King. The 5 3rd level monsters gathered here, and they are also the 5 strongest kings in the 3rd level of this secret realm. Oh no! The 5 kings of the 3rd level of secret realm number 5 have gathered. Even Wu Shuai has to stay away from them. I didn't expect to run into Li Fei. Li Fei, you must not get into trouble. Don't be so stubborn. If you really can't bear it, just give up the game. Being alive is better than being dead. Inside the examination room, Director Wuan and the head of the Wuan military region saw this scene and their expressions changed drastically. This is not what they want to see. Don't be impatient. Li Fei is not a reckless person. If he knew he was no match for his opponent, he would probably retreat to the second floor first. Of course, Li Fei may also bring us even bigger surprises. It's just right to use the Five Kings' help to let Li Fei unleash his full strength. The principal of Wuan No. 1 Middle School spoke calmly. For some reason, he had a mysterious confidence in Li Fei. It seems that it would not be too difficult for Li Fei to deal with these five kings. Okay, let's take a look first. Li Fei, let us see your true strength. Upon hearing this, Director Wuan and the head of the Wuan military region also became interested. Looking at the screen above, anticipation appeared in his eyes. Chapter 36, Contract the Flame Red Bird. Slaughter the third rank monster. The martial arts exam is over. I'm quite popular. Let all five of you come at me together. Li Fei walked out from the rubble pile and grinned at the five big guys in front of him. Everyone is at the third level and military general level. In the same realm, he is invincible. There was no fear at all, instead there was a sense of excitement and a strong desire to fight. Let me meet you first, the giant monkey with a human face said coldly. You took a beating from me and were completely unscathed. You really have some skills. As soon as it finished speaking, it took the lead in launching an attack, smashing Li Fei's head with a stick carrying super huge force. Li Fei raised the corner of his mouth and lightly tapped the void. Above the void, a divine platform descended. Bang! The next second, the giant human-faced monkey was smashed into a meat patty, blood splattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight. What? Seeing this scene, the other four kings were shocked. What the hell is this? The four of them stared at the huge altar in front of them, with expressions of shock and fear. When his eyes were fixed on the giant human-faced monkey that had turned into a meat pie and was deader than dead under the altar, the fear was magnified countless times. Xiao Hu document anti-piracy, find the book, robot select Xiao Hu, stable, reliable, no pitfalls. They seem to have hit a wall. Run! The four kings looked at each other and realized that they were no match for Li Fei. They stopped being arrogant and immediately turned around and ran away. I thought you were so brave, but I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Li Fei showed disdain when he saw the performance of the four kings. But do you think you can escape? No matter where you are, I can still find you. Li Fei grinned. Use teleportation to disappear on the spot. The first one appeared right in front of the Wolf King. He clenched his fist, and a golden chaotic body appeared behind him, and he punched out. No! The Wolf King screamed in horror. Bang! However, it was of no use, as his head was ruthlessly blown up the next second. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. The Wolf King's body fell. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? The other three kings who saw the scene quickened their escape speed, fearing that they would be the next. The escaping Tiger King suddenly felt a death threat coming from the top of his head. He looked up with his pupils widened. He didn't know when Li Fei appeared in the sky. Step on it. Bang! Its entire head exploded. Then came the Lion King. Bang! The lion's head also exploded. In the blink of an eye, the four kings were dead. Only the flame red bird took advantage of its flying ability and left that place early. Luckily, I can fly. I should be able to catch up from such a long distance, right? A mere human can't even fly, there's no way he can catch up to me. It raised its proud head and said disdainfully. Suddenly, it felt its body sink, as if something was sitting on it. I quickly turned my head to look, thinking I was seeing things, and turned back. But when I think about it carefully, it seems that I was not wrong. I turned my head and looked again. It doesn't matter if you don't watch it, but once you do, you'll almost be scared to death. Ah! Ghost! Human, when did you appear? The flame red bird screamed. It flew wildly, performing all kinds of tricky and dangerous moves at high altitudes, trying to get rid of Li Fei, who was holding the dogskin plaster on his body. Do you know why I don't kill you? Li Fei said lightly. Get out of here. I don't want to know, said the flaming red bird angrily. You'll know soon enough. Because you can fly, I'd like to try out one of my new abilities on you. Li Fei raised the corner of his mouth and stretched out his hand to press on the back of the flaming red bird. The next second, the god-level talent divine contract was activated. A ray of light spread out and completely enveloped the flaming red bird. In an instant, the flame red bird completed the contract with Li Fei. Li Fei established a spiritual connection with this guy. The fiery red bird was no longer irritable and flew gently and peacefully in the sky. Information about the flame red bird also appeared in front of Li Fei. Contracted beast, flame red bird. Level, peak level 3. Main skills, flame sky meteor shower. Flame claw. Streamer flight. Talent, fire affinity. There is a trace of Suzaku bloodline. Tips, finding materials related to Suzaku will allow it to evolve into Suzaku. After seeing this message, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Fei's eyes. No wonder I felt you were extraordinary the first time I saw you. It turns out you're a descendant of Suzaku. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. At the same time, there is a contract space in his body. This space can store the contracted beast and summon it at any time, which is very convenient. Master, what are your instructions? The voice of the flaming red bird came from within the mind. Take me to find the third level monster. Li Fei said. Okay. The flaming red bird nodded and took Li Fei to find the third level monster. Next, it was Li Fei's personal killing feast. The secret realm has reached its end. Strong, so strong. This is the rhythm of slaughtering all the third level monsters in the number 5 secret realm. I don't think he even needs to take the martial arts exam. It's a complete waste of time. We can just notify the people from the 5 major academies to come and take him away. Inside the exam room, the examiners were all stunned. This was the first time they encountered such a fierce candidate. It was rare for them to agree on this plan at the same time. But this is not very realistic. After all, the assessment has already started, so we can only wait until the time comes. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Time flies, and soon it is 8:55 the next day. There are less than 5 minutes left until the end of the martial arts exam. In the first level of the secret realm, many people are still fighting hard, just wanting to get more materials of monsters in the end, so that they can get high scores and be admitted to a better university after going out. There are no warriors with special talents in the 9 high schools in the Wuhan Bay City area, so there are no particularly amazing ones. The only ones who caught his eye here were Zhao Tao, the A-level Fire Lord, and Shin Mengyao, the SS-level Extreme Ice Saint Body. The two have also killed many people. It's almost time. I've killed so many, so I should be able to get second place. Shin Mengyao thought to herself as she looked at the monster materials in the storage ring. I plan to find a place to rest for a while. Li Fei, how many can you kill? Shin Mengyao looked into the distance, thinking curiously. At this moment, the third level of the secret realm was quiet. Li Fei was eating grilled monster meat on skewers, and a flaming red bird was being grilled next to him. After almost a day of carnage, he slaughtered all the third level monsters in the third level of secret realm number 5. Apart from the flame red bird, he looked down upon the other monsters, so he did not contract them to become his pets. With so many monster materials, I only need to hand in some of their parts as materials. The rest will be mine. With so many third-level monster corpses, I can refine many perfect third-level pills, and my level can also be improved. Li Fei's mind entered the system warehouse. Looking at the huge mountain of monster corpses in front of him, he felt extremely happy. The time came soon. Everyone's watch was shining. The martial arts exam is about to begin. You will be teleported out. A voice came from the watch. Immediately afterwards, everyone was enveloped by light and disappeared into the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, all the students came out and looked at the familiar buildings, feeling a sense of loss. The fatigue in my body suddenly swept over my heart. But when I think about my grades and the university I'm about to get into, I feel like it's all worth it. Inside the main hall, a military commander said, "Everyone, please hand in your monster materials in an orderly manner." Soon, they were handed in one after another. Until now, the most monster materials there are only 30. And it's first level. In other words, 31st level monsters were killed. This has already made everyone take notice. Then it was Zhao Tao's turn. Zhao Tao looked arrogant, glanced at Shin Mengyao and Li Fei, then walked forward and took out 100 monster materials. All of them are first level. 100. Oh my god, so many. High-level universities can't escape. I remember he was Zhao Tao, the A-level special talent awakener from number 1 middle school. The others exclaimed. Someone recognized Zhao Tao's identity. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tao raised his brow slightly, revealing an arrogant look. Chapter 37 6,000 Monster Materials. Shocked the whole audience. Suppressed Zhao Tao with one palm. Shun Mengyao. As the instructor's voice sounded, the eyes of the surrounding men and women were all cast on the beautiful girl. 18-year-old male students are all passionate young men. When they see such a beautiful woman, they can't help but feel impulsive. It's so beautiful. This is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. If you could be my girlfriend, I'd break my ribs and make soup for her. Some students swallowed their saliva and grumbled. Shen Mengyao walked forward and waved her hand, and all the monster materials in the storage ring appeared. Although they are all first level, their number is obviously greater than Zhao Tao's. Seeing such a large number, Zhao Tao's face darkened and he felt that things were not going well. 300. As the instructor's voice rang out, his expression became even uglier. What? They killed 300 of them. Hiss. How did they do that? Everyone in the audience was shocked and gasped. It was already very impressive that Zhao Tao could kill 100 of them. Now there are still 300. This is simply outrageous. In the whole audience, perhaps only Li Fei remained calm. Looking at the people in front of him, 300 is just like that. If he pours out all of them, wouldn't it be even more uncontrollable? A first-level monster scores 1 point. A second-level monster scores 2 points. A third-level monster scores 3 points. Currently, the first place in Wuhan-based City's martial arts exam is Shen Mengyao, who scored 300 points. The second one is Zhao Tao with a score of 100. Good. The last one, Li Fei. The instructor's voice rang out. Everyone in the audience looked at the young man who walked to the front desk. Are you curious about how many there will be? All of you step back, don't get crushed. Li Fei raised the corners of his mouth and said something that made everyone in the audience feel a little puzzled. The next second, he waved. All the prepared monster materials were released from the system warehouse. Crash. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone seemed dazzled. Zhao Tao and Shen Mengyao widened their eyes and gasped, thinking that there was something wrong with their eyes. Ahead, the piles of mountains are generally filled with monster materials. So much. What the hell? Is this true? How could there be so many? He wouldn't massacre the entire nest, would he? Who the hell is this guy? Following one person's exclamation, all the students in the audience exclaimed together. 6,000. The instructor looked at the pile of bloody materials in front of him, his eyes widened, and he spoke hesitantly. Even though he was well informed, he was shocked by the scene before him. This is the first time since the military examination that there are so many people. Materials for 1,000 first-level monsters. 4,000 second-level monster materials. Materials for third-level monsters, 1,000. Oh my goodness. The instructor gasped, a total of 12,000 points. Fuck. 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 It's okay to have a second-level monster, but there's even a third-level monster. Could it be that he has already broken through to the level of a general? That's not right. Even a military commander can't be so outrageous. The whole audience was shocked. The number of 12,000 points kept echoing in everyone's mind, it felt unreal. There is no doubt that Li Fei is the real number one. It's unprecedented. There is a huge gap between the first and second place. Shen Mengyao was desperate, her face pale. How could the gap be so huge? He can even kill a third-level monster? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I suspect he's cheating. I want to challenge him. To test his strength myself. How is it possible to kill so many? Instructors, have you ever seen this? Can you believe it? Zhao Tao shook his head frantically, as if he had gone mad, and pointed at Li Fei and shouted. This blow was too great for him. How stupid. Li Fei looked at Zhao Tao calmly. In his eyes, Zhao Tao is now nothing more than a clown who overestimates his own abilities. Zhao Tao felt particularly unhappy when Li Fei looked at him as if he was a clown. According to the rules, fighting is not allowed here, but if the person himself agrees, we can make an exception. The instructor took a deep breath and felt that it was a bit ridiculous. It was too exaggerated. He also planned to take a good look at Li Fei's strength. Li Fei, did you hear that? Do you dare to accept the challenge? A fierce look flashed in Zhao Tao's eyes. He has been brooding over the defeat ever since that time, and he has been working hard to acquire resources and upgrade himself this month just to avenge his defeat today. Why not? I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Li Fei looked calm. You should be the one who regrets it. The Fire Lord is out. He knew that Li Fei was very strong, so he was not careless and decisively displayed his talent. A palm strike. Flame soul devouring palm. A huge flaming palm shot towards Li Fei. Zhao Tao grinned grimly. Ever since he entered the middle stage of the warrior realm, the power of this innate martial art has become extremely powerful. Wherever it passed, the high temperature of the flames made the faces of the people around change drastically. Shen Mengyao was covered with cold air, and she removed it. Li Fei had a calm expression. He raised his hand and struck out with the chaos soul devouring palm. A giant palm covered in golden flames struck out. Zhao Tao was stunned. I don't know why, but I always feel that this giant palm is very similar to his. Bang! When the two giant palms collided, the flame soul devouring palm was easily crushed by the chaos soul devouring palm. What? This scene shocked everyone, including Zhao Tao himself. Out of instinct, he immediately mobilized the Fire Lord to block. Bang! The chaos soul devouring palm easily shattered his Fire Lord's phantom and hit him hard. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person flew backwards in a parabola, hitting the ground, dying. How can he be so strong? I'm not willing to accept. Zhao Tao, lying on the ground, showed a look of despair. His martial arts heart was shattered, and his internal injuries were very serious. The enemy defeated by me will never stand a chance to recover in this life. Li Fei said this arrogant statement in a cold and calm manner, causing everyone in the audience to change their expressions. However, seeing Zhao Tao's miserable appearance, it seems that there is nothing wrong with this sentence. You. Put. Zhao Tao was so angry that he vomited blood. He was so angry that he turned his head and fainted. Medical staff, come quickly, carry him away. The instructor immediately shouted. We must not let anyone die here. Soon, medical staff rushed over and carried Zhao Tao, who was unconscious on the ground, for treatment. Instructor, my current grades are okay, right? Li Fei turned around and looked at the man in military uniform in front of him and said lightly. No, your grades are fine. The instructor's eyes showed awe. As soon as this result comes out, Li Fei will immediately be sought after by the 5 top colleges in the Federation, and he will become an even stronger existence in the future. At this moment, Li Fei's fate is destined to rise to prominence. After the martial arts exam, everyone dispersed, some went home, and some returned to school. From this moment on, they will have different lives. And Li Fei's legend will soon become the news that will dominate the martial arts-based city's hot list all year round. 12,000 points, 6,000 monsters. Chapter 38, Celebration Banquet. Collusion with the Shadow Cult. In a private room of a luxurious restaurant. The principal, the director of the Wuhan branch, the head of the military district, Li Fei, Shen Mengyao and others were all there. To congratulate the two on their excellent results in the martial arts exam. The protagonist is actually Li Fei alone. Shen Mengyao's score was much lower than Li Fei's, but considering her special talent, she was also invited. In front of Li Fei's score, Shen Mengyao also became dull. This feeling made her feel very uncomfortable. My mood became even more complicated. She knew that the gap between herself and Li Fei was getting bigger and bigger. I can only drink alone to relieve my boredom. She seemed to have been forgotten too. The other 3 people surrounded Li Fei and talked enthusiastically. Li Fei, your performance far exceeded my expectations. This time, you really made our #1 middle school proud. It's not just you, soon the entire Wuhan base city will be elevated. You are the greatest contributor. The principal, Director Wuhan, and the military district chief all spoke with a smile. I never thought that a true dragon like you would appear in our Wuhan base city. Come, let me toast you. The military district chief said admiringly. The military district chief took the initiative to propose a toast. Isn't that a big honor? Li Fei naturally did not refuse and drank it happily. He doesn't have to pay anyway. Li Fei, have you decided which university you want to attend? Yes, the 5 top colleges in the Federation are where all the highest level resources of the Federation are gathered. No matter which one you enter, your future is limitless. As long as you don't die, you can definitely become a martial god in the future. The principal of number 1 middle school and the director of the Wuhan branch both sighed. Li Fei said, I haven't made up my mind yet. I'll see who offers the best conditions and go with them. That's right, there's no rush. Your grades are definitely number 1 in the Federation. The top student in the Federation. They should be anxious to come over and invite you to join. The three continued chatting. He only occasionally praised Shen Mengyao in the middle. The main reason is that it's not good to leave others hanging there. Shen Mengyao herself also felt very embarrassed. My ex-boyfriend is so awesome. But she came here to serve as a foil. Mengyao, you performed very well too. If it weren't for that monster Li Fei being so out of line, your score of 300 would definitely be first in Wuhan Bay City. Your score would also be good enough to get into the top 5. By the way, you seem to have awakened a special talent. Could you tell me about it? At this time, the principal took the initiative to come to Shen Mengyao and said with a smile. SS level gifted holy ice body. Shen Mengyao took a deep breath and said lightly. What? SS rank. You didn't lie to us. The principal, the director of the Wuhan branch, and the head of the Wuhan military region were all shocked after hearing this. Seeing the expressions of the 3 people, Shen Mengyao's depressed mood finally eased a lot. At least this SS level talent is my own strength. Hey, whether it's you or Li Fei, you are both outstanding and important talents of our number 1 middle school in Wuhan Bay City. Come and eat, eat. The principal's smile became even more vivid. His mouth was almost stretched from ear to ear. The same goes for the other 2. As for this guy Zhao Tao, he was completely forgotten by the 3 of them. A level talent is just an ordinary talent in front of Li Fei and Shen Mengyao. If Zhao Tao knew this, he would definitely be devastated. Soon everyone continued chatting. After eating and drinking, they dispersed. Li Fei didn't ask them to send him off either. He liked to eat a full meal and then take a walk alone. Li Fei, what realm are you at? At this time, Shen Mengyao, who had not left, stopped in front of him and asked the question in her heart. The early stage of military general realm. Li Fei did not hide it and said it directly. What? Early stage of the military commander realm. After hearing this, Shen Mengyao's pupils suddenly shrank, and at that moment, her heartbeat accelerated. This is simply horrifying. How? Why did it rise so quickly? What level is your talent? What is it? Shen Mengyao asked through gritted teeth. So, do you regret breaking up with me? I told you long ago, you will regret this. But this is just the beginning. The stronger I become, the more regretful you will feel. Li Fei raised the corner of his mouth, showing a playful look, and said. You're a grown man, why are you so stingy? How about we get back together now? There is no one more suitable than us in this world. Shen Mengyao gritted her teeth, her face flushed, and said. I refuse. My talent is chaos. As for what level it is, it's better if you don't know, otherwise it will be a big blow to you. But you should search online to find out what chaos means. Li Fei reached out, patted Shen Mengyao on the shoulder, and then passed by. Chaos. Shen Mengyao was stunned. I want to say something more. When he turned around, Li Fei was gone. Yes, Li Fei has already left using teleportation. He didn't want to get too entangled with this woman. Warrior Mall. 12,000 points. TSK. This achievement is unprecedented in the entire Federation. This time, Wuhan Bay City is about to take off. In the office, Xiao Tao was also shocked when he saw the information in front of him. Good job. This guy is so awesome. It's countless times more awesome than he imagined. Is this a result that a human can achieve? Is it really that outrageous? Now he is looking forward to working with Li Fei again. Since the last transaction, those pills have been particularly popular. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Those guys were very rich. He quoted a very high price for the pills, but they bought them all without even blinking an eye. My son, how did you become like this? Woo woo. Zhao Shan, you must avenge your son. Otherwise, I will never be done with you. Inside Wuhan Hospital. Looking at her son who was turned into a seed, Wang Duo, as a mother, showed hatred. The person who was turned into a seed on the hospital bed was none other than Zhao Tao, who was crippled by Li Fei's palm strike. The man wearing golden glasses was his father, Zhao Shan. Zhao Shan was extremely angry when he saw his son being beaten like this and with such serious injuries in his body. If he had been brought to the hospital a second later, he would have died. I will definitely avenge this, but not now, Zhao Shan said coldly. Li Fei has already achieved a terrifying score of 12,000 points and has been protected. If we act now, we will be doomed. Revenge like that would be meaningless. What should I do then? His grades are destined to make it to the top 5. By then, it will be even more impossible for us to take revenge. Wang Duo was like crazy. There's another way. We don't take action, but we can kill someone with someone else's knife. They definitely don't want to see Li Fei grow up. Otherwise, it will be their nightmare. The lenses of Zhao Shan's glasses turned white, and an extremely cold and murderous light appeared. Who? Wang Duo asked. Shadow Cult. Zhao Shan slowly uttered 3 words. Wang Duo's expression changed slightly. This is an evil organization, the biggest traitor to humanity. But to avenge his son. She risked her life. No matter what, Li Fei must die. The more miserable the death, the better. At this moment, in the hospital room, a black energy shield appeared, covering the entire hospital. The next second, a figure in a black robe appeared in front of them. You need my help. A sinister and hoarse voice sounded. Shadow Cult. Chapter 39, Taking 10,000 Pills at Once. Eating pills until vomiting. God-level talent, Nirvana Rebirth. In the slums. Everyone is paying special attention to this year's military examination. When he found out that the first-place winner was his neighbor Li Fei, there was even more shock. I never thought that the child from the slums would grow up to this point without saying a word. Everyone was very conscious and didn't try to get close to anyone. Because they all knew that from today on, Li Fei and they were no longer from the same world. In the room. Li Fei's soul entered the system warehouse and used his alchemy god talent to refine all the monster corpses into pills. The densely packed pills are as numerous as densely packed ants. First grade elixir, second grade elixir, third grade elixir. We have it all here. Under the sweep of mental power, the number also surprised Li Fei a little. The elixirs are really worthless to him. Just raise your hand and it's all there. The number has exceeded 100,000. This time, I really have to eat the pills as if they were my meals. People from the 5 major colleges should be looking for me in the next few days. In the next few days, as long as I refine these pills, I should be able to continue to improve. Li Fei muttered to himself, and without wasting any more time, he decisively stuffed all the pills into his mouth. Fortunately, the pill melts in your mouth. The mouth will not be stuffed too big. Soon, a terrifying amount of medicinal power swept in. Even though the quality of the pills was low and had little effect on him, there were too many of them. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. If enough of them are gathered together, they can be made into a meat patty. After eating 10,000 pills at once, he felt a little full all over. No, I can't eat anymore. Let's refine the medicinal power first. Li Fei dry heaved and felt like vomiting. If you eat too much meat, you will find seafood tasteless. Not to mention the elixir. He sat cross-legged and immediately circulated the chaotic body to refine it. Although the quantity is large, the medicinal properties are all of the first, second, and third grades. The chaotic body has already adapted. Therefore, the 10,000 pills were not completely absorbed until the next morning. Li Fei's power surged. Various powers and phantoms of monsters appeared above his chaotic body. It feels like the body of 100 beasts. His level was also successfully upgraded. From the early stage of military general to the middle stage of military general. It's so scary. 10,000 pills only raised 1 level. Later on, how many drugs do I need to take to upgrade a small level? Li Fei felt a little desperate. But at this moment, the familiar system prompt sounded. He knew that his cheat was coming again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the mid-level general realm. Obtained the god-level talent, Nirvana Rebirth. Nirvana rebirth, after death, both the body and soul can be resurrected, and they will be in their prime before death. Can only be used once a day. Upon seeing this brand new god-level talent, Li Fei's eyes sparkled. Nirvana rebirth. This talent is amazing. It's like I have 2 lives every day. No, with the addition of instant healing, that's 3. Most importantly, instant heal can be used unlimited times. Unless the enemy kills me instantly and blows up my entire body. Otherwise, it's impossible to kill me. If that really happens, I can be reborn through Nirvana. Li Fei thought about it and suddenly had an urge to give it a try. There are still so many pills. Looking at the pills floating in the system warehouse, he felt a little nauseous. He suddenly didn't want to eat anymore and had no appetite at all. Just then, the bell rang. His soul immediately left the system warehouse, returned to his real body, and immediately picked up his phone. It was the principal who called. Could it be that the admissions office of the 5 major colleges is here? Li Fei's expression changed and he answered the call. Li Fei, get ready. I've received news that the admissions offices of the 5 major universities will arrive in Wuhan Base City tonight. Come to school before 6 o'clock tonight. Sure enough, the principal's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, principal, don't get excited. Li Fei said. How can I not be excited? That's the admissions office of one of the 5 major universities. We haven't encountered one like this since the establishment of Wuhan Base City. Every one of the teachers in the 5 admissions offices has at least the strength of a martial king. The director of the admissions office has even reached the martial emperor level. Li Fei was somewhat surprised by the principal's words. I understand. I'll go there tonight, said Li Fei. Okay, then be careful. If anything unresolved happens, contact me or the other 2 immediately. You know what I mean. The principal gave a warning and then hung up the phone. Okay. Li Fei nodded. The other 2 naturally refer to the director of the Wuhan branch and the head of the Wuhan military region. After leaving the house, Li Fei went straight to the Warrior Mall. Along the way, he always felt that he was being stared at. But I couldn't find anyone no matter how hard I looked. I thought it was an illusion. Looking for your manager, Xiao. Li Fei showed his identity as an honor member and said to the front desk. Since the last transaction, my membership level has been upgraded from Diamond to Glory. Okay, Master Rongyao, Director Xiao is already waiting upstairs. The woman at the front desk looked at Li Fei with a flattering smile. Take Li Fei up there personally. She walked in front of him, twisting her beautiful buttocks and slender waist, as if trying her best to show off her charming figure and seduce Li Fei, the rich man. Now Li Fei is a legendary celebrity, so she naturally knows Li Fei's martial arts test results. I admire this very much. If I could become Li Fei's woman, I would never have to worry about anything in my life. However, Li Fei has no interest in women and emotional issues at all now. He only wanted to use every possible means to improve his cultivation. Become a martial god. In his opinion, the realm of martial god is not the end of this world. After all, the realms are also divided by the Human Federation. There might be even more powerful realms out there, but they just haven't been discovered yet. What really matters is basic combat effectiveness. Realm is just a name for comparing combat power. Once you reach that level, your shouting will sound more impressive. If there is no realm, just use basic combat power to measure it. Li Fei's combat power of 100,000 should be called 100,000 level warrior. The God of War's trillion level combat power should be called trillion level warrior. In the office, when Xiao Tao saw Li Fei coming in, he stood up and greeted him warmly. My lordly, why did you come up here by yourself? You should be waiting downstairs for me to come down and pick you up in person. Xiao Tao's tone became very respectful, he lowered his status and used honorifics. Brother Xiao, stop teasing me and just talk normally. Li Fei was a little uncomfortable. I prefer more normal conversations. Ha ha ha, great. Brother Li, you are really awesome. 12,000 points. So many monsters. Not only the first level, but there are also second and third levels. So many. You're so awesome. From now on, I will soar into the sky. Xiao Tao sighed from the bottom of his heart. Have you decided which of the big 5 universities you're going to attend? He asked curiously. There are others. The principal said that the admissions office of the 5 major universities will arrive at the school tonight. We'll see then. Li Fei said expectantly. Okay, let's see tonight. For ordinary people, it's a luxury to be able to go to a university. Now you can choose freely. How many people will envy you? You came here today, do you have any new pills? Xiao Tao clicked his tongue. Yes, there are quite a lot of pills this time, all of which are of perfect quality, including first, second and third grades. I wonder if we can eat them all here. Li Fei said. Don't worry, I'll eat as many pills as you have. This is the Federation, an official one. The Federation is very well off, and we can definitely afford it. We're just worried it won't be enough. The more the better. You have no idea how rich the Federation is. Xiao Tao said with a smile. As long as it can be solved with money, it's not a problem at all. Chapter 40 Supreme Member. SSS Level Suzaku Blood. A powerful martial arts master personally delivers it to your door. Hearing this, Li Fei felt relieved. There are currently 90,000 pills in the system warehouse. If you take them all out, it's scary. So he thought about it. Take out 300 coins first to test the waters. 100 first grade perfect pills. 100 second grade perfect pills. 100 third grade perfect pills. That's all, don't say too much, otherwise I'm worried he'll be scared to death. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. Next second. Pills appeared on the table. Piled into 3 small hills. The aroma filled the entire office. Xiao Zhan's smile faded and his expression became dull. This. So much. He came to his senses, stood up and exclaimed. There are 300 in total. Let me introduce them to you. Li Fei said calmly. He told the names and effects of all the pills one by one. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but gasp. Holding a third-grade pill in his hand, he said with a trembling voice, You made all these pills by yourself? You can understand it that way, Li Fei said. It's simply appalling. Such quantity, such quality, and such a grade. Even the most powerful alchemist today can't achieve such an outrageous result. This must be related to your awakened special talent, right? Xiao Zhan realized that he had lost his composure, took a deep breath to calm down, and analyzed. You can understand it that way, Li Fei said. Your talent is truly terrifying, it has so many functions. Xiao Zhan was envious. I recommend you to the Alchemist Association. Your status will definitely be that of a third-grade perfect alchemist. Those old guys are going to go crazy. I was questioned when I sold you those pills before, but I didn't reveal you to anyone. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but sigh. The world is so big, and what it lacks the most is evil spirits. Special talents are really good things. Can you eat it? Give me a price. Li Fei said. 300 pieces, that's it. If we take out the 89,700 coins in the system warehouse, won't it explode? In order not to scare people too much, he planned to sell the goods slowly. 300 pieces of wealth are enough for him to use for a long time. Be able to eat. I'll calculate it for you now. Xiao Zhan suppressed his trembling hands and began to calculate the price. This is no longer just a matter of quality and grade, but also efficacy and rarity must be taken into account. The price of each pill is definitely higher than those pills on the market. I've calculated it. The total price is 100 billion federal coins. If there is no problem, I will transfer the money to your account now. Even Xiao Zhan couldn't help but gasp at this number. The same is true for Li Fei. 300 pieces are all that's left. If you take out the system warehouse, he himself doesn't know how rich his family is. By that time, perhaps even the federal currency will become waste paper and have no value. Okay. Li Fei nodded. 100 billion federal coins can last him a very long time now. Soon, he received a text message on his mobile phone that 100 billion had been deposited into his account. In this federal era, no one uses paper money anymore, everything is just a string of data. Congratulations, you have become our store's top member. This is also the highest level in the Warrior Mall. However, there are also star-level classifications for supreme members. For every 100 billion traded, 1 star is added. You are now a 1-star supreme member. You will have the right to purchase all the products in my Warrior Mall, and you can also get a 10% discount. Xiao Zhan's attitude was particularly respectful. S-level equipment only costs 1 billion. How am I supposed to spend this 100 billion? Li Fei expressed his troubles. Xiao Zhan was speechless and felt that Li Fei was being too arrogant. In fact, the products that can appear on the market are not very impressive. The truly amazing things are in the Supreme Mall. Each level of membership will open a corresponding mall. The items in the Supreme Mall are basically unlimited in level, extremely expensive, and also extremely rare. Your money is in the Supreme Mall. It won't last long. Xiao Zhan said with a mysterious smile. Oh? Then I'll have to take a closer look. Li Fei became interested. Before, he left directly after the transaction and did not pay attention to the corresponding membership mall. Now that I have some free time, I naturally have to take a good look at it. This is the interface of the Supreme Mall. Please take a look. Xiao Zhan clicked in the void and a projection screen appeared. S-level items are in the range of 1 billion to 10 billion. SS-level items are in the range of 10 billion to 100 billion. SSS-level items are in the range of 100 billion to 1 trillion. After seeing the items and prices above, Li Fei realized how worthless the 2S-level Overlord Battlesuit and S-level Overlord Battlesword in his hands were, which only cost 1 billion federal coins. It can only be classified as a low-level S-level existence. Each level here is divided into 3 levels: low, intermediate and advanced. There are more items here than he imagined. He thought that the higher the quality of the items, the fewer there would be. Now it seems that he is really a frog in the well. I didn't expect there were so many good things. Li Fei said with a sigh. These were all excavated from ancient ruins. Since the cataclysm, there have been many ancient ruins, and they contain many treasures. The truly good things are not open to the public. There are only a handful of supreme members in the world. Even I'm just an honorary member. Xiao Zhan said. He also coveted the things above, but had no money to buy them. Li Fei took a quick look and wanted everything. But his purse was limited. Suddenly, he saw something he needed. Item: Suzaku blood. Quantity: 1 drop. Quality: SSS grade, low grade. Price: 100 billion federal coins. Effect: after taking it, there is a chance to obtain a chance of nirvana and rebirth, and there is a chance to awaken special talents related to Suzaku. After seeing the price, Li Fei was stunned. Fuck you. The last second I was thinking about how to spend the 100 billion yuan. Will it be gone in the next second? He remembered that the divine contract said that his contracted beast, the flame red bird, could evolve into Suzaku as long as he found items related to Suzaku. I had just forgotten about it before, but I didn't expect to encounter it here. So he said decisively, I want to buy this drop of Suzaku blood. What? Xiao Zhan was shocked after hearing this. No? Li Fei asked in confusion. Of course. Xiao Zhan nodded. Li Fei clicks to buy. Next second. The 99% discount price is 99 billion federal coins. The 100 billion yuan he had just brought in and hadn't even warmed up yet was directly deducted by 99%. I feel inexplicably sad. However, when he thought of the more than 80,000 pills in the system warehouse, he suddenly felt that 100 billion was nothing to be sad about. 100 billion is nothing to him. Didn't I just say that your 100 billion will be spent quickly in the Supreme Mall? Xiao Zhan looked at Li Fei's green face and smiled jokingly. That's true. Li Fei smiled awkwardly. I've placed an order now. When and how can I get the goods? Li Fei asked curiously. Xiao Zhan said, the order will be received by the Supreme Department of the Federation. They will arrange for a martial master to personally deliver the item. Once you reach the martial master level, you will have the ability to tear through the void and teleport directly. It should arrive in an hour, so during this hour, you just need to wait here. Federal Supreme Department? Takaru personally delivered the goods to your door. Li Fei took a breath of cold air. This is too high-end. He was particularly excited at the thought that he would soon be able to meet a powerful martial arts master. The same goes for Xiao Zhan. That's Wu Zun. Chapter 41 The gap between the 6 great elixirs. Blue Star Federation. Warrior Mall. Supreme Department. A new 1-star Supreme member has purchased a drop of SSS level Suzaku blood and has already paid. Your Excellency, please deliver it in person. He's located in Wuhan Base City, Warrior Mall. A staff member was shocked when he saw the location. She had already handed a black box with the Federal Supreme logo to the man in front of her. The stern-looking man in front of him was none other than the martial arts master who was in charge of delivering the SSS-level Vermilion bird blood. An invisible and powerful sense of oppression emanated from the man. It looks terrifyingly strong at first glance. The man took the Supreme Treasure box and was a little surprised. A small place like Wuhan Base City can actually afford SSS-level Suzaku blood? This person's name is Li Fei. He seems to have ranked first in this federal martial arts exam, achieving a terrifying score of 12,000 points. The woman spoke. 12,000 points? First place in the Federation martial arts exam? Interesting. It seems a real dragon is about to appear in this small place. I might as well go over and meet this rising star in advance. The Big Five should have finished their fight, right? The man said in surprise. Well, it's already over, you should send it over quickly. This person is very talented, his name is Chaos, and he has been noticed by those above him. His talent seems to be able to quickly master various abilities through learning. The currently known abilities are formations, alchemy, and powerful combat power. It is suspected that this talent is SSS level. The woman nodded. SSS level chaos talent, interesting. But those who are associated with the word chaos are not simply gifted. Okay, I'm leaving now. The man raised his hand, and an invisible force distorted the space, forcing the void open. This is the power of the void wormhole that can only be controlled by those who have reached the level of martial master. With a wave of the hand, one can easily create a void wormhole tunnel that can basically lead to any place. Then I stepped into it and the tunnel disappeared. At the same time, Wuhan Base City, Warrior Mall, inside the office. Li Fei was drinking tea with Xiao Tao, waiting for the powerful Wu Zun to deliver the goods to their door. During this time, Li Fei continued to check the Supreme Mall. Many precious medicinal herbs were discovered. 4th rank, 5th rank, 6th rank. But it only reaches the 6th level. These medicinal herbs are very expensive. It's not even on the same level as those outside. Why are there only 6th grade medicinal herbs? Where are the rest? Li Fei asked curiously. Medicinal herbs that have reached the 7th level are considered high-level natural treasures. They are hard to come by even in ancient ruins. Even if you do find them, they will have been bought up by others in advance. However, once you reach the top 5, they should have channels to purchase them. However, becoming a 7th grade alchemist is extremely difficult. Currently, in the Blue Star Federation, including the 5 major alchemists, the highest ranking alchemist is only a 6th grade peak alchemist. There has yet to be a 7th grade alchemist. Even if one has the materials, they cannot successfully refine the alchemy. The difficulty of alchemy is getting higher and higher, and the difficulty of upgrading is no less than that of a warrior level. Xiao Tao took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Is that so? Li Fei was stunned. I didn't expect that the most powerful one was only a 6th grade peak alchemist. He thought there were many more advanced alchemists in this world. After inheriting the alchemy god, he also understood the arrangement of an alchemist. The 1st grade is a junior alchemist. The 2nd grade is an intermediate alchemist. The 3rd rank is a senior alchemist. The 4th rank is the king-level alchemist. The 5th rank is the imperial alchemist. The 6th rank is a sect-level alchemist. The 7th rank is the supreme alchemist. The 8th rank is a saint-level alchemist. The 9th rank is the emperor-level alchemist. The 10th rank is a god-level alchemist. The alchemy god talent that Li Fei obtained came from the 10th grade god level. However, the realm of the alchemists here is not equivalent to the realm of the warriors in this world. It is even above the realm of warriors. After all, the warriors in this world mainly cultivate their martial arts skills. The difficulty of alchemy becomes more difficult as time goes by than practicing martial arts. If you want to understand how big the gap is between the alchemists in this world and the alchemists in the world of the alchemy god, you have to buy a high-level elixir and see for yourself. He clicked on the Supreme Mall. There is only one 6th grade pill in the mall now. Item, Xuanpa pill. Quantity, 1. Quality, low grade 6th grade. Price, 60 billion federal coins. Effects, after taking, it can strengthen the soul and body. Cleanse the essence and marrow, improve physical fitness. Significantly enhance martial arts physique. This pill actually didn't have much effect on Li Fei. After all, the Chaos Body is already the strongest physique in martial arts. However, in order to better verify the gap between the high-level elixirs in this world and the elixir god-level elixirs, I still plan to buy it and have a look. Anyway, he can make money easily. The value is as high as 60 billion federal coins. Li Fei currently has only about 30 billion in his account. So he took out another 300 pills to sell. Xiao Tao was shocked. Brother, how many pills do you have left? Quite a lot. You keep these 300 coins for now. Then let's buy it back at the price of 100 billion. The two talked and agreed on a price. Li Fei received another 100 billion. Then he spent 99% off and bought this 6th grade pill for 79.2 billion. Xuanpa Dan, you are so lucky. We happen to have one here. It's our treasure. Xiao Tao spoke after seeing the order. The efficacy of the 6th grade Xuanpa pill made them all salivate. I'll get it for you now. Xiao Tao got up and left, and soon came back with the box. Isn't this shipped from the Supreme Department? Why do you have it here? Li Fei was curious. After all, Wuhan Base City is too small. What if such a precious thing is stolen? Although the price of Xuanpa pills is high, there are many of them in our federation. Although we don't have any 7th grade alchemists, we have many 6th grade alchemists. Moreover, many alchemists will choose to refine Xuanpa pills to advance to the alchemy level during their assessments, and the materials for it are also easy to find. So every warrior mall in the world will have one spot every year, which is not open to the public. Xiao Tao said with a smile. So that's how it is. Li Fei suddenly realized. The supreme treasure box opens. A blue pill lies quietly here. The pill emits a very charming fragrance. To outsiders, this seems perfect. But in Li Fei's eyes, this still has a big flaw. How big is the specific gap? Eat first and talk about it. He picked it up and put it in his mouth, and it melted in his mouth. The chaotic body began to be refined. The alchemy god's talent instantly analyzes all the ingredients, proportions, refining process, shortcomings of this pill, and how to fill the key gaps. Finally, Li Fei came to the conclusion. The 6th grade Xuanpa pill in this world is only equivalent to the 3rd grade pill within the pill god's talent. Moreover, the medicinal effect is far inferior to the 6th grade elixir within the alchemy god's talent. If calculated this way, a 6th grade alchemist in this world is equivalent to a 3rd grade alchemist with the talent of a Danshan. Is it the alchemist or the herbs that are not good enough? But that's true. After all, this world respects martial arts. Alchemy is just a side job, and it's something I figured out on the side. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. This is a difference of 3 grades. It's really big. Although he had never refined it before, he knew that a real 6th grade elixir was terrifying. If he has the chance in the future, he will try to refine it. Chapter 42 Wu Zun delivers to your door. Contracted beast evolves. How do you feel after eating? Xiao Tao licked his lips and asked curiously. This is a 6th grade elixir worth 60 billion federal coins. He has never eaten it in his life. I feel satisfied just by being able to smell the fragrance of the elixir. Now that I finally have my own brothers to eat, I naturally want to ask clearly to satisfy my curiosity for many years. Yes, he has already regarded Li Fei, this monster, as a brother. Li Fei slowly opened his eyes and said casually, the medicine is very effective. After taking it, I feel that my martial arts aptitude has improved significantly, and future breakthroughs will be smoother. Although the medicinal effect of the Xuanpa pill had little effect on his chaotic body, after the medicinal power was refined, it increased his basic combat power by a full 3,000. Now his basic combat power has reached 403,000. After reaching the level of a military general, it is extremely difficult to increase combat power by 10,000. 400,000 to 600,000 is the middle stage of military generals. If you want to enter the later stage of military generals, you need to reach a basic combat power of 700,000. The gap is still too big. Given the bottomless pit nature of the chaos body, even if all of the remaining 80,000 pills were refined, it might not be possible to break through to the martial realm. The most important thing is that the level of these pills is too low. The elixir he refined was of the 3rd grade among the elixir gods. The 6th grade elixir in this world is only equivalent to the 3rd grade elixir in the alchemy god's talent, so the improvement is the same as the 3rd grade elixir he refined. The medicinal power of a third-grade pill is no longer effective. That's good. With the improvement of your martial arts aptitude, you will be able to go far in the future, Xiao Tao said with a smile. The two continued to drink tea and chat. Soon, an hour passed. Suddenly, strong spatial fluctuations appeared in the office. What's going on? Li Fei was stunned and looked over. The space in front of him was shaking violently. Everything in the office was shaking like there was an earthquake. However, the materials used in the office are earthquake resistant, so such problems should not occur under normal circumstances. Xiao Tao on the opposite side suddenly realized something and stood up abruptly, revealing an expression of admiration and respect. He said, Master Wu Zun has arrived. Once you reach the martial Zun level, you can forcibly break through the void to form a wormhole. This is a sign that the impulse tunnel is about to appear. Upon hearing this, Li Fei also became serious and stood up unconsciously. This is also a respect for the strong. The next second, under the gaze of the two, the space in front of them was torn apart, and a black wormhole gate appeared. A tall, short-haired man dressed in black walked out. This person was none other than the powerful Wu Zun who delivered the goods to his door from the Supreme Department. Xiao Tao, the head of the Federation Warrior Mall, greets His Excellency. Congratulations on your arrival. Xiao Tao immediately bowed and saluted. Greetings, Your Excellency. Li Fei took a deep breath and saluted respectfully. Although he possesses many god-level talents, he is destined to become a martial god in the future, or even surpass the martial god. But now he hasn't fully grown up yet. At least the powerful martial artist in front of him can easily kill him. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. He felt a terrifying invisible pressure from the man in black in front of him. It was as if he was facing a prehistoric giant beast, and he was trembling for some reason. But the next moment, the Chaos Body's talent was released, automatically eliminating the invisible pressure that was dangerous to itself, which made Li Fei breathe a sigh of relief. The Chaos Body is so powerful that it can even dispel the invisible pressure from Wu Zun. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. Interesting. As expected of a Chaos talent that was initially assessed as SSS level, he's even immune to my pressure. Amazing. The man in black seemed to notice this and was slightly surprised. When Li Fei heard this, his heart beat faster and his pupils shrank. The other party actually saw through it. Preliminary assessment, SSS level talent? After hearing this, Xiao Tao's pupils shrank. He took a breath and looked at Li Fei. This kid's talent is even higher than he expected. The Federation has already made a preliminary assessment of Li Fei's talent. The speed is really fast. SSS rank? That's enough for this world. Li Fei thought silently in his heart and had no intention of revealing his god-level talent. After all, he still doesn't know how many good and bad people there are in the Federation. The human heart is unpredictable and must never be revealed easily. The man in black asked, Li Fei, your chaos talent allows you to learn other people's abilities and use them for your own benefit? And can this ability be amplified to a very high level? How do you know, Your Excellency? Li Fei looked surprised. It seems so. You were just an ordinary person before, but suddenly your talent was awakened. You suddenly have so many skills, such as alchemy, formation, extremely fast healing, powerful skills, etc. That's not hard to guess. You've already been noticed by the higher-ups, but my Federation Blue Star is full of talented people, and there are quite a few SSS-level monsters. This world is far greater than you can imagine. Once you enter the top 5, you will naturally know. Your cognition will be completely overturned. The man in black smiled mysteriously and handed the supreme treasure box to Li Fei. This is the SSS-level Suzaku blood I bought. Take it. Okay, thank you for your help, Your Excellency. Li Fei took a deep breath, calmed down his complicated and excited emotions, and reached out to take it. It's over. I'm leaving. The man in black turned and left. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Xiao Tao said respectfully. The man in black disappeared and the void gate closed. It seems that this world is far richer than I imagined. I'm really looking forward to it. Li Fei put the supreme treasure box in his hand into the system warehouse and thought secretly. Brother Xiao, I'm leaving first. He said to Xiao Tao. Okay, I'll take you there. Xiao Tao nodded and personally saw Li Fei off. After returning to his home in the slums, Li Fei calmed his mind and entered the system warehouse. Summon the flaming red bird from the contract space. I didn't expect it to work. The supreme treasure box opens. There was a scorching heat emanating from inside. The shadow of the vermilion bird appeared briefly and then disappeared. A bottle lay quietly in it, and inside the bottle was flaming red blood. Although it's only one drop, it can fill a small bottle. Li Fei opened the lid and a fragrant smell hit his nose. After smelling it, the flame red bird trembled all over, and its eyes flashed with desire, begging its master Li Fei to give it this drop of blood. Master, I want to drink it. As long as I drink it, I will be able to transform. Its consciousness was transmitted into Li Fei's mind. After the divine contract, both parties can communicate freely within their consciousness. Don't worry, this is for you. Li Fei poured the vermilion bird's blood into the flaming red bird's mouth. The flaming red bird screamed, and its whole body burned with even more ferocious flames. This is the Suzaku flame. The shadow of the vermilion bird emerged from the flaming red bird, and then light burst out. Then it turned into a giant fiery red egg. How long will this incubation take? Li Fei was stunned. Suddenly, a divine contract prompt appeared in front of him. Congratulations on the evolution of your first contracted beast. Currently in incubation status, the estimated incubation time is 10 months. Tip: each drop of Suzaku blood you feed can reduce the hatching time by 1 month. Only 10 drops of Suzaku blood are needed for instant hatching. Fuck. You're playing me like that, right? 10 drops of Suzaku blood, that's 600 billion federal coins. Li Fei was speechless. 300 pieces, 100 billion. 600 and 200 billion. 900 and 300 billion. 1,200 and 400 billion. 1,500 and 500 billion. 1,800 and 600 billion. But it's not impossible. Li Fei muttered something, then continued to go to the warrior mall to sell pills. Chapter 43 hatched successfully. The fourth order early stage divine beast Suzaku. Now I have a hidden illness that makes it difficult to break through. The early stage of the military commander is already my limit, but God has not blocked my way. He allowed me to meet a talent like Brotherly. As long as I hold on to him tightly, I will have a great backer in the future. But the premise is that he doesn't die young and stays alive. Warrior Mall, inside the office. Xiao Tao leaned back in his office chair, drinking tea and thinking. Suddenly, the landline rang. After the call was connected, he said calmly, "What's the matter? Tell me." "Master Li is here again and has gone to your office." The sweet voice of the woman at the front desk came from the phone. "I understand." Xiao Tao was stunned and a little surprised. It wasn't long ago that he left, and he came back again? He hung up the phone, and the next second the office door opened and Li Fei walked in from outside. "Brother Li, why are you back again?" Xiao Tao asked, "Did you encounter any problems?" "Brother Xiao, I'm here to sell some pills. Can you help me deal with them? I need the money urgently." As Li Fei spoke, he walked to the table and waved his hand, and 1,800 pills appeared. "The first, second and third grades are all here." Kick. Xiao Tao bounced up. "Brother Li, how come you still have so many?" He stared at the pile of pills in front of him with wide eyes in shock. "A total of 1,800. Li Fei said with a smile. "Change it into money quickly, I need it urgently." Li Fei was very curious about what the Suzaku would look like after it hatched. He can't wait even a day. "Okay. I'll change the money for you right now." Xiao Tao was overjoyed. He also knew that Li Fei's SSS level talent was terrifying, so he didn't ask any further questions. "Start testing immediately." 1,800 coins, a total of 600 billion federal coins. When he mentioned this amount, he couldn't help but gasp. "Okay, call me." Li Fei nodded. The next second, 600 billion entered his account. He decisively opened the Supreme Mall and bought 10 SSS level vermilion bird bloods. It just so happened that he bought them all. It says it's currently out of stock. Wow, it's out of stock. It seems that this vermilion bird blood will be of great help to you, Xiao Tao said in shock. Now Li Fei is already a Samsung Supreme member. You can enjoy 3% off. 600 billion, 97% discount. That would still cost 582 billion. In a flash, the 600 billion yuan that Li Fei had just received was reduced to just over 40 billion yuan before he could even use it. 10 drops of vermilion bird blood are enough. Li Fei waited quietly. You've now spent another 600 billion. Your membership has been upgraded to 9-star Supreme membership. You can enjoy a 91% discount on your purchases from now on. Xiao Tao said this, his eyes full of envy. 9-star Supreme membership, 91% discount. What's the maximum discount I can get? Li Fei rubbed his chin and asked curiously. Up to 50% discount, no matter how many levels you upgrade, it will be the same. But if it's really too high, maybe they'll mention it to you again. Xiao Tao spoke. Li Fei heard this and nodded silently. Supreme Department. The Suzaku blood has been sold out. The same person bought them all. This guy sold so many pills. The woman at the front desk was shocked when she saw the data. Immediately prepare 10 bottles of vermilion bird blood and put them in a box. At this moment, the void door opened and a man in black walked out. Your Excellency, you are back. Please deliver this box to Li Fei again. The woman said with a smile. What do you mean? The man in black was stunned. He had just given the vermilion bird blood to Li Fei. Did that guy sell it again? Isn't this just playing a trick on him? His face suddenly darkened. He bought 10 drops of vermilion bird blood, and they're all in here. The woman said, the Suzaku blood is currently out of stock in the mall. Buy all 10 drops. Could it be that he gained some insights from the Suzaku blood? The man in black was stunned. But where does he get so much money? This is 600 billion federal coins, which is more than 580 billion after the discount. He sold 1,800 perfect grade pills, making a total profit of 600 billion federal coins, the woman said. So much. The black-clothed man's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he laughed loudly. Ah, this kid is really interesting. His talent is terrifying. If those guys in the Alchemist Association knew about this, they would definitely go crazy to snatch Li Fei away. Okay, leave it to me. As he spoke, he reached out and took the Supreme Treasure Box, and opened up space to enter again. An hour later. Same place. As the void door was opened, the man in black walked out again. Could you buy them all at once next time? He walked out and said this as the first sentence he said to Li Fei. Li Fei was a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that Suzaku blood would be so useful to me. Sorry to bother you, Your Excellency. Forget it, as long as it's useful to you. Are you sure there's nothing else you want to buy? The man in black asked again before leaving. It's really gone this time. Li Fei shook his head. Good. The man in black confirmed it and left. Brother Xiao, let's go. Li Fei said goodbye to Xiao Tao and quickly returned to the house. In the system warehouse. He opened the Supreme Treasure Box, and inside lay 10 bottles of vermilion bird blood. Open one of the tubes and pour it over the eggs. Feeding a drop of vermilion bird blood reduces the hatching time by 1 month. Currently, there are 9 months left for birth. A divine contract prompt appears in front of you. It really works. Li Fei continued to pour out the remaining 9. Feed 9 drops of vermilion bird blood, hatching complete. As the divine contract prompt appears. Next second. The gorgeous eggshell cracked with a crackling sound. The young vermilion bird struggled out of the gorgeous eggshell. Its feathers were not yet fully grown, and were a light orange-yellow color with a hint of pink. The little eyes sparkled with curiosity and light, as if they wanted to explore this new world immediately. It ate all the eggshells. The aura of the whole body soared. Finally surpassed Li Fei. Information about it at the moment appeared in front of Li Fei. Contracted beast, Suzaku. Species, divine beast. Current status, larval stage. Level, early stage of level 4. Innate skills, crimson flame breath. Nirvana pact. Vermilion feather escape. Fire resonance. Talent, southern Ming Lihua. 100 birds pay homage ceremony. Flame veins connected. Omen of disaster. Warm tip, feeding vermilion bird blood can speed up the growth cycle. The species is actually a divine beast. As expected of a divine beast, a newly hatched larva already possesses the strength of an early 4th order warrior. This is equivalent to a human warrior at the early stage of the martial arts master. More advanced than me. This can be considered one of my life-saving trump cards, not bad. After reading the message, Li Fei couldn't help but sigh to himself. The 600 billion was well spent. In a blink of an eye, it was time to meet the principal. After eating and drinking, Li Fei quickly went to the school office. Student Li Fei, please take a seat. The admissions office of the 5 major universities is almost here. We must not keep them waiting. Each of them is a powerful being. It was the first time for the principal to meet the people from the top 5, and he was much more nervous than Li Fei. After meeting Wu Zun, Li Fei is no longer too nervous about the 5 major admissions offices that only have Wu Wang and Wu Huang. His complexion looked very dull. Chapter 44 5 major colleges admissions offices. The 5 major colleges offer generous conditions. In the square of Wuhan number 1 middle school, 5 women walked in the air and appeared here. Each one is extremely beautiful, with a tall and slender figure, graceful posture, and long flowing hair. There is a powerful aura emanating from their bodies. They are none other than the admissions directors of the 5 top colleges in the Federation. Good. Under normal circumstances, they would not go out and only let the deputy director lead the team, but this time, for Li Fei, the director was dispatched. This is enough to show that the 5 major colleges have given Li Fei enough face. Those who can serve as the directors of the 5 major admissions offices are all powerful martial emperors. Now that we're here, let's fight for it based on our own abilities. A demon with 12,000 points, our Suzaku Academy will not let him go. One of the beautiful women with long fiery red hair looked at the other 4 and said lightly. Ha, are you so sure that Li Fei will only choose your Suzaku Academy and not our White Tiger Academy? Looking at his personality, he's the perfect fit for our White Tiger Academy. The beautiful woman with long silver hair said coldly. Although the 5 major colleges are the top institutions in the Federation, they are in competition with each other. A comfortable life cannot last long. Only constant competition can produce the most powerful genius. This is the purpose of the Federation and the 5 major colleges. If you want to become a peerless monster, you must compete. No matter how talented you are, you may be the thumb outside, but you are the little finger in the 5 major academies. Because what the 5 major academies have the most is talented and incredible people. Li Fei's talent was initially judged by the Federation to be SSS level, which is indeed impressive, but they will not spoil him. He must compete with other students to obtain resources. I will never take sides. In this regard, both the Federation and the 5 major colleges have achieved the greatest possible fairness. Anyway, the strong are respected and the weak are the enemy. The strong and victorious ones enjoy more resources and higher status. The weak and losers enjoy fewer resources and lower status. Even nothing. Li Fei is from our Xuanwu Academy. Li Fei is from our Qinglong Academy. No, Li Fei is from our Central Federal Military Academy. The women from the admissions offices of the other 3 colleges were also expressing their thoughts. Sensing 5 terrifying auras approaching the academy, the principal in the office immediately ran out to greet them with Li Fei in fear and trepidation. When they saw the 5 women, both Li Fei and the principal were surprised. Because it is so beautiful. Secondly, these 5 people exude an aura that is superior to them. Although Li Fei had already felt the aura and pressure of the powerful martial master, these 5 people were not as powerful as the martial master, but it was still easy for them to kill him. Even if he possesses many god-level talents, he will still die. There is always someone better than you. There are too many capable and powerful people in this world. The warriors I encountered in Wuhan Base City and the monsters outside are just at the bottom of the list. Only by joining the 5 major academies can you see a wider world and encounter more powerful opponents. I want to compete with them, I want to crush them all. At this moment, Li Fei clenched his fists, his heart was beating fast, and he was particularly eager to fight with a strong man. Because he has never encountered a strong younger generation. Excuse me, are these the admissions officers for the 5 major colleges? I'm the principal of Wuhan number 1 middle school, and this is Li Fei, the student who ranked first in the Wuhan Base City martial arts examination. The principal introduced humbly. Yeah, not bad. A real dragon appeared in your Wuhan Base City this year. He's not only number 1 in Wuhan Base City, he's number 1 in the entire Federation. He's a true martial arts champion. This time, Wuhan Base City and the entire first high school will reap huge benefits. Besides that, there's Shin Mengyao who has awakened an SS level special talent. We've also got our eyes on her. Isn't that guy here? The 5 major admissions offices looked at Li Fei and said with a smile. Oh no, I forgot about Shen Mengyao. The principal's expression changed. Li Fei's brilliance was too bright. He only remembered Li Fei and forgot about Shen Mengyao, the genius who had awakened the SS level Extreme Ice Holy Body. Although the opponent's score and level are far inferior to Li Fei, he is also a person with awakened SS level special talents. At this moment, he wanted to slap himself. Hearing this, Li Fei was speechless. The 5 women were also speechless. No matter what, she was a girl who had awakened an SS level special talent. She simply forgot about it. If Shen Mengyao knew about it, she would definitely be very sad. Forget it, call her now and ask her to come over. Let's talk to Li Fei first. The female instructor of Suzaku Academy said. Yes. The principal breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 5 adults did not blame him. He secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately left to call Shen Mengyao to come over. Hello, Li Fei, I'm Yan Li, the director of admissions at Suzaku Academy. Let me first tell you about the conditions of our school. The conditions Suzaku Academy offers you are a scholarship of 100 billion federal coins, an infusion of Suzaku's true blood, and a guaranteed awakening of a minimum SSS level special talent, the Burning Heaven Martial Body. With this physique, your fire-based cultivation speed will increase 100-fold. You will also be given the right to choose any SS level fire-based technique to study. Yanli raised her red lips and spoke. The temptation is great enough. When Li Fei heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. I didn't expect Suzaku Academy to be so awesome that it could actually allow people to awaken SSS level physique. As expected, he had lived at the bottom of society before and had no idea how awesome this world was. But now he was meeting the world's top beings, and his cognition was beginning to subvert. But that's all. If there was no system, he would definitely be very excited. But now that he had the system, he was not so excited. Of course, if there were no system, he would just be an ordinary worker at the bottom level. Don't be impatient, listen to the conditions of our White Tiger Academy. Hello Li Fei, I'm Jean Ting, the admissions director of White Tiger College. Our offer is this, a scholarship worth 100 billion federal coins. You can inherit the White Tiger battle spirit and gain access to the SSS level special talent, Killing Instinct. This talent will allow you to predict enemy moves more quickly in battle. Killing battles will allow you to improve rapidly. Jean Ting spoke. And our Xuanwu Academy. Hello Li Fei, I'm Yu Han, the admissions director of Xuanwu College. Our conditions are a scholarship of 100 billion federal coins, and you can gain the recognition of the Black Tortoise armor as your master, awaken the SSS level special talent Black Tortoise body, gain super powerful defense, and have the ability to withstand hydrogen bombs without dying. Yu Han spoke. And our Qinglong Academy. Hello Li Fei, I'm Long Yan, the admissions director of Qinglong College. Our terms are 100 billion federal coins, and you can fuse the Azure Dragon's reverse scale. You will definitely be able to awaken either SSS level Instant Shadow or SSS level Azure Dragon power. Instant Shadow allows you to break the speed limit of light. Azure Dragon power allows you to control the Azure Dragon's terrifying combat power and healing ability. Gain exuberant life energy. Long Yan spoke. Hello Li Fei, I'm Xian Ying, the admissions director of the Central Federal Military Academy. Our conditions are a scholarship of 10 billion federal coins, you can become a direct disciple of the Federal Marshal, and be awarded the rank of Federal Major General upon graduation. You can also learn the Central Federation SSS level martial arts, the God-Killing Codex. Xian Ying spoke. Chapter 45 Sword Emperor Su Zhani. Listen to the conditions given by the 5 major colleges. To be honest, they are very rich. Li Fei fell silent. I was hesitating in my heart. But, possessing the strongest martial arts system, he can obtain a god-level talent every time he advances a level. These so-called SSS level talents and SSS level skills are not that attractive to him. After all, who would want to learn lower-level SSS level skills and talents when he has so many god-level talents? And the most crucial point is, even if you learn and awaken these talents, it is impossible for you to become a martial god-level strongman in one step. You still have to improve your cultivation on your own. He had only one purpose in entering the 5 greats, and that was to obtain more high-level resources to rapidly improve his cultivation. He continued to acquire one god-level talent after another. As for money, he could earn it simply by selling some pills, and he had no shortage of money at all. Obtain more advanced materials, explore more advanced ancient civilization ruins, and refine elixirs to improve your cultivation. Li Fei, I know you have a very strong talent for alchemy. This is also closely related to your chaos talent. Our Xuanwu Academy's vice president successfully advanced to the 7th grade alchemist yesterday. He is currently the only 7th grade alchemist in the entire Blue Star Federation, and also the highest level alchemist. As long as you enter Xuanwu College, with your alchemy skills, you will definitely be accepted as a personal disciple by this person. He is a powerful warrior in the martial saint realm. Yu Han, a girl with long emerald green hair, smiled. Mean. When the others heard that Yu Han actually put forward this as a condition, they cursed in their hearts. But I also started to feel uneasy. If Li Fei really chooses Xuanwu College, then they can only fight for Shen Mengyao, who has SS level special talents. That's true, but our Central Federal Military Academy is directly fighting against the extraterritorial monsters on the front lines. As a warrior, it is my responsibility to stand on the front line and kill the monsters from outside the domain. From this, our school's SSS level technique, the God-Killing Codex, was born. Only through battles close to death can one understand the true meaning of a warrior. Although our scholarship is small, we know you have plenty of ways to make money. As long as you enroll in our Central Federal Military Academy, it will definitely be worth it. Xianing spoke. That's true, but a genius who hasn't grown up isn't really a genius. Letting him come into contact with alien beasts so early is tantamount to sending him to his death. The other 4 women said, geniuses need time to grow. What's the difference between the monsters from outside the domain and the monsters on Blue Star? Li Fei asked curiously. To be honest, what Xianing said did arouse his curiosity. Xianing said, the monsters outside the domain are stronger and more dangerous than those inside the sphere, but the opportunities you encounter will also be greater. Danger and opportunity coexist. You can also think of them as alien races from outside the blue planet. There are many alien races in the universe, and the blue planet is just a tiny one. They all want to annex the blue planet, take it for themselves, and enslave us humans. Our mission is to guard the front line, and the other 4 academies are on the second front line. Li Fei's blood boiled when he heard this. The more dangerous it was, the better he liked it. I've made up my mind. I choose the Central Federal Military Academy. Li Fei spoke. Hey, calm down and don't make an excited choice. I understand your urge to protect Blue Star and become a powerful person, but this is a matter of life and death. It's not something you can just impulsively resolve or agree to. This is a long process. Yu Han became anxious and immediately interrupted. Damn it, I just used the 7th grade alchemist to attract the other party here. She felt that Li Fei was moved just now. But now after hearing what Xianing said, he actually joined on impulse? This definitely won teamwork. What's with all that enthusiasm? Don't interrupt me here. Xianying's smile faded and she glared at Yu Han. She had finally come here, and if she was asked to leave, that was not what she wanted to see. Although there is no shortage of SSS level special talents in the academy, no one would mind having one more. Moreover, the SSS level special talent is only the Federation's initial assessment. This also shows that Chaos talent has extremely terrifying growth potential. In the future, there is a chance to surpass SSS level and reach SSSS level. Or even higher. The duck that is right in front of your mouth must not be snatched away just like that. The other 3 women also joined in the quarrel. It's hard to imagine that this is the director of Emperor Wu. Now she's like a shrew. When Li Fei saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Li Fei, our federal marshal is a peak martial saint. And the only martial emperor in the Federation is our dean. Xianing said. Many unknown things have happened over the years. The powerful god of war died in a battle with the god of extraterritorial beasts 10 years ago. This news could not be concealed and was known to the entire Federation. The world observed a moment of silence that day. The rest of the powerful martial emperors also died in battle. That was the most dangerous time for humans. This is also the closest time to extinction. The most powerful person nowadays is only one martial emperor. That is the first speaker of the Federation and the president of the Central Federal Military Academy. Sword Emperor Su Zhani. This name is well known. No one in the entire Federation doesn't know about this. He is a peerless demon who awakened the SSS level special talent, Eternal Blade Heart, 10 years ago. He is also the only one who has entered the realm of Martial Emperor in the past 10 years. Since the death of the God of War, the other Martial Emperors have fallen one after another, leaving only the new Sword Emperor Su Jianyi standing at the forefront. He transformed himself into a great wall, guarding the outermost edge, and killing all foreign monsters that wanted to invade the Blue Star with one sword. Otherwise, after that war 10 years ago, humans would have lost the ability to defend against the double-sided attacks from both foreign monsters and internal monsters, and would have ultimately been extinct. The monsters on the blue planet are just training grounds for humans, and the monsters from outside the domain are the real big bosses. After these words were spoken, the women from the other 4 courtyards fell silent. Their eyes were full of admiration for the Sword Emperor Su Jianyi. He is a hero of mankind. Selfless. If possible, they also want to fight alongside the Sword Emperor Su Jianyi. However, they were too weak and powerless, and could only manage the monsters in the ball. I see more hope in you. Are you willing to fight for humanity? Xianing stretched out her hand and spoke slowly. Li Fei's original body naturally knew this as well. I do. Li Fei nodded. He was born for this too. Perhaps this is why he traveled to this world to replace his original body. Destroy all monsters and protect all mankind. For mentors, please stop arguing. I am not hot-headed. I am very calm. I am calmer than ever before. I know what my mission is. Li Fei said calmly. Possessing god-level talent that surpasses that of Sword Emperor Su Jianyi and even the sages, and being the only human to have awakened god-level talent, this mission is unavoidable. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Chapter 46, Heading to the Central Federal Military Academy. Shen Mengyao joined Xuanwu Academy. Well, in that case, I wish you good luck. The 4 admissions directors of Xuanwu College, Xinglong College, Suzaku College, and Baihu College did not say anything more after seeing Li Fei's decisive statement, knowing that the outcome was settled. The other 3 colleges were fine, but Yu Han from Xuanwu College was a little unwilling to give up. Finally, she asked, our college has the only 7th grade alchemist. Are you really not going to consider it again? I've made up my mind. Li Fei shook his head. A mere 7th grade alchemist is nothing more than a 4th grade king-level alchemist among the alchemy gods. He is the god of alchemy. As long as he has the materials, he can easily refine no less than 100 divine grade pills. It's just that now it cannot be refined due to the low quality of the materials. Otherwise, he would come to perform a show, swallow a magic pill, and my life would be in my own hands. However, the chaos body was a bit abnormal, and he was not sure how much it could be improved after taking the magic pill. After all, the further it goes, the more energy the chaotic body needs to absorb, and the more terrifying it becomes. If I had stayed in the other 4 academies, I would have eaten them all out of money and still not have been able to reach the top. Therefore, he needs to go to the battlefield outside the domain and fight against the monsters outside the domain, refine them into pills and eat them all. Anyway, the number of monsters from outside the domain is huge. And the level is high. All right. Then we can only let Shen Mengyao come to our Xuanwu Academy. Yu Han sighed. Shame on you. Why would you enter your Xuanwu Academy? As if we no longer exist? The female directors of the other 3 hospitals immediately became unhappy. Nonsense. Shen Mengyao has an SS level special talent, the Extreme Ice Saint Body, which is related to water. So, we're going to rule out your Suzaku Academy first. Naturally, our Xuanwu Academy is the first choice. Their attributes match, so it's the best fit for her. As for White Tiger Academy and Azure Dragon Academy, one is of the gold attribute and the other is of the wood attribute, so they are not suitable either. Yu Han crossed her arms in front of her and snorted coldly. Tisk, let's wait and see. The 4 women left, leaving the space and time here to Li Fei and Xianing. Go directly to the office and wait for Shen Mengyao to come. Teacher Xianing, how can I enroll in school? Li Fei asked impatiently. Xianing said, normally, we're on summer vacation now, and school normally starts in 2 months. However, your situation is special. If you're willing, you can come back to the academy with me now and adapt to the high-intensity life there in advance. By the way, I remember that you seem to be targeted by the shadow cult. Those guys haven't made a move on you yet? When Xianing came, she naturally investigated Li Fei. Li Fei was not surprised when he heard this. The other party is from the Central Federal Military Academy, so it is easy to get his information. Of course, the system is absolutely impossible to detect. Li Fei nodded and said, "Yes, the shadow cult has indeed targeted me. Last time, I killed one of their shadows, but they haven't come to bother me yet. I don't know why, maybe they're afraid of me. Those shadow cult rats are so annoying. It's a pity they hid so deeply that we can't find their headquarters. Otherwise, we would have eradicated them completely. We fought tooth and nail against the alien monsters, and they desperately tried to cause us trouble. They even teamed up with the alien monsters. In the battle 10 years ago, their leaders were also involved, but they were also eliminated. Right now, the highest combat power of the Shadow Cult is only a martial saint. But don't worry, after you enter the Central Federal Military Academy, they won't be able to trouble you for a long time." Xianing spoke. "Then let's go straight to the academy." After hearing this, Li Fei hated the Shadow Cult even more. These traitors to humanity deserve to die. Good. Xianing snapped her fingers and an intelligent fighter plane flew over from a distance. So handsome. Li Fei's eyes lit up. No man can resist the temptation of a fighter plane. What's more, it's so gorgeous. When you perform well enough in the future, the Federation will reward you. This is a king-class intelligent fighter, worth 500 billion federal coins. Xianing said with a smile. It's only 500 billion federal coins. I can buy it by selling a few pills. Li Fei's eyes lit up. After spending so much money in the Supreme Mall, he now feels that 500 billion is not a lot of money. For him, it was really just a matter of selling some pills. I really envy you alchemists. You spend so much money just to buy some pills. However, this can't be purchased simply by having money. You also need enough military merit or contribution points. Xianing was speechless. Even for her, a martial king, it is not easy to earn 500 billion federal coins. I see. Li Fei wilted. Don't worry, with your talent, it's just a matter of time. Let's go up and return to the academy. Xianing smiled. With a wave of his hand, the fighter plane emitted a ray of light, dragged the two men up, and entered the interior of the fighter plane. Then he closed the hatch and disappeared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, in the dark place outside Wuhan No. 1 High School, the members of the Shadow Cult who had originally planned to attack Li Fei immediately became timid after sensing the aura of 5 Martial King-level warriors approaching. They are just military generals, and there is a great realm of military commander between them and the powerful warriors at the level of military king. A strong man at the king of martial arts level can easily exert a basic combat power of 10 million. At most, there are only a few 100,000 of these generals. There's no comparison at all. I can kill them with just a wave of my hand. And those guys are the admissions directors of the top 5 universities. He's not a character to be trifled with. What should I do now? I can't kill him. I told you to start sooner rather than later, but now you've missed such a great opportunity. If he grows up, there will be no place for us. The other shadow cultists spoke sinisterly. What are you afraid of? Even if the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. The people above are more unwilling to see Li Fei rise than we are. As long as we report the intelligence to them, the group of people above will naturally find a way to deal with Li Fei. The leading shadow cultist said impatiently. What about the Zhao family? Someone asked. The Zhao family has joined our shadow cult, so they should continue to hide. After his son, the A-rank Flame Lord, recovers, he can be trained well. It's not impossible for him to seek revenge with his own hands in the future. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. The leading shadow cultist said lightly. Then he turned and left. The others followed suit and left. On the other hand, Shin Mengyao rushed to the school as soon as she received the notice. After meeting the 4 college directors, she finally chose Xuanwu College. Because she also felt that she was the most suitable for Xuanwu College. When she learned that Li Fei had been taken away by the Federal Central Military Academy, her expression became complicated. Because she also knew that this college was the only one among the 5 major colleges that stood at the forefront, even the other 4 major colleges were behind this college. What Li Fei will face in the future are powerful and numerous monsters from outside the domain. Chapter 47, Arriving at the Central Federal Military Academy. An unimaginable dimensional world. The King-class fighter is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had left Wuhan Base City and entered the highest sky. The next second, we arrived in outer space. I heard that the 5 major academies are all built in an alternate dimension within space. Inside the fighter jet, the 100% simulation function was activated. The scene inside is exactly the same as outside. Li Fei spoke while drinking an iced drink and looking at the space scene outside the window. There was a gleam in his eyes. Xianing nodded and said, "Yes, that is the extra-dimensional space opened up by the Martial Saint, and it happens to surround the blue star." Can reaching the level of Martial Saint open up such a large space? Li Fei was surprised. Of course not. It was just a small space at first. Later, several Martial Saints joined forces to expand the space and stabilize it. Later, the Martial Emperor and the Martial God took action, which made the alien space have a huge area. However, with the fall of the Martial Gods and Martial Emperors, the dimensional space is gradually shrinking as it can no longer be sustained with sufficient energy. If this continues, in the near future, the space created by the 5 colleges will only be wide enough to accommodate a university. Many people are going to be forced to leave. But it's not a big problem. We've realized this and have built several giant platforms in space in advance to prepare for that day. Xianing sighed. Can't the Sword Emperor inject power to maintain it? Li Fei asked. No, there is only one Martial Emperor left in the entire Blue Star Federation, Lord Doughty. He has been guarding the front lines for years, preventing the invasion of foreign monsters. He simply cannot spare the time to return. Once he leaves the front lines, the monsters from outside the domain will definitely know. When the entire army attacks, the front lines that the Federation has worked so hard to build will collapse. Since he replaced the Sage 10 years ago, he hasn't returned yet. Xianing looked at the space outside the window and said slowly. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Xianying's eyes. Li Fei was silent. He actually thought of this. But I still want to ask. Soon, the King-class fighter entered the universe. Within the universe, there is a huge mark of the Central Federation. This is a gathering of powerful people from the Federation. This place is also the entrance to the Central Federal Military Academy. The other 4 colleges also have their own totems. For example, Suzaku, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Azure Dragon. These are the totems of the entrance. Entering it is like entering another world. Even though it has shrunk now, the world is still very big. It's like a small island continent. Below is a huge base city. There are a few big words written at the top. Blue Star Central Federal Military Academy. Military aircraft were flying everywhere in the surrounding sky. There are all kinds of commercial streets. Although small, it has everything. How is it? Is it big enough? Xianing put her hands on her hips and smiled. Big, very big. Li Fei nodded. I didn't expect there was such a glorious place in this world. It really refreshed my perspective. Li Fei couldn't help but sigh. This information will not be disseminated externally. Therefore, people outside have no idea what it is like inside. This is just the shrunken version. When it was at its largest and most prosperous, you wouldn't have imagined it. It was as large as half the size of China 100 years ago. Xianing couldn't help but sigh. So big. Li Fei's pupils shrank. He learned it in the textbook. 100 years ago in this world, China covered an area of 10 million square kilometers. Half the size, that is 5 million square kilometers. This is larger than the territory of many other countries. And there is also an ocean in this world. A whole ecosystem has emerged. And the technology here is also the most awesome. The fighter plane slowly landed on a large anchorage. Xianing took Li Fei and sat down from the fighter plane. The surrounding skyscrapers are all modern buildings. The Central Federal Military Academy has not only Chinese people, but also people from other countries. Although we no longer have a country, deep down everyone still identifies themselves as Chinese. For example, we are Chinese. As for the rest of us, some recognize it, while others don't. Now it's all about skin color. Yellow, white, black, just like 100 years ago. Anyone who can get here, no matter if they are students or anyone else, is awesome. We have also divided this area into several areas, such as the Chinese area, the European and American area, the Sakura area, the Brown Bear area, and so on. You are a student from my Huaxia regional base city, so I, a Huaxia person, will pick you up. Students from other regions will be picked up by the other admissions office leaders, Xianing said as they walked. In that case, why not just restore the country? Anyway, we all admit that we are Chinese? Li Fei didn't quite understand this. That's politics. Politics is complicated. After experiencing the catastrophe, everyone has ascended. Too many countries will only hinder development. Only by establishing a federation can a pseudo-unity be achieved. But there will still be cases of people being dissatisfied with each other. Xianing began to explain. Qin Shi Huang swept through the 6 kingdoms and unified the world. Actually, we can do it too. Clear all those who disobey. Li Fei whispered. Shh, don't say things like that again. Whether it was us or others, we had actually thought about it, but in the end, we didn't do it. After all, they are also the human race of Blue Star, and they are also an important force in resisting the invasion of foreign monsters. Xianing raised a finger in front of her mouth to stop Li Fei from continuing. Anyway, your mission is to become stronger. These things are not what you should be thinking about. Unless you have a cultivation level that is absolutely superior to everyone else in the future, or you wipe out all the monsters, you will not be able to achieve complete unification. Xianing said. I understand. Li Fei nodded. From this, an ambition was born. With his system, he will be able to do it sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. I forgot to tell you, in the academy, Federation coins can only be used to purchase common supplies. As for more advanced items, they all require merit points in exchange. Merit points can be obtained by completing quests, hunting foreign monsters, and participating in various activities. There are many ways to obtain it. It depends on how you play it. Xianing said, as for what you can buy with merit points, you'll find out when the time comes. Once you're enrolled, you have to strive for it. If you don't, the bottom 10 merit points each semester will be eliminated and sent back to the sphere. The competition here is very fierce. Suddenly, several fighter planes appeared in the sky. These are people from the other regional admissions offices. They are also returning with this class of newcomers. Of course, there are also those from our Huaxia region. After all, the entire Huaxia is so big, and there are many base cities. You are not the only one who joined us. As they talked and walked, the two soon arrived at a building. New Student Registration Office. These big golden words are written on the building. Chapter 48 Martial God Tower. Enter the freshman level. Led by Xianing, they came to the front desk. Xianing, you're back. I heard you're going there to bring back the top scholar this time? This is Li Fei, the top scorer in the Federation this year, right? The woman at the front desk recognized Xianing at first sight. After all, they lived here together and saw each other every day. Then the woman looked at Li Fei. Well, the other 4 colleges wanted to compete with me, but in the end Li Fei chose our college. This is the charm of our college. Xianing said with a smile. You should register him for school. Xianing said. Okay, you're reporting in so soon? That's fine. The girl nodded. I quickly tapped on the keyboard, followed by face scan for authentication. Okay, new student registration is complete. Wear this watch. It has your classroom and dormitory information. You can also receive various notifications and tasks on it. The woman at the front desk handed a watch to Li Fei. Okay. Li Fei nodded, took it and put it on. Authentication completed. Student Li Fei, classroom number, freshman class 1. Dormitory, freshman area 1. Current merit points, 120. Account balance, 50 billion federal coins. After registration was completed, the scholarship promised by the school was directly transferred into the account. For Li Fei, it didn't hurt at all. It's even dispensable. Anyway, he can make money by selling pills, so it's not a big problem. The watch will automatically verify the device as soon as you put it on. A blue screen popped up on the watch. Display this basic information. I actually have 120 merit points? Li Fei was stunned. Well, this is related to your martial arts exam score. You are also the freshman with the highest initial merit points this year. 12,000 points, that's 120 merit points. The lower the scores of the others, the fewer merit points they will get, and so on. Xianing said enviously from the side. Back then, she had very few merit points. Then a perfect score of 100 means only one merit point? Li Fei asked. Yes. Xianing nodded. Deduct 2 digits from the original score. What can you do with 120 merit points? Li Fei asked curiously. When the time comes, log into the campus network in the villa and you'll know. Xianing said. Come on, I'll show you around the academy and introduce you to it. Xianing turned and left. Li Fei withdrew his thoughts and hurried to catch up. This place is truly worthy of being called the Central Federal Military Academy. Everything is managed in a military style and is very strict. And the college is very big. Li Fei was shocked after just a quick stroll around the rest of the place. Then, the two came to a tall tower. There is also a ranking next to the tower. All of them are students. This is the most important thing in the entire college, and it's also where you students have access to a lot of resources. This is the Martial God Tower. Founded by the first batch of martial gods. There are 11 levels in total. They correspond exactly to the levels from warrior to martial god. This is for students, and the instructors use it elsewhere. The final ranking will be calculated at 12 o'clock on the last night of every month. The higher your ranking, the richer and higher level the rewards you'll receive. Similarly, if you rank in the bottom 10, you will be eliminated from the academy. There are already people at the bottom of the class this year. If they don't work hard to move up, this will be their last year in the academy. The bottom 10 are cleaned up every year. If you can cultivate to the Martial King realm within 3 years, you can apply to become a mentor at the academy or apply to graduate and go directly to the battlefield outside the domain. Xianing chattered away in great detail. Li Fei also listened carefully. At this moment, many students have gathered around the Martial God Tower. These people are all old. Attacking the Martial God Tower. Li Fei saw that there was a first place on every floor. Basically, they are all at the peak of the same realm. Seeing this, Li Fei's blood inexplicably boiled. Each student has only 3 initial tower climbing opportunities per month, and merit points can be used to purchase additional tower climbing opportunities. You can study it slowly later. Next, I'll take you to the dormitory area. Xianing finished speaking and turned to leave. Li Fei withdrew his gaze and followed. We took the car and soon arrived at the dormitory area. This is where I'll be living for the next 3 years. Standing in front of a detached villa, Xianing spoke. The Central Federal Military Academy is a 3-year program. After 3 years, as long as you have excellent grades, you can apply to stay in school as a teacher, go to guard the battlefield outside the domain, or guard other ancient ruins on the blue planet. Anyway, it's allocated according to the package. The villa is 2 stories high. It says Freshman Area 1. The closer the number is to the front, the higher the score is in this class. So you're number 1. Xianing spoke. Come on, I'll show you around. When Li Fei walked to the door of the villa, his face was automatically scanned for authentication. Authentication completed, number 1 Li Fei. The door opened the next second. The two walked in. It's very big and luxurious here. The environment is very good. Xianing said, there will be professionals to clean here. You don't need to worry about hygiene. Just focus on your cultivation. After visiting the villa, we went to the classrooms in the teaching building. The theoretical class is just at the beginning of the semester. I'll talk to you about some things about the monsters from outside the domain, as well as the history of the academy. After that, you don't need to come to the classroom. It's completely independent self-cultivation. Although it is a military-style management, the degree of freedom within the academy is very high. Management mainly involves rules. For example, if there are grudges or fights between warriors, they must go to designated areas. Other places are non-combat zones. If a fight occurs, the law enforcement team will catch them. The minor offense will be fined and merit points will be deducted. The serious offense will be expulsion from school and never re-enrolled. Xianing said. By the way, in 2 months, when the new students start school, there will be a freshman competition. Those with excellent grades will receive abundant merit points and other rewards, so you must practice hard during these 2 months. Xianing reminded. Then my martial teacher, and the god-killing codex. Li Fei raised the key question. Don't worry, the marshal has something to do and has left temporarily, but he will definitely be back in 2 months. I will inform you then. As for the SSS level technique, The god-killing cannon, I will take you to a specialized place to learn it now. Xianing said with a smile. Then turned around. Li Fei followed immediately. He actually doesn't care whether he becomes a disciple or not. Mainly, I want to learn this technique. Although he has god-level talent. But I wouldn't mind having one more copy of such an awesome martial arts technique. Maybe then I can combine the Killing God Codex with the Chaos Body to create a brand new martial arts method that surpasses the SSS level. Under Xian Ying's leadership, they soon arrived at a building. It was written in 3 big characters, Kung Fu Building. This is where the Central Federal Military Academy stores its skills. If it is an ordinary skill, there is no need to come here, someone will deliver it to you. But this involves the SSS level, so Li Fei must come and learn it in person. Chapter 49, Self-Created Divine Level Kung Fu, Chaos God Killing Cannon. Self-created 10th style, ending and returning to the void. Under Xian Ying's guidance, they arrived at the door of a room. Go in. The super artificial intelligence inside will scan your information. The academy has prepared the exercises for you to learn. Xianing spoke. Okay. Li Fei nodded and walked in. The door closed automatically. There was nothing in the room. The next second, a super artificial intelligence scan appeared. Scan successful. Student Li Fei, the top scorer of this year's martial arts exam, has been granted permission to learn the SSS level technique, the God-Killing Codex. Because of the special nature of the technique, you can only come here to learn from now on. Please sit cross-legged. The details and images of the God-Killing Codex will be played next. As the sound fell, Li Fei did as he was told and sat cross-legged. The next second, everything around became extremely quiet. There was no other sound except his own breathing and heartbeat. Then the picture was released. The contents of the God-Killing Codex are also recorded on it. The SSS level God-Killing Codex was created by the first generation of martial god. As the name suggests, it's just one word, kill. Prove the truth through killing. In addition, there is a running human body circuit diagram, which is very strange. After completing the cultivation, one can comprehend the realm and artistic conception of the god of killing. The combat power will be greatly increased. The practice of the Killing God Code is divided into 9 styles. The first move, Blood Feast. The second style, God Killing Stars. The third style, Shura Field. The fourth style, the Wail of 10,000 Souls. The fifth style, Immortal Warbody. The sixth style, Heavenly Killing. The seventh style, 7 kills return to the true self. The eighth style, Ring of Eternal Silence. Ninth style, God Killer. The 9 styles are perfected, and the realm and artistic conception of the god of killing are fully comprehended. For others, it would be super difficult. Even if you get it, it will be absolutely hellish to practice the 9 styles to perfection. However, although it is difficult for others to obtain the Killing God book, it is not that difficult for Li Fei. After watching all of it, there is also the video walkthrough. With the help of the chaotic body, he remembered it instantly and seemed to have gained enlightenment. He immediately closed his eyes and began to follow the characters in the video in his mind, practicing with incredible precision. He even discovered the shortcomings of the Killing God Codex and the flaws in the character practice. He made modifications. Let the power of the Killing God Codex reach a higher level. As time passed bit by bit, with the incredible blessing of his chaotic body's understanding, he had already learned it. Good. It's that fast. A bloody aura emerged from him. Very rich. These were all accumulated from the monsters he had killed before. Now it has been activated by the Killing God Codex and is completely revealed. The murderous aura is very strong. He slowly opened his eyes, and a scarlet murderous light flashed across his eyes. There is also a totem that is exclusive to the God of Killing Code. This is also proof of understanding the state of mind of the God of Killing. A terrifying blood-colored energy spread outward. This is the realm of the God of Death. At present, the Killing God's domain can cover an area of 300 meters centered on him. This range will continue to expand as his cultivation level improves. Within the scope of the God of Death's domain, all weight will be distorted into vectors. It has the authority to dominate space. The breath of the God of Death will continuously erode the enemy's life. All of Li Fei's attacks have the attribute of breaking boundaries and ignore all defenses. If you are weak, your consciousness will be contaminated by the aura of the God of Death. You will lose your true self and become a killing puppet. Even those at the same level will feel very uncomfortable, and the longer the time goes, the more they will become like weaker people. Only those at a high level can break through. If an enemy dies in this area, they will be transformed into a blood puppet, retaining 100% of their combat power. The 9 styles of the god of killing are not the main thing, the domain of the god of killing is the main thing. What a powerful SSS level technique! Li Fei was secretly surprised. If I combine it with the energy of chaos, will the effect be even more explosive? Li Fei restrained his breath and began to try to use the energy of chaos to influence everything in the Killing God Codex. At the same time, outside the practice room, Xianing was waiting quietly. The God Killing Codex is an SSS level technique, created by the first generation of martial god through constantly killing monsters from outside the domain. It's a pity that he eventually fell, otherwise he could have created the 10th style. Its training is also very difficult. If you want to get started, it's impossible to do so in a training room. You must kill monsters to understand the true meaning of the God-slaying codex. Xianing looked at the door of the room in front of her, thinking secretly in her heart. Even she, a martial emperor, was not qualified to learn the God-killing codex. The fact that the higher-ups are willing to spend it shows that they are very optimistic about Li Fei. And Li Fei's talent is absolutely terrifying. Chaos talent should be more than SSS level, perhaps it has really reached SSSS level. If this is true, then he is the first SSSS level talent in the entire human federation. It took the Sword Emperor, who possessed an SSS level Eternal Sword Heart, 10 years to become a martial emperor. If Li Fei's talent is truly SSSS level, how long would it take him to become a martial emperor? He also has the greatest hope of becoming a martial god. A look of nostalgia flashed in Xianying's eyes. In fact, she and Sword Emperor Su Zhani are from the same class. She had seen the other's brilliance. It's just a pity that the gap in talent between the two is too big. Now, after so many years, she is only a martial emperor, while Su Zhani is already a martial emperor. The martial emperor is separated from the martial emperor by 3 major realms: martial sect, martial honored, and martial saint. The higher the level, the harder it is to practice. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying murderous aura came out from the training room, which made her stunned. Such a terrifying murderous aura. Could it be that he has mastered it? How is this possible? How long has it been? Doesn't he need to kill? Xianing stood up suddenly, looking incredulous. Could it be that the murderous aura accumulated from the group of monsters he killed earlier was triggered by the Killing God Canon? Suddenly she thought of this possibility. Monster, his talent surpasses Su Zhani's, definitely SSSS level talent. 4S. Xianing took a breath of cold air. I plan to wait for Li Fei to come out and ask him in detail. At the same time, inside the practice room, Li Fei successfully completed the perfect fusion of the power of chaos and the God-killing codex, creating a brand new technique. The Chaos God-killing codex. This is no longer SSS grade. But it reached the God level. Everything that is contaminated by the energy of chaos will be completely transformed. Combining the previous 9 moves with the brand new Chaos Killing God Codex, he successfully created the 10th move, the End and Return to the Ruins. This is a 10th style that belongs exclusively to him. The End. It represents an absolute end. The annihilation of all existence, not even time and space can escape. Gui Xiu. The place where all things end, the final destination of chaos, symbolizing the ultimate devouring that even gods cannot resist. This is a skill beyond the limit of causality. Once activated, it's guaranteed to hit. Unreversible. Unavoidable. Undefendable. Unignorable. Unrecoverable. When this ability is activated, the space around the enemy will collapse. Time will be fractured. Chaos will be tainted. Turned into nothingness. What a perverted blow. Li Fei's eyes flashed with brilliance. His basic combat power has skyrocketed. The level is directly raised from the middle stage of the military general realm to the late stage of the military general realm. Then he reached the peak of the military general realm. Chapter 50 Early stage of Martial Master. Enter the Martial God Tower to refresh your ranking. Li Fei took out the pill and stuffed it into his mouth. The chaotic body is running wildly. Finally, he successfully broke through the military general realm and was promoted to the early stage of the military commander realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the late stage general level. Obtained the god level talent, Absolutely Smooth Cutting Line. Absolutely Smooth Cutting Line, as long as it is a weapon attack, it will directly ignore the level difference and form an absolutely smooth cut on the enemy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak level of military commanders. Obtained the god level talent, Elemental Mastery. Elemental Master, you dominate all elements in the world. You can control them at will. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the early stages of Wuxuai. Obtained the god level talent, Chaos Thunder. The mind moved slightly. The character interface opens. Host, Li Fei. Level, early stage of the martial realm. God level technique, Chaos God Killing Codex. God level talents, Chaos Body. Alchemy God. Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger. Instant Heal. Ultimate Freedom. Teleport. Divine Craftsman. Formation God. Divine Contract. Nirvana Rebirth. Absolutely Smooth Cutting Line. Elemental Domination. Chaos Divine Thunder. Innate Divine Powers, Light of Primal Chaos. Vortex of Returning to the Ruins. All laws return to the pill. Pill Tribulation steals the heavens. Void Divine Platform. Power of the Divine Craftsman. Divine Killing Formation. Formation formed by a single thought. Nativity Domain, Chaos Domain. Alchemy God Domain. Divine Craftsman Domain. Formation God Domain. Basic Combat Power, 1 million. Martial Arts, Chaos Burning Sky Palm. Chaos Phantom Slashing Sky. Chaos Soul Devouring Palm. Chaos Chains. Chaos Grip. Chaos Scale Armor. Equipment, S-Rank Tyrant Battle Suit. S-Rank Tyrant Battle Sword. Artifact, Hunyuan Blade. God's Killing Move, Chaos Element God Slaying Slash. Chaos Heavenly Killing Formation. Li Fei's aura reached its peak and finally stopped. Slowly gather your breath and return to normal. After comprehending the Codex of the God of Killing, he was able to break through from the middle stage of the military general realm to the early stage of the military commander realm, which was quite surprising to him. But this time I did make money. He stood up, left the room, and ended his training. When he walked out of the room, he saw Xianing standing there in shock. Xianing could feel that the aura of the young man in front of her was becoming even stronger. "How is it?" she asked expectantly. "I got it." Li Fei nodded. Should he have gotten started? Xianing was quite shocked. She thought that Li Fei had gotten started. As for complete perfection, it was definitely unlikely for her. Even with Li Fei's SSSS level chaos talent, he might be able to get started, but perfection is absolutely impossible. Li Fei didn't say much. "Come on, I'll take you to test your combat power." Xianing turned around and took Li Fei to the combat effectiveness testing instrument in front of the hall. Li Fei had no intention of hiding it and threw a punch with all his strength. Bang! An explosive sound shocked the instructors in the hall. They looked at the values displayed on the testing instrument and were shocked. 1 million. Xianing was horrified and shouted these 3 words. What does 1 million mean? This has already reached the early stage of martial arts master. You are already in the early stages of the martial realm? Xianing said in disbelief. The other party is only 18 years old. An 18-year-old in the early stage of Wuxuai realm, that's simply too outrageous. Well, I just comprehended the Killing God Codex and successfully broke through. Li Fei nodded. Hiss. So you've already reached the pinnacle of military command. After hearing this, Xianing took a breath. Li Fei did not explain, but just showed a calm expression. This further confirmed Li Fei's situation. As expected of an SSSS level chaos talent. As long as this information is uploaded, the Federation will definitely raise the assessment level of Li Fei's chaos talent. Do I have 3 free chances to enter the Martial God Tower this month? Li Fei asked. Yes. Xianing nodded. Do you want to go now? I have this plan. Li Fei nodded. Okay, I'll take you there. I'm curious how far you can go on your first time. Xianing took the evildoer Li Fei away. Soon, the two arrived at the Tower of the God of War. Under everyone's attention, Li Fei walked in. Who is he? He's a stranger I've never seen before. Could it be this year's freshman? Interesting. He's already challenging the martial god tower right after coming in? I want to see how far this newcomer can go. I bet he's on the second level. Soon, the group of senior students outside the martial god tower started discussing. Entering the tower of the god of war, there are many rooms. There is a formation in the room. This formation will teleport people into the tower. If someone in the tower dies, they will automatically exit without any impact on their original body. This is also a super advanced product created by the god of war combining ancient relic technology. There are 9 levels on each floor of the Tower of Martial God. They correspond to the range of combat power respectively. For example, the first level corresponds to the realm of warriors. The first level corresponds to a basic combat power of 1000 to 1999. The second level corresponds to a basic combat power of 2000 to 2999. And so on. The ninth level naturally corresponds to numbers 9000 to 9999. Every newcomer needs to start from the first level and work their way up. The next second, Li Fei stood on the formation and the identity verification was completed. He has 3 free rides this month. Fortunately, I chose to come directly here. Otherwise, you will lose 6 free opportunities in 2 months. Let's surprise the people here. Li Fei's eyes flashed with excitement, and he used his first free opportunity. The next second, his figure disappeared into the formation. When he appeared again, he had arrived at a plane. This place is very big, almost like an independent world. He simply moved his body and mobilized the power of his chaotic body, and was not affected at all. This technology is really awesome. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. The next second, a prompt barrage appeared in front of my eyes. Newcomer, welcome to the first level of the Martial God Tower. Please defeat the monster within 1 minute. 3 seconds passed. An iron pig monster appeared in front of him. It is marked on it, Basic Combat Power 1000. The S-level Overlord Battle Sword appeared in Li Fei's hand and slashed across in an instant. The long knife cut through the iron pig smoothly as if it were nothing. The iron pig monster is dead. Next, Li Fei overcame all obstacles and passed the 9 levels of the first level in less than 5 minutes, successfully reaching the second level. At the same time, outside, someone in the crowd pointed at the rankings on the first floor and shouted, "Look, the rankings on the first floor have changed. Now the first place is a newcomer named Li Fei. He looks exactly like the person who just walked in. How is it possible? He broke into the first floor in less than 5 minutes." Someone exclaimed. This newcomer is not simple. Now it seems that the strength is extremely strong, which is quite interesting. This year's freshman competition is going to be exciting. Everyone looked over and was also surprised. Xianing, who was standing behind the crowd, looked at the scene in front of her and was not too surprised. After all, Li Fei is a monster with SSSS level chaos talent. The upgrade speed is bound to be outrageous. Chapter 51, Rushing to the Top. Astonishing speed. Li Fei's ranking did not stop. Still constantly improving. The next second, everyone saw that Li Fei's ranking appeared on the second level. That is a second-level monster, equivalent to the level of a human martial artist. Everyone thought your level-breaking speed would be slower this time. As a result, your speed remains unchanged. It still took less than 5 minutes to rush from the last place to the first place on the second floor. Fuck. First place. He's first again. What's the strength of this newcomer? Where does this new guy come from? Could it be that he is the young master of some super large conglomerate? To be able to reach the first place so quickly, his strength has definitely surpassed that of a martial artist and reached the level of a martial general. Inside the Martial God Tower, everyone was shocked. Open your eyes wide. They had seen geniuses and monsters, but they had never seen anything so outrageous. Soon, Li Fei's ranking appeared on the third level. The third level is a third-level monster, equivalent to the human general level. It shouldn't be so fast now. Even with the support of a large consortium, how could an 18-year-old college entrance examination candidate have a cultivation level that surpasses that of a military commander? The number of them has been increasing since the third level. I don't believe they can still be this fast. The third level must be their endpoint. Someone started to analyze it, and the others also thought it made sense. Li Fei, let me see how far you can go after learning the SSS level Killing God Codex. Behind the crowd, Xianing took a deep breath and thought secretly in her heart. Even she has only reached the 6th level now. A 6th level demon beast is equivalent to a human martial emperor. At the same time, inside the martial god tower, the 3rd floor, Li Fei's figure appeared. I passed the first 2 levels quickly and continuously, which is the 18 levels, without taking a breath. He is still in his prime now. The 1st and 2nd level monsters were not even capable of making him take them seriously. The 3rd level general realm is similar. After all, he is now in the early stage of Wuxuai realm. The next second, a monkey with flames all over its body appeared in front of him. 3 meters tall. 3 meters long. Very huge. This is a 3rd level fire giant ape. Controls the terrifying power of fire and enormous strength. Generally speaking, even if a powerful human general encounters it, it is difficult to kill it alone. Even if Wuxuai comes, it might take some effort. Of course, this is for ordinary people. If a warrior is gifted and powerful, he is not included in this category. For example, Li Fei. His figure moved. The god-level talent of instant movement is activated. Came in front of the fire giant ape. A golden shadow appeared and merged with his body. Throw a punch. The power of this punch exceeds the combat power of 1 million. The fire giant ape also threw a punch filled with ferocious flames. Bang! Fists clash. A chaotic golden light shot out directly, piercing through the body of the giant fire ape. Boom! The next second, the giant fire ape's body was shattered. Still the same, kill with 1 punch. 3rd level, 2nd level. Kill within 10 minutes. 3 seconds passed. 2 giant fire apes appeared. This is the first time. The first 2 levels only increase the combat effectiveness of monsters of the same type, but do not increase their number. This time, the combat effectiveness and quantity have increased. In this case, it would be much more difficult for a warrior to kill alone. And it only takes 10 minutes. It's even harder. The basic combat power of these 2 guys is at the level of 200,000. The huge force of the flames that erupted was naturally far beyond their reach. As soon as he came out, he launched a fierce attack on Li Fei. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Imprison the world. Li Fei raised his finger and pointed at the air. Instantly, 2 fingers fell from the void, crushing the flame giant ape's body like tofu dregs. Bang! Bang! Very powerful. After reaching the early stage of Wuxuai realm, the power he displayed was even more terrifying than before. This is the advantage brought by realm. 3rd level, 3rd level. Kill within 30 minutes. The 3-second countdown is over. The next second, 3 giant fire apes appeared. This time, they were holding flaming staffs, and their aura was overwhelming. It was terrifying. The basic combat power has reached 300,000. Li Fei's expression remained calm. Facing the long stick attacks of 3 big guys. Just slowly raise your hand and point at the air. The whole body turns into the master of elements. All elements of heaven and earth appear in you. Boom! Rays of light transformed from elements fell down, covering the 3 giant apes, and turned into nothingness in an instant. 3rd level, 4th level. Kill within an hour. 3 seconds passed. This time, it was no longer the giant fire ape that appeared, but a giant made of rock. The 3rd level monster, Rock Giant. That's 4 at a time. All of them have a basic combat power of 400,000. They strike the earth. Countless energies rushed out, forming huge rocks that envelop Li Fei. The next second, the huge rock exploded. Boom! Smoke billowing. However, the next second, a powerful breath spread outward from the center of the smoke. The smoke was cleared, and Li Fei, wearing an S-level Overlord battlesuit, stood safely on the ground. There are so many skills, what should I use next? Li Fei was thinking. Sometimes having too many skills is not a good idea because you need to consider which one to use. Then let's try it on you. Raise your finger and point to the sky. The terrifying power of thunder spreads. The next second, terrifying thunderclouds rolled over the sky and fell down in an instant, annihilating the 4 rock giants. Boom! This thunder is immensely powerful. Terrifying. It carries with it the terrifying power of chaos. It seems to come from the same origin as your chaotic body. It was the god-level talent, Chaos Thunder. At the same time, watch as Li Fei's ranking continues to soar. No one could remain calm anymore. In the end, Li Fei's ranking remained at the first place in the third level. The future number 1 student was directly squeezed to second place. Nowadays, there are fewer resources. This is something no one can accept. How is that possible? Why is it so fast? Did he cheat? At this moment, the whole audience was shocked and began to show doubts. Because it has only been less than 10 minutes since Li Fei arrived at the third floor. The time taken by the first place is a huge gap compared to the second place. That's right, the ranking of the martial god tower is determined by the speed of passing the levels. The less time you spend, the better your results. During the battle, the strong often take care of the weak in an instant, freeing up their hands to support other places. So speed and time are very important. To satisfy both of these, first of all, the combat power must be strong enough. Can't be a weakling. Faster than I was back then. Back then, it took me over 3 hours to get from the first level of the third floor to the 9th level. The previous winner also took more than 4 hours to complete. This guy, it only took less than 10 minutes. Do you have to be so outrageous? Even the Sword Emperor Su Zhanyi took 40 minutes. As expected of an SSSS level chaos talent. Unprecedented and unrivaled. Xianing was shocked. Li Fei's appearance broke his cognition again and again. Chapter 52 Hun Yuan Blade's first battle. Inside the Tower of the God of War, the third floor. Li Fei held the S-level Overlord sword and instantly swept across the 9-headed rock giant, cutting it in half. The basic combat power of these guys all reached 900,000 to 990,000. The power that erupts can reach millions of levels. However, in front of the powerful Li Fei, he was still easily killed instantly. If you look closely, you will find that the cuts on their bodies are unusually smooth. The absolutely smooth cutting line is really useful. It cuts everything in one stroke. TSK, this is a god-level talent that ignores defense. Li Fei looked at the cold light flashing on the Badian sword and felt particularly satisfied. The next second, he was teleported to the 4th floor. 4th level, 1st level. Kill the monster within an hour. 3 seconds passed. Immediately afterwards, 2 4th-level monsters with a basic combat power of 1 million appeared. They are the 4th-level monsters, the Skyhorned Evil Bulls. It is 4 meters tall and long. It feels so oppressive. And at both ends. Goodness, no wonder it's getting harder. If I didn't have god-level talent, I wouldn't be easy to kill. Looking at the 2 big guys and feeling the oppressive feeling emanating from them, Li Fei couldn't help but think. The horns of the 2 Skyhorned Evil Bulls condensed the power of light waves. The next second, 2 beams of light waves quickly attacked Li Fei. Good job. Killing God Codex. First style, Blood Feast opening. A strong murderous look flashed in Li Fei's eyes. He swung the Overlord sword in his hand and rushed forward. The figure rushed forward instantly, and the terrifying blood light spread out, cutting through the light waves and forcibly cutting one of the Skyhorned Evil Bulls into 2 halves. Another evil bull with skyhorns gathered its energy and rushed towards Li Fei quickly, intending to gore Li Fei to death with its horns. Li Fei has seen through it, so how could he let it do as it wishes? Killing God Codex. The second move, God Killing Stars. His figure turned into a stream of blood-red light, and he smashed the horns of the Skyhorned Evil Bull even faster than before, cutting it in half from head to tail. The blood-colored light formed a scene similar to a series of stars in the body of the Skyhorned Evil Bull. This is actually a group attack. 4th floor, 2nd level. Please kill the monster within 2 hours. The next second, without waiting for Li Fei to recover, 4 of the same 4th level monsters appeared again. The basic combat power they control has reached 2 million. This group of guys put even more pressure on Li Fei. Li Fei thought about it and temporarily cancelled his god-level talent of using absolutely smooth cutting lines. Because this god-level talent is even more perverted than the chaos body, it belongs to the conceptual level. With it, everything can be cut open, and he can't really fight passionately. As a person with a chaotic body, he is best suited for passionate battles. As for the god-level talent of absolutely smooth cutting line, it is used as the ultimate trump card. Killing God Codex. Third style, Shura field. The terrifying bloody aura spread out from his body, with a radius of 150 meters, forming a pseudo-domain. In the Shura field, the enemy's gravity is tripled. Li Fei will have a blood poison effect that can paralyze the nerves. Although its function is similar to the Killing God domain, it is still far from the real Killing God domain. The effect is also relatively simple. The most important thing is that the gravity is tripled. Even so, it should be enough to deal with the 4 sky-horned evil bulls in front of him with a basic combat power of 2 million. The sky-horned evil bull suddenly felt a gravity 3 times stronger than its own falling on its body. This makes it impossible for them to fully exert their full strength. Li Fei used the God-killing star. It turned into a stream of light and rushed out continuously, trying to pierce through the body of the sky-horned evil bull. However, it was discovered that without the support of an absolutely smooth cutting line, the S-class Overlord sword alone could not successfully penetrate its thick skin. Li Fei was secretly shocked. It turns out that your skin is so thick and so hard. However, he continued to exert force in the next second and finally pierced through. The tip of the knife pierced the skin, causing the sky-horned evil bull to feel pain. As a result, it became furious and burst out with terrifying power to break through the suppression of 3 times the gravity and knock Li Fei back. The 4 evil bulls with skyhorns cooperated very well and rushed towards Li Fei at a very fast speed from all directions, using their horns to butt Li Fei. Li Fei's expression changed slightly, but he remained calm. He disappeared using teleportation the next second. Bang! 4 sky-horned evil bulls collided with each other. The power of this attack reached at least 3 million or even 4 million. If it were any other warrior, this blow would have pierced his body and killed him. Li Fei was secretly shocked, but at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he has the ability to teleport. Otherwise, if he was hit, even if he had the god-level talent of instant healing, he would definitely feel extremely painful. Chaos body open. Li Fei grumbled in his heart. A golden shadow emerged from his body and merged into his entire body. Terrifying power burst out. The combat power directly soared to 5 million. When you reach the level of Wu Shui, every increase of 1 million is very difficult. Because there are 10,100,000 in 1 million. And so on, there will be a lot. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Imprison the world with 1 finger. 2 fingers shatter mountains and rivers. 3 fingers to kill all living things. 4 fingers break the sky. Li Fei shouted. Above the sky, with terrifying power, golden fingers fell one after another, each more terrifying than the last, attacking the 4 sky-horned evil bulls respectively. Boom! Under the terrifying power, the bodies of the 4 evil bulls with skyhorns were crushed in an instant. The entire space of the martial god tower trembled. But it is still as strong as a rock. After all, this is a product created by a powerful martial god. 4th level, 3rd level. Please kill all monsters within 3 hours. 3-second beating. Soon, 8 more 4th level monsters appeared. No longer a sky-horned bull, but 4 earth dragons. The earth dragon is still 4 meters tall, exuding the power of 3 million basic combat power. Forget it, let me give you a try. Li Fei put away the S-level Overlord sword. As he raised his hand, a cool golden long blade appeared. The aura is restrained, yet it exudes a sense of divinity. This is the first artifact he refined, the Hunyuan blade. It has been useless since it was refined. It's time to give it a try. Chaos Element God Slaying Slash. Holding the Hunyuan blade, he chopped it out directly. A golden blade light mixed with the power of multiple elements between heaven and earth slashed out. The next second, in a split second, the 8 earth dragons were struck before they could even react. The outer shells formed by the power of the earth on their bodies were as fragile as paper. It was submerged in an instant. Boom! Followed by an explosion sound. The 8-headed earth dragon was killed instantly. It's still cool to kill instantly. Li Fei couldn't help but be amazed. He found that he seemed to like the feeling of cheating and killing instantly. Forget it. Not using the cheats when you have them is just asking for trouble. In that case, I won't suppress them anymore. Come on. Come on. I'm going to kill you all. Li Fei laughed out loud. He held the Hunyuan blade in his hand, opened an absolutely smooth cutting line, and started a massacre again. Outside, his ranking quickly rushed up to the 4th level. once again shocking the audience. Chapter 53 alarming the federal top. Li Fei's promotion speed was very fast, but this time it took more than 10 minutes. The 4th level's ranking broke into the top 10. This guy is simply a monster. A short-haired young man in the crowd looked solemn. Li Fei's appearance undoubtedly brought them great pressure. Another 10 minutes passed. Li Fei's ranking went directly from 10th to 1st on the 4th floor. The original 1st place was squeezed to 2nd place. Fuck. It soared to number 1 in an instant. What kind of cultivation level does this guy have? Everyone's pupils shrank. Isn't he only at the early stage of the martial realm? And he just broke through. Why was it possible to defeat the 9th level? Something's wrong. This is so weird. What the hell is his chaos talent? After seeing Li Fei become the 1st on the 4th floor, Xianying people also began to feel numb. In his opinion, Li Fei, who was only in the early stage of the martial realm, could at most reach the 1st level of the 4th level. She had challenged herself to get here, and it took her a lot of time and she failed many times. Not only the number of monsters on the 4th floor but also their strength were terrifying. But Li Fei not only made it through, he also broke through the 9th level, becoming the 1st on the 4th level. This is simply outrageous. She didn't even know how Li Fei did it. But one thing is certain, Li Fei's strength is extremely powerful. Far beyond what she saw. The initial strength of a 1 million wuxuai was only what the other party was willing to be seen by her. Inside the God of War Tower, Li Fei was breathing heavily. My whole body is covered in sweat. There were 81 peak level 4th order monsters lying on the ground. I'm so tired. This number is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. The value of the martial god tower is still rising. Li Fei slowly stood up and performed instant healing. Recover injuries and consumed energy. 5th floor, 1st level. Please kill the monster within 3 hours. 3 seconds have passed. The next second, there was a flash of light. 4 5th level humanoid monsters appeared, exuding a terrifying aura of a king. The combat power has reached the level of 10 million. Li Fei, who has returned to his prime, is ready to fight with the Hunyuan blade in hand. The next second, this space turned into a world of fire. 4 terrifying giant palms fell from the sky. It fell towards Li Fei at an extremely fast speed. A powerful force pressed down. It was an invisible force. Even if the chaos body is used, it is impossible to completely avoid all of them. Because this is not a passive aura of pressure, but an active invisible energy force, which is a skill. The force of tens of millions is pressing down, and there are 4 of them. Moreover, the skill can instantly increase basic combat effectiveness. The power of these 4 giant palms is definitely more than 10 million. Even Li Fei felt very tired. Finally, a flash of fire appeared before his eyes. Boom! The whole person turned to ashes. Li Fei's figure returned to the formation from the 5th floor of the martial god tower. He gasped for breath, his face showing shock. This is the strength of the king level, and the gap with the martial level is so huge. Take a deep breath. Li Fei slowed down. That's not the real me, so it didn't trigger nirvana. This was the first time that Li Fei felt the horrible taste of death. If it is the original body, perhaps this time it will trigger the god-level talent of nirvana rebirth. A monster that reaches the 5th level is also called a king-level monster. Just like humans, they can be directly called king-level. The king-level monsters are so powerful, not to mention the emperor-level monsters whose strength is even more terrifying. That's a basic combat power that has reached billions of levels. It's scary to think about. Wait, I will rise quickly and then challenge you again. Li Fei clenched his fists, his eyes were determined, and he finally turned around and left the Tower of Martial God. When he came out, he saw that all eyes were on him. He became the focus of the audience. It's out. He's out. Li Fei. Come out. Everyone was exclaiming. Li Fei. How on earth did you do that? What exactly are your strengths? They swarmed over, wanting to get something from Li Fei. Li Fei did not give them a chance. His eyes were fixed on Xianying at the back of the crowd. Teleportation is performed. Disappeared on the spot. The first few people who rushed over missed everything. Teacher, let's go. Li Fei appeared behind Xianying and said. Xian Ying's pupil shrank and she immediately turned around to look. She didn't even notice how Li Fei appeared. Is this also an ability that comes with your chaos talent? Xianing asked. Yeah. Li Fei didn't say much. Go back to your villa and have a good rest. The rewards for completing the level will be delivered to you at the villa after the people above have evaluated them. You've reached the top of the 4th floor. Your rewards are very generous, especially since you're very fast and have the shortest time. You'll also receive additional rewards. After today, you will receive even more attention from the Federation and become a key target for cultivation. Xianing could already imagine how terrifyingly fast Li Fei's rise would be in the future. As long as those resources are supplied, you will be able to break through to the king level soon. Su Zhanyi, who possessed the SSS level Eternal Sword Heart, spent 10 years rapidly becoming the martial emperor. Then Li Fei is likely to become Emperor Wu within 10 years. It is not impossible to become a war god in the future. The Central Federal Military Academy's top management quickly received information about Li Fei's results. Several elders sat around a round table with a screen in front of them showing Li Fei breaking into the Martial God Tower. The Martial God Tower is the backstage, and you can see what's going on inside. Li Fei controls a lot of abilities. In such a short time, he actually mastered the God-killing codex. And the weapon in his hand is not found in the Federation. Where it came from remains to be investigated. The latest data shows that his basic combat power is 1 million, which means he is in the early stage of martial arts master. A martial master in his early stages can unleash such terrifying power. The increase in his abilities is terrifying. It far exceeds our expectations. I propose to raise his talent assessment from SSS to SSSS. Several elders were discussing with each other and were all shocked by Li Fei's strength. As long as this boy doesn't die, he will definitely become a martial god in the future. The situation on the front lines of the universe's defense wall is becoming increasingly dire. We humans on Blue Star urgently need a martial emperor, or even a martial god, to better guarantee our future survival. We can't let the Dean endure this alone. It's too hard. I propose that all excellent resources be fully allocated to Li Fei. We want to create a martial god. After a moment's silence, they made their final decision. Give him the ranking reward this time. It will definitely be of great help to him. By the way, let us know that we would like to meet him. Perhaps we should contact the Dean directly and explain Li Fei's situation. I don't think even Wu Sheng is enough of a teacher for him. If the Dean could accept him as his disciple, his growth would definitely be even faster. Chapter 54 7th Grade Dragon Blood Pill. Congratulations on reaching first place on the 4th floor in your first challenge. Excellent achievement. Reward, 1000 merit points. 100 billion Federation coins. Already deposited. When Li Fei returned to his detached villa, a reminder sounded from his watch. Student Li Fei, classroom number, freshman class 1. Dormitory, freshman area 1. Current merit points, 1120. Account balance, 150 billion federal currencies. Federal currency no longer means much to Li Fei. Just get federal coins and sell some pills at will. If you want, you can create a great weapon and sell it, and instantly become a multi-millionaire. However, the merit points surprised him a little. Merit points cannot be exchanged for Federation coins. Although there are many ways to obtain it, the amount given is also small. I didn't expect to suddenly break into the first place in the 4th level and be awarded 1000 merit points. However, he was not yet clear about the purchasing power of the merit points here, so he planned to log into the federal intranet on his computer to check it out. According to his understanding, federal coins cannot be exchanged for merit points, but merit points can be exchanged for federal coins. 1 merit point can be exchanged for 100 million federal coins. 1000 merit points equals 100 billion federal coins. Federal currency is really cheap here and worthless. Apart from the usual daily necessities, you can't buy anything else. Open the Central Federation Military Warrior Mall immediately to check. There are 2 free options, federal coins and merit points. Li Fei first clicked on the federal currency to see how much he could buy. You can buy daily necessities and expensive luxury goods from outside, and the price is half of what you pay outside. But anything related to cultivation, even the slightest bit, cannot be bought. Pills cannot be purchased either. The next second, Li Fei moved to the merit point. I found that a first-grade elixir that costs 10,000 federal coins outside can be purchased in bulk here for only 0.1 merit point, and it can only be purchased in wholesale, not individually. Apart from that, the other second-grade and third-grade elixirs are similar. However, elixirs of the same grade are divided into 4 qualities: low, medium, high, and perfect. The higher the quality, the smaller the quantity, even though the price is similar. But compared to the outside world, it is definitely a big profit. If you buy goods from here and then sell them outside, you will definitely make a lot of money. Li Fei suspected that the pills outside were really purchased from here. After all, the Central Federal Military Academy is one of the highest level institutions in the entire Blue Star Federation and represents the pinnacle of power in the entire Federation. Almost all supplies are sent out from here. You can imagine how high the status and power of this college is. It is simply not comparable to the other 4 colleges. Li Fei coming here is the right choice. Holy crap, that's quite a purchase. I took a look at the things that can be purchased with merit points, and there are really too many. Many things cannot be seen even in the Supreme Mall outside. It has a very high gold content. Of course, the higher the level and the rarer the item, the more expensive the merit points will be. Converted into federal currency, the amount is even more terrifying. These things are no longer something that can be purchased just by having money. You must have channels, power, and influence. And it's impossible for ordinary people to buy it. All of them are for internal use only. Not open to the public. For example, he spent 80 billion federal coins to buy the 6th grade Schwampa pill in the Supreme Mall. The price of one here is only 80 merit points, equivalent to 8 billion federal coins. The price outside has increased tenfold. If it is a small amount of money and it increases tenfold, it is nothing. But 8 billion multiplied tenfold is 80 billion. TSK. That's the difference. Li Fei felt heartbroken. I feel like I've been cheated. Being taken advantage of. Although his wealth came easily, he still felt indescribable pain after seeing the truth. Damn it, it's my fault that I didn't have access to top channels at that time. Forget it. Li Fei sighed helplessly. He planned to buy some rare treasures to make medicine, and then swallow them to become stronger. Just then, a bell jingled outside. Li Fei was stunned. Go out and open the door. Li Fei, right? Standing outside was a man wearing a federal military uniform. It's me. What's the matter? Li Fei asked. This is your reward for clearing the level. I'm giving it to you along with the ring. The man took off a ring and handed it to Li Fei. Li Fei was stunned. Took it. Penetrate your mental power into it and you will soon discover the rewards inside. You know what, it's very rich. You are young and promising. Keep going. You are the hope for the future of mankind. After saying this, the man left. Li Fei closed the door and immediately returned to the training room. He took a box out of the ring. When I opened it, the fragrance of elixir filled my nose. A smart tip appears. 7th grade dragon blood pill, strengthens the body and greatly improves martial arts aptitude. It's actually a 7th grade dragon blood pill. Li Fei was a little surprised. He had just seen that there were very few 7th grade pills in the pill sequence. A low-level 7th grade elixir costs 700 merit points. An intermediate 7th grade elixir costs 1000 merit points. A high-level 7th grade elixir costs 3000 merit points. A perfect 7th grade elixir costs 7000 merit points. 7th grade elixirs are very rare in this world. Currently, there is only one 7th grade alchemist in the Federation, and that is the vice president of Xuanwu College. The other party is also one of the top leaders of the Federation. The dragon blood pill was not made by the other party, but was discovered from ancient ruins. There are many ancient ruins of various sizes inside the Blue Star, and high-level elixirs can occasionally be found inside them. But the probability is very low. This dragon blood pill wasn't made by a 7th grade alchemist from this world. I wonder what grade of pill it's equivalent to in my pill god's power. Li Fei was a little excited. Eat it. The pill melts in your mouth. The next second, a powerful medicinal force flowed through the whole body. The terrifying power erupted instantly. That's quite interesting. This medicinal power is ranked very close to the 5th grade imperial elixir in the alchemy god sequence. Soon, the alchemy god's talent was activated, and Li Fei began to analyze the medicinal properties of the dragon blood pill, reversely inferring the materials, shortcomings, filling methods, etc. When it comes to elixirs, he is very professional. He quickly refined the elixir. A terrifying dragon breath came out from him. Eventually, a phantom of a red real dragon was formed. This force was madly and continuously beating his entire body, trying to stimulate his flesh. However, the chaos body is already a supreme physique, so why would it require this dragon blood pill to continue tempering it? Now the main thing is to adapt to the medicinal properties of this 7th grade pill. After one stick of incense, the medicinal power was completely refined. A violent force surged out of Li Fei. His basic combat power directly increased from 1 million to 2 million. If a warrior at the level of a military general uses it, he can even be promoted to the level of a military commander. If used by lower-level warriors, their levels will soar even higher. Although the basic combat power of 2 million still remains at the early stage of the Wuxuai realm, Li Fei is also content. Inside the ring, there are some other rare treasures. The quality is in the range of 5th and 6th grades. Take them out one by one and refine them all into 5th grade and 6th grade pills. Stuff it all in your mouth and eat it. Chapter 55 The Eye of the God Level Innate Law. Analytical System, Creative Subsystem. The huge medicinal power surged over like a raging tide. Li Fei immediately mobilized the chaotic body to suppress and refine it. As time passed, Li Fei's anger became more and more terrifying. The whole body was filled with a bloody aura. The chaos body has a big appetite, eats a lot, and grows slowly, but fortunately its cultivation speed is very fast. A day passed. The combat effectiveness has reached a critical point. The basic combat power has increased from 2 million to 3 million. There is still 1 million left to break through to the middle stage of Wuxuai realm. It's a pity that the latest elixir has been eaten up. Looking at the large pile of 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade elixirs in the system warehouse, he felt that the food was tasteless and it was a pity to throw it away. Although it is known that the huge amount of medicine and the accumulation of quantity can improve the condition to some extent, it is difficult for a person who has tasted delicacies to continue eating low-quality food. There are more than 80,000 of them here. Forget it, at least it can help me improve my cultivation. In the end, Li Fei thought about it, took a deep breath, and decided to eat it. He sucked all the pills into his mouth one by one. This step is very demanding on lung function. Fortunately, the pill melts in the mouth and does not get stuck in the mouth, otherwise it would be uncomfortable. An hour later, Li Fei finally swallowed all the more than 80,000 pills into his stomach. He is a little drunk now. He actually showed signs of being drunk on pills. This situation is very rare. Never mind, refine it. I don't believe that with so many pills, I can't break through to the middle stage of the martial realm. Li Fei sat cross-legged and entered into meditation. The quantity is too large and the medicinal power is too strong. Even for the chaotic body to digest, it still took a full day and night. This morning. Ha! Break it for me. Li Fei opened his eyes, emitting chaotic golden light, and shouted. His basic combat power finally broke through from 3 million to 4 million. It's not easy. It's really not easy. Ding. Congratulations on reaching the mid-level Wuxuai realm. You've gained the God-level talent, Eye of Law. Eye of Law, a supreme eye technique that allows you to directly see the underlying logic of the world. It can observe, analyze, interfere with, copy, deduce, and create all the laws of existence. Many functions, research on your own. What the hell? The Eye of Law. So awesome. Li Fei was stunned after seeing the introduction. Isn't this just invincible? Even the laws can be interfered with. The next second, his eyes flashed with golden light. The Eye of Law appears in chaos gold as the main color. After looking at it, a series of digital codes appeared in front of his eyes. Everything in the room could be infinitely dissected into products of various dimensions and presented in front of him. Even everything about itself can be dissected. All the matter, elements, energy, and particles in this world are clearly visible in his eyes. A thought came to mind. The system interface appeared in front of me. Host, Li Fei. Level, mid-stage of the martial realm. God-level technique, Chaos God Killing Codex. God-level talents, Chaos Body. Alchemy God. Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger. Instant heal. Ultimate freedom. Teleport. Divine craftsman. Formation god. Divine contract. Nirvana rebirth. Absolutely smooth cutting line. Elemental domination. Chaos divine thunder. Eye of law. Innate divine powers, light of primal chaos. Vortex of returning to the ruins. All laws return to the pill. Pill tribulation steals the heavens. Void divine platform. Power of the divine craftsman. Divine killing formation. Formation formed by a single thought. Nativity domain, chaos domain. Alchemy god domain. Divine craftsman domain. Formation god domain. Basic combat power, 4 million. Martial arts, chaos burning sky palm. Chaos phantom slashing sky. Chaos soul devouring palm. Chaos chains. Chaos grip. Chaos scale armor. Equipment, S-rank tyrant battle suit. S-rank tyrant battle sword. Artifact, Hunyuan blade. God's killing move, chaos element god slaying slash. Chaos heavenly killing formation. System warehouse. Can you analyze the strongest martial arts system? Li Fei suddenly got excited and came up with this bold idea. So he mobilized the Eye of Law and began to analyze the system. In his eyes, everything in the world is just a string of codes. And they are all in base 01. If he can analyze the system, does it mean that he can create a system? Even if it's not that awesome, it would be nice to be able to create a slightly lower level system. In this way, he is the master of the system. But the next second, he felt severe pain in his eyes. Blood flowed from inside. Thump! Immediately afterwards, Li Fei fell to the ground and fell unconscious. However, the Eye of Law under my eyelids has not finished its analysis task and is still continuing. Maybe it will take a very long time. 5 days had passed when Li Fei woke up again. Successfully analyzed 1/1000th of the system. Goal, the strongest martial arts system. Analysis results, fragments of an unknown extra-dimensional existence. Current parsing progress, 0.000000001%. Tip, your current progress has reached the limit of your body and soul. Please do not continue analyzing, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. To continue analyzing, you need to continuously improve your physical strength and soul power. The next second, a prompt from the Eye of Law appeared before his eyes. A strange memory flooded into my mind. Holy crap! The Eye of Law is so awesome, it can actually analyze even the most powerful martial arts system. In that case, let's imitate this 1/1000th ability and create a system. Li Fei looked shocked. The Eye of Law came from the system, and he thought it could not be analyzed. I didn't expect that the son could defeat his father. This is fun. Although now he can only analyze 1/1000th. But as his body and soul continue to grow stronger in the future, maybe one day he will be able to completely analyze the strongest martial arts system. The next second, his ability was activated. Create success. Martial arts fitness system. Type, subsystem. Auxiliary type. Low profile version. Just keep exercising and you will become stronger. Oh my goodness, it really came out. Try it first and see. Li Fei looked very happy and excited. I didn't expect that a system would actually be created. He has complete control over this system. However, some rules must be followed and cannot be changed. For example, the maximum upper limit cannot be modified. It's like becoming a martial arts god just by doing some fitness training. This is against the rules and cannot be done. The power currently analyzed and created are all products completed according to the rules. Above the law is the rule. He began to try the Saitama fitness method. Push up. Sit-ups. Fist bump. Swing the sword. Running. Leapfrog. High jump. Anyway, I tried all the exercises that could be done indoors. With continuous training. Combat power plus 0.1. Combat power plus 0.2. Combat power plus 0.3. A series of prompts appeared in front of me. And he also felt that he was indeed getting stronger. Although the increase is small, at least it is really useful. As the quantity and intensity increase, the values will also increase. As long as you keep doing it day by day, you will become the strongest one day. But this thing is really tiring. Li Fei felt it was easier to just take the pills directly. This thing is just a low-end version. It's useless to me. How about finding a lucky person and sending him out to create a powerful martial god for the future of the Blue Star humans? It's just a subsystem anyway, everything is under my control. I'm not worried that he will betray humanity in the future. Chapter 56 Xianying obtains the system. Is anyone else reading this? Could you please leave more comments to make the author less lonely? Li Fei thought about it and wondered who should he give this system to? Currently the level of this subsystem is too low. If you find a low level one, it will take a long time to train a high level warrior. Currently, Xianying is the only person I know in the entire academy. Why don't you give it to him? Li Fei thought about it. Currently, he can only create one type of subsystem, but he can create more than one. If you want to create a second type of subsystem, you need to wait until your level is raised and your analysis of the strongest martial arts system reaches 2 billionths. Okay, give it to her then. Li Fei finally set his sights on Xianying. The starting point is high and the improvement is fast. The most important thing is that after sending the system out, he can gain the cultivation feedback from the bound person. For example, Xianying adds 0.1 combat power. He can also add 0.1. He adds as much as Xianying adds. There's no way, who made him the creator of this subsystem? Practicing on one's own is very hard and a waste of time, but if others practice, then one will not feel tired and can reap the results even when lying down. He wants to make everyone in this world his employee. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart, and finally activated the Eye of Law and gave the martial arts fitness system to Xianying. The subsystem in his hand turned into a ray of light and flew out. At this moment, Xianying was meditating and practicing in her villa. Now that I'm at the peak of the martial emperor realm, I'm close to the martial sect, but I still can't make the leap. So many years have passed since I started practicing. Su Zhani, who was in the same class as me, has become the pillar of the human race, while I am just a newbie who can't even break through to the martial sect realm. I can only serve as the director of the admissions office in the college. There are many others with higher cultivation than me. I won't accept this. Xianying screamed madly in her mind. Because she had too many thoughts and was too impatient, she couldn't calm down and practice. It would be great if I could get stronger through training. I must work hard on it. It's a pity, this is just wishful thinking. Xianying thought to herself. Suddenly, a ray of light fell into the spiritual sea of consciousness. She was surprised. What is this? Ding! I sensed the host's heart and desire to become stronger. Martial arts fitness system binding successfully. Introduction to this system: as long as the host continues to train, you can continuously improve your strength. Go ahead. Torture yourself madly and train yourself. The greater the difficulty, the greater the strength improvement. As an emotionless voice sounded, Xianying was stunned. What is this? System? Could it be that unknown system from the online novels before the catastrophe? As a modern person, Xianying naturally understands some things. Then he was delighted. After finishing meditation, I started to try training. The next second, strings of data appeared before my eyes. Basic combat power plus 0.1. Basic combat power plus 0.2. Basic combat power plus 0.3. It really works. I'm just doing some simple training. Although the added combat power is very small, as long as I keep training, it will add up to a lot. Ha ha ha. I, Xianying, am about to rise. In the future, I want to become a martial emperor. No. I want to become a martial god. Su Zhani, wait for me. It won't be long before I come over and fight alongside you. Xianying clenched her fists, extremely excited. She saw hope. The hope of becoming a powerful martial god. With the martial arts fitness system, he will definitely be able to surpass Su Zhani in the future. Even become the first martial god in the world. Once she becomes the god of war, she will be the strongest human being on Blue Star. After receiving the chicken soup, she started training like crazy. The difficulty is increasing and the number is increasing. As expected, the basic combat effectiveness is also increasing continuously. After seeing this, she worked even harder. Basic combat power plus 0.1. Basic combat power plus 0.2. Basic combat power plus 0.3. Basic combat power plus 0.4. Basic combat power plus 0.5. Basic combat power plus 1. Li Fei gained a lot just after the launch. As much as Xin Ying increases, he also increases. In other words, even when he lies still, his basic combat effectiveness is constantly improving. Okay, I have a worker to help me improve it. Even though it's a little less, it doesn't matter. At worst, I can just deploy more subsystems and get more people to help me. Li Fei was very happy when he saw the data in front of him. But these data pop up all day long, which is annoying to look at. With a thought, he immediately blocked the prompt barrage. According to his prediction, if he wanted to upgrade the low-end version of the martial arts fitness system, he would have to wait until he could analyze it to at least 0.2 billionths. Therefore, he also needs to improve his cultivation quickly. So he went to the computer, opened the Federal Warrior Mall intranet, and began to select various high-grade, high-quality treasures and place orders for purchase. He wants to make pills on a large scale. He actually bought so many high-grade natural treasures, all of them are 5th or 6th grade, and some are 7th grade. These are indeed cheaper than pills. Does he want to make an elixir? Oh right, I almost forgot he's an alchemist. Just how much potential does an SSSS level chaos talent have? This is a good opportunity for me to see it. If you can really refine a 5th grade, or even a 6th grade, or even a 7th grade elixir, then you can be invited to become the chief alchemist of the Central Federal Military Academy. It just happens to be the first step in giving him identity and status. At the Supreme Round Table Conference of the Central Federal Military Academy, several elders looked at the huge number of high-quality natural treasures that Li Fei purchased, almost all of which could be used to refine pills. While being somewhat shocked, he also realized that Li Fei was not only powerful and talented, but also a powerful alchemist. I remember from the intelligence that he is also a formation master. I've never seen the sword he held in the Martial God Tower, and he's never entered the ancient ruins. Do you think he also possesses the ability to refine weapons? Suddenly, an elder remembered this topic and spoke immediately. They originally planned to meet Li Fei, but considering that the other party was still practicing, they gave up. Moreover, their time is limited, and they need to guard several openings in the outer space. There are few opportunities to get together. I was planning to take him in as my apprentice before, but after I handed the information to the dean, he became very interested in him and seemed to be planning to take him in as his apprentice. The dean plans to let him go for a while to see how he performs later. Reward those who deserve it, and hone those who deserve it. Otherwise, if you have strength but don't hone it, the monsters from outside the domain won't be as easy to deal with as those in the Martial God Tower. The monsters in the Martial God Tower are all from the sphere before they reach the king level. Only after reaching the king level do they have the data of monsters from outside the domain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been killed instantly. This is the difference in strength between the monsters from outside the domain and those from within the sphere. The elders talked among themselves. I am looking forward to Li Fei's performance more and more. Chapter 57 God Level Talent, Infinite Copy. Infinite Gravity. While waiting for the delivery of medicinal materials, Li Fei was not idle, he was trying to create a second martial arts fitness subsystem. However, the Eye of Law sent a hint. The subsystem is a super-dimensional product. Even with the low-end version, only one can be created per day. As the prompt appeared, Li Fei failed to create the second subsystem. Can I only create one a day? Then let's wait until tomorrow. Li Fei rubbed his chin, thinking secretly in his heart. He was not in a hurry, as he couldn't find a candidate for the second subsystem for the time being. Ding dong! The next second, the doorbell rang. It seems the medicinal materials have arrived. Li Fei teleported to the door and opened it. The man in front of me was still the familiar one. Hello Li Fei, this is what I bought. The ring is for you. It says above that if you succeed in refining the elixir, you can report it to the Alchemy Association of the Academy. The man spoke. I understand. Li Fei nodded and took the ring. The man turned and left. Close the door and return to the practice room. Take out all the herbs inside. 5th level Mysterious Frost Ginseng. 6th level Azure Flame Lotus. 7th level Green Dragon Saliva Grass. Among them, the majority are 5th level and 6th level medicinal herbs, and there are only 2 7th level medicinal herbs. Therefore, after purchasing it, his merit points were directly cleared. Although it hurts a bit, it's nothing compared to the improvement in my cultivation. After taking out all the herbs, he immediately mobilized the alchemy god's talent to refine them. The elixirs he refined were completely of the grade that matched the alchemy god's sequence. Even a 5th grade imperial elixir is superior to the 7th grade elixir in this world. That's his advantage. Soon, pills appeared one after another. There were more than 1,000 of them on site. It emits a charming fragrance. These pills are ready to move, as if they want to run away. Pills that have reached this level already have intelligence. It is natural to run away. However, he was quickly suppressed by the alchemy god's talent and was held obediently in Li Fei's hand. He, you want to run? Then come into my mouth. Li Fei said with a smile. He kept one pill of the same grade and swallowed the remaining 997 pills. The pill melts in your mouth. Unprecedented medicinal power emerges. What a violent drug effect. Very good. Help me break through higher shackles. Chaos body, open. Suppress it. Refine it. Li Fei took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, activated his chaotic body, and frantically refined this new medicinal power. And just like that, time passed quickly. Another week has passed. At the same time, the news that the newcomer Li Fei suddenly jumped to the first place in the 4th level also spread throughout the Central Federal Military Academy. This attracted many people to check the Martial God Tower rankings. As expected, the first place on the 4th floor of the Tower of Martial God is Li Fei. And it takes the shortest time. The gap between him and the second place in the 4th floor is huge. No. I don't believe it. The 4th floor is so difficult, I don't believe he can rush up in such a short time. It must be a cheating tactic. In a training room, a young man walked out after finishing half a month of high-intensity training, planning to attack the Tower of the God of War. When he heard the news and checked the rankings in the Martial God Tower, he was dumbfounded. It was a huge blow to him. Especially when he saw that he, who was ranked first on the 4th floor of the Martial God Tower, was squeezed to second place by a newcomer in such a short time. First there was shock, then suspicion. Could something have gone wrong with the Tower of Martial God? Or maybe this newcomer Li Fei used some shady means? I don't believe it. I want to challenge him. Lu Xian said angrily. Where does this guy live? What's your background? He looked at the younger brother next to him and asked. It was this little brother who told him the news. Brother Xian, this guy is the top scorer in this year's Federal Martial Arts exam, with a score of 12,000. We investigated, and he's just an orphan from the slums who suddenly rose to prominence. I told you all the information I had found out. In particular, the bizarre incidents that occurred at Wuhan No. 1 High School were also investigated. Those who are able to study at the Central Federal Military Academy have strong intelligence capabilities and wide connections. If you want to investigate, as long as it does not involve matters at a higher level, you can basically find out. Li Fei's deeds were not kept secret, so they were naturally easy to find out. A sudden rise? Lu Xian frowned. Since I just broke through, I'll go meet him. I want to see his strength for myself. Lu Xian clenched his fists and said coldly. He was also shocked by Li Fei's score of 12,000 points. He only scored 1,000 points back then. I always feel that this score may be inflated. Where is he now? Lu Xian asked again. He is in the No. 1 single-family villa in the freshman area. He has never come out since that challenge, said the younger brother. Let's go and meet him. Lu Xian walked over personally. At the same time, Villa No. 1, inside the training room. Li Fei sat cross-legged and maintained this posture for an hour. The medicinal effects of high-level elixirs are too great when absorbed, and the quantity is also huge. That's why it took so much time. He emanated chaotic golden light, and his aura was thick and powerful. The medicinal effects of nearly 1,000 pills have been completely absorbed and refined by him. The strength has skyrocketed. He successfully advanced from the middle stage of Wushui realm to the peak of Wushui realm. The basic combat power soared from 4 million to 9.9 million. It increased by 5.9 million. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the late stage of the martial realm and obtaining the god-level talent, Infinite Copy. Infinite Copy, you can infinitely copy anything in the world. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the peak of the martial realm and obtaining the god-level talent, Infinite Gravity. Infinite gravity, you can control all gravity and increase it by an unlimited multiple. A thought came to mind. The character interface appears. Host, Li Fei. Level, Peak of the Martial Realm. God level technique, Chaos God Killing Codex. God level talents, Chaos Body. Alchemy God. Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger. Instant Healing. Ultimate Freedom. Teleport. Divine Craftsman. Formation God. Divine Contract. Nirvana Rebirth. Absolutely Smooth Cutting Line. Elemental Domination. Chaos Divine Thunder. Eye of Law. Infinite Replication. Infinite Gravity. Basic Combat Power, 9.9 million. The remaining content is automatically omitted. Li Fei now has too many talents and skills. His god-level talent alone is enough to allow him to dominate the world. As long as he is not killed instantly, he is invincible. Even if he encounters an enemy stronger than him, he can still kill the opponent. Not to mention, he also has the magical artifact Hunyuan Blade in his hand. He took out the Hunyuan Blade and stroked it. Start Infinite Replication. Next second. A brand new Hunyuan Blade that looks and functions exactly like the first one appeared in his left hand. Now he has two Hunyuan Blades. Infinite Replication is smoother than the Eye of Law. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. Put away the two artifacts. Just when he was planning to copy the pills in the system infinitely, there was a knock on the villa's door. Li Fei, do you dare to come out and challenge me in a one-on-one fight? Then, a voice came from outside the building. With its powerful fighting power attached, it penetrated the soundproofing equipment of the training room. Chapter 58 SS Level Special Talent, Evil Eye Zhengjinhu. Mysterious Girl Zimeng. Which dog is barking? Penetrating through the Eye of Law, he saw two young men standing in front of the villa. The one who challenged him to a duel was the black-haired young man in the lead. He was none other than Lu Xian and his lackeys. Li Fei's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the two of them. The next second, Li Fei's figure flashed from the villa training room and appeared in front of them. Under the control of the Eye of Law, he was not standing on the ground, but walking in the air. Each step was slow and steady. The dragon walks like a tiger, and the chaotic golden shadow appears. Standing in the void with an invincible posture, he looked down at the two people who were shouting. A terrifying pressure from the peak of the martial arts realm spread out and suppressed Lu Xian and others. Lu Xian and the other man felt this overwhelming pressure and their expressions suddenly changed. Ah! Bang! The lackey behind him was weak and was suppressed on the spot, lying on the ground unable to move. Feeling extremely humiliated, he wanted to resist, but he decisively activated Wu Shuai's initial strength and barely stood up. His face was gloomy as he looked at Li Fei above him, with a strong murderous intent flashing across his face. Although Lu Xian was also feeling the pain of being suppressed, at least he did not lie down like him. After feeling the terrifying pressure from Li Fei, he activated his own strength to deal with it. The reason why he was able to stand up was because Li Fei did not mobilize infinite gravity to suppress it. Otherwise the outcome would not be like this. At the scene, three powerful auras collided with each other. One breath against two breaths. No winner. The next second, the two auras were broken. Lu Xian and his lackey were both pushed back 1 or 2 meters before they stopped. The two men's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the figure emitting a golden shadow in the sky. Even they inexplicably felt that this person was invincible. Once this thought arises, it is terrifying. Because they are also the pride of the younger generation, they naturally will not admit that they are weaker than others. He immediately shook his head frantically and dismissed the idea. Brother Xin, this guy doesn't seem to be cheating, he really seems to have this ability. Then his special talent is definitely terrifying. The younger brother showed shock and fear on his face, compressed his combat energy, and sent a message to Lu Xian alone. From the initial test just now, Lu Xian already knew Li Fei's strengths and weaknesses. The other party's special talent is definitely very strong. As an SS-level talent, he feels a lot of pressure in front of Li Fei. What exactly is that golden shadow? What is his special talent? Lu Xian stared straight at the golden shadow on Li Fei's body. In his opinion, this is the source of Li Fei's power. Aunt, you still want to fight me now? Are you worthy enough? Li Fei looked at Lu Xian with disdain and his voice was cold and indifferent. Don't be so arrogant. I haven't used my real skills yet. Lu Xian was extremely unhappy and snorted coldly. The next second, tigers roared. A golden tiger's shadow emerged from him. One of his eyes was red and the other was gold, and his whole body exuded a sharp aura of Gengjin. This is his SS level special talent. Evil-eyed Gengjin Tiger. Special talents are numerous and encompass a wide range of things. As long as they can be awakened and possess special powers that surpass the warrior himself, they are all classified as special talents. His own cultivation has reached the peak of the martial realm, otherwise he would not have been able to reach the first place before the 4th level. Now that the special talent is unlocked, the aura on his body was surging. Reached the level of king of martial arts. Now his combat power has reached at least tens of millions. However, Li Fei remained calm. If the opponent's SS level special talent can reach the level of martial king, then his god level chaotic body would naturally have reached the level of martial king long ago. The combat power he now controls is far superior to Lu Xian. It's a little interesting, but not much, that's all. Li Fei said lightly. Tisk, you're even more pretentious than me. If you have the guts, go fight in the arena. We won't fight here. I won't break the academy's rules for this. Although Lu Xian really wanted to beat Li Fei up to vent his anger, he also understood that the place they were in was not suitable for fighting and he could not fight. If they are beaten, they will be expelled from the college at the very least and sentenced to death at the worst. He didn't dare to touch this price. Li Fei said calmly, I thought you were a quiet little kitten, but now it seems you still have some brains. Just wait for me, you bastard. Wait a minute, I want you to get down on all fours and beg me to forgive you. Lu Xian clenched his fists and said angrily. The three of them quickly arrived at the arena. A duel between the former number 1 on the 4th floor of the Martial God Tower and the current number 1 on the 4th floor of the newly born Martial God Tower. The news spread quickly. Those who were not practicing came to watch. Interesting, a one-on-one duel between the former number 1 and the current number 1. It's going to be a good show. Lu Xian has the SS level special talent Evil-eyed Gengjin Tiger. But that newcomer is also amazing. He just arrived and already reached the top of the 4th floor. He's almost at the level of a martial king. This is the first person in history to do this. He's also a legendary figure. Many people were talking about it. These people just watch the show and don't mind the trouble. But it would be best if we could make things bigger. This way you can keep watching the show. Interesting, Zimeng, who do you think is better? As freshmen, we didn't expect this class to have such a monster like Li Fei. He's really putting us under a lot of pressure. I heard he's from a slum. How infuriating. 2 girls walked over from the crowd. They are all stunningly beautiful. The blue-haired girl on the right said to the black-haired girl next to her. There was a hint of displeasure in his tone. You can't blame them for this. After all, they came from excellent families and had enjoyed the abundant resources of their family since childhood. But in the end, they were not even as good as a slum. The most important thing is that one of them awakened an SS level special talent, and the other awakened an SSS level special talent. Zimeng, a girl with long black hair, is tall and slender with a graceful figure. She is even more beautiful than the person talking next to her. She is the one who has awakened an SSS level special talent. Looking at the 2 figures facing each other in the arena, she blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke in a pleasant voice. At first, everyone thought Li Fei's top score in the martial arts exam was too outrageous and too exaggerated. The same was true for the Martial God Tower. Now is a good opportunity to take a closer look. As for who I'm more optimistic about, well, Li Fei. My special talent tells me that he is not a fake. He is very powerful. You should have also felt the sense of oppression from the origin from the golden shadow on him, right? His talent has been preliminarily identified by the Federation as an SSS level chaos talent. In other words, chaos talent is likely to be more than SSS level, and may even surpass SSS level, reaching the SSSS level just mentioned. They have extraordinary identities. From the moment they learned about Li Fei, they had asked the families behind them to conduct a special and detailed investigation of Li Fei. It is naturally clearer. The same is true for decisions regarding the Federation. But their news was still a step too late. Because the Federation has upgraded Li Fei's chaos talent to SSSS level. It just hasn't been fully announced yet. After all, this is the first one in the history of the Federation. The shock will be huge, and the people above plan to announce it at the most appropriate time. Now is not the time. Chapter 59. What is despair? This is despair. Although the arena is large enough for multiple people to fight at the same time, the energy shield is activated for the students' safety. We are all classmates. You should know the rules and stop when you are done. The referee teacher came over and said lightly. Those who can serve as referees in the arena must be at least at the martial emperor level. Don't worry, teacher. I will hold back a little and won't beat him to death. But during the competition, everyone gives their all, so it's inevitable that there will be times when you lose control. If something really goes wrong, we can only blame him for not being a good student. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian clenched his fists and said lightly, Ant, you talk too much. Li Fei walked in the air, looking down at Lu Xian, the ant. Court death. Today I will teach you how to respect your seniors. Tiger roars to the sky. Lu Xian uses his innate skills. The evil-eyed Gengjin tiger roared and growled. The terrifying tiger roar, carrying the energy of Gengjin, spread out. Gengjin, this is the existence of killing and destruction. And it has the powerful ability to ignore defense. This move is an even more powerful sonic attack. Even if the enemy covers his ears and blocks his mind, it is useless because of the power of Gengjin, which can be ignored. The air was vibrating. If you want to play, then I'll play with you, an ignorant ant. Faced with this tiger roar sound wave attack, it would be difficult for others to cope with it. But Li Fei disagreed. The vortex of Guishu. Li Fei raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a look of disdain, his face calm. Ahead, a huge chaotic golden spiral appeared. The surrounding air and energy were forcibly absorbed. Space and time collapsed and the void was torn apart. All the sonic tiger roar attacks were absorbed into the vortex of Guishu and failed to cause any harm to Li Fei. What? It can even absorb sound waves. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian was shocked. I just don't believe it. Let me see how much you can absorb. Gengjin Rain, shoot for me. Lu Xian took a deep breath and said coldly. With a wave of his hand, sharp golden lights appeared around him. These are the Gengjin Rains, each of which has a terrifying power of tens of millions of destructive forces. He can easily kill a martial arts master who has not reached the combat power of a martial king. The rain poured down and shot out with a swish. A bunch of grandchildren don't kneel down when they see their ancestors? Suppress. Li Fei raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a strange smile. The Guishu vortex could absorb it, but he didn't do it. It was a rare opportunity to meet a decent ant, so he planned to have some fun with it. The vortex of Guishu disappeared. Seeing this, everyone was puzzled. Could it be that it can no longer be maintained? Just when everyone was confused. The next second, the elements between heaven and earth suddenly became violent. Li Fei transformed into the master of elements. His whole body was bathed in the ocean of elements. Gengjin belongs to the gold element and is also within his control. All elements between heaven and earth are controlled by him. As expected, when the god-level talent of Elemental Overlord appeared, the rain of Gengjin that was shooting out stopped instantly and fell to the ground in unison, as if worshipping their god. What? How so? Lu Xian and all the audience were stunned. How is this done? What's his current situation? Wasn't that his chaos talent just now? So what is this now? The surrounding elements are rioting. They are all converging towards him, as if they are surrendering. In the audience stands, the girl Zhang Yun looked surprised and puzzled. She looked at the girl Zimeng next to her, seeking answers. Perhaps this is also a manifestation of chaos talent, one of my innate abilities, able to control all elemental forces in the world. His talent is terrifying. Zimeng seemed to have thought of something and said after taking a deep breath. As a lady from a wealthy family, she has been knowledgeable since childhood and has seen many secrets that others don't know. At this moment, she felt particularly stressed. Controlling the power of all elements in the universe? So powerful. No wonder those Gengjin Shis knelt down as if they had seen a king. Lu Xian is going to be the clown of the whole audience now. It's not a good thing for a freak like this to be born in the same era as us. It's a huge pressure. Zhang Yunjin sighed. Zimeng's beautiful eyes sparkled with light, and she was looking forward to Li Fei more and more. Go! In the arena, facing the worship of Gangjin Rain, Li Fei slowly raised his hand, successfully controlled the Gangjin Rain, and shot it back towards Lu Xian. Fuck! Lu Xian's pupils shrank and he started cursing. Tiger roaring sky-breaking fist. He knew very well how terrible this Gangjin Rain was. Can't ignore defense. If he was hit, he would be seriously injured at best, or even die. He attacked with all his strength and punched out. A golden light wave turned into a tiger fist and collided with the Gangjin Rain. Bang 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 bang. A huge explosion sounded, and smoke filled the entire venue. The next second, the smoke was suddenly cleared. Lu Xian's figure disappeared, and only an evil-eyed Gangjin tiger that had turned into an illusory entity rushed out. It jumped high and came in front of Li Fei, and slapped him hard with its tiger paw, which was bigger than a palm leaf fan. Die. The terrifying power of Gangjin is condensed on the tiger's palm. If you get hit directly, the consequences will be disastrous. Certainly. Li Fei's mouth corners raised. The Eye of Law started to work, instantly breaking through and seeing through everything about Lu Xian. He uttered this word slowly and calmly. The power of the surrounding laws was broken, forming an isolated space. Here, Li Fei's words are followed by the law. When the attack was about to reach Li Fei, Lu Xian stopped in midair, and his body could not get close to Li Fei at all. What? Damn it, why can't I move? There's something wrong with these eyes. Lu Xian mobilized the strength in his body and tried to break free from the restraints, but unfortunately, it was all in vain. Looking at Li Fei's pair of eyes emitting a strange golden color, he felt inexplicably palpitating and afraid, as if everything about him, everything, was seen through, and there was no secret at all. For a moment, his scalp went numb and the fear in his heart soared. It was as if he and Li Fei were in different dimensions. He is a low-dimensional creature, while Li Fei is the master of high dimensions. Ant, you are too weak. With such strength, you should be shouting? Who gave you the courage? Li Fei's voice was calm, but full of contempt. After saying this, he slowly raised a finger and tapped it on the tiger's head. The evil-eyed Gung Jinhu seemed to have suffered some kind of dimensionality reduction attack. The next second, it flew out and hit the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang. The evil-eyed Gung Jinhu disappeared, revealing Lu Xian's body rolling on the ground, with a mouthful of blood spitting out of his mouth. He was no longer able to stand up. With drowsy eyes, he looked at Li Fei's figure and felt extremely scared. From the beginning to the end, Li Fei was playing with him. The look of him looking down on everyone from a high position was a manifestation of his invincibility. How could it be? The gap is so big. Well. This word flashed through Lu Xian's mind. Chapter 60 Making Friends, Alchemist Association. No way. Lu Xian, who is at the peak of the martial realm and has at least the combat power of a martial king after displaying his SS-level special talent, was killed instantly like that. We are not ordinary people here, but geniuses. Is the gap so huge? Soon, someone present reacted, their faces changed drastically, and they felt incredible. Some people even used the battle as an opportunity to simulate their own battle with the newcomer Li Fei in their minds, only to find that they couldn't even make it through a single round. King Lu's referee was also shocked when he saw this. He also knew Lu Xian's strength. He is also ranked among the top 50 among the senior students. Now he was defeated by the freshman in seconds. This is big news. This also shows that Li Fei's special talent is enough to crush Lu Xian. The game is over, Li Fei wins this time. The referee took a deep breath and shouted. The protective cover was removed, and he rushed forward and carefully checked Lu Xian. He was just unconscious and injured, not dead, and the injuries inside his body were not very serious. It can be seen that Li Fei held back, otherwise Lu Xian would not be simply unconscious now, but would have been a cold corpse. He took Lu Xian and quickly left the place and headed to the medical building. Li Fei's figure slowly landed on the ground, and amidst shocked cheers, he left the arena and walked towards the Tower of the God of War. Today's battle is destined to spread throughout the entire Central Federal Military Academy. Is this the guy who awakened the SSS-level special talent chaos in the Huaxia region? Judging from his performance, this chaos talent is not simple. But, being able to defeat Lu Xian doesn't mean anything. In a corner, two young men stood there, watching from afar. A proud look flashed in the eyes of the young man in the golden gray battlesuit. Yes, Lu Xian is ranked in the top 50 among the senior students, and there are 49 more talented students ahead of him. The guy in first place has even reached the peak of martial emperor. His talent is astonishing. His strength is terrifying. He is an SSS level awakener with special talents, and he has also learned the God killing code. Even if he faces a martial sect master, he will fight with all his strength. Lu Xian has been defeated and will be replaced in the rankings by newcomer Li Fei. That guy Li Fei is going to the martial god tower. He still has 2 free opportunities this month. Do you want to go and take a look? The black-haired boy next to him said, suddenly asking the person next to him. Judging from their faces, they don't look like Chinese. More like a white Westerner. They were the ones coming from the Western region. The basic combat power of the two has also reached the level of Martial King, and their awakened special talents are also very strong. At the same time, they control many powerful skills. Each of them has super strong cross-level combat capabilities. Naturally, he didn't take Lu Xian seriously. Although Li Fei's strength surprised them, that was all. The final conclusion is that Lu Xian is too weak. Then let's go and take a look. We have nothing to do anyway. The young man in the golden gray battlesuit nodded, and the two of them walked towards the martial god tower. Etc. On the way to the tower of the god of war, Li Fei was stopped by 2 beautiful women. What do you want to do? Li Fei stopped and asked. Hello Li Fei, my name is Zi Meng, and she's my best friend Zhang Yun. We're both freshmen this year, just like you. We just watched the battle, it was exciting. You're even stronger than we expected. Geniuses like to hang out with geniuses. If you don't mind, let's be friends. We can help each other if we have any problems in the academy in the future. Zi Meng and Zhang Yan smiled sweetly, stretched out their hands and said. The two obviously wanted to make friends with Li Fei as soon as possible and leave a good impression. Hello. Li Fei also stretched out his hand and shook hands with them respectively, and they became friends. Zi Meng smiled and asked, Are you going to challenge the martial god tower now? Yeah. Li Fei nodded. Then let's go together. You're already number 1 on the 4th level. I heard that at the 5th level, you're invincible. They're incredibly powerful, like a cliff-like existence. Is that right? On the way, Zi Meng asked curiously. She had only heard about it and hadn't experienced it yet. Moreover, her family protected her very well, and she has never had any contact with foreign monsters so far. It is indeed very strong. When I first broke through the 1st level of the 5th floor, I was slapped to death. Li Fei recalled the scene of himself being slapped to death, and it is still fresh in his memory. That group of fire people are the monsters from outside the domain. If the monsters in the ball were more like wild beasts, then the monsters from outside the domain are more like aliens in human form. A slap. So strong. Zi Meng and Zhang Yan gasped after hearing this. I didn't expect the gap to be so big. They have seen Li Fei's strength. He is already an almost invincible martial arts commander. He easily rushed from the 1st level to the 1st place in the 4th level. No matter how you look at it, this strength does not make him a weak one. On the 5th floor, he was killed with just a slap? It's simply a fairy tale. This road you are taking doesn't lead to the martial god tower either? Zhang Yun suddenly realized and said. Go to the Alchemist Association. Li Fei said lightly. Alchemist Association. What are you doing there? Could it be that you are also an alchemist? Zi Meng asked curiously. Yeah. Li Fei nodded. You are actually an alchemist, that's amazing. Can you tell us what rank it is? The 2 women were surprised, and Zhang Yan asked. 7th rank. Li Fei did not say that he was god level. Even if he said it, no one would believe it, and it would become a joke. It would be better for him to just say a slightly lower level. Although this low level is relatively high, it is already very low for Li Fei. Li Fei, you are so humorous. Right now, in the entire world, only the vice president of Xuanwu Academy has become a 7th grade alchemist. How old are you? How dare you call yourself a 7th grade alchemist? Just keep this joke between you and us privately. Don't pretend to be someone else. Otherwise, people might think you're insulting the alchemist. After hearing this, Zi Meng and Zhang Yun were stunned at first, thinking that Li Fei was joking with them, so they tried to be nice and reminded him. There are many 6th grade alchemists, but there is only one 7th grade alchemist. From this, we can judge how difficult it is for an alchemist to improve himself. To some extent, it is more difficult than a warrior. Li Fei did not answer, but walked over quietly. Everything you say now is wrong. When I get to the Alchemist Association and show my 7th grade elixir, it will naturally be proven. Soon, they arrived downstairs of the Alchemist Association. When you walk into this area, you can smell the fragrance of elixirs everywhere. As the god of alchemy, Li Fei can judge what kind of elixir it is, what grade it is, and what the medicinal ingredients are just from the smell it emits. As for more detailed information, you will have to analyze it slowly after eating it. I walked in and saw the woman at the front desk checking me in. Some students who passed the test came out with smiles on their faces. Those students who failed the test came out with sad faces. Presents 2 forms. Moreover, everyone around the Alchemist Association is selling pills. It has become a pillar industry here. Chapter 61 Alchemist Assessment. Shocked examiner and 2 women. What is this guy doing here at the Alchemist Association? Buy pills? The man in golden gray combat uniform and the blonde man who had been following them all the way looked puzzled when they saw Li Fei and the other 2 enter the building of the Alchemist Association. Either he comes here to buy pills, or just to browse. Could he be an alchemist? The blonde man said disapprovingly. What if he really is an alchemist, said the man in golden gray clothes. At the age of 18, he's at the peak of his martial arts skills and is also an alchemist. I can't imagine how high his status and future achievements will reach. That shouldn't be the case. He's just a newcomer who's curious about new things. After all, he was just an orphan living in the slums before and had never seen the world. The blonde man spread his hands and said. They absolutely did not believe that Li Fei was also an alchemist. Do you think it's easy to become an alchemist? Inside the Alchemist Association building, Li Fei, Zimeng, and Zhang Yan walked in. Looking at the layout here, there is a large golden pill in the center of the front. This is of course not real, it's just a model. There is a basalt and the emblem of the Federation on it. Xuanwu naturally represents the world's only 7th grade alchemist from Xuanwu Academy. But after today, he will soon no longer be one. To be honest, in Li Fei's eyes, the 7th grade in this world is just a 4th grade king-level alchemist. And he will tell the world what a true 7th grade supreme alchemist is. How can I help you? Asked the lady working at the front desk. I'm here to certify my alchemist level. What are the procedures on your side? Li Fei asked directly. May I ask what level of alchemist certification you obtained before? The receptionist asked as usual. I haven't taken the exam yet. Li Fei shook his head. In that case, you need to start from the 1st grade alchemist exam, said the lady at the front desk. Okay. Li Fei thought about it and didn't intend to be the first to do so. It just so happened that he also wanted to see how alchemy was made in this world. This is your test room number. You just need to get the herbs according to the test questions and refine the 1st grade elixir in the question, and you'll be done. The lady at the front desk has already registered Li Fei. The screen showed that Li Fei's room was number 7. Number 7? What a coincidence. Looking at his room number, Li Fei couldn't help but smile and walked in. What are you talking about? You didn't even take the exam to become a 1st grade alchemist. So you're not even a 1st grade alchemist now. Zhang Yun, who was following behind, joked. Just because you didn't take the test doesn't mean you're not qualified. Li Fei said calmly. TSK, still being stubborn. Zhang Yun pouted. Zimeng kindly reminded him, alchemy is very distracting. With your talent, it would be much better to focus on practicing martial arts. Why waste time on alchemy? It's always good to have many skills. At the age of 18, at the peak of martial arts, he's already far ahead of many people, isn't he? Li Fei smiled faintly. All right. Zimeng and Zhang Yan felt heartbroken after hearing this. One of them has SSS level special talent, and the other has SS level special talent. With the huge amount of resources behind him, his current cultivation level is only at the peak or mid-level of a military general. If they had not suddenly awakened their special talents, they would not have been able to reach this level at the age of 18. There weren't many people taking the exam. Especially the 1st grade ones. Soon it was Li Fei's turn. Zimeng and Zhang Yun can watch the assessment process inside through the glass screen in the audience area outside. Li Fei entered the room. There is an examiner here. The examiner was a middle-aged man wearing a gold round badge with 2 stars on his chest. It represents the identity of a second-grade alchemist. Li Fei's eye of law was not false. He recognized the cultivation level of the middle-aged man in front of him at a glance. He had reached the middle stage of the martial king realm. And even his age can be seen. He is a 45-year-old man. 45 years old, in the middle stage of the martial king realm, a second-grade alchemist. This achievement is indeed very good in this world. But at the Central Federal Military Academy, there is no need to worry. "Hello, examiner, what should I do?" Li Fei asked proactively. "You can refine the first-grade elixir that you are good at, or you can refine the first-grade elixir I give you. It's your choice," the middle-aged examiner said slowly. "Then you give it to me," Li Fei said. "Okay. Here are 2 ingredients for refining the first-grade Peiyuan pill. You only have 2 chances, and the time is 2 hours. Whether or not the refining is complete, we must stop once 2 hours are up," the middle-aged examiner said. "Okay." Li Fei looked at the 2 medicinal materials for refining the first-grade Peiyuan pill and the 2 alchemy furnaces on the table next to him. Mainly to prevent the furnace from exploding. Why does it take so long to refine a first-grade Peiyuan pill? He lightly hooked his hand, and an invisible force attracted one of the herbs in front of him. A special talent for controlling void objects? The middle-aged examiner murmured when he saw this. "You don't need an alchemy furnace?" The middle-aged examiner was stunned when he saw that the alchemy furnace did not move. "It's just a first-grade elixir, why does it need an elixir furnace?" Li Fei's voice was calm, with a hint of disapproval. "You?" The middle-aged examiner frowned, feeling that Li Fei was humiliating him. Even at his age, he is only a second-grade alchemist. Although there is only one 7th-grade alchemist in the world, there are many 6th-grade alchemists, and even more 5th-grade, 4th-grade, 3rd-grade, 2nd-grade, and 1st-grade alchemists. But no matter what, it was all refined through my own unremitting efforts. Li Fei's contemptuous words in his young age made him very unhappy. He wanted to see what Li Fei was capable of. However, the scene he sees next will shatter his 3 views and his understanding of alchemy. Using an alchemy furnace is just a method used by low-level alchemists. When the alchemy skills reach a very high level, the alchemy furnace is no longer needed, Li Fei said lightly. The middle-aged examiner clenched his fists, his face gloomy, and he laughed in anger. "In this world, no one can refine pills without a furnace, not even that 7th-grade alchemist. You say this as if you are more powerful than him." "You're right, I'm really awesome." Li Fei smiled mysteriously. "Watch carefully, don't blink." As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of green energy enveloped all the medicinal herbs. In the next instant, the medicinal herbs disappeared, and were replaced by pills one after another appearing in the air. There are as many as 100 of them. One piece of material, refined into 100 pieces. The greatest person of all time. Unprecedented. What? This. The middle-aged examiner was so shocked that he was stunned, thinking that what he saw was fake. "My mouth is wide open and it's hard to close it." Zimeng and Zhang Yun, 2 girls who were watching the show outside, had the same expressions as the middle-aged examiner at this moment. Both of them pressed their faces against the glass screen, thinking there was something wrong with their eyes. "Zimeng, is there anything wrong with my eyes? What did I see?" Zhang Yun said in shock. "Nothing went wrong, it's true. He used 1 batch of herbs to refine a full 100 first-grade Peiyuan pills. And you don't need a furnace. You can just make it." Zimeng's eyes turned deep purple, dreamy. This is her SSS level special talent, 3000 illusionary eyes. Chapter 62 The Examiner's Promotion and Shock. "So, I passed my first-grade elixir test, didn't I?" Li Fei smiled slightly and looked at the middle-aged examiner with wide eyes in front of him. "Passed? How did you do that?" The middle-aged examiner took a deep breath and asked tremblingly. You have to know how much effort he put into refining the first-grade elixir. The difficulty of practicing this thing is no less than that of a warrior. If it weren't for the difficulty for him to continue breaking through after reaching the middle stage of Martial King, he would not seek to find a greater breakthrough through alchemy. It took a lot of effort to reach the current level of a second-grade alchemist. The young man in front of me was so relaxed. How could he not be envious and jealous? This has something to do with my special talent. I can't tell you more than that, Li Fei said lightly. Okay, I will process your first grade alchemist certification now. The middle-aged examiner also understood that matters involving special talents should not be delved into too deeply, otherwise it would offend people. After all, those who can come here basically have awakened special talents. They also don't want their special talents to be known too much. However, one portion of medicinal materials can be used to refine 100 pills. This special talent is too terrifying. A talent born specifically for alchemy. Wait a minute, can you still allow me to take the test of becoming a second-grade alchemist? Li Fei stopped the middle-aged examiner and asked. Do you want to continue the assessment of the second-grade alchemist? Of course you can, but the herbs aren't ready yet, so you'll need to wait a while. But if you have herbs, you can just take them out and refine them. The middle-aged examiner said. Okay, I'll wait here. Li Fei nodded. By the way, give me a pill so I can see it. The middle-aged examiner became particularly polite. Someone like Li Fei is destined to be superior to him in the future. Building good relationships is best. Maybe I will have to trouble the other person in the future. Okay. Li Fei shot out one with a flick of his finger. You can try it for free. Please evaluate the difference between the first-grade elixir I refined and the first-grade elixir you have here. Li Fei smiled slightly. I plan to correct the wrong ranking of this world by changing my own ranking in the Danshin sequence from here. If this is the case, then the original people in this world will have to downgrade their level as alchemists. This is definitely a nightmare for many people who have worked hard all their lives to achieve this. No one wants to see their status lowered today. If we really want to revise it according to the ranking quality of the alchemy god sequence, all the first-grade alchemists in this world are not even entry-level, and the same goes for the second-grade alchemists. A third-grade alchemist might barely become a first-grade junior alchemist. Only a fourth-grade alchemist can be considered a true first-grade primary alchemist. A fifth-grade alchemist is also a second-grade intermediate alchemist. A sixth-grade alchemist is only a third-grade senior alchemist. The only seventh-grade alchemist in the world might just be a fourth-grade king-level alchemist. Li Fei has not actually eaten the seventh-grade elixir refined by the person from Xuanwu Academy, so he cannot directly judge it. However, once this ranking is announced, it will definitely be shocking. We can only proceed step by step. Or it could be extended directly from the original level of alchemists in this world. Li Fei felt that the last one would be more acceptable. This way, there is no need to lower the status you have now. This. Something is wrong. Why? Is this happening? This is clearly a first-grade elixir, and we provided the ingredients. Why is the difference between this first-grade Peiyuan pill and the first-grade Peiyuan pill we refined so huge? This color. This roundness. And this elixir fragrance. This richness. It even feels like a fourth-grade elixir? The middle-aged examiner widened his eyes and trembled. The next second, he threw it directly into his mouth to try. The medicinal power of the first-grade Peiyuan pill, which was beyond his knowledge, instantly filled his whole body, making him feel as if he was bathing in an unprecedented ocean. This was clearly not the first time I had taken Peiyuan Dan, but it felt like the first time at this moment. In fact, Li Fei deliberately controlled the elixirs sold in the Warrior Mall before, otherwise it would cause a bigger sensation. Now that I'm here, there's no need to control it. I'll fully utilize the alchemy god's talent on Peiyuan pill and refine a true first-grade pill. This first-grade elixir will overturn the world's perception of alchemists. The middle-aged examiner sat cross-legged. The strength of the middle stage of the Martial King realm actually showed a slight weakening. He had a breakthrough. Although not much. After all, the grade of the elixir is here. Even if the first-grade elixirs in the pill god's possession are stronger than those in this world, it is impossible for a mid-stage Martial King to gain such a significant improvement by taking just one. The breakthrough was possible because the middle-aged examiner had accumulated a lot of knowledge for a long time, and now it was activated and put into use by the medicinal power of this Peiyuan pill. The next second, his aura became very strong. Directly became a late-stage Martial King. Under the gaze of the Eye of Law. The middle-aged examiner's original basic combat power reached 69.99 million. Just by adding that last point, you can reach a basic combat power of 70 million and officially enter the late stage of the King of War. Cool. I'm broken. I finally broke through. How could a first-grade Peiyuan pill have such an effect? The middle-aged examiner said excitedly. He looked at Li Fei with excitement in his eyes. Li Fei is his benefactor. This is also related to my special talent. You can think of it as being able to enhance the medicinal power of low-level elixirs several times. Li Fei smiled slightly and said this. What? It actually has such an effect. The middle-aged examiner was shocked. He took a deep breath, knowing that Li Fei would not say anything more. He said slowly, anyway, thank you very much. I owe you a favor. My name is Lu Jijie, and I am currently in the late stage of the Martial King realm. If you have any problems in the future, come to me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you complete it. Good. I'd like to ask if I can directly refine 7th grade elixirs and become a certified 7th grade alchemist? It's very troublesome to move up one level at a time. Li Fei asked. If it were before, Lu Jijie would definitely be dismissive, or even ignore Li Fei directly. But after this incident, the attitude can no longer be the same. Are you kidding? Lu Jijie was stunned and couldn't believe it. How old is he? A 7th grade alchemist? If that's true, then their federation will have 2 7th grade alchemists. And the guy in front of me is likely to be more powerful than the one from Xuanwu Academy. After all, it can increase the efficacy of the elixir several times. A 1st grade elixir is so outrageous. If the 7th grade elixir could increase its potency several times. I dare not think about it. I really can't imagine it. Do you think I'm joking? Li Fei said calmly. If you truly possess the ability to refine a 7th grade elixir, I will ask the higher-ups for your approval. However, you've only refined a 1st grade elixir, so they might not agree. Lu Jijie said. Let's try it. What if he really agrees? Li Fei smiled slightly. As the highest federal agency, they already know something about him. If this world didn't only have 7th grade medicinal herbs, he would even be able to refine higher level pills. Okay, please wait a moment. Lu Jijie nodded. Go ahead and submit your application immediately. Chapter 63 The Federation's Second Alchemy Master. The Vice President of the Alchemist Association has arrived. Lu Jijie applied for the 7th grade alchemist examination for Li Fei. According to his description, Li Fei's special talent is related to alchemy. He can refine pills out of thin air without a furnace. Moreover, one piece of 1st grade medicinal materials can be refined into 100 1st grade Peiyuan pills. It's simply shocking. He took a 1st grade Peiyuan pill and successfully broke through to the late stage of Martial King. And Li Fei can actually increase the effectiveness of the pill several times. This chaos talent is even more powerful than we expected. This is a strategic level talent. We must report this to the dean. So, will you approve this 7th grade medicinal material? Didn't he buy 5th, 6th, and 7th grade medicinal herbs before? Let Lu Jijie ask him if he has refined 5th, 6th, and 7th grade elixirs. If he has, then approve it. Okay. At the highest level of the Federation, several elders appeared at the roundtable meeting through virtual entity projections and discussed with each other. In the examination room, Li Fei sat cross-legged, waiting quietly. He was not in a hurry and wanted to have a good rest first. Soon, Lu Jijie received the news. When I saw the news, I felt incredible at first. This kid had actually purchased 5th, 6th, and 7th grade medicinal herbs before? This is what the Federation needs. If you have mastered it, show it to me. That's the only way to approve it. Lu Jijie handed a piece of information to Li Fei with a strange look on his face. It is indeed so. Li Fei was not surprised when he saw the message. After all, purchasing materials here will definitely not be approved without approval from above. Since he received the materials, it means that the people above must also know about it. These are the 5th, 6th, and 7th grade elixirs I refined. They are all Peiyuan pills. In the blink of an eye, 3 pills appeared in his hand. Observe the fragrance, color, and roundness of the elixir. Lu Jijie couldn't help swallowing his saliva, really. Okay, I'll apply for you now. Lu Jijie took a photo and reported it. This is not an ordinary pill, he dare not eat it again. It's precious. Soon, a line of words came down from above. The 7th grade materials have been delivered by a special person. After seeing this word, Lu Jijie's whole body was shaking. Here we go. We succeeded. The people above will send you 7th level medicinal herbs. Please wait a moment. Lu Jijia's voice trembled, and his tone was full of respect. Because he knew that after today, Li Fei's status and position would not be comparable to his. Soon, a white-haired old man walked over from the corridor. Although he is old, his skin is very tender and he doesn't look like an old man at all. He looks like a young man full of energy. In the audience outside, Zimeng and Zhang Yun were watching curiously. Although they could see the scene inside the alchemy room, they could not hear the sounds inside. The sound is isolated. The white-haired old man looked quite excited. He opened the door, walked in, and then closed the door. Zhang Yun said, "That white-haired old man looked familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere." Zimeng said, "He is Bai Yang, the 6th grade peak alchemy master from the Central Federal Military Academy. He is also the vice president of the Federal Alchemist Association." What? Bai Yang? It's actually him. He actually came here in person. Zhang Yun also remembered and looked shocked. Bai Yang is the second best alchemist in the entire Federation. He was once on par with the one from Xuanwu College, but he unexpectedly overtook him and was the first to advance to the 7th grade alchemist. He even became the president of the Federation Alchemist Association. Therefore, he became the second best alchemist in the Federation and concurrently served as the vice president of the Alchemist Association. No matter what, their status and position are among the top ones. Because he himself also has the basic combat power of the martial master level. That has at least a combat power of tens of billions. I'm not kidding you. He may not be a big deal in the battlefield outside the domain, but he is the boss inside the Blue Star. Nowadays, most saints have gone to suppress the major extraterritorial areas and rarely appear on Blue Star. Everyone is very busy. If the saint doesn't come out, the venerable will be the strongest. In terms of position, the one above them can only be the Dean, Sword Emperor, Su Zhani. It's very likely that he came here for Li Fei. I have a feeling that the 3 pills that Li Fei just took out are not simple. And the scenes before. My intuition tells me that Li Fei is hiding very deeply. Keep reading. Zimeng shook her head and said. The 2 women stared at the alchemy room. At this moment, in the alchemy room, Bai Yang suppressed his excitement. He looked carefully at the young man in front of him. President Bai. Lu Jijia bowed respectfully to Bai Yang as if he had seen his idol. This person is not only the second most powerful 6th grade peak alchemist in the Federation, but also a peak martial arts master and the vice president of the entire Federation Alchemy Association. This identity and status are not comparable to him. Yeah. Bai Yang nodded. Looking at Li Fei, are you the guy who can refine the 7th grade elixir? It's me, Senior Bai. Li Fei nodded. You don't have to call me Senior Bai. If you can truly refine a 7th grade elixir, we can discuss this as equals. I'll even call you Senior. Bai Yang interrupted Li Fei and spoke. Hiss. Hearing this, Lu Jijie took a breath. I dare not speak anymore. This was not the place for a small person like him to speak. Li Fei was relatively calm. I've seen and tasted the pills you've refined, and they're indeed more effective than the ones we refine. Compared to your pills, ours always feel like something is missing. Now it seems that it has something to do with your special talent. Forget it, no more nonsense. Your special talent is also your secret. I won't ask any more questions. This is a 7th level medicinal herb, taken from the ancient ruins. You can refine it in front of me now. As the vice president, Bai Yang naturally got the pills sold by Li Fei in the Warrior Mall before. After trying them, he was really amazed. It's just that I've been very busy and haven't had any free time to look for Li Fei. Now that the opportunity has come, I will naturally show up and see it in person. In this world where special talents can be awakened, it would not be too surprising for him to be able to refine 7th grade elixirs. As he spoke, a black box appeared in his hand and he opened it. Li Fei recognized them all at a glance. 7th level Ganoderma lucidum, 7th level 9-leaf Scrofulariaceae, 7th level Earth Core Fire Lotus, 7th level Stone Milk, 7th level Jade Grass, 7th level Ice Spirit Fruit, 7th level Dragon Blood Vine, 7th level Star Sand. This is the material for refining the 7th grade Peiyuan pill. Not bad. Li Fei said lightly. Hearing this, Bai Yang's eyes lit up, and he was a little surprised. You actually know all of them. Some of the materials are not available in the mall, nor are they announced to the public. It seems that you really can bring me a surprise. Lu Jijie was silent. These materials sound expensive. I didn't expect so many to appear at once. How do you plan to refine it? Bai Yang asked, what kind of furnace do you need? I can provide it for you. Simple, why would I need a furnace? Li Fei shook his head. He raised his hand and 8 medicinal herbs flew up. The alchemy goddess talent is activated. Wrapped in green light. Lu Jijie is familiar with this scene. Sure enough, the next second, all the medicinal herbs disappeared. Instead, pills appeared one after another. A full 100. This scene made Lu Jijie, Bai Yang, Zimeng, and Zhang Yun all stunned and stood there motionless. It's like entering a fantasy world. Could you please be kind, fellow book lovers? I'm here to ask you to give me some gifts to eat. Chapter 64 Bai Yang breaks through to become a martial saint. Martial saint brother. The 7th grade Peiyuan pill was refined just like that. 100 more. A portion of the medicinal materials. After realizing what was happening, Bai Yang took a deep breath and felt an urge to worship. He can't do this, and neither can the old guy from Xuanwu Academy. Moreover, the success rate of refining 7th grade elixirs is not 100%, and there is a high probability of failure. Even if it succeeds, there will only be one in a furnace. The most important thing is that the 7th grade Peiyuan pill refined by that guy is far inferior to the one refined casually in front of him in terms of color, fullness, fragrance, and quality. In other words, the alchemy skills of this young man in front of him are far superior to that of the old guy. Li Fei is the true federation and the world's #1 7th grade alchemist. This is from their college. Thinking of this, Bai Yang's eyes became fiery. Can I have one? Don't worry, I will give you merit points based on the quality. Bai Yang's hands were shaking. No need. This material was provided by you. Consider this one as a gift from me to you. I'll take the rest. Li Fei nodded. Anyway, a set of materials costs 100 pieces, so he will make a profit no matter what. Okay, no problem. Bai Yang nodded excitedly. Li Fei collected 99 7th grade Peiyuan pills. After eating all of this stuff, it will definitely help his chaotic body to improve even more. As the level increases, the quality and quantity of elixirs required by the chaos body will also increase. Lu Jijie was very envious. But he knew that since they were not related, the other party would not let him eat for free. He looked at Bai Yang with curiosity and anticipation. I wonder what effect this pill will have after taking it. Bai Yang showed his appreciation, then carefully put the 7th grade Peiyuan pill into his mouth. The next second, the pill turned into a stream of air, washing over the whole body. Please protect me. He did not dare to delay and immediately sat cross-legged to refine the elixir. As time goes by, the aura of Bai Yang's body became stronger and stronger. Finally broke through the peak and reached a higher level. Li Fei's eyes flashed with data chains. The Eye of Law opened and observed the situation inside Bai Yang's body from beginning to end. The old fellow in front of him was already a peak martial master, and he had accumulated strength for many years. Now, with the help of the 7th grade Peiyuan pill, he completely activated and unleashed the strength accumulated over the years. It directly allowed his cultivation to break through the martial honor realm and advance to the early stage of martial saint. The basic combat power has also reached 100 billion. Under the eyes of the law, everything in this world will be no secret at all. The same is true for poplars. The surrounding space fluctuated violently. This was caused by the martial saint. Originally, the martial saint would cause a very big breakthrough. But in order not to cause too much commotion, Li Fei mobilized the Eye of Law to forcibly suppress this strange phenomenon. In fact, it is just a modification of the surrounding data code. The Eye of Law is truly awesome. Martial Saint. Our human federation finally has another martial saint level expert. Lu Jijie was standing very close, and after feeling this breath, he began to tremble. He had witnessed the pressure of the martial saint before, so he couldn't be wrong. Today, the top leaders of the Federation, excluding the factors of positions and simply divided by level, are all martial saints. These people are called elders or senators within the Federation. Although Bai Yang and others held high positions before, their levels had not reached the martial saint realm, and they were not elders of the Federation, but only high-level members of the Federation. Now that Bai Yang has been promoted to martial saint, he can move from being a counselor to being an elder. truly become the second level of the pyramid. The first level now is naturally the Sword Emperor Su Jianyi. This is beyond doubt. Martial Saint. Zi Meng was shocked. Her 3000 fantasy world eyes also saw some clues. But compared with the Eye of Law, it is not even qualified to compete. But Zhang Yun next to her couldn't do it. She only knew that Senior Bai Yang's aura was very strong after taking the elixir. It was not until he heard Zi Meng say these two words that he showed an expression of extreme shock. I remember that Senior Bai Yang is a peak martial arts master. He just took the elixir refined by Li Fei. The batch of medicinal materials he personally delivered is definitely not simple. Zhang Yun said. Well, I saw that those were all 7th grade medicinal materials for refining the 7th grade Peiyuan pill. This means that Li Fei is refining the 7th grade Peiyuan pill. It's not surprising that 100 first grade herbs appeared at once, but I didn't expect that even 7th grade herbs would appear. His chaos talent is too terrifying. Zi Meng looked extremely shocked and was deeply attracted to Li Fei. That guy from Xuanwu Academy only refined one pill, and it was very difficult. He easily refined 100. Doesn't that mean his alchemy skills are far superior to that of the guy from Xuanwu Academy? He might even be an 8th grade alchemist? Zhang Yun took a deep breath and said with wide eyes. This achievement is too terrifying. Yes. That's right. Zi Meng nodded seriously. We are honored to have witnessed the birth of a martial saint. This is all thanks to Li Fei, otherwise we wouldn't be able to see it. A gleam flashed in Zhang Yun's eyes. In the examination room, Bai Yang's aura stabilized and converged into his body. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes. He could feel the feeling of truly increasing his basic combat power to 100 billion after breaking through the realm, which was simply not comparable to the amplification achieved through the use of martial arts techniques. What a powerful force! This is the power of the martial saint. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I never thought that I would be able to become a martial saint in my lifetime. Bai Yang clenched his fists, and after feeling his current situation, he couldn't help but laugh. He has been stuck at the peak of martial master for too long. I thought I would never be able to become a martial saint in this life. Don't underestimate the fact that there is only one step between the peak martial master and the early stage of martial saint. This step alone is enough to trap many people for a lifetime. Li Fei, I'll remember this favor. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. And congratulations! You've refined a 7th grade elixir and successfully advanced to the rank of 7th grade alchemist. And with your alchemy skills, you've surpassed that old fellow from Xuanwu Academy. You're truly number one in the world, in the Federation. The strongest. I will report your case to the Federation immediately. Soon, you will be able to become the chief alchemist of the Federation. Bai Yang excitedly grabbed Li Fei's hand and expressed his position. Okay, thank you, Senior Bai Yang. Li Fei said with a smile. Don't call me Senior Bai Yang, that's too unfamiliar. I still need your advice on alchemy. I'm older than you. If you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Bai. I'll take you as my brother. Bai Yang said with a smile. Lu Jijie was shocked. Oh shit. The Federation's chief alchemist. The martial saint's adopted brother. Both of these titles are scary enough. Fortunately, he had established a good relationship with Li Fei before, so from now on, he can also follow behind and benefit from it a little. It makes me excited just thinking about it. Okay, I'll call you Brother Bai. Li Fei nodded and said. These are all harmless things. Now my level is still low. If I want to become a martial saint, I don't know how much resources I will need to consume to achieve it, considering the bottomless pit of the chaos body. If you recognize a martial arts saint as your brother, you will have someone to protect you. Although he has many god-level talents and is very strong, he will have no problem even without the protection of the martial saint. But no one will complain about having too little. Chapter 65 Xuanwu Academy. Xiandan Zun. Could you give me another 7th grade Peiyuan pill? I can use it to make a sample. Don't worry, you'll definitely get some merit points. Bai Yang said somewhat embarrassedly. Of course. Li Fei nodded and gave Bai Yang a piece. Bai Yang put it away carefully. This is my sweetheart. It must be kept carefully. This is your 7th grade alchemist badge. A golden badge with 7 shining stars appeared in Bai Yang's hand and he handed it to Li Fei. Li Fei took it and looked at it carefully. The workmanship was very good. Bai Yang left. Li Fei also left the examination room. From today on, his identity will undergo a huge change. Li Fei, you are so amazing. I really passed the exam and became a 7th grade alchemist. Zimang and Jianyan rushed over and said with envy. It was just luck. Li Fei said with a smile. I don't plan to break into the martial god tower. I want to go back to the villa to practice. See you next time. After saying this, Li Fei's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. What kind of ability is this? Disappeared in an instant? Zimang and Zhang Yun were shocked again. In the short time they had been with Li Fei, they have been shocked many times. Returned to the villa. He took out a 7th grade elixir, mobilized his infinite copying ability, and copied a large number of them. Grab it and throw it into your mouth. The pill melts in your mouth. Sit cross-legged immediately and absorb and refine it. Now he has reached the peak of the martial realm and is almost at the martial king realm. After taking so many 7th grade pills, I don't believe I can't break through. At the same time, federal senior officials. Bai Yang took out the pill and placed it on the round table. The projections of several elders appeared. Is this 7th grade elixir made by Li Fei? Someone asked. Yes, elder. Bai Yang nodded respectfully. After I finished eating, my cultivation level broke through to the martial saint level. As he spoke, he revealed his aura. Okay. Good. Finally, another powerful martial saint has appeared in our human federation. That old fellow Xuanwu, although he has surpassed you in alchemy, he is still behind you in level. The elders were very happy. They are all veteran martial saints. Very strong. It is simply not something that Bai Yang, a newcomer, can contend with. Bai Yang himself understands this. Bai Yang told the story about Li Fei. I didn't expect his chaos talent to have such abilities. It's truly the greatest talent ever. Go find that old man Xuanwu and show him this 7th grade pill. Then you can give Li Fei the position of chief alchemist of the Federation and make him the president of the Federation Alchemist Association. If that old man doesn't agree, let him come and fight Li Fei. An elder spoke up. Yes. Bai Yang nodded. One of the 5 major colleges. Xuanwu College. Dan Building. A white-haired old man sat in front of an alchemy furnace, stroking his beard while waiting for the elixir to be refined in the furnace in front of him. This person is none other than the Federation's first 7th rank alchemist, Xiandan Zun. His own strength is also at the peak of martial arts. He is also the vice president of Xuanwu College. The dean is a martial saint. Also one of the Federation elders. He was one of the people who just spoke to Bai Yang. The reason why it was not announced unilaterally was out of respect for Venerable Xiandan. It was because he was stuck that he chose to become an alchemist. In the end, he had excellent talent and reached where he is today. Suddenly, he felt unstable fluctuations in the surrounding space. Who dares to trespass into my alchemy place? Venerable Xiandan narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. Lao Shen, don't be anxious. It's me. A wormhole was torn in the space ahead, and Bai Yang's figure walked out from it. Old Yang? What brings you here? Have you finished your work with the Federation? Or do you want to come and ask me for advice on becoming a 7th grade alchemist? Venerable Xiandan was stunned and said jokingly. Seeing that his old rival was not as good as him, he felt at peace. Old Shen, I admit that I am not as good as you in alchemy. But you are not as good as me in cultivation. Bai Yang smiled mysteriously and said. What's the meaning? We are all peak martial masters, what are we inferior to you? Venerable Xiandan was puzzled, but the next second he had a bad feeling. Bai Yang's next words just verified this. I've broken through to the martial saint level. Now I'm no longer a federal senator, but a federal elder. I'm your superior now. Ha 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 ha. Bai Yang laughed. Immediately afterwards, his aura of martial saint's basic combat power of hundreds of billions spread out from his body. After hearing this and sensing it, Xiandan Zun's expression changed, and his face darkened instantly. You actually broke through to the martial saint level. How did you do that? Compared to alchemy, he actually prefers cultivation. If he hadn't been struggling to make a breakthrough, he wouldn't have delved into alchemy. Old Xian, didn't you refine the 7th grade Peiyuan pill? Why didn't you achieve the breakthrough to martial saint after eating it yourself? Bai Yang did not answer directly, but asked in a roundabout way. I ate it, but I'm still a long way from becoming a martial saint. The 7th grade elixir I refined can't help me break through to become a martial saint. When this topic was mentioned, Venerable Xiandan frowned, his face turned bitter, he shook his head inside. He doesn't know the reason either. But one thing is certain, what he refined was indeed the 7th grade Peiyuan pill. According to the ancient records he brought back from the ruins, the 7th grade Peiyuan pill does have the potential to allow a peak martial master to break through to the martial saint level. Whenever it comes to probability, it is not certain. It all depends on luck. It was obvious that he was unlucky. Did not break through to the martial saint level. So he has been studying ancient books these days, intending to find more rare treasures from them to refine into elixirs to help him break through to the level of martial saint. That's impossible. I broke through from the peak of martial master to martial saint by eating the 7th grade Peiyuan pill. Bai Yang said. Although there are some 7th grade materials unearthed from ancient ruins in the mall, there are no 7th grade elixirs. If you eat it directly, the effect will not be good and it may even cause illness, so you have to refine it into a pill. It's just that no one has been able to do it. After the breakthrough, Xiandan Zun became the first person, but so far he has only refined one 7th grade Peiyuan pill. Now it seems that the effect is not very good. How is that possible? I only refined a 7th grade Peiyuan pill. You're not a 7th grade alchemist, so where did you get the 7th grade pill? Could it be an ancient relic? Then you're really lucky. After hearing this, Venerable Xiandan was shocked and his tone was sour. Ha 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 ha. I haven't broken through to the 7th rank yet, but I feel like I'm almost there. This 7th grade elixir was indeed not made by me, nor was it obtained from the ancient ruins. It was made by a freshman named Li Fei. Chirp chuck. Chirp chuck. Bai Yang began to tell the story from the beginning. Only then did Venerable Xiandan remember. He had also obtained a batch of special pills before. Although the grade is low, the quality is perfect. It's actually him. How is this possible? Isn't his talent chaos? How can he refine pills? And he doesn't even need a furnace? One ingredient can make 100 pills. Upon hearing this, Venerable Xiandan widened his eyes and stood up suddenly. I'm telling you, you can't keep your number 1 title anymore. The higher-ups asked me to come over and inform you. They have already planned to make Li Fei the chief alchemist of the Blue Star Federation and concurrently the president of the Federation Alchemist Association. He will also be the number 1 alchemist in the Blue Star Federation. How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Bai Yang chattered. This made Venerable Xiandan doubt his life. Chapter 66 Xiandan Zun is promoted to martial saint. Quick! Take me to see him. I want to ask him why the 7th grade elixir I refine has a different effect from the one he refines. They are both 7th grade Peiyuan pills, using the same 8 medicinal ingredients, so why is there such a huge difference? Venerable Xiandan said excitedly. How can he still look like a top martial arts master now? I know you're anxious, but don't worry. His chaos talent has the ability to multiply the effectiveness of elixirs several times. Perhaps the reason why I was able to ascend to the martial saint level after consuming his 7th grade elixir is also related to this ability. Then give him your 7th grade elixir to strengthen him, maybe it can help. Bai Yang said. What? Not only can I refine 7th grade elixirs, with 100 ingredients per batch, I can refine them instantly, and I can also multiply the efficacy of the medicine several times. This. Upon hearing this, Venerable Xiandan widened his eyes in disbelief. The next second, thinking of the 7th grade pill he had already eaten, he couldn't help but sigh, how can I have any 7th grade pills now? I only refined one, and 7th grade materials are not that easy to find. If only he could show up earlier, maybe if he could multiply the value of the 7th grade pill he gave me, I would definitely be able to break through to the martial saint level. Don't worry, I brought one with me. Take a look at it first. Bai Yang stroked his beard and said with a smile. Seeing the embarrassing look on Xiandan Venerable's face, he felt refreshed. He had been depressed for a long time after learning that Venerable Xiandan had achieved the 7th grade alchemist status ahead of him. The two of them are both competitors and colleagues. No one wants to admit defeat. Everyone wants to compete with each other. Now, Li Fei, a freak born for alchemy, came out and acted as a middleman to settle the matter. After becoming a martial saint, those confusing thoughts began to clear up. I have a higher understanding of alchemy. As long as he had the materials, he felt that he could already refine a 7th grade elixir. The next second, a pill appeared in his hand. It was the second 7th grade Peiyuan pill taken from Li Fei. As soon as this pill appeared, the extremely rich fragrance of the pill filled the entire alchemy room. Smells so good. Is this really a 7th grade Peiyuan pill? The one I refined doesn't even reach the standard. Is it true that this masterpiece was created without using a furnace and with just a wave of the hand? Venerable Xiandan stared at the pill in Bai Yang's hand, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and enjoyed it comfortably. He stretched out his hand and held it carefully. He looked at it carefully, just like protecting a beloved baby. The more I watch, the more fascinated I become, and the more shocked I become. I'm not as good as him. Finally, he sighed and said, "Name your price. I want this pill. If I take it, I will definitely be able to break through to become a martial saint." Venerable Xiandan spoke. "This pill is prepared for you. With this freak like Li Fei here, I think the Federation will have a large number of martial arts saints and martial arts masters in the near future. This way we can free up more manpower to fight against monsters outside the domain, and humans will be safer. Li Fei is the lucky star of our human race. Those 7th grade pills dug out from the ancient ruins require 7,000 merit points to make them perfect. You and I have both tried them, but we still can't break through to the martial saint level. This one has clearly surpassed those 7th grade pills from the ancient ruins. How about giving him 70,000 merit points for the price?" Bai Yang first sighed as a prelude, then rolled his eyes and spoke. 70,000 merit points. Okay. I'll give it to you. It's worth the price to be able to help a peak-level venerable break through to martial sainthood. Hearing this number, even Venerable Xiandan couldn't help but gasp. The purchasing power of merit points in the entire Federation is terrifying. However, given his status, he is not short of merit points. 70,000 is still an affordable figure. Anyone who can reach this level can basically afford it. Then eat it, I will protect you. Bai Yang smiled with satisfaction. Now Li Fei is his adopted brother, and as the eldest brother, he naturally has to fight for more benefits for his younger brother. Okay, that's troublesome. Venerable Xiandan nodded and sat cross-legged. Put the 7th grade Peiyuan pill in your hand into your mouth. It seemed that the special nature of this pill made him forget that the pill melts in the mouth, and he wanted to taste it. But the next second, reality slapped him in the face. The pill turns into airflow and enters the body directly. He refined it madly. Next is the weight. Bai Yang watched carefully from the side. He saw the shadow of his own breakthrough in Venerable Xiandan. Our human race, the Blue Star Federation, is about to have another powerful martial saint. Sword Emperor, we will soon be able to fight alongside you, and you won't have to work too hard. At least we have the ability to share your pressure. Bai Yang looked towards Tian, as if he could see the magnificent Great Wall of the extraterritorial battlefield and the tall figure standing on the wall with a knife in his hand. It is he who shoulders the future of the entire human race. Protecting the future of the entire human race on Blue Star. If it weren't for him, the human race on Blue Star would have been enslaved or destroyed after the battle 10 years ago. His gaze also became firm. After becoming a martial saint, he will have to guard a fixed cave entrance outside the domain like other predecessors, and he will have less time to return to Blue Star in the future. We can only use the virtual projection technology like those veterans. Time passes quickly. Soon, the space inside the training room vibrated and the reaction was extremely violent. Bai Yang knew that Venerable Xiandan was about to break through to the peak of Martial Venerable and be promoted to Martial Saint. This breath is very familiar. The other party already has the aura of a saint. He didn't want to make too much noise. So he activated the power of the Martial Saint and forcibly suppressed the impending breakthrough. It just caused violent vibrations in the alchemy room. Soon, a ray of light appeared from Venerable Xiandan. He really completed the leap in life level. The holy power in his body became stronger. His basic combat power has truly reached 100 billion. Officially became an early-stage martial saint from the peak of martial master. Ha ha ha. It's done. It's finally done. Venerable Xiandan suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. The power of the martial saint spread out from his body. Congratulations, old man. The Federation has gained another martial saint. The pressure can be reduced a little bit. Bai Yang stepped forward to congratulate him. We are all doing this for the Federation and for humanity. Venerable Xiandan took a deep breath and said to Bai Yang. But I was able to break through so smoothly thanks to Li Fei. Come on, take me there now. I want to thank him in person. I owe you a huge favor. I don't think 70,000 merit points are enough. Venerable Xiandan said. 70,000 merit points can be easily obtained at their level. But even with so many merit points, they still cannot buy the treasure to break through to the level of Martial Saint. That's a string of data. But the 7th grade elixir refined by Li Fei is a genuine treasure. It's not comparable to 70,000 merit points. Chapter 67 Breakthrough to the King of Martial Arts. Subsystem upgrade. Create new subsystem. Li Fei sat cross-legged in the detached villa. A golden light emerged from his body. The shadow of a chaotic body appeared behind him. It made him look like a god. There is clearly no wind in here. But let his hair blow gently. This is caused by the breath. The very strong kind. Even with all the power of these 7th grade pills, they still can't help the chaos body breakthrough. Horrible. It's truly horrible. I can't imagine how hard it was to improve my speed as time went on. Li Fei's soul body appeared in the golden spiritual sea of consciousness. He felt particularly shocked as he felt the torrent of breath transformed from endless medicinal power entering the golden shadow. But fortunately, it was finally absorbed this time. Got a breakthrough. The basic combat power has successfully exceeded 10 million. His cultivation level also rose from the peak of Martial to the early stage of Martial King. Truly step into the king level combat power. After reaching the king level, you can give yourself a king title. This is a very domineering and stylish code name. The golden aura on Li Fei's body subsided. The spatial fluctuations caused by his advancement to the king realm also calmed down as the golden light disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the early stage of Martial King and obtaining the god-level talent, Gate of Time and Space. Gate of Time and Space, control the laws of time and space, and be able to travel to the past and future. The longer the time is from the present, the more energy and mental strength will be consumed. Note, the results of every change you make in the past and future will be affected by the law of cause and effect. The creation of a new parallel universe is inevitable and cannot be circumvented. Any changes you make will not affect the original main world. Fuck, this is awesome. After seeing the introduction of the new god-level talent, Li Fei was shocked. The result of each change will produce a new parallel universe, unable to affect the main world. So, there's not much point in changing the outcome. But if I could get access to abundant resources, maybe that would help me break through. For example, it's said that during the 100-year cataclysm, energy tidal surges occurred, and the first generation of warriors in that era advanced incredibly quickly. Some warriors, having just awakened their special talents, became supreme martial gods in just 10 years. Martial emperors are plentiful, and martial saints are even worse than dogs. But later, various wars between alien monsters continued to occur, resulting in countless casualties and their numbers dwindling. Furthermore, with the end of the Cataclysm era and the end of the energy tidal riots, everything stabilized, and there was no longer a surge in the number of warriors. Until 10 years ago, in a war, the last of the martial gods and martial emperors of the Human Federation perished. Fortunately, Su Zhani suddenly appeared and achieved the status of martial emperor with his terrifying special talent of the SSS-level Eternal Blade Heart. From this point on, there are no more martial emperors or martial gods in the Blue Star Federation. If I could go back to the energy tide era of the Cataclysm, perhaps it would help my chaos body improve quickly. A gleam of light flashed in Li Fei's eyes. The next second, the prompt of the Eye of Law appeared before his eyes. Successfully analyzed the system to find 0.02 billionths. Goal, the strongest martial arts system. Analysis results, fragments of an unknown extra-dimensional existence. Current parsing progress, 0.00000002%. Tip, your current progress has reached the limit of your body and soul. Please do not continue analyzing, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. To continue analyzing, you need to continuously improve your physical strength and soul power. New and unfamiliar information flooded into my mind again. I see. The analysis of 0.2% actually involves alchemy. Alchemy is no longer of much use to me, but it does allow me to create a low-spec system that's primarily focused on upgrading through alchemy. By the way, let's upgrade my martial arts fitness subsystem first. Li Fei's eyes flashed with gold. The next second, a snap of the fingers. The sight penetrates countless images. It finally fell on Xianing, who was working hard in the training room. System upgrade. A thought came to mind. At the same time, in the training room of the detached villa in the teacher area, Xianing, who was undergoing hard training, looked at her constantly improving basic combat effectiveness. Instead of feeling tired, she felt particularly happy. Although there hasn't been much improvement these days, but at least we are no longer standing still like before. This is hope. The next second, a system prompt appeared in front of me. The system is being upgraded. Combat power increase is temporarily unavailable. System upgrade? Xianing was stunned and immediately stopped training, looking at the scene in front of her with some confusion. How long will it take to upgrade? Just when she was confused, the scene in front of me changed again. System upgrade successful. Martial Arts Fitness System. Low Profile Version 2.0. Host, Xianing. Level, Peak Martial Emperor. Basic Combat Power, 999.5 million. Low Profile Version 2.0. After upgrading, the host will gain more basic combat power from each training session than the Low Profile Version 1.0. Is there such a good thing? After seeing the content in front of her, Xianying's face lit up with joy. Start trying training right away. Do a squat and see how it works. Basic combat power plus 0.2. It really has increased. It was only 0.1 before. Xianying's face lit up with joy. Although it only improved by 0.1, this is just the most basic action. If you do something else, the effect will be different. So she started training frantically again. The effect came quickly. Basic combat power plus 5. Basic combat power plus 10. Basic combat power plus 15. Although the training difficulty increases, the numbers will also increase. This made Xianing very satisfied. If she keeps up this momentum, it won't be long before she'll be able to be promoted to a powerful martial arts master. Just thinking about it makes me excited. After completing the upgrade, Li Fei was also very satisfied. Start creating the system. Create success. Martial Arts Alchemy System. Type, Subsystem. Auxiliary type. Low Profile Version 1.0. Just keep refining pills to become stronger. Li Fei has created two systems. One is the Low Profile Version 2.0 of the Martial Arts Fitness System. One is the Low Profile Version 1.0 of the Martial Arts Alchemy System. Who will get these two systems? Let me think about it. Li Fei was circling the subsystem's lightball while thinking. Suddenly, he thought of a guy, that was Lu Xian, who was defeated by him. This guy must be feeling aggrieved, unconvinced, and unwilling to accept this, and he really wants to get stronger quickly and win back. People with this kind of mood are just suitable to be his employees. The martial arts fitness system will be given to Lu Xian. As for this martial arts alchemy system, right, then give it to Lu Jijie. A light bulb went off in Li Fei's mind, and he thought of the new King Wu whom he had just met in the assessment room. That guy has been stuck in this realm for a long time. Although I made some breakthroughs after taking his medicine, that was all. It is very difficult to continue to break through. And that guy is obsessed with alchemy. This system can just help him. It can also be regarded as cultivating more talented combat forces for the Human Federation. Go! Lu Xian. Lu Jijie. The next second, the two subsystem light balls in his hands turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void. They each went to find their own host. Chapter 68 The Two Chosen Ones. College Infirmary. Lu Xian woke up from his coma. He felt dizzy and his lost memories gradually returned as he woke up. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and a feeling of fear and palpitations spread to his heart. What kind of freak is that guy? How can he be so ridiculously strong? Lu Xian pressed his head. How was he defeated? He was simply pressed on the forehead and flew out, seriously injured and unconscious. I won't accept this. How can he be so strong? What kind of talent does he have? Chaos talent, how could it be so outrageous? Lu Xian felt very aggrieved, and there was a strong look of unwillingness in his eyes. If it weren't for the current advanced medical technology, he would never have woken up so quickly, and he might have had to lie in bed for 10 days or half a month. Time is very precious to him. Such a long time may be enough for him to continue to break through to a higher level. Ding! The host is detected to be extremely depressed and eager to become stronger. Martial Arts Fitness System binding successfully. Low profile version, 2.0. Host, Lu Xian. Level, Peak of Martial Arts Master. Basic Combat Power, 9.95 million. Note, you only need to train hard to become stronger. Martial Arts Fitness System? What's this? Wait a minute. Could this be the system from those novels before the Cataclysm? A cheating device. Lu Xian was stunned. Holy crap! I didn't expect this to actually exist in this world. Ha ha ha. Destiny is on my side, Lu Xian. Li Fei, just wait for me. I will definitely trample you under my feet in the future. I will definitely repay you for the humiliation you suffered this time. Then, his face became ferocious. Now he doesn't want to do anything. I just want to practice madly to become stronger, and then suppress Li Fei. So he left the treatment cabin and went straight to the training room. Basic Combat Power plus 0.5. Basic Combat Power plus 1.0. Basic Combat Power plus 1.5. As he ran desperately. Its own basic combat effectiveness is also constantly improving. There was indeed a stronger warm current coming from within the body. This is a genuine, tangible process of becoming stronger. The power of familiarity. Make him more and more excited. Inside the alchemy building, a stream of light that no one else could see entered the place. Inside the examination room. After supervising the assessment of the first-grade elixir, Lu Jijie looked quite satisfied. Congratulations on becoming a first-grade alchemist. Looking at the newly refined first-grade Peiyuan pill in his hand, Lu Jijie's expression was calm. After all, he had seen the more perfect first-grade Peiyuan pill and seventh-grade Peiyuan pill, and his vision was no longer as low as before. His vision had broadened. In his eyes, although the first-grade Peiyuan pill in front of him had been successfully refined, its quality was very poor. It falls into the barely acceptable range. Then, he handed the first-grade alchemist badge to the young man in front of him. Oh yeah. I finally became a first-class alchemist. All my hard work paid off. After the young man got the coveted first-grade alchemist badge, he showed an excited expression, and carefully protected the badge as if it were a treasure. Teacher, what do you think of my first-grade Peiyuan pill? On a whim, he put the badge on his chest, straightened his back, and asked curiously. His eyes were full of anticipation. Hearing this, Lu Jijie was stunned. He won't tell anything unless the other party asks. After all, the truth is very devastating. But this guy insisted on asking out of curiosity. Then he could only say it out. Very poor, barely passable, at least a first-grade Peiyuan pill. Lu Jijie didn't want to deal too much of a blow to the other party. After all, confidence and self-esteem are very important for a young person. So he immediately changed the two words that had just come out of his mouth. However, those who can become students in this college are not simple people. Even though Lu Jijie quickly changed his words, the young man heard it all. These words were a real blow to him, and his smile wasn't as vivid anymore. Is it really that bad? But I feel like there is not much difference between them and those outside. Teacher, are you afraid that I'm too proud, so you're deliberately saying this to dampen my pride? He took the pill and looked at it. It felt good and didn't seem to be much different from those outside. Lu Jijie was stunned. How should he explain this? Those on the market today are indeed very bad. If he had not seen Li Fei's pills, he would not have thought so, but now they appear. After all, the pills he made himself weren't really that good. You can understand it that way. Work hard. I believe you can become an excellent alchemist in the future. Lu Jijie didn't want to continue arguing with the guy in front of him. He planned to return to his alchemy room and study alchemy in depth, so he smiled and said perfunctorily in a serious manner. I told you, teacher, you must be suppressing my arrogance. The pills I refine are definitely not bad. Don't worry, teacher, I know what I'm doing. I will definitely become an excellent alchemist in the future and repay the Federation. Goodbye. Hearing this, the young man smiled again and turned away. Why? Looking at the young man's receding back, he couldn't help but sigh. Just when he was about to follow and leave, suddenly, a cold mechanical voice appeared in my mind. Ding! Detected that the host is extremely eager to refine pills to become stronger. Martial arts alchemy system binding successfully. Low profile version, 1.0. Host, Lu Xian. Level, late martial king. Basic combat power, 90 million. Note, you only need to work hard to refine the elixir and you will become stronger. System? Martial arts alchemy system. Lu Jije's expression changed and he thought to himself. Looking around, I found no one else. He seemed to know something. I don't intend to let others know about the system. Quickly return to your own exclusive alchemy room. Close the door and study it carefully. System, is it there? Lu Jije asked silently in his heart. Because he had difficulty making progress in alchemy and cultivation, he would usually read some online novels to relieve his depression. Although this world is not as developed as it was before the cataclysm, there are still some online novels. The system was mentioned above, which is the cheat and the golden finger. He thought it didn't exist in this world and was completely a product of his imagination. Unexpectedly, I actually met him. So, he was the chosen one? The lucky one? In online novels, as long as a pig obtains the system, it can take off on the spot. However, the system did not seem to be fully intelligent and did not give him an answer. No answer? Then try refining the elixir. Lu Jijia muttered to himself and began to take out first-grade materials for refining. Alchemy experience plus 0.1. Basic combat power plus 0.1. Even if the elixir has not been refined, as long as any action related to alchemy is performed, the system prompt will be triggered. Improve 2 attributes at once. Although the amount was small, Lu Jije, who was in the late stage of martial king, could clearly feel the slight improvement inside his body. And his stagnant alchemy skills now had new insights. Even though it was only a little bit, it was better than nothing. Ha ha ha. It's true. It's true. I, Lu Jije, am about to take off. After confirming the authenticity of the system, Lu Jije could no longer contain his laughter. Chapter 69 Psychic King Lambert. Suppress. Martial God Tower. I'm here again. In the blink of an eye, Li Fei had already come from the training room to the bottom of the Martial God Tower. There aren't that many people here today. However, as soon as Li Fei appeared, he was recognized by many people. He is Li Fei, number 1 on the 4th floor. He's a newcomer, and he even defeated Lu Xian. Now he is truly the number 1 martial arts master. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel like he's a lot stronger than before. Are you here to challenge the 5th floor this time? TSK, the 5th level. That's the Martial King realm. It can't be that outrageous, right? A newcomer can become a martial king so quickly? King Wu. He's a being that can call himself a king. Just thinking about it makes me feel so cool. Generally speaking, being crowned a king is directly related to one's talent. He has chaos talent. After he becomes queen, can he be called the Chaos King? Chaos King? This is a serious matter. It depends on whether he has the life to resist it. Well, because of the battle between Li Fei and Lu Xian, basically everyone in the school knows Li Fei now. There was a lot of discussion. Someone at the scene picked up the communicator and contacted the people behind him to rush over. After all, Li Fei is now a celebrity in the school. Li Fei ignored these voices and walked straight into the entrance of the Martial God Tower. When I arrived at the entrance corridor, I bumped into a white man in golden gray clothes. Li Fei, don't think you're invincible just because you defeated Lu Xian. Unless you're a martial king, you're just trash. The white man in golden gray clothes narrowed his eyes and said coldly when he saw Li Fei. He still remembered that he had followed Li Fei before, but was fooled by the other party. He had to wait in front of the Alchemist Association for a long time in vain, but the other party had left at some point in time. The thought of this made the proud man very angry. Now that he saw Li Fei, he naturally didn't give him a good look. I don't seem to have any hatred towards you, right? You want to be whipped so badly? Li Fei looked at the white man in golden gray clothes with contempt and said coldly. Humph! You ignorant ants! Let me show you the power of King Wu. King Wu and Marshal Wu are not even beings from the same world. This is a high-dimensional life form that has been sublimated to the extreme. The white man in the golden gray robe snorted coldly. An aura that surpassed the peak of the martial arts commander realm emerged from his body. He has reached the level of king of martial arts. If it were someone else, their expression would definitely change drastically at this moment, and they would tremble in fear under the pressure of this king-level aura. However, this guy was unlucky and happened to meet Li Fei. Want to show off in front of Li Fei? Such a person has not yet been born. Li Fei's eye of law is activated. Instantly see through all the information of the person in front of you. Name, Lambert. Special talent, SS level telekinesis control. King title, King of Telekinesis. Race, American white. Level, early stage of martial king. Basic combat power, 10 million. Lambert's aura and pressure, which he thought was very powerful, was like a feather when it fell on Li Fei, unable to cause any harm at all. What's going on? At this moment, the smile on Lambert's face disappeared. The aura and pressure emitted by him, a martial king, didn't even cause Li Fei any reaction? Why is this happening? King Wu? Who isn't? Is it difficult to break through to martial king? You're just a frog in a well. You're a so-called genius, but you're just an ordinary person in front of me. Li Fei said contemptuously. The next second, he passed by. King Wu. He's also a martial king. How is this possible? That's absolutely impossible. Hearing this, Lambert stood there in a daze, looking back at Li Fei's back with a fierce look, a golden light flashing in his eyes. He mobilized his own SS-level special talent, telekinesis control, intending to give Li Fei a warning from a distance. However, the next second, Li Fei stopped and slowly turned his head to look back. A chaotic golden light flashed in the depths of those eyes. He instantly broke through the enveloping telekinetic force and did the opposite. An invisible telekinetic force more powerful than Lambert rushed out and hit Lambert instantly. Bang! What? Feeling the severe pain coming from his body, Lambert's face changed drastically on the spot. His face was distorted to an exaggerated degree. The whole person flew out of the martial god tower like a kite with a broken string, hit the door and rolled over. Very good, now the feud between the two sides is completely settled. Congratulations to Li Fei for gaining another enemy. However, Li Fei didn't care about it. Anyone who is defeated by him will never be able to make a comeback. The enemies defeated by me will forever be defeated and unable to make a comeback. What's going on? Why did someone fly out from inside? Am I seeing things? That guy looks like Psycho King Lambert. 49 people on the 5th floor. How did Psychokinesis King Lambert fly out from inside? Still vomiting blood? The person who just went in was Li Fei. Could he have been beaten by Li Fei? Are you kidding? Lambert is the king of martial arts, and Li Fei is only at the peak of his martial arts career. No matter how powerful he is, he can't beat him. Unless Li Fei also breaks through to the martial king. Everyone outside was frightened by the sudden scene. Damn it, Li Fei, just wait for me. How dare you, a mere lowly person, hurt me and bring shame to this king? You deserve death. Lambert clenched his fists, feeling angry and aggrieved. He immediately got up from the ground, turned around and ran away. This scene happened to be seen by Zimeng, Zhang Yun and others who had received the news and rushed over to watch the show. Lambert just passed by them and didn't even dare to raise his head. It was so embarrassing. What happened? Zimeng and Zhang Yun looked at each other, both stunned. That guy seems to be the psychic King Lambert. Why is he in such a dead state? Zhang Yun murmured, who hit him? The martial god tower is damaged, so it shouldn't be brought into reality. Could it be that the martial god tower is malfunctioning? Who knows? Let's go and ask. Zimeng shook her head. Soon, the two women came to their informant and learned the general truth through questioning. But whether it was Li Fei who struck remains a mystery because people outside the Tower of Martial God could not see it clearly. My intuition tells me that this has something to do with Li Fei. Although I haven't been with that guy for a long time, I know that deep down he's more arrogant than anyone else. Zimeng said. If it's really him, does that mean he has become the martial king? Do you have to be so outrageous? Zhang Yun gasped. What's his title then? Could it be the Chaos King? Zimeng said, his talent is chaos, and this title of king suits him very well. No matter what, we'll know when he comes out. And we'll know soon whether he was the one who injured him or not. Her beautiful eyes looked at a ranking list next to the martial god tower. If Li Fei really breaks through to King Wu, by then, the other person's name will definitely be on the list. It's really lively, the martial god tower. I haven't been there in a long time. The combat power on the 8th and 9th floors is extremely terrifying. I can no longer defeat them. At this moment, two middle-aged elders appeared at the martial god tower, standing behind the crowd and watching. These two people are Bai Yang and Xiandan. They originally wanted to see Li Fei, but Li Fei was not in the villa. After asking around, they learned that Li Fei had come here. Chapter 70 Analysis of the Martial God Tower. Welcome to the 5th floor of the Martial God Tower. First level. Please defeat the enemy within 4 hours. Through the shuttle formation, Li Fei appeared on the 5th floor of the Martial God Tower. It's still a familiar place, and it's still a familiar taste. As soon as it appeared, 4 huge tigers appeared. The one who appeared this time was not the fireman from last time. This made Li Fei a little disappointed, as he had originally wanted to come back for revenge. It seems that the martial god tower is completely random. The opponents who come in are different every time. Li Fei opened the Eye of Law and instantly saw through the information of the 4 big tigers. Name: Netherworld White Tiger. Race: monster from outside the territory. Level: early stage of Martial King. Basic combat power: 10 million. The Netherworld White Tiger? That's quite interesting. Li Fei's mouth corners raised. The 4 tigers quickly disappeared from the spot and reappeared, having surrounded Li Fei from all sides. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out waves of dark light. When the attack was about to reach Li Fei, vortexes of Guishu appeared in the 4 directions in front of him at the same time and swallowed up the Netherworld light waves. One of the Netherworld white tigers rushed over and slapped Li Fei hard with its palm, which was bigger than a palm fan. A golden chaotic shadow appeared, and Li Fei struck out with a palm. Bang! The Netherworld white tiger flew out instantly. Li Fei's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and when he appeared again, he had already landed on the Netherworld white tiger. Great wilderness prisoner Heaven Finger. Imprison the world with one finger. A light flashed in his eyes, and a golden finger appeared in the void behind him, crushing down towards the head of the Netherworld white tiger. Bang! With the support of the power of the chaotic body, the power of this finger reached a very terrifying level, and the entire tiger body was shattered. Seeing this, the other 3 Netherworld white tigers rushed over from 3 directions, and a pair of huge wings appeared behind them and flew up. Chaos Divine Thunder. Li Fei's face was calm and his body was floating in the air. He looked at the one closest to him and displayed his god-level talent. From high in the sky, the terrifying Chaos Divine Thunder instantly fell and shattered it into pieces. There were only 2 left, and they showed no fear when they saw their companion die. After all, this is a created trial tower, and the things inside it do not really exist, they are just a string of data codes. There was no emotion at all, only the cold command to crush any enemy that broke in here. Eye of Law, Analysis. Li Fei looked at one of them, and the next second, an invisible force instantly decomposed one of the nether white tigers into particles and disappeared in this space. The Void Divine Platform, Fall. Li Fei is now completely immersed in the battle, and he is enjoying the process of displaying various magical skills. For him, no matter what the magical skill is, using it all will make him feel better instantly. He now has too many skills and can't use them all. High in the sky, a huge casting altar fell down and smashed the last Netherworld white tiger to death. The time he spent was very short. The battle is over. Next up is the 2nd level. At the same time, the people outside who were paying attention to the rankings of the Martial God Tower were still talking about Li Fei. The next second, Li Fei's ranking appeared at the 1st place in the 1st level of the 5th floor. Shortest time. It took less than 5 minutes. What the hell? Killed in just over 4 minutes. How is this possible? There must be something fishy going on. How could he be so powerful? That's the Martial King. I heard the first stage involves fighting 4 Martial King monsters. And they're from outside the domain. Seeing the scene, everyone present was shocked. More than 4 minutes, not even 5 minutes. Has he achieved the status of Martial King? How long has it been? Zimeng and Zhang Yan looked at the names and times in the rankings and began to doubt their lives. There is a world of difference between the 5th floor and the 4 floors below. This guy is so scary. His cultivation has definitely reached the level of Martial King. 18-year-old Wu Wang, is it really necessary to be so outrageous? Bai Yang and Xian Dan couldn't help but gasp. It took them almost 4 hours to solve it back then. I still remember it vividly. Even the former dean couldn't achieve this. That is to say, his martial arts talent is still terrifying, even far surpassing the dean. The two looked at each other and gasped. This situation must be reported. This kid's growth rate is amazing. As long as he is trained well, he will definitely become the newest war god of mankind in 10 years. This is the hope of the entire Blue Star Human Federation. Continue. Inside the Martial God Tower, Li Fei stepped on the void, his silver-white battlesuit fluttering slowly, and a chaotic shadow appeared behind him, making him look invincible. 5th floor, 2nd level. Kill your opponent. No time limit. The next second, a prompt came from the Martial God Tower. 3 seconds later, 8 rays of fire appeared and shot up into the sky. Eventually, 8 human-shaped fire giants were formed. Li Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and raised the corners of his mouth. Finally, I meet you again, fire giant. Last time you killed me in the 1st floor, this time I will destroy you all. The Eye of Law is activated, and the information is seen through instantly. Name, Lava Demon. Race, monster from outside the territory. Level, early stage of Martial King. Basic combat power, 20 million. The 8 lava demons did not move, but looked indifferently at Li Fei in the sky, slowly raised their hands, and the space trembled high in the sky. 8 huge flaming hands appeared, carrying extremely scorching heat, and fell towards Li Fei. This high temperature and flames seemed to melt everything between heaven and earth. Humph, you're using that trick again. Do you really think I'm still the martial arts master? I am the king of martial arts now. Since you like to use palm strikes, I will also use palm strikes to defeat you. Li Fei snorted coldly. The violent power of the King of War surged from his body. With the blessing of the chaotic phantom, the aura soared wildly and became even more terrifying. He slowly raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Chaos burning sky palm. Out. An extremely vigorous burning force overflows. It turned into a huge palm, and under the blessing of the Eye of Law, it split into 8. They all rushed upwards. Boom! 4 pairs of giant flaming palms collided, instantly unleashing unparalleled and terrifying damage. A huge explosion sounded high in the sky. The entire space of the Martial God Tower was shaking violently. However, even though the damage caused by this explosion was high and strong, it was ultimately unable to truly shake anything in the Tower of the God of War. One can imagine how perfect and solid the structure of this Martial God Tower is. Li Fei was curious and used the Eye of Law to analyze the underlying logic code of the Martial God Tower. It was found that there are still many loopholes. However, these loopholes will not have much impact on those with low cultivation levels, but will only affect those with high cultivation levels. For example, the levels of Martial Lord, Martial Saint, Martial Emperor, and Martial God. The reason why there are no people of this level trying to break through now is because the top-level logic of the Martial God Tower is not that perfect and solid. If these powerful people really take action, it is very likely to cause the Martial God Tower to collapse. Li Fei mobilized the Eye of Law to thoroughly analyze the Tower of the God of War. As long as he wanted, he could now copy a more perfect and solid Martial God Tower. Chapter 71 Sea Dragon. Boom! The 8 lava demons saw that the giant flaming palm could not suppress Li Fei. They attacked Li Fei one by one. A spear made of fire appeared in his hand, intending to pierce Li Fei's body. Locked down from all sides. I don't want to waste my time with you guys. You killed me in seconds last time, this time it's my turn to kill you in seconds. Li Fei's eyes flashed with golden light and his tone became cold. With a wave of his hand, 2 Hunyuan blades appeared on his body. God-level talent, the power of infinite replication is activated. In an instant, 6 more Hunyuan blades were separated, and a total of 8 Hunyuan blades used the Chaos Element God-slaying slash to chop towards the 8 lava demons. Boom! In an instant, the huge explosion sounded again. The attacks of the 8 lava demons were instantly shattered, and their bodies turned into ashes under the terrifying and domineering power of the Chaos Element God-slaying slash and disappeared in this layer of space. Instant second. It can be considered as revenge. Li Fei suddenly felt a lot more comfortable. 8 divine weapons were suspended behind him, emitting a power that was enough to kill gods. Make Li Fei look more like a god. Outside world. Li Fei's ranking has risen again. Appeared at the first place in the second level of the 5th floor. As soon as this scene appeared, it once again caused a commotion among the people outside who were paying attention. Holy crap! First place again. He's reached the second level of the 5th floor. It only took 3 minutes. This is even more outrageous than the first level. How on earth did you do that? We have to face 8 early stage martial kings. As Li Fei broke into the Martial God Tower again, people outside received the news and rushed over to watch the show, so that the Martial God Tower Square, which originally had few people, was now crowded with people. Among them, freshmen make up the minority, while old students make up the majority. Even some school teachers came to join in the fun. They all want to witness the rise of rookie Li Fei with their own eyes. It will be a topic of conversation after dinner. Last time I missed Li Fei's rise from the first level to the first place in the 4th level, so this time I can't miss it no matter what. Are there any bets on how many levels Li Fei can reach? Suddenly someone shouted. I'll do it, I'll do it. It's already open on the college network. Everyone can go place your bets. The opening bet immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Zimeng, it's really opened. Zhang Yun opened the intranet through the college watch and soon saw the number 1 hot search. It was the opening bet on which level Li Fei could get through this time. Break into the first level of the 5th floor. Odds 1:1 closed. Break into the second level of the 5th floor. Odds 1:2 closed. Entering the third level of the 5th floor. Odds 1:3 opening now, closing in 30 seconds. Entering the 4th level of the 5th floor. Odds 1:4 opening now, closing in 30 seconds. Entering the 5th level, level 5, odds 1:5 opening now, closing in 30 seconds. Entering the 6th level of the 5th floor. Odds 1:6 opening now, closing in 30 seconds. Entering the 7th level of the 5th floor. Odds 1:7 opening now, closing in 30 seconds. Entering the 8th level of the 5th floor. Odds 1:8 opening now, closing in 30 seconds. Entering the 9th level of the 5th floor. Odds 1:10 opening now, closing in 30 seconds. In a short period of time, a lot of people placed bets. You can only use merit points to place bets, and the minimum bet is 10 merit points. Zhang Yun said after reading it. Zimeng looked at her merit points, opened this, and placed a bet directly. He gritted his teeth and said, bet 10 points on each level. Zhang Yun nodded. Okay, I'll bet on that too. I hope Li Fei doesn't let us down and doesn't get eliminated in the 3rd round. Zimeng said, it shouldn't be. His chaos talent is very strong, which allows him to possess an invincible combat power in the same realm. According to his easy progress in breaking through the levels, he may not be killed so easily. 5th floor, 3rd level. Kill your opponent in no time limit. Inside the Martial God Tower, after the prompt sounded and the 3-second preparation time passed, 18 rays of light rose up. It transformed into 18 figures whose entire bodies were made of blue liquid. The Eye of Law is activated. See through everything. Name, Hylan Demon. Race, monster from outside the territory. Level, early stage of Martial King. Basic combat power, 30 million. They are singing. High in the sky, mysterious runes condensed from the blue sea water appeared. Following the dazzling blue light shining out, the entire space turned into a blue ocean world. Their figures instantly split into different positions, forming a totem of the formation. The figure turned into liquid and merged into the sea. Then a powerful force surged out and turned into a huge sea dragon with a western appearance, attacking Li Fei. Li Fei walked in the air, watching the performance of these guys quietly without stopping them. Seeing that it was actually summoning a sea dragon, it suddenly dawned on me. The aura of the sea dragon is terrifying, and its combat power is definitely far above 30 million. If other martial kings encountered this situation, most of them would definitely be abused. However, Li Fei remained calm. It was as if the sea dragon in front of him was nothing to him. Unfortunately, I also know a little bit about formations. Then I'll play with you guys. Li Fei said lightly. In the blink of an eye, the god-level talent formation was activated. One thought forms a formation. A huge formation appeared around. He instantly analyzed the opponent's formation for summoning the sea dragon, and then imitated and modified it. It takes time for 8 people to activate a formation. He can do it alone. A sea dragon covered in golden light rushed out from under him. Boom! 2 dragons, 1 gold and 1 blue, collided with each other. A violent explosion sounded, and the sea turned upside down. Unstoppable. The figure of Halenren appeared in the body of the sea dragon, concentrating all his strength on the sea dragon. The superposition of 8 forces. The combat power of the sea dragon directly soared to 80 million. With the addition of formation capabilities, the total combat power of this sea dragon has now reached 100 million. That is the power that touches the level of Martial Emperor. The instantaneous burst of power pushed the Chaos Dragon back. Because the chaotic power of the chaotic body is integrated into the formation, the Golden Sea Dragon summoned by Li Fei can also be called a Chaos Dragon. Just in time. Li Fei's body also merged into the Chaos Dragon. Use all your strength to activate the Chaos Body and increase the Chaos Dragon's combat effectiveness. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. 1 finger, imprison the world. With the Chaos Dragon and Chaos Body operating at full power, a finger shot out from the void and rushed towards the Sea Dragon. Bang! The Sea Dragon struck out with 1 palm. Boom! Another flash flood and tsunami. Space tremors. The first finger that imprisoned the world was actually broken. The Sea Dragon was not feeling well either and flew backwards. That's interesting. Let me see how many fingers you can take on. Second finger, shattering mountains and rivers. Li Fei raised the corner of his mouth and struck out the second finger again. This second finger is even more powerful than the first. Roar! The Sea Dragon roared. A beam of energy light was ejected and hit the finger. Boom! Chapter 72 The third finger is crushed. Mechanism of getting stronger when facing a stronger opponent. After 1 strike, the space trembles. The Sea Dragon flew backwards. Cracks appeared on his body. His aura gradually weakened, his combat effectiveness dropped by tens of millions, and he no longer possessed a combat power of billions. Moreover, the bodies of those people inside the Sea Dragon also became somewhat illusory. There's something there. You're the first one who can take on the second finger. But judging by your appearance, it will be a bit difficult to take on the third finger. Third finger, destroy all life. Li Fei was also a little surprised to see that the Sea Dragon was not annihilated. At the same level, those monsters from outside the domain would find it difficult to even take a finger from them. The third finger appears. The sense of oppression and power it exudes far exceeds that of the first and second fingers. The Sea Dragon has no regrets. With a roar, he mobilized all his strength and rushed forward again. Bang! However, the next second, the Sea Dragon shattered into pieces in just a few seconds. At the same time, the body of the demon Hylon was pierced by the fingers and disappeared in this space. The ocean that should have existed in this space also returned to its original state with their disappearance. I can't take the third finger. Except for the first time I challenged the 5th floor and was defeated instantly, this guy is still the strongest one I have ever encountered. With so many, how did you defeat the rest of the martial kings? Something's wrong. I seem to have missed some information. As Li Fei was muttering to himself, he suddenly thought of something. Mobilize the Eye of Law to once again examine the underlying logic of the Martial God Tower. Eventually he discovered that every student in the Martial God Tower encountered something different. The stronger the performance and the faster the challenge speed, the stronger the student's strength is. The internal mechanism of the Martial God Tower will simply arrange more and more powerful foreign monsters as opponents. There are very few people who can trigger this mechanism, and Li Fei is one of them. I see. I just find it strange. If everyone were to compete with my level, very few people would be able to clear the level. Li Fei murmured. Next is the 4th level. His eyes looked forward. At the same time, people outside who were paying close attention saw that Li Fei's ranking had reached the 1st place in the 3rd level. It took 20 minutes. Yes, 20 minutes have passed since the battle just now. This time was enough to shock everyone. You should know that the original number 1 who was squeezed out by Li Fei took more than 4 hours and failed many times before he succeeded. It only took Li Fei 10 minutes to officially break through the 3rd level of the 5th floor for the first time. This is the difference. And those below took even longer. It's going up. It really went up. Ah, I bet right. I'm going to be rich. Damn it, I didn't bet, I lost a lot this time. In the square, all kinds of shocked voices were heard. Some are happy about winning money. There are also those who feel sad because they hesitated and missed the bet and did not make any money. This is a one-time bet. The betting is now closed and can no longer be placed. He really did it. Zimeng and Zhang Yun were shocked. It only took 20 minutes, which is ridiculous. It will be hard for us to do it in the future. Even Zimeng, who had awakened an SSS level special talent, felt that it was difficult. I heard from my elders that the Martial God Tower has a mechanism that makes you stronger when you encounter stronger ones. The stronger you are, the faster you will pass the levels, and the stronger the monsters you will encounter will be, and the more numerous you will encounter. Based on Li Fei's strength, he has definitely triggered this mechanism of becoming stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Even under such circumstances, he was able to kill the enemy in just 20 minutes. This is enough to prove that his strength is far greater than we imagined. At this time, Zhang Yun suddenly remembered a very serious problem and spoke up. Yes. I've also heard from the elders in the clan. Li Fei is too strong. After hearing this, Zimeng also remembered this incident and couldn't help but gasp. They are already at the level of genius. But at this moment, he still feels like there is a huge gap between him and Li Fei. Not only is he so powerful, he is also a 7th grade alchemist. This is the most terrifying thing. The Federation hasn't announced the appointment yet, so there hasn't been much movement yet. I think it will be announced soon, and it will definitely cause a big stir when it does. His appearance in this world is also our nightmare. But we are all doing this for the Federation, Blue Star, and all of humanity. The stronger Li Fei becomes, the more hope there is in resisting the monsters from outside the domain. We will live better under his protection in the future. Zimeng spoke. Yes, that's true. In today's world, someone is always needed to carry the burden forward. Moreover, the monsters from outside the domain are far more powerful and more numerous than we imagined. No matter how strong he is, he can't be completely eliminated alone. He needs more powerful teammates to help him. And we are his second best choice. Zhang Yun nodded and said. 1 SSS level special talent, 1 SS level special talent. No matter what, it would be a genius even on Blue Planet. I didn't expect Brother Li to give me such a big surprise. Not far away, Bai Yang looked at the information on the leaderboard and said in shock. His ability to become stronger when facing stronger opponents has definitely been triggered. He's still able to achieve such an outstanding result, proving he's incredibly strong. I remember that the elders can check the situation inside the Martial God Tower. Should we go over and take a look? Now we are also martial saints, considered to be the elders of the Federation, and are qualified to view the images inside the Martial God Tower. The Xiandan saint next to him couldn't help but sigh in shock. No rush, you can replay it. Bai Yang shook his head and said. Besides, the atmosphere here is quite good. How long has it been since we encountered such a scene? It really brings back memories of my school days. Bai Yang looked at the lively scene in front of him, and a trace of unforgettable memories flashed in his eyes. Yeah, it's been too long. I really miss it. Let's wait here. If it weren't for the fact that the structure of the Martial God Tower becomes increasingly unstable as it goes up, I would have wanted to go up there and give it a try right now. Xiandan Saint was stunned at first, then nodded. The Martial God Tower should have been maintained by a martial god every year to ensure it remains completely solid. Since all the martial gods fell 10 years ago, no one has maintained it. The Dean is also very busy. Now, only the Martial Saint will come back to maintain it when the time comes. The power of the Martial Saint is too weak compared to that of the Martial God. That's why after reaching the 9th level, people won't support those at that level to continue challenging. The 8th level has already begun. Finally, the two of them looked silently into the Martial God Tower. 5th floor, 4th level. Kill all monsters, no time limit. As the familiar scene appeared, the scene in front of Li Fei changed again. 32 golden figures appeared. This time, it is no longer any other monster from outside the domain. Because these guys look almost exactly like Li Fei. It doesn't look like a monster from outside the domain. Name, Mirror Demon. Race, monster from outside the territory. Level, mid-stage Martial King. Basic combat power, 40 million. Chapter 73 Overcoming all obstacles, so terrifying. Mirror Demon Man? That means these guys are mirroring me. This ability is quite interesting. After reading the information revealed by the Eye of Law, Li Fei's mouth curled up. I just wonder if it's possible to mirror my abilities as well. As he spoke, he slowly raised his slender white fingers. Chaos Divine Thunder, fall. Recite silently in your heart. Boom! High in the sky, the Chaos Divine Thunder appeared again. The moment it fell, it took away a large number of people. However, the survivors remained calm, as if they hadn't seen anything. The figure quickly disappeared from the spot and reappeared in a different direction. They raised their fingers and pointed at Li Fei. A somewhat familiar golden finger emerged from behind them. Great Desolate Prisoner Heaven Finger? Li Fei was stunned and thought secretly in his heart. Although the aura was very strong, he always felt that something was wrong. So look with the Eye of Law. The result was sudden enlightenment. This thing is an imitation, it only has the form but no meaning. It's just a simple finger-based skill. The reason why the aura feels so strong is entirely because the basic combat power of this group of guys has reached 40 million. After reaching this level, no matter what you use, you will feel very powerful when you are at the same level. What's more, Li Fei's basic combat power is only 10 million. However, in the chaotic body state, his basic combat power soared to 50 million. Killing God Codex, open. First style, Blood Feast opening. A Hunyuan blade appeared in Li Fei's hand. The next second, a strong and violent blood-red murderous aura emerged from his body. Then, it transformed into a stream of light, instantly shattering the attacks from the front and cutting the mirror demons in half. Universal Mirror. Upon seeing this, one of the mirror demons immediately formed seals with his hands and slammed them to the ground. A mirror emerged from behind him, and giant elephants rushed out from it. There are so many of them, it looks like there are 10,000 of them. Moreover, all of them have tens of millions of strength at the level of Martial King. Tisk, is this the skill of an alien monster? It's really powerful. That's a good move, I'll learn it. Seeing this, Li Fei raised the corners of his mouth. The Eye of Law analyzed instantly. Integrate the chaotic power in the body. A new pirated skill appears, Chaos Mirror. The void raised its hand and clenched it. Chaos Mirror, out. This skill is destined to be more powerful than the original one. Behind him, a golden mirror appeared. A dense mass of golden elephants rushed out from inside. Bang 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 bang. The giant elephants on both sides collided with each other, causing a series of huge explosions. Upon seeing this, the mirror demon who cast the universal mirror showed a rare look of daze. It didn't expect that the human from Blue Star in front of it could actually copy its abilities, and the power it displayed was even stronger than its own. Just while we're stalling for time here. A mirror demon quickly appeared behind Li Fei, with a sharp blade in his hand, and stabbed towards Li Fei's back. Planning to kill Li Fei with one blow. Li Fei sensed the danger behind him, but did not move. He stood there with a smile on his face. Suddenly, Mirror Demon felt a pressure appearing above his head. When he looked up, his pupils shrank. I saw a huge golden finger that appeared out of nowhere and there was no way to avoid it. Boom! The next second, its body was crushed. 1, 2, 3. There are 3 left. Li Fei counted the quantity and said leisurely. I am invincible in my realm. No matter how many of you come, it will be useless. His tone was full of disdain. Bang! Mirror image. The next second, the 3 mirror images looked at each other. Clap your hands. A mirror appeared in front, behind, left and right. A guy who looked exactly like them walked out. The original 3 people instantly became 12 people. Fuck, it really showed up. This skill is good, I want it. As a thank you, I will send you back to the west. In front of me, no matter how many of you there are, the result will be the same. Li Fei was surprised at first, then the corners of his mouth rose. The Eye of Law analyzed instantly and merged into the body of chaos. Clatter! The next second, in the blink of an eye, rays of golden light appeared. All of them turned into clones that were exactly the same as Li Fei. And there are more of them than the other side, reaching a full 100. Now, it's our turn to surround you. 100 Li Feis laughed strangely at the same time. Instantly surrounded the mirror demon. Seeing this scene, Mirror Demon was stunned. Cheating! This is cheating! They need to be reported. The next second, they were met with a group fight. In the end, it was beaten into particles and disappeared. This ability is really good. It seems I can continue to learn more interesting skills from these foreign monsters. Li Fei snapped his fingers and all the clones disappeared. These guys possess 100% of his original strength. It can be said to be equivalent to Li Fei's real body. This trick will be particularly useful when fighting foreign monsters in the future. If my strength reaches that of a martial god in the future, wouldn't I be able to create thousands of martial god clones in the blink of an eye? TSK, then the scene won't be the alien monsters slaughtering us, but we will slaughter the alien monsters. Just thinking about it is exciting. A crazy idea came to Li Fei's mind. Wow! Improved again. The ranking has gone up. First place in the 4th level of the 5th floor. It's gone crazy out there. The news spread quickly, and more people came to the square. White and black people from other areas also attended. Many old students became nervous when their anus tightened. The arrival of such a freak in the college this time is definitely bad news for them. Time flies. Next, Li Fei won all the battles. The rankings continue to soar. First place in the 5th level of the 5th floor. First place in the 6th level of the 5th floor. First place in the 7th level of the 5th floor. First place in the 8th level of the 5th floor. First place in the 9th level of the 5th floor. In less than an hour, Li Fei has reached the top of the 5th floor of the Martial God Tower. The time lead is even greater. There were continuous cries of shock at the scene. Everyone thought Li Fei was cheating. The improvement speed is so fast. You know, Li Fei is just a newcomer who has just entered the academy. Do you have to be so fierce? Can you leave a way out for these old guys? Don't kill so violently. How can this guy be so ridiculously strong? Lu Xian also arrived in the crowd. There was nothing he could do because Li Fei was too popular. He also received the news and rushed over from the training room. Then I saw Li Fei's ferocious sprinting speed. Even he was terrified. Doesn't this guy have a system too? Otherwise he wouldn't be so perverted. At this moment, Lu Xian thought of this possibility in his mind. Otherwise nothing can be explained. No, I have to train even harder, otherwise I'll never get revenge in this lifetime. Lu Xian felt an unprecedented sense of urgency and immediately turned around and ran back to the training room to train even harder. Dear book lovers, the fact that you have read this far proves that you also agree with this book. Could you please be so kind as to give some gifts to feed the poor little author who failed? As long as everyone gives a little love, there will be no beggars in the world. Chapter 74 Chaos King. The Federation's chief alchemist. The world's #1 alchemist. After winning the championship on the 5th floor of the Martial God Tower, Li Fei entered the 6th floor. This is the level of the Martial Emperor. As soon as he appeared, he was killed instantly by a very terrifying attack, just like before. When he came to his senses, he had already returned to the formation. Why is the gap between the Emperor and King levels still so huge? It's the same as before, he was killed in seconds. What on earth was that attack just now? Li Fei lowered his eyebrows, thinking secretly in his heart. The attack that just killed him instantly made him feel very stressed. Perhaps this is the mechanism by which the Tower of Martial God becomes stronger when facing stronger opponents. The alien monsters from Emperor Wu's domain are no ordinary creatures. Forget it, I'll go back and continue my training to breakthrough, and then I'll challenge you next time. Li Fei stopped thinking about this problem and turned to walk out of the Martial God Tower. As soon as I walked out of the tower, I saw the square was full of people. It's out. Li Fei is out. Li Fei, how on earth did you do it? You've become the leader of the 5th level, so you must be the Martial King. Have you decided on a title yet? Many people rushed up and shouted. By the way, it's time to reveal your royal title. Li Fei was stunned at first. I didn't expect that the commotion caused by my breaking into the 5th floor of the Martial God Tower would be even bigger than before. So many people came. This was something he never expected. Now the place is surrounded by people and I can only escape by teleporting. However, before running away, he still planned to tell everyone the title he had thought of. My royal title is Chaos King. As Li Fei spoke, he quickly found 3 acquaintances after scanning the area. Zimeng, Zhang Yun. And there is his big brother Bai Yang. The next second, the corners of his mouth rose, and he instantly moved and disappeared from the spot. Chaos King. What a majestic title. Chaos King. That sounds great. But this karmic retribution feels huge. Can he handle it? Who cares? As long as it sounds nice and domineering, that's all. As for the cause and effect, we can talk about it later. Hey, it disappeared. Look for it quickly. After Li Fei revealed the king's title, the whole audience was boiling again. After Li Fei disappeared, everyone was looking for him. Brother Bai. The next moment, Li Fei appeared in front of Bai Yang and Xian Dan. Brother Li. Bai Yang said with a smile, well done. You are even stronger than we expected. Li Fei is here. Look. It's Venerable Bai Yang. The one next to him is Xian Dan Zun, the Federation's #1 alchemist. The only 7th grade alchemist. Soon, someone discovered the traces of Li Fei and the other 2 and ran over. Quiet. What a rowdy scene. Everyone, disperse. You're not allowed to gather here. Bai Yang snorted coldly, emitting the pressure of a martial saint. The noisy crowd's expressions changed. They all disbanded. Sure enough, strength is more direct. It's no use trying to reason with these guys. Li Fei chuckled. Bai Yang teased, yes, brotherly, let me introduce you. This one is called Xian Dan. He is the Federation's first 7th grade alchemist and was once the Federation's #1 alchemist. But now, after taking your 7th grade Pei Yuan pill, he has broken through to the martial saint level. He agreed to spend 70,000 merit points to buy it from you. In front of young friend Li Fei, I dare not claim to be the best in the Federation. Compared with you, my alchemy skills are disgraceful. Xian Dan said with a blush. Greetings, Senior Xian Dan. It doesn't matter whether I get merit points or not. The most important thing is to be able to train more high-end combat forces for the Federation, resist the invasion of foreign monsters, and reduce the pressure on the human race. Li Fei also spoke politely. Li Fei was careless. You've done me a great favor. If you don't mind, how about I take you as my brother? Just call me Brother Xian from now on. There's no need to be so distant. I'll still ask you for advice on alchemy in the future. Xian Dan said with a blush. Okay, then I'll be disrespectful. Little brother meets Brother Xian. Li Fei bowed and smiled. Now standing behind him are 2 powerful martial saints, who were once the first and second best alchemists in the Federation. If he becomes the #1 alchemist in the Federation, then Xian Dan and Bai Yang will either tie for 2nd place, or Bai Yang will be 3rd and Xian Dan 2nd. It mainly depends on whether Bai Yang can break through to become a 7th grade alchemist. If he can make a breakthrough, his background will be even greater. Ha ha ha. Okay. Xian Dan laughed. Brotherly, the Federation has already approved your appointment as the chief alchemist of the Federation, and has recognized you as the Federation's #1 alchemist. They have also appointed you as the president of the Federation Alchemy Association. The federal government's notice should be coming soon, so you need to be mentally prepared. Bai Yang interrupted and reminded. Okay. Li Fei was not surprised by this and had no intention of shirking responsibility. As expected. Next second. An instruction from the highest level of the Federation was broadcast on everyone's watch. The Federation has decided to grant Li Fei the title of Chaos King. He has successfully refined the 7th grade Pei Yuan pill, successfully advancing to the rank of 7th grade alchemist. He has also been named the Federation's chief alchemist. He has also been appointed president of the Federation Alchemy Association. He has also been awarded the title of the world's #1 alchemist in the Federation. For specific details, please visit the Federation Warrior intranet. What the hell? Is this true? Isn't he talented in martial arts? What does this have to do with alchemy? Did the Federation make a mistake? He can also make pills. The Federation recognized it? You can check the news on the intranet to find out if it's true or not. The entire Academy, or even the entire Federation at this moment, everyone who received the first-hand news was in an uproar. This news came so suddenly. Already down. Speak of the devil. It seems the Federation took advantage of your victory in reaching the 5th level to make this announcement, instantly raising your fame even higher. In just a short period of time, your information has been viewed tens of billions of times. Bai Yang and Xiandan looked at their watches and said with a smile. Li Fei's watch also received this message. He was relatively calm about this, because he knew that these were all empty words. Only your own strength is real. At the same time, he also received transfer alerts from federal and personal accounts. 1 million merit points directly transferred from the federal bank to your account. 70,000 merit points transferred to Xiandan's personal account have been received. Currently, 1 million merit points. Looking at the many extra merit points that suddenly appeared, Li Fei didn't know how to spend them. So far, the most direct and fastest way to improve one's cultivation is high-quality elixirs. These merit points seem to have no other use except to purchase high-level medicinal herbs and pills. Moreover, there are no 8th-grade medicinal materials and 8th-grade pills for sale in the Federal Mall. Even 7th-grade medicinal herbs are in very short supply and cannot be supplied in sufficient quantities at all times. Two brothers, I need more advanced herbs or pills. Do you have any way to get them, or do you know where I can get them? Li Fei asked. He urgently wants to improve his strength quickly. Chapter 75 True Artifact, Martial God Tower. 8th-grade medicinal herbs are even more advanced than 7th-grade medicinal herbs. They don't exist on Blue Star, and they're hard to find even in ancient ruins. Even if there was, it was all used up during the Martial God era. Back then, many people, in their quest to break through to the Martial Emperor and Martial God levels, almost exhausted all the 8th and 9th grade medicinal herbs found in ancient ruins on Blue Star. There was even a 10th grade herb. The highest level now is level 7. Xiandan and Bai Yang sighed. That's going to be difficult. Li Fei frowned. If you simply take 7th grade pills, it is not impossible to break through. The amount he eats each time is so huge that he will definitely vomit. This is not what he wants to see. Wait a minute. In the age of the God of War, there are none in this era, so can I go back to the past through the time and space gate and get those 8th level, 9th level, and 10th level medicinal herbs? Li Fei thought of his newly acquired God level talent, the Gate of Time and Space. It has never been used since I got it. Isn't it available now? Apart from Blue Star, is there nothing else outside the domain? Li Fei asked curiously. There are some outside the domain, but they are difficult to obtain. Even if they are obtained, they are consumed on the spot to enhance the combat effectiveness of the frontline personnel and guard the city walls. It is difficult for them to flow in here. When you reach the level of martial sect in the future, you can set foot on the battlefield outside the domain. Maybe you can find it then. But don't worry, we too have already achieved martial saint status and need to go outside the domain to guard key nodes. We might meet you there, and if we do, we'll bring you here. But then again, can you still refine an 8th grade elixir? Xiandan and Bai Yang looked at Li Fei and said. As long as I have the herbs, I can refine any grade of elixir. But I just don't have any higher grade herbs. Li Fei said. Your chaos talent is so terrifying. Not only does it improve your strength, but it also allows you to possess such terrifying alchemy skills. It truly is worthy of being the world's first SSSS level special talent. By the way, the Federation has also upgraded your chaos talent from the previous SSS level to SSSS. Bai Yang and Xiandan were shocked. Outside the territory? Then please keep an eye on it for me. I will refine a pill of the same quality for you as a thank you. Li Fei said with a smile. Ah, you're welcome. We are all family. After the three chatted for a while, they dispersed. Li Fei hurried back to the villa and used the characteristics of the time and space gate. Li Fei is now completely famous in the academy. Even the Federation. Many people have been secretly investigating him. However, all this is irrelevant to Li Fei. He has no blood relatives anymore. He is not worried at all that anyone will threaten him with his relatives. After returning to the villa, close the door. The next second, he raised his hand. Reconstruct the Martial God Tower. The ability of the Eye of Law is activated. Then, he saw countless particles reorganizing in his hands as if printed out of thin air. Eventually, an 11-story pagoda was formed, just like the Martial God Tower. This is the Martial God Tower, which is more solid and more perfect than the Martial God Tower. It is not only a training tower that can be passed, but also a powerful weapon. Alright, maybe I can use my divine craftsmanship to forge it, and it will definitely become a divine weapon. Li Fei suddenly came up with this idea. He raised his hand and grasped the air. The void altar appeared in front of him. Throw the martial god tower in your hand into it to build it. And inject your own various talents into it. All options are selected. After clicking to build, the void altar begins to operate. A tinkling sound was heard. After one stick of incense, as a golden light rose, an 11-story pagoda appeared. Although the appearance has not changed much, there are not many more layers. But Li Fei clearly felt that this pagoda was endowed with divinity. The next second, information about this pagoda appeared. Item: Martial God Tower. Sequence: Number 2. Type: Weapon. Quality: Divine Product. It contains 11 layers, which are 11 worlds. Each layer is an independent entity, yet can be connected to each other. You can get a reward for every level you pass. The first level, Blood Evil level. Trial: Kill evil spirits in the endless blood pool and temper your body's resistance. Reward: Blood Armor. The more injured you are, the stronger your attack becomes. The second level, the Illusion level. Trial: Break through the illusions of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and those who have an unextinguished heart of Tao will succeed. Reward: Wushang Mirror. Copy 1 martial arts move of the opponent. The third level, the Thunder Prison. Trial: Withstand the bombardment of the 9 heavens' divine thunder and temper the meridians. Reward: Thunder Sword. Draws thunder from the sky into the sword, splitting the mountain with one strike. Fourth floor, Dragon Skeleton Lair. Trial: Defeat the ancient dragon soul. Reward: Reverse Scale Fist. Dragon's might suppresses all beasts. Fifth level, Yin and Yang level. Trial: Balance the 2 energies of life and death, and understand the true meaning of Tai Chi. Reward: Chaos Furnace. Refine everything into elixir. Sixth floor, Thousands of Troops. Trial: Fight against 100,000 phantom divine soldiers alone. Reward: Flag of the Lord of Arms. Commands all weapons in the world. The seventh floor, the Starfall floor. Trial: Step on the fragments of the void and avoid the attack of falling stars. Reward: Star Compass. Predict enemy movements. The 8th level, Nirvana. Trial: Kill the invisible demon in absolute darkness. Reward: Eye of Nirvana. Everything decays when looked at directly. 9th floor, God-slaying floor. Trial: Challenge the regrets of the first generation of martial god. Reward: God-killing spear fragment. Incomplete artifact. The 10th floor, Return to the first floor. Trial: Fuse the power of the first 9 levels and create your own unique martial arts. Reward: Monument of the God of War. Inscribed with the laws of heaven and earth. The 11th floor, the final floor, the Throne of the Lord of Arms. The ultimate trial, Ceremony of recognition of the master. Use your soul to fight against the backlash of the artifact. The ultimate reward, God-killing weapon master. Can transform into thousands of weapons, slay immortals and demons. The rewards listed above are the final rewards for each level. Each level is divided into 4 small stages: easy, hard, hell, and nightmare. Only by passing all of them can you get the final reward. If you fail to pass, you will get other small rewards along the way. Holy crap! So awesome! It feels even more awesome than the Han Yuan blade. After reading the introduction, Li Fei was completely stunned. As the master of the martial god tower, he naturally stands on the last floor. Of course, you can also choose to go in and challenge yourself. It can also allow others. Even the martial god tower itself is a super powerful weapon that can attack and defend at the same time. When you take it out during combat, you can attack the enemy and defend against enemy attacks. Put away the martial god tower and calm yourself down. Now he has 2 artifacts. Copied ones don't count. Before opening the door of time and space, I plan to search the internet to find out what has happened in the past 100 years. The above record is very detailed. Over the past 100 years, a total of 20 martial gods have appeared in the Blue Star Federation. 50 martial emperors. 100 martial saints. 1,000 warriors. The further down you go, the greater the number. However, after the Great War 10 years ago, today, the number is pitifully small. War God 0. Emperor Wu alone. 30 martial saints. Including the newly promoted by Yang and Xin Dan, there are now 32 martial saints. 100 martial masters. There are too few of these high-end combat forces. Almost all of them died in the war 10 years ago. It can be seen from this data that the human race on Blue Star suffered heavy losses and was severely damaged. We were almost wiped out. 10 years ago, it was definitely a golden age. Before, I was still weak and had too little access to information. How can the ants at the bottom know about the prosperity at the top? After reading the message, Li Fei couldn't help but sigh. Turn off the computer. He slowly stood up. He raised his hand and grabbed at the void. The gate of time and space opens. A thought came to my mind. Next second, a blue door appeared in front of me. Return to the era of the Great Catastrophe 100 years ago. Time is defined as. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. Begin to define the gate of time and space. Chapter 76 The Age of Cataclysm. The Xianshui martial god of the later ages, Jinan. Blue Star, 100 years ago. The Age of Cataclysm. The country's thermal weapons failed to resist the monsters, and their military and political power collapsed. The sea tide rose, sea monsters appeared, coastal continents were submerged, and hundreds of millions of people died. On the continent, land creatures changed dramatically, transforming into terrifying monsters that grew rapidly, bringing serious harm to land society and causing countless casualties. Without the maintenance of the military and political system, the state system completely disappeared. The survivors once again returned to the dark age of cannibalism during the Great Catastrophe. At this moment, the survivors infected with the virus gained martial arts genetic abilities, and their martial arts cells automatically absorbed energy from heaven and earth into their bodies, rapidly growing stronger. In order to respond to this catastrophe and prevent the complete extinction of mankind, the will of Blue Star started the revival of spiritual energy ahead of time. The growth rate of warriors during this period is abnormally fast. Ancient relics of all sizes have appeared in various places. At this moment, a blue door appeared in the sky. Li Fei, wearing a silver-white battlesuit, stepped out from inside. He exudes a very terrifying aura. Warning 1, due to the unique nature of the spacetime gate talent, you can only stay in this spacetime for 5 hours. This time will be extended as your level increases. Warning 2, from now on, everything you do will create a parallel world. All parallel worlds will exist independently and without interference. However, you may also incur karma from this. Think twice before you act. Warning 3, what has been will be again, what has been done will be done again. Warning 4, do not tell anyone here that you are from the future, or you will be punished by the rules. Okay, you can start your first time travel. As soon as Li Fei came out, a series of red warning prompts appeared in front of him. Li Fei also understood that this god-level talent was different from other god-level talents. At least the others are not restricted, but this one is restricted. Even so, Li Fei was very content. In this world, who can travel across time and space? Only Li Fei can do it. He can obtain resources that others in later generations cannot obtain. For example, the energy of the revival of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Such a rich energy of heaven and earth, it is totally incomparable to what we see in later generations. No wonder everyone's cultivation has progressed so quickly. In just over a decade, various high-level combat powers such as martial gods, martial emperors, martial saints, and martial honored have appeared frequently. It's a pity that I can only stay for 5 hours at the moment. It seems I need to speed up my training. Li Fei thought about it. His eyes scanned the surroundings. It's so miserable. There are collapsed skyscrapers everywhere. There were corpses everywhere. There was blood everywhere. There are mutated monsters everywhere. However, he had also seen a team of human warriors starting to fight with these monsters. Some people have even awakened special talents. Li Fei, who is now in the early stage of King Wu, should be the strongest fighter. Later news indicates that the first ancient ruins appeared in Xianshui town, and inside it was an 8th grade medicinal herb. However, people today don't know it's an 8th grade herb. It was only in later generations that it was gradually classified. The Xianshui martial god came from that place. He obtained that 8th level medicinal herb. After taking it, he cleansed his meridians and marrow, completely laying the foundation for his martial arts. His cultivation level directly entered the warrior level. He rose rapidly in the era of the Great Cataclysm and eventually became a martial god. I only need to find this 8th level medicinal herb, and I can analyze it and obtain a steady supply of similar herbs. It won't affect his future. Li Fei thought about it, and based on the memory in his mind, he quickly flew towards Xianshui Town. Xianshui Town. At this moment, this place has also fallen. Relying on his powerful mental power and the blessing of the Eye of Law, Li Fei quickly found the entrance to the Xianshui ruins. It's here. I only have a little over 3 hours left in this world. I need to speed up. Li Fei was calculating time all the way. It took more than an hour to get here. At the entrance of the Xianshui ruins, people and small monsters were fighting. Jinan, quickly hide in this entrance, we'll block it here. A man struggling below shouted. He was covered in blood. Some are your own, some are your companions, and some are monsters. I'll go in first, you guys come over here quickly. Not far away, a young man with a terrified look on his face ran towards the entrance. Jinan? High in the sky, Li Fei was stunned when he heard the name. Then he looked at the young man whose body was covered in blood. This is the future Xianshui martial god. Li Fei muttered in his heart. Yes, the real name of Xianshui martial god is Jinan. According to later records, the other party was the first person to enter the Xianshui ruins. After taking the 8th level medicinal herbs and completing the full body baptism, the other party awakened the SS level talent called the Great Lord of Xianshui. Special talents can not only be awakened randomly, but also awakened through high-quality treasures of heaven and earth. This is also the reason why the 5 major colleges later recruited students, and why the other colleges were able to use various means to awaken people's special advanced talents. And Jinan is also the founder of Xuanwu College. Because its talent as the Great Lord of Xianshui was later sublimated and became an SSS-level Xuanwu messenger. The reason why his title is Xianshui Martial God instead of Xuanwu Martial God is probably a kind of nostalgia for him. This guy, if placed in any novel, would definitely be the perfect protagonist template. Jinan rushed into the Xianshui ruins. At this time, they didn't know that this was an ancient relic. Li Fei ignored the fighting outside. Life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in the hands of God. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. Everyone has his or her own mission. He used instant teleportation to enter the Xianshui ruins from the sky. The Xianshui ruins are a world entirely of water. There are many powerful water monsters here. The fact that he could obtain 8th grade medicinal materials in such an environment was enough to show that Jinan had good luck and was a man of good fortune. Otherwise, if it were someone else, he would have been killed long ago. Ah! Help! The next second, Li Fei heard a cry for help. The Eye of Law looked over and saw Jinan being dragged into the water by a monster and struggling frantically. Li Fei was stunned. How did he survive under such circumstances? He didn't intend to interfere, but watched quietly. Very curious. In the end, I discovered that the Son of Fortune is truly the Son of Fortune. After being dragged into the water, the other monsters fought each other for Jinan's flesh and blood. Jinan, who was in a coma, was swept away by the aftermath, touched a formation, and was teleported away. Such an aftermath didn't crush him, he truly must be blessed by good fortune. Li Fei exclaimed in surprise. He immediately used teleportation to enter the formation. Going to check out the situation. As soon as I entered the formation, I saw Jinan lying unconscious on the ground. This is a Xianshui palace building with a complex structure. The structure is circular, with some areas not covered by water, and the rest is all dark water. In the center, there is a flower that emits a dark green color that is very similar to the color of Xianshui. The Eye of Law activates and reads information instantly. Name, Zuanshuiko. Grade, Grade 8. Effect, cleanses the bones and strengthens the marrow, laying the foundation for martial arts. Ordinary people who consume this can directly reach the peak martial arts realm. It also randomly awakens a super talent related to Xianshui. Chapter 77 Change your destiny, karma will be added to your body. The medicinal power of the 8th level Xianshui grass is vigorous. Even before it is refined into a pill, its effect is already very good. Once it is refined into a pill, its medicinal power and efficacy will be completely squeezed out. An ordinary warrior ate it, but he didn't explode and die. He truly deserves to be called the son of luck. If it were someone else, they would have died in the blink of an eye. Li Fei analyzed the information of the Xianshui grass in front of him through the Eye of Law, and couldn't help but think in his heart. His gaze fell on Jinan, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Raising his hand, the Eye of Law began to construct the appearance of the black water grass. Soon, the exact same 8th level Xianshui grass appeared in his hand. After comparing them with the Eye of Law, I found that both the medicinal strength and efficacy were exactly the same, without any difference at all. Now Li Fei felt completely relieved. With a thought, the infinite replication ability is activated. One after another, 8th-level mysterious water grass continued to appear. Then, he displayed the talent of the god of alchemy. With the flash of green light, the floating black water grass was instantly refined into an 8th-grade holy elixir. A fragrance even stronger than that of the 7th-grade Peiyuan pill appeared. The 8th-grade holy elixir already possesses a very high level of intelligence. They want to run away. However, he was easily suppressed by Li Fei. If you really get away, then I, the god of alchemy, will be a fake. Li Fei snorted coldly. 8th-grade holy pill, I hope you won't let me down. Help me break through. Put one of them in your mouth. The pill melts in your mouth. The chaotic body is running and refining quickly. A powerful force of mysterious water surged out of the body crazily. As time goes by, his power has been sublimated. And his level also broke through from the early stage of the Martial King realm to the middle stage of the Martial King realm. The basic combat power broke through from 10 million to 40 million. A direct increase of 30 million. The 8th level holy pill actually has such an effect. There was a golden light in Li Fei's eyes. Jinan took it directly, but the medicinal power was not fully extracted, so he could only break through to the peak warrior realm. If it was fully extracted, he might be able to reach a higher level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me, who possesses a chaos body, to directly break through a small level. The gap between the 8th grade holy pill and the 7th grade noble pill is so huge. He clenched his fists, feeling the powerful strength he now had, and was very excited. At the same time, a prompt came from the system. Ding! Detected that the host's level has been upgraded to the mid-stage Martial King, and has obtained the god-level talent, Divine Power. Divine Power, you possess absolutely terrifying power. After unlocking your talent, your power will be unconditionally increased 100-fold without any side effects. Divine Power. 100-fold increase. Li Fei's face lit up with joy. You know, even after activating the Chaos Body, his combat power, which was previously 10 million, was only increased to 50 million. The increase is only 5 times. The Divine Power was increased by 100 times. Taking 10 million as an example, a 100-fold increase in combat power would be 1 billion. That is equivalent to the normal strength of Wuzong in his early stage. Now it has reached 40 million, and a 100-fold increase in combat power is 4 billion. The middle stage of Wuzong. Ha ha ha. Who else? Who else can be my opponent? Li Fei laughed. His eyes moved, and the next second, he summoned the character interface. Host, Li Fei. Level, mid-stage Martial King realm. Basic combat power, 40 million. God level technique, Chaos God Killing Codex. God level talents, Chaos Body. Alchemy God. Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger. Instant Healing. Ultimate Freedom. Teleport. Divine Craftsman. Formation God. Divine Contract. Nirvana Rebirth. Absolutely Smooth Cutting Line. Elemental Domination. Chaos Divine Thunder. Eye of Law. Gate of Space and Time. Divine Power. Innate Divine Powers, Light of Primal Chaos. Vortex of Returning to the Ruins. All laws return to the pill. Pill Tribulation steals the heavens. Void Divine Platform. Power of the Divine Craftsman. Divine Killing Formation. Formation formed by a single thought. Nativity Domain, Chaos Domain. Alchemy God Domain. Divine Craftsman Domain. Formation God Domain. Martial Arts, Chaos Burning Sky Palm. Chaos Phantom Slashing Sky. Chaos Soul Devouring Palm. Chaos Chains. Chaos Grip. Chaos Scale Armor. Chaos Clone Technique. Chaos Dragon. Equipment, S-Rank Tyrant Battlesuit. S-Rank Tyrant Battle Sword. Artifact, Hunyuan Blade. Martial God Tower. God's Killing Move, Chaos Element God Slaying Slash. Chaos Heavenly Killing Formation. God's Killing Move, 11th level God Suppressing Kill. System Warehouse. Warn. You have 30 seconds left to stay in this time and space. Please prepare to leave. Just as Li Fei was immersed in the joy of gaining divine power, such a prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. It took me so long to absorb the Xianshui pill just now. Li Fei's expression changed slightly. It seemed like just a moment, but in fact more than 3 hours had passed. If I take the Xianshui grass away and put the 8th grade holy pill, Xianshui pill, here, what will happen after Jinan wakes up and takes it? Suddenly, he thought of this question. He didn't expect Jinan to sleep for so long. He raised his hand and turned it in the air. The 8th level black water grass disappeared, and was replaced by a pill in the center. After putting it there, the power of the mysterious water inside actually became even more vigorous. Powerful. Senior, I can only help you up to this point. Kill more monsters. See you next time. After doing all this, Li Fei glanced at the sleeping Jinan and said slowly. A ball of green healing light appeared in his hand and hit Jinan. Then he turned and entered the door of time and space that appeared at some unknown time. As the door disappeared, Li Fei's figure also completely disappeared in this parallel time and space. At the same time, it was also because of his action. A whole new parallel world has emerged. One is a parallel world where Jinan wakes up normally from his coma and Zuanshuiko is not an elixir. One is a parallel world where Jinan is cured and quickly wakes up after taking the Xianshui holy pill. At the same time, Li Fei also gained a bit of karma because of this action. All his actions in the parallel world will result in karma. This actually existed the moment he stepped into the door of time and space. Reversing time and space and going back to the past is itself a violation of the rules. Li Fei has obtained this ability, and he should also bear the cost of change. This is not a direct side effect of God-level talent, but comes from the cause and effect karma under the mysterious rules. Even an instantaneous cure cannot eliminate karmic consequences. However, it can eliminate all kinds of minor and serious injuries suffered during the disasters caused by karma, and this remains unchanged. After being instantly healed, Jinan regained consciousness. Although this is a timeline in the past, it is also a real parallel world. Basically, it is parallel to the timeline and storyline of the main spacetime and happens at the same time. When he woke up, he was surprised to find that he was still alive and had no injuries. The next second, he saw a pill in the center flying towards him. His intuition told him that taking this pill would make him a strong man. Now that he has reached this point, he has no choice but to open his mouth and swallow the pill. After taking the pill, he felt an unprecedented terrifying power surging in his heart, and his whole body was glowing. The dregs in the body are expelled, completing the cleansing of the meridians and marrow, laying an absolutely powerful foundation for martial arts. And awakened the special talent of SS-level Xianshui Lord. The power in my body soars. Finally reached the early stage of military general. The basic combat power reaches 100,000. Jinan shouted angrily, "Monster, you've left me homeless. I'm going to destroy you all." A brand new era belonging to him is about to begin. Chapter 78 God-level talent, Chaos Tao Heart. God of Disaster. The youngest martial emperor. When he came to his senses again, Li Fei had returned to the original main time and space from the Cataclysm era. Although he was there for only 5 hours, Li Fei also deeply felt the difficulties faced by the early humans. The spacetime gate enters a cooldown period of 1 week. Warning, because of your actions, time and space have changed, creating a parallel world. A trace of karma has been added to you. At this moment, a prompt appeared in front of Li Fei. The next second, Li Fei felt as if there was a subtle blessing on him. It is so mysterious that it cannot be captured. Even the Eye of Law cannot capture it. It's not a big deal. Li Fei took a deep breath. Now that he has done it, he naturally understands the consequences. Even if that is a parallel world that cannot change the time order of the main spacetime, I will not regret it. Oh, I forgot to hand over the subsystem to Jinan before I left. Suddenly, his Eye of Law began to work, seeing through the long river of time. Appeared in Jinan in the parallel world. He was stunned at first. I didn't expect that the Eye of Law could even see this. But I just can't get through. Maybe it can be done this way. Li Fei suddenly had an idea and raised his hand to create a martial arts fitness system, a low-profile version 2.0. Go, find him. The next second, the system light in his hand, with the power of the Eye of Law, entered the long river of time and space and fell on Jinan. However, this time, the gate of time and space did not give any warning. Perhaps this has something to do with not using the spacetime gate. Li Fei also seemed to have discovered a bug from this point. Maybe I can delve deeper into this later. After a week, continue looking for other high-level medicinal herbs. He calmed his mind, sat cross-legged, took out an 8th grade Xianshui pill, put it in his mouth, and began to refine it. The chaos body has adapted to the first one, and he plans to see if the second one can directly upgrade it to a smaller level. The chaotic body absorbed it quickly. Although there is still that amount of vigorous energy impact in the body. But it cannot directly upgrade one small level like the first one. It's just as I guessed. The chaos body is not that easy to deal with. According to this situation, how many high-level pills will I need to consume in order to achieve a breakthrough? It would be great if I could have a powerful mental method, so that when combined with the chaos body, I can absorb the energy of the heavens, the earth, and the universe more quickly. Li Fei slowly opened his eyes and thought, then took out a bunch of pills and started eating them. Compared to conventional training, the speed of improvement is indeed faster by directly taking high-level pills. He ate a bunch of 8th grade holy pills. His basic combat power soared exponentially. 45 million. 50 million. 55 million. 60 million. The further you go, the weaker the improvement becomes. The more you take, the slower the improvement. But fortunately, it finally reached 70 million. As a result, he achieved the late stage of the Martial King realm. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the late Martial King realm and obtaining the God-level talent, Chaos Dao Heart. Chaos Dao Heart, Origin of Chaos. Infinite Evolution. All laws return to the abyss. Heart and law resonate. Law's affinity. Energy transformation. The Dao Heart is indestructible. As the system prompt sounded. The next second, Li Fei was bathed in a golden space. His heart was replaced by the Chaos Dao Heart, which was no longer red but golden. Strength. An endless stream of powerful force emerged from within. A perfect match with Chaos Body. The speed of cultivation and absorbing the energy of heaven and earth is unprecedentedly fast. He could already feel the change initially. Pills are only effective in the early and middle stages. In the later stages, as his chaotic body level becomes higher and higher, the improvement brought by the pills will only become more and more subtle, even for high-level pills. In the end, one can only rely on the chaotic body and chaotic Dao Heart to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to improve. The fusion of Chaos Dao Heart did not allow him to directly break through the level of Martial King and enter the level of Martial Emperor. But it also increased his basic combat power from 70 million to 90 million. 90 million still belongs to the late stage of the Martial King realm. Only when it reaches 99 million can one officially enter the peak of the Martial King realm. With the current speed of practicing Chaos Oneness and the bonus of the elixir, a breakthrough will be achieved soon. His level is not really too high now, so high-level elixirs can still help him improve. But now that I have adapted to the 8th grade Holy Pill, I have to find a way to get the 9th grade Imperial Pill. Try to break through to the Martial Emperor realm, then go out and have fun. Li Fei is not satisfied with the boring and tedious training. After breaking through the Martial Emperor realm, he will go out to explore various ancient ruins. He grabbed another handful of 8th grade holy pills and ate them. Start refining. Time flies. Another week passed. The aura in his body finally broke through the critical point. The basic combat power also successfully increased from 99.99 million to 100 million. Achieved the early stage of Martial Emperor realm. Who else can achieve such a speed of improvement? Even during the Cataclysm, it was impossible for someone to go from a mediocre person with a basic combat power of 300 to a Martial Emperor with a basic combat power of 100 million in less than a month. Even Su Jianyi, the current number 1 sword emperor in the Federation, took a full 10 years to rise to the top and become an emperor. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the early stages of the Martial Emperor level. You've gained the God-level talent, God of Disaster. God of Disaster, the God who controls the laws of disaster. However, every time you use the power of the laws of disaster, you will be affected by the laws of disaster and encounter random disasters. After listening to the system prompts and the information on the screen in front of him, Li Fei was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? I'm a god who controls the laws of calamity, so why am I still affected? Li Fei was a little stunned. Because you are not the god of disaster itself, nor are you the law of disaster itself. The system prompt appears. Good fellow, but there's nothing wrong with what you said. It's called a god-level talent because it's something that should have existed. Finally, through the medium of the system, I awakened and gained this power. Every god-level talent has its own unique features. Never mind. Since I'm here, I can use it, but I can't live without it. If others have something, I must have it too. If others don't have it, I must have it even more. After Li Fei calmed down, he quickly figured it out. Regardless of whether the god-level talent he obtains later is useful to him or not, he must have it. Just having it is enough. Whether he uses it or not is his business. Now that I'm a martial emperor, it's time to go out and have some fun. I should be the youngest martial emperor in 100 years. I packed up, took a shower, and left the villa. As soon as I walked out of the villa, two figures came towards me. Hello, Li Fei. It's been a long time since I saw you. Our chief 7th grade alchemist. The people who came were Zi Meng and Zhang Yun. The two women came over and teased. It's been a long time indeed. Li Fei said with a smile. Where are you planning to go? Li Fei asked. A new ancient relic has appeared on Blue Star. We've accepted a mission and plan to explore it. Would you like to come with us? Zhang Yun offered. With you here, our safety factor will be greater. This time, people from the other 4 academies will also be going. It will be very lively then, and we can meet all their geniuses and geniuses. Zi Meng also nodded. A brand new ancient relic? I'm just tired of practicing in my room, so I'll go out with you guys. Li Fei also became interested. At the same time, I also want to meet the geniuses from the other 4 academies. Chapter 79 Delta Ruins number 100. A rainbow breaks through the sky. A fighter plane symbolizing the Central Federal Military Academy rushed out of outer space and entered outer space. The fighter plane flew towards the Blue Star Delta C at a speed exceeding Mach 10. Li Fei, this is some information about the new ancient ruins, but it's not specific. We need to go in and explore and continue to update the information. Inside the fighter plane, Zi Meng handed a file to Li Fei. Li Fei took it and looked at it. It recorded the contents of the new ancient ruins. The Federation defines this new ancient relic as relic number 100. Because this is the 100th ancient relic to appear. 99 have appeared in front of it. Codes are defined based on the first discovery. No one from the Federation has been in yet, so the specific information is unclear. As students of the 5 major academies, they are powerful and talented, so they are naturally at the forefront of exploration. Generally speaking, as long as the ancient ruins appear on the blue planet, there are generally few that have combat power exceeding the martial sect realm. After the Supreme Federation's super artificial intelligence analyzed the intensity of the fluctuations when the ancient ruins appeared, it was concluded that the highest combat power of this new ancient ruin number 100 would not reach the level of Martial King. So it became a place for students to gain experience. Besides our team, is there anyone else from the academy coming here? Li Fei asked curiously. Other teams will come too. After all, this is a training ground given by the Federation to our 5 academies. There will be a lot of people there. Some of them are even faster than us and have already arrived. However, the qualified ancient ruins haven't been opened yet, they just appeared. They will open tonight. Those who go there early can only wait patiently when they get there. It just so happened that we met you when we were leaving, otherwise we would have had to go there alone. Zhang Yun spoke. Why not ask someone else to go? Li Fei was a little confused. I'm not familiar with it. Zi Meng shook her head and said, having more people doesn't necessarily make it easier to move. The most important thing is quality. Zhang Yun smiled and said, with you on our team, it doesn't matter whether others come or not. Zi Meng chuckled and said, after all, you are not only the Federation's chief 7th rank alchemist, but also the Chaos King. The only monstrous person among the freshmen who broke through to the Martial King level the fastest. The two women admired him very much. I haven't seen you for a week. You've been out of touch with the news. I am no longer the Chaos King, but the Chaos Emperor. Li Fei said with a smile, and the next second, a trace of the aura of the billion-level combat power of the early stage of the Martial Emperor was leaked from his body. The two women felt extremely terrified in an instant. What? You've broken through to become a Martial Emperor. Zi Meng and Zhang Yun were extremely shocked and their scalps were tingling. They are all daughters of wealthy families, so they have naturally felt the aura of the Martial Emperor. The aura Li Fei exudes now is at the martial emperor level. Well, I went into deep seclusion for a week and luckily made a breakthrough. Li Fei nodded. You're a pervert. How did you break through so quickly? What do you want us to do? How do we chase you? Don't get me wrong, we're talking about catching up in realm. Hearing this, the two women looked at each other and their mouths twitched. It seems that he realized he had said something wrong and corrected it immediately because he was worried about causing misunderstanding. Please introduce yourselves. We've known each other for so long, but we still don't know your talents or levels. Li Fei smiled slightly and asked, pretending to be ignorant. Under the eyes of the law, he could see everything about the two women clearly. But he pretended not to know. That's right, I'll go first then. Zimeng said, my special talent is the SSS level 3000 illusionary world eyes. My current cultivation is at the peak of the general realm. There was a gleam in her eyes. It seems as if there are 3000 worlds in the depths of the eyes. Full of endless power. She wanted to use the power of the 3000 illusionary eyes to see through Li Fei. The result was that I encountered obstacles and was unable to see through them. All that could be seen on Li Fei's body was a completely chaotic golden color. There is nothing else besides this. Inside this golden chaos, there is a domineering power that is even more terrifying than her. Could easily crush her to death. She was extremely shocked. My special talent is SS level Voidwalker. My current cultivation level is mid-level military commander. Don't look at me as I'm only SS level now. Once I break through to the Martial King level, my talent will evolve into an SSS level Void Lord. Zhang Yun said playfully. In front of Li Fei's SSSS level chaos talent, she felt that her SS level talent was not even up to par, so she took the initiative to reveal some secrets of her talent. This is the only way to elevate your own status and avoid being so embarrassed. A special talent that can evolve on its own, without the need for external assistance? Li Fei asked curiously. He did not use the Eye of Law for in-depth analysis, so he did not know that Zhang Yun's SS level Voidwalker talent could evolve autonomously. No need. Even if I used it, it would be useless. It's already fixed. I can only evolve after I break through to the Martial King. Otherwise, my current cultivation level wouldn't be so low. Zhang Yun shrugged. If it were really possible to evolve ahead of time with the help of external objects, the Zhang family would have gotten a lot of materials to help her improve. After all, the family behind her has no shortage of resources and money. I see. Li Fei heard this and nodded silently. No matter what, in front of his god-level talent, this so-called SSS-level special talent is not enough. From the information given by the Eye of Law, the main ability of Zimeng's 3000 fantasy world eyes is to reflect the 3000 small worlds. Wherever his gaze goes, he can weave illusions and even transform illusions into reality. This ability is really awesome if used well. However, unfortunately, the pupil-based soul skills were restrained by Li Fei's Eye of Law. Because the 3000 small worlds woven by the other party do not really exist. If one wants to transform the 3000 small worlds into real existence, the energy required is extremely huge, and even Li Fei cannot do it now. Not to mention Zimeng. As for Zhang Yun's SS-level Voidwalker, it controls the power of the void, can teleport over short distances, teleport through spatial anchors, create void cracks to devour attacks, and divert attacks directly to the enemy. For now, these are all. Once you evolve to the SSS-level Void Lord, you will have more means at your disposal. While everyone was chatting, the fighter planes had already arrived over the delta waters of Blue Star. As soon as the fighter plane appeared, it attracted the attention of the other teams who had arrived earlier. Among these people there is a small team from the Central Federal Military Academy. There are also small teams from the 4 major academies of Xuanwu, Phoenix, White Tiger, and Azure Dragon. Another one, from the Federal College. It's very competitive and fun this time. A handsome young man with long green hair in the Qinglong Academy fighter plane slowly spoke. It gives people a strong sense of oppression, and it has a powerful dragon power. It is said that the newest 7th rank chief, Li Fei, is from the Federal College. I wonder if he came this time. I really want to fight him. He's an alchemist, and he's definitely no match for you in a fight. After all, you have fused with the Azure Dragon's reverse scale and successfully awakened the SSS-level Azure Dragon's power. The team behind him teased. Chapter 80 Sky Labyrinth. The trial ground of Sky Civilization. There are a lot of people here, it's so lively. Some have played. Inside the fighter plane, through 100% exterior scene simulation, Li Fei saw fighter planes of various sizes appear over the delta waters. The corners of his mouth curled up in anticipation. The sea is surging. There is a black door floating high in the sea. This door is closed. It is the entrance to the 100th ancient ruins. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. It's time, it should be opening soon. Inside the fighter plane, someone looked at the schedule and whispered, "Rumble." The next second, a low hum of energy spread out, forming a vibrating sound. Inside the fighter plane, everyone's eyes were fixed on the entrance to the 100th ancient ruins. At the entrance, the door slowly opened. A black tunnel was revealed, leading to nowhere. Set off. The crowd, who couldn't wait any longer, rushed in their fighter planes. Li Fei's fighter plane also followed in with the fleet. As soon as you enter, the exterior view becomes distorted. All the fighter planes disappeared, leaving only his plane flying through the black tunnel. It seems everyone has been randomly teleported away. Seeing this scene, Zi Meng spoke. No one knows what dangers lie within the newly discovered 100th ancient ruins. After all, the Federation's most advanced super artificial intelligence can only estimate the combat power inside, and has not actually come into contact with it, so there is a possibility of misjudgment. Even knowing this, people are still not afraid. Because they are all geniuses who have awakened special talents of the lowest S level, geniuses all have their own pride. It is this arrogance that makes them not afraid of death. The same is true for Zi Meng and Zhang Yun. Now with the presence of Li Fei, the martial emperor, there is an added sense of security. Soon, the fighter jet left the black tunnel. Appeared above an empty ancient square. Everyone left the fighter plane, and the fighter plane was put into the ring. This is a Federation-made weapon specifically for storing fighter jets. The space is just right, not too much and not too little. Zi Meng and Zhang Yun can both walk in the air thanks to their own innate abilities. Even if Li Fei did not mobilize his innate power, he could still walk in the air with the strength of the martial emperor. Here is the interior of this ancient ruin. Zi Meng and Zhang Yun looked around. This place is filled with the atmosphere of antiquity and battle. Li Fei mobilized the Eye of Law to analyze the underlying structure of this ancient relic. The results came out soon. A lot of information about this ancient relic appeared in his mind, and he understood what this ancient relic was like. It turns out that this ancient relic is called Sky Maze. It was the trial site of a civilization called Sky Civilization on Blue Star tens of thousands of years ago. This civilization once achieved the perfect fusion of 9-dimensional technology and martial arts practice. It's a pity that after the failure of civilization to upgrade, this relic that transcends time and space was left behind. Influenced by the revival of the Earth's spiritual energy, the entrance appeared at this time. This ancient relic is a product that exists in the same place but in different time and space. There is a core area here called the Central Control Room. The spark of the Sky Civilization is preserved here. The starry sky matrix that can realize the free conversion of matter and energy. Protected by 9-fold encrypted martial energy lock. There are a large number of soul-eating beasts and guardians that are a fusion of machines and creatures living in the ruins. They will actively attack invaders. And the place where they are is one of the arenas in the experimental area. Everyone who comes in will be randomly assigned to one of the arenas. Start the first trial. The special matrix here will assign different opponents according to the strength of the trial takers. Only by killing it can you enter the next level. The next level is the real test. This arena is just an appetizer and a warm-up exercise. If you can't even get through here, the person who comes in will die here and won't even be qualified to enter the real first level. Just here, a lot of people can be eliminated. After learning the information, Li Fei's expression changed slightly. There's definitely no problem with him. But it may not be the same for other students. If you can't get through, you will die here and won't even be qualified to leave. But fortunately, this can be challenged in a team. It will make the opponent you match stronger. Maybe this is a challenge that we need to overcome before we can move on to the next level. Li Fei said slowly. He did not share the information he learned. Because he didn't know how to explain how he knew. Challenge? Fight what? There's nothing here? Zi Meng and Zhang Yun were puzzled. There was nothing around, nothing at all. Here I come. Just as the two women's voices fell, Li Fei felt something strange happening in the space below. Zhang Yun, a voidwalker, was very sensitive to space and also noticed this. He looked down and stared at the center of the ancient square. Zimeng also opened her 3000 fantasy world eyes to check. Strong fluctuations in space were also discovered. The next second, countless energies were seen converging. 3 human-shaped figures wearing black mechas were formed. A strong sense of oppression emanated from them. Condensed from energy? This aura has actually reached the level of Martial Emperor. After Zimeng and Zhang Yan sensed it, they were shocked. It became difficult to breathe. They were suppressed and fell from the sky to the ground, kneeling on one knee, sweating profusely. Li Fei suddenly realized, this ancient square matches our opponents based on the highest level among us. I am a Martial Emperor, which is the highest level, so the 3 of them are also Martial Emperors. What should we do? We are just military commanders. The Martial Emperor and the Martial General are still separated by 2 great realms, the Martial Marshal and the Martial King. This gap is greater than the heaven and earth. Zimeng and Zhang Yun looked at each other and were a little panicked. There's no way, the gap is too big. Facing 3 billion level warriors, the 2 of them are completely not enough even with SSS level special talents and SS level special talents. Li Fei's expression remained calm, it's not a big problem. They are just early stage Martial Emperors. No matter how many there are, they are still ants in front of me. After taking a look at the 2 women who were suppressed by the aura, the Eye of Law moved slowly, analyzing the aura and pressure from the 2 women, and it dissipated instantly. The 2 women finally calmed down. The next second, 3 Martial Emperor figures rushed towards Li Fei and the other 2. Li Fei raised his hand and waved. 3 golden mirrors appeared nearby, and 3 golden figures that looked exactly like Li Fei flew out from them. It was the mirror clone technique that was stolen from the foreign monsters in the Tower of the God of War. To be more precise, it is called Chaos Clone Technique. Seeing this scene, Zimeng and Zhang Yun were both shocked, 3 identical clones. How did they do that? Li Fei did not answer. The battle ahead has begun. After a fierce battle, the 3 figures were crushed by the clones. Congratulations to the intruder for passing the ancient square trial and officially entering the trial stage. The next second, a mechanical voice sounded in the ancient square. A hole appeared in front. The 3 of them looked at each other and rushed in. When he appeared again, he had arrived at another ancient square. There are many star-like embellishments all over the place. The first stage of the Sky Trial, Martial Energy Resonance. Please individually activate the 108 martial energy nodes scattered throughout the ancient square. Chapter 81 cleared in seconds. Clearance Reward. Quantum Training Chamber. Do you want to activate the 108 martial energy nodes here? How do I light it up? Zhang Yun was puzzled. Zimeng's eyes flickered, maybe so. She closed her eyes. Mobilize your own power, spread it out, and try to cover one of the nodes. She was horrified to find that after the energy entered a node, it was devoured madly. After absorbing a large amount of her power, the originally dim nodes finally lit up. It takes so much power to light one up. There are a total of 108 of them here. It's definitely not something that can be completed in a short time. A drop of sweat appeared on Zimeng's forehead. Let me try. Zhang Yun also released her own power. Only after absorbing a large amount of power did a star light up. At this moment, she finally understood what Zimeng felt. Her level is much lower than the other party, so she has to expend more energy. I thought it would be easy, but it's so hard. 108 have been lit up, and now there are still 107 left. The corner of Zhang Yun's mouth twitched and a drop of hot sweat appeared on her forehead. But fortunately, they gave up on continuing to infuse power. The lit one also counts as theirs, and there is no need to light it again. You just need to light up the last 107. At least that's good news. You can take a rest. Let me try. Li Fei's face was calm, as if he had already seen through the mechanism here. The next second, he summoned the chaos body and released terrifying power, pouring it madly into every node. A scene that shocked Zimeng and Zhang Yun appeared. I saw dim stars quickly lighting up. In the blink of an eye, all 108 dim stars were lit up. In an instant, the entire ancient square was illuminated. A star map appeared. It records the information of the sky civilization. It is a picture, not a text expression. This star map looks like a visualization map. The Chaos Emperor is indeed worthy of being the Chaos Emperor. He actually lit up instantly. This surging power is not something that ordinary people can possess. Zhang Yun and Zi Meng were shocked. Could this be a story related to this ancient ruins? The two women looked at the star map in front of them and murmured. Yes, it records information about the Sky Civilization. This ancient relic is the trial site of the Sky Civilization. The full name of this trial site is Sky Labyrinth. Li Fei took the opportunity to tell some information he knew. You understand everything? Zi Meng was surprised. Is it difficult? Li Fei asked. Zi Meng and Zhang Yun remained silent, as they couldn't understand it anyway. Maybe I lit it up, so you understand it. Li Fei said lightly. The next second, the star map disappeared. A stream of light shot forward towards Li Fei. It's a cabin filled with technology. It slowly shrank and came into Li Fei's hand. What is this? A reward for clearing a level? Zi Meng and Zhang Yun both looked on curiously. Li Fei's eye of law flashed, and information from the cabin appeared in front of him. Item: Quantum Training Cabin. Function 1: Accelerate cultivation efficiency by 1000%. Function 2: Quantization, can be large or small, easy to carry. In the first level of the trial ground, there is the resonance of martial energy. The shorter the time it takes to fill up the stars, the higher the level of the reward. After seeing this information, Li Fei couldn't help but feel happy. This is a quantum cultivation chamber. It can be large or small. Lying inside it can increase your cultivation efficiency by 1000%. Another point. The faster you light up all the stars in this trial ground, the richer the rewards. I think no one should be faster than me, so my quantum training cabin is the highest level reward for this level. Li Fei spoke. How many? Increase training efficiency by 1000%. When Zi Meng and Zhang Yun heard this, their eyes widened and they exclaimed in surprise. Even they couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? This is too outrageous." The two women showed envy on their faces. This is a task of lighting up individually, so you need to work hard. Li Fei said lightly. I'll try it first and see how it works. After he finished speaking, he moved his mind, and the quantum training cabin became larger and was placed next to him. Li Fei lay down in it, the cabin doors merged, and he began to meditate and practice. The three of them came in together, so only when all three of them lit up 108 stars together could they enter the next level. Li Fei is not in a hurry anyway. It seems we have to work hard and not hold Li Fei back. Zi Meng came back to her senses and said bitterly. Yeah, it's very stressful to team up with Li Fei. Zhang Yun also felt bitter. The two women looked at each other, unleashing their special talents and pouring all their strength into it. As time goes by, one star after another is lit up. At the same time, their faces were covered in sweat, their clothes were soaked, and their faces were pale. Unable to hold on any longer, he immediately sat cross-legged and recovered. At the same time, Li Fei, who was lying in the quantum training cabin, had already felt the result of accelerating his training efficiency by 1000%. The speed at which the energy of heaven and earth flows into the body is 10 times faster than before. 1000% is 10 times. His basic combat effectiveness is constantly improving. Very fast. As time passed, the basic combat power had unknowingly increased from 100 million to 100 million. An additional 100,000 basic combat power. Although it is insignificant compared to the current basic combat power of hundreds of millions, it can continue to accumulate and grow. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. I don't know how much time has passed. Anyway, it feels like a long time has passed. Zi Meng took a deep breath and exhaled. It's finally lit up. I'm so tired. She also realized from this a more subtle level of control over power. This time's infusion and resonance of martial energy may not be a simple lighting up on the surface. The deeper level is to enable warriors to have a deeper understanding and control of their own strength. The next second, another star map appeared. Zi Meng seemed to understand some of it, but not completely. Just as he was thinking, the star map disappeared. An armor-like object appeared in front of her. At the same time, a message flooded into her mind, letting her understand what this thing was. Psychic light armor. It can withstand a full-strength attack from a martial emperor. The psychic light armor was directly attached to Zi Meng's body, emitting a faint glow. There won't be any obstacles. What is this? Zhang Yun asked curiously. The psychic light armor can withstand the full force attack of a martial emperor. Zimeng said. Fuck, this is amazing. Not a bad reward. Zhang Yun said. Indeed. Zimeng nodded. Hurry up and see what your reward is. Zhang Yun nodded. It took me longer than you, but it's definitely not as good as yours. So she continued to work harder. I don't know how much time has passed. Zhang Yun was sweating profusely and gasping for breath, but he finally lit up all the stars. Another star map appeared. I don't quite understand it either. But it doesn't matter, she wants a reward. After the star map disappeared, a stream of light came into her hand. Form a bracelet. A piece of information also flooded into her mind, making her understand what it was. Space compression bracelet. It contains 100 cubic meters of storage space, capable of storing both living and dead objects. And it has the ability to compress 100 cubic meters of real space. This thing is similar to a storage ring. However, the storage ring is not yet capable of storing living things. It is impossible to compress real space, let alone 100 cubic meters. This thing is even better than a storage ring. Chapter 82 Solve the Wisdom Puzzle. Get rich rewards. Chaos Emperor, get up and go. Zimeng and Zhang Yun looked at the quantum training cabin and joked. In the cabin, Li Fei woke up and felt refreshed and comfortable. It feels great. The hatch opened and Li Fei walked out, twisting his neck, looking particularly energetic. Inside, I was in a deep sleep, and the power in my body would automatically accelerate cultivation, without any discomfort at all. This quantum training cabin is of special value. Just by sleeping like this, his basic combat power has increased from 10.1 million to 10.5 million. This range of 400,000 is a height that many people cannot reach in their lifetime. Now Li Fei only needs to get some sleep to achieve it. It's really enviable. He raised his hand and put the quantum training cabin into the storage ring. What did you get? Li Fei looked at the two women curiously. Zimeng said, I have obtained a psychic light armor that can withstand the full force of the martial emperor. Zhang Yun raised her wrist and said, I got a space compression bracelet. It has a 100 cubic meters of space inside, and can also compress the 100 cubic meters of space outside. Not bad, let's go to the next level. Li Fei heard this and nodded secretly. The entrance in front was opened and the three of them walked in. This is no longer the ancient square. It's like a laboratory. The second stage of Sky Trial, Puzzle of Wisdom. Please solve the quantum computing puzzle left by the Sky Civilization. A puzzle? The three of them were stunned and became curious. Such a powerful ancient civilization should provide very advanced puzzles. Next second. A dodecahedron crystal was suspended in front of him, projecting a continuously collapsing equation. The first puzzle, Psychic Superposition State Equation. Known, psi equals alpha 0 plus beta 1 where alpha superscript 2 plus beta superscript 2 equals 1. Condition, when psionic energy is infused, beta alpha equals e caret I pi 3. Solution, the phase perturbation angle theta that makes the probability of the quantum state psi collapsing to 0 reach 100%. After seeing this title, the three of them looked at each other and were stunned. Do you understand? Zhang Yun asked blankly. They can understand each word individually, but they can't understand them when they are put together. Zimeng shook her head, I don't understand. The two women looked at Li Fei and said, we are just warriors. How can we understand such a difficult question? What exactly is their purpose? Both women were confused. Li Fei couldn't understand it either. But it can be analyzed through the eye of law. The answer came quickly. I understand. Li Fei said, we need to use the energy interferometer hidden in the wall to adjust its own energy output to create a phase difference of pi 3. How do we do this? The two women were still a little confused. They looked at Li Fei with admiration. How can you understand such difficult questions? He truly deserves to be the youngest martial emperor. Fortunately, I don't need to answer each one individually. Li Fei murmured something and began to use his own power to create according to the answer given by the eye of law. Soon, the scene in front of me changed. The correct answer was produced in a short while. Congratulations on solving the first question. You'll be rewarded with a martial energy purification technique. Following a voice. A streak of light fell into Li Fei's mind. This is a method specifically used to purify martial arts power, similar to a mental method. The purification rate is as high as 100%. It can be said to be quite high. If this thing is used together with the Chaos Dao heart and Chaos body, and then with the quantum training chamber, it can greatly improve his training efficiency. The next second, the scene in front of everyone changed. The second question appeared. Question 2, Space-time topology. A constantly reorganizing multidimensional Klein bottle holographic projection appeared in front of him. Title content. In the four-dimensional spacetime manifold, mkd equals 2 pi chi m plus mkg ds. If the curvature of the relic space k equals lambda ep psychic energy, please derive the expression of lambda. Note, chi m is the Euler characteristic, and E is the real-time psychic energy value monitored by the ruins. You go first. If you can't do it, there will be no reward. Li Fei looked at the two women. Zimeng and Zhang Yan's eyes widened as they fought, unable to figure it out. They shook their heads frantically. I don't understand. I absolutely don't understand. You should do it. I think the reward for the second level won't be for us. I don't think anyone else can answer it. It's too difficult. The two women just felt their heads buzzing. Okay, then I'll answer it. Li Fei smiled slightly. The Eye of Law has already given the answer. He summons chaos fire to burn a specific location, revealing a Mobius strip-like psychic circuit. Then, the expression, chi-m equals 0 appeared. This is the answer to this question. All right. Li Fei smiled slightly. Congratulations on solving the second question. You'll be rewarded with the SSS-level martial arts sky-splitting finger. As the prompt sounded, a stream of light entered Li Fei's mind. Information about the sky-splitting finger suddenly appeared. This is a very scary fingering. With just a point of the finger, the void in space can be torn apart, causing extremely terrifying explosion damage. It can even directly tear the void in space inside the enemy's body through the air, causing internal death to the enemy. After reading the introduction, Li Fei was shocked. He understood it immediately and learned it quickly. And integrate the power of chaos. Greatly increased the power of this fingering. The sky-splitting finger was also upgraded from SSS level to the God-level martial art chaos sky-splitting finger. The power is even stronger than the great wilderness prisoner heaven finger. Just point your finger and you can tear apart the chaotic void and collapse the space. The higher his cultivation level, the more terrifying the power he unleashes. This process seems to have taken a long time, but in fact it only took a moment. It's actually an SSS level martial art. Zimeng and Zhang Yun were extremely shocked, with envy in their eyes. They only practiced martial arts and had no idea about these profound and difficult problems. What a missed opportunity. Li Fei slowly opened his eyes. The next second, the scene changed again. The ultimate puzzle, the observer effect decision. Presentation form, the entire space turns into Schrödinger's cat state. Title content. You have two control levers in front of you. The left rod is connected to a box that has a 50% chance of releasing poison. The right rod is connected to a box containing a quantum cat that is both dead and alive. Rule 1. If you choose to observe the left rod, the probability of the poison box becomes 100%. 2. If you choose to observe the right rod, the cat state will collapse. 3. You can only obtain the spark of civilization when you are not observing. We don't understand. After seeing this, the two women were still confused and shook their heads. What kind of topics are these? But it looks like this is the last question. At least I can be free. Li Fei continued to mobilize the Eye of Law to analyze. The answer came soon. He used his mental power to cover the two control rods at the same time, triggering the recognition mechanism of the ruins in the quantum superposition state of observation and non-observation. Successfully completed the solution. Congratulations on solving the ultimate puzzle. You'll be rewarded with the SSSS level skill 9 transformations of the sky. The next second, another piece of information appeared in Li Fei's mind. Li Fei was very surprised that it was an SSSS body technique that was even better than the SSS level. The core secret of the 9 changes of sky, the body is like a Star Trek, the steps are on the void, the 9 changes are powerful and can shatter the sky. 9 changes of the sky is the most advanced space-based body movement technique of the ancient star civilization. It is composed of 9 different ways of space movement. When practiced to perfection, one can temporarily control the local space laws, achieving the effects of near teleportation, folding space, and even crossing dimensions in a short time. Chapter 83, The Ultimate Challenge. Is Shangwei a scam? The 9 transformations of the sky are divided into the following categories. The first transformation, star flash, short distance, high-speed teleportation. The second transformation, air step, walk in the air, ignoring the constraints of gravity. The third transformation, shadow folding, the space is folded, forming a phantom, and attacks cannot hit. The fourth transformation, split the space, tear apart the space and travel through the fissure tunnel. The fifth transformation, star track, move at high speed, creating starlight afterimages to confuse the enemy. The sixth transformation, escape from the void, briefly enter the cracks in space, and become immune to all physical and non-physical attacks. The seventh transformation, star shift, mark coordinates to perceive space nodes and teleport over long distances. The eighth transformation, broken world, shattered space forms a space storm to cut the enemy. The ninth transformation, Guishu, is the ultimate mystery. It allows you to temporarily enter a higher dimensional space, ignoring all physical and non-physical laws, and freely travel between different dimensions. After learning about the 9 changes of the sky, Li Fei finally understood the power of this movement technique. That monster is SSSS level. The Chaos Body and Chaos Tao Heart began to deduce based on this law itself. The Eye of Law is also analyzing and deducing. Soon, a new God-level body technique was born. 9 changes of chaos. On the original basis, a modification with stronger chaos power was added to make the ability even stronger. It can definitely be classified as God level. And the degree of perversion is far beyond the chaos sky-splitting finger. As for the effect, we will have a chance to see it in the future. SSSS level agility? Hiss. Oh my god. What opportunity have we missed? After seeing this scene, Zi Meng and Zhang Yun were so jealous. I should have studied physics well earlier. Now I have missed such a great opportunity. I want to die. Everything is destined to happen, so don't be discouraged. Okay, let's go to the next level. Coming back to his senses, Li Fei smiled slightly, looked at the entrance that had appeared in front of him, and walked in first. Zi Meng and Zhang Yun looked at each other and followed closely. When they appeared again, the 3 of them had arrived in a golden space. There are no borders in sight. It's all gold. The next second, a prompt sounded. The third stage of the Sky Trial, the ultimate challenge. Please defeat the Sky Warrior's energy projection alone. Immediately afterwards, Zi Meng and Zhang Yun disappeared. Li Fei used the Eye of Law to analyze and soon discovered that the 2 women were teleported to an independent space. Defeat alone, that seems to be what it means. Li Fei murmured and did not go to help. He will only take action if the 2 women cannot be defeated in the end. The advantage of this separation is that the 2 women do not need to challenge strong opponents. The next second he looked away. In front of him, a highly intelligent human figure appeared. Li Fei could clearly feel a tremendous pressure from him. Hello, Challenger. My name is Luo, and I'm the guardian of the Sky Civilization. Congratulations on successfully passing the first 2 levels. Your performance was excellent, so we've prepared the best gift for you as a reward for this ultimate challenge. This challenge has 3 levels. Level 1, hold on to my attacks for 1 stick of incense to obtain the SSSS level memory medal, 1000 transformations, which allows you to transform any weapon into 1000 different forms and enhance the weapon's abilities. Second level, defeat me within half an incense stick and you'll gain access to the Sky Civilization database. It contains a portion of our civilization's damaged technology tree, yet even so, it represents the pinnacle of civilization. Level 3, kill me within 1 stick of incense, and you'll obtain a fragment of a star core. It contains immense, high-quality martial energy that will help you quickly break through. Luo said, you can choose to challenge 3 levels, or you can choose to challenge 1 level. Just do it according to your own ability. 3 of us challenge you at the same time. If I kill you, all the rewards will be mine. Li Fei made the choice without any hesitation. He is very confident in himself. Okay. Then the challenge officially begins. Luo's voice fell, and the next second, a stick of incense was inserted into the ground and burned. Sky-splitting finger. Immediately afterwards, Luo lightly tapped the void, and a blue finger, wrapped in a terrifying force, pressed down towards Li Fei. Li Fei's mouth corners raised. The chaotic body was released to resist this pressure. then pointed out with one finger. Chaos sky-splitting finger. Pirated vs genuine. Seeing this scene, Luo was a little surprised. He actually learned the sky-splitting finger so quickly, and even added some tricks to it. Such an amazing figure actually appeared in later civilizations. Bang! The chaotic void was torn apart. The moment Luo's sky-splitting finger touched the chaos sky-splitting finger, it instantly shattered. Seeing this scene, Luo was very calm. A diamond-shaped metal appeared in its hand, and the next second it turned into a spear, attacking Li Fei. This diamond-shaped metal is the SSSS-level memory metal, 1000 machine transformation. Li Fei rushed forward with the Hanyuan blade in his hand and engaged in a fierce battle with Luo. Boom! Bang 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 bang! The battle is intense. Super fierce. However, this space is extremely solid and shows no signs of collapse. The tearing of the void and the collapse of a small part of the space seem to have no effect on the main body of this space. Li Fei was amazed at the amazing technology of the Sky Civilization. During the battle, he kept trying to perform the 9 transformations of chaos to improve his proficiency. After the upgrade, the 9 changes of chaos is indeed even more terrifying. After all, it is a god-level body movement. In the end, Luo was suppressed by him. The whole body was shattered in an instant. Just one stick of incense had not burned out. In other words, Li Fei passed 3 tests at the same time. The broken Luo turned into particles and recondensed to appear in front of Li Fei. Congratulations, you've completed the test. These 3 things are yours. As Luo's voice rang out, the incense sticking on the ground disappeared. 3 streams of light flew out from Luo's hand. I hope that future generations will be able to take the technology of the Sky Civilization and carry it forward. And remember, before a civilization has sufficient subversive power, it should not upgrade its dimensions. Do not upgrade. Do not upgrade. This is a scam. The Sky Civilization was also destroyed in this deception. After saying that, Luo's figure turned into particles and disappeared in this space, leaving only the suspense of not wanting to upgrade the dimension constantly replaying in Li Fei's mind. Damn it, just speak half the words. Li Fei frowned. I want to peek with the eyes of law. The result was nothing. Because there is no information recorded here about the Sky Civilization before and after its dimensional upgrade. After all, this is just a proving ground for the Sky Civilization. Incomplete information is understandable. We can only wait and see if we can encounter other things from the Sky Civilization later. Retract your thoughts. Look at the 3 things in front of you. Congratulations on successfully completing the ultimate challenge. Obtain SSSS memory metal, 1000 machine transformation. Get the civilization database. Obtain a piece of star core fragment. This thing is made of metal, so it can be cast into a divine weapon. I'll give it a try when I get back. Li Fei held the diamond-shaped metal in his hand and began to play with it carefully. Chapter 84 Transaction. After 1 stick of incense, Zimeng and Zhang Yun's final trial also ended. Returned to the main space from the alien space to reunite with Li Fei. At this moment, the 2 women looked unhappy. His face was full of fatigue, he looked pale and extremely weak. Is this the guardian of the Sky Civilization? So strong indeed. The 2 women said in unison. A green ball of light condensed in Li Fei's hand and shot into the bodies of the 2 women. Instantly heals all injuries and restores lost strength. What a powerful healing ability. Is this the ability you gained from the challenge? Zimeng and Zhang Yun felt the strange sensation coming from their bodies and showed shock. You can understand it that way. Li Fei nodded and asked, what did you gain? The SSS level technique, Void Classic, is especially suitable for me to practice. Zhang Yun said first. SSS level martial arts technique, record of 3000 fantasy dreams. It is also particularly suitable for me to practice. Zimeng said. All good. Li Fei nodded secretly after hearing this. Although this place is just the trial ground of the Sky Civilization, it seems that this civilization is even more powerful than we imagined. Its foundation is terrifying. SSS class is probably a common sight there. Li Fei's words surprised the 2 women. Zhang Yun said, that's not the case. An SSS level technique is very powerful. Li Fei shook his head, that's because the humans of our generation have not seen a truly powerful civilization. Due to the limitations of our cognition and vision, the SSS level skills may seem very advanced to us, but in the eyes of the Sky Civilization, they are just random existences. It's not impossible, Zi Meng said in a serious tone. By the way, what did you get? Suddenly, she was curious. They all said that as an exchange of information, Li Fei should also tell them. A floating diamond-shaped medal appeared in Li Fei's hand. This is the reward I received, Super Memory Medal 1000 Changes. It's SSSS grade. 4 S's. Li Fei said slowly. What? 4 S's. What is the specific function of this thing? Zi Meng and Zhang Yun's pupils shrank, and they stared at the medal in Li Fei's hand. Li Fei said, just like its name, it can transform the shape of all weapons in the world. Whether it is defense, attack power, or attack speed, they are all SSSS level. Hiss. If I possess this, wouldn't it be like possessing all the weapons in the world? Wow, that's awesome. Zi Meng and Zhang Yun were shocked. Come on, let's go out. Li Fei waved his hand. As for the civilization technology tree and star core fragments, he did not say anything. The exit ahead is open. The three of them walked in. Over the Delta Sea, a fighter plane quickly rushed out from the tunnel of the ancient ruins. It was Li Fei's federal fighter. They were also the first to come out. Returned directly to the Central Federal Military Academy without stopping. This time's exploration of ancient ruins was very rewarding. Inside the fighter plane, Li Fei said, I'll give you 2 8th grade pills in exchange for some time to watch the Void Classic and the 3000 Dream Records. Do you want it? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 pills appeared in his hands, emitting an extremely rich fragrance. Soon the entire fighter plane was filled with the fragrance. 8th grade elixir. Where did you get it? Could it be a reward obtained from the ancient ruins? But why are there 2? When the pill appeared, Zi Meng and Zhang Yun were shocked. No, this is what I made. As for where the medicinal materials come from, don't worry about it. I have my own way. Also, I'm already an 8th grade alchemist now. When I get back, I'll go to the Federation to get certified as the world's first 8th grade alchemist. Li Fei smiled and said. 8th rank alchemist. Oh my god, you're so awesome. Zi Meng and Zhang Yun looked at each other and exclaimed. How about it? Do you want to make this deal? Li Fei said. Now, for him, the 8th grade elixir is something that can be produced in unlimited quantities. It's not worth much anymore. Moreover, the high-level resources that the Federation can provide him now are limited, and those merit points are not that meaningful to him anymore. Don't even mention showing it to you. We can just copy it for you. Zimeng Zhangyun took a deep breath and nodded. An 8th grade elixir, as long as they take it, it will definitely help them to be reborn and achieve a qualitative leap in level in a short period of time. Although they have the skills, they still need to learn them slowly, and it is not something that can be perfected instantly. Learning and mastering is a long process. Not everyone is as perverted as Li Fei and can learn something just by watching it once. During this period, the most important thing is to improve your own level. Next second. Zi Meng and Zhang Yun now had an extra set of martial arts techniques in their hands. It is the SSS level Void Classic and the SSS level 3000 Dream Records. These 2 books of skills exude a unique and mysterious aura. Li Fei was fascinated by it at first sight. Li Fei gave 2 8th grade pills to each of the 2 women and then began to look through them, while mobilizing his chaotic body and chaotic Taoist heart to comprehend them. Void Code. Type, Supreme Secret Book of Space Cultivation to the extreme can touch the laws of time and space. Core competencies. Void walking, short distance teleportation 100 meters in the initial stage, and 10,000 meters regardless of obstacles after mastering. Flash like a ghost in battle, and bullets and supernatural powers are ineffective. Dimension Cut, wave your hand to tear a crack in space, exile the target or directly crush it, effective for both energy bodies and entities. Void Devouring, creates a miniature black hole to absorb attacks. The upper limit depends on the level of cultivation and feeds back to the body's energy. Eternal Exile, forcefully open a dimensional channel and exile the enemy to an unknown dimension at the cost of life. Records of 3000 Fantasy Dreams. Type, Psychic Illusion Supreme Code controlling all beings with one thought. Core competencies. 1000 layers of illusions, instantly weave illusions to deceive the enemy. Visual, auditory, and tactile deception, and even modify short-term memory. Nightmare Heart Eating, transforms the illusion into a mental attack, directly destroying the target's consciousness. The victim becomes brain dead and like a vegetable. 3,000 incarnations. Differentiated spiritual power is condensed into physical phantoms. Each incarnation has 70% of the combat power of the original body. The number and combat power increase with cultivation. Eternal dream. Pull the enemy's consciousness into the reincarnation illusion, and experience 10,000 years of torture, only a moment in reality. What a powerful technique. But some aspects are exactly the same as the abilities I control, or even inferior to them. But it's not a big problem. As long as I add the power of chaos to deduce and develop it into a god-level technique, its function will be even more powerful. I understand. So that's how it is. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart, his eyes flashing with golden chaotic light. The next second, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate. A golden chaotic shadow appeared behind him. Seeing this, Zimeng and Zhang Yun did not disturb them. They also swallowed the 8th grade elixir and began to meditate and practice. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. The world's first 8th grade alchemist. Because of the practice, the fighter plane flew very slowly and evenly. Before the fighter plane was about to enter the space of the Central Federal College, Li Fei finally woke up. With the blessing of the Chaos Dao Heart, his deduction speed became faster and more efficient. In a short period of time, the two skills were upgraded from SSS level to God level. The names of the two skills are now Chaos Void Classic and Chaos Dream Record. At this moment, a strong fluctuation appeared on the two women next to them. Judging from the aura, Zimeng's current level has reached the early stage of the Martial King realm. Zhang Yun's current level has reached the peak of the martial arts realm. Zimeng advanced 2 major realms. Zhang Yun has reached a new level. This is equivalent to saving many years of hard training. After waking up, the two women felt the powerful strength they now had and showed excitement. I've broken through to become a martial king. I didn't expect that the only difference between a general and a martial king is an 8th grade elixir. Zimeng clenched her fists and said, I'm at the peak of the martial realm, and I'm almost at the martial king realm to evolve my talent. Zhang Yun felt a little disappointed, but soon relaxed. Because in her estimation, it would take at least 3 or 4 years to reach the peak of the martial arts realm. Now, with just one pill, he could reach the peak of the martial realm. With 3 to 4 years of hard training left, he could concentrate on practicing to break through to the martial king realm. Don't lose heart. My ability to break through the early stages of the martial king realm may also be related to my SSS level special talent. It gave me a boost in the end, and I just reached the threshold of the martial king realm. If your special talent is also SSS level, you can definitely become a martial king. Zimeng comforted Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun nodded after hearing this. As long as he becomes a martial king in the future, his talents will evolve. Then she will be able to completely catch up with Zimeng. Zhang Yun was looking forward to it. Aming, you are now at the martial king level. You can be crowned a king. Have you made up your mind? Zimeng thought for a moment and said, Dream King. This title suits you very well, and it sounds very nice. Zhang Yun nodded. From now on I will be called Void King. Ha, this sounds domineering and nice too. Zhang Yun clenched his fists and said excitedly. Li Fei, how are you doing in your studies? I can copy a copy for you to take home and read slowly. This time, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for your 8th grade elixir, we wouldn't have been able to achieve our current level so quickly. Zimeng and Zhang Yun quickly remembered Li Fei and looked at him and asked. That doesn't have to be the case. This is a transaction in itself. I've written it all down. These 2 books of skills are indeed profound and infinite. It's good for me, too. Li Fei smiled and returned the 2 martial arts books in his hands to the 2 women. Okay, if you have any follow-up questions, you can contact us directly. Zhang Yun and Zimeng took it back and said with a smile. Oh, by the way, thanks to this pill, we also awakened a new SS level special talent, Mysterious Waterlord. The 2 women told about this surprise. This is the power of the 8th grade elixir I refined. It can awaken a person's SS level special talent, the Great Lord of Mysterious Water. You've definitely made a lot of money this time. Li Fei said with a smile. Zimeng and Zhang Yun looked at Li Fei with even more admiration and respect. The fighter jets are parked at designated locations. Li Fei and the other 2 walked out. Both sides separated. Li Fei went to the headquarters of the Alchemist Association. President. As soon as he entered, someone recognized Li Fei and immediately saluted respectfully. After all, his information has been viewed hundreds of billions of times, and no one here doesn't know Li Fei. Li Fei nodded in response and called Bai Yang, "Hey, brother Bai, are you at the academy? I have already refined an 8th grade elixir and am doing the identity verification for an 8th grade alchemist. When you have time, come to the Alchemist Association. I'll be waiting for you here." The person on the other end of the phone said, "Okay, brotherly, please wait a moment. I'll be there right away." Bai Yang's voice was very excited. After hanging up the phone, he immediately contacted the federal elders and told them the news that Li Fei had refined an 8th grade elixir, which immediately shocked the elders. Then, he quickly went to the Alchemist Association headquarters on behalf of the elders. At the Alchemist Association headquarters, when Li Fei met Bai Yang, he took the initiative to say, "Come on, brother Bai. Brotherly, please let me see the 8th grade elixir." Bai Yang rushed over in a hurry, not paying any attention to his image as a veteran. Compared to the 8th grade elixir, the image of the elder is not worth mentioning. Li Fei took out a pill from his arm slowly and handed it to Bai Yang. It is the 8th grade Xianshui Holy Pill. This is the 8th grade Xianshui Holy Pill. Li Fei chattered on, explaining the effects of this pill. Hiss. It's actually made from the 8th level mysterious water grass. After eating it, not only will you gain the enhanced effects of the mysterious water grass, but you can also awaken the SS level special talent Mysterious Water Overlord. Isn't this the same plant that the Xianshui martial god from Xuanwu Academy took? This was Xianshui martial god's initial talent. Later, he encountered a great opportunity and evolved into an SSS level Xuanwu messenger. He then founded Xuanwu Academy. It's a pity that he died in that battle 10 years ago. Why? After being shocked, Bai Yang felt extremely regretful. Think about how powerful the human fighting power was back then. Now it has fallen to this point. How about it? Can we get certified now? Li Fei said with a smile. Sure. There should be only one, right? If you eat it, not only can you awaken your talent, but you can also continue to strengthen your qualifications. This is definitely a good thing. Bai Yang nodded and said, "You will be the first 8th grade alchemist on our blue star." I have always made more than one chaos talent elixir. Li Fei said with a smile. If the Federation needs it, I can put it on the mall and everyone can buy it with merit points. Li Fei raised his hand, and one Xianshui pill after another appeared as if they were free. Bai Yang was stunned. Okay. Ha ha ha. Bai Yang smiled and went back to report. When the elders learned about this, they were shocked. The news that Li Fei had refined an 8th grade elixir and was promoted to an 8th grade alchemist was announced at the first time, and Li Fei was acknowledged as the world's first 8th grade alchemist. Li Fei became famous. Taking this opportunity, Li Fei found Bai Yang and Xian Dan and told them about his previous idea of modifying the quality of pills and the level of alchemists. After comparing the pills refined by Li Fei, the two finally nodded and felt that it was very reasonable. For easier distinction. They have no intention of taking steps to downgrade or increase the level. They are also from the 1st to the 10th grade. However, during this period, there are more detailed divisions into ordinary quality, primary quality, intermediate quality, advanced quality, top quality, and perfect quality. There were some before, but they were not very clear, and everyone was confused and a little bewildered. Now Li Fei has set the best example. Everything he refines is of perfect quality at the same level. The price difference for each quality is also very large. Chapter 86 Information about the Sky Civilization. After the dust settled on the matter outside, Li Fei returned to the practice room in the villa. The first thing he did was to check the civilization database. Although the technology tree is only partially damaged, it is definitely not a simple technology. Maybe it can be used in modern times to help humans develop better and research more high-tech weapons to fight against extraterritorial monsters. Sky Civilization Database, partially damaged technology tree. Knowledge is the last spark of civilization, but broken truth is more dangerous than ignorance. The next second, a video appeared. The core database of the Sky Civilization is called the Core of Sky Wisdom, which originally stored hundreds of thousands of years of records of the civilization's technology, history, martial arts, and cosmic observations. However, after the dimensional upgrade failed, the database was severely damaged, with only fragments left scattered throughout the ruins, forming a fragmented technology tree. Warning from the Sky Civilization. The currently known regular realms of the universe are divided from low to high into Stardust Realm, Star Core Realm, Nebula Realm, Galaxy Realm, Star Domain Realm, Realm of Domain Lord, Immortal Realm, Void Realm, Eternal Realm, Creation Realm, Domination Realm, Dimension Realm, and Transcendence Realm. The current martial arts and martial arts cultivated by the Blue Star civilization are only at the lowly energy level in the universe, not even at the Stardust Realm. The realms of the Sky civilization are Quasi-Warrior, Martial Master, Martial General, Martial Commander, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Patriarch, Martial Honored, Martial Saint, Martial Emperor, Martial God. Above the Martial God is the Stardust Realm. The gap between them is still huge. The Martial God realm and the Stardust Realm can be specifically divided into 4 stages: Lower Martial God, Middle Martial God, Upper Martial God, and Invincible Martial God. Each stage still has 4 substages: early, middle, late, and peak. The flesh of Blue Star civilization is difficult to break through. We can only achieve it through technological research. However, this path ultimately does not work. What? There are so many realms in the universe. Martial energy is just the lowest level of inferior energy. The difference between the Martial God realm and the Stardust realm is so huge. The physical body of blue planet life is difficult to break through. The technological overtaking has failed. After Li Fei saw this message, his head was buzzing. The road of martial arts is extremely difficult. If this information were reported, the entire blue planet would go crazy. Even with just a quick glance, one can already sense the gap between oneself and the normal realm of the universe. Here we only talk about the realm, without explaining the specific content. It seems that we will have to wait until we obtain the remaining fragments in the future to find out. He continued to look down. Existing analyzable branches of technology. 1. Martial energy material conversion technology relative completeness, 72%. Core theory: martial energy high-dimensional energy can be materialized into physical matter, and vice versa. Existing technologies. Spirit casting: directly condense weapons and armor with martial energy. The strength depends on the mental strength of the operator. Stardust reconstruction: break down discarded metal rock into energy particles, and then reassemble them into the desired structure. Damaged parts. Life materialization: originally capable of creating artificial life forms, but data missing. Anti-weapon fission: high-risk technology, originally used for stellar-level weapons, now only warning records remain. 2. Space folding project relative completeness, 65%. Core theory: storage, building compression, and cross-dimensional channels are achieved through distorted space. Existing technologies. Compression bracelet, sample obtained, maximum storage space of 100 million cubic meters. Folding bridge, can create a temporary space channel between 2 points, but the stability only lasts for 30 minutes. Damaged parts. Permanent space anchor, originally used to establish an interstellar teleportation array. Subspace shelter: an independent space can be cut out as a shelter, and the data is encrypted. 3. Quantum Wuhan hybrid computing relative completeness, 58%. Core theory: traditional quantum computing plus martial energy consciousness projection equals hyperdimensional calculation. Existing technologies. Martial Power Oracle can deduce all combat possibilities within the next 3 seconds. Mind Acceleration Chamber: 1 hour outside equals 10 hours inside the chamber, but long-term use will lead to memory fragmentation. Damaged parts. Civilization Simulator, originally capable of simulating the rise and fall of intelligent species, now only fragments remain. Beware of recursive logic errors. 4. Biomechanical fusion relative completeness, 47%. Core theory: perfect symbiosis of organic life and machinery. Existing technologies. Neurally connected armor, mecha can be directly controlled by thoughts. Soul-devouring beast taming protocol: some energy creatures can be tamed into guards, but current data can only control low-level individuals. Damaged parts. Immortal body: consciousness can be transferred to new bodies infinitely, and key data is physically deleted. Civilized bee swarm, originally used to create biological weapons with collective consciousness, now only a danger warning remains. 5. Dimensional interference weapons relative completeness, 39%. Core theory: using high-dimensional rules to attack low-dimensional targets. Existing technologies. Space collapse cannon, trial version, can cause local space collapse, but use will cause the ruined structure to become unstable. Dimensional Shield can deflect some physical attacks, but consumes extremely high energy. Damaged parts. Dimensionality Reduction Attack. Originally, the target could be permanently sealed in 2 dimensions, and the data was deliberately destroyed. Imaginary Erosion Bomb. After hitting the target will be erased from the real world, leaving only the experimental log to record its existence. After looking at these technologies, Li Fei was amazed and felt regretful. All those truly awesome black technologies are missing. The technology of the Sky Civilization is even more advanced than I imagined. This is just one fragment of the complete database. I can't imagine how high the technological content will be when all the fragments are condensed into a complete form. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. The Eye of Law is analyzing and reading the underlying logic of these technologies. It was eventually discovered that the Sky Civilization existed on a timeline 10,000 years before their era. The Sky Civilization has existed for a total of 30,000 years. In the 5 billion years of the Blue Planet, 30,000 years is an insignificant existence. What has happened to the rise and fall of countless civilizations over the past 5 billion years? Why has no civilization been able to survive? To continue? Is it external pressure or internal pressure? Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. He planned to mobilize the Eye of Law to analyze what had happened on the entire Blue Planet over the past 5 billion years. But the next second he received a warning. Warning! Affected by some unknown force, the Eye of Law cannot be analyzed. This power is above the Eye of Law. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Li Fei felt a chill on his back for some reason. A sense of horror surged into his heart, and an inexplicable fear arose in his heart, and he ended the analysis instantly. I can even analyze the most powerful martial arts system, but I can't even analyze Blue Star? It seems that in the past 5 billion years on Blue Star, there have been things more terrifying and unknown than the most powerful martial arts system. Li Fei's forehead broke out in sweat as he thought to himself. In the end, Li Fei gave up the investigation. I can only wait and see when I grow up completely. Forget it, let's upgrade myself first. We have a long way to go. Li Fei took out the star core fragment inside. He could clearly feel the immense power contained within. As long as he absorbed it all, he would be able to break through the Martial Emperor realm, and entering the Martial Sect realm would not be a problem. Excitement flashed in his eyes and he immediately started to act. It's a good opportunity to try out the effectiveness of the martial energy purification method obtained from the Sky Civilization. As the purification method was activated, Li Fei's whole body was immersed in the vast ocean of cosmic energy. Chapter 87 1 billion. Wu Zong. Li Fei was lying in the quantum training cabin. The martial energy purification method is very fast. A steady stream of energy is rapidly emerging from the star core fragments, and the chaotic body and chaotic Tao heart are accelerating the absorption and refining. As time goes by little. There is also the tenfold acceleration efficiency of the quantum training cabin. His basic combat power is rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, it has exceeded 200 million. 250 million. 300 million. 400 million. 500 million. 600 million. 700 million. 800 million. 900 million. 1 billion. Outside, day and night kept alternating. Inside the quantum training cabin, Li Fei fell into a deep sleep. He had no idea how fast time was flowing, nor how much time had passed. In his perception, only a moment had passed. However, in reality, a month has passed outside. The piece of star core fragment in the quantum training chamber also completely dimmed and no longer had any light. At this moment, the pair of tightly closed eyes finally opened. Ended the deep practice. In my mind, the system's belated reminder kept ringing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the mid-level Martial Emperor and obtaining the God-level talent, God-Slaying Blade. God-Slaying Blade, the attack has a law collapse effect, capable of severing energy, space, and even cause and effect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the Martial Queen stage and obtaining the God-level talent, Eternal Barrier. Eternal Barrier, immune to all attacks below one's own realm, even those at a higher realm cannot be killed with one strike. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of the Martial Emperor level and obtaining the God-level talent, Infinite Fighting Will. Infinite Fighting Will, the longer the battle, the greater the increase in combat power. Theoretically, there is no upper limit, but a weak physical body may collapse first, and Chaos Body is not within this range. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the early stage of Wuzong and obtaining the god-level talent, Eye of Annihilation. Eyes of Annihilation, both eyes can release beams of matter annihilation, causing everything within their sight to disintegrate. Extremely terrifying power appeared from Li Fei's body one after another. The laws flow throughout the body. Extremely powerful. The acquisition of god-level talents is completely random, and the same type of god-level talents may be obtained repeatedly. For example, the Eye of Law and the Eye of Annihilation are both pupil techniques. However, their essential effects are still very different. The performance of pupil technique can be completed in a moment by Li Fei, the operator. I'm terrifyingly strong now. Having too many skills is indeed a problem. Li Fei slowly walked out of the quantum training cabin, his eyes flashing with a light that could annihilate everything. But he didn't release it. Otherwise, this place will be destroyed. Mobilize the talent of the master craftsman and summon the void altar. An SSSS level 1000 changes appeared in his hand, which he threw directly into the pot, injected his power into it, and began to refine it. Ding ding dong dong. Sparks flying. Soon, the light rose. It means that the third artifact has been born. Item, Divine Transformation. The forms are ever changing, but one thought is eternal. Sequence, number 3. Type, God-level memory metal. Quality, divine product. Function 1, infinitely change anything that exists or does not exist, and possess the complete ability to even deduce its non-existence, constantly optimizing. Function 2, can store the user's combat habits and automatically adjust attack trajectory. Function 3, even if it is shattered into atomic fragments, it can be reassembled within 1 second. Function 4, can absorb the user's energy, increasing attack power. Not bad. Li Fei was very satisfied after reading it. The divine transformation is more powerful than what is introduced. After all, it contains all his power. This is definitely a top-notch artifact. Even super-large objects such as battleships, planets, and the universe can change. Normally, it can also cover his body and become a set of super nano armor. Li Fei took off his S-level domination battlesuit. This thing is already an obsolete item for him. He put the magic machine in front of his body, and the next second, it turned into a tight-fitting silver-white nano battlesuit. There is no discomfort like wearing normal clothes. Its toughness reached the divine level. Even the self-destruction of the god of war could not destroy it, let alone kill him. At this moment, he truly had the means to save his life. As for the existences in the Stardust realm mentioned by the Sky Civilization, he was not sure and could only wait and see after getting involved in it in the future. A thought came to mind. The character interface that has not been seen for a long time appears. Host, Li Fei. Level, early stage of Wuzong. Basic combat power, 1 billion. God level skills, Chaos God Killing Codex. Chaos Void Codex. Chaos Dream Record. God level body movement, 9 Chaos transformations. God level talents, Chaos Body. Alchemy God. Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger. Instant Healing. Ultimate Freedom. Teleport. Divine Craftsman. Formation God. Divine Contract. Nirvana Rebirth. Absolutely Smooth Cutting Line. Elemental Mastery. Chaos Divine Thunder. Eye of Law. Gate of Space and Time. Divine Power. Chaos Tao Heart. God of Disaster. God Slaying Blade. Eternal Barrier. Infinite Fighting Will. Eye of Annihilation. Innate Divine Powers, Light of Primal Chaos. Vortex of Returning to the Ruins. All laws return to the pill. Pill Tribulation steals the heavens. Void Divine Platform. Power of the Divine Craftsman. Divine Killing Formation. Formation formed by a single thought. Nativity Domain, Chaos Domain. Alchemy God Domain. Divine Craftsman Domain. Formation God Domain. Martial Arts, Chaos Sky Splitting Finger. Chaos Sky Burning Palm. Chaos Phantom Sky Slashing. Chaos Soul Devouring Palm. Chaos Chains. Chaos Grip. Chaos Scale Armor. Chaos Clone Technique. Chaos Dragon. Equipment, S-Rank Tyrant Battlesuit. S-rank Tyrant Battle Sword. Artifacts, Hun Yuan Blade. Martial God Tower. Divine Transformation. God's Killing Move, Chaos Element God Slaying Slash. Chaos Heavenly Killing Formation. God's Killing Move, 11th level God Suppressing Kill. System Warehouse. Has it been a month? Just right, it should be the freshman competition. But I'm already in the early stages of Wu Zone, with a basic combat power of 1 billion. I don't even need to fight. The champion of this session will definitely be me. I'm really afraid that I can't control myself and kill them all. After all, my current strength is too strong. Li Fei clenched his fists, feeling a little bit expectant. He left the villa and headed for New Life Square. At this moment, Xingxing Square is crowded with people. There are not only new students here, but also old students watching. After all, this is the annual freshman competition. It is one of the grand events of the college. All the freshmen present were looking at each other. They will soon become competitors with each other. Li Fei didn't come. Does that mean he doesn't plan to participate? That's right. His strength is so terrifying that it doesn't matter whether he participates or not. If he participates, there will be no fun this session. An old student in the crowd spoke up. But soon, Li Fei appeared. Above the sky, the air was shaking. All the students and teachers present felt this terrifying aura and thought they were being attacked by demons from outside the domain. Looking up, I saw a silver-white figure, who was walking towards me slowly, stepping on the sky. A terrifying and overwhelming aura emanated from his body, as if a god had descended to earth. The new students, old students and teachers couldn't help swallowing when they saw this scene. What a terrifying aura! This is Wu Zone's aura. Oh my god, he's Li Fei. Blue Star's first 8th grade alchemist. Blue Star's chief alchemist. He's already a Wu Zone. Are you kidding me? The scene suddenly exploded. Chapter 88 Freshman Competition, Single Challenge Everyone. Li Fei's appearance was too domineering and made a huge noise. It brought a great shock to everyone present. Li Fei gave himself full marks for this wave of pressure. He was also very satisfied with the reactions of the people around him. This feeling is particularly refreshing. With a flash, he has landed on the ground from the sky. Appear in front of people. The way this guy made his appearance was quite bizarre, causing such a big commotion. But it's no wonder. Such a young Wu Zong is simply terrifying. His status is higher than mine, but he is the president of the Alchemist Association, the world's first 8th grade alchemist, and the world's chief alchemist. Just these 3 titles are beyond my reach. Even more monstrous than the dean. To achieve martial sect status at such a young age, I remember he was only 18 years old. Only 2 months have passed since his rise to prominence, and he has already become martial sect status from a base combat power of 300. Furthermore, 2 7th rank masters, Xian Dan and Bai Yang, have acknowledged him as their sworn brother. This level of relationship is incredibly strong. It seems that the chaos talent he awakened is far more advanced than the Federation predicted. According to his growth rate, perhaps soon our human race will be able to produce another martial emperor or even a martial god. By that time, the dean won't have to fight alone. With people of the same level to share the pressure, humanity will be safer. On the podium, the leaders were talking among themselves. Everyone, be quiet. The leader coughed dryly. A breath of Wu Zong also spread out. The scene that was in turmoil due to Li Fei's appearance suddenly became quiet. Next, let me explain the rules of the freshman competition. You will be teleported to a space where you can fight freely. Those who die will be teleported out and will not truly die. It's the same as the Martial God Tower. Finally, there are only 3 people left, and they enter the championship match. The leader said with a mysterious smile. What the hell? Is this such a big deal? A huge brawl all of a sudden? Only 3 of us left. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Some senior students were also surprised, as it seemed not to be like this before. Is this a temporary change of rules? Teacher, I have something to say. Li Fei raised his hand and spoke slowly. Everyone looked at Li Fei. Tong Li. President Li, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. The leader wanted to blurt out Student Li, but when he thought of Li Fei's current identity, he immediately changed his words and his tone became respectful. This is the Federation's first 8th grade alchemist, and he is now to be worshipped. He is also a martial arts master, which is even more amazing. I plan to challenge all the freshmen here at once. They can all come together to attack me. As long as I win, I will be the champion of this session. You can take your time to choose the rest. How about that? Li Fei spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused an uproar among many people. Many people think that Li Fei is too arrogant. But when he thought of Li Fei's terrifying aura just now, he felt helpless. Ha ha. Good. This is a great way to compete. I agree. When the leader heard this, he was immediately delighted. I agreed without hesitation. The other leaders looked at each other and there was no problem. They also think this way of playing is particularly good. Then let the game begin. The leader smiled and activated the formation. The next second, everyone disappeared. When he appeared again, he had arrived in a mysterious white space. Where's Li Fei? Someone in the crowd said. Zimeng and Zhang Yun, as freshmen, are also here. Up there. Zimeng spoke. She had already opened her 3,000 fantasy eyes and locked onto Li Fei. Li Fei's aura is too powerful now. Already above them. She also wanted to see how strong Li Fei was now. I just heard from my leader that this guy has become Wuzong. How long has it been? Only a month had passed, and he had actually gone from the early stage of martial emperor to martial sect? This cultivation speed made them feel extremely desperate. With the help of resources, Zhang Yun also became an early-stage martial king within a month. And the SS-level Voidwalker evolved into the SSS-level Void Lord. His current strength is completely on par with Zimeng. Even so, it is still so small in front of Li Fei. As soon as Zimeng's voice came out, everyone looked up. Li Fei had already stood at the highest point in the void without anyone noticing. He looked down at the people below and said calmly, "Come on, let's start. Let's quickly end this meaningless battle." The next second, his figure fell to the ground. Let's dance. Li Fei clenched his fist and grinned. Kill. When everyone saw Li Fei, they released their special talents and rushed over. Zimeng and Zhang Yun looked at each other and nodded, "Let's go too." Thus, the power of the 3,000 illusionary world eyes was activated, as well as the SSS level skills she had learned. Zhang Yun's power as the Lord of the Void and the Void Codex were also activated. I thought there would be a fierce battle. However, what follows will be a one-sided crushing defeat. Pure Suppression Bureau. It is also Li Fei's one-man slaughter show. Just the right time to try out my newfound strength. Facing all the attacks, Li Fei calmly launched the Eternal Barrier. A barrier appeared around him, covering everything around him. Bang bang bang. All attacks that hit it were shattered, without any chance of penetration. What the hell is this thing that actually blocked all our attacks? This barrier is not simple. Humph, Li Fei, are you just a coward? Seeing that they could not break through Li Fei's defense, some people at the scene used words to provoke him. If you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Li Fei curled his lips and grinned, "Since you won't really die, I won't be polite." Dance. Annihilate. The barrier in front of him disappeared. A black annihilation ray shot out from Li Fei's eyes, sweeping across the entire venue. All those swept away turned into particles and dissipated. He controlled the power of the Eye of Annihilation. Otherwise, even if the opponent relied on the formation to die here, he would not die outside. However, he would be annihilated along with his body and soul outside under the power of annihilation. These guys are not the real enemies, the monsters from outside the domain and the monsters from Blue Star are. The next second, a void appeared under Li Fei's feet. The void quickly expanded, and black rays shot out from it and attacked him. Bang bang bang. Li Fei activated the chaotic body, grasped the void, and golden rays shot out from the black light, causing a huge explosion. This trick was cracked so easily. Then, worlds appeared around him. All the scenes around were distorted. This is the pupil technique, the illusion of 3,000 worlds. A terrifying force enveloped Li Fei, trying to suppress him. In the surrounding void, long void spears appeared again and shot towards Li Fei. This was the full-strength cooperation of Zimeng and Zhang Yun. Chapter 89 The Great Wall of the Universe. Sword Emperor Su Zhani. Faced with this familiar attack, Li Fei's mouth corners raised. This is exactly the secret technique from the Void Classic and the record of 3,000 illusions and dreams. It's just unfortunate that Li Fei's attainments in these two skills are far superior to Zi Meng and Zhang Yun. With a slight wave of his hand, the anti-void force appeared, crushing the surrounding spear attacks and shattering the illusion. He instantly spotted Zi Meng and Zhang Yun. He flashed in front of the two of them and punched them, smashing their heads. Bang bang! He struck hard, with no intention of holding back. Li Fei was the only one left at the scene. There is no doubt that he is the champion of this session. After the results came out, his figure disappeared from the spot. Outside, in the college square, everyone was planning to watch the show, but the students who had just disappeared appeared one after another in the square the next second, which surprised everyone. The eyes of these students were filled with fear, as if they had witnessed some ultimate terror. "You guys won't be killed instantly, right?" the leading leader asked. Everyone bowed their heads in shame. The next second, more and more people came back. Soon, Zi Meng and Zhang Yun also appeared. Li Fei was the last one to come out. This also happened to announce the news that he won the first place in this competition. On this day, Li Fei found the elders and said that he was going to fight on the battlefield outside the domain. Only there can he become stronger quickly. After learning about Li Fei Wuzhong's initial level, they discussed it and finally agreed. The dean also knows about your deeds. Since you have chosen to go, then go to the dean. Maybe you can gain something. The teleportation array is ready for you. You can set off at any time. An elder spoke up. Okay. Li Fei nodded. He also wanted to meet the only martial emperor of the human race. After leaving the elders, Li Fei left behind a lot of high-level elixirs to cultivate talents in the Federation. Then, under Bai Yang's leadership, they arrived at an interstellar teleportation array. "This time, I will go with you. After sending you there, I will also go to guard my own void node," Bai Yang said. "Okay, brother Bai." Li Fei nodded. The teleportation array was activated and the two figures disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in the space tunnel. By mobilizing the Eye of Law to analyze, he soon discovered the loopholes in the space tunnel and began to make adjustments and modifications, eventually making the space tunnel stable. It took about a week to move forward. They left the space tunnel and came to a desolate star field. There is smoke everywhere, and there is a huge Great Wall fortress ahead. That is the Federation space wall at the forefront. On Earth, almost all the powerful high-level warriors gathered here. "Are you here? Bring him over to see me." In the room at the highest point of the Great Wall of the universe, a short-haired man in a purple robe looked at the two people on the screen in front of him and murmured. There was a terrifying sword intent on his purple robe. An invisible pressure emanated from his body. He is none other than the strongest person in the Federation right now. The Federation's only martial emperor, Sword Emperor, Su Zhanyi. President of the Central Federal Military Academy. The first speaker of the Blue Star Federation. Yes. As soon as his voice fell, a voice responded. "This is my first time coming to this place. It's spectacular. Our Great Wall is located at the edge of the solar system. There are many stars here, and it is also the first line of attack for the alien monsters on the blue planet. The level of the extraterritorial monsters here is also the highest." After confirming their identities, Bai Yang took Li Fei into the city, looking around and sighing. Li Fei's entire body, including his head, was covered in nano armor transformed by the divine transformation, so he could breathe naturally. Bai Yang is a martial saint himself and can breathe. "Chairman Bai, I will personally take Li Fei to see the first chairman. You can go to guard the point." At this moment, a long-haired girl wearing a black tight combat suit came out and spoke. "Chairman Tianyu." Bai Yang recognized this person immediately. Li Fei looked carefully and found that the woman had a very good figure. He also emanated a very terrifying aura of pressure. After hearing how Bai Yang addressed the woman, he immediately remembered the information on the federal official website. Speaker Tianyu is one of the followers of Sword Emperor Su Zhanyi, and his strength ranks second in the Federation. This is a person at the peak of martial saint. No wonder the pressure was so strong. However, with the chaotic body and the magical armor on his body, the opponent's pressure was quickly eliminated and could not bring any deterrence to Li Fei at all. Tianyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his pressure had no effect on a martial arts master. It's truly worthy of the unprecedented chaos talent. He's not affected by the pressure. Not bad. Tianyu said lightly. Okay, I'll be leaving first. Bai Yang nodded and said to Li Fei, brotherly, just follow Chairman Tianyu to see the dean. I'll be leaving first. Yeah. Li Fei nodded. As the first line of defense against extraterritorial monsters, the Great Wall of the Universe is extremely tense at all times, because those unreasonable and unethical extraterritorial monsters may attack here from any direction at any time. There have been many such incidents over the years. Following Tianyu out, we soon entered a luxurious high-rise building full of high-tech equipment. This tall building is called Dowdy Palace. There are many Emperor Wu palaces like this one along the Great Wall. In addition, there are also many God Wu palaces. But these are all closed because those people have fallen. It hasn't been turned on for a long time. As the Sword Emperor, Su Zhani naturally would not live under someone else's roof, but would build his own imperial palace. Taking the maglev elevator, we quickly arrived at the top floor of the Sword Emperor Palace and entered. The dean is waiting for you inside, so I won't go in. At this time, Tianyu spoke. Yeah. Li Fei nodded. The sense of oppression here has become even stronger. But it had no effect on him. The alloy door in front of him opened and Li Fei walked in alone. The layout here combines Chinese style. At first glance, he is a representative of a high position and power. The sense of oppression here is the greatest in the entire imperial palace. Under the eye of the law, Li Fei quickly analyzed the place and found the location of the Sword Emperor Su Zhani. Start analyzing the information of the person in front of you. It showed up very quickly. Name, Su Zhani. Special talent, SSS level Eternal Sword Heart. Emperor title, Sword Emperor. Race, Chinese Yellow Race. Level, Peak of the Martial Emperor Realm. Basic combat power, 9 trillion. He's actually at the peak of the Martial Emperor Realm. The Martial God has a basic combat power of 10 trillion. He only needs 1 trillion to break through, but this trillion is extremely difficult. Su Zhani has just entered the 9th trillion stage. He is also the one who has the greatest hope of becoming a martial god. After reading the message, Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. Come on, sit down. An indifferent voice sounded. Li Fei withdrew his thoughts and walked deeper into the room. He soon saw the man with a crew cut wearing a purple battle suit. He finally saw the Sword Emperor Su Zhani. Chapter 90, The Secret of the Universe, Su Zhani's Despair. Junior greets the dean. Li Fei came in front of Su Zhani and only then did he see this legendary figure of the Federation clearly with his naked eyes. Out of respect for the elders, he took the initiative to bow and greet them. You have a good chance. Don't be shy, take a seat. Su Zhani smiled slightly and said. He could tell at a glance that the silver-white battle suit Li Fei was wearing was not simple, and the material was not the same as those battle suits in the Federal Mall. It was also a result of luck. Li Fei did not reveal his true situation. Su Zhani didn't delve into it and said meaningfully, lucky is also a function of one's strength. If you were unlucky, you wouldn't have such an incredible chaos talent. It only took 2 months for you to grow from a martial master with only 300 basic combat power points to a martial master with 1 billion basic combat power points. Li Fei sat down silently. Su Zhani poured him a cup of tea. Try it. Li Fei picked it up and drank it, and a very rich fragrance invaded his body. He recognized what it was at once. He said directly, this is tea brewed from 8th level jade luo leaves. Although there are no 8th level medicinal herbs in the Federal Mall, it does not prevent private ownership. What's more, this is the front line, and all the best resources are supplied here first to enhance the strength of the frontline fighters. Anyone who can come here is extremely powerful and faces the danger of death every minute and every second. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. It has been like this since ancient times. Hearing this, Su Zhani was a little surprised, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You are indeed worthy of being the youngest chief 8th grade alchemist in the Federation. Have you ever drunk it before? No, it has something to do with my chaos talent. Within chaos, everything is contained. Li Fei said softly. Su Zhani said, I see. It seems that, as I suspected before, your chaos talent can learn from others' knowledge and apply it, and then quickly deduce and grow to its peak. Am I right? That's not wrong to understand it. Li Fei thought about it and nodded. Others have already found an explanation for him, so he naturally went along with it. At the age of 18, you spent 2 months to become a martial master, and you're also an 8th grade alchemist with SSSS level chaos talent. Even 100 years ago, no one could surpass you. At your current rate of growth, it won't be long before you become a martial emperor or even a martial god. However, when you reach the 1 billion level of basic combat power, each 10 billion increase is extremely difficult. Your early arrival and contact with alien monsters can also help you grow, but danger and opportunity coexist. You must be mentally prepared to die at any time. If you encounter an extremely powerful alien monster attacking you, even I can't arrive in time to save you. Those guys are even more despicable, disgusting, powerful, and dark than the natives of Blue Star. Su Zhani spoke slowly. I understand. Now that you're here, you must be prepared to die in battle at any time. This is the path of a warrior. Born to fight, never to rest until death. Li Fei nodded seriously. Born to fight, never to rest until death. Good. When Su Zhani heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He liked this sentence so much. What do you think about the universe and the monsters from outside the domain? Su Zhani suddenly asked this. The universe is vast, and humans on Blue Star are merely insignificant life forms. As for the monsters from outside the realm. So far, what's the strongest rank? Li Fei asked meaningfully. The beast god level is at the peak of the martial god realm. Su Zhani said solemnly, he was killed in the God War 10 years ago, but the Blue Star Federation also paid a heavy price for it. If I hadn't achieved Martial Emperor in time to stand on the front line, humanity would likely have been destroyed. The monsters from outside the domain were also severely damaged, so they were repelled. However, after a decade of pampering, they have begun to show signs of a comeback. In the past 10 years, their attacks and sneak attacks have become more and more frequent. Su Zhani said. The peak of the martial god realm. How much do you know about the realm of this universe? Li Fei's sudden question stumped Su Zhani. Su Zhani shook his head in confusion. I know the martial god realm isn't the final realm, but I don't know what realms lie above it. The monster beasts from outside the realm haven't come out yet, otherwise, we humans would have perished long ago. Li Fei raised his lips and said, my view on extraterritorial monsters is that the huge number of extraterritorial monsters we have faced over the years are only the lowest level of the universe. Like us, they are not even the tip of the iceberg. The cosmic life forms or civilizations that are truly more dangerous than them have not yet found this place, or they simply don't bother to reach here. Su Zhani was stunned, his face solemn. You seem to know a lot about it, can you tell me in detail? Please look at this. This is the latest information I discovered from the ancient ruins of the latest civilization to appear on Blue Planet. This universe is more dangerous than we thought. The martial arts we humans cultivate are of the lowest level. Even in the universe, they are not even worthy of being considered as such. The foreign monsters that can fight on equal terms with us are naturally among the inferior ones. In the universe, they are not even a threat. Li Fei nodded. He clicked on the screen and saw a PPT that was easier to understand after he used the Eye of Law to reorganize the information left by the Sky Civilization. Hearing this, Su Zhani looked at the contents on the PPT in front of him with a serious expression. The more I looked, the deeper my despair and fear of the universe became. And my own insignificance. Who else knows this information besides you? Su Zhani took a deep breath, calmed down, and asked. No more. Li Fei shook his head. Blue Star has been home to countless ancient civilizations for 5 billion years, but they all disappeared or even perished, leaving only our current human civilization. There must have been many unknown tricks during this period. Indeed, if this news were to be made public, the entire human race on Blue Planet would explode and fall into panic. I didn't expect that there are so many realms in the universe. Our martial arts training is completely inferior. Even the lowest level of Stardust Realm is separated from the Martial God by 4 stages: Lower Martial God, Middle Martial God, Upper Martial God, and Invincible Martial God. The road ahead for mankind is long and arduous. Su Zhani sighed, feeling the burden on his shoulders getting heavier and heavier, as if he had become a few inches shorter. How long will it take for you to break through to the Martial God Realm, Senior? Li Fei changed the subject. After all, this topic is too heavy. It's difficult, but if I had a perfect 9th grade elixir, maybe I could give it a try. Su Zhani looked at Li Fei and asked, if I gave you 9th grade medicinal materials, could you refine them? Can. As long as there are medicinal materials, no matter what level they are, I can refine them. My alchemy skills have now reached a very high level. Li Fei nodded. Great. I happen to have one here. Su Zhani looked surprised. Chapter 91 Ninth Grade Elixir. Breakthrough to the God of War. SSSS level talent, Immortal Sword Soul. A flower emitting golden light appeared in Su Zhani's hand. The moment it appeared, Li Fei used the Eye of Law to analyze it. Name, 9-turn Mysterious Gold Grass. Grade, 9th grade. Function, refining it into a pill can allow the peak martial emperor to break through to the martial god through the 9th transformation. SSS level special talents will evolve into SSSS level special talents, and all low-level special talents will evolve into SSS level special talents. If the emperor eats it directly, there will be a 90% chance that his body will explode and die. Do you know what kind of medicinal herb this is? Li Fei has completed the analysis and can construct the herb in front of him at any time. It just wasn't done. It's not nice to hack someone's account in front of them. I don't know. It's never recorded in federal records. Su Zhani shook his head. Then how do you know it is a 9th grade medicinal herb? Li Fei asked curiously. Judging from the aura and energy fluctuations, I have seen 8th level medicinal herbs. Su Zhani said. Then why don't you eat it directly? Maybe you can break through to become a martial god? Li Fei asked again. I had this plan, but my intuition tells me that eating it directly would be very dangerous. Even as a peak martial emperor, I would still be at risk of dying. So, unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't plan to eat it directly. I want to refine it into a pill, but the Federation doesn't have a 9th grade alchemist. Now that you're here, I'll leave it to you. As long as I can break through to become a martial god, humanity can enjoy peace for at least another 100 years. The premise is that we don't encounter a group of guys who are more powerful than the monsters from outside the domain. Su Zhani said. This herb is called 9 Transformation Mysterious Gold Grass. It is indeed a 9th grade herb. It needs to be refined into a pill and taken to allow a peak martial emperor to reach the martial god realm. However, if consumed alone, even if you are a peak martial emperor, there is a 90% chance that your body will explode and die. So your intuition was right, and you were also right not to eat it. Li Fei said it slowly. Luckily, I didn't eat it. This made Su Zhani feel a chill down his spine. I didn't expect this thing to be so dangerous. Fortunately, he trusted his instinct for danger and didn't eat it directly. Fortunately, there were no large-scale attacks from foreign monsters during this period, otherwise he would have been forced to take it. He himself didn't know what the consequences would be. One more thing, after taking the pill, your special talent will evolve. You are currently SSS level. After eating this, you will most likely evolve to SSSS level. All low-level special talents will evolve into SSS level special talents after eating them. Do you remember where you got this grass? Li Fei's next words shocked Su Zhani even more. What? So awesome. I got this from an emperor-level extraterritorial monster I killed in a void node a year ago. When Su Zhani heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. If we can mass-produce them, then every human being will be as powerful as a dragon. No need to fear the threats from foreign monsters anymore. Martial Emperor, the number of martial gods will also increase. It also reduces my stress a lot. Su Zhani sighed and said, what a pity, it's all just my fantasy. You forgot that the pills I refine always start at 100. The reason why there are so many 8th grade holy pills in the Federation now is that I provided them. As long as I refine this 9th grade herb into a 9th grade pill, I can get at least 100. Li Fei said with a smile. Just the batch of 8th grade holy pills he provided to the Federation could cultivate a large number of martial emperors. As long as the veteran martial saint eats it, the peak martial saint can definitely break through to the martial emperor. At the very least, a martial saint in the late stage can break through to the peak stage of martial saint. If one is not enough, then get another one. This group of people are not Li Fei. Li Fei has a chaotic body. The chaotic body is a bottomless pit and can only grow by eating a lot. If that's really the case, there's hope for humanity. Su Zhani's voice trembled. He didn't want that kind of scene. Li Fei hooked his hand, and the 9 revolutions black gold grass left Su Zhani's hand and came into his hand. The next second, the alchemy god's talent was activated. Su Zhani stared at the scene. A rich green light enveloped the entire 9-turn black gold grass. In an instant, golden pills appeared. There are a total of 100. With a slight movement of the mind, the number continued to double. 200 pieces. 1,000. How much you want is entirely a matter of thought. This. Su Zhani widened his eyes, stood up, and could no longer remain calm. Looking at Li Fei like a monster. Looking at the densely packed 9th grade elixirs, he was stunned. This is a 9th grade elixir, not some worthless bean. Now they are like worthless beans scattered all over the field. He couldn't help but be shocked. Come, try to see if you can break through to the martial god level in one fell swoop. If one isn't enough, then take a few more. I'll take drugs to get you to the martial god realm. Li Fei gave one of them to Su Zhani and kept the remaining 999 for himself. These are his handling fees. The corner of Su Zhani's mouth twitched, but he didn't say much. This guy Li Fei is simply a blessing to mankind. The value is really too great. This is a super strategic talent. No one can compare to him. There is only one at the moment. Super rare. Okay, you can protect me. After saying that, Su Zhani didn't hesitate and immediately swallowed the 9 revolutions mysterious gold pill. The pill melts in your mouth. The medicinal power turned into 9 hot streams rushing towards every part of his body. In a split second, blood oozed out of Su Zhani's pores all over his body, and it seemed as if countless small snakes were crawling under his skin. He groaned and blood began to flow from all 7 orifices. Immediately afterwards, golden light and cracks appeared on the body. The blood also turned golden and was absorbed into the body. This magical scene is just the beginning. The medicinal power begins to transform 9 times in the body. Every turn is very difficult, but as long as you get through it, you will see the clear sky in the world of the god of war. Su Zhani forced himself to endure it and used the power in his body to suppress it. Every time you complete a turn, your strength will increase to a certain level. As time goes by. Soon, the time of an incense stick passed. Su Zhani has a very good foundation. Some hidden illnesses from years of fighting were also completely cured by the 9-turn mysterious golden pill. The whole person becomes younger, more energetic, and full of vitality. A powerful aura emerged again. Finally broke through successfully. Li Fei's eye of law observed the entire scene. Now the other party's information has been updated. Name, Su Zhani. Special talent, SSSS level Immortal Sword Soul. God name, Sword God. Race, Chinese Yellow Race. Level, early stage of Martial God Realm. Basic combat power, 10 trillion. At the same time, Tianyu, who was standing outside guarding, also felt the terrifying noise coming from the room. His face changed and he immediately rushed in to check. She had to know what was going on here. Su Zhani's safety is the most important. Although she knew that Li Fei was definitely no match for Su Zhani. What's wrong with him? Tianyu looked at Su Zhani, who was covered in golden light, and asked Li Fei beside him. The Dean is breaking through to the martial god realm, don't disturb him. Li Fei said lightly. Breakthrough martial god. Tianyu was shocked and delighted when he heard this. As long as it succeeds, it means that the Blue Star Federation has given birth to a martial god again after 10 years. This is of great significance to the entire federal human race and can greatly boost morale. Chapter 92 My brother is a martial god. It was very quiet in the room. Tianyu and Li Fei both stared at Su Zhani. Su Zhani's promotion has been completed. The reason why it hasn't woken up yet is that it is consolidating. As time goes by, the aura emanating from Su Zhani gradually subsided. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. A sharp gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This is the martial god realm. It's truly incomparable to the peak martial emperor. The gap is too huge. Su Zhani clenched his fists, carefully feeling the martial god realm that seemed to have been reborn, and exclaimed in amazement. The martial god is so powerful, how powerful are the realms above the martial god? A hint of anticipation and fear flashed in his eyes. Only after reaching the peak of the martial god realm can one reach the lower martial god realm. There are 4 more stages: middle-level martial god, upper-level martial god, and invincible martial god. Each stage is still divided into 4 small stages: early, middle, late and peak. How powerful can one become after reaching these levels? Not to mention the lowest level of the universe, the Stardust realm, how powerful is it? Dean, have you really broken through and become a martial god? Tianyu asked excitedly. Well, now I'm already in the early stage of the martial god realm, and this is all thanks to Li Fei. He was the one who refined the 9th grade elixir that helped me break through. I owe you a big favor this time. Su Zhani nodded. You go out first. Li Fei and I will talk alone. Yes. Tianyu left excitedly. I didn't expect that Li Fei could also refine 9th grade elixirs. This means that Li Fei is already the first 9th grade alchemist on Blue Star. This status may be difficult even for her, a peak martial saint, to compare with. How does it feel to become a martial god? Li Fei said with a smile. It's very powerful, but I can't get complacent yet. After all, there are so many realms above me. Su Zhani sighed. My SSS level special talent, the Eternal Blade Heart, has also evolved into the SSSS level special talent, the Indestructible Blade Soul. My cultivation aptitude has skyrocketed. If I don't die in the future, perhaps I can really touch the first realm of the universe, the Stardust realm. Li Fei said, the Sky Civilization is so powerful, but it still failed. I don't believe that such a powerful civilization doesn't have SSSS level special talent awakeners. There may even be stronger ones, but it still failed. You can imagine how difficult it is to cross the Stardust realm. However, with his god-level talent, it is certain that he will set foot there. It just might take longer. And there is still no clue until now. Li Fei said, the most important thing is that the Stardust realm isn't a martial power system. It doesn't focus on basic combat power. We don't have a breakthrough path. The Sky Civilization tech tree in this fragment only gives the realm name, but doesn't specifically reflect the situation. It's also very difficult to break through. We have no clue. We can only see if we can find some clues in the secret realms of the universe or from other extraterritorial monsters. When you reach the Stardust realm, your basic combat power can no longer be measured simply by your basic combat power. Instead, your basic combat power is measured by your realm. The biggest drawback of martial arts on Blue Star today is that there is a direct connection between realm and basic combat effectiveness. Reaching a certain level does not necessarily mean you have a certain amount of basic combat power. Rather, the level you reach depends on how much basic combat power you have. This is obviously wrong. The correct order should be to increase basic combat power after breaking through the realm. For example, breaking through to the Martial Emperor can give you a basic combat power of 10 trillion. For example, a martial god can have a basic combat power of hundreds of megabytes or even thousands of megabytes. That's true. Su Zhani nodded. But the most important thing right now is to improve Blue Star's overall strength. I want to buy a large amount of 8th grade and 9th grade elixirs from you. First, let's get a large number of martial saints and martial emperors. If possible, it would be best to get a few martial gods. This will also reduce my pressure. Don't worry, I won't let you get it for free. Within the Federation, I can give you whatever you want. There is a treasure house inside the Great Wall of the Universe. You can choose anything from it. However, compared to 8th and 9th grade elixirs, their value may be much lower. After all, humanity's current foundation is still too low, especially since we have spent so much time training the first echelon of talent over the years, which has incurred even greater costs. Su Zhani spoke. Break through other higher realms and put them aside for now. Okay, we can put the exchange items aside. There aren't many things that can interest me now. There are relatively few resources that can help me improve. My chaos talent grows slowly, and the resources I need are increasing. It's like a bottomless pit. So, we have to plunder the resources of the monsters from outside the domain. Li Fei said indifferently. At the moment, elixirs are really worthless to him. With unlimited replication, you can have as many as you want. What's more, the Eye of Law already has data and can be constructed at any time. So in his eyes, it is really worthless, and this is not just talk. Growing slowly? How dare you say that? 2 months to become a martial master, is that considered slow? If it was faster, wouldn't you be a martial god by now? Su Zhani's mouth twitched and he joked. It should be. Li Fei nodded. I was originally planning to take you in as my apprentice, but now it looks like you're not interested in it either, right? According to your growth rate, as long as you have sufficient resources, you will soon be able to break through to the martial god level. Su Zhani said. Indeed, I will not become your disciple. I have my own path to follow. Your path is not suitable for me. Li Fei shook his head. If we can't be master and disciple, then I'll be your elder brother. I'm much older than you.
If you don't mind, I'll recognize you as my brother, and you recognize me as your brother.
Su Zhanyi said with a smile. That's fine. Li Fei nodded.
Then I will call you Brother Su from now on.
Li Fei said with a smile. Brotherly. Su Zhanyi said with a smile.
The two looked at each other and smiled. Although the Sky Civilization's technology tree I obtained is incomplete and some information is missing, some of the advanced technologies in it are inaudible.
Brother Su, you can take it and see if you can develop it.
It will be of great help to us in fighting against the extraterritorial monsters.
Here are a batch of 8th grade and 9th grade medicinal pills, which I'll give you as well. Li Fei shared the knowledge of the technology tree with Su Zhanyi. Su Zhanyi's eyes lit up slightly and he nodded. Okay, then I will thank you for your contribution on behalf of the entire Federation. Li Fei said, we are all Blue Star humans. Someone has to carry the burden and move forward. At our current level, there are few things that can interest us. Indeed, this is the key to the treasure house of the Great Wall of the Universe.
I will let Tianyu take you there when the time comes.
You can take whatever you like, as long as it can help you grow quickly. A key appeared in Su Zhanyi's hand and he handed it to Li Fei.
I have arranged accommodation for you here.
Okay. Li Fei nodded and took it. Chapter 93, The Great Wall of the Universe Treasure House. Star Core Crystal. Breakthrough to martial honor. Federal news spread quickly.
Li Fei had just left Su Zhanyi's room when he sent a message to the planet the next second about Su Zhanyi breaking through the peak of Martial Emperor and successfully advancing to the early stage of Martial God.
Su Zhanyi's SSS level special talent, Eternal Blade Heart, also evolved into an SSS level special talent, Immortal Blade Soul.
10 years later, he became the first Federation Martial God and the second owner of SSS level special talents.
The first person to possess the SSS level special talent was naturally Li Fei.
Su Zhanyi also successfully filled the gap of the Federation's lack of a martial god in the past 10 years. At the same time, it was also announced that Li Fei had successfully refined a 9th grade elixir, was promoted to a 9th grade alchemist, and became the first 9th grade alchemist in the World Federation. The reason why Su Zhanyi was able to break through to the martial god level so quickly and evolve his special talents was because he ate the 9th grade elixir refined by Li Fei.
As soon as this news came out, the blue planet exploded inside and out. Sensational around the world.
The Blue Star Federation has a 9th grade alchemist and a martial god stationed at the forefront of the Great Wall of the Universe, which also brings more security to everyone.
People's safety index is also improving. They all believed it was a perfect start. It will definitely get better and better in the future.
At the same time, under the leadership of Tianyu, Li Fei has arrived at the door of the treasure house of the Great Wall of the Universe.
Here is the treasure house of the Great Wall of the Universe. You can take whatever you need. Tianyu had already received Su Zhanyi's instructions and said to Li Fei with a smile.
This group of people will most likely break through from the peak of Martial Saint to Martial Emperor because of Li Fei's elixir.
This is something to be joyful about. Li Fei's status today is no longer the same as before.
To some extent, he is on par with Su Zhanyi, and even has a tendency to surpass him.
I won't go in, you go in. Tianyu said. Okay. Li Fei nodded, took out the key in his hand and put it in.
The door of the treasure house opened and Li Fei walked in. After entering, Li Fei found himself in another space.
There are many valuable things of the Federation here.
However, with the passage of time and the use of warriors, it has become rare. He used the Eye of Law to analyze this place, looking for something that could help him. But he found that there were not many things that interested him, just those few. But just then, he discovered a black fragment. The Eye of Law conducted an analysis.
Li Fei got an unexpected surprise. It was a fist-sized dark golden crystal with fluid-like light patterns flowing on its surface. Item: Star Core Crystal. Origin: the compressed core left after an asteroid explosion. Effect: contains all the energy essence of a collapsed asteroid. This is good stuff.
Why do you stay here? It must be the cognitive limitations of the Blue Star people.
I wonder what this thing is. Just thrown here like garbage to gather dust? Li Fei's eyes flashed with brilliance.
He raised his hand and grabbed it. According to the analysis of the Eye of Law, infinite replication can also be achieved by directly copying countless copies.
However, the chaos body has a drawback.
The effect of all powerful things is the greatest the first time you eat them, but the effect will begin to decrease sharply from the second time onwards. Therefore, the amount used later is also relatively large. After choosing the items, he left the treasure house. Tianyu did not ask Li Fei what he took, but took him to his residence. This is a very luxurious villa. After saying goodbye to Tianyu, Li Fei entered the training room. Take out the quantum training cabin. By the way, I can replicate this thing endlessly, popularize it throughout the Federation, and lower the price to the lowest possible. At worst, we can sell them in several grades. Let me try to tweak it a bit. Li Fei mobilized the Eye of Law and began to modify the quantum training cabin. In the end, he increased the efficiency from 1000% acceleration to 10,000% acceleration. That's 100 times more. Okay, let's see how it works. Li Fei lay down and took out the star core crystal. This thing is very different from star core fragments. Star core fragments contain a small amount of energy, while star core crystals contain complete planetary energy. His intuition told him that this time there would be a huge improvement. For a moment, I felt a little excited. So, he began to practice and absorb. Li Fei held the dark golden star core crystal in his palm, with liquid light patterns flowing on the surface, as if he was holding a miniature star. The moment Li Fei grasped the star core crystal, his body suddenly changed. A chaotic mist emerged from the skin, flowing like a nebula, encompassing all the violent star core energy. The blood turned into dark gold, and every drop contained the primordial breath of the universe. The bones emit a hazy halo, as if they contain galaxies and are indestructible. Chaos body, it's really domineering. Ordinary warriors who absorb star core crystals have to withstand the gravitational pressure of a planetary collapse, and will explode and die if they are not careful. But Li Fei is different. His chaotic body is the most compatible physique in the universe. Invulnerable to all kinds of attacks, all the energy in the heavens can be refined. Boom! The star core crystal melted in Li Fei's palm, turning into a dazzling golden torrent that rushed madly along the meridians in his arm. The golden energy surged like magma, but it was wrapped in chaotic mist, and the meridians expanded intactly. The essence of the star core was injected, the heartbeat was like a drum, and the blood pumped out actually carried the brilliance of the stars. An energy vortex forms, like a small galaxy spinning, continuously transforming the power of the star's core. Cool. Li Fei could clearly feel that every cell in his body was cheering and madly devouring the energy of the star core. The muscle density increased tenfold, and with a slight clench of the fist, the air was squeezed to create a sonic boom. The bones were recast, showing a dark golden color and a hardness comparable to interstellar alloy. His nerve reaction speed skyrocketed, and the world seemed to go into slow motion in his eyes. As the absorption continued, amazing visions began to appear around Li Fei. Behind it, a chaotic nebula unfolds, with countless stars being born and dying, like a microcosm of the universe. The ground beneath his feet was slightly concave due to gravity, but he controlled it precisely and no damage was caused. The cosmic energy within a radius of 1 kilometer was drawn in, forming a vortex and converging towards him. Li Fei's basic combat power is skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 billion. 3 billion. 4 billion. 5 billion. 6 billion. 7 billion. 8 billion. 9 billion. 10 billion. This level has reached the level of martial master. The terrifying aura of the venerable spreads. Void cracks are appearing in the surrounding space. This is the resonance between the venerable's energy and the surrounding heaven and earth. Outside, several passing warriors looked up in shock. What's that? Someone made a breakthrough? No, this pressure is terrifying. Inside the room, in the training cabin. Crack! The star core crystal completely dissipated, and the last bit of energy merged into Li Fei's body. He opened his eyes, and there seemed to be stars spinning in his pupils, and the breath he exhaled was filled with a faint glow like star fragments. Li Fei felt the surging power in his body, flashed into the universe, and suddenly punched forward. Boom! A vacuum channel with a diameter of 100 meters was torn in the universe, and moonlight poured down like a column. The scene is very shocking. Chapter 94 Accept the trial mission. It's been a month, and he finally made some movement. Inside the Sword God Palace, Su Zhani stood by the window, watching the shattered void light ahead, exclaiming in amazement, in just 1 month, he's already achieved martial honor. His chaos talent is truly formidable. Perhaps it's related to what he found in the treasury, but with so many ninth grade elixirs, it doesn't seem so exaggerated. In front of him, there was a row of people. This group of people also exuded a powerful aura. All of them have reached the level of martial emperor. One of them is Tianyu. This group of people are the current top martial saints in the Federation. After they took the 8th grade elixir, they directly broke through to the martial emperor level. As for the 9th grade elixir, it's not too late to wait a little longer. Let us consolidate it first. With the perfect 8th grade and 9th grade elixirs, the Federation took the lead in making a major boost to the veteran warriors in the Great Wall of the Universe during this month, and basically all of their cultivation levels were greatly improved. Then it will slowly descend into the interior of the blue planet. Good things must be provided to the front line first. If the front line collapses, then the blue planet in the rear will naturally be destroyed. This is Emperor Wu. So strong. Tianyu was the first to wake up. He clenched his fists, felt the power he now had, and couldn't help but sigh. Then came the rest. Only after becoming the martial emperor did everyone truly understand how huge the gap between the peak martial saint and the martial emperor was. Alright, let's all go back and guard the node. Over the past month, the movements of monsters from outside the domain have become more intense, and we must be more vigilant. Su Zhani stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly. Yes. Dean. Everyone bowed respectfully and left. On the other side, after throwing a punch, Li Fei returned to the room. The next moment, the system's belated reward sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the middle stage of Wuzong and obtaining the God-level talent, God Slayer. God Slayer, special attack against divinity, naturally restraining all higher life forms. Attacks carry the God's death curse, which prevents gods from self-healing after being injured. Every time a God-level being is killed, all of their attributes are permanently doubled. They can forcibly pull opponents into the mortal realm to seal their God-level abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the late Wuzong stage and obtaining the God-level talent, Fate Defier. Fate Reverser, effect, passively rewrites the laws of causality, permanently placing oneself in a favorable outcome. Any fatal attacks will be negated by coincidence. A lightning strike is unintended, an enemy suddenly becomes possessed, and chance encounters will automatically occur. Falling off a cliff will guarantee a secret manual, shopping will guarantee artifact fragments. Actively trigger cause reversal to transfer one's own injuries curses to the enemy. Hidden danger, the world's will gradually correct its anomalies, and in the later stages, it will face heavenly punishment and suppression. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of Martial Master and obtaining the God-level talent, Dragon Vein of the End. Dragon Vein of the End, the blood of an ancient world-destroying dragon flows through their body. Upon awakening, their flesh becomes a calamity, their breath exuding the dragon's breath of annihilation. Everything they touch decays and crumbles. Their emotional fluctuations cause celestial phenomena to change. When angry, their body ignites with world-burning black flames. Upon death, their dragon blood pollutes the earth, transforming it into a desolate wasteland within a millennium. Bond must devour the blood of other dragons to evolve, and will fight the dragons to the death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the early stage of martial honor and obtaining the God-level talent, Quantum Spirit. Quantum Soul, consciousness splits into infinite parallel selves, existing in a superposition state. During battle, it can simultaneously present two states, being killed and successfully counter-killing. Ultimately, it collapses into victory. It can summon selves from other timelines to aid in battle. Up to 9,999 selves can be summoned simultaneously. It is immune to all mental attacks, as the soul itself has no fixed form. With a thought, Li Fei saw a character interface that had not appeared for a long time. Host, Li Fei. Level, Early Martial Honor. Basic Combat Power, 10 billion. God Level Skills, Chaos God Killing Codex. Chaos Void Codex. Chaos Dream Record. God Level Body Movement, 9 Chaos Transformations. God Level Talents, Chaos Body. Alchemy God. Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger. Instant Healing. Ultimate Freedom. Teleport. Divine Craftsman. Formation God. Divine Contract. Nirvana Rebirth. Absolutely Smooth Cutting Line. Elemental Master. Chaos Divine Thunder. Eye of Law. Gate of Space and Time. Divine Power. Chaos Tao Heart. God of Disaster. God Slaying Blade.
Eternal barrier. Infinite fighting will. Eye of annihilation. God slayer. Fate defying one. Dragon vein of the end. Quantum soul. Innate divine powers, light of primal chaos. Vortex of returning to the ruins. All laws return to the pill. Pill tribulation steals the heavens. Void divine platform. Power of the divine craftsman. Divine killing formation. Formation formed by a single thought. Nativity domain, chaos domain. Alchemy god domain. Divine craftsman domain. Formation god domain. Martial arts, chaos sky splitting finger. Chaos sky burning palm. Chaos phantom sky slashing. Chaos soul devouring palm. Chaos chains. Chaos grip. Chaos scale armor. Chaos clone technique. Chaos dragon. Equipment, S-rank tyrant battle suit. S-rank tyrant battle sword. Artifacts, Hunyuan blade. Martial god tower. Divine transformation. God's killing move, chaos element god slaying slash. Chaos heavenly killing formation. God's killing move, 11th level god suppressing kill. System warehouse. The end dragon vein is nothing but useless to my chaos body. But it's better to have it than not to have it. It seems that god level talents are truly random, with no order of high or low. God level talents also have different levels. Never mind, as long as it's a god level talent, it won't be a big problem. After Li Fei understood, he frowned slightly. The chaos body is already the strongest physique, with the blood of chaos flowing in it, and its bloodline is completely superior to the dragon vein of the end. After a full month of seclusion, it's time to go out to the battlefield and kill the enemies. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart, and finally left the training room and came to the mission hall. Here you can accept tasks related to hunting foreign monsters. Mission 1, Hunt the Void Whale Dragon. Monster information. Level, Martial Honor level. Recommended Warrior level, Peak Martial Master. Habitat, the ancient starry sea in the extraterritorial battlefield, the ocean of spiritual power between the broken starfields. Feature 1, the body is thousands of feet long, and its scales contain the laws of space, allowing it to travel through the void. Feature 2, spews out star annihilation breath, which can annihilate small stars. Characteristic 3, extremely intelligent, able to set up space traps to kill warriors. Task requirements. 1. Obtain the heart of the void whale dragon. 2. Bring back at least 3 dragon scales. 3. It would be best if you could bring back the whole body, which would mean you have completed the mission perfectly. Mission rewards. Mission 2, eliminate the Eclipse Crows. Mission 3, capture the 9 Nether Phoenix. Mission 4, defeat the Star Core Colossus. Mission 5, hunting the Time Shadow Moth. There are a lot of densely packed tasks. Li Fei decided to take the first one to practice and get familiar with the environment of the extraterritorial battlefield. As for the mission rewards, he didn't care much about them. For him, the current federal mission rewards are not very useful to him. The limitations are too low. He still needs to go to the extraterritorial battlefield in person to see if there are other high-level resources. Of course, he can also infinitely copy a large number of 9th grade elixirs, star core crystals, and star core fragments and absorb and improve them crazily. But he did not do so. Instead, he planned to gain some experience first to see if he could find 10th grade medicinal herbs to refine 10th grade pills. Chapter 95, Battlefield outside the starry sky. Easily kill the Scarlet Flame Beast. Hello, I want to accept this task. Li Fei came to the front desk and said. Hello, which one would you like to pick up? Asked the woman at the front desk. Mission 1, Hunt the Void Whale Dragon. Li Fei spoke. It's very dangerous. Are you sure you want to accept it? The recommended level is Peak Martial Honor. How much cultivation do you have? The woman at the front desk asked. I have just entered the early stage of martial honor. Li Fei said lightly without hiding anything. The gap is too big, think twice before you act. The woman at the front desk was stunned and reminded again. No need, I'm clear-headed. I can definitely defeat this void whale dragon. Li Fei was very confident. The woman at the front desk didn't know where Li Fei got his confidence from, but she still confirmed the task. What's your code name? Asked the woman at the front desk. Lord Chaos. Li Fei said lightly. The woman at the front desk was stunned and quickly completed the registration. The next second, the mission information of hunting the void whale dragon appeared in Li Fei's hand. So you are the chief 9th rank alchemist Li Fei. I didn't expect you to become a martial master so quickly. I've already registered you. The woman at the front desk was shocked when she saw the message. Thank you. Li Fei smiled and turned to leave. You dare to hunt the void whale dragon in the early stage of martial honor. You are very brave. In the Sword God Palace, Su Zhani quickly received the news and was quite surprised. Li Fei doesn't seem like the kind of person who would mess around, maybe he really has the confidence. So he agreed to the review, otherwise the mission hall would not agree to Li Fei taking on this dangerous mission. Dean, he's now the Federation's first 9th grade alchemist. Do you want to arrange for someone to protect him? It's better to be safe than sorry. Tianyu, who was standing nearby reporting something, spoke. I was shocked to learn that Li Fei had broken through to the early stage of martial honor. It's only been a month. Even with the help of 9th grade elixir, it shouldn't be that fast, right? The reason why this group of them were able to break through to the martial emperor level was because they had accumulated energy at the peak of martial sainthood for a long time. The 8th grade elixir activated the accumulated energy, allowing them to break through in one fell swoop. But a month ago, Li Fei was only in the early stage of Wu Zone. 1 month later, he reached the early stage of martial honor? Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? Is this the horror of chaos? Su Zhani thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, now that the martial emperor and martial saint have increased their combat power a lot, we have enough manpower. You will go and secretly protect her, and record her battle process. Li Fei is the first 9th grade alchemist, and he can refine so much at a time. He is the only one in the entire Blue Star and a super strategic talent in the entire Blue Star. If something really happens to Li Fei, it will definitely be a huge loss to the entire Blue Star Federation. Yes. Tianyu nodded. She was also very curious about how Li Fei would kill the void whale dragon. Although that guy was an alien monster at the martial honor level, it was not easy to kill him even when she was a martial saint. The main reason is that guy is like an earthworm, running around everywhere. He has a very high IQ and can use all kinds of insidious means to kill warriors. Many of them have suffered at the hands of this beast. After completing the identity verification, Li Fei stood on the teleportation array and left the interior of the Great Wall of the Universe. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in an unfamiliar star field. Here, the sky is broken and the galaxy is upside down. This is a battlefield filled with smoke, suspended between the cracks of the universe. What lies beneath your feet is not the earth, but the debris of countless broken stars, floating in the void, like lonely graves. In the distance, a dead star was still burning, its dark red light like blood, dyeing the entire battlefield a mournful red. The air was filled with cosmic storms, and occasionally, cracks in space would tear through, swallowing up anything that came close. The wrecked warships, the skeletons of giant beasts, and the broken weapons are all frozen here by time, silently telling the story of the brutal battles that once took place. Sudden. A blade of light that spanned the star field split the darkness, followed by a deafening explosion. Not far away, 2 figures clashed in the asteroid belt, and every collision caused the nearby stars to tremble and the broken stars to shatter. One of them stepped on the Golden Lotus, and 3,000 phantoms of the Divine Kingdom appeared behind him. The other one transformed into a 10,000-foot-long demon shadow, tearing through the space with sharp claws, leaving behind pitch-black cracks. This guy is not a human, but an alien monster in human form. And in the distance, the roar of the giant star beast echoed. A world-devouring Tao Tai that is as big as a planet is wreaking havoc. Its huge mouth opens like a black hole, swallowing countless star fragments and corpses into its stomach. In the center of the battlefield, a broken ancient bronze temple was suspended, the door of the temple half open, and whispering voices came from inside, as if calling the victor to step in. But outside the temple, there were countless corpses piled up, including powerful humans, demon saints, and even the remains of gods and demons. They maintained a fighting posture until their death. Above the sky, one star after another was shattered by the aftermath of the battle, turning into a shower of meteors and falling. And in this splendor of destruction, new strong men are still stepping on corpses, blood, and starlight intertwined, composing a never-ending song, the Battle of the Burial World. Li Fei opened his eyes wide, and the Eye of Law was recalling everything that had happened here before. The battle between humans and alien monsters was even more tragic than he had imagined. The battle between humans and alien monsters has never stopped. The retrospective power of the Eye of Law disappears. Everything around returned to calm.
He quickly headed towards the location coordinates given in the mission. After walking for about an incense stick of time, the stars in front suddenly shattered. A gigantic star beast lunged at him with its fangs bared.
Name: Scarlet Flame Beast. Type: Starry Sky Giant Beast. Extraterritorial monster. Level: Mid-stage martial honor. A golden light flickered on Li Fei's body. Chaos body is activated. Fighting power soars. A punch was thrown. In his hand, the Chaos Divine Thunder was condensed. Crack! Crack! The chaotic thunder swept through everything around it, turning it into a void. Boom! A punch hit the Red Flame Beast hard. The entire body of the Red Flame Beast flew backwards. He teleported instantly and came behind the giant Red Flame Beast. Holding the Hunyuan blade in his hand, he used the Chaos Element God-killing slash to chop it out. The golden blade cut through the space of the universe, forming a broken void zone. Various elemental energies between heaven and earth intertwined with each other, forming a violent energy that instantly cut through the body of the Red Flame Beast, cutting it in half. Chains of chaos rushed out from the void, piercing his body, binding him tightly, and crushing him to pieces. Boom! A big explosion sounded. The Red Flame Beast falls. Now Li Fei's strength is strong enough to easily kill the beast in front of him in seconds. Even if it was a small level higher, in Li Fei's eyes, it was the same as not being higher at all. He took away the most useful Red Flame Heart, and the body of the Red Flame Beast was scattered across the universe. The monsters from outside the domain are nothing more than this. Holding the Red Flame Heart, Li Fei raised the corner of his mouth with a look of disdain. Outlander monsters, clean your butts and wait for me to slaughter you all. He put away the Red Flame Heart and quickly approached the ancient Sea of Stars. He actually killed the Scarlet Flame Beast so easily. This guy is even stronger than I expected. Tianyu, who was hiding in the darkness, watched the whole process and exclaimed in amazement. She had a smart device in her hand, which had recorded Li Fei's battle just now. Chapter 96, Void Whale Dragon. The End Dragon Vein. The End Dragon God's Shadow. Supreme. This is a forgotten star region. The broken stars float like islands on the vast ocean of spiritual power. This place is the ancient Starry Sea. Li Fei traveled for a long time, killed many foreign monsters along the way, and finally arrived here. Before my eyes, the Sea of Stars is boundless, with no up or down, no boundaries, only endless blue and depth. Fragments of stars float in the void. Like the wreckage left after an ancient war. Liquid spiritual power flows on the surface. They gather into pieces of dazzling star mist. According to federal records, every once in a while, a violent spiritual power storm would stir up in the ancient Sea of Starry Sky. It swept across the entire star field like a tsunami, dragging everything into chaos. After the storm, the star mist will condense into spiritual crystals, scattered on the broken stars, flashing a dreamy halo. Countless unstable space cracks are hidden in the depths of the ancient sea. Some are as fine as spider webs, while others are like huge mouths of the abyss, swallowing everything that approaches. Occasionally, an unknown star beast would extend its tentacles from the cracks and then quickly retract them. When Li Fei stepped into this broken star field, he heard a faint low sound in his ears. It was like the call of some ancient creature, penetrating the soul and making people tremble. That is the star language of the Void Whale Dragon, which can only be perceived by those with strong mental power. Some of the star fragments still had huge claw marks on them, and some were even pierced through, forming ring-shaped holes. This is the trace left by the whale dragon when it was cruising. The star mist in the distance suddenly surged, and a huge shadow slowly emerged, but disappeared in an instant, as if it was just an illusion. But Li Fei knew that the moment he set foot here, the Void Whale Dragon had noticed him. According to Federation records, in addition to the Void Whale Dragon, other dangerous creatures also live in the ancient sea, such as the star-eating jellyfish that can release tentacles that paralyze the soul, and the wandering skycoon that is as big as an asteroid and feeds on spiritual energy. On some broken stars, there are remnants of caves or formations left behind by ancient powerful beings. If you can crack them, you may be able to obtain lost skills or opportunities. But unfortunately, the Federation has never been able to crack it. It is then thrown there, waiting for someone with the right destiny to crack it. There would be tides of spiritual energy here from time to time. If a warrior can survive the tide of spiritual power, the body and soul will be greatly tempered. You may even comprehend the law of the starry sky. Li Fei put away the general description of this place on the federal smartwatch. Mobilize the Eye of Law to analyze all the structures here and obtain more information that the Federation does not know. At the same time, his eyes were already locked onto the remaining spiritual fluctuations of the whale dragon, and he discovered that the void whale dragon was rapidly moving towards the depths of the ancient sea. Just when Li Fei was about to set off, suddenly, a star-eating jellyfish jumped out from the star mist, and thousands of tentacles coiled around like lightning. Li Fei had already noticed it, but his expression remained calm. With a cold snort, a golden light condensed at his fingertips, cutting off the tentacles and transforming into a chaotic divine thunder, instantly piercing the body of the star-eating jellyfish. The star-eating jellyfish let out a miserable scream, and eventually turned into spiritual mist and dissipated, leaving only the most valuable part, the star-eating jellyfish demon core. This thing is a 7th level material. It can be used not only to make pills, but also to make weapons. However, Li Fei was not very interested in it, but he could sell it to the Federation in exchange for merit points or something like that. The next second, his figure turned into a golden stream of light and rushed downwards. The broken remains of stars floated in the tide of spiritual power, and the entire star field was shrouded in dark blue star mist. The void whale dragon slowly emerged from the depths of the star mist. Every breath it took caused ripples in space, and galaxy-like light patterns flowed on its back. "Human, do you want to hunt me alone?" The whale dragon's voice was like thunder, and the entire starry sea was shaking. Its eyes were 2 collapsed stars, reflecting Li Fei's tiny figure. Li Fei stepped on a piece of star core fragment that had become dim. The battle suit on his body emitted a silver-white light, dispelling the surrounding fog. It makes his entire body appear so lifelike in this foggy ancient sea world. With his left hand clenched, a long sword wrapped in chaotic energy slowly took shape. A golden chaotic shadow appeared behind him, exuding supreme majesty. Li Fei's voice was calm. "Since you already know, why ask again? Humph, you're just a human at the early stage of martial honor. I'm afraid you're not qualified enough to kill me. The tiny human body is like an ant, it can be easily destroyed." The void whale dragon snorted coldly. The sound made the surrounding universe tremble, and the aura emanating from his body had actually reached the peak of martial master. Under Li Fei's eyes of law, all its information was reflected, without any secrets. Organism, void whale dragon. Type, void behemoth. Extraterritorial monster. Level, peak martial master. Secret technique, great void technique can fight against martial saints. Kill vulnerable martial saints. Note, you possess the weak ancient bloodline of the dragon clan. In critical moments, you can burst out and temporarily reach the level of martial saint. This point is not mentioned in the federal information. It seems that they are unaware of it. Otherwise, so many people would not have been killed. Having dragon blood is a good opportunity to test the power of the dragon vein of the end. It is an absolute deterrent to the dragon clan. After reading the message, Li Fei thought secretly in his heart, but he was not too surprised, and his expression remained calm. Even though the giant beast in front of him is even bigger than the red flame beast, and he, a human being, is as small as an ant in front of it, a powerful ant can also defeat the giant beast. The void whale dragon opened its huge mouth and was about to exhale an energy wave to annihilate Li Fei. However, at this moment, he felt a super terrifying blood suppression from the superior from Li Fei. A blue light flashed on Li Fei's body, and a terrifying phantom of a giant dragon appeared. Its body is constructed by countless multiverse worlds. The blue light also transformed into the starlight color of the distant universe. This is none other than the dragon god of the end. In this world, only the end dragon vein can be summoned. Belongs to the supreme god. However, compared with the chaos body and chaos Tao heart, there is still a huge gap. Even so, dealing with a small void whale dragon is not a big problem. It's so easy to control. As expected, the moment the shadow of the dragon god of the end appeared, the entire space came to a standstill. In the middle there was endless darkness and the endless rotation of time. The void whale dragon, which had been extremely huge before, now seemed so small and vulnerable in this rotating field. What is this thing? Superior dragon. How could it be? How could such a terrifying upper dragon be on you? Why? Why would such a being choose a human like you? Not fair. Not fair. Why do my dragons not favor the dragon clan, but instead favor you humans? The void whale dragon was trembling all over, terrified, and its voice was shaking. Looking at the star-colored shadow in front of it, it screamed in fear. In fact,
The end dragon god does not belong to the dragon clan, but is a kind of god.
Appearing in the body of a dragon is just an outward manifestation.
Just like the mythical beast Azure Dragon, it is not a dragon itself, but a god transformed from the wood elements of heaven and earth.
The Azure Dragon form is just its outward manifestation. Because the dragon represents supremacy. Chapter 97, Contract with the Void Whale Dragon. Divine Beast. Die. Die. All of you. Traitors to the Dragon Clan.
Regardless of whether you are a high-ranking dragon or not, if you favor humans instead of dragons, you are a traitor to my dragon clan.
Traitors, die. The Void Whale Dragon roared with endless resentment. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. The dragon blood in the body is activated.
This caused its level to briefly soar from the peak of martial honor to the early stage of martial saint.
The space around them was shaking and shattering.
The holy power spread and turned into countless black rays of light, launching an angry attack on Li Fei. The martial saint's angry attack was extremely terrifying.
Suppress. Li Fei's expression remained calm. Lift your finger and point at the air.
With the blessing of various god-level talents, his current combat power has long surpassed the level of martial saint. It is even more impossible to be afraid of a mere dragon-blooded creature that can be suppressed by bloodline. The dragon god of the end condensed an attack and shot out. Wherever it passed, it instantly crushed all attacks and penetrated the body of the Void Whale Dragon.
Ah!
The power of the end burned in its body and spread rapidly.
No! How could this happen? Why is my body not obeying me? No! Don't! Master, I was wrong. Forgive me. I was confused just now. When death came, the Void Whale Dragon suddenly woke up and immediately admitted defeat.
Its body was falling apart, corroded, polluted, and dissipated into particles.
At this moment, it was really scared. But the next second, it was too late. Li Fei didn't give it any chance.
Above the sky, a huge dragon claw tore through the void and slapped it down fiercely.
Bang! In an instant, the Void Whale Dragon disappeared into thin air. Build!
Looking at the dense particles in the universe, Li Fei said softly, "The Eye of Law is working."
The Void Whale Dragon that had disappeared was reconstructed. Divine Contract. His god-level talent is activated. A hexagram formation appeared, forcibly enslaving the Void Whale Dragon and making it his own beast. Contracted Beast, Void Whale Dragon. Species, Divine Beast. Current status, Larval Stage. Level, Peak Martial Master. Innate skills, Void Whale Song. Star Shuttle Scales. Return to the Abyss Devour. Time Shadow Escape. Star Core Fusion. Anchoring the Myriad Worlds. Dragon Spine Star Falls. Devouring Stomach. Innate talent, Great Void Technique. You are the second beast I have contracted since my debut. As expected, all creatures bound by the Divine Covenant are divine beasts. This is also the most powerful aspect of the Divine Covenant. Wow, it's so big, and it's only in its larval stage?
Looking at the data in front of him, Li Fei was a little surprised.
By the way, I haven't seen my Suzaku for a long time. Suddenly, he remembered his first beast, Suzaku.
With a thought, he summoned it out from the Divine Contract space. After a few months, Suzaku appeared again, lighting up this foggy and broken starry sky.
The power of Suzaku shakes the void. The latest news about it has also appeared. Contracted Beast, Suzaku. Species, Divine Beast. Current status, Larval Stage. Level, Early Martial Saint. Innate skills, Crimson Flame Breath. Nirvana Pact. Vermilion Feather Escape. Fire Resonance. Scarlet Flame Clothes. Prairie Fire Play. Burning Sky Roar. Cradle of Hell. Talents, Southern Ming Lihua. 100 Birds Paying Homage. Flame Veins Connected. Omen of Disaster. Sparks of Granting and Taking. Red Eyes Observing Fate. Eternal Dance. For Symbols Sensing. What?
In just a few months, you've been staying in the Divine Contract space, and you haven't been fed vermilion bird blood, yet you've reached the early stages of Martial Saint without making a sound. After reading the message, Li Fei was shocked. Because there are too many god-level talents, Li Fei had really forgotten about this guy before. If he hadn't suddenly remembered that he could form a divine contract and that the Void Whale Dragon possessed dragon blood, he would not have been able to activate this ability, and naturally he didn't know that Suzaku would grow so fast.
If I wait a few more months, wouldn't I become a martial god directly? Could this be related to the divine contract space? Li Fei suddenly thought of this possibility.
After all, it is a world created by god-level talents specifically for beast tamers.
Zhu Ke nodded and said, Master, the divine contract space is very magical. I can improve rapidly even when I'm lying down.
The energy inside is all divine energy, which is very helpful to my growth. Even if I do nothing and just lie down inside, I can naturally become a martial god. Even so, I feel that even if I become a martial god, I'm still in the larval stage and cannot enter the juvenile stage.
It's true. Why can't I enter childhood? Do I need to enter a higher level cultivation system? Li Fei was puzzled.
But the next second, he thought of the realm of regular cosmic cultivation revealed by the sky civilization.
Yes, I can feel that the martial energy we are cultivating is too low level. I need to transform the energy from low level to high level and enter a realm system that surpasses the martial god before I can officially enter the childhood stage. As I grew up, some memories of this higher system began to emerge in my mind. They seem to be fragments buried within my bloodline genes. There is a realm called Stardust. Only by entering this realm can one enter the childhood stage.
Zhu Ke nodded and told his master Li Fei some of the memory fragments that had awakened from his memory.
Then do you know how to enter this realm? Li Fei asked immediately. I don't know.
Zhu Ke shook his head, looking confused.
Master, I might know something. At this moment, the Void Whale Dragon conveyed its consciousness.
Oh?
You knew? Li Fei was a little surprised.
The Void Whale Dragon said, yes, in my memory, deep in the ancestral land, the ancestor of the Void Whale Dragon clan recorded the secrets of breaking through the Stardust realm.
We can enter the Void Ancestral Land and check it out.
Okay, let's go and take a look. Li Fei became interested after hearing this and nodded in agreement to go. He wasn't afraid that this guy would set a trap for him. After all, the real Void Whale Dragon had been annihilated by him. The Void Whale Dragon in front of him was created by him using the Eye of Law to analyze all the genetic sequences of that one and create an identical one. After signing the divine contract, they will obey him completely and will never betray him. In this way, Li Fei sat on the back of the Void Whale Dragon and quickly headed towards the deepest part of the ancient Starry Sea. Because the laws of this area are chaotic and it is a no man's land, everything around is covered in thick, broken fog. Even Tianyu Wuxing, who followed and secretly protected Li Fei, lost him. Now she was anxious.
Oh no!
I didn't expect the fog to suddenly become so thick in the ancient Starry Sea that it could even block the perception of a martial saint like me.
Li Fei has disappeared. This is bad.
Tianyu looked anxious and immediately left the ancient Starry Sea to report what had happened here to Su Zhanyi. See how the other party does it. Inside the Great Wall of the Universe, Su Zhanyi looked extremely anxious after receiving the news that Li Fei was missing. He ordered the other martial emperors to step up their guard.
He alone used the teleportation formation and quickly came to Tianyu's side.
After reaching the realm of martial god, his speed was extremely fast.
Dean, I have failed in my duty. Tianyu lowered his head, feeling extremely ashamed.
You stay here and I'll go in and look for it myself. A long sword full of murderous aura appeared in Su Zhanyi's hand. The power of the god of war spread, and the immortal sword soul talent was activated. He wanted to find Li Fei's breath and track him. After the special talent evolves, there are many abilities.
And they are also very powerful.
His soul and mind were quickly immersed, as if they had become one with the sea of stars in the universe. Soon, a faint breath belonging to Li Fei was caught in the thick fog of the sea of stars.
Found it! Great, he's still alive.
Su Zhanyi's face lit up with joy and he breathed a sigh of relief. This breath could only be found by the living, it was useless to the dead. He used his skills to turn into a rainbow and chased after him. Only a long blood-red rainbow was left. Chapter 98 Methods of Breaking Through the Stardust Realm.
Deep in the ancient sea of stars, there is a world where you can't see your hand in front of you. There is a subtle formation here.
As the god of formation, Li Fei can naturally see it at the first glance. The construction of this formation was full of flaws in his eyes, but it was completely sufficient within the scope of the current universe.
Only the Void Whale Dragon clan can enter this ancestral land. Others cannot enter, and they cannot find the location of the void formation here.
A blood sensor appeared on the forehead of the void whale dragon, and a vortex appeared in the formation and drilled into it.
Are you the only one in your tribe? Li Fei asked.
Well, from my memory, I know that the rest of the tribe disappeared 20,000 years ago for some unknown reason, the void whale dragon said.
There's no record of that in the ancestral land either. I was hatched from an egg that was left behind.
I should have been born 20,000 years ago, but I only came out now.
So that's how it is. Li Fei's eyes suddenly enlightened. 20,000 years ago, this time is too coincidental.
The Sky Dome civilization also seems to have disappeared 20,000 years ago.
Is there any unknown connection between the two? Do you know the Sky civilization? Li Fei asked suddenly. I don't know. The void whale dragon shook his head. There's no record of it in my bloodline memory. It seems to be just a coincidence.
Hearing this, Li Fei thought silently in his heart. As they entered, the vortex outside closed and no trace of the formation appeared.
Then do you know what level of existence your ancestor is? Li Fei asked again.
The void whale dragon replied, he was at the peak of the invincible martial god realm, only one step away from the Stardust realm. He was also the one with the greatest hope of entering the Stardust realm. It's a pity that the group of latecomers disappeared together.
I don't know if they succeeded, and there is no record of it in my memory. Anyway, everything is a puzzle.
After all, more than 20,000 years have passed, and at that time this guy was still sealed in an egg and stored in the ancestral land.
There are many things I don't know.
At the same time, outside, a red light appeared where Li Fei had just arrived. The person who came was Su Zhani, who came to follow Li Fei's breath. The breath finally disappeared here.
Su Zhani frowned and looked around.
The fog here was thicker than ever before, and his six senses were greatly restricted. Even he didn't dare to go deeper into it easily. The immortal sword spirit sensed that he was clearly here, so why couldn't I see him? Su Zhani was confused, so he calmed his mind and began to integrate into this ancient sea of stars, wanting to find the answer as much as possible.
Just ahead. He followed his feeling and moved forward.
But I found that I couldn't reach it no matter what I did, as if there was always a little distance left, and it was clearly just that little bit away.
Could it be a formation? Is there a formation here? Li Fei entered the formation. This is bad. Su Zhani's face was solemn.
Concentrating the power of the god of war, he slashed out with a single blow.
Bang!
The blood-red blade light seemed to hit a transparent barrier in front and exploded directly. The barrier of the formation appeared in an instant and disappeared in the next.
It's indeed a formation. Su Zhani caught it.
It was able to withstand even my martial god's attack without a scratch. It seems that this formation was set up by an ancient great being. If you open it rashly, something bad might happen.
This ancient starry sea itself is extremely strange.
It seems that you, Li Fei, have to rely on yourself. Su Zhani sighed and decided to wait outside for a while and see what happened.
At the same time, within the barrier, the void whale dragon roared, and its body swam, tearing through space, and took Li Fei into a forbidden land forgotten by time. This place is called the Star Ruins of Silence, and it is the ancestral land of the void whale dragon. In front of us, there is a huge gate made of the skeleton of an ancient star dragon, floating in the void. Every dragon bone is flowing with dark blue star marrow. The door is engraved with Dragon Clan secret codes, recording the ancient glory. A desolate atmosphere seeped out from the crack in the door, as if countless dragon souls were whispering. Dragon Bone Stargate. Behind the door is the real core of the ancestral land. The area we are in now is just the outskirts of our ancestral land. The void whale dragon used blood as a guide to open this huge door. As the huge door opened, a desolate smell filled the air. Stepping into the ancestral land, the scene before him shocked Li Fei. It's huge here. It's like the inside of a world. Floating in the center is a throne made of collapsed stars, which once belonged to the ancestor of the void whale dragon clan. Today, the throne has been split into two halves, covered with traces of battle, as if telling of some shocking battle. Countless huge stone tablets surround the ancestral land, each of which records the life of the powerful dragons. Some of the stone tablets have been weathered, while others have been directly cut off by some terrifying force, leaving only broken inscriptions. Deep in the ancestral land, there is a spiritual pool formed by liquid star marrow, which was originally the baptism place for the void dragon cubs. Now most of the water in the pool has dried up,
leaving only a shallow layer that still emits a faint starlight.
At the deepest point, the remains of powerful dragon warriors from past generations floated.
Their dragon bones still exuded a sense of oppression, as if they were still guarding something.
This is the ancestral land of our clan and also the cemetery. The void whale dragon wailed.
It seems that a shocking decisive battle took place back then. Li Fei mobilized the Eye of Law to analyze the past of this place, wanting to get a glimpse of it. However, at this moment, he was disturbed by an unknown force, and the results he saw were particularly vague.
Do you know what kind of war broke out? Li Fei asked. I don't know.
This has accumulated over countless years and is not something I acquired all at once.
The void whale dragon shook his head.
Forget it, let's find a way to break through the Stardust realm first.
Li Fei shook his head, not wanting to waste time thinking so much. The tombstone of the ancestor is in front of us. The inherited memories are all inside.
Just touch it gently, said the void whale dragon.
Li Fei reached out and touched it.
The next second, the entire soul was pulled into a completely new world. This is not a physical space, but a starry sky universe world where laws are embodied. Countless star tracks interweave into a network, and each node flashes the rise and fall of a civilization.
An old voice murmured.
To rise above the martial god, one must transform their body into dust and dissolve into the galaxy. If accomplished, this realm will be known as Stardust Realm.
A memory flooded into Li Fei's mind.
The method of breakthrough is divided into 4 steps.
1. Reshape the star core.
Shatter the existing martial art stantion, compress the martial energy into micro-star cores, and simulate the birth process of stars.
Risk: there is a 99% chance that the body will disintegrate. 2. Resonance among all worlds.
The spirit leaves the body and attaches itself to the stars in different planes, experiencing billions of life forms.
3. Weaving of rules.
Extract at least 3 fundamental laws of the universe such as time, space, and chaos to create a balance in the body. 4. Stardust proves the truth.
Decompose itself into elementary particles, scatter into the sea of stars, and then reassemble by will. The key: you must capture the existence of your true self before your consciousness dissipates, otherwise you will die. For those who come late, breaking through the Stardust realm is a life or death struggle. Consider carefully. Think twice before you act. Chapter 99: Absorbing the Star Marrow Spiritual Fluid.
Breaking through to Martial Saint.
Leaving the ancestral land. It's so dangerous. No wonder even the technologically advanced sky civilization failed to break through. Does the Stardust realm really exist in this universe? After reading the inherited memory in his memory, Li Fei frowned and couldn't help but take a breath.
At the same time, a question arose in my mind. He began to sit cross-legged, using the Eye of Law to analyze and deduce to see the feasibility of this method and whether it could be further optimized.
The final conclusion is that this method is 100% feasible.
But the mortality and failure rates are as high as 99%.
There's only that 1% success rate.
The optimization result is, this is a necessary process for the evolution of life and cannot be optimized. It is a necessary process for low-level martial arts to move towards high-dimensional energy bodies.
It is so dangerous. If you are afraid of death, you will always stay in the martial arts stage. Only pioneers who are not afraid of death can enjoy a higher view. All those below the Stardust realm are mortal carbon-based life forms. Only those who reach the Stardust realm can truly escape the scope of carbon-based life, commonly known as true transcendence. After reading this message, Li Fei fell silent. Now that he only has the cultivation level of a martial honored one, he is simply unable to achieve these 4 points. The minimum requirement is to at least reach the peak stage of an invincible martial god. Damn it! This is just the first realm in the universe's regular realm. There are so many realms behind it. Wouldn't the promotion be even more outrageous? Well, never mind. At least I know how to break through the Stardust realm. This trip wasn't in vain. Finally, Li Fei sighed. Let us talk about the future later. He had a hunch that the sudden disappearance of both the Sky Civilization and the Void Whale Dragon Civilization was most likely closely related to the breakthrough into the Stardust realm. He slowly stood up and came to the Star Marrow Spirit Pool. Whale Dragon, don't you want to absorb this spiritual pool? Li Fei asked curiously.
Although the quantity is a little small, it is better than nothing.
Master, I have absorbed it, otherwise the growth rate would not be so fast.
Each living being can only be baptized once in its lifetime, the second time is useless.
The void whale dragon spoke. Is that so? That's a pity. Let me try. Li Fei mobilized the Eye of Law to analyze the star marrow spirit pool first. The next second, the dried up star marrow spirit liquid that was left with only a trace of it instantly became a lot. This scene stunned the void whale dragon. Immediately afterwards, Li Fei jumped down, sat cross-legged, mobilized his chaotic body and began to absorb. The star marrow liquid began to boil, turning into billions of blue light spots that floated up and rushed towards him as if attracted by a magnet. Ugh! The moment the first drop of star marrow touched his skin, Li Fei's whole body shook violently, and the reflection of the galaxy exploded in his pupils. All the star marrow liquid turned into energy and flowed into his body for him to absorb and refine. As time passed, his whole body was dyed with starlight, and terrifying power spread out from the inside out. This state will continue and become more solid and firm with time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, raised his hand and pointed at the air. Concentrate. In the spirit pool, all the star marrow spirit liquid condensed into a sphere. Li Fei took out the quantum training cabin, lay down in it, and officially entered into deep retreat and absorption. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. As time goes by quickly, the basic combat effectiveness is further skyrocketing. 20 billion. 30 billion. 40 billion. 50 billion. 60 billion. 70 billion. 80 billion. 90 billion. 100 billion. Outside, Su Zhani did not continue to wait, but chose to return to the Great Wall of the Universe. However, he knew that Li Fei's breath was still there, which meant that Li Fei was still alive, so he did not announce the news of Li Fei's death to the Federation. Just let someone guard the entrance to the ancient Starry Sea, and notify him immediately if Li Fei appears or any movement occurs. At the same time, within the ruins of the Annihilation Star. Quantum Training Cabin. After a long deep sleep, Li Fei finally woke up. He also completely absorbed the star marrow spirit liquid. He exudes an incomparable aura of terror. It's like being reborn. At the same time, the system's lateness reminders sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the mid-level martial honor level and obtaining the god-level talent, God of War. God of War, a natural-born god of war. Born to fight, and fight until death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the late martial honor stage and obtaining the god-level talent, Heart Parasite. Mind Dharma Parasitism, implant the seeds of the mind Dharma into another person's body and absorb their cultivation results. Upon the death of the parasite, all the mind Dharma experience will belong to the owner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of martial honor and obtaining the god-level talent, Manifestation of the Heart Technique. Mind Dharma Materialization, the mind Dharma condenses into a physical entity. The mind Dharma incarnates to protect the Tao, automatically defending attacking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the early stages of Martial Saint and obtaining the god-level talent, Heart of the Thief. Heart of the Tao Thief, can devour the Tao heart of others to advance, and seize their insights. Damn it, these god-level talents given later on, do they look so much like evil cultivators? The corner of Li Fei's mouth twitched. However, having it and using it are two different things. He can do without it, but he can't live without it. It's better to have it than not to have it, it's all given away for free anyway. With a slight movement of the mind, the character interface is summoned. Host, Li Fei. Level, Early Martial Saint. Basic combat power, 100 billion. God level skills, Chaos God Killing Codex. Chaos Void Codex. Chaos Dream Record. God level body movement, 9 Chaos transformations. God level talents, Chaos Body. Alchemy God. Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger. Instant Healing. Ultimate Freedom. Teleport. Divine Craftsman. Array God. Divine Contract. Nirvana Rebirth. Absolutely Smooth Cutting Line. Elemental Master. Chaos Divine Thunder. Eye of Law. Gate of Space and Time. Divine Power. Chaos Tao Heart. God of Disaster. God Slaying Blade. Eternal Barrier. Infinite Fighting Will. Eye of Annihilation. God Slayer. Fate Defying Fate. Dragon Vein of the End. Quantum Primordial Spirit. God of War. Heart parasite. Heart manifestation. Heart of the Tao thief. A few hundred words omitted here. Equipment, Divine Machine Transformation Set. Artifacts, Hun Yuan Blade. Martial God Tower. Divine Transformation. God's Killing Move, Chaos Element God Slaying Slash. Chaos Heavenly Killing Formation. God's Killing Move, 11th Level God Suppressing Kill. Beast Tamer, Suzaku. Void Whale Dragon. System Warehouse. Leave the Quantum Training Cabin and put it away. The Void Whale Dragon and the Vermilion Bird have been guarding this place and have not moved for a month. Master, you finally woke up. After Li Fei came out of confinement, they were the happiest ones. Finally, I don't have to stay in this godforsaken place anymore. Well, thank you for your hard work. Whale Dragon, are there any treasures or techniques here? If not, we will go back. Li Fei said. Without the owner, the treasure house and library are no longer here. The Void Whale Dragon clan never lived here before. This is just a cemetery for storing corpses. As for where those places are, I don't know either. The Void Whale Dragon shook his head. Oh, that's a shame. Let's go out. Li Fei waved his hand, put the two guys into the divine contract space, and used instant teleportation to disappear from here. Chapter 100 Leaving the Starry Sky Ancient Sea. Return. The youngest 18-year-old martial saint. There is a temporary military camp at the entrance of the ancient Starry Sea. Tianyu is guarding here with a team of people. This place is an extraterritorial battlefield, and we are always vulnerable to attacks from powerful monsters. I have encountered this many times in the past month, but with the presence of Emperor Tianyu, they were easily resolved. It's been a month, and he still hasn't come out? Is he really still alive? Tianyu walked out of the military camp and looked at the entrance to the ancient Starry Sea, thinking in his heart. Just then, a silver-white figure appeared out of nowhere, startling her. Li Fei. Tianyu was stunned at first, but when he looked carefully, he saw that the person coming out was Li Fei, and then he showed a look of joy. This guy coming out means safety, and they don't need to stay here anymore. No, there's something wrong with this kid's aura. Is this the aura of a martial saint? The next second, she was stunned again. As a veteran peak-level martial saint, she is very sensitive to the aura of the martial saint realm. The aura emanating from Li Fei at that moment was definitely that of a martial saint, there was no doubt about it. In just 1 month, he reached the level of martial saint from the early stage of martial honor. It seems that there are great opportunities in this ancient sea of stars. Chairman Tianyu. Sorry to have kept you waiting. As soon as Li Fei came out, he saw the tent of Tianyu and others, and immediately understood what was going on. It must be the big brother Su Zhani, who arranged people to wait here after learning that he had entered the ancient Starry Sea and had not come out. In fact, he knew before that Tianyu had been following him and secretly protecting his safety until he lost contact with him after entering the ancient Starry Sea. Tianyu walked forward, looked at Li Fei carefully, and said, "Waiting is a small matter. The most important thing is that you are okay. You are a great hero of our Federation, our precious child. You can't get into trouble. We have been worried to death for the past month. I was indeed a bit reckless this time, but don't worry, I'm fine. I even brought back a great opportunity that can help the Federation achieve a significant improvement." Li Fei spoke. Is it related to your chance to become a martial saint from the early stages of martial honor in just 1 month? Tianyu asked. Well, it was because of this opportunity that I became a martial saint so quickly. Li Fei nodded. He was planning to bring the Star Marrow Spirit liquid back for the Federation to use. This will improve the strength of a large number of federal warriors in a short period of time. It is also of great help to humans in resisting the invasion of foreign monsters. Hiss. 18-year-old martial saint. The Federation's youngest martial saint. Then let's go back. Tianyu took a deep breath and nodded. I'll have someone clean it up. No, you can just leave. Li Fei snapped his fingers, and a golden light enveloped everyone present and the entire camp. The next second, everyone disappeared from the spot. When they opened their eyes again, the scene changed and they were back in the Great Wall Fortress of the universe. Everyone was amazed that there was such a method. Everyone disband. Tianyu said to the others. Then he arrived at the Sword God Palace with Li Fei. At the same time, many new Emperor Wu palaces are being built in different places. These are exclusive to the newly crowned Emperor Wu. There are also some holy palaces. Some are built in a small spatial world. At the highest point of the Sword God Palace, Su Zhani had already received the news that Li Fei had come out alive and successfully broken through to the martial saint level. This was also what Tianyu conveyed back first. Just make it out alive. He achieved martial saint status in just 1 month. It's only been about 3 months since his rise to prominence. This rate of growth is too terrifying. Even if he encountered an opportunity, it can't be that outrageous, right? It seems that the level of this chaos talent is beyond SSSS level. Su Zhani looked at the news and took a deep breath. 18-year-old martial saint. The youngest martial saint. It only took 3 months from the beginning to the rise. Even during the cataclysm, no one could do it. Even though his special talent has been upgraded from SSS level to SSSS level Immortal Sword Soul, his training speed has increased, but it is not that outrageous. Soon, the door opened and Li Fei walked in from outside. Tianyu was waiting outside. "Brother Su, I'm back." As soon as he came in, Li Fei looked at the man in front of him and said with a smile, "I'm glad you're back, the youngest martial saint." Su Zhani smiled faintly. "Hurry up and sit down. Tell me what happened." "After you disappeared, I went in to look for you, using my unique talent to search for your presence, but I couldn't find it. However, I found a formation, and even after I attacked with all my strength, there was no trace of you at all. I don't understand formations, so I had no choice but to return." Su Zhani poured tea and began to explain. The main purpose was to let Li Fei know that he would be the first person to look for the other person after he disappeared. "Well, after I accepted the mission, I entered the ancient Sea of Stars and defeated the Void Whale Dragon, and contracted it to become my beast. It took me into the ancestral land, the place where the formation was set. I discovered a way to break through the Stardust realm. Then I absorbed the Star Marrow spiritual liquid and directly broke through from martial honor to martial saint." Li Fei spoke slowly while drinking tea. Su Zhani listened carefully. Very shocked. "I didn't expect that there was such an unknown secret hidden in the ancient Sea of Starry Sky. However, if it weren't for Li Fei's ability, all of this would have remained obscured and no one would have known about it." After Li Fei finished speaking, Su Zhani digested it for a moment before asking, "What is a contracted beast tamer?" Li Fei said, "This is the ability of my chaos talent, which is to be able to contract monsters from outside the domain and make them my beasts, that is, my fighting partners." Su Zhani frowned. "Can you ensure its safety?" "Yes, absolutely safe." Li Fei nodded. "That's good." Su Zhani nodded. "Can you tell me how to break through the Stardust realm now?" Su Zhani asked again. Li Fei nodded, made the organized app, and showed it to Su Zhani. After reading it, Su Zhani's face showed a complicated and shocked expression. "I feel numb. Breaking through the Stardust realm is so difficult and dangerous. Forcibly destroying the martial arts Dantian. The spirit leaves the body and attaches itself to the stars to experience billions of life forms. We also need to extract at least 3 fundamental laws of the universe. Finally, it even breaks itself down into particles. If they can't be reassembled in the end, they will die and disappear. Does the Stardust realm really exist in this universe? Not to mention that there are even more powerful realms beyond the Stardust realm. Could it be a mistake?" Su Zhani also hesitated at this moment, even he was not mentally prepared for success at all. "It's too difficult. This is not a breakthrough at all, it's really killing people. The success rate seems to be 1%. But in fact, the failure rate can be said to be 100% without any problem. I doubted it once, but I think the universe is so vast and boundless, so it must exist. Those life forms might be born with genes different from ours, and they might be born with Stardust realm cultivation. It's just that our genetic life forms are too low level, so we need to practice martial arts to continuously improve and eventually complete this step. And you must reach the peak of the invincible martial god realm to do this, otherwise you will be 100% dead." Li Fei sighed. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 The Federation's first lower-ranked martial god. 100 trillion basic combat power. Li Fei said, "This realm is still too far away from us. Let's ignore it for now. Let's first raise our level to the peak of the invincible martial god." "That's true. By the way, I heard that you want to share that opportunity?" Su Zhani asked tentatively. "Yes, this is the Star Marrow Spirit Liquid.
It will only be effective after a living being absorbs it for the first time.
The second absorption will have no effect.
As for how much improvement can be achieved after absorption, it depends entirely on the individual's physical condition. I refined it into a pill, which makes it easier to carry and store. The grade of this thing is guaranteed to be at least level 10, which means it is a 10th grade pill. A pill appeared in Li Fei's hand. This is what he directly refined using the star marrow spirit liquid.
The alchemy god's talent is truly amazing.
As long as it is the material, everything in the world can be refined into an elixir.
The name is 10th grade star marrow elixir.
I plan to promote all of these pills so that everyone in the Federation, from top to bottom, can use them once and improve our human genes as much as possible. The best thing would be that the minimum basic combat power of human children in the future would not be 100, but 1000. They would be at the early stage of warriors from birth.
Li Fei spoke.
10th grade elixir.
This is a very great project. But the demand is very high, are you sure? The population of Blue Star is now approaching 10 billion. Su Zhanyi was very shocked.
Inside this ring are various grades of elixirs that I refined, totaling about 100 million tons. There are also quantum training chambers of various levels inside this ring, which can accelerate a warrior's training.
It's best to lie down inside while taking the elixirs.
And inside the quantum training cabin, you can directly enter the 100% realistic virtual world universe I created.
Blah blah. Li Fei said a lot.
For him who has unlimited resources, he can construct countless beings of the same level in a single thought, and he only needs to know the underlying code to create them. This 100 million tons may seem like a lot, but in fact it was just an idea of his and a matter of modifying some underlying logic codes. 2 storage rings appeared in Li Fei's hands. After his modification, this storage ring has a space as large as the entire blue planet.
100 million tons. Hearing this, Su Zhanyi's pupils shrank and his breathing became rapid. You are not kidding me, are you?
Whether you're joking or not, you'll know for yourself if you see it.
Li Fei smiled faintly. Good. Su Zhanyi took it and looked at it.
I was immediately frightened by the scene inside.
Densely packed pills and densely packed quantum virtual cabins.
On behalf of all mankind, I thank you.
Your name will be forever recorded in the history of the Human Federation. Su Zhanyi came back to his senses in shock and looked at Li Fei as if he had seen a ghost. How did you come up with so many? He knew this might be Li Fei's chaos talent, but he still asked. It's my chaos talent. Actually, my chaos talent is not SSSS level, but God level. Li Fei spoke. God level. What level is this? Su Zhanyi was stunned.
It's the level that is above everything else.
Whether it's SSS or SSSS, they're both certifications given by the Federation.
They're far below the God level. In the future, when the Federation classifies special talents, God-level talents can be classified as the highest level.
This is a special talent detection instrument that I created myself. It is also the most authoritative and accurate. It can be popularized to Blue Star in the future. As he spoke, Li Fei raised his hand and waved it, and a blue sphere appeared. It doesn't need to be too sophisticated. It combines the power of detection rules to accurately detect people's special talents. Put your hand up and try it? Li Fei looked at Su Zhanyi.
Su Zhanyi stretched out his hand.
The next second, the light ball lit up, and a voice rang out, Special talent, Immortal Sword Soul, level, SSSS. Leave all of these to me. I will quickly popularize them.
With these training equipment, every human being in our race will be as powerful as a dragon.
Su Zhanyi spoke.
For now, we must at least make the mid to high-end combat forces as numerous as the hairs on a cow. As humanity's overall strength increases, we'll be more powerful against extraterritorial monsters.
Then, we'll madly develop technology and officially enter the aerospace age. We'll massively develop and exploit the stellar resources of this universe. Let mankind completely leave the blue planet and step into the universe. Li Fei said. Okay. That's what I hope for too. Su Zhanyi nodded.
This quantum training chamber can increase your training speed 100-fold.
Lie down in it and take this pill. Let's see how many levels you can increase.
To put it bluntly, the martial arts we cultivate are actually a form of concentrated energy that can be quickly pushed up using special methods. Li Fei waved his hand again, and a quantum training cabin appeared in front of him.
100 times. Su Zhanyi was shocked.
Without any further ado, he swallowed a star marrow pill and lay down. In fact, Li Fei could continue to improve, but he felt there was no need.
That's about right. Su Zhan'er's level is higher than his, so the absorption speed is faster.
What's more, what he absorbed before was not the elixir, but the star marrow spirit liquid itself. The pills are more absorbable. Under the eye of the law, a very powerful aura has emerged from Su Zhan's body.
Basic combat effectiveness is also skyrocketing. 20 trillion. 30 trillion. 40 trillion. 50 trillion. 60 trillion. 70 trillion. 80 trillion. 90 trillion. 100 megabytes. Name, Su Zhan. God's name, Sword God.
Special talent, Immortal Sword Soul.
Talent level, SSSS. Own level, Lower Martial God. Basic combat power, 100 trillion. Current lifespan energy, 1 million years. Even at the Martial God level, one can improve so much. It's a pity that this thing only works once. It won't work the second time.
The originator of the Void Whale Dragon is at the peak of the invincible Martial God, and has not yet reached the Stardust Realm. It seems that this thing cannot help people break through the Stardust Realm.
Su Zhan's qualifications are not bad either. Otherwise, it would be difficult to break through to a higher realm.
Perhaps it has something to do with this 100x accelerated training cabin. A lower level Martial God can live for 1,000,000 years, so how long will it take to reach the Stardust Realm?
Li Fei thought silently in his heart. Soon, Su Zhan woke up.
The whole person was very excited.
My current strength has reached 100 trillion. What a powerful force. Su Zhan clenched his fists.
Now you are a lower level Martial God.
Li Fei said.
If my guess is correct, a mid-level Martial God needs a basic combat power of 1 trillion, a high-level Martial God needs a basic combat power of 1 Jing, and an invincible Martial God needs a basic combat power of 10 Jing. If we have to classify them, a Martial God who controls a basic combat power of 10 trillion is actually an ordinary Martial God.
After ordinary, there are lower, middle, upper, and invincible.
Hearing this, Su Zhan was horrified. Indeed, this division seems easier to understand, but the basic combat power at the end, that's too terrifying.
The further you go, the harder it is to practice. Fortunately, after becoming warriors, their lifespan will be greatly increased.
As a lower-level Martial God, he felt that living for 1,000,000 years should be no problem. As long as he doesn't encounter a strong enemy and is killed, he can definitely live for 1,000,000 years.
With such a long time, a pig can take off, let alone a human.
As long as he stays alive, he can find a way. What's more, he has Li Fei, this incredible assistant.
Li Fei is the gospel of all mankind.
If it weren't for him, Su Zhan would not have been able to become a lower-level Martial God with a basic combat power of 100 trillion in such a short time.
Of course, this is just my guess, maybe it's not true. Li Fei was also unsure. Realms are divided by people.
In fact, we can also create some realms during these transitional stages to make those people feel a sense of accomplishment and pleasure from upgrading.
Chapter 102, Emperor Wu. Divine Calculation.
The benefits of breaking through the Stardust Realm. Soon, the news about Li Fei's successful refining of the 10th grade elixir spread throughout the Federation. Li Fei was successfully promoted to a 10th grade alchemist. Su Zhan, who obtained a huge amount of resources, began to distribute them in a planned manner, cultivating high-end combat forces such as Martial Emperor and Martial Saint in large quantities, while mid-range and low-end combat forces were also being cultivated at the same time. In the following time, Li Fei returned to the training room and lay in the quantum training cabin, frantically absorbing the 9th and 10th grade elixirs, as well as the remaining star core fragments, and the star core crystals increased in level. As long as the quantity is large enough, their levels will definitely be raised in a short period of time. The effect of the 10th grade elixir on him was minimal, but a mosquito, no matter how small, was still meat. What's more, the quantum training cabin where he was lying had been carefully modified by him. It is no longer 100 times faster than before, but a 10,000 times faster.
So far, there is only this one. Belongs to him alone. 10,000 times faster cultivation, plus so many rare treasures to help. A month passed quickly. His basic combat power is also skyrocketing. 200 billion. 300 billion. 400 billion. 500 billion. 600 billion. 700 billion. 800 billion. 900 billion. 1 trillion.
In just 1 month, he broke through from the early stage of martial saint to the early stage of martial emperor.
To be honest, the realm below the Stardust realm is actually a process of energy accumulation. As long as the energy is large enough, the cultivation level can be improved quickly. However, the demand for this resource and energy is extremely huge, and currently, it is the only one on Earth that can provide it with unlimited supply for our own use. Li Fei slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging energy in his body, and was extremely happy. This is the power of the Martial Emperor.
Breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm isn't as difficult as one might imagine. He clenched his fists, and terrifying power surged out of his body. At the same time, the strongest martial arts system in my mind also prompted.
Ding! Congratulations on reaching the mid-level Martial Saint realm and obtaining the God-level talent, Divine Calculation. Divine Calculation, you can calculate everything in the world. Ding!
Congratulations on reaching the late Martial Saint stage and obtaining the God-level talent, Chaos Dao Kidney. Chaos Dao Kidney, your kidneys have become Chaos Dao Kidneys, containing the terrifying laws of Chaos Water, perfectly compatible with Chaos Body and Chaos Dao Heart.
Many benefits. Ding!
Congratulations on reaching the peak of Martial Saint and obtaining the God-level talent, Chaos Dao Lungs.
Chaos Dao Lungs, your lungs have become Chaos Dao Lungs, containing the terrifying Chaos Gold Law.
Perfectly compatible with Chaos Body, Chaos Dao Heart, and Chaos Dao Lungs.
Numerous benefits. Ding!
Congratulations on reaching the early stage of the Martial Emperor level and obtaining the God level talent, Chaos Dao Liver. Chaos Liver, your liver becomes Chaos Liver, containing the terrifying law of Chaos Wood, perfectly compatible with all things chaos.
Many benefits. In an instant, Li Fei felt huge changes in his kidneys, lungs, and liver. It just happens to resonate seamlessly with the Chaos Dao Heart and Chaos Body. The Chaos Dao Heart contains the terrifying law of Chaos Fire.
Now the only thing missing from the 5 elements is the Earth law of the spleen. Don't worry, you will definitely be able to achieve this in the future. With a thought, the character interface is summoned for viewing.
Host, Li Fei. Level, Early Martial Emperor. Basic combat power, 1 trillion. God level skills, Chaos God Killing Codex. Chaos Void Codex. Chaos Dream Record. God level body movement, 9 Chaos Transformations. God level talents, Chaos Body. Alchemy God. Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger. Instant Healing. Ultimate Freedom. Teleport. Divine Craftsman. Array God. Divine Contract. Nirvana Rebirth. Absolutely Smooth Cutting Line. Elemental Master. Chaos Divine Thunder. Eye of Law. Gate of Space and Time. Divine Power. Chaos Dao Heart. God of Disaster. God Slaying Blade. Eternal Barrier. Infinite Fighting Will. Eye of Annihilation. God Slayer. Fate Defying Fate. Dragon Vein of the End. Quantum Primordial Spirit. God of War. Heart Parasite. Heart Manifestation. Heart of the Dao Thief. Divine Calculation. Chaos Dao Kidney. Chaos Dao Lung. Chaos Dao Liver. There are just too many talents, I can't even handle them all. Li Fei clicked his tongue. Now using the God level talents is a bit of a headache, and I don't know which one to use. It seems that each one can destroy the enemy in an instant. Let's try some divine calculations and calculate the corresponding combat power and level of the lower ranked martial gods. Li Fei suddenly thought of this and wanted to verify whether it was the same as his guess. Thus, the divine talent was activated. Clatter! Snapped his fingers. The next second, a message appeared in his mind. Lower Martial God. 100 megabytes to 300 megabytes. Middle level Martial God. 400 to 600 megabytes. Upper Martial God. 700 megabytes to 900 megabytes. Invincible Martial God. 1 trillion. So this is how it's divided. It seems my previous guess was wrong. That's right. After reaching the basic combat power of so many trillion level units, it would be extremely difficult to increase it by even 1 trillion. Li Fei suddenly realized. Then let's calculate again, can Wu Nan continue to improve his basic combat power beyond the Stardust realm? The thumb snapped again. Soon, the answer came.
The upper limit of humans' basic combat power is 1,999 trillion, which is the peak of the invincible martial god. If one wants to continue to move forward, it is difficult to surpass the Stardust realm with the carbon-based lifeform of human beings. Even if the basic combat power can be continuously improved in the end, it will still belong to the category of carbon-based lifeforms and will never be able to surpass the Stardust realm. The Stardust realm no longer falls into the category of carbon-based lifeforms.
Is that so?
Then help me calculate what abilities you will have after reaching the Stardust realm. Li Fei narrowed his eyes and snapped his fingers again. Soon, a message appeared.
1. Stardust immunity.
Ability: the body can be decomposed into stardust particles at any time, immune to 100% physical magical attacks.
2. Star core furnace.
Ability: Dantian evolves into a miniature star core that can absorb stellar energy. Terrifying endurance: crush a star the size of the sun with bare hands and extract all the matter inside it and convert it into spiritual power.
3. Make the rules concrete. Ability: condensing the laws of understanding into physical weapons.
4. Star field perception. Ability: divine consciousness covers the entire star system approximately 10 light-years. Details: standing on Sirius, you can clearly observe the crawling of ants on Earth and even read the superficial thoughts of mortals.
5. Genesis level destructive power. Benchmark: a casual hit a supernova explosion. 6. Time and space interference.
Basic operations: local time acceleration deceleration up to 10,000 times difference. Space folding crossing the distance from Mars to Earth in one step. Taboo usage: temporarily reverse the cause and effect of an event within 5 seconds. Cost: consume 1,000 years of life.
7. Life form transformation. Ability: modify the genes and energy structure of other life forms. 8. Quantization exists.
Features: exist in multiple parallel spaces at the same time.
After death, you can be reborn in any stardust particle.
Limitation: each rebirth consumes 1% of the star core energy, which needs to be replenished by swallowing stars.
9. Civilization level deduction.
Ability: instantly analyze the technology tree of a low-level civilization. Predict millions of future possibilities.
10. Star ocean resonance.
The ultimate secret: temporarily summon the projection of the sea of stars to suppress all forces that are not part of the star system.
11. Eternal life.
Get rid of carbon-based life forms, achieve extraordinary life forms, and live forever.
Under normal circumstances, one can live forever, immortal and indestructible.
Extraordinary life forms at the same level cannot truly kill each other. Only a being of a higher realm can truly kill it.
12. Reverse time and resurrect.
It can reverse the effects of all dead life forms below the Stardust realm and revive them. My god, the Stardust realm actually has such power.
After reading the specific information, Li Fei took a breath.
As long as you break through the Stardust realm and escape the realm of carbon-based lifeforms, you can break free from the shackles of lifespan. As long as you are not killed by an enemy of a higher realm, you can live forever without death or aging.
Isn't this what they are after? Chapter 103: Monsters from outside the domain launch a beast tide. Li Fei strikes with force. Level soars.
On this day, in the battlefield outside the domain, a large group of monsters suddenly gathered, the space fluctuated violently, and they launched a fierce attack on the Great Wall of the Universe. Such a sudden beast tide caused the Great Wall of the Universe to fall into a high state of alert, and all the warriors rushed out to fight against the sweeping beast tide.
A bunch of ignorant beasts.
Su Zhani, covered in blood-red battle armor, walked in the air, the blood-red long sword in his hand emitting a terrifying and ferocious red light, and he stared coldly at the army in front of him. The aura of the lower-level martial god, which was as high as 100 trillion, spread from his body.
A knife swept out. Easily take away a large group of monsters. The beast god who had initiated this beast tide looked sharply at the figure in the sky, somewhat horrified. Isn't Su Zhani a martial emperor? When did he break through to the lower martial god level?
In such a short time, the human race has grown so fast.
We absolutely cannot allow them to continue to grow.
Otherwise, our demon beast clan will surely be extinct. This time, no matter how great the cost, Su Zhani must be destroyed, and all the martial gods and martial emperors must be slaughtered.
The entire human race must be exterminated. Two big brothers, please lend me a hand. The beast god shouted.
The void trembled, and tunnels of flowing light rushed out.
Su Zhani and the human warriors' gazes froze as they looked over.
Then I saw two huge figures walking out from the void.
The aura of these two big guys has also reached the level of a lower-level martial god. This is one of the foundations of the extraterritorial monster clan. Over the years, it's not just the human race that's growing, they're growing as well. Now, including the leading beast god, there are a total of 3 lower-level martial gods among the monsters from outside the domain. 3 lower-ranked martial gods. This is bad. Su Zhanyi's face was gloomy, and he felt an unprecedented crisis. However, the next second, 2 black rays of light shot out from within the Great Wall of the universe. The 2 lower-level martial gods who had just appeared had no time to dodge before their bodies were pierced and quickly annihilated. The 2 disappeared in pain. This scene brought the whole place into dead silence. The beast god, who had just been laughing triumphantly, suddenly froze in laughter and looked as pale as death. What's going on? Big brother. Second brother. It looked stunned. He was a lower-level martial god, how could he be destroyed just like that? Everyone looked outside the Great Wall of the universe. In the void, a silver-white figure stepped on the void and walked towards the side step by step. With every step, a circle of golden ripples would spread out, and golden lotus flowers would bloom from under his feet. This is a lotus blooming step by step. A golden chaotic shadow emerged from his body, emitting an unprecedented terrifying aura. Li Fei's pupils emit the energy to annihilate all matter, they are the pupils of annihilation. The 2 lower-level martial god monsters were hit by the annihilation light wave and completely annihilated. Today, Li Fei has the ability to use his martial emperor cultivation to surpass his level and defeat lower-level martial gods. With the blessing of various god-level talents, his combat power soared to the level of a lower-level martial god. A strong group. Monsters are forbidden to enter the Blue Star. A voice of gods and demons, as if awakening from chaos, sounded and reached every human warrior and monster from outside the domain, causing all living beings to tremble in their hearts. Destroy. Li Fei raised his hand slightly. A little bit of emptiness. High in the sky, rays of chaos divine thunder evolved from the chaos tribulation light fell, carrying out an inhumane massacre on the army of foreign monsters on the battlefield. This moment is Li Fei's highlight moment. All humans, retreat. Su Zhanyi was shocked, and immediately came to his senses and sent a message to the human warriors. The human warriors received the order and retreated, looking at the scene in front of them with shocked eyes. At the same time, the recorder was recording this shocking moment. This is destined to be recorded in history. This is god-level talent. It's truly terrifying. Su Zhanyi looked at the scene in front of him, took a breath, and thought secretly in his heart. Court death. The remaining beast god was extremely angry and used his great magical powers to try to annihilate the chaos divine thunder. However, as soon as he touched it, everything on his body turned into particles and dissipated. At the scene, countless vortexes of Guishu appeared, swallowing up all the particles of the monsters. On the other hand, as the particle energy was absorbed, Li Fei's basic combat power was gradually soaring. Plus the energy of the 2 lower-level martial gods who just died. His current basic combat power has directly exceeded 10 trillion. Become a martial god. The system sounded. Ding. Congratulations on reaching the mid-level martial emperor. You've gained the god-level talent, Chaos Dao Spleen. Chaos Dao Spleen, your spleen has become a Chaos Dao Spleen, containing the terrifying laws of Chaos Earth, perfectly compatible with all things chaos. Many benefits. Ding. Congratulations on reaching the late martial emperor level. You've gained the god-level talent, Lord of the Abyss. Lord of the Abyss of Time, control the long river of time and cause and effect. Ding. Congratulations on reaching the peak of martial emperor. You've gained the god-level talent, Dimension Folding. Dimensional folding, freely raise and lower the dimensional level. Ding. Congratulations on reaching the early stages of the martial god level. You've gained the god-level talent, Fate Observer. Destiny Observer, predict all parallel world lines. No one else can upgrade at this speed. This is definitely not a chaos body. Sure enough, only by constantly killing extraterritorial monsters can I improve faster than in the quantum training cabin. Feeling the constantly rising basic combat power in his body, Li Fei looked intoxicated. He split into countless clones, rushed into the battlefield outside the domain, and displayed his magical powers, killing all the surviving foreign monsters without leaving a single one alive. He has blocked the surrounding space and no one can escape. Since you're here, then stay here.
Become the nourishment for my advancement to the lower martial god. A chaotic golden light flashed in Li Fei's eyes, his fists clenched, and he stared coldly at the tragic scene on the battlefield. Of course, it is not the human race that is miserable, but the attacking monsters from outside the domain. At the same time, Suzaku and the Void Whale Dragon also emerged from the divine contract space, rushed into the battlefield, and fought bravely. These scenes shocked the human warriors. This is totally off the mark. When did it become so easy to kill alien monsters? If it were really so easy to kill, the human race wouldn't have suffered so many casualties in the past 100 years. Li Fei alone is enough to rival the entire Blue Star Federation. This battle will also completely establish his absolute strength in the Blue Star Federation. At the same time, Li Fei's basic combat effectiveness continues to soar. 20 trillion, 30 trillion, 40 trillion, 50 trillion, 60 trillion, 70 trillion, 80 trillion, 90 trillion, 100 megabytes. When the state of mind stayed here, the battlefield outside the domain became completely quiet. The army of monsters from outside the domain disappeared in smoke, and not a single one was left. All clones returned to their original bodies, including Suzaku and Void Whale Dragon. The system's reward voice rang out in Li Fei's mind again. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the mid-level martial god level. You've obtained the god-level talent, Forbidden Library. Forbidden Library records all the contents of the heavens and myriad worlds. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the late martial god stage. You've gained the god-level talent, Sword Prison. Sword Prison, a cosmic prison transformed by sword energy. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the peak of the martial god level. You've gained the god-level talent, Manifestation of Disaster. Disaster embodiment, you become the embodiment of natural disaster. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the early stages of the lower martial god level. You've gained the god level talent, Eternal Tribulation Divine Vein. Eternal Tribulation Divine Vein, energy circulates endlessly like a black hole. Li Fei has become numb. I have absolutely no feelings about god level talents. Having too many god level talents might also be a kind of pain. Chapter 104 Chapter 104 The Invincible Martial God Peak. The strongest of the human race on Blue Star. Is this the strength of a lower-level martial god with a basic combat power of 100 trillion? It's really powerful. Li Fei clenched his fists, feeling his current strength, and murmured in his heart. Unexpectedly, he thought it was an army of monsters that would destroy humanity, but in the end, it turned out to be a huge experience package that allowed him to directly advance from a martial emperor to a lower-level martial god. If I do this a few more times, maybe I can directly become an invincible martial god. Looking at the battlefield where there were no more monsters from other regions, Li Fei thought silently. I wish the other party would do it again. At this moment, his invincible posture in this battle has been seen by everyone. This move also lays the foundation for a stable life for mankind for at least 100 years in the future. During this 100 years, with the existence of this super cheat, human technology will usher in a major explosion, and humanity will completely enter the aerospace civilization. Completely develop other planets. The number of human warriors will also reach an unprecedented level. The humans of Blue Star are destined to become the masters of this universe. The strongest. Li Fei had a bold statement in his mind. Only 3 or 4 months have passed since his rise to prominence. It feels like 30 or 40 years have passed. We won. Humanity wins. Below, the human warriors cheered. This is a truly great victory for mankind in the past 100 years. With the least casualties, the monsters from outside the domain will be annihilated. In the following time, the Great Wall of the universe was very quiet, and there were no attacks from foreign monsters. Everyone could use a little relaxation. The once bustling battlefield outside the domain also became quiet. In the outer, middle and inner areas, it is rare to see foreign monsters appear. Only in the depths can you encounter a small amount. This is also the most relaxing period for human beings. These days, Li Fei also used his god-level talent to deduce more high-tech and handed it over to Su Zhani to implement, so that these high-techs can be quickly popularized. The first step is to inject a gene for survival in outer space into all humans on Blue Star to overcome the disadvantage that humans cannot survive in a vacuum environment. This will also lay the foundation for entering a space-level civilization in the future. This biological gene was developed by Li Fei based on the characteristics of Hydra and his own warrior. It may be difficult for others, but it is a piece of cake for him. Next is the biological transformation of the human warriors' bodies, which will increase the basic combat power of ordinary people to at least 1,000. If it is passed down from generation to generation, the babies born in the future may have a basic combat power of 1,000 or even 10,000. This is an important step for the human genetic population to begin moving towards a higher dimension. At the same time, technologies such as space battleships and aerospace-grade spacecraft also exploded in a short period of time. Today's humans on Blue Planet are like an octopus, developing in all directions. With Li Fei around, there's no need to worry about collapse or signs of being out of control. After doing this, Li Fei lay in a quantum training cabin with a capacity of 100 million times larger to practice. It took a year and a lot of energy. His level continued to soar upwards. 200 megabytes, 300 megabytes, 400 megabytes, 500 megabytes, 600 megabytes, 700 megabytes, 800 megabytes, 900 megabytes, 1 gigabit. As expected, it becomes harder to improve as time goes by. Especially the chaotic body. Even under such terrible conditions, it took a full year to break through from 100 megabytes to 1000 megabytes. After he woke up, he fell into silence after feeling that he was now at the pinnacle of the human race on Blue Star. At the same time, the system's rewards sounded in my mind. But this time there are not as many as before, but only 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the mid-level martial god level and obtaining the god level talent, 0 return. Compress the black hole into a fist-like singularity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the rank of upper martial god and obtaining the god level talent, Kingdom of Flesh and Blood. The Kingdom of Flesh and Blood, each cell is an independent life form. Even if only one cell remains, it can be reborn. However, each cell has its own self-awareness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the invincible martial god level and obtaining the god level talent, Civilization Tombstone. Civilization Tombstone, summon the power of extinct races and civilizations to fight. The more you use it, the more you will be assimilated by the dead souls. It seems that the strongest martial arts system does not recognize the small stages within these 4 realms, otherwise it would not only give 3 god-level talents. With a thought, the character interface is summoned. Host, Li Fei. Level, Invincible Martial God. Basic combat power, 1 trillion. God level skills, Chaos God Killing Codex, Chaos Void Codex, Chaos Dream Record. God level body movement, 9 Chaos Transformations. God level talents, Chaos Body. Alchemy God. Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger. Instant Healing. Ultimate Freedom. Teleport. Divine Craftsman. Array God. Divine Contract. Nirvana Rebirth. Absolutely Smooth Cutting Line. Elemental Master. Chaos Divine Thunder. Eye of Law. Gate of Space and Time. Divine Power. Chaos Tao Heart. God of Disaster. God Slaying Blade. Eternal Barrier. Infinite Fighting Will. Eye of Annihilation. God Slayer. Fate Defying One. Dragon Vein of the End. Quantum Prisoner. God of War. Heart Parasite. Heart Manifestation. Heart of the Tao Thief. Divine Calculation. Chaos Tao Kidney. Chaos Tao Lung. Chaos Tao Liver. Chaos Tao Spleen. Lord of the Time Abyss. Dimensional Folding. Fate Observer. Forbidden Library. Sword Prison. Manifestation of Disaster. Eternal Divine Vein. Zero Resetter. Kingdom of Flesh and Blood. Tombstone of Civilization. Even he felt his scalp tingling when he saw the number of god-level talents he now had. With so many god-level talents, even if we encounter a supernatural being in the Stardust Realm, we should be able to kill it, right? According to the introduction of the Stardust Realm, life forms below the extraordinary level cannot be killed and will be exterminated, but Li Fei is an exception. He possesses so many god-level talents. To put it bluntly, the Stardust Realm still belongs to the category of energy bodies, but it is a super powerful one. As long as it is an energy body and is composed of matter in the world, the Eye of Annihilation should be able to destroy it. It's just that the other party can be resurrected on another planet. It is indeed difficult to really kill it. But it should not be a problem for Li Fei to kill each individual.
Then let's do the math. With my current god-level talent, can I kill a Stardust Realm cultivator? Li Fei mobilized his divine calculation ability. The results came out soon. It can kill individual Stardust Realm units, but this life form can be resurrected on any star it covers.
Unless all stars and everything about this life form are completely wiped out, it cannot be truly killed.
It's just like that. He can kill, but he can't kill completely. He's really perverted. Li Fei muttered.
He continued to practice, and after about another year, he increased his basic combat power from 1 gigabit to 2 gigabit.
At this level, there is no longer any title of realm.
It is also attributed to the peak of the invincible martial god. The system did not send him any reward sound.
But it doesn't matter.
There are so many god-level talents anyway, so a few more 1T make a difference. Next, he had to find a way to break through the Stardust Realm. But before that, he planned to go out for a walk. Staying in the quantum training cabin all the time is not a solution.
Chapter 105, Abolish the Federal System. Establish a unified and unique kingdom, the Kingdom of Chaos.
I'm 20 years old this year. 2 gigabytes at the age of 20, the peak of the invincible martial god.
He is definitely the strongest of the blue star human race. Li Fei walks slowly in the aisle of the Great Wall of the Universe.
Ever since the army of monsters from outside the domain was wiped out 2,000 years ago, there has been no threat from monsters from outside the domain. With the help of high technology, the Great Wall of the Universe has expanded sequentially, occupying an area almost half the size of a star.
This can definitely be regarded as the second blue planet civilization of mankind in the universe.
All kinds of high-tech flying around. After 2 years of cultivation with high technology and massive resources, humanity's high-end combat power has soared to more than 100 years ago. There are as many ordinary martial gods, martial emperors, and martial saints as there are dogs. Moreover, the division of realms above the god of war has also been announced.
After a brief commotion, everyone got used to it.
After entering the Sword God Palace, he found Su Zhani directly. After 2 years, Su Zhani's level also reached the level of an invincible martial god. But it's just 1 trillion invincible war gods. Compared with Li Fei, the peak of the 2 gigabyte invincible martial god, there is still a long way to go.
Brother Su.
As soon as he came in, Li Fei started talking. Brother Li, after 2 years of seclusion, you finally woke up.
What's your strength now? Su Zhani asked happily.
Thanks to Li Fei's resources, otherwise it would have been impossible to be promoted so quickly. In just over 2 years, he has gone from being a martial emperor with a basic combat power of 1 trillion to an invincible martial god with a basic combat power of 1 trillion.
In the past, I really couldn't even imagine it. 2 trillion, the peak of the invincible martial god. Li Fei's voice was flat, and the aura on his body was slightly released. Su Zhani instantly felt a terrifying pressure coming down.
In front of Li Fei, he seemed very small.
Unexpectedly, in just over 2 years, a 20-year-old young man completely surpassed him. Great, you are now the rightfully recognized and most powerful human on Blue Star.
You can now announce your position as the first speaker of the Federation, and I will step down as the second speaker.
Su Zhani said with a smile. These are just empty titles.
What I really want to pursue is the Stardust Realm. This time, when I come out of seclusion, I plan to go out and gain some experience and get a feel for it.
Li Fei spoke. Is this day finally coming?
Breaking through the Stardust Realm is too difficult. It's a near-fatal struggle, or even a near-fatal one. It's better to practice martial arts directly and continuously push your basic combat power up.
I don't believe that after enough time, you won't be able to match the Stardust Realm. Su Zhani clenched his fists and said. You are right.
I have already deduced that no matter how much your martial arts ability is improved, it is still not comparable to the Stardust Realm. Martial energy is the lowest level of system energy, belonging to the category of carbon-based organisms.
Stardust Realm is an extraordinary energy life form that has broken away from the category of carbon-based organisms.
The abilities it possesses are incomparable to those of warriors.
Li Fei sighed. With a wave of his hand, he transferred the power of the Stardust Realm into Su Zhani's brow. After reading it, Su Zhani was shocked.
I didn't expect the Stardust Realm to be so powerful.
Most importantly, it can be resurrected infinitely and cannot be truly killed?
There is only a chance unless a strong man who is above a major realm takes action. Living a normal life means there is no limit to your lifespan, and you will be immortal.
Hiss. It is indeed attractive.
It can also transform into stardust, becoming 100% immune to damage.
As long as you don't encounter someone at a higher level than you, isn't this a disguised form of invincibility?
Even if you encounter a being of the same realm, as long as it is still in the stardust realm, it cannot be truly killed.
Warrior, isn't this what humans pursue? The conditions for promotion are too harsh. I will become a pioneer for the humans of Blue Star.
If I succeed, I will pass on my experience to you to help you transform as well.
Li Fei spoke. If you fail, you will die. Su Zhanyi frowned. Not necessarily. I have a way to save my life.
Li Fei smiled slightly, his face calm.
So many god-level talents are not just for show. That's fine. Su Zhanyi nodded. This is a device I developed.
It can detect combat power in all living things in the universe and on the blue planet in real time.
It can be applied to the Federation. It's very helpful for the space program.
A pair of glasses appeared in Li Fei's hand. This was made with reference to the combat power detector glasses in the Dragon Ball anime. The detection limit and functions are naturally more and richer than those in Dragon Ball. After all, he has an emergency library that records the contents of all the heavens and worlds, so he can just import the contents directly. A ring also appeared inside. These glasses will be produced continuously there, and there is also a manufacturing technology inside.
Okay, thank you for your efforts. There's really very little the Federation can offer you.
Su Zhanyi felt guilty. They kept taking treasures from Li Fei, but the Federation had very little to give him, or even nothing at all.
Moreover, Li Fei also helped the Federation's superintelligence complete the evolution of life and become an intelligent life form.
Even more advanced than Babata in devouring the star. The knowledge contained is also extremely rich.
At our level, there are really few things in the Federation that are useful to us. You don't have to take it to heart.
Our mission is to enable humanity to rise completely and stand at the pinnacle of the universe, no matter how slim the mission may be. But as long as I successfully advance to the Stardust realm, the probability of completing this mission will increase significantly.
Li Fei smiled slightly and didn't take it to heart at all. He looked down upon everything in the Federation.
He has everything the Federation has, and he also has everything the Federation doesn't have. All the technologies that the Federation has now were provided by him.
No regrets.
He would very much like to see the rise of a superhuman empire. By the way, before I leave, I plan to establish a true cosmic empire belonging to mankind.
The name of this cosmic empire is the Chaos Divine Kingdom. Abolish the federal system. Li Fei spoke. Chaos Divine Kingdom, a very domineering name. I will carry it out.
And you will be the first emperor of chaos.
Su Zhanyi nodded.
Then you are the second Chaos Emperor.
Li Fei said with a smile. The two looked at each other and laughed out loud. The news spread quickly. The Blue Star Federation is dissolved.
The Chaos Divine Kingdom was founded by Li Fei, the strongest man on Blue Star, and Su Zhanyi, the second strongest man.
Unify the entire blue planet. Li Fei is the first emperor of chaos. Su Zhanyi is the second emperor of chaos. For a moment, the whole world was in an uproar. This will be a brand new era.
From a feudal dynasty to a country, then to a federation, to today's kingdom of chaos.
This is an era of rise. This is a chaotic era. At the same time, they secretly eliminate those who are discordant and undermine unity. Regardless of the level, anything that is not conducive to unity will be eliminated. What they want is a completely united human race on Blue Star.
The name of the Chaos Divine Kingdom will also be heard among billions of races in the universe in the distant future.
Chapter 106 Chaos Divine Kingdom's latest martial arts level system. Cosmic Mercenary Group Blood Skull. After the establishment of Blue Star Chaos Kingdom.
At the same time, the latest warrior system levels and basic combat power divisions are promoted to the world in a more specific and clear manner.
The first version of the Chaos Kingdom's warrior system is divided as follows.
The basic combat power of a quasi-warrior, above 900 and below 1000.
Warrior's basic combat power, more than 1000 and less than 10,000.
The basic combat power of a martial artist, more than 10,000 and less than 100,000. Basic combat power of generals, more than 100,000 and less than 1 million. Wu Shuai's basic combat power, more than 1 million and less than 10 million. King Wu's basic combat power, more than 10 million and less than 100 million. The basic combat power of the martial emperor, more than 100 million and less than 1 billion.
Wu Zong's basic combat power, more than 1 billion, less than 10 billion.
Wu Zun's basic combat power, more than 10 billion and less than 100 billion. The basic combat power of the martial saint, more than 100 billion and less than 1 trillion. Emperor Wu's basic combat power, more than 1 trillion and less than 10 trillion. The basic combat power of an ordinary martial god, more than 10 trillion and less than 100 trillion. The basic combat power of the lower level martial gods, above 100 megabytes and below 400 megabytes. The basic combat power of a mid-level martial god, above 400 megabytes and below 700 megabytes. The basic combat power of the upper level martial god, more than 700 megabytes and less than 1000 megabytes. The basic combat power of the invincible god of war, more than 1 gigabyte and less than 2 gigabytes. The basic combat power of an ordinary god emperor, 2 gigabytes. The basic combat power of the lower level god emperor, 3 trillion. The basic combat power of the middle level god emperor, 4 trillion.
The basic combat power of the upper god emperor, 5 trillion.
The basic combat power of the peerless god emperor, 6 trillion. The basic combat power of the strongest god emperor, 7 trillion. The ultimate god emperor's basic combat power, 8 trillion. The basic combat power of the extreme god emperor, 9 trillion.
Chaos god emperor basic combat power, Yijing.
After arriving here, there is another line of small words below. The realm above the chaos god emperor is yet to be discovered and will be filled in the future. It was also marked that the realm of the current chaos first emperor Li Fei was at the level of an ordinary god emperor, 2 trillion. Today, the realm of the second Chaos Emperor, Su Zhanyi, is at the peak of the invincible martial god, 1 trillion. These two people are undoubtedly the most powerful top combat forces in the Chaos Kingdom today.
There is a huge gap between the guys below and them. This gap is difficult to make up in a short period of time.
When this new and more specific tier list was released, people all over the world gasped. I didn't expect that there are so many realms above the god of war.
This is so awesome.
However, only Li Fei and Su Zhanyi understood that these so-called realm names were just a means for people to strive for higher-level titles and gain a sense of accomplishment. In front of the Stardust Realm, even the Chaos God Emperor with the basic combat power of 1 Jing is just an ant.
They couldn't announce this news. Making it public will only cause more trouble. Currently, in the entire Chaos Divine Kingdom, only Li Fei has the greatest possibility of achieving the Stardust Realm. Even Su Zhanyi didn't have any confidence, not even the chance to try. If it weren't for Li Fei, he might not even have the courage to try. Because his mission is too great. We need to ensure that the top combat power of the human race can control the situation. Although the tide of monsters from outside the domain has been destroyed by Li Fei, and humans have ushered in a stable life for the next 100 years, he cannot guarantee whether there will be more powerful monsters from outside the domain attacking in the next 100 years. After all, the number of monsters from outside the domain is greater and larger than that of humans on Blue Star. The Chaos Divine Kingdom is now in your hands. I've already set up a sky-covering formation around the solar system. Normal monsters from outside the domain can continue to appear, which can be regarded as a training for the human race. The Martial God Tower has also been transformed by me, and the latest Martial God Tower has been put into use. I've finished things here, so it's time for me to leave. I'm going to find the feeling of breaking through the Stardust Realm. The Chaos Divine Kingdom is now in your hands. At the highest point of the Chaos Divine Kingdom, Li Fei and Su Zhanyi were drinking tea and talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Even if it's an alien monster, it's unrealistic to think that it will produce a combat force of more than 1 terabyte.
With the large amount of resources you left me, I estimate that it won't take too long for me to break through 2 terabytes.
Su Zhanyi nodded and said, "Okay, see you later." Li Fei nodded. The next second, his figure disappeared in this space.
When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the battlefield outside the domain.
Searched for a month.
He found the subspace beacon in a piece of ancient wreckage. He mobilized the Eye of Law to analyze the location of the subspace beacon. It was discovered that this was the coordinate of a broken star ring belt.
After opening the space wormhole, rush inside quickly.
He didn't know how long it had passed, but when he came out of the space wormhole, he had arrived in a broken star ring belt. This place is hundreds of light years away from the blue planet and the solar system. Perhaps I can find inspiration here to break through the Stardust realm. Li Fei wandered around, trying to find the feeling. He already knew the method to break through the stars, and the next step was to find a more suitable place. But the situation in the blue star solar system is obviously not consistent. He must ensure that he can succeed 100% in one go. At the same time, in a corner of the broken star ring belt, a huge warship appeared with a broken red blood head printed on it. They are none other than the Blood Skulls, the space mercenaries who love hunting. Boss! Boss! A whole new area of the universe has been discovered. Inside the Blood Skull battleship, a short, strange-looking life form excitedly called out to another life form. This is just a desolate and barren part of the universe. What's all the fuss about? A tall life form came up behind him and spoke. They are all a kind of cosmic human race. This universe is very big. There are not only the blue star humans, but also other human races. These humans just look weird and have some other characteristics. Compared with the blue star humans, the difference can be seen at a glance. The human race on Blue Star is also the most perfect human form in the universe. And they are not perfect. Boss, why bother with all that? As long as we find a planet with life, we'll enslave it all and sell it to the cosmic slavery farm. We'll make tons of money. The short alien Krull said in a mean tone. It can't take care of that much. You're right. Use the battleship to scan and see if we can find any life forms nearby. The tall alien Omic stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly. Yes. Krull nodded and gave the AI an order, search at full power for life forms within 100 light years. Soon, the Blood Skull radar began to operate. It will take quite some time. Let's first find a planet to land on, said Omic. Yeah. Krull nodded. But at this moment, artificial intelligence sent back a message. Alarm! Alarm! There are results. An unknown human life form was discovered within the broken star ring belt. A small red dot appeared on the radar ahead. The little red dot is enlarged. A picture exactly the same as Li Fei's appeared. Chapter 107 Combat Power Soars. Instant kill. I didn't expect the results to come out so quickly. It really is effortless. Krull laughed out loud when he saw the person on the screen in front of him. Omic looked at Li Fei's perfect figure, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This person's human form is so perfect. There must be more such perfect human forms behind him. If we capture them and sell them in the universe slave market, they will definitely be very valuable. Humans like this are exactly the good commodities we want. Krull laughed. Let's go, immediately. Then he gave orders to the artificial intelligence, and the battleship flew quickly forward. At the same time, Li Fei, who was wandering near the broken star ring belt, found a piece of ruins. It was a desert and extremely desolate, but many stars could be seen here. This place seems good. I can open up a small world here and try to break through the Stardust realm. Li Fei was very satisfied with the scene in front of him. Just when he was about to take action, suddenly, the Eye of Law sent a danger warning. Is there any danger? Li Fei was stunned. Immediately mobilize the power of divine calculation to calculate. It was soon discovered that a cosmic mercenary group called Blood Skull had discovered him and was heading this way quickly, intending to enslave him and the tribe behind him and sell them for money. Interesting. Li Fei raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a sinister smile. Anyone who dares to take advantage of him is simply dead. The next second, a stream of light appeared in front, forming a huge warship. This is the Blood Skull mercenary group in the divine calculation. The short Krull and the tall Omic flew out of the battleship. He stared at Li Fei with murderous eyes. The aura emanating from these two people is very strong. At the same time, the Eye of Law instantly analyzed the information of the two living beings in front of it. Life form, Krull. Ethnic group, Crusaders. Basic combat power, 4 gigabits. Level, middle level God Emperor. Life form, Omic. Ethnic group, Omi people. Basic combat power, 5 gigabytes. Level, upper God Emperor. With the strength of these two people, any one of them can destroy the entire Chaos Kingdom. Even if Su Zhanyi comes, he will die.
Li Fei couldn't imagine what kind of miserable end the blue planet would have suffered if it had been discovered by these cosmic mercenaries if it hadn't existed. The universe is truly dangerous. I just came out and I encountered an alien life form that is even more powerful than an extraterrestrial monster. It's a pity that he's not a Stardust Realm being. Otherwise, I'd love to be able to fight him for a few moves. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. Although there are many Stardust Realm beings in the entire universe, they are still a very small minority in the entire universe. You must reach a sufficient genetic height to break through. And most of the aliens, like them, practice low-level martial arts. Just like these two guys in front of us. Omik was surprised and said, I didn't expect that in such a remote and barren place, a life form with a basic combat power of 2,000 trillion would appear. It's quite something. It seems that it is not a local. Krull said coldly, hey, that life form in front of you with only 2 trillion combat power, just surrender to us and you will be spared from physical pain. They all wore a pair of monocular glasses in front of their eyes, which could measure Li Fei's basic combat power. When he saw that Li Fei's basic combat power was as high as 2 trillion, he was also a little surprised. Wait a minute, how about this? I see that it's not easy for you to cultivate. As long as you hand over the tribe behind you, you can join our Blood Skull mercenary group. How about that? Suddenly, Omik spoke. The main reason is that the Blood Skull mercenary group had gone through a bloody battle before and now lost a lot of talents. They are about to become a lone commander. Otherwise, they would not have panicked and been teleported to this barren land in the universe without time to locate themselves. Now that he finally met a human who was somewhat capable, he began to admire his talent. The main reason is lack of manpower. Need to recruit reliable teammates again. You are not worthy, Li Fei said coldly. He had seen and learned the universal language of the universe in the Forbidden Library a long time ago. Now they no longer speak the language of Blue Star, but the universal language of the universe. Oh, what an arrogant life form. I like such arrogance. I just need to teach it a lesson. I don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. You may be strong in your tribe, but in our eyes, you are nothing. The short Krull teased. The next second, it turned into a ray of light, instantly appeared in front of Li Fei, and punched out. The space in this area showed signs of breaking. Li Fei activated his chaotic body, and the power of the 5 internal organs in his body was instantly mobilized, and his combat power directly increased from 2 trillion to 1 trillion. Throw a punch. The later the chaos body reaches, the more powerful it becomes. This is the strongest physique in the late stage. What's more, he also has the Chaos Dao heart, Chaos Dao liver, Chaos Dao kidneys, Chaos Dao spleen, and Chaos Dao lungs. When combined, they form the power of the Chaos 5 elements. It is not an exaggeration to say that the combat effectiveness has soared to the level of aging. Li Fei's sudden burst of terrifying fighting power shocked Krull and Omik. Krull was knocked to pieces by Li Fei with one punch. Bang! Blood mist is flying all over the sky. A mid-level God Emperor just died like that. What? Krull. Omik was shocked and a look of horror appeared on his face. What kind of monster are you? You can actually increase your combat power to a high level in a short period of time. After saying this, he knew that he had hit a wall and that Li Fei was playing the pig to eat the tiger, so he turned around and ran away. Li Fei flashed and arrived at the path the warship had to take to escape. He raised his hand and instantly analyzed the warship, decomposing it into particle energy and dissipating it into the universe. Oh shit. My space battleship. Omik's pupils widened. What kind of witchcraft is this? Suppress. The golden lotus bloomed under Li Fei's feet, and the power emitted by the chaotic shadow made the universe tremble. His eyes emanated golden chaotic energy, like a killing god walking out of chaos. Omik had never seen such a horrifying scene. Even his enemies were not that powerful. Under the suppression of the terrifying aura, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The space around him was blocked and he was almost scared to death. He trembled all over and knelt down on the spot, desperately begging for mercy. Sir, please spare my life. I was wrong. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I will do anything you ask me to do. Li Fei raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a sneer. A heart mark appeared in his hand and was injected into Omik's body. This is the heart of the thief, one of his god-level talents. The next second, the power in Omik's body instantly dissipated and was ruthlessly taken away from Li Fei's body. Having lost his power, Omik had no value at all and was wiped out in an instant.
Li Fei's basic combat power, plus the dwarf he just killed, just allowed his chaotic body to break through to 3 trillion.
System, you won't give me the god-level talent now? When are you going to give it to me? Li Fei had not received any system notifications for a long time and asked in confusion.
System, host has reached the pinnacle of martial arts.
There is no god-level talent to reward you. You are already invincible.
Host breaks through the Stardust realm, and the strongest martial arts system will be upgraded.
Unlock new functions. Is that so? Then I understand.
After knowing the answer, Li Fei thought silently in his heart. Indeed, with the number of god-level talents he has now, he can't even use them all, and he is already an all-rounder.
He is even more looking forward to what new features will be unlocked after the system upgrade.
Next, he needs to quickly advance to the Stardust realm.
The realm of martial arts is ultimately a low-level system.
Chapter 108 begins to break through the Stardust realm, the body disintegrates, and triggers Nirvana Rebirth.
Bless me, I will succeed in one try. Li Fei descended onto a broken star field.
High in the sky was a dense sea of stars. Here, set up the strongest concealing barrier to protect the law. Sitting cross-legged, he began to try to break through the Stardust realm.
Warriors want to break through and become advanced life forms. There are 4 steps in total. First, reshape the star core.
Shatter the existing martial arts Dantian, compress the martial energy into a microstar core, and simulate the birth process of stars.
There is a 99% chance of collapse here. Once a lower life form collapses, it is equivalent to death under normal circumstances.
However, Li Fei is not a normal person, so he is not within this range. Sit cross-legged and meditate deeply.
Consciousness sinks into the Dantian in the body.
This is the golden Dantian of a chaotic body. Mobilize all the strength in your body and smash the golden Dantian.
This is simply an act of madness to the extreme.
He had cultivated to such a level with great difficulty, taking such a huge risk, and even without the slightest chance of winning. He believed that many lower-level life forms would not dare to try it, because they are unwilling to give up all their existing heights. Even if you pass the first level, you still have to go through the next 3 levels.
Each level is more difficult than the last. However, Li Fei wanted to challenge this impossibility. Break it for me.
After Li Fei condensed all his energy, he saw that the time was almost right and shouted in his heart.
The terrifying force squeezed the chaotic Dantian. The Chaos Dantian is harder than the Dantian of an ordinary warrior, so the power required is more powerful.
In front of a determined person, even the strongest Dantian will be crushed to pieces as time goes by.
Snap. Bang.
The moment the Chaos Dantian was shattered, it immediately released endless power to form a star-shaped ring of energy.
Puff.
Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of Li Fei's mouth.
It's been a while since I've been injured this badly. It feels so good.
Li Fei mobilized instant healing to heal the injuries caused by the shattered Dantian. Then, he focused his mind and frantically compressed the overflowing chaotic martial energy at super speed, moving towards the direction of the microstar core. Suddenly, the energy was uncontrollable.
Explode instantly.
Li Fei only felt a flash of golden light in front of his eyes, and then his whole body shattered and collapsed directly. The first attempt ended in failure.
Immediately afterwards, a flash of fire appeared at the spot. Detected that you have died, God-level talent, Nirvana Rebirth automatically activated.
As the prompt sounded, the disintegrated Li Fei recondensed and formed a fiery red lotus.
The Nirvana lotus blossomed, and Li Fei's complete body appeared. I'm actually dead. After waking up and regaining his memory, Li Fei felt a little shocked.
Unexpectedly, since obtaining the god-level talent of Nirvana Rebirth, the first time it was triggered was not by being killed by the enemy, but by my own death from upgrading and breaking through. At the same time, memories of the failed breakthrough just now flooded into his mind, allowing him to quickly discover various shortcomings and deficiencies.
I see. It turns out I was too impatient. We can't rush this step, we have to take it slow. Li Fei sighed.
He started again step by step, gathering huge strength and shattering the martial arts Dantian, followed by a long process of gathering strength. He himself didn't know how much time had passed. During this process, he had no idea how much time was passing outside.
Most importantly, there is no concept of time in the universe.
He only knew that his entire consciousness was immersed in the process of star birth.
This is a very long process.
It seemed like 10,000 years, 100 million years, a billion years, 100 billion years had passed. I have truly experienced the birth process of a star from scratch to its most complete form. Immediately, at the Dantian position, golden light radiated with vigorous vitality and incomparably powerful power. The previous martial arts Dantian has become an even brighter ball of golden light. This is the micro-star core. It seems very big, but in fact, it is just the size of a speck of dust, which corresponds exactly to the word dust in the stardust realm. Li Fei's body, both internal and external, began to undergo its first sublimation and transformation. The whole body was wrapped in golden chaotic light. Now that the first step is finally completed, the next step is the second step. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. The second step is naturally the resonance of all worlds. The spirit leaves the body and attaches itself to the stars in different planes, experiencing billions of life forms. He controlled his soul consciousness, and with the help of the microstar core, it split into countless strands, left his body, and attached itself to the countless stars in this star field. This will also be an extremely long process. During this extremely long process, he became all kinds of strange life forms in the universe and began to experience their lives. From weak to strong, from strong to weak. Over and over again, endlessly. When countless spiritual consciousnesses awakened and were merged into one and returned to the physical body, his soul and spiritual consciousness were sublimated like never before. Countless memories appear in my mind. The entire brain is like a huge computer, constantly organizing these vast and boundless memories. The resonance of all worlds is complete, the next step is the third step. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. 3. Weaving of rules. Extract at least 3 fundamental laws of the universe to create a balance within the body. Suddenly, Li Fei had a bold idea. That is to use one's God-level talent to achieve super resonance with the universe. It triggered the emergence of countless original laws of the universe related to him. At the origin of the universe, this is an invisible and intangible world. There are only silver chains one after another between heaven and earth. They are the chains of law. Each one contains a law. Inside the body, the God-level talent is activated. One chain after another, the chains of laws entered his body. The law of chaos. The law of Dan. The law of force. Healing law. The law of space. The law of the craftsman. In the ordinary stardust realm, there are only 3 laws that restrict each other. And he actually has a total of 45 rules. And they are all top-level superior laws. A huge chain of laws restrains each other within his body, forming a dense sea of laws. The 45 God-level talents in his body have all evolved into the original laws of the universe. Not one missing, not one omitted. 45. How powerful this is. The third level is completed. Next is the last level. Looking at the 45 chains of top-level laws in the sea of laws in his body, Li Fei couldn't help but be shocked. In the Forbidden Library, the strongest Stardust Realm cultivator known to have extracted only 6 chains of laws. This was already the strongest. And he has a total of 45. What does that mean? The more chains of laws you have, the stronger you will be after breaking through the Stardust Realm. 45, that means he is absolutely invincible in the Stardust Realm. Step 4. Stardust proves the truth. As long as you pass this level, you can completely become a Stardust Realm being. If you fail at this level, all your previous efforts will be wasted and you will have to start all over again. Li Fei will never allow failure. Having died once, there is no need to die a second time. Chapter 109, Finding Myself. Advancing to the Stardust Realm. Returning to the Chaos Kingdom. Li Fei mobilized the power in his body, starting from every cell, gradually decomposing himself into basic particles and scattering them into the sea of stars. This is different from the collapse that shatters the Dantian. The one in front died immediately and had no consciousness at all. The latter one has self-awareness, but it is dormant inside the elementary particles and needs to wait for itself to be awakened. If one is unable to capture and awaken the existence of oneself before all consciousness dissipates, then one will truly die. All the previous efforts will be wasted. After his body and soul were decomposed, Li Fei's entire consciousness fell into a deep sleep. It seems as if he does not exist in the entire universe, yet his presence is present in the entire universe. This feeling is really strange. He forgot himself. It turns into tiny particles and floats in the universe. As time goes by, the particles carrying consciousness are dissipating bit by bit.
Who I am? Where am I? What am I going to do? Why am I me?
Why does this world exist?
Why am I a speck of dust?
It is unknown how long it had passed, but one of the elementary particles floating in the universe gradually awakened its self-consciousness hidden deep within.
By the way, my name is Li Fei. I'm a time traveler. I'm bound to the strongest martial arts system. I am the strongest man in the Federation. I am the Federation's #1 alchemist. I am the owner of 45 god-level talents. I am the strongest human who single-handedly suppressed the monsters from outside the domain in the extraterritorial battlefield. I am the founder of the Chaos Kingdom. I am the first emperor of chaos. I am me. I am Li Fei. I am achieving the Stardust Realm. I remember. I remember everything. Awaken all the consciousness within the particles. It's time to help me achieve the Stardust Realm. Li Fei's consciousness quickly awakened, and countless memories appeared in his mind like a kaleidoscope.
The elementary particles floating in the universe quickly condensed together, and those dissipated particles also reappeared at this moment.
Countless elementary particles in the universe eventually condensed into the shape of Li Fei.
He was no longer in the formation he had set up, but was floating in the starry sky, looking at the vast and boundless universe.
Countless stars like dust.
At this moment, he is also like a part of countless stardust.
His genetic lock was unlocked. The lifespan limit is eliminated.
He is no longer a carbon-based life form, but an extraordinary energy body.
He truly became an extraordinary being. Stardust Realm achieved. Immortality. Agelessness. Indestructibility.
Terrifying power, unprecedented power condensed in his body, 45 chains of laws appeared on his body, and the surrounding universe was shaking. With him as the center, all the stars in the space within a radius of 10 light years are trembling.
It was as if they were worshipping the birth of a supreme god. They all contributed their energy and poured into Li Fei's body. Help him better consolidate this new body. Ding.
Detected that the host has successfully advanced from a low-level carbon-based martial energy life form to the extraordinary energy body, Stardust Realm.
The strongest martial arts system is being upgraded. The strongest martial arts system has been upgraded. Current version, 2.0. Every time you advance to a higher realm, you will be upgraded. The god-level talent function has been upgraded to a daily sign-in function. Every day, the system will automatically sign you in with random items from all over the world. Time is calculated based on 24 hours. Successful sign-in today. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chaos Blue Lotus Seed. The next second, a golden seed appeared in Li Fei's hand. This seed exudes a very terrifying aura. Chaos Green Lotus Seed. Li Fei's eyes flashed with brilliance. This is good stuff. Although it is just a seed, it can definitely be nurtured. Maybe there is a Pangu inside. A thought came to mind. The latest character interface appears. Host, Li Fei. Level, Early Stardust Realm. Life characteristics, immortality, agelessness, and indestructibility. Life situation, extraordinary energy body. Basic combat power, 1 guy. God level technique, chaos principles. Cosmic god level laws, chaos body. Alchemy god. Great wilderness prisoner finger. Instant healing. Ultimate freedom. Teleport. Divine craftsman. Array god. Divine contract. Nirvana rebirth. Absolutely smooth cutting line. Elemental master. Chaos divine thunder. Eye of law. Gate of space and time. Divine power. Chaos Tao heart. God of disaster. God slaying blade. Eternal barrier. Infinite fighting will. Eye of annihilation. God slayer. Fate defying one. Dragon vein of the end. Quantum spirit. God of war. Mind parasitism. Mind manifestation. Heart of the Tao thief. Divine calculation. Chaos Tao kidney. Chaos Tao lung. Chaos Tao liver. Chaos Tao spleen. Lord of the abyss. Dimensional folding. Fate observer. Forbidden library. Sword prison. Manifestation of disaster. Eternal divine vein. Zero reset. Kingdom of flesh and blood. Tombstone of civilization. Total number of rules, 45. The Stardust realm is absolutely invincible. Innate abilities, Stardust immunity. Star core furnace. Laws manifested. Star domain perception. Genesis level destruction. Spacetime interference. Lifeform transformation. Quantum existence. Civilization level deduction. Star ocean resonance. Eternal lifespan. Reverse time, resurrection. Item, Chaos Blue Lotus Seed. The character interface has indeed changed. From the Forbidden Library, we learned that the regular realm of the universe is also divided into 4 small stages: early, middle, late, and peak. However, every breakthrough in a small stage is extremely difficult, even impossible to achieve. After reaching the Stardust realm, life forms no longer need to practice, because practicing is useless and the speed of improvement is still very slow. They will automatically absorb high-level energy in the universe and grow slowly. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least 10,000 years to move from the early stage of the Stardust realm to the middle stage of the Stardust realm. It takes at least 100,000 years to move from the middle stage of the Stardust realm to the late stage of the Stardust realm. It takes at least 1,000,000 years to move from the late stage of Stardust realm to the peak of Stardust realm. It takes 10 million years to move from the Stardust realm to the Star Core realm. In addition, to advance from the Stardust realm to the Star Core realm, besides waiting for the right time, specific sublimation steps are required. It's like the 4 major levels of martial arts advancement to the Stardust realm. There are also corresponding levels for upgrading from the Stardust realm to the Star Core realm. However, these are still too far away for Li Fei. The basic combat power of each Stardust realm cultivator at the initial stage is 1 guy. During the battle, they can increase their own power accordingly based on the number and level of chains of law they control. However, when it comes to extraordinary energy bodies, the battle is no longer simply based on combat power, but the victory or defeat is directly determined by the level of judgment. Combat effectiveness is just a performance and the one that deserves the least attention. With a thought, Li Fei calculated how long it had taken him from the breakthrough to now. His eyes were filled with shock. 100 years. It actually took me a full 100 years. Li Fei frowned. 100 years passed so quickly. I wonder what's happening with Chaos Kingdom and Blue Star now. It's time to go back and take a look. Although he could calculate it, he still thought it would be better to go and see it in person. Chapter 110 The Chaos Kingdom of God 100 years later. Brotherly, it's been a full 100 years. How are you doing? Have you successfully broken through to the Stardust realm? At the highest point of the Chaos Divine Kingdom, Su Zhani, dressed in red, stood there, gazing at the martial god tower in front of him that was emitting golden light. Over the past 100 years, the martial god tower has helped the Blue Star human race select many talented and evil people. Over the past 100 years, the technology of the human race on Blue Star has been highly developed, and they have completely entered the aerospace level civilization. They can mobilize the power of the surrounding stars at will for their use, and have invented controlled nuclear fusion, making their energy infinite. The human race on Blue Star has already controlled and spread across many planets in the entire solar system, and many planets have therefore been extensively developed by the Chaos Kingdom. Blue Star is the home planet of the human race and has an extraordinary super status. No other star has a higher influence than it. Today, the human population in the entire Chaos Divine Kingdom has reached an unprecedented high of 1 trillion. The development of high technology and the improvement of warriors have brought about a huge increase in human lifespan. Humans continue to reproduce, and the population has reached 1 trillion in just 100 years. If it were 100 years ago, the entire blue planet might not be able to support so many people, and the resources would definitely be exhausted. That's different now. Various high technologies, mechas, and armors, plus the fact that human genes are now capable of surviving in the universe, make resource allocation much simpler. Today, the Chaos Kingdom has expanded beyond the solar system, discovered more resources, and established trade relations with many friendly aliens. During the development period, we naturally encountered many foreign monsters and beasts, and we also had to fight against them. As long as they don't encounter a higher level combat force that exceeds their scale, Su Zhani and other senior officials will not intervene. Firstly, it is to provide experience for warriors. Secondly, there are too many people now, and there is no shortage of people.
As long as the number of deaths is not really too high, it doesn't really matter. Just like that, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Nowadays, the high-end combat power of the human race is so numerous that it seems worthless. As the most powerful person in the Chaos Kingdom, Su Zhani's basic combat power has reached the level of a Chaos God Emperor.
The second-ranked Tianyu is at the 9 GB level. The ultimate Divine Emperor sequence. Over the past century, newcomers have also caught up. These two people are Zi Meng and Zhang Yun. His current basic combat power has reached 8 trillion. He ranks among the ultimate God Emperors. In addition, there is another person, that is Shen Mengyao. She had gained many opportunities and her SS level talent evolved to SSS level. After 100 years of hard work, she also reached the 7th trillion level. Ranked in the strongest God Emperor sequence. For 100 years, their names have been heard throughout the Chaos Divine realm. However, for some people, it has become very unfamiliar. After Li Fei left, they were selected by the Chaos Divine Kingdom based on their own efforts and became the targets of support. Li Fei left behind a huge amount of cultivation resources before he left, and the three of them benefited from this bonus and rose to prominence quickly. It's been 100 years, Li Fei, where have you been? Since the founding of the Chaos Divine Kingdom, you have disappeared. You're not really dead, are you? Inside a magnificent cosmic building, a woman with a peerless beauty and long hair gazed at the extraterritorial battlefield in front of her. This former extraterritorial battlefield has now become a thing of the past. That day, the scene of Li Fei, alone, killing countless foreign monsters with a wave of his hand, was replayed repeatedly on Blue Star, and she naturally saw it. She was extremely shocked at the time, and at the same time she felt extremely painful and regretful. She didn't expect that after breaking up with Li Fei, his growth rate would be so fast. In the blink of an eye, she had just joined Xuanwu College, and Li Fei had become a powerful figure. Yes, she is Shen Mengyao, Li Fei's ex-girlfriend. Even now when I think about what happened 100 years ago, I still feel very regretful. If I hadn't broken up with you, would I have been able to follow in your footsteps? Even though I become the most powerful God Emperor and possess 7 trillion powers, all of this is because of the vast amount of resources you left behind before you left. I'm just a lucky person who reaped the benefits. Li Fei, you did it. You said you would make me regret it. Looking from afar. After 100 years of war, Shen Mengyao has shed her former immaturity and become a mature female war god, as well as one of the high-ranking officials of the Chaos Kingdom. But she felt even more guilty towards Li Fei, because she was able to grow to where she is today in just 100 years, all thanks to the dividends left by Li Fei. Not only her, but many others also benefited from it. But her relationship with Li Fei is so awkward. Therefore, after becoming a high-ranking official in the Chaos Divine Kingdom, she applied to go to the universe and become one of the high-ranking officials on the front line of the development. I just don't want to, and I don't know how to face Li Fei who will suddenly come back. However, 100 years have passed, and there is still no news of Li Fei. She felt a little secretly happy, but also felt guilty. Because she was really afraid of meeting Li Fei. Ding ding. It has been detected that energy exceeding 1 Jing has entered the heaven covering formation. Alert! A powerful being is attacking. At this moment, the super artificial alarm sounded. What? The strongest person who surpasses all the people in the capital. This voice also brought Shen Mengyao, who was in deep thought, back to reality, and shock and fear appeared in her pupils. Only when you reach this level can you realize how terrifying the combat power above the trillion level is. Every trillion difference is like a world of difference. It is difficult to challenge a higher level. Because those who can surpass her in cultivation also have unique talents and skills that are not inferior to hers. The powerful means that she has, others also have. In front of Su Zhani, who now possesses the cultivation level of a Chaos God Emperor, even though she has a basic combat power of 7,000 trillion, she feels extremely small and can be killed instantly by the opponent. And Su Zhani only has the basic combat power of Yijing. The attacking life form is actually superior to Yijing. If it is an enemy, then the Chaos Divine Kingdom will face the biggest war in 100 years. At the same time, this alarm was also sounded in the Chaos Divine realm. Even though countless light years had passed, they all landed in the virtual kingdom of God to hold talks. This virtual kingdom of God is a sub-virtual world transformed from the virtual reality world in the quantum training cabin left by Li Fei 100 years ago. The overall world is still in the quantum training cabin. The technology controlled by Li Fei is too advanced. Even the current Chaos Kingdom cannot move out all the things inside, and can only move out some of them. Even so, the virtual technology of the Chaos Kingdom is still far ahead. They particularly admire Li Fei, the ruler of the Chaos Divine Kingdom. Now, the Chaos Divine Kingdom has appointed Li Fei as the first ruler. Su Zhanyi is the deputy ruler. If Li Fei dies, he will take over as the second ruler of the Chaos Kingdom. But Su Zhanyi knew that Li Fei was definitely not dead. Because the light of the Martial God Tower is related to Li Fei. Once Li Fei dies, the light of the Martial God Tower will dim. This was also what Li Fei secretly told him before leaving. As long as the light of the Martial God Tower does not dim, Su Zhanyi will feel at peace. This is like the centerpiece of the Chaos Divine Kingdom. Chapter 111, Blue Planet's Past. The truth behind the mass annihilation of countless civilizations. The terrifying law of increasing entropy. In the virtual world. Many senior executives gathered here. Looking at the scene in front of me. Today, the Chaos Kingdom's surveillance technology can fully cover the entire solar system. The range of the concealing formation is exactly within the solar system. However, the footage did not capture the source of the human intelligence information. Emperor Su, is it possible that Chaos made a mistake? One person asked. The others also began to doubt. Normally, when the alarm sounds, the target can be captured. However, no accurate target appears in the picture now. Also, the alarm is no longer sounding. It seems like an illusion. Impossible, Chaos has not made any mistakes in the past 100 years. Su Zhanyi shook his head. Because this is the technology left by Li Fei. It is the most advanced technology in the Chaos Divine Kingdom at present. Chaos, analyze the source of the energy and its approximate location. Su Zhanyi said to a golden ball of light in front of him. This is the name of intelligent life. The ball of light transformed into a beautiful blonde woman. Excitement flashed in his eyes. I did capture this powerful aura for a short time, but it disappeared the next second. This aura is very familiar, very similar to my creator Li Fei. What? Lord! Has the leader returned after 100 years? As soon as Han Dun said this, the whole audience suddenly became excited. Li Fei, it's been 100 years. Are you coming back? Among the crowd, Zimeng, Zhang Yun, and Shen Mengyao all felt a bit of anticipation, while the latter was a bit nervous. After 100 years, I wonder how powerful Li Fei has become. If the king comes back. A gleam of light flashed in Su Zhanyi's eyes as he looked towards the direction of the Martial God Tower. Suddenly I was stunned. The light of the Martial God Tower is brighter than usual. The king has really returned. Su Zhanyi spoke. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Martial God Tower. The light of the Martial God Tower became brighter and brighter. This has not happened in 100 years. Su Zhanyi then spoke, the Martial God Tower is connected to the Lord's life force. It suddenly shone with such a brilliant light, and Chaos caught a glimpse of his presence. That means he's definitely coming back. This was the first time in 100 years that he revealed the secret of the connection between the Martial God Tower and Li Fei's life breath. Because it can no longer be concealed. What? The Martial God Tower actually has such a function. As expected, everyone was shocked. But he soon calmed down. In fact, some people have guessed it before, but it has not been verified. Now that Su Zhanyi said it himself, it is 100% true. Then why can't we catch it? Not even Chaos can capture. Tianyu asked in confusion. Maybe he succeeded. Now he is no longer a carbon-based life form, but another more advanced life form. Su Zhanyi took a deep breath and said. This secret has been hidden for 100 years and is now revealed. What's the meaning? Everyone was shocked and looked puzzled. Warriors, that is, the martial arts we are currently cultivating, are actually the lowest and most inferior power system in the entire universe. Even if we continue to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts throughout our lives, we are still carbon-based lifeforms and cannot escape this fate. Even if I now possess the basic combat power of Yijing, it is still the same. After reaching the first capital, I felt exhausted. My heart was there, but my strength wasn't. I wanted to push forward, but it was impossible. For all these years, I've been stuck at the first capital, without making any progress. This is perhaps the highest basic combat capability a carbon-based lifeform can achieve. If you want to move forward, you may have to break away from the realm of carbon-based lifeforms.
In this universe, the formal realms are Stardust Realm, Star Core Realm, Nebula Realm, Galaxy Realm, Star Domain Realm, Realm of Lord, Realm of Domain Lord, Immortal Realm, Void Realm, Eternal Realm, Creation Realm, Domination Realm, Dimension Realm, and Transcendence Realm.
Achieving the Stardust Realm is a transcendental life form.
A warrior who wishes to enter the Stardust Realm must overcome 4 levels.
Su Zhani slowly told what he knew.
Even I don't have the slightest chance of success. The king left 100 years ago in search of a place to break through to the Stardust Realm.
Now that he's here and can't be captured, it means he's likely succeeded. Next, we just have to wait for him to take the initiative. Su Zhani was a little excited.
The people below who heard this were shocked, and at the same time felt a huge sense of powerlessness.
I didn't expect that there are such big secrets in this universe that they don't know about.
Warriors are actually just the lowest level of power system. For a warrior to break through the Stardust Realm, there is a high probability of death or even no chance of survival. Not to mention the 12 major realms after the Stardust Realm, I dare not even think about it.
Even someone like Li Fei took 100 years to break through.
It seems that breaking through the Stardust Realm is really not just a story. Shen Mengyao thought secretly in her heart, and felt that the gap between her and Li Fei was getting bigger and out of reach.
At the same time, while they were in a meeting, a silver-white figure has arrived in the solar system. It appeared in an instant. In a flash, everything in the entire solar system appeared clearly in his mind.
In just 100 years, the humans on Blue Star have developed to this point. Luckily, I left behind all sorts of advanced technologies before I left. I never imagined it would take 100 years to break through to the Stardust Realm.
Why?
100 years have passed in a flash, and everything has changed.
Li Fei slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. It's only been a few months since his debut, but he has become invincible.
However, it took 100 years to break through the Stardust Realm, which is a huge gap in time. Now, including his previous life, he is already an old man of more than 200 years old. However, in front of him, a transcendental life form that is immortal and has eternal life. 200 years is not even a decimal point. He is very much looking forward to what the future holds. The little thing detected my arrival, but it only sensed my presence for a split second. It truly is worthy of being the intelligent life form I developed. The next second, Li Fei felt that he had been detected, but the next second, the detection could no longer find him. Because he is now an extraordinary life form, with a single thought, he can make the other party ignore his existence and be unable to capture his position and breath.
The next second, his figure appeared above the blue planet.
The surroundings are full of super high-tech products, with countless warships, spaceships, and fighter planes coming in and out.
Yes, we have completely entered the realm of space-class civilization. It feels completely different from 100 years ago. The current size of Blue Planet is more than 100 times larger than it was 100 years ago. Perhaps now I can explore a little of the ancient secrets of Blue Star.
Li Fei looked at the huge blue star in front of him and thought secretly in his heart.
The laws of space are mobilized, time is reversed, and an attempt is made to read everything on the Blue Planet.
He wanted to see why, out of the 5 billion years of Blue Star civilization, only human civilization remained. However, the more he watched, the more horrified he became. In the 5 billion years since the Blue Star was founded, a total of 100 civilizations have appeared. These civilizations have all developed to the level of super civilizations.
Eventually, a more terrifying cosmic civilization will suddenly appear and destroy them.
From here, Li Fei saw 2 words: entropy increase. This is an entropy increasing law that cannot be changed. When civilization develops to a certain level, it will cause the law of increasing entropy. Suddenly, a more powerful civilization will find this place, and a war will break out, leading to mass annihilation.
The overall result of these 100 civilizations is the same. It would be absolutely impossible if there was no huge black hand pushing it from behind.
Then the most powerful statement is the law of increasing entropy.
This is an invisible and intangible cosmic rule that transcends the laws.
Even extraordinary life forms, or any existence that relies on this universe to make breakthroughs, cannot avoid the arrival of the law of increasing entropy.
For a moment, Li Fei's hair stood on end. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged in my heart. Will there be a day when he also triggers the law of increasing entropy, and suddenly a supernatural life form or race that surpasses the Stardust Realm appears, destroys him, and then destroys the entire human civilization on Blue Star?
The law of increasing entropy is our most terrifying enemy,
Li Fei said lightly.
My review was stuck, and the last 2 chapters were not published.
It took a whole day to review. Chapter 112 God Level Talent, Heavenly Prison Divine Edge. Forget it, let's make the best of it. Li Fei shook his head and didn't want to pay attention to this matter. It's still too far away from him. Calculating from the time it took for 100 civilizations to become extinct, the average period was as long as 50 million years. The civilization of the Chaos Kingdom has only been around for about 200 years. Although he cannot practice and advance normally, he can accelerate and improve his efficiency by constantly devouring the power of stars or higher level energy substances to shorten the time. He just floated here quietly. Countless warships passed in and out of him without noticing his presence. This is the difference between carbon-based life forms and extraordinary energy bodies. As long as Li Fei doesn't want to, the technology of these carbon-based life forms will never be able to discover him. With a thought, he entered the interior of the blue planet. The gap between Blue Star today and 100 years ago is also huge. The changes are really big. All kinds of high-tech are flying in the sky, and there are islands floating high in the sky. Even the relics of ancient civilizations are numerous. However, there is one building that is the tallest here, and that is the headquarters of the Chaos Kingdom. With a thought, his whole body turned into particles, and the next second he entered the room silently. Soon, he spotted a familiar figure. Brother Su, I'm back. After 100 years, the aura of Su Zhani has changed a lot, as has his demeanor and expression, which have become sharper and more majestic as a superior. Over the past 100 years, he has had to take charge of and preside over many things. Plus, time is merciless. Su Zhani's consciousness returned from the virtual world. He turned his head and looked in shock at the young man who had appeared in front of him at some point. This young man is the same as he was 100 years ago, completely unchanged. What surprised him was that the Chaos God Emperor, whose basic combat power had reached 1 Jing, could not sense any breath of Li Fei at all. If the other party is an enemy, wouldn't it be easy to kill him? Fortunately, Li Fei is not an enemy, otherwise he would be in trouble. The Chaos Divine Kingdom will also usher in an era of mass extinction. Brotherly, I didn't expect that this trip would last 100 years. It looks like you succeeded. You haven't changed at all from 100 years ago. Su Zhani spoke with a gleam in his eyes. Even though he now has a lifespan of 100 million years, his appearance will still gradually age with the experiences he has gained over the years. It's just that the speed is very slow. This is the inevitable genetic decline of carbon-based life forms. Increasing the upper limit of lifespan will only slow down the aging process. Even so, traces of aging are still left under the knife of time. Li Fei is no longer a carbon-based life form and is no longer genetically constrained by his lifespan. Immortality and indestructibility are his essence. Yes, I didn't expect that I would be gone for 100 years. I succeeded and I am now in the Stardust realm. Over the past 100 years, under your leadership, the Chaos Divine Kingdom has completely dominated the entire solar system. It's clear that you have made great contributions to the Chaos Divine Kingdom. You've worked hard. Now that I'm back, you can rest. Li Fei sighed as he looked at the traces of time left on Su Zhani's face. That's my job. With great power comes great responsibility. Su Zhani smiled faintly. As long as you are still alive, the Chaos Divine Kingdom will not fall. Yes, the Chaos Divine Kingdom cannot fall. Li Fei nodded. I'm giving you a present. Li Fei gently tapped Su Zhani's brow. A powerful energy appeared instantly, and the light illuminated the whole body. Su Zhani did not resist, but closed his eyes to feel the changes in his body at this moment. This feeling. So mysterious. So wonderful. Li Fei used his own divine laws, combined with the ability to transform life forms, to make a major transformation of Su Zhani's entire body. Even the SSSS level Immortal Sword Soul talent evolved again under the influence of the divine laws. The next second, a terrifying aura spread from Su Zhani. The moment he opened his eyes, an unrivaled sword energy spread out from his body, and an extremely sharp aura also appeared. His SSSS level talent, Immortal Sword Soul, evolved into a god level talent, Heavenly Prison Divine Edge. Heavenly Prison symbolizes the supreme realm that suppresses heaven and earth. Divine Sword, the blade is as sharp as a god, destroying the cycle of reincarnation. Because this was Li Fei's evolved god-level talent, he also unconditionally controlled this god-level talent and transformed it into a god-level law. Now the number of his god-level laws has increased from 45 to 46. If that's the case, then can I acquire more God-level talents and transform them into God-level laws by constantly transforming the human race and evolving their talents? By then, wouldn't I be able to control hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or even more divine laws with the help of the Stardust Realm? Then wouldn't it be possible for me to easily defeat the Star Core Realm, or even beings higher than that, from the Stardust Realm?
Li Fei's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he thought secretly in his heart.
Heavenly Prison Divine Sword. Talent level, God level advanced from SSSS level Immortal Sword Soul. The core principle, one sword is the heavenly prison, and the divine sword can suppress all disasters. Talent characteristics. 1. Heavenly Prison Realm. Wherever the blade goes, it creates a heavenly prison of its own. All laws, energies, and magical powers within the range are suppressed, and the enemy is like a prisoner, unable to break free. The flow of time in the domain can be controlled, slowed down, accelerated, and space can be cut and reorganized to form an absolute knife cage. 2. The divine sword is indestructible. The sword's will is eternal and indestructible. Even if the blade is broken, the sword's soul can be reassembled instantly, and can even absorb the energy of the enemy's attack to strengthen itself. The blade has the property of breaking boundaries, which can cut off cause and effect, fate, and laws, and ignore any defensive magical powers or magic weapons. 3. Kill the gods and slash the Tao. It has extra lethality against gods, laws of nature, and supreme beings. Each sword strike comes with a heavenly punishment effect, which can weaken the target's immortal characteristics. If the enemy possesses immortality, this sword can gradually disintegrate its origin until it is completely annihilated. 4. Return to the blade. It can devour the calamity power of heaven and earth, such as thunder, karmic fire, and chaos storm, and transform it into sword energy, making every strike carry destructive divine power. The ultimate secret heavenly prison final slash. With one strike of the sword, all things are extinguished, and everything within the range returns to nothingness. God level talent, heavenly prison divine edge. You are able to make my special talent evolve directly into a God level talent. Is this also one of the methods of the Stardust Realm? A gleam of light flashed in Su Zhani's eyes, and his expression was extremely shocked. No, this is also related to my chaos talent. It is impossible to do it with just the Stardust Realm. Although the Stardust Realm can change the energy structure in genes below the extraordinary energy body, it cannot directly change special talents. Li Fei shook his head and said, "So that's how it is. There are many people with excellent talents in the divine realm. If they were all given God-level talents, the overall strength of the Chaos Divine Realm would be further enhanced. It will be even more helpful for us to control the entire galaxy." Su Zhani spoke. "There's no rush for this matter. Let me first tell you about my experience in breaking through the Stardust Realm." Li Fei sat down slowly and spoke. "Okay, I'm all ears." Su Zhani was very excited. Chapter 113 Stardust 4 Tribulations. Li Fei sat cross-legged and meditated. A virtual world was constructed, and Su Zhani's spiritual consciousness was pulled into this space. Then, he began to let the other parties simulate the process of breaking through the Stardust Realm. This process is also the experience and insights that Li Fei wants to share with him. Su Zhani was so immersed in it that he was completely unaware of the passage of time. "I just felt like I was in a vast sea of stars, very small." As time passed, he completed the process of breaking through from a warrior to the Stardust Realm. The spiritual consciousness returns to the body, and with eyes closed, it begins to comprehend. Li Fei sat opposite, drinking tea slowly. Soon, Su Zhani opened his tightly closed eyes, which were filled with reflections of stars. "I didn't expect it to be so difficult, but I'm going to give it a try anyway. Now that you're back, I can rest assured." A hint of determination flashed in Su Zhani's eyes. He has been waiting for 100 years for the opportunity to break through. No matter what happens next, he doesn't want to wait any longer. "In that case, let you try it first." Li Fei did not stop him and said lightly. With a wave of hand, an invisible force appeared. "The two figures have already come from the top of the Chaos Divine Kingdom to a vast sea of stars. Just try it here. If you die, I can resurrect you." Li Fei's voice was calm. The Stardust Realm can reverse time and resurrect all life forms below the Stardust Realm. No matter how strong Su Zhani is or how high his basic combat power is, as long as he is still a carbon-based life form, he is within the range of his resurrection. Even if he is not a carbon-based life form, as long as his realm is lower than the Stardust Realm, he can still reverse time and be resurrected. This is the power of the Stardust Realm. It will take quite some time. Since neither you nor I are in the Chaos Kingdom, what should we do over there? Su Zhani was a little worried. He had a premonition that they were no longer in the solar system. He didn't know where it was either.
This is in the Milky Way, hundreds of light years away from the solar system, and I left a clone there, so there's no need to worry.
Li Fei said lightly.
He seemed to see through Su Zhani's thoughts and explained the location to him.
Clone? Good. Su Zhani took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began to try. The first step is to crush the martial arts dantian. Many people find it difficult to take this step. Su Zhani is not as perverted as Li Fei.
The moment the martial arts dantian was shattered, large mouthfuls of blood spurted out, the skin all over his body was torn, emitting a bloody light, and finally disintegrated into particles.
Yes, he is dead. A generation of Chaos God Emperor died so hastily. Li Fei did not stop the other party from dying. Because only by understanding life and death can one understand some mysteries that cannot be understood during one's lifetime. Reverse time and resurrect. The next moment, it was almost done.
Li Fei raised his hand and grabbed the air, and a long river of time appeared before his eyes.
He forcibly reversed time and resurrected the dead Su Zhani. Buzz.
The next second, the light and shadow that had dissipated gathered together again and finally condensed into the appearance of Su Zhani.
The broken martial arts dantian was intact. Ha ha ha. Is this the only time I've died?
I thought I had understood your experience and realized some things, and the probability of success was very high, but I didn't expect to die anyway.
Breaking through the Stardust Realm is indeed not an easy task.
If you hadn't intervened, I would have been dead if I had blindly broken through. Su Zhani took a deep breath, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes.
This is what real death feels like.
Soon, his mind calmed down. We have to break through 4 levels at once.
If we fail at one of them, we will fail the entire level. It's too difficult. Su Zhani's heart was shaken. If he really couldn't break through the Stardust Realm, then he wouldn't force it. Perhaps it is not impossible to keep improving basic combat effectiveness.
Anyway, his lifespan is as long as 100 million years.
There is plenty of time.
He found it hard to believe that if Li Fei had not been there, he would definitely have been dead. The humans on Blue Star will directly lose one of their top combat forces.
The days ahead will not be easy. Li Fei smiled and said, "Don't worry.
I can use the power of the divine law to forcibly stabilize your stage. This is also one of the systems I plan to promote in the Chaos Divine Realm in the future."
Oh? Tell me about it. Su Zhani's eyes lit up when he heard that.
Under normal circumstances, it is indeed necessary to break through all 4 levels at once. If you stop and fail at any one of them, all the previous efforts will be wasted. But that is under normal circumstances. Now that I am at the Stardust Realm and have mastered the divine laws, I can intervene and separate these 4 levels. Even if I don't break through directly, it won't be a big problem.
The name is Stardust 4 Tribulations. Complete the first stage, Star Core Reshaping. The realm is called Star Core Tribulation. Complete the second level, Resonance of All Realms, and the realm is called Tribulation of All Realms. Complete the third level, Law Weaving, and the realm is called Law Tribulation. Complete the fourth level, Awakening the True Self. The realm is called True Self Tribulation. When the 4 tribulations become one reaches the Stardust Realm. This is also a relatively safe breakthrough method for the current human race on Blue Star.
Li Fei said. Normally, after completing the 4th level of Stardust attainment, one can directly reach the Stardust Realm. However, because they are separated, the 4 tribulations do not interfere with each other, and ultimately one needs to complete the 4 tribulations and reunite them into one before one can truly achieve the Stardust Realm.
Okay, this method is good. If it can really be done, it would be the best. Su Zhani's eyes flashed when he heard this.
As long as the 4 tribulations do not interfere with each other, the person who breaks through will not need to bear too much psychological pressure.
The success rate of breakthrough will be greatly improved. After all, the first level is enough to put pressure on many people. If 4 levels come together in a row, many people will not be able to withstand it.
But if you pass each level one by one, you can rest and gain insights in the middle, and then the difficulty will be greatly reduced. It is not scary to be unable to break through, but it is also impossible to break through the difficulties. As long as you find the right way to break through, everything will become very easy. With the current genetic and energy structure of the human race on Blue Star, they are not yet able to adapt to this method. So, next he has to perform a super operation on the human race on Blue Star. Only modified genes and energy structures can truly adapt to this method of promotion. Su Zhani has been modified, so it can be carried out now. Get started. First, break through the star core tribulation. If you succeed, you will at least be half a transcendent life form. Lifespan will definitely increase dramatically. Li Fei said. Su Zhani nodded, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and continued to break through. Bang 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 bang. However, even so, Su Zhani died 10 times but still failed. Li Fei also resurrected him 10 times. Including the previous time, that's 11 times. Su Zhani has become numb. However, the firm belief in his eyes went even deeper. The 12th breakthrough has begun. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Su Zhani successfully simulated the process of starbirth, and the shattered Dantian vortex was finally compressed into a miniature star core. A terrifying force surged from him. At this moment, he finally stepped from martial arts to star core tribulation. He became half a supernatural life form. Chapter 114, all the stars within 10 light years are destroyed and revived with a wave of the hand. A cosmic fireworks show. Li Fei's eyes showed the specific information about Su Zhani now. Name, Su Zhani. Talent, God-level heavenly prison divine front. Title, the Second Chaos Emperor. Vice Principal of the Chaos Divine Kingdom. Level, Star Core Disaster. Lifespan, 10 billion years. Basic combat power, 10 Jing. Life form, half an extraordinary energy body. This promotion method really works. Congratulations, you have achieved the Star Core Tribulation. Lifespan skyrocketed from 100 million years to 10 billion years. Basic combat power has also skyrocketed from 1 Jing to 10 Jing. The life form has also reached half of the extraordinary energy body. After reaching this level, it's no longer just about basic combat power, because you can mobilize the star cores in your body to burst out with even more powerful power in battle. The next calamity of the myriad worlds will require your consciousness to leave your body and attach itself to stars in different planes, experiencing billions of life forms. This process is so long that even I cannot perceive the passage of time. Will you continue, or go back and rest? Li Fei raised the corner of his mouth and spoke slowly. I didn't expect that just by breaking through the star core tribulation, I would gain so many benefits. It's hard to imagine how powerful one will be after truly achieving the Stardust realm. Su Zhani clenched his fists, feeling his now stronger body than ever before, his eyes flashing with brilliance. This power is really too strong. The power unleashed by a warrior who can mobilize the power of star cores and a warrior who cannot mobilize the power of star cores is completely different. Before, as an ordinary warrior, without the help of special talents, he could only barely exert a destructive power of about 1.5 kilograms with the help of other skills. If you add the SSSS level Immortal Sword Soul, you should be able to reach the 2 capitals. When reaching the level of Jing, the increase brought by the skills and special talents is greatly reduced because the gap is too big. However, now he can easily exert a force of about 50 kyo just by mobilizing the power of the star core in his body. If you add the skills and the god-level talent, Heavenly Prison Divine Edge, you can definitely exert a force of about 100 Jing. Of course, when it comes to the god-level talent, Heavenly Prison Divine Edge, it is no longer just about destructive power, the most important thing is to look at the other abilities and effects it can bring. Even without actual combat experience, he could still feel it on his own. At this level, the feelings are absolutely accurate. You now, or even your previous self, can easily blow up a planet or a star. Even multiple ones wouldn't be a problem, but it would be rather troublesome. You'd have to attack them one by one. Not to mention the universe, there are so many planets and stars in the solar system and the Milky Way. How long would it take you to finish? You'd definitely be exhausted. Am I right? At this time, Li Fei said mysteriously. That's true. Su Zhani nodded. Blowing up planets and stars is really nothing to him. Well, now I will show you some of the strength of the Stardust realm. Please take a look at the fireworks display in the Milky Way. Li Fei smiled, raised his hand and gently clenched it upwards. Within the 10 light-year range covered by his spiritual sense, countless planets and stars exploded at the same time. Boom! It is obvious that the universe is a vacuum and sound cannot propagate, but at this moment this order was forcibly broken and a huge rumbling explosion was heard. The scene before him made Su Zhani's pupils widen, his breathing became rapid, and he felt incredible, even terrified, desperate, and powerless. It is really shocking to see so many stars exploding at the same time. Within the 10 light years covered by my spiritual sense, all the stars exploded. This is the gap between the Stardust realm and the warriors, or even you today. This is the difference between truly extraordinary life forms and non-extraordinary life forms. In the Stardust realm, one can easily destroy anything that is not a transcendental life form within a 10 light year radius. After reaching the Stardust realm, simply looking at basic combat power is meaningless. If I can just mobilize the power of a divine law, I can easily increase my current basic combat power by 1,000 times. I currently possess a total of 46 divine level law powers like this. Then my lowest total burst can be increased by at least 46,000 times. What is 46,000 times 1 guy? It's Sister 46. Li Fei turned around and looked at the magnificent cosmic star explosion scene that was destined to be recorded, and smiled faintly. So scary. 4.6 Sister. Su Zhani gasped, at this level, combat effectiveness is truly worthless. So many stars, just gone like this, isn't it a waste? Suddenly, Su Zhani felt a little regretful. How many stars are there within 10 light years? It can be used as a super huge energy source for the Chaos Divine Kingdom. It's such a pity that it has been destroyed now. It's not a big deal. Besides annihilation, the Stardust realm can also easily reverse time and resurrect. Have you forgotten this ability? Li Fei smiled and said, this is also the difference between the Stardust realm and warriors. Reaching the Stardust realm means you've already touched the threshold of the law. I thought your ability could only be used on living organisms. Su Zhani's mouth twitched. If I insist, stars are actually a type of organism. Everything that exists in this universe can actually be understood as a type of organism, including me right now. I'm just an organism from a different dimension. Li Fei smiled, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The star that had exploded within 10 light years had its time reversed in an instant, returning to its state before the explosion. The exploding fireworks show ended, and the universe returned to peace. This scene also brought a huge visual impact to Su Zhani. Once you reach the Stardust realm, you can easily decide the life and death of a star. This ability is really too great. If I had to put it bluntly, the difference between the Stardust realm and the warriors is that warriors can only destroy, while the Stardust realm can both destroy and revive everything that has been destroyed. That's easy to understand. Li Fei said with a smile. This explanation is more understandable. Let me take it easy. The tribulation of all worlds is a very long process. Let me take some time to adjust. Su Zhani took a deep breath and said, okay. Then let's go back first. Li Fei waved his hand, and the two figures disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had returned to the top floor of the Chaos Divine Kingdom headquarters. Soon, the Chaos Divine Kingdom officially announced the news that its leader Li Fei had successfully broken through the Stardust realm and returned. And announced the realm above the Chaos God Emperor. They are respectively the Stardust realm. However, in order to advance from Chaos God Emperor to the Stardust realm, one must survive the 4 Stardust tribulations, which are enough to cause death. Star Core Disaster. Tribulation of all worlds. Law Disaster. True Self Tribulation. Only when the 4 tribulations are unified can one attain the Stardust realm. At the same time, the abilities brought by each catastrophe are also written down, as well as the abilities of the Stardust realm. This immediately shocked the entire people of the Chaos Kingdom. The entire Chaos Divine Kingdom was shaken by this. Chapter 115 Old lovers meet after 100 years. Li Fei, you are finally back. I don't know how to face you. I'd rather not meet you. The front line is more suitable for me. After Shin Mengyao, who had already exited the virtual world, learned the latest news and saw the unparalleled power of the 4 tribulations of Stardust and the Stardust realm, she couldn't help but gasp. Li Fei disappeared for 100 years, and indeed broke through to the Stardust realm. I didn't expect that this breakthrough would take as long as 100 years. Moreover, the difficulties and dangers of breaking through are also enormous. However, if one wants to advance to the 4th level of Stardust Tribulation, then one needs to have basic combat power at least at the level of Chaos God Emperor. Now she only has 7,000 trillion basic combat power. He is still a long way from being the Chaos God Emperor of Yijing. Therefore, it is difficult. Just as she was facing Li Fei in silence and was about to leave, she suddenly received the highest order from the Chaos Temple. That is, the Lord of Chaos intends to upgrade the genetic and energy structure of all humans on Blue Star so that their bodies can match the 4 tribulations of Stardust.
Everyone who received the news became excited.
Li Fei gave everyone 1 month to return to Blue Star or a place within 10 light years of Blue Star.
God Emperor Shen Mengyao, the Lord invites you to the Chaos Palace for a chat.
At this moment, a message came in, making the stunned Shen Mengyao confused. Such behavior has not occurred in the past 100 years.
Now that she knew Li Fei wanted to see her, her body trembled, and she felt inexplicably resisted and panicked in her heart. He wants to see me? That's right. Now I'm a high-ranking official in the Chaos Kingdom. There's no way he doesn't know about my existence.
100 years have passed.
This day has finally arrived.
Shen Mengyao forced herself to calm down, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her agitated and panicked heart, thinking slowly in her mind.
Alright, then let me face the Stardust Realm and see how powerful it is. Shen Mengyao made up her mind.
Then, he stood on the teleportation array and headed to the Chaos Temple.
At the same time, in the Chaos Temple, Li Fei was checking the more outstanding awakened people with special talents in the country.
Today, the population of the Chaos Kingdom has reached 1 trillion.
No matter whether they are S level, SS level, SSS level, or SSSS level, they have almost become rats crossing the street. The number is huge. In the S level area, S level and SS level are the most numerous. The next is SSS level, and then SSSS level. He planned to choose talents with powerful or special abilities and transform them into God-level talents, so that he could also directly obtain God-level talents. By then, the number of his God-level laws will reach a very terrifying level. However, this is a huge project. He cannot awaken all the people at the same time with just a wave of his hand. He needs to do it one by one. Such a project is very huge. So he planned to hold a competition for geniuses of the Kingdom of God, select the top 100 people, and then see how the talents were screened. It was also at this time that he saw the information of his acquaintance Shen Mengyao. Unexpectedly, in just 100 years, the opponent's talent not only evolved to SSS level, but also possessed a basic combat power of 7,000 trillion, ranking among the strongest gods. Old lover, it's been 100 years, let's meet. Li Fei raised the corner of his mouth and asked Han Dun to give the other party a direct order to come over in person. Then, the system voice sounded. Ding, today's sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 9 transformation golden pill. 9-turn golden pill, extend life and resurrect through 9 turns. Increase your strength to a new level. Contains immense energy. A golden pill, emitting infinite power, appeared in Li Fei's hand. Li Fei took it and smelled it, and found that the grade of this 9 revolutions golden pill was among the top-level divine elixirs. Contains extremely terrifying power. This thing has no effect on me. I'm already immortal and ageless. It's much more powerful than the 9 transformations golden pill. However, the 9 transformations resurrection ability is quite good. Perhaps I can use it in the future. However, the immense energy inside is what I need right now. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. He raised his hand, and another thing appeared, which was the Chaos Golden Lotus Seed. These days, the sign-in system doesn't always produce something really cool, and most of the things are useless to him. So he just put it in the system warehouse to collect dust. Use the Eye of Law to analyze, then mobilize the copying law and start copying. As expected, even if these two things are not simple, they still cannot avoid the fate of being infinitely copied by the laws. With a slight wave of his hand, everything was put away. The next second, the door in front was opened. Shen Mengyao, who has a beautiful figure, walked in from outside. Even though I had already received a lot of psychological counseling and comfort before coming here. But after stepping into the room and seeing that familiar figure, the whole person couldn't help holding his breath, not daring to breathe, and the panic and fear in his heart reached its peak. She found that she was not even an ant in front of Li Fei. The gap is too big. Here I come, old friend. Li Fei's calm voice rang out. Shen Mengyao, I meet the king. Shen Mengyao's delicate body was trembling, and she clenched her teeth tightly, trying to stop herself from trembling. She bowed slightly and saluted Li Fei. Her expression was very complicated. Name, Shen Mengyao. Talent, SSS level Frost Brilliant Body. Title, Frost Empress. One of the most powerful God Emperors. Level, late stage of the strongest god emperor. Lifespan, 79 million years. Basic combat power, 7,900 megabytes. Life form, carbon-based life form. 100 years have passed. You have changed. Li Fei raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke slowly. Shen Mengyao's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she gradually looked directly at Li Fei, saying slowly, 100 years of fighting will change a person a lot, but you are still the same as you were 100 years ago, without any change. Is this the immortality and indestructibility of the Stardust realm? Do you remember what I said before? Li Fei said meaningfully. Remember. You succeeded. I truly regret it. I never imagined that an ordinary person with only 300 basic combat power could single-handedly destroy the invasion of an army of alien monsters in just a few months. I never imagined that in just 100 years, you would have already become an immortal and ageless Stardust realm being. Everything I have today is given to me by you. If you want it, take it back. I've been waiting for this day for 100 years. At least I feel at ease now. Shen Mengyao said this and closed her eyes, waiting for the fate of having her strength taken away from her. Even though she tried to remain calm, her body was still shaking uncontrollably. After all, who would be willing to go back to the starting point if they have come this far? Only she knows how difficult her life has been over the past 100 years. In order to wait for Li Fei, or out of guilt, she has been fighting on the front line of land reclamation for many years. She has never married and has no other partner. Some people pursued her during her time, but she rejected them all ruthlessly. Why should I take your power back? Do I look like such a petty person? No matter what, everything you've done for the Chaos Divine Kingdom over the past 100 years is recorded in the database. I've seen it all. Let's just let what happened 100 years ago go. Just treat it as a child playing house. You don't have to take it seriously. What I said back then was just a rant. Li Fei smiled softly when he heard this. In her eyes, Shen Mengyao is now not even an ant. If he really wanted to kill Shen Mengyao, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? 100 years of time and the trials of breaking through the Stardust realm over the years have long made his mind different and more calm. I don't care about trivial matters. Then what is your purpose in calling me here this time? Shen Mengyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her expression complicated, yet very curious. In recognition of your outstanding contributions to the Chaos Divine Kingdom over the years, I intend to grant you an opportunity to evolve your special talent from SSS level to God level. Li Fei raised the corners of his mouth and spoke slowly. God level evolution. Shen Mengyao was shocked when she heard this. Her breathing became rapid. Chapter 116 God level talent, Ice God body. The number 1 personal guard, Shen Mengyao. Holding the sun and moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. Li Fei slowly raised his hand. In an instant, Shen Mengyao was grabbed by an invisible giant hand. A terrifying divine law and supreme power were running rampant in her body. The strange feeling made Shen Mengyao close her eyes and her body tremble. A tingling sensation spread all over the body. However, the next second, she felt her body undergoing drastic changes. One's own genes and energy structure are sublimating. She could clearly sense that her SSS level special talent, Frost Brilliant Body, had successfully evolved into a God level talent, Ice God Body. At the same time, Li Fei also obtained the God level talent of Ice God Body. Abilities of the Ice God Body. 1. Absolute Zero, Divine Cold Realm. Temperature control, his own coldness breaks through the physical limits, freezing time and space, and even temporarily stagnating the flow of cause and effect. Domain effect, when the Ice God domain is deployed, all non-God level targets within the range will automatically enter the eternal frozen state, and even their thoughts will be frozen. 2. Eternal immortality and divine body characteristics. Immortal body, the ice crystal divine body is immune to most physical law attacks, and is only afraid of the supreme divine fire or divine laws of the same level. Self-healing ability, as long as the source of extreme cold is not destroyed, the divine body can be instantly reassembled even if it is shattered. 3. Absolute control of the ice laws. Words are laws. The rules of ice within a certain range can be modified at will, such as the world is prohibited from melting and ice and snow are eternal. Laws of embodiment, ability to materialize the concept of ice, such as freezing, death, into black ice crystals and solidifying, time, into glaciers. 4. God-level combat enhancement. Normal state, 501,000 times, a casual blow can freeze the stars.
God's power is fully activated, 3,000 times, freezing the laws, temporarily stagnating time and space. Ultimate divine punishment overdraft, more than 10,000 times, releases, Ice Age, world-destroying damage.
God-level talent transformed into God-level laws.
This thing also belongs to one of the supreme God-level laws.
Feel the extremely strong power of the Ice God's law.
Li Fei smiled with satisfaction. Now the total number of his God-level laws has reached 48. The 1,000-fold increase in the divine law that he had mentioned to Su Zhani before was only the lowest level of normality within his divine law. He was only calculating according to the lowest level of normality. Chaos Body is a super supreme God-level law. Once activated, it can have a 10,000-fold increase in normal state, and directly increase to 100,000 times in combat state. At full power, it can reach a 1,000,000-fold increase. If it is operated at full power together with other chaos organs, it will not be a problem to achieve an increase of more than 100 million times. The chaos package is the most powerful and highest powered super supreme God-level law among Li Fei's current God-level laws. The levels of God-level laws are divided into lower God-level laws, middle God-level laws, upper God-level laws, supreme God-level laws, and super supreme God-level laws. Each level brings different increases.
It is also related to the nature of the law.
If it is related to combat, strength, etc., the increase will naturally be very high. Even if the level of the law is a bit low, the increase may not be lower than other higher-level divine laws that are not good at combat and strength. Therefore, combat effectiveness is no longer something worth considering in the Stardust realm. Just by casually mobilizing a divine law, you can suppress the world.
It can be said to be invincible.
When the God-level talent becomes the supreme God-level law, the ability will only continue to be amplified, and the increase will be the same. At this moment, Shen Mengyao had gone from standing cross-legged to sitting on the ground without knowing when. She was surrounded by extremely cold ice, and the temperature of the entire room was dropping rapidly.
Shen Mengyao's entire body turned into an ice sculpture.
The whole body is transparent.
She has entered a state of deep enlightenment.
Li Fei did not disturb her, but was playing with the newly acquired Ice God Law in his hand. He was particularly curious about the power of the Ice God within this law. Faced with the ice in the room, he just waved his hand lightly, and the spreading ice returned to Shen Mengyao's body in an instant. Soon, an incense stick of time passed. Shen Mengyao gradually woke up from her ice sculpture state, and her transparent body returned to its original form. The hair is a beautiful blue ice color, extremely beautiful and dreamy. The same goes for eyebrows. The whole person's temperament and appearance have also undergone earth-shaking changes. Overall, it is even more beautiful, like a ruler walking out of the ice world. Why did she change so much, but Li Fei didn't? Because Shen Mengyao is an ice god body individual. Li Fei is a combination of many god-level talents and laws, so he is not affected. It's that simple.
Thank you, Lord, for your gift. Shen Mengyao saluted Li Fei very sincerely. God-level talent. Ice god body. It brought her huge benefits. The entire Chaos Divine Kingdom has a population of 1 trillion, and the highest talent is only SSSS level. To this day, there has never been a god-level talent. Currently, the 3 people known to possess god-level talents are Li Fei, Su Zhani, and Shen Mengyao. It is enough to see how rare god-level talent is. And she didn't know that Su Zhani's talent had also evolved to god-level.
I plan to select a group of personal guards to follow me in my quest across the universe.
Are you willing to be my first personal guard? Li Fei looked at Shen Mengyao and said slowly.
The girlfriend who wanted to break up with him has now become his personal guard and his subordinate, and he is her immediate superior. Perhaps only those who have experienced it know how different this feeling is. Shen Mengyao was excited when she heard this. Being able to follow a powerful person in the Stardust realm is something that countless people dream of.
It is also what Shen Mengyao has always dreamed of. I do. It's my honor to be your personal guard.
Shen Mengyao knelt on one knee and slowly lowered her head. The most important thing is that the title of the first personal guard is stronger than those ranking later.
Yeah, very good. Then from now on, you are my number 1 personal guard.
This is the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill, one of the super supreme divine pills. After eating it, it can help you break through quickly. Go down and eat it, then lie down in the training cabin and improve your basic combat power. Once you reach the first capital, I'll take you to challenge the 4 tribulations of Stardust. Li Fei nodded slowly, showing satisfaction. A golden pill appeared in his hand, which was the 9 revolutions golden pill that the system had just signed in. The fragrance of the elixir filled the air, and the elixir slowly floated into Shen Mengyau's hand.
Yes. Thank you, Lord, for your gift.
Shen Mengyao took it excitedly, held it in her hands like her precious treasure, and nodded. She could sense that the 9 revolutions golden pill in front of her contained immense power. With the help of the quantum training cabin, she would soon be able to break through Yi Jing's basic combat power and achieve the Chaos God Emperor sequence.
Go. Li Fei waved his hand. Yes. Shen Mengyao took her leave.
After she left, Li Fei waved his hand and wrote the 3 big words Shen Mengyao on the list of his first batch of personal guards.
Next, it's these 2 old acquaintances. Zi Meng, Zhang Yun.
Then, Li Fei looked at the names of 2 old acquaintances in the Ultimate God Emperor sequence, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
Chapter 117 Old classmates meet after 100 years. Zi Meng, Zhang Yun.
In front of the Chaos Temple. As the 2 formations lit up at the same time, 2 peerless beauties who were no less beautiful than Shen Mengyao walked out. One of them had purple hair that flowed behind him like a waterfall, and he looked heroic, like a god of war.
He was even wearing a purple super nano battlesuit. This person is Zi Meng.
The girl next to her also has silver white hair dancing behind her like a waterfall. She is equally heroic, with the posture of a female warrior, and is wearing a silver white super nano battlesuit.
This person is Zhang Yun. After 100 years, the 2 have changed a lot. Their talents are better than Shen Mengyau's.
They have reached the 8,000 trillion basic combat power 1 step ahead and achieved the Ultimate God Emperor sequence. The main reason is that they encountered a great opportunity when they were conquering the universe, and their SSS level special talents evolved into SSSS level.
It is for this reason that they were able to enter the 8,000 terabit speed ahead of Shen Mengyao. 1 step faster, every step faster.
After achieving the Ultimate Divine Emperor sequence, they, like Shen Mengyao, applied to be commanders on the front lines of the land reclamation. Each of them led a large team to different star regions to conquer and develop stellar territories.
They experienced countless battles.
Only then could they grow to this level.
They are now also members of the 3rd echelon of the Chaos Kingdom. The 1st echelon is naturally Su Zhanyi, and the 2nd echelon is Tianyu.
As for Li Fei, he is already at the Stardust realm and is not included in this arrangement. If he had to squeeze in, he would belong to the top echelon, surpassing Su Zhanyi.
Xiao Yun. Purple Dream.
When the 2 women met, they looked at each other and smiled happily. 100 years ago, they were the best of friends, and 100 years later, they are still the best of friends. The shrine is a solemn and dignified place, otherwise they would not be able to help but hug each other.
The king has also summoned you? Zi Meng said.
Well, let's go. It's been 100 years, so it's a good time to catch up with him. Yeah, it's been 100 years, but I didn't expect the gap between us and him to be even bigger.
Stardust 4 Tribulations, Stardust Realm. Immortal, indestructible, and ageless.
This is what we are pursuing, and it is also the ultimate goal pursued by the entire human race. I didn't expect him to succeed and become a pioneer for the entire Blue Star.
He's truly great. Zi Meng sighed and said in admiration. The 2 women walked into the temple.
I happened to bump into Shen Mengyao, who was walking out from inside, and she looked familiar.
Shen Mengyao, why are you here too?
Zhang Yun spoke first. The 2 of them had heard something about the deeds of Li Fei and Shen Mengyao 100 years ago. This guy was lucky enough to be selected as one of the first people to benefit from the training.
This guy must be regretting it so much now. Why did he break up with such an outstanding person like Li Fei? Zhang Yun, Zi Meng.
Shen Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then said calmly, "Of course it's the king's call."
The king has also summoned you?
Zi Meng and Zhang Yun were a little surprised.
Also?
Shen Mengyao caught the key words. Well, the king has also summoned us. Zi Meng and Zhang Yun said slowly. Shen Mengyao was very smart and thought of something immediately. Congratulations, there is a great opportunity waiting for you. Shen Mengyao left these mysterious words and passed by the 2 women.
Great opportunity?
Why do I feel like she has changed a lot, and so has her aura?
Zhang Yun frowned and muttered. My SSSS level talent is afraid of her. To be precise, it's her talent. Zi Meng said. I feel it too. She only has SSS level talent, and her basic combat power is lower than ours. Even if she encounters an opportunity, she will at most be SSSS level like us.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's expression also darkened. Perhaps this is the great opportunity she mentioned.
Let's go. Meng raised the corners of her mouth, revealing anticipation. He walked quickly towards the top of the shrine.
The door of the room was not closed because Li Fei had sensed their arrival and left the door open in advance. When I entered the room, Li Fei had been waiting there for a long time.
You're finally here.
I never thought we would meet again 100 years later. Over the past 100 years, you've all changed so much.
Thank you for your contribution to the Chaos Kingdom over the years. Thank you for your hard work.
Li Fei couldn't help but feel deeply moved when he saw his two old classmates again after 100 years.
Information about two women also appeared before my eyes. Name, Meng. Talent, SSSS level, Great Thousand Eyes That Break Delusion. Title, The Empress Who Breaks Delusion. One of the Ultimate Divine Emperors. Level, Late Stage of the Ultimate God Emperor. Lifespan, 89 million years. Basic Combat Power, 8,900 trillion. Life Form, Carbon-Based Life Form. Name, Zhang Yun. Talent, SSSS level Void Fear. Title, Void Empress. One of the Ultimate God Emperors. Level, Late Stage of the Ultimate God Emperor. Lifespan, 88 million years. Basic Combat Power, 8,800 megabytes. Life Form, Carbon-Based Life Form. Both of them have very good cultivation and their talents have evolved well.
It can be seen that the opportunity one encountered before was not small.
Greetings, Lord. Yeah, we didn't expect you to be gone for 100 years. We thought we'd never see you again.
As fellow citizens of the Chaos Divine Kingdom, we naturally have to share the nation's worries.
This is also our duty.
Besides, we can achieve what we have today thanks to the huge resources you left behind before you left 100 years ago.
Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to achieve anything.
When Meng and Zhang Yun saw Li Fei, they were shocked at first. After 100 years, Li Fei had not changed at all from 100 years ago.
Then they started chatting. We just saw Shen Mengyao. Meng spoke.
Li Fei smiled mysteriously. Well, I summoned her. She has also made many contributions to the country.
I will give her a little reward. It won't be long before she will be able to surpass you. You summoned us, it shouldn't just be a simple meeting of old classmates, right? Zhang Yun asked tentatively. Since Li Fei said so, Shen Mengyao must have obtained a very remarkable opportunity.
They are both geniuses and neither of them thinks they will lose to the other. It is actually somewhat difficult to accept being surpassed by someone below you all of a sudden.
Well, catching up is first. Second, based on your contributions over the years, I plan to help you evolve your SSSS level special talents into God level talents.
Third, I plan to recruit a group of personal guards to accompany me in conquering the universe and the Starry Sea.
Shen Mengyao has already joined. Are you interested in joining?
Li Fei did not hide anything and directly stated all his purposes.
That's truly a great opportunity. Shen Mengyao also got this great opportunity. Meng and Zhang Yun were shocked.
Yes, her talent is now at the God level.
Li Fei nodded. Okay, we're willing to join and become your personal guards.
The two women also agreed decisively and were extremely excited. Being able to become a personal guard of a Stardust Realm being is an unparalleled honor. Li Fei waved his hand and began to make major changes to their genes, energy structure and talents.
Powerful energy emerged from them. Chapter 118, The Myriad Worlds Illusionary Divine Eyes. Taishu Divine Lord. Breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Stardust Realm.
In Li Fei's eyes, projections of countless worlds and dimensions flashed. The inside of the pupil is like a galaxy vortex that is constantly collapsing and reforming.
Reality distortion occurs within 3 meters around the body. God-level talent, the divine eyes that destroy all worlds. Evolved from the SSSS level talent, the Great Thousand Eyes that break delusion.
The core capabilities are as follows.
1. The law of reality and illusion conceptual level control. Real projection, directly materialize your imagination.
If you imagine that the gods have fallen, the corresponding strong men will be punished by heaven instantly. Maximum range, single universe level manifestation requires consuming 100 years of divine power. Illusion erosion, degrading real existence into illusion. You can specify a certain physical law to be temporarily invalid, such as setting the gravity of a certain star field to 0. Permanent erosion requires the target to remain within the range of the pupil technique. 2. Spacetime fantasy dimensional operation. Eternity in a moment. Create a time difference of 1 second equals 100 million years. For example, let the enemy experience thousands of reincarnations and collapse in an instant. One cultivates in the illusion for a long time, only a few breaths pass in the outside world. 3. Mirror plane. Copy all parameters of the current world line to form a perfect replica of the universe. The positions of the main body in the mirror image can be switched freely. The destroyed enemy mirror will reflect 100% of the damage to reality. 4. Cause and effect illusion fate interference. Rewriting fate, the possibility of modifying your goals in history. Example, if you tell the enemy to never practice, their current realm will drop directly. Restriction, the effect on the same level God level is weakened by 50%. Future preview, simultaneously observe countless future branches and select the most favorable one as the established reality. The ultimate secret. 1. All the heavens return to dreams. Convert all matter, energy, and laws of the current dimension into dream material. The caster can reshape the rules of the universe. It will last for one era. Price, after the operation, you will fall into a 100,000-year sleep. 2. Eternal nightmare. Planting the seed of illusion in the subconscious of all living beings. As long as someone still remembers the caster, he or she can be reborn in their dream. A very powerful God-level talent in illusion. After Li Fei digested the God-level talent he got from Zimeng, he showed a satisfied look. After converting it into a law, it is also a supreme God-level law. Now the total number of his laws has reached 49 levels. He likes to make it an even number, so Zhang Yun's God-level talent is particularly crucial. God-level talent, Taishu Divine Lord. Evolved from Zhang Yun's SSSS level talent Void Fear. The core capabilities are as follows. 1. Dimensional Divine Power Space Domination. 1. Dimension Folding, seal the enemy in a 2-dimensional scroll 7-dimensional hypercube. Maximum Operation, compress 9 parallel universes at the same time. 2. Void Corridor, create an infinite looping space maze. Randomly switch between different dimensional rules with each step. Built-in 108 kinds of space paradox traps. 2. Creation from nothingness conceptual embodiment. 1. Urabuchi Armor, extract antimatter weapons from nothingness. Void Blade, the slash creates a dimensional crack. Nirvana Armor, immune to 90% of law attacks. 2. Concept Extraction, temporarily remove a certain spatial attribute. Example, remove the distance so that the enemy can never get close. 3. Plane Operation Cosmic Level. Cosmic Perforation, open a temporary channel in any plane. Current maximum diameter, 1 light year. Space thunderstorm traps can be set. Divine Territory, expand the absolute void domain 300 million kilometers in diameter. Customizable physical constants within the field. Consumes 0.01% of divine power per second. The ultimate secret. 1. Taishu 0, choose a dimension and completely clear it to 0. The affected plane will, all matter disintegrate into void particles. Timeline breaks into pieces. 2. Exile from all realms. Exile the target to the void. The space features. There are no laws. Experiencing billions of dimensional collapses per second. Escape conditions, master power that surpasses the Lord God. Or a God-level talent of the same level. The Taishu Divine Lord also transformed into the supreme God-level law. The strength will only be stronger than when you have God-level talent. Now Li Fei has a total of 50 rules. Thank you, Lord. Zimeng and Zhang Yan's beautiful eyes flickered with fluctuations, their whole bodies were changing, and finally took shape. The first thing he did was to salute Li Fei respectfully. This is the 9 transformations golden pill. Take it. It will be more effective when used with the quantum cultivation chamber. Break through the first capital as soon as possible. Then I will personally lead you to break through the 4th tribulation of Stardust. 2 pills floated down from Li Fei's hands and landed in their hands respectively. Yes. Zimeng and Zhang Yan took it carefully. They have nothing to say. They plan to prove their determination with actions in the future. Go back. Li Fei waved his hand and the 2 women left quickly. He first modified the quantum training cabin to be suitable for use by his extraordinary energy body. He then took out the 9 revolutions golden pill and chaos seed and lay down in it, starting to absorb energy to speed up the long process of his cultivation. During cultivation, the days pass one by one. The system's sign and reminder sound kept ringing in my mind. Ding, a new day has arrived. Congratulations on signing in successfully and receiving a piece of 2-dimensional foil. Ding, a new day has arrived. Congratulations on signing in successfully and obtaining a mysterious dragon egg. Ding, a new day has arrived. Congratulations on signing in successfully and obtaining a mysterious dragon egg. Just like that, a month passed. In the endless years, this 1 month is just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the people of the Chaos Kingdom had returned to a place within 10 light years of the Blue Star. After Li Fei woke up from the quantum training cabin, he exuded an unparalleled terrifying aura. With the supply of a large amount of chaos seeds and the super supreme god level energy of 9 revolutions golden pill, as well as the help of the modified quantum training cabin, his level successfully broke through from the early stage of Stardust Realm to the middle stage of Stardust Realm. His strength increased tenfold. At the same time, this body has now completely adapted to the energy of the chaos seed and the 9 transformation golden pill. If it wants to continue to improve, no matter how much of these 2 things it is given, it will be impossible. We must use something else, or more advanced energy materials than these 2 things. The range of his spiritual awareness also increased from 10 light years to 100 light years. This is very scary. In other words, he can now control the life and death of all stellar life within 100 light years with just a thought. With a thought, his character interface appeared. Host, Li Fei. Level, mid-stage Stardust Realm. Life characteristics, immortality, agelessness, and indestructibility. Life form, extraordinary energy body. Basic combat power, Tengai. God level technique, chaos principles. Cosmic god level laws, chaos body. Alchemy god. Great wilderness prisoner finger. Instant healing. Ultimate freedom. Teleportation. Divine craftsman. Array god. Divine contract. Nirvana rebirth. Absolutely smooth cutting line. Elemental master. Chaos divine thunder. Eye of law. Gate of space and time. Divine power. Chaos Tao heart. God of disaster. God slaying blade. Eternal barrier. Infinite fighting will. Eye of annihilation. God slayer. Fate defying one. Dragon vein of the end. Quantum primordial spirit. God of war. Mind parasitism. Mind manifestation. Heart of the Tao thief. Divine calculation. Chaos Tao kidney. Chaos Tao lung. Chaos Tao liver. Chaos Tao spleen. Lord of the abyss. Dimensional folding. Fate observer. Forbidden library. Sword prison. Manifestation of disaster. Eternal divine vein. Zero reset. Kingdom of flesh and blood. Tombstone of civilization. Heavenly prison divine edge. Ice divine body. Myriad worlds illusionary divine eyes. Grand void divine lord. Total number of rules, 50. The Stardust realm is absolutely invincible. Innate abilities, Stardust immunity. Star core furnace. Laws manifested. Star domain perception. Genesis level destruction. Spacetime interference. Lifeform transformation. Quantum existence. Civilization level deduction. Star ocean resonance. Eternal lifespan. Reverse time, resurrection. The divine consciousness covers 100 light years, instantly enveloping all the citizens of the Chaos Kingdom. Extraordinary power is activated. Lifeform transformation. This can be done simultaneously, but their special talents cannot be upgraded at the same time. Chapter 119. Chapter 119. The universe 100 light years away. At the same time, in the universe 10 light years away from the Blue Star, all the citizens of the Chaos Kingdom were emitting golden light all over their bodies. Regardless of gender, age, or status, everyone is now experiencing a second major change in their genes and energy structure. This transformation process lasted for a full hour. At the same time, Li Fei's ethereal and supreme voice sounded in their minds.
1 year from now, the Chaos Divine Kingdom's first genius competition will be held. Anyone under the age of 26 can participate, regardless of level. From now on, this will be one of the grand events of the Chaos Divine Kingdom, held every 5 years. Considering the large number of participants, we will prioritize screening within each planetary region. The top 150 participants will be able to travel to Blue Star headquarters to participate in the finals. The rules of the competition are divided into preliminaries, promotions, and championships. Those who excel will be specially trained by the Divine Nation's high-ranking officials. Worship the Divine Emperor as your teacher, receive a massive influx of super resources, and be guaranteed to enter the Divine Emperor ranks in the future. This event is also known as Reserve God Emperor Selection Tournament. After Li Fei announced this matter, all the people of the Chaos Kingdom were excited. All the geniuses who meet the age requirements are excited and will practice even more frantically in the next year. At the same time, Chaos Intelligence distributed all the requirements and policy improvements for rules, competitions, etc. to the Chaos Kingdom, including those directly governed planets. Now many Blue Star humans live on these directly governed planets, and many children are born on these planets. And it already has a very complete social structure system. Directly governed by the Chaos Divine Kingdom. 1 trillion people, and the number is still soaring. As the welfare of the Chaos Kingdom gets better and better in the future, the human population will soon exceed 2 trillion, or even 10 trillion. By that time, more planets will be needed to live. In the present Chaos Divine Kingdom, the humans of Blue Star have completely become creatures that survive in the universe. Many schools offer courses on adventure and play in space to familiarize children with everything in this interstellar age in advance. Of course, space adventures are of the lowest risk level and are artificially developed. They are guarded by specialized personnel and are very safe. Apart from this, the safest way to contact is in the virtual universe. It is made very realistically here, and you can go to any place currently controlled by the Kingdom of Chaos. Including but not limited to stars, secret places, ancient ruins, all over the universe. Shen Mengyao, Zimeng and Zhang Yun, the 3 girls who served as Li Fei's personal guards, did not disappoint Li Fei. It took a month, and with the help of the 9-turn golden pill and the quantum training chamber, the basic combat power was successfully broken through to the first level. Achieved the Chaos God Emperor sequence. Unexpectedly, the strongest God Emperor and the ultimate God Emperor were only 1 step away from becoming the Chaos God Emperor. They wanted to continue to break through to the next level, but they found it extremely difficult. This may be the ultimate limit of carbon-based life forms. If you want to continue to improve, you must break through the 4 tribulations of the stars and move towards the normal realm of the universe. The 3 of them went to the Chaos Temple at the same time to meet the king, Li Fei. Lord, we have broken through aging. The 3 of them said in unison. Yeah, not bad. Next, I will lead you to break through the first of the 4 Stardust tribulations, the Star Core tribulation. Li Fei took a quick glance at the 3 of them and nodded with satisfaction. With a wave of their hands, the 4 of them disappeared from the room. When they reappeared, they had arrived in an unfamiliar star field. Here it is? Shen Mengyao was stunned. There were too many stars here. This is definitely not the solar system. This is a place 100 light-years away from the Blue Star. Li Fei said slowly. What? A place 100 light-years away? The 3 women were all shocked when they heard this. You know, the Earth is less than 1 light-year away from the Sun, and the distance it takes them to conquer the entire solar system is only 1.58 light-years. It took humans 100 years to travel just 1.58 light-years. If it's 100 light-years, how long will it take? If we continue to calculate at the current rate of technology, and count 1.58 as 2 light-years, 100 light-years would take humanity at least 5,000 years to conquer. To completely conquer everything within that 100 light-years would take even longer. 10,000 years? Or 20,000 years? It's so difficult to conquer just 100 light-years, let alone conquering the entire Milky Way. But it's not a big problem. Now that they have undergone life transformation and entered the martial arts system, human lifespan has increased significantly. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, or even 100,000 years are nothing to humans at present. The waiting process will be extremely long. Also, during this period, you will definitely encounter various unforeseen things that will delay the progress. Now I am already in the middle stage of the Stardust realm. The range of my spiritual awareness is as wide as 100 light-years from my center. I can reach any place with just my thoughts. This is the power of the Stardust realm. It is simply incomparable to warriors.
The warrior is just a simple power system, while the Stardust realm is the extraordinary existence that truly controls the power of the law. Looking at the surprised expressions of the three women, Li Fei explained without hesitation.
So powerful. Spiritual awareness alone can cover 100 light years.
The Stardust realm is only the first realm in the universe's regular realms.
What about the realms that follow?
The three women widened their eyes and gasped.
In the Chaos Divine realm, possessing I Ching's basic combat power already makes one an invincible existence in the first echelon.
However, in front of the Stardust realm, it is an existence that can be crushed to death at any time and has no resistance at all.
Not even an ant. The gap is really too big.
It made them feel very uncomfortable and mixed emotions.
The result of hard work and practice.
As a result, compared to a higher realm, it is nothing.
Only people like them can understand this kind of feeling. The further you advance in the realm, the more outrageous it will become. But this is too far away from you.
It's better not to know too much, otherwise I worry that your Taoism will be unstable. For now, you should first reach the Stardust realm. Li Fei stood with his hands behind his back and spoke slowly. He had used his divine talent to deduce it before, and had also seen it in the Forbidden Library. Above the Stardust realm, both combat power and ability are becoming more and more outrageous. In front of those realms, the Stardust realm is just an ant. Even after he knew it, he still felt a little numb on his scalp and felt unwell all over. This is the insight gained from breaking through the Stardust realm and the 4 Stardust tribulations. Please reflect on it carefully. Li Fei lightly tapped his fingers, and 3 rays of light fell into the eyebrows of the 3 women and entered their spiritual sea of consciousness. The 3 women closed their eyes and began to comprehend.
An hour later, the 3 women opened their eyes again, mentally prepared.
He took a deep breath, a look of determination flashed in his eyes, and he slowly said, "Lord, come on, let's start trying to break through the Star Core tribulation."
Chapter 120 The Starry Sky Clan. A new whetstone. Bang 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 bang.
Their fate was no worse than Su Zhenyi's, and even worse, with the number of collapses reaching 15 times. This means they have died 15 times.
If Li Fei hadn't been there, it would have been gone long ago. Every time, Li Fei reversed time and resurrected them.
Fortunately, hard work pays off. After dying 15 times, I finally succeeded on the 16th time.
Even though humans have been transformed in terms of energy structure and genes, the failure rate is still very high. It seems this is destined to happen.
It seems I need to issue an order.
For humans to break through the 4th tribulation of Stardust, there must be a Stardust realm expert present.
I need to quickly train a group of people in the early stages of the Stardust realm, otherwise I will die of exhaustion.
Li Fei thought secretly in his heart.
If Li Fei wasn't here, perhaps no human being would be able to break through the Star Core catastrophe. No, maybe I can imitate the Martial God Tower and create a divine tool specifically for humans to break through the 4 tribulations of Stardust and the Stardust realm.
If you break through here, even if you die, you will be resurrected. In that case, I wouldn't have to work so hard.
After all, humans are now spread all over the solar system, and there will be even more places in the future.
Humans will also live on countless stars. The base number is really too huge. Li Fei thought secretly. I think this method is very good and you can give it a try. Buzz.
At this moment, the energy of Shin Mengyao, Zi Meng, and Zhang Yan reached its peak. After simulating the process of star birth, the star core in the body was successfully condensed.
The 4 Stardust tribulations, the first tribulation, Star Core tribulation. Complete. It finally worked. This is the Star Core tribulation. It's so powerful.
It's hard to imagine how powerful the Stardust realm is. The 3 girls opened their beautiful eyes, looked at each other, and exhaled.
Feeling such a powerful force, my heart was shocked.
In Li Fei's eyes, their current basic combat power has reached 10 Jing, which is considered half a supernatural energy body.
Okay, let's go back and study it slowly. Li Fei planned to take the 3 women away.
But at this moment, his spiritual consciousness suddenly sensed a strong space vibration ripple in a certain space within this 100 light years.
The intelligent Skynet of the Chaos Kingdom only covers the solar system.
This place is outside the solar system, so it has not set foot here. If Li Fei had not kept his spiritual sense coverage on, it would have been difficult to discover this inconspicuous space vibration ripple in a remote corner.
The next second, space ripples opened up a wormhole tunnel.
One black warship after another flew out from it.
Could it be that the law of increasing entropy has begun? Feeling the powerful aura above, Li Fei thought secretly. Perhaps this is also an opportunity for the humans on Blue Star. He wanted to attack and destroy him directly, but after sensing that the other party's aura was not as strong as his, he immediately changed his mind. The human population on Blue Planet is now extremely large, and there are few rivals in the solar system. If this continues, it may not be a good thing. He still knew the truth that one is born in adversity and dies in comfort. Your first battle for breakthrough is coming. Aliens from other galaxies have arrived. Go meet them, but don't kill them all. I am useful. Li Fei looked at Shen Mengyao and the other two and said softly. A picture appears in the void. It was the scene where a number of black alien warships appeared. The three women immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. At the same time, an inexplicable fighting spirit burned. Anyone who dares to invade this place will sooner or later discover the existence of the Chaos Kingdom. Such alien races must be destroyed. Of course, now is not the time to perish. Warning, the Starry Sky 1 fleet has discovered a new galaxy. After testing, it's been determined to be the Milky Way. It's located in a remote part of the universe, making it suitable for colonization by the Starry Sky clan. At the same time, inside the black battleship, a life form about 3 meters tall with skin that flows like liquid metal reported. They are from the Starry Sky clan, and they can change their body color at will. They have no facial features on their heads, only a suspended diamond-shaped crystal, which is also the core of their consciousness. The limbs are slender and the joints can rotate 360 degrees. In the universe, it is also a very strange existence. And the Starry Sky clan behind them is an extremely powerful clan. Looking for a suitable planet to settle on. The coordinates have been sent back, requesting that the tribe send more members to assist in colonization. The fleet captain said lightly. And sent a signal back. The Milky Way is a full 10,000 light-years away from the Starry Sky clan. It's too far. Let's settle down here first and collect energy from the surrounding stars for supplies and development. After the order was given, the surrounding ships separated and searched for a planet to land. Then, a large straw extended from the bottom of the warship, attached to the surface of the star, and began to absorb energy crazily. Some tiny planets collapsed in an instant, turning into a pile of wasteland and scattered into the universe. After finding a suitable planet, they instantly constructed a very large fortress, which shows that the Starry Sky clan has highly advanced technology. Some abandoned planets were instantly transformed into huge mechanical spheres. This place will be the first frontier outpost of the Starry Sky clan in their invasion and colonization of the Milky Way. Their existence is to receive the Starry Sky clan members coming from 10,000 light-years away. 10,000 light-years, even for them, the Starry Sky clan, it would take 100 years to reach there. One by one, similar-looking star warriors wearing armor flew down from the battleship and began to colonize the outside world and search for the existence of life planets and life forms. It was at this time. 3 of the teams were surrounded and attacked by Shen Mengyao, Zi Meng and Zhang Yun respectively. All 3 of them appeared alone, intending to fight a team alone. This is also one of Li Fei's practical tests for them. The Starry Sky clan? Their emperor is actually a Stardust realm being, and there are even beings within this clan who are similar to the Stardust 4 tribulations. It seems I have underestimated the wisdom of this cosmic clan. These guys are no longer carbon-based life forms, but rather special life forms that combine machinery and crystals. Their success rate in breaking through the 4th tribulation of Stardust is surprisingly higher than that of humans on Blue Star. That's interesting. This is what makes it fun. The Chaos Divine Kingdom needs an opponent like this. Li Fei hid in the void, transformed into particles and merged into the universe, quietly watching the following battle scene. At the same time, his eyes were flipping through the Forbidden Library, combined with his divine calculation abilities. Soon, he learned the ethnicity and internal information of the fleet in front of him. It made him feel quite excited. The Starry Sky Emperor was only an early-stage Stardust realm being and was no match for him at all. Instead of destroying them directly, which may result in a more terrifying enemy, it is better to keep them and slowly grind them down, so that the law of increasing entropy can be slightly slowed down. As long as this long-term enemy remains, there will probably be no more powerful ethnic group appearing for a long time. The most important thing is that the Starry Sky clan is 10,000 light-years away from here, which is too far away. Even if he wanted to go, it would take a very long time.
The captain of this fleet is the strongest, and his strength is at the level of a star core disaster. The Xingqiang clan is honored to be chosen by Li Fei to be the whetstone.
Chapter 121 Fight against the Starry Sky Vanguard. Ding ding. 3 unknown human life forms detected.
At the same time, all intelligence within the Starry Sky 1 fleet sounded the alarm. The picture suddenly appeared. 3 people appeared in 3 places, all of them looked like women with long hair. To think there are such perfect human women here, it seems we have come to the right place.
The Milky Way is as valuable as any other galaxy.
If we enslave them, they will become excellent servants and can be presented to the Starry Sky Emperor. Captain of Fleet Number 1, the crystal glowed brightly and an excited voice came out. The rest of the fleet members also became excited. Once these perfect human women are captured and presented to the Starry Sky Emperor, they will receive unimaginable rewards.
At the same time,
the battle between Shen Mengyao, Zi Meng, and Zhang Yun is about to break out. The test data sheets they were wearing described the ethnicity, basic combat effectiveness, surge combat effectiveness, and realm of the group of people in front of them. Each person deals with a small team. Each team is divided into groups of 7 people. Among these 7 people, all of them have the basic combat power of the Chaos God Emperor of Yijing. This is just the Vanguard team. Even in the current Chaos Divine Kingdom, there are only a handful of people who have reached the basic combat power of 1 Jing.
The Starry Sky Clan is definitely stronger than the Chaos Divine Kingdom.
However, now with them and the King Li Fei, there are no big problems. These guys aren't carbon-based life forms, nor are they supernatural energy forms, but a completely new type of mechanical diamond crystal life form. Shen Mengyao showed a look of surprise and thought secretly in her heart. They have been fighting in the solar system for so many years and have never seen such life forms. Moreover, the armor these guys are wearing is very hard, and is made of the hardest metal in the universe. However, in front of them who possessed god-level talents, these guys were nothing to be feared. I didn't kill them instantly at the beginning, but still wanted to see how strong these guys were. Now that the fierce battle is over and we have a clear understanding of the situation, we can send them to hell.
It's boring, the battle should end. Absolute zero.
Shen Mengyao raised the corners of her mouth, and the terrifying power of extreme cold spread, instantly freezing the 7 people into ice sculptures. The 7 people had no ability to resist at all. They collapsed in the next second and turned into particles and disappeared. The other side. After Zi Meng understood the abilities of these guys, she also planned to end the battle. The powerful power of the divine eye of destruction of all worlds was released, and everyone fell into the illusion and couldn't extricate themselves. In the end, their bodies were wiped out in the mutual slaughter.
Banish the void. Shatter.
Zhang Yun slowly raised his hand, and the universe was torn apart. The terrifying void storm swept the 7 people into it, crushing them and swallowing them, allowing their energy to return to the universe. Just like that, the 3 of them obtained god-level talents, and their first battle to break through the Starcore catastrophe ended in absolute victory. Inside the Starry Sky battleship, the captain and others, who had originally been very confident in their own people, were shocked after seeing the powerful strength of Shen Mengyao and the other 2.
21 tribesmen were killed, which made them very angry.
You filthy bastard, how dare you kill us Starry Sky people like chickens?
Court death. The captain's voice became exceptionally cold.
After testing, the strength of the 3 of them has reached the Star Core tribulation level. It seems that the life forms in the Milky Way have also mastered the same tribulation breakthrough method as ours.
One of the scientific researchers came over and spoke.
It became even more interested in Shen Mengyao and the other 2 girls, and wanted to catch them and study them carefully.
The tribulation breakthrough method? Interesting. It seems this remote area is even more incredible than we imagined. That's great. The coordinates here have been sent back, and the main force will be here soon. When the main force arrives, all life here will die. Captain Zinkla said coldly. What should we do now? Asked the scientific researcher.
Although it wanted to capture it very much, it also understood that the gap in strength between the 2 sides was quite large.
Humph, our Vanguard team has 100,000 people. All vice captains, join me in holding them back. Let the rest of us use all kinds of advanced weapons to wear them down. Quickly gather the energy from the surrounding stars and activate the annihilation cannon. Anyone hit by this will die, even if they are at the Star Core tribulation level. Zinkla said indifferently. Yes. Everyone took the order and went down to take action.
At the same time, Shen Mengyao, Zimeng, Zhang Yun and others were also hunting the rest of the Starry Sky clan. Be careful, they are sending a large force to capture you. One of them is Xing Hejia, and the other deputy captains are all beings with the basic combat power of Bejujing.
At this moment, Li Fei's reminder sounded in their minds. Receive. Then let them go without returning.
The three women's eyes were shining, they were extremely excited and full of fighting spirit. Seeing the large army rushing towards them, they took the initiative to rush forward and carry out a massacre.
Li Fei, who was hiding in the universe, recorded this scene. This will also be a historic moment for the Chaos Kingdom. Of great significance.
The three women released their great magical powers, and combined with the powerful force of the star core catastrophe, the resulting lethality and range were extremely huge. The 10,000 members of the Starry Sky Vanguard were beaten so badly that they didn't even have a chance to fight back.
Oh my goodness, what kind of creatures are these three humans? Not only have they reached the star core tribulation level, but they also possess so many terrifying abilities. Seeing tens of thousands of tribesmen being defeated, Zinkala and others suddenly felt that they had provoked a behemoth. Kill that guy first. She might be an illusion or something. Be careful not to look into her eyes. Xing Qila looked at Zimeng and led the deputy captain to attack Zimeng.
A battle that shattered countless stars officially began.
One after another, the Starry Sky battleships silently gathered their annihilation cannons and aimed at Shen Mengyao, Zimeng, and Zhang Yun. Analysis complete.
So this is the structure of these Starry Sky ships. The Starry Sky clan's technology has reached this level, far surpassing the current Chaos Divine Kingdom and Sky Civilization.
I can continue to upgrade and transform this fleet into a more powerful one.
Then the time to travel 10,000 light years should be shortened from 100 years to 50 years.
I really found a treasure this time. Next, the Chaos Divine Kingdom will once again usher in a new technological explosion.
Li Fei, who was hiding in the void watching the show, shifted his gaze from that group of guys to the warships, and mobilized the Eye of Law to analyze them.
After the analysis was completed, he completely mastered this technology. The Annihilation Tribulation Cannon uses stars as its main energy source. As long as the energy is sufficient, it can kill a star core tribulation being with one shot. TSK, this technique is really powerful. I want it. It's all mine. Come to the bowl. Li Fei laughed and raised his hand to spin in the air. Holding the sun and the moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one in the world with the temperament of someone like me. Countless particles in the void formed a huge transparent palm that matched the color of the universe. All the warships were above this huge palm, as if they were in its pocket. At the same time, danger alarms sounded in the warships. Boom! Then, all the warships suddenly exploded. The condensed annihilation cannon also failed. Chapter 122 Chaos Battleship. Bang 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 bang.
In the universe, the fierce battle continues.
Stars are destroyed under the powerful attack force and turned into dust particles that drift throughout the universe. The bodies of the deputy captains fell one after another.
They were both in the star core tribulation stage, but Xing Qila found that she was no match for Zimeng. The opponent's illusion is too powerful, and you will be affected even if you don't look at each other. He was the only one who had reached the star core tribulation and could barely survive. The other deputy captains who had not reached the star core tribulation all died.
This made him very angry and annoyed. Just when he was about to kill Zimeng to avenge his tribe, suddenly a danger alarm sounded. Alarm! Alarm! The Starry Sky 1 fleet was attacked by an unknown life form and was completely annihilated. Completely annihilated. Battleship destroyed. Annihilation cannon failed to condense. Launch failed. When the alarm sounded, Xing Qila's face turned pale with fear. What? It suddenly looked back, and behind it was a scene where the corpses of its people had turned into particles. There is also a scene of a giant star-colored hand crushing the fleet and then the fleet exploding. The visual impact of it is really huge. How could this happen? What the hell is that? Who did it? Xing Qila's eyes were bloodshot and he roared angrily. Whoosh! Whoosh! The next second, Shen Mengyao and Zhang Yun, who had finished fighting on both sides, rushed over and formed a triangular encirclement with Zimeng to block Sinkla's retreat route. It seems that the Lord has taken action. The three women also looked over, thinking secretly in their hearts, then looked at the universe above and their gaze returned to Zinkala. Prepare to die. There is no way back for you. No way to escape.
Zi Meng said indifferently.
Shen Mengyao said, the Milky Way is the territory of our Chaos Kingdom. It is not something that you aliens can touch.
Zhang Yun said, invading our territory will only lead to death. I have uploaded the coordinates of the Milky Way back to you.
The Starry Sky Clan will not let you go and will definitely help me get revenge.
Zinkala said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he mobilized the great supernatural powers in his body, intending to die together with the three women of Zimeng.
Be careful. It wants to die with us. Zimeng said. It doesn't have that chance.
Zhang Yun said disdainfully. Exile the void, tier.
God-level talent, Taishu Divine Lord activated.
The terrifying force tore through the void and forcibly swallowed Shinkila into it.
No! Zinkala roared, light burst out from his body, and then exploded.
Zhang Yun immediately closed the void crack. The aftermath of Shinkila's explosion did not rush out, but only caused the void to vibrate. After all, it was a star core catastrophe that exploded, and its energy should not be underestimated. If they didn't have special abilities, they would have turned around and run away at the first moment.
You performed very well in this battle.
At this moment, countless stardust gathered in front of them, forming the figure of Li Fei, who appeared in front of the three women and spoke slowly. He watched the entire battle and was very satisfied with the behavior of the three women.
It's a pity that so many stars were destroyed.
A battle at our level can easily destroy a large number of stars.
Sigh. With so many stars, how many high-quality resources can they provide to the Chaos Divine Kingdom?
The three women looked at the countless stars around them that turned into dust, and couldn't help feeling a little regretful. The birth of a star is a very long process.
Even if there are countless stars in the universe, they cannot withstand such destruction. For the Chaos Divine Kingdom, these are all valuable high-quality resources. It's not a big deal.
Li Fei smiled slightly, but didn't care much. With a gentle wave of his hand, the scattered dust turned into light and electricity and quickly recondensed, turning back into the state of stars that had not been destroyed.
Li Fei smiled and said, with the ability of the Stardust Realm, we can easily reverse time and revive these planets. The Stardust Realm is so powerful. When can we set foot here?
The three women were shocked when they heard this, even though they had seen a general introduction to the abilities on the official website. I am even more yearning for the Stardust Realm.
Don't worry, I'm here, and you can all set foot there in the future. Li Fei chuckled.
The coordinates of this place have been exposed, so I plan to establish the Chaos Divine Kingdom's second cosmic Great Wall defense point directly here.
This will be the front line against the Starry Sky Clan for a long time to come. Li Fei spoke.
But this place is too far away from the solar system.
Yes, a distance of 100 light years. Supply logistics and even communications will not be able to keep up.
Shen Mengyao, Zi Meng, and Zhang Yun did not object, but they also considered that logistics was a huge problem,
and the distance was too far. 100 light years.
They are not in the Stardust Realm, and cannot reach there directly in a moment. What's more, this is something that can only be done in the middle stage of Stardust Realm.
Currently, the Chaos Kingdom's teleportation technology can only reach a distance of 1 light year. It's not a big problem.
I can set up many teleportation arrays here and throughout the solar system. Also, I've analyzed the Starry Sky Clan's warship technology and made significant modifications. Now, these warships have reached superluminal speeds and can reach a distance of 100 light years in about a day.
Li Fei spoke, and the next second, warships were quickly constructed in front of him.
He modified these warships based on the technology of the Starry Sky warship to eliminate shortcomings and increase advantages. Originally, even for the Starry Sky battleship, it would take a year to travel 100 light years. After his transformation, the journey was shortened from 1 year to about 1 day.
Hiss. It'll only take about a day.
The three women couldn't help but gasp when they heard this.
The king is so awesome.
The Stardust Realm's method is too powerful. Such awesome technology can be created so easily.
With Li Fei here, there is no need to worry about the future technology of the Chaos Kingdom. The Chaos Divine Kingdom will soon usher in an era of technological explosion again. This also means that a new bonus has begun. They were the lucky ones chosen for the last bonus. So who will be the lucky one chosen this time? Really looking forward to it. The time has been greatly shortened, so the day when we completely dominate the entire galaxy is not far away.
The eyes of the three women were shining with anticipation for completely dominating the Milky Way in the future.
By then, there will be only one supreme empire in the entire galaxy. That is their Chaos Kingdom. All civilizations in the Milky Way must be headed by their Chaos Kingdom. It's exciting just thinking about it. That was an absolutely huge and prosperous era.
Next, they went inside the battleship to take a look and understand the internal structure.
The structure and layout here once again amazed them.
Li Fei let Chaos Intelligence take over the battleship, and it was obvious that the other party was very happy. Because the algorithm speed of this battleship is faster than that of the Chaos Divine Realm. Lord, we need to give these warships names.
Shen Mengyao said. Just call it Chaos Battleship Number 1. Li Fei said lightly. Chapter 123 Starry Sky Emperor. New challenge. Universe. 10,000 light-years away. Starry Sky Star. Planet Clan. There are many super advanced space battleships coming in and out here, and the scale is even larger than that of Blue Planet. Internal. Starry Sky Imperial Palace.
A Starry Sky minister quickly ran in and saluted the figure on the Supreme Emperor's throne in front of him. Greetings to our Emperor. Sitting on the Starry Sky Emperor's throne was a majestic and powerful diamond-headed lifeform, exactly the same as them.
It is the Emperor of the Starry Sky Clan. Star Emperor Zingbala. Why are you so panicked?
The Starry Sky Emperor said in a calm tone, his eyes fixed on the frontline commander-in-chief who ran in. The minister said respectfully, we just received news that the Starry Sky First Fleet, led by Zinkala, accidentally entered a mysterious wormhole and discovered a new and remote galaxy in the universe called the Milky Way.
These are the coordinates of the Milky Way.
As it spoke, it pointed its finger into the air and an information screen appeared.
It is the picture that marks the coordinates of the Milky Way galaxy in the universe. It's so remote, it must be a barren place. This is a good thing, why panic?
The Starry Sky Emperor was puzzled. We've lost contact with Fleet 1. According to the intelligence alert, a mysterious force destroyed all 10,000 vanguards, none of them survived.
Even Captain Zinkla has fallen. This is the image sent back from the battleship before death. It must be related to the life forms in the Milky Way.
As the minister spoke, the empty scene in front of him changed again, and the figures of Shen Mengyao, Zi Meng, and Zhang Yun appeared.
The entire army was annihilated, no one survived.
The Starry Sky Emperor's tone obviously changed and became lowered.
What a perfect human life form!
Such a powerful life form can be cultivated in such a remote place.
It seems that the value of this remote galaxy is even greater than we imagined. Don't underestimate it. They were all intercepted. How were the battleships destroyed? It raises soul questions. I don't know.
It was destroyed by some invisible mysterious force. The minister shook his head.
The information conveyed back from Battleship Number 1 is very limited. Pass on this Emperor's order. From now on, our focus will be on the Milky Way. This news must be kept secret and not be shared with other tribes. The Milky Way must be the preserve of our Starry Sky Clan. Since the Vanguard team has been destroyed, we will arrange for the main force to attack directly. Send the 9-star Tribulation Kings over and make sure to capture these human life forms alive.
Emperor Xingqiong said coldly.
The 9 kings of Star Tribulation, their strength is at the stage of Star Core Tribulation, Myriad Worlds Tribulation, Law Tribulation, and True Self Tribulation. Just in case, he directly used his trump card this time. Once Ace arrives there and stabilizes, the Starry Sky Clan will slowly occupy the Milky Way. Yes. The minister nodded.
Although the Starry Sky Clan is 10,000 light-years away from the Milky Way, it would still take them 100 years to travel there even at their fastest speed.
But the problem is not big.
100 years is nothing for these life forms that are no longer carbon-based. They have long since broken the shackles of lifespan and are not restricted by it.
As long as they are not killed or destroyed, they can live forever. In a sense, they can be considered immortal and ageless. This was achieved ahead of time by utilizing the achievements of science and technology. The technology controlled by the Starry Sky Clan is very advanced. Li Fei and his 3 companions returned to Blue Star, and then he gave Shen Mengyao and the other 2 other tasks to complete. He was alone and found Su Zhani, who was meditating and practicing, and told him about the Starry Sky Clan and the construction of the second defense wall of the universe 100 light-years away, and the use of the Starry Sky Clan as a whetstone for mankind. Hearing this, Su Zhani showed a look of surprise. You actually accepted them as your personal guards, it's rare. Humanity now has 1 Stardust Realm and 4 Star Core Tribulations. We should be invincible in the entire Milky Way.
I didn't expect the law of increasing entropy to arrive so soon.
This is both a good thing and a bad thing.
Everything has its pros and cons, a double-edged sword.
It all depends on how to use it skillfully. Hearing this, Li Fei nodded.
Yes, there are fewer and fewer races in the Milky Way that can threaten the Chaos Kingdom.
This won't be a good thing in the long run.
The saying born in hardship, died in comfort is likely to come true in our case. Therefore, we need a powerful enemy to bring crisis to humanity, so that they can fight and grow.
Only in this way can the Chaos Kingdom be saved from destruction. Then when do you plan to spread this news? Su Zhani nodded in agreement and asked. Wait a minute. Li Fei said. This is the detailed information about the Xingqiang clan. You can take a look at it first.
Li Fei raised his hand and intercepted the detailed information of the Starry Sky clan from the Forbidden Library and absorbed it into Su Zhani's spiritual sea of consciousness. Then he slowly picked up the tea on the table and tasted it slowly.
This is tea brewed with chaos seeds.
Although it has little effect on him, it is definitely a huge and supreme treasure and luxury for others.
Perhaps he was the only one who used chaos seeds to make tea. This is luxury. This is what we call a tonic.
The Starry Sky civilization has also mastered a similar Four Tribulations ascension method as ours.
It's true that we shouldn't underestimate any race in the universe.
I never thought their strength and technology were so far superior to our Chaos Divine Kingdom.
Even their population has reached tens of trillions. That's so many. The Emperor is still in the early stage of Stardust Realm. The number of people from the Four Tribulations is overwhelming us. Brother Li, can you coax him?
After reading it, Su Zhani took a breath and asked with some concern.
Don't worry, Brother Su. With me in charge, the Chaos Divine Kingdom will not fall.
I am now in the middle stage of the Stardust Realm, which is even stronger than it. Below the middle stage of the Stardust Realm, everyone is an ant and can be destroyed at will. I may not be able to truly kill the Starry Sky Emperor, but I can easily kill his clansmen below the Stardust Realm.
Li Fei's tone was flat. Next, I will try to create a treasure that can help humans break through the fourth level of Stardust Tribulation.
Once completed, the probability of Blue Star humans breaking through the Stardust Realm will be greatly increased.
Su Zhani was overjoyed when he heard this. This is good news. I wish you success.
Once the human race on Blue Star has a large number of people who have reached the fourth level of Stardust disasters like the Starry Sky Clan, the overall strength of the Chaos Divine Kingdom will experience a qualitative leap.
This is definitely a great joyous occasion.
They talked about many things. After the chat, Li Fei returned to his room and began to try to create a promotion artifact similar to the Martial God Tower based on the Four Tribulations of Stardust and the Stardust Realm, as well as the current body structure of the human race on Blue Star.
During this period, various rules need to be integrated. The procedure was the hardest he had ever done. This is a new challenge and a brand new beginning.
Once completed, it will truly change the predicament of the Blue Star humans who find it difficult to break through the Stardust Realm. At the same time, Chaos Intelligence also sent news about the invasion of the Star Clan to all the people of the Chaos Kingdom, and told them that this was a brand new challenge for the Chaos Kingdom and all its people.
And released some information about the Starry Sky Clan. It instantly attracted the attention of the people of the Chaos Kingdom. Chapter 124 Chapter 124 9 Clawed Golden Dragon Eggs. One male and one female.
The guardian beasts of the Chaos Divine Kingdom.
Blue Star, Chaos God Kingdom Calendar, 101 year.
The people of the Chaos Kingdom responded to the call and, with the help of teleportation arrays and chaos battleships, began to march in an orderly manner to the frontier of the universe 100 light-years away, to build the Great Wall, guard the border, and fight against the new enemy, the Starry Sky Clan. At this point, the national war of resistance by the Starry Sky Clan and the Blue Star Clan officially began. It took 100 years for the Starry Sky civilization to arrive.
During this time, under the leadership of Li Fei, the civilization of the Blue Star Clan once again ushered in a major explosion, and its overall strength skyrocketed.
In order to allow everyone to adapt to the battle with the Starry Sky civilization, a special Martial God Tower was established during the 100 years since the other party arrived. Inside this Martial God Tower are the projection clones of the Starry Sky Clan, whose strength is 100% identical. In this tower, everyone can better understand the fighting style and strength of the Star Civilization through actual combat.
At the same time, inside the room, a pagoda with the same color as the universe appeared.
The pagoda has 10 floors, the color of the starry sky, and is dotted with stars all over.
It looks very extraordinary at first glance. This is exactly the result of Li Fei's research these days. One of the magical artifacts. Stardust Tower. There are many laws intertwined inside, which is extremely complex and especially designed for the human race on Blue Star to use to break through the 4 Stardust tribulations and the Stardust realm. The law of nirvana and rebirth is injected into it. Every time the human race on Blue Star breaks through death, they will be resurrected instantly and retain all their memories before death and learn lessons. At the same time, there will also be the insights and experiences of predecessors who have broken through the 4 tribulations of Stardust and the Stardust realm. The ratio of the time flow rate outside to that inside the Stardust Tower is 1:100000000. 100 million days passed in the Stardust Tower, while only 1 day passed outside. But this can only be used when breaking through. After all, when a breakthrough occurs, no one knows how time passes. In order to prevent Li Fei from experiencing a breakthrough in 100 years passing by, or even longer for these people, the passage of time here must be fast. If one day in the future everyone is breaking through and he is not there, it is very likely that someone else will take advantage of the situation and destroy the Chaos Kingdom. This is not what he wants to see. Since he founded the Chaos Divine Kingdom, he cannot let it perish. We must first allow it to completely dominate the Milky Way. He also has this ambition and dream. The first empire in the galaxy, the Kingdom of Chaos. This title is not low. Maybe it is nothing in the entire universe. After all, the entire Milky Way is just an insignificant small galaxy in the universe, but at least it is at the thumb level here. Beyond that, we'll continue to expand outward in the future. He planned to start by surrounding the city from the countryside. First, he would rule over all those galactic civilizations that were not as advanced as him, and then he would slowly develop and challenge those galactic civilizations that were more advanced than him. Eat your food one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Don't be impatient. Anyway, his lifespan is endless, he is immortal, and he has plenty of time. Chaos, take over the authority of the Stardust Tower. From now on, you will be in charge. Li Fei moved his mind, and densely packed Stardust Towers appeared. He wanted to place these Stardust Towers on every star controlled by the Chaos Divine Kingdom and set up restrictions. Only the Blue Star human race members whose basic combat power reached the first level and who had achieved the Chaos Divine Emperor sequence could step into them. Otherwise, they would be expelled or even wiped out. At the same time, Li Fei's voice also rang in the minds of all the Chaos people. Li Fei told them about the existence and function of the Stardust Tower. As the sound rang out, among all the stars in the solar system where the people of the Chaos Kingdom live, at the location of a central organization, starlight flashed, and a huge and tall tower stood firmly there, bringing an absolute visual shock to everyone. As the mother planet of the Chaos Kingdom, Blue Star naturally enjoyed this benefit first. And the number of Stardust Towers is the largest. At the same time, the first Chaos Divine Kingdom Prodigy competition officially began. There is a constant stream of applicants under the age of 26. Huge. Every competition area is very busy. The battle and competition are very fierce. The younger ones stayed at home to grow up, while the adults went out to fight on the front lines. This is the current situation of the Chaos Kingdom. Li Fei's thoughts swept across, taking in everything in the solar system, and he showed a look of satisfaction. The powerful Chaos Divine Kingdom today is just the beginning. Next, he began to modify the various high-tech technologies of the Starry Sky Clan, took them over, and handed them over to Su Zhani to manage. He also established many new organizations and worked hard to develop ultra-high technology. Inside the room, a thought came to mind. An egg appeared. This is the mysterious dragon egg signed in by the system. He hasn't touched it since he got it. The Eye of Law began to analyze. Item, mysterious dragon egg. Source, Eastern Fairyland. Name, 9-clawed golden dragon. Gender, male. Race, Eastern immortal dragon. The supreme dragon. Title, the peak of the heavens. Features, 1,000 meters long, flying in the clouds, and spitting out thunder from its mouth. Abilities, physical invincibility. Innate magical powers. Authority over laws. Power of destruction. Growth limit, unlimited. Status, unhatched. Incubation conditions. 1. It requires super high-level energy to hatch. 2. Recommend the energy of Chaos Green Lotus Seeds and 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. 3. The higher the energy level, the stronger the hatched power will be.
It turned out to be a 9-clawed golden dragon egg. It can be hatched and become one of the immortal dragon totems of the Chaos Divine Kingdom. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart, but he was not too surprised. After all, the sign-in system can sign in anything from the heavens and the world. To some extent, the 9-clawed golden dragon is not as powerful as the Chaos Green Lotus Seed.
That is the existence that gave birth to Pangu. Male? Could there be a female?
Li Fei was stunned. Oh, I remember I got two. The next second, he raised his hand and waved, and another mysterious dragon egg appeared. The pattern on it was very similar to that of the 9-clawed golden dragon pill, but with some slight differences. The Eye of Law continues to analyze.
The content is as expected. Item: Mysterious Dragon Egg. Source: Eastern Immortal Realm. Parallel Time and Space. Name: 9-clawed Golden Dragon. Gender: Female. Race: Eastern Immortal Dragon. Dragon Queen of all realms.
Title: The Peak of the Heavens. Features: the whole body is covered with golden scales and colorful rays of light.
Abilities: Physical invincibility. Innate magical powers. Authority over laws.
The power of creation.
Growth limit: unlimited. Status: unhatched. Incubation conditions. 1. It requires super high level energy to hatch. 2. Recommend the energy of Chaos Green Lotus Seeds and 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. 3. The higher the energy level, the stronger the hatched power will be.
There are both male and female ones, which correspond exactly to yin and yang. Perhaps we can train them to become the second guardian beast of the nation. A gleam of light flashed in Li Fei's eyes. He mobilized the power of divine laws and his own ability to modify life situations, and began to modify the genes, life energy, and form of the 2 9-clawed golden dragon pills. He wanted to completely bind these 2 pills to the Chaos Kingdom and its people, and become the true guardian beasts of the Chaos Kingdom.
After everything is done,
the next second, he took out 2 Chaos Green Lotus Seeds and 2 9 Revolutions Golden Pills, and injected the energy inside into the 2 9 Claws Golden Dragon Pills for incubation.
Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Emperor Xian. Mu Lin. Concept Artifact, Anywhere Door.
With the huge and ultra-high energy supply, the 2 dragon eggs emit golden light. After the energy disappeared, the Chaos Green Lotus Seed and 9 Revolutions Golden Pill in his hand turned into ashes.
Snap. Snap. It was at this time. The eggshell was torn into dense spider patterns.
A powerful dragon breath, accompanied by golden light, seeped out from the egg through the cracks.
After the eggshell was completely broken, 2 golden dragonlets appeared.
Various powerful visions appeared between heaven and earth.
A baptism of heavenly calamity. 10,000 dragons pay homage. Golden lotuses spring from the earth. Myriad beasts pay homage. Spiritual tides surge.
A shower of sweet rain falls from the sky. Li Fei used his means to seal off this place, and people outside had no idea what was happening here. As for the baptism of heavenly tribulation, Li Fei raised his hand and pinched it, refining it into heavenly tribulation pill, and let the 2 dragons take it. This was safer, and there was no need to worry about them becoming weaker because they could not be baptized by the heavenly tribulation. 2 golden dragons survived the baptism of thunder and turned into light that soared into the sky.
Straight into the sky.
Male 9-clawed golden dragon cub. Dragon body, about a kilometer long, with golden scales all over the body and densely covered with innate Taoist patterns, and the scales on the abdomen are dark red turning into black gold after adulthood. Dragon head, there is a pair of spiral dragon horns on the forehead, with thunder wrapped around them, and the pupils are vertical red gold. Dragon claws, the 9 claws are as sharp as the sky-splitting blade and can easily tear through space, but in its infancy it can only tear apart low-level magic weapons.
Dragon mane, the mane on the neck is like a burning golden flame, which is actually concentrated solar essence. Female 9-clawed golden dragon cub.
Dragon body, it is thinner than the male dragon, about a kilometer long, with scales glowing with colorful glazed light, and it scatters spiritual light dust when flying. Dragon head, the horns are as transparent as crystal, with natural runes inlaid on the top, and the pupils are light golden star-shaped. Dragon claws, the 9 claws are longer and are good at carving talismans of law's healing patterns will grow on the tips of the claws when the shell is broken. Dragon tail, the tail is forked like a phoenix feather, and when it swings it can trigger spiritual rain. Li Fei's figure stood in the center of them. There are 2 dragons, 1 male and 1 female, one on the left and one on the right. There are all kinds of strange phenomena in heaven and earth all around.
This scene is so spectacular. Father. The two dragons felt an extremely friendly aura from Li Fei. With a flash of golden light, the two transformed into human form. Absolutely perfect. When Li Fei modified their life structure, he added the setting that they could transform into perfect humans at birth. Therefore, the human form they first transformed into was perfect. The boy is about 1.7 meters tall, with broad shoulders and long legs. His muscles are as sharp as a knife and full of explosive power. Her waist-length hair was as bright as molten gold, and tiny red flames burned naturally at the ends of her hair, moving without wind. The red-gold vertical pupils seemed to flash with lightning when staring, and the air was slightly distorted wherever the gaze reached. The skin is bronze, with faint dragon scale patterns. The scales glow golden when emotionally excited. He wore a black battle robe with dark golden dragon patterns embroidered on the lapels and a red jade belt around his waist. The combat boots are decorated with dragon claws, unconsciously emitting a sense of oppression. The girl is 1.6 meters tall, with a slender and elegant figure, and the lines of her neck and shoulders are like white jade carvings. She had long hair that was a gradient of glazed gold, with a star sand-like aura in her hair. The pale golden galaxy vortex pupils looked like falling petals when she blinked. The skin is white and translucent, and feels as cool as jade. She was wearing a moonlit gauze skirt with golden dragon scale patterns on the outer layer of gauze. Wearing a 9-turn exquisite bracelet on the wrist actually made of a shrunken dragon horn. The two of them have just been born, but after turning into humans, they have such height and physique, truly worthy of being the 9-clawed golden dragon clan. Father. The two continued to salute Li Fei. In their genes, Li Fei is their father. I have traveled through time and space, and in my 2 lifetimes combined, I am over 200 years old. Time waits for no one. Li Fei felt deeply moved. He has become a father and has 2 children, a boy and a girl, even though he hasn't even gotten married yet. From now on, your name is Chaos Dixuan. Your name is Chaos Mulan. Protect the kingdom of chaos for me in the future. Li Fei looked at the boy and girl, smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, Father, for the name. I, your son, will do my utmost to protect the safety of the kingdom of God." The two looked at each other, very happy, and spoke righteously. From now on, they also have names. These 2 names are very nice and they like them very much. With a thought, the information of the 2 people appeared in Li Fei's eyes. Name, Dixuan Cub Stage, 1-year-old. Race, 9-clawed golden dragon. Abilities, physical invincibility. Innate magical powers. Authority over laws. Power of destruction. Level, early stage of Stardust Realm. Basic combat power, Tengai. Lifeform, extraordinary energy body. Name, Mulin Cub Stage, 1-year-old. Race, 9-clawed golden dragon. Abilities, physical invincibility. Innate magical powers. Authority over laws. The power of creation. Level, early stage of Stardust Realm. Basic combat power, Tengai. Lifeform, extraordinary energy body. Wow, he was born in the early stages of the Stardust Realm and has a basic combat power of Tengai? Is this really that outrageous? He's even more awesome than I was back then. I only have a basic combat power of Tengai after reaching the middle stage of the Stardust Realm. Pervert. Even more perverted than me. After reading the message, Li Fei was secretly surprised. It can be seen that this is definitely related to the quality of the materials provided for hatching. With the Chaos Green Lotus Seeds and 9 Revolutions Golden Pills as energy supplies, and such high quality and huge energy, coupled with the extremely supreme status of the 9-clawed Golden Dragon clan, it is very normal for them to be born in the early stage of the Stardust Realm under such conditions and possess a basic combat power that exceeds 1 guy. Although it is said in the Forbidden Library that most life forms have a basic combat power of 1 guy when they enter the Stardust Realm, this is only for very ordinary life forms. Naturally, the likes of the 9-clawed Golden Dragon are not included. What's more, the opponent is a dragon, and the dragon itself is a manifestation of supreme and powerful combat power. The 2 little guys are only 1-year-old cubs. If it continues to grow, wouldn't it be even more outrageous? You have just been born. Go and learn about the world you will protect in the future. Li Fei said with a slight smile. Okay, father. The 2 looked at each other, smiled, and were full of curiosity about this world. In this way, Li Fei equipped them with a chaotic intelligence as an auxiliary and began to let the 2 of them run free. Ding! Sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Anywhere door. At this moment, the system in my mind sounded today's sign and reminder.
Anywhere door?
Li Fei originally planned to jump over it directly.
But after hearing these 3 words, I felt a little familiar. So I took it out. There is a pink door in front of me.
An introduction to this gate appeared.
Anywhere door, from Doraemon's world, just say the specific name and you will arrive. Due to the influence of this world, you can only travel within this world's universe. You can't jump to other dimensions. If I combine the Anywhere door with the top-level universal law spacetime door, wouldn't it be even more powerful? The setting of the Anywhere door is at the conceptual level.
In a sense, the conceptual level surpasses the divine level.
Li Fei was overjoyed.
The abilities he possesses now cannot make him go anywhere he wants, like a portal.
So he tried to combine the two. Sure enough, a brand new product was formed. Head to Star Dome. Li Fei said to the door in front of him. He wanted to go to the nest opposite and have some fun. Just give the other party a chance to steal their home.
Chapter 126, Sneaking Across the Starry Sky, the Ancient Secret Realm, the Everlasting Dark Star Ruins.
Li Fei opened the door.
What comes into view is a picture of a world with highly advanced technology. In the core city of Starry Sky, a galaxy of data flows through the metal sky.
Alien groups shuttle between suspended light tracks. Quantum neon dances on high-rise buildings with biochemical textures. Nano dust is floating in the air. Each particle reflects the energy afterimage of a powerful person.
The cold wind, carrying nanoscale mechanical dust, brushed across my cheeks, and the air was filled with a faint smell of ionization. Looking up, the inverted quantum sea has data streams flashing and flowing like stars, as if the mysteries of the entire universe are surging in it. On both sides of the street, towering buildings are like living beasts, covered with biological metal scales, trembling slightly with the energy fluctuations.
Neon is not simply light, but a suspended 3-dimensional projection that interweaves into complex star maps and advertisements. He walked over, closed the door and put it away.
I didn't expect that it would take so long to travel from Blue Star to Star Sky Star, which is 10,000 light-years away.
With the Anywhere door, the rest of the journey will indeed be much more convenient. Unfortunately, Blue Star's overall strength is not enough, otherwise we could lead them to attack this place directly. Li Fei thought secretly, and the next second, he thought of something.
Since we have come to this strange place, we should do as the locals do.
The higher-ups here should be aware of the existence of perfect humans.
If he continued to appear in this form, he would definitely be out of place. Then, his body turned into stardust particles, and after reorganizing again, he became exactly the same as the Star Dome clan members. They both have diamond-shaped heads without any facial features. The physical characteristics are exactly the same as theirs. Next, he integrated more into this society and experienced the life of the Starry Sky clan. In order to broaden his horizons and gain more inspiration, the Eye of Laws continued to analyze the various super technologies he saw and put them into practice. When he returned, he would be able to enrich the technology of Blue Star.
This trip here is definitely worth it. He came to a flowing metal sphere, with a holographic menu appearing on its surface.
Through analysis with the Eye of Law, we learned that this is an antimatter vending machine.
He purchased a drink labeled Star Core Extract. The cup wall is composed of a dynamic atomic matrix that can automatically adjust the energy density.
He pretended to sip, but in fact he was quietly analyzing its microscopic structure bit by bit with the Eye of Law.
Soon, he passed by a suspended hemispherical building.
The figures of countless Star Sky clan members were projected inside. They are practicing, and every move they make draws in the dark energy in space. He stopped to watch, his pupils recording at high speed, his brain frantically deducing like a supercomputer, and he actually deduced the basic energy formula in an instant. In a short period of time, he visited many places. I also learned a lot of high-tech applications. It made him particularly satisfied.
Just as he was immersed in the stolen technology.
Suddenly, the public light screens of the entire city suddenly turned into a glaring scarlet.
Warning! The coordinates of the Milky Way have been confirmed. The target is 10,000 light-years away.
This time, our clan will lead the first batch of 1 trillion people in an expeditionary force.
Come and sign up. A huge star map unfolds.
An invasion route extends from the Starry Sky Star,
pointing directly to the Milky Way, a remote place in the universe.
Sharp screams were heard one after another all around. The Star Clan members waved their tentacles or robotic arms excitedly. The air is filled with the scent of fighting spirit. Kill! 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 The Milky Way. It belongs to our Starry Sky Clan. They were all screaming like madmen who had lost their minds. Li Fei, transformed into the appearance of a member of the Starry Sky tribe, blended into the crowd and watched the scene in front of him quietly. His expression was calm, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Are you here? This is exactly the effect he wanted. It looks like the Milky Way is the prey. In fact, you are the prey and the stepping stone for the humans on Blue Star. If it weren't for resisting the law of increasing entropy, he could have wiped out the Starry Sky Clan by himself right now, and there wouldn't have been so many troubles. The first large force will consist of 1 trillion members. This is enough to give our blue planet a hard time. The war is about to begin. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart that as the manipulator behind the scenes, he was inexplicably excited and expectant. He continued to steal high-tech products and only left when he had enough. During this time, he also happened to learn that an ancient secret realm in the universe called the Eternal Dark Star Ruins would be opened in a month. Only those who had reached the Star Core Tribulation would be eligible to enter it. There would be great opportunities inside, and this great opportunity would help even the strong ones in the Stardust realm to improve. After hearing the news, Li Fei was overjoyed. He planned to take advantage of the portal and enter in advance to plunder all the opportunities inside. By the time this group of people entered in a month, they would have nothing left to eat dirt. Come to a place where there is no one. Opened any door. Head to the secret realm of the Eternal Dark Star Ruins. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. After the fusion and transformation, you don't need to say it out loud, just recite it in your heart. As long as there is a place in this universe and as long as it has a name, Li Fei can go there directly through the portal. This is much more convenient than the top laws of the universe that he controls. After opening the door, I was faced with a dead and silent world. Mysterious smoke filled the air, and all kinds of broken star debris drifted aimlessly. At the same time, there was also a faint trace of the power of law. He searched the Forbidden Library and learned information about the ruins of the Eternal Dark Star from it. Legend has it that this is a forgotten cosmic graveyard, formed when an ancient being beyond the Stardust realm fell. Its remains turned into countless broken fragments of laws, evolving into a secret realm filled with chaotic energy. The entire secret realm is composed of countless suspended star debris, with disordered space and uneven flow of time. Some areas even have time faults where anyone who enters may instantly age or revert to childhood. The fog here is called the Eternal Dark Mist, a special energy fog that can devour spiritual power. Prolonged inhalation will cause the consciousness to sink, and only a strong life form and a strong and determined extraordinary energy body can withstand it. Wandering in the secret realm are phantom beasts formed by broken laws. They have different shapes, some are like giant star whales, and some are like twisted human figures. After defeating them, you can obtain the corresponding law fragments. Li Fei's mind returned and he stepped into the door, which closed and was put away. In a short time, he came to a strange world again. This place is indeed, as described in the Forbidden Library, very dangerous. It feels like even if a strong person who has experienced the Star Core Tribulation steps in, there will be a great risk of death. The fall of a powerful being above the Stardust realm, it seems he must have been at the Star Core realm. Even the Forbidden Library didn't specify, so it could be above the Star Core realm. No matter what, it's enough that there is an opportunity here that is useful to me. Even if it doesn't work, I can still bring them back to train the people of the Chaos Kingdom. It just so happens that this is the National Talent Competition. Let's see if we can find something different as the ranking reward. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart and began to wander in this star field. This secret realm is extremely large, no less than the size of the Milky Way. If you don't have a clear target, it would be very difficult to find it, just like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's like looking for a needle in the universe now, it will only be harder. Chapter 127 Chapter 127 Complete God-Level Time Law. Li Fei had not been floating for long when he encountered a giant beast with the same color as the universe. There are all kinds of broken stars on the body of this giant beast, and there is also a trace of rich power of law. It is the phantom beast formed by the broken laws. The Eye of Law analyzed and the information of the phantom beast appeared. Life form, shadow of time gap. Clan, phantom beast. Source, the product of the broken and condensed laws. Strength, early stage of Stardust realm. Basic combat power, Wugai.
Fragment of the law of control, time. Life form, extraordinary energy body.
The phantom beasts are a very large tribe, which includes beasts of various forms, with different names and different control abilities, but they all have a general name, phantom beasts. I didn't expect that just a fragment of the law of time, not even a complete one, could create a being in the early stage of the Stardust realm.
It seems that this ancient being was truly powerful when he was alive. Li Fei thought silently.
He has complete control over the laws of time, so the thing in front of him is not that attractive to him. However, it may be possible to use the fragments of laws on the other party as a medium to calculate the specific cultivation level of that person.
Moreover, the shadow of time gap has already attacked Li Fei. Time around them was suspended.
The huge body of the shadow of time gap rushed over, intending to kill Li Fei with one claw. It was Li Fei's first time to fight against the Stardust realm, and he felt inexplicably expectant and excited. With a thought, he broke the time-stopping force around him and punched out.
Bang! Boom!
The power of 10 Guy is equal to that of 5 Guy. Relying solely on physical strength without using any other abilities, the shadow of time slot was naturally defeated. The whole body flew backwards, smashing the broken star debris into powder. Holding the sun and moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. Li Fei slowly raised his hand, and the countless star fragments around him instantly condensed and wrapped up the body of the shadow of time gap.
Then a huge explosion occurred. Boom!
Even in the vacuum of the universe, there were still sounds of violent explosions. The shadow of the time gap turned into countless stardust, leaving behind a relatively conspicuous ball of white light. The broken stardust particles around want to gather again. The giant hand grabbed the ball of white light and crushed it. The gathered stardust particles disintegrated directly. It means that the shadow of time is really dead. If this ball of white light is not crushed, it will continue to gather and resurrect infinitely. Inside is a chain of laws with only a little left. It is the broken fragments of the law of time. With just this little bit, you can create a phantom beast in the early stage of the Stardust realm.
Amazing!
Li Fei was a little surprised. It seems that the entire law of time has split into many fragments of laws. He possesses the complete laws of time, and is at the god level. Even within the same law, there are differences in levels. At least the one in his hand is not of god level. So it's not of much use to him. I can take it back and train my subordinates. The Eye of Law moved and began to analyze the broken chain of time laws in his hand.
Then try to fill it in and create a complete chain of time laws.
After a stick of incense, he actually succeeded. What he has in his hands now is no longer the broken law of time, but the complete law of time.
After his transformation, this complete chain of time laws has entered the god level.
Then the law of infinite replication was activated, and the laws of time appeared one after another.
Now he is like the creator.
Even a large number of chains of laws can be easily copied with just a wave of his hand.
The ability to repair broken laws into complete ones is something that no one else can do.
So he used this complete chain of time laws and the divine calculation rules to deduce the level of cultivation of its true owner.
The final result is out. It is in existence at the pinnacle of the star core realm.
Only half a step away from the nebula realm. Even the peak of the star core realm has fallen.
What on earth happened to it? Li Fei took a deep breath. Now, he is like an ant in front of the peak of the star core realm. With the blessing of many god-level laws, he may be able to kill the enemy above his level, but he cannot kill him completely. If he does not use the god-level laws, he will be killed instantly and have no ability to resist. But even such a powerful existence still fell. As to whether it fell completely, it is hard to say. You can imagine how powerful the enemy it encountered was. If one can kill a star core realm cultivator, then he must be at least at the nebula realm. The universe is still too deep. It seems I have to keep a low profile. Li Fei thought secretly in his heart. He collected his thoughts and put away the chain of the law of time. Then he mobilized the divine law in his body, the law of clone. Under the twinkling stars, countless figures of Li Fei appeared. These are all clones that possess 100% of its abilities, and can be completely understood as the original body. Even if the main body dies, they can still live. Li Fei's thoughts completely controlled them, and any one of them could provide a perspective. They were Li Fei, and Li Fei was them. The moment they appeared, Li Fei's original body was no longer the original body, but became one of the clones. As long as the enemy doesn't kill all of his clones, he will never die. This secret realm is too big. Go and find more phantom beasts to kill, as well as various treasures. The more you find, the better. I will set up a formation so that no one outside can enter here in a month. From now on, this place belongs to us alone. Li Fei said to his clones. Good. The clones looked at each other with expressions of satisfaction and anticipation, then turned into rainbow lights and left in different directions. Li Fei's original body mobilized the laws of the formation god and cooperated with his clone to quickly cover the secret galaxy with the sky-covering blockade formation. The formation was completed. People outside could not find this place or come in. The living beings inside could not get out and could not find the exit. This is what Li Fei wants to see. Next, it's time for them to start harvesting. At the same time, inside the blue star, at the highest level of the Chaos Divine Kingdom, Li Fei, or rather his clone. This was what he left here to take charge before he left. Li Fei slowly opened his eyes, and now he was his original form. On his palm, a complete chain of divine-level time laws appeared. How do I use this thing? If a human being absorbs it directly, will it immediately become a Stardust Realm being? Li Fei was a little confused. The shadow of time gap is at the early stage of the Stardust Realm, which has also accumulated over countless years of growth with the other party in that secret realm of the galaxy. Even a law that is broken into such a state can have such an effect. Wouldn't a complete law be even more awesome? To break through the Stardust Realm, one must master at least 3 different types of laws as a balance. The time slot shadow is a special existence, a product of the convergence of broken laws. Even if 3 balances are not required, it doesn't matter. Even if this is a divine law, it would be difficult for a human being to break through it with only one possibility. After thinking about it, Li Fei decided to use Su Zhanyi as an experiment. Chapter 128 Differentiation Law Disaster. Stardust Tower. Since coming out, Su Zhanyi was the first one to come here. Now, in the entire Chaos Divine Kingdom, the only 5 people who are qualified to come here are Li Fei, Su Zhanyi, Shen Mengyao, Zi Meng, and Zhang Yun. Because the levels of the others have not reached the entry standard basic combat power, ranked in the Chaos God Emperor sequence. Su Zhanyi uses the Stardust Tower to try to break through the calamity of all realms. He will be teleported to a star field, which is no different from the real existence. It is a world of its own within the Stardust Tower. The spirit leaves the body and attaches itself to the stars in different planes, experiencing billions of life forms. In fact, this is the easiest, but it takes a very long time. If it weren't for the Stardust Tower, Su Zhanyi wouldn't know when he would be able to complete this step. But now with the help of the Stardust Tower, he crossed over quickly. A powerful force emerged from him. His life structure has undergone a new sublimation. Li Fei's consciousness appeared. Su Zhanyi's information also popped up. Name, Su Zhanyi. Talent, God-level Heavenly Prison Divine Front. Title, the Second Chaos Emperor. Vice Principal of the Chaos Divine Kingdom. Level, Tribulation of all worlds. Lifespan, 50 billion years. Basic combat power, 50 kyo. Life form, half an extraordinary energy body. Yes, he is the most promising second person in the entire Chaos Divine Kingdom to break through to the Stardust Realm. Li Fei nodded with satisfaction after reading it. At this moment, Su Zhanyi's body and soul were united as he sat cross-legged, consolidating his existing strength. Since even those who die in the Stardust Tower can be resurrected, I will directly challenge the law tribulation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a sharp blade light flashed, and he began to read Li Fei's insights and experiences left here. Extract at least 3 fundamental laws of the universe to create a balance within the body. My heavenly prison divine edge possesses the power of sword, time, and space. Perhaps I can try to use Brother Li's method to draw out the laws of sword, time, and space in the universe. Su Zhanyi calmed his mind and thought silently. Then, he started to follow Li Fei's method. After failure again and again. Finally, he extracted a chain of sword laws from the law space and entered his body. There are 2 more. Beads of sweat appeared on Su Zhanyi's brow, and he felt nervous and hesitant. The laws of time and space are so difficult to extract. Even he couldn't catch it. If he couldn't achieve a balance between the 3 laws, he wouldn't be able to complete the law tribulation and would have to start all over again. He is unwilling to. He continued to try with all his might. Good. As the creator of the Stardust Tower, Li Fei could naturally see Su Zhanyi's performance in person.
Although we have failed countless times, there are signs of success. The three laws are balanced. Perhaps I can continue to change the stage of breakthrough here. For many people, it is indeed too difficult to extract three at once.
I can separate the Stardust realm into the four Stardust tribulations.
Then I can completely follow this and divide the law tribulations into three stages. There is no need to extract three at once, and there is no need to worry about wasting all the previous efforts if I cannot form three.
Li Fei's mind moved. Suddenly his eyes burst into light.
So he tried to make it work. Divide the law catastrophe into three parts.
Successfully extracting the first one means you have just entered the tribulation of the law. The second one was extracted successfully, which means a small success in the law.
The third one was extracted successfully, which marked the completion of the law.
After the three are balanced in the body, the law of calamity will be automatically achieved.
Once you reach this step, you can directly try the true self-tribulation. As long as you successfully awaken your true self-consciousness, you can try to unify the four tribulations into one and truly achieve the initial stage of the Stardust realm.
Ha 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 ha. I'm a genius. Li Fei laughed.
So he began to make major changes to the underlying logic of the Stardust Tower.
Hard work pays off and he soon succeeded.
Because the life form structure of humans on Blue Planet has already been greatly modified, there is no need to change it further this time. Inside the tower, Su Zhani was unable to extract the second law and was really anxious.
Am I going to fail again? Su Zhani thought unwillingly.
Suddenly, a consciousness came over. The chain of sword laws in the body automatically formed a stable situation.
First time entering the law calamity.
Su Zhani suddenly opened his eyes and automatically withdrew from the law space, feeling a little confused.
Brother Su, congratulations on your first entry into the law tribulation. Li Fei's figure appeared. Brother Li, what's going on? Su Zhani was stunned. Don't we need the three fundamental laws of the universe to be balanced before we can enter the law tribulation? That's true, but I suddenly had an idea and made a small modification. Chirp chuck. Chirp chuck. Li Fei slowly expressed his idea and realized it. And Su Zhani was the successful test subject this time. Su Zhani's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. This method is great. Wonderful. Wonderful. You are truly worthy of it. No one else could do it. Divide the law tribulation into three steps to complete it. This will be much simpler.
There's no need to worry about failing to extract the three cosmic origins to achieve balance.
This step is too difficult. Those chains of law are too difficult to grasp.
It was with the help of the heavenly prison divine edge that I was able to extract the law of the sword.
The laws of time and space are simply impossible to grasp. Su Zhani sighed.
Because the god-level talent of heavenly prison divine edge focuses on the sword in sharpness, if you got the direction wrong, it will naturally be difficult. You should draw talents related to weapons, and stop being obsessed with time and space. These two abilities are already inherent in your heavenly prison divine edge talent. Once you transform them into divine laws, the effects they produce will also be accompanied by the power of time and space. It's just not as powerful as directly gaining the laws of time and space.
Even so, no one can resist them.
Li Fei spoke up to clear up Su Zhani's confusion.
Yeah, maybe I was wrong from the beginning. Su Zhani suddenly understood. Never mind.
However, I came here this time not only to tell you the good news about the Stardust Tower, but also to give you a great opportunity. As Li Fei spoke, a silver chain appeared in his hand.
This is the chain of law. Su Zhani had seen many chains of laws and recognized it at first sight. And very sure. Yes, this is the god-level time law chain.
If I fuse it with you, you should be able to directly obtain this chain of laws.
Then you will have three chains in your body. You only need to extract one more to complete the law tribulation. Do you want to give it a try? Li Fei said. Okay. I'm willing to give it a try. Su Zhani nodded.
With Li Fei and the Stardust Tower, even if an accident occurs in the end, he can be resurrected, so it is not a big problem. Without the danger of death, no matter who you are, you will definitely be very brave.
The next second, Li Fei absorbed the chain of time law in his hand into Su Zhani's body.
Su Zhani closed his eyes, began to receive this chain of laws, and began to refine it. Chapter 129 Chapter 129 Su Zhani breaks through the Stardust realm.
What is time?
There is no time in this world.
This is a byproduct of space. However, it has now been separated. God-level law of time. 1. Core capabilities. Time acceleration. Accelerate yourself or an object, for example, increase attack speed by 100 times. The time is accelerated during practice. 1 hour in the outside world is equivalent to 10 days of practice inside the body. You can control the increase or decrease by yourself. Time slowdown. Make the enemy move at the speed of a snail, allowing them to easily dodge attacks. The field skill slow field causes the speed of enemies within the range to plummet. Time pause. Stop surrounding time. Back in time. Short-term rollbacks such as returning to the state before the heyday after being injured, changing the fate of the dead. Similar actions to the latter need to bear the corresponding cause and effect. Future prediction. Peek into the future a few seconds later and predict enemy moves. Deducing long-term future branches will consume lifespan. Time loop. After death, you will automatically return to a fixed time point and retain your memories and abilities. 3. God-level abilities. Time stripping. Directly erase the target's temporal existence, causing it to disappear from history. Causal level attack. Eternal time stop. Creates an absolutely still space and time where only the caster can move. Traveling through the long river of time. Enter a higher dimension to observe or modify major events in the past future with the responsibility of cosmic causal backlash. There are many benefits, waiting to be developed by those in control. During the fusion process, Suzhani gradually became aware of the powerful power of the God-level time law. And there is still a lot of room for development. As time goes by, the law of the sword that originally existed in the body has now become two. The law of the sword and the law of time balance each other. Suzhani's cultivation level also instantly advanced from the initial stage of the law tribulation to the minor stage of the law tribulation. There's only one more thing left. Keep trying to draw. The direction was wrong before, but this time it's right. I must draw it. Suzhani closed his eyes and, with the help of the Stardust Tower, entered the space of laws again to extract the original laws of the universe that suited him. As time passed, he finally succeeded in extracting one of the laws. This rule is especially suitable for him. It's also what he likes very much. That is the sharp law. 1. The essence of the law. Absolutely sharp, ignoring all hardness, defense, and regeneration capabilities. As long as it can be cut, it will definitely be cut. Concept cutting. Not only can it cut through matter, but it can also cut through souls, fate, timelines, and the laws themselves. Unobstructed feature. Wherever the blade passes, the space automatically separates, the resistance is reduced to 0, and the speed is infinitely close to instant cut. 2. Ability performance. It can cut through iron like mud. Any armor or energy shield is like thin paper in front of the blade. The sword energy can extend infinitely and cut through mountains thousands of meters away. Soul slaying. Directly attack the soul. With one strike, the enemy's body remains intact but his soul is shattered. Breaking technique. Chop up the opponent's abilities, formations, and domains, rendering them ineffective. God-level abilities. Cut off the cause and effect. Cut off the causal connection between the enemy and victory with one knife, making them inevitably defeated. Split time and space. Split the timeline and temporarily create a parallel space-time rift. The degree of development is also very high. It depends on how the owner develops it. Li Fei also has this law, and it is even more powerful than his. Now, within Suzhani's body, the three major laws of knife, time, and sharpness form a mutually restraining balance. His cultivation successfully reached the peak of the law tribulation. After the three major laws are balanced, the cultivation level automatically reaches the perfection of the law tribulation. Next, he tried to break through the tribulation of his true self. Decompose itself into elementary particles, scatter into the sea of stars, and then reassemble by will. This will is the true self. But the true self will be dormant, and must be captured and awakened, otherwise it will still fail and die. Although the Stardust Tower can resurrect him and preserve his memory. But he also didn't want to fail. No one would choose to fail multiple times before succeeding if they could succeed in one go. Just like that, Suzhani's entire body began to disintegrate, transforming into elementary particles and scattering into the sea of stars. From now on, it's up to you. Li Fei thought calmly. It was during this time that he once again obtained a lot of complete divine-level laws from Yongin Star ruins. All of these god-level laws were fragments obtained from killing those phantom beasts, and were sent to him after being repaired. Many of the rules were repetitive and of little use to him. The chain of laws itself is a manifestation of energy. It contains an unprecedented amount of energy. Perhaps I can extract all of this energy and use it to accelerate my cultivation. Li Fei suddenly had this idea.
But he was not in a hurry.
Instead, he planned to see whether Su Zhanyi's true self-tribulation would succeed.
Anyway, if you stay in the Stardust Tower for 100 million days, only one day will have passed in the outside world.
How many days will it take Su Zhanyi to complete it?
About 1,000 years passed in the Stardust Tower.
In Li Fei's eyes, Su Zhanyi's particles had dissipated by as much as 90%.
If he is still unable to awaken his true self, he will really die.
The last 10% remaining should be able to provide detection for about 100 years.
But at this moment, one of the particles woke up.
The signs were obvious, and Li Fei saw it clearly: success.
He has awakened his true self. As the true self-consciousness was awakened, all the dissipated and undissipated particles gathered together frantically. At the same time, Su Zhanyi carried out the 4 tribulations to return to 1.
Successfully entered the early stage of Stardust Realm. The latest information about Su Zhanyi appeared in front of Li Fei. Name: Su Zhanyi. God-level talent, Heavenly Prison, Divine Edge.
The divine laws of the universe, the law of the sword.
The law of time.
The law of sharpness.
Title: the Second Chaos Emperor. Vice Principal of the Chaos Divine Kingdom.
Level: early stage of Stardust Realm.
Lifespan: immortality and immortality. Basic combat power: 1 guy. Lifeform: extraordinary energy body.
Influenced by the God-level talent, the law of the blade and the law of sharpness were directly advanced to the God-level law sequence. The law of time he absorbed was originally of the God-level sequence, so there was no change.
He is very powerful now. I did it. I finally did it.
This is the early stage of the Stardust Realm.
What a powerful force.
Su Zhanyi's body floated above the starry sky.
He clenched his fists, feeling his current body.
How mysterious, wonderful, and powerful it was. The Emperor of the Starry Sky Clan is only at the early stage of the Stardust Realm. With you in charge of the Chaos Divine Kingdom, I can now go out and have some fun without any worries.
Li Fei said with a smile, and the pressure was reduced at once. Finally, someone shared his burden.
Although there is an avatar guarding here and there is nothing to worry about, it is still good to have one more person to share the pressure. The Starry Sky Clan only has 1 Stardust Realm, while our Chaos Divine Kingdom has 2.
It seems that they are the ones we should be worried about.
I believe that with the Stardust Tower, more and more people from the Chaos Divine Kingdom will break through to the Stardust Realm in the future. The Starry Sky Clan can't be compared with us at all.
Su Zhanyi also smiled very happily.
In terms of high-end combat power, we are indeed stronger than them, but in terms of overall comprehensive strength, the Xingqiong clan is still much higher.
Li Fei said. What are your plans next? Su Zhanyi asked curiously.
Distribute these 9 revolutions golden pills and let Tianyu and others who have contributed enough eat them, so that they can quickly break through the first level and come here to improve. Li Fei said, and I will continue to sleep, make a breakthrough, and try to enter the Star Core realm. For him, it is really not too easy to create a Chaos God Emperor now. It's just something that happened casually.
Chapter 130, Fight. 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 Deep in the ruins of the eternal dark star.
One of the clones came here.
This clone can also be described as the original body.
Learned from the Forbidden Library. According to legend, after the fall of that ancient being, its essence condensed into a crystal containing energy beyond the Stardust Realm. After refining, it can allow Stardust Realm powerhouses to break through bottlenecks and even reach higher realms. And this thing is called Stardust Source Crystal. The way to obtain it is in the core of eternal darkness in the deepest part of the secret realm, which is also the place where the clone Li Fei is.
You need to break the triple restriction and defeat the Guardian Final Phantom. The threefold prohibitions are: the first level, Space Maze. The second level, the Trial of the Inner Demon. The third level, Entropy Reduction Barrier. The area where Li Fei is currently located is just outside the core of eternal darkness. There is an infinitely folded space corridor here, and anyone who enters will fall into an endless loop.
The only way to find the exit is to decipher the folding transition fragments dropped by the Void Weaver or comprehend the laws of space.
I happen to have the law of space. This level is a piece of cake for me.
After Li Fei understood the passing rules, the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
He raised his hand and waved it.
The law of space was activated, and this infinitely folded space corridor was instantly shattered. After he passed the first level, he came to the second level.
The trial of the inner demon.
Intruders will face the deepest obsession in their hearts. Only by breaking through the illusion can they move forward, otherwise they will stay here forever and become a member of the inner demon.
Countless treasure hunters have failed here throughout history. Because they cannot face the deepest obsession in their hearts and cannot get out of it. It's a good opportunity for me to see what the deepest obsession in my heart is. Li Fei raised the corners of his mouth, revealing curiosity.
Soon, he fell into another world. He knew that this was the deepest obsession in his heart.
Shen Mengyao broke up with him, and he didn't get the system.
So his future would be very difficult. He would be an ordinary person, a low-level person who could never rise up.
If the Blue Star Federation still existed, the current reforms would not have taken place. Blue Star would still be discovered by alien races and eventually destroyed, or even enslaved by humans.
Rather than calling it an obsession, it would be better to say that this is another life of his.
A normal life trajectory. He has a system, but his life is abnormal and he has a cheating habit.
This is truly the deepest obsession in his heart. Besides that, there was also the scene where his departure caused the Chaos Kingdom to be annihilated and enslaved by a more powerful alien race. This scene made him very uncomfortable. Li Fei's figure remained in this space, immersed in the plot prepared for him by the inner demon trial. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly, and a sharp scarlet murderous intent flashed across his eyes, which was extremely strong.
I will never let this happen. That's enough, get out of here.
Li Fei regained his senses in an instant. The reason why this inner demon trial was successful before was because of his deliberate cooperation. Now that he is not cooperating, this trial of the inner demon is over.
As long as I'm here, the Chaos Divine Kingdom will never be destroyed.
Since I have already established it, this kind of thing must never happen. I must lead the Chaos Divine Kingdom to the pinnacle of the universe.
No one can stop it. No one can stop it. Anyone who stands in my way will be killed.
Li Fei clenched his fists, and a terrifying force spread out. With one punch, he shattered the inner demon trial space in front of him and came to the third level.
Entropy reduction barrier.
This is also the last test. The last restriction is the reverse entropy increase field, and any object that approaches will disintegrate from order to disorder.
Reverse entropy increasing force field? Humph, it's just a created entropy increase. Do you really think it's a real entropy increase?
After Li Fei understood the situation, he snorted coldly, and the terrifying cosmic god-level laws appeared on his body. The law of annihilation spread, and the last restriction was instantly shattered.
Whatever skills you have, just use them all. I, Li Fei, will take them all. Li Fei said disdainfully.
Congratulations on passing the triple trial. Next, you will face the final test. As long as you defeat me, you can get the Stardust Source Crystal. At this moment, countless particles appeared, the power of law surged, and finally gathered into an extremely dark human-shaped special life form, like the starry sky in the universe. Its face has no facial features, only a dark red star spiral that is constantly collapsing.
It looks very weird. Such a life form is more powerful than the Starry Sky Clan. Information about this guy appeared in front of Li Fei. Life form, Final Phantom. Source, it is composed of the resentment in the ever-dark star ruins and the remaining consciousness of that ancient existence. Strength, Peak of Stardust Realm. Basic combat power, Xiangai. Controlling the law fragments, End. Time. Collapse. Lifeform, extraordinary energy body.
The peak of the Stardust Realm is so strong.
Finally, I've met my match. Next, we can have a good fight.
Li Fei's pupils shrank, and then the corners of his mouth rose, full of fighting spirit.
Buzz. Boom. A powerful force surged from him into the sky.
The shadow of the chaotic body stands in the air. Stepping on the golden lotus of chaos, the terrifying power of chaos spreads. I haven't used this power for a long time since I reached the Stardust Realm.
This time, it can finally be used. He wants to have a good fight. The final phantom also burst out with powerful energy. The moment the two energies collided, the space of this universe and star field was shaking, showing signs of collapse, shattering and breaking. War. Li Fei raised his hand and condensed a chaos sword evolved from the chaotic energy, and took the lead in killing the phantom of the end. And suppression. The final phantom struck out with a palm. The terrifying force directly crushed the universe layer by layer. Li Fei thrust out with a sword. All the chaos packages in the body are activated. They are Chaos Body, Chaos Dao Heart, Chaos Dao Liver, Chaos Dao Lungs, Chaos Dao Kidneys, and Chaos Dao Spleen. The ultimate Chaos Fire, the ultimate Chaos Earth, the ultimate Chaos Water, the ultimate Chaos Wood, and the ultimate Chaos Gold are flowing out. The power of law spreads. After one strike. Boom! A huge explosion sounded from the universe. Two figures, one golden and one dark, were fighting fiercely and crazily in the universe. The power of various laws is intertwined. Various laws and wonders are appearing in the universe every moment. Very shocking. This is definitely the strongest opponent Li Fei has ever encountered. Fighting against opponents of higher levels is nothing for him who possesses 50 cosmic god level laws. With his full strength bursting out, he can instantly destroy the Phantom of the End. Although the opponent's basic combat power has soared to the sister level due to the enhancement of the power of the law. But in front of him, it's still not enough. This battle was so fierce that the sky was dark and countless stars were shattered and revived. The universe collapsed, and various black holes appeared, swallowing everything in this area. Ha 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 ha. It feels so good. It feels so good. I've regained the feeling of fighting. This is the kind of battle a warrior should have. I feel more awake than ever before. Come on. Keep going. Fight. 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 Born to fight. Until death. Li Fei shouted excitedly, and the fighting spirit in his body reached a critical point. The power of 50 laws gathered in his hands and suddenly blasted towards the final phantom. Boom!